I clearly awakened thousands of clones. And with each step, my clones helped me shed 5 kilograms. Yet, everyone in the school laughed at me, claiming it was the most useless power ever. Turns out, in an era where everyone can awaken skills, only combat skills are truly valued and useful. Meanwhile, I awakened a support skill for cloning after checking my status. The staff at the Hunter Association immediately kicked me out because they did not need a useless guy like me crowding the next genius. Back home, I decided to try channeling my mana. And suddenly, with a loud shout, I summoned a clone. In an instant, a magical aura appeared before me, and before my eyes, a naked version of myself materialized to confirm it was indeed an identical clone. I reached out and touched its shoulder, realizing the clone had the same sense of touch as my real body. Even my little brother down there looked exactly the same in size, and I was left helpless at the sight. I quickly found some clothes to dress the clone, and in my head, I ordered it to kneel. The clone immediately went down on one knee. As long as I think it will obey unconditionally. But just then, a notification popped up, announcing an increase in stamina. That is when I realized the clone's training stats would be reflected back to my real body. To confirm further, I let it run outside non-stop. No food. No water. And just one day later, I dropped a whopping 100 kilograms. Plus my little brother had grown a bit too. Through using the clone, I realized the superiority of this skill. If the clone got hurt, it would not affect my real body, and even if it got exhausted or died, it would just vanish. It left no consequences behind. The only limitation was that the clone could not split anymore. But that was more than enough. As long as I had mana, I would practice until I dropped, in everyone's eyes. Gaining even a single point of ability in a week was a miracle. While I just had to lie at home and gain dozens of points every week, all thanks to the clone training until exhaustion, and then summoning a new one. But just then, a wave of notifications demanding payment popped up since I had a clone. I had never stepped outside, just letting the clone train while I stayed home gaming. So now I had to send the clone to work. Then I searched for a job on a recruitment website and found a suitable company to ensure the clone could communicate with outsiders. I took it to the work warehouse. After guiding it through the basic etiquette, we both started working. But just half an hour later, I was exhausted and decided to throw in the towel. I let the clone finish the remaining tasks for me. At that moment, I realized that all the employees here had awakened strength skills. That is why they could handle this heavy lifting by break time. My soul felt like it was leaving this tired body at that time. The manager came over to ask if my clone and I were college students. I nodded vigorously, confirming that I was an outstanding student. Hearing that, he immediately suggested another job, wanting me to tutor his daughter, offering 200,000 ven for each session. After hearing this, I instantly agreed. But when I arrived at the manager's house the next day, I was surprised to find that the video of this series was restricted from monetization. So I had no choice but to re-upload this video. I hope you all understand. The next morning, Sanji arrived at Haeyeon's house as scheduled with her dad, standing in front of room 306. Wondering, is this the place? Inside, there is a loud scream. Why did Dad make such a decision? You press your ear closer. Curiosity getting the better of you. Haeyeon's voice continues to echo, asking why Dad called him over, telling him to come back home. Yet, her dad opens the door and replies, I am off to work. If you do not like it, tell him yourself. The door accidentally slams into Sanji's face. He is stunned. And meanwhile, tears start streaming down his cheeks. The unexpected situation leaves Haeyeon frozen for a few seconds, her expression mirroring his shock. Sanji steps inside the house, holding a cold towel to his head, looking at them in confusion. The guy on the other side stutters nervously. Sorry. Sanji, I did not see you. Sanji feels out of options. It is tough to get a good look, so he casually replies, it is. A carefully cut plate of apples is placed on the table, and a gentle voice suddenly asks, is this Sanji? You have lost quite a bit of weight. I barely recognize you. Sanji smoothly responds, yeah. It has been a while since I have seen you. I have been exercising a bit. Then he drops the towel. Changing the subject, he politely asks, you must be Haeyeon. Right. The girl's hand hesitates slightly. And Haeyeon, sitting respectfully, replies, hey there. From today on, I will be your tutor. I heard you want to get into university. Right. Meanwhile, her parents watch their daughter's awkwardness with hidden smiles, whispering, look at her. She is shy. Earlier, she was totally against this. Haeyeon weakly replies, yeah, avoiding eye contact, feeling embarrassed as she thinks. How embarrassing. He probably heard everything I said earlier, but Sanji does not seem bothered. Staying calm, You are in the 12th grade. Right. Before we start, let us see your grades. Heian jolts in surprise. Grades. After a moment, she hands over her report card. Sanju forces a smile. The average rating on this assessment is just a 6. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the house turns awkward. She covers her face with both hands, while her parents exchange uneasy glances. Meanwhile, the guy on the other side stands up slowly, putting on a jacket. Then he rushes out without looking back, shouting, "I gotta go to work." "Thanks. Sanju." Her mom, startled, hurriedly calls out, Wait. Only then does Sanju pull his eyes away from the report and focus on the person in front of him. Heian feels his gaze and becomes a bit flustered. Unsure of how to respond, he notices her discomfort and reassures her. "I was not that great at exams when I was your age either." She is quite surprised. "Really?" He smiles confidently. "Yeah. Let us just do our best." "All right," Heian replies eagerly. And Sanju considers setting up a study schedule. "We will start today, 2 days a week, Monday and back to the apartment." As Sanji steps into the house, he takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of the task ahead. He remembers the tips he gave her and how quickly Heian was able to write them down. He opens the closet to grab a hanger, lightly sighing. But thankfully, she is sharper than I thought. Then he walks over to the desk, sliding the chair out while checking the computer screen. "I guess the first one is already at work." Sitting back in the chair, Sanji pondered while juggling thoughts. I handed him the phone for reservations, thinking that if the clones multiplied, managing more phones would be a real hassle. He accessed the web rescue page, his fingers tapping away, wondering if he should hit up a hunting website to search for relevant skills. The frame suddenly popped up. Selling fast. Telepathy skills. Selling secret magic techniques. The headline read, "Super strong summoning skills," detailing how it could link senses with pets and summoned creatures, allowing them to share vision with each other. It was a very useful skill for those creatures to grind for experience points solo. The price tag, 100 million coins. Just glancing at the final line made Sanji's jaw drop. He could not believe his eyes. 100 million. Swiping to the next one, the title read, Telepathy skills, which many people used. Highly recommended for leaders. It was a super handy skill for sending messages through the mind to someone within a certain range. The price, 400 million coins. 400 million. He bit his lip, forcing a smile, tears streaming down his face. Man, it was just getting prissier and prissier. And there was no way he could get anything worthwhile at this rate. Sanji stared at the screen, feeling the sting of reality. With that much money, he could buy a house instead. Tired and frustrated, he leaned back. The more he looked, the more defeated he felt. How could these hunters even afford such things? Do they have that much cash? And this was just the low-end pricing. Sanji fell silent, awkwardly eyeing his balance of 233,200 coins. Barely enough for a snack. He immediately tossed himself onto the bed, fed up, and muttered, "Forget it." With his hands locked behind his head, he stared at the ceiling, questioning whether he should become a hunter. He grabbed his phone, scrolling through random news about hunters, like the life of a top-tier hunter, or the fact that there were 1 million registrations for hunters. Sanji pushed himself up, a bit shaky as he analyzed his own skills. This was a pretty awesome skill. With it, he could easily command the clones to do some side jobs. Reaching for his jacket, his mood lightened. "All right, let us do this." Sanji happily put on his jacket, excitement beaming from him. Beeping sounds echoed lightly as purple block icons popped up. The system notification flashed, announcing that he had unlocked Vitality. Unlimited night. A surprising question emerged. What is a hunter? In the year 2000, portals appeared all over Earth, and at the same time, a horde of monsters invaded. This incident became known as the Great Catastrophe, causing casualties for over half the population of Earth. Countless demons with supernatural powers to the Oros clan, merfolk, and rock monsters that only existed in open-world games, knights and lich mages, faceless demons, mutant fighter monsters, and the Red Demon General. Each one had the potential to wipe out humanity. But appearing alongside these monsters were superheroes with mysterious powers. Humans suddenly gained supernatural abilities and various types of skills. As they led the charge against the monsters, humanity seemed to triumph in this battle. And now, in 2023, we see a person effortlessly harvesting life essence from monsters, extracting mysterious essence stones. Those who specialize in hunting these monsters are known as hunters. The phone screen flipped sideways, playing a video about the hunter exam, and the teacher's voice echoed, "If you can pass this exam, you will get a license from the country to hunt monsters legally. Here are some tips that might help you ace the hunter exam." And suddenly, Sanji reached up to take off his old headphones. He looked up, stunned by what lay before him. Is this the Hunter Center? A towering building bustling with people everywhere. Sanji rolled his shoulders and took a look around. Feeling a surge of energy he was not sure was from just unlocking the door. Even though he would only slept a few hours, he felt surprisingly refreshed. He started to walk in, spotting a shopping area inside the building, where an employee was demonstrating a golden dagger to a hunter in front of him. There was also a repair shop, where they were carefully taking apart various weapons to replace tiny components. And then there were those exuding a chilling, solitary aura. Sanji felt both amazed and cautious as his eyes darted around. He found himself a bit dazed, thinking to himself that there did not seem to be many people here for the exam. Just then, a loudspeaker announced that there were only 20 minutes left to register for the Hunter Strength test on the first basement floor. Thank you. Sanji hesitated. The basement. He suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Moments later, he entered a room with a nameplate. The testing room for the Hunter certification. He stepped inside, feeling a rush of panic. Excuse me. The room was packed with people, each one looking uniquely different. Honestly, no one resembled anyone else, just a chaotic mix of characters. He sat on a chair, shivering, his mind racing and tangled. Why is it so crowded in here? A few people were snickering and giving him curious looks. A loud discussion broke out, and someone said, "Hey, sorry, who is this guy?" Then heavy boots thudded on the floor as someone approached. A massive hand with a jagged scar gripped the edge of the table. The man was Hugh, wearing a dark green military jacket, his fierce gaze scanning the crowd. He introduced himself seriously. "Nice to meet you all. I am Hamai Wong Wan, and I will be supervising the exam." His voice was deep and commanding, explaining that the exam consists of a written test, a practical test, and a talent assessment. Anyone caught cheating would be immediately disqualified from this exam and banned from next year's as well. Is that clear to everyone? My Wong Wan's icy gaze swept over them. Here, we do not tolerate cheats. The crowd that had been laughing just moments ago suddenly went dead silent, fear washing over them. Sanji felt a bit panicked and confused. Sensing the tension in the air, the supervising instructor stood at the podium, his voice booming again. Now, the exam begins. Outside, the sky was painted golden, and a white car leisurely glided past the scene. A calm voice from a man replied, Yep. By the end of this month, we will have everything set. A Bluetooth headset was relaying some conversation. The man continued driving, his voice steady. Give me a moment to organize. I have been in this industry long enough, but over there, they seemed really furious. Like a bucket of cold water splashed right in the man's face, causing him to twitch his eyes and frown. In the end, all that was left was the sound of a phone ringing. He felt powerless, focusing back on driving, almost getting himself killed because of that guy. This dude is from Yum Agency. Talk about a real headache. Complaining about the headache. He had not seen a dime yet, and there were so many expenses piling up. Looking at the watch displaying 7:45. He figured, the Hunter test must be wrapping up by now. Gradually, the car made its way up the overpass. On the other side, the system congratulated him for passing the Hunter level test. Sanji stared blankly, scratching his head in disbelief, thinking, wait, that is it. People always say it is super easy, but I wonder just how easy it really is. Turns out, it is just like getting a driver's license. Sanji recalled that during the theoretical part of the test, the questions were pretty straightforward, just had to remember a few things, and he would be fine. At that moment, he could not help but feel confused and doubtful. Wait, was that all 20 questions? When it came to the practical part, they gave plenty of time to practice, and the targets were pretty close to. Back then, Sanji asked the supervisor, how long do I get to practice? The supervisor casually replied, just enough time for a chicken to cross the road. No biggie. Finally, there was the interview, and the talent test felt like a civics lesson back in school. At that moment, even though one looked a bit serious, he still seemed pretty empty inside. Asking, have you ever shot at anyone? Of course not. Come on. Wrapping up his memories, Sanji walked away, incredulous. This job involves weapons and even life and death, and yet the test was so superficial. He looked back at the towering central building, his thoughts becoming hazy, as if the government wanted them to do this. Taking a deep breath, Sanji decided to let it go. He should not overthink things. Suddenly, he noticed a few sharply dressed guys in black suits bowing and handing out business cards across the street. Smiling flatteringly, they were all smiles, presenting their business cards with both hands, like they were offering up some rare treasure. Other hunters also joined in to chat, making them smile shyly. Sanji looked at the bustling scene, a bit dazed, questioning, Are they part of the organization that recruits hunters? While still feeling a bit lost, someone from behind suddenly called out to him, handing him a business card and congratulating him on passing the hunter test. Sanji took it, examining the card as he murmured, "Jimem coming." The guy exuded confidence. Introducing himself, "I'm Kang Jung, here to help you buy items or hunt monsters. If you contact me, you will get the best prices. We are eager to offer you this service." After hearing all that, Sanji felt so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole and hide. Stammering, "Okay, thanks." Suddenly, the system screen popped up from the bracelet, and it completely caught him off guard. Announcement: skill level in cloning increased. Level 2 cloning. The clone system allows the user to create a character using energy. The maximum number of clones that can be created depends on the level. Currently, he can summon up to 2 clones at once. Junmo was still excitedly lecturing, "Our company is top-notch." But he did not get to finish his sentence. Sanji Yu hurried to whisk his mom away like he was being chased by ghosts, leaving a message for Jaya, saying he would reach out later. Junmo forced a smile, but deep down, he was holding back tears like a vast ocean threatening to spill over. He managed to reply, "Okay, please do not forget." As he returned home, the sky above darkening, Sanji Yu covered his face, laughing in excitement, while Jun shook his shoulders, staring blankly like a statue, and casually remarked, "Man, this cloning thing is awesome." Across from them, a familiar face and figure slowly emerged from the dissipating white smoke. He glanced joyfully at another clone of himself, filled with anticipation. "I am really counting on you." Number 2. Then all 3 of them focused on the business card Sanji Yu held, buzzing with excitement, as they were all ready to become pros now. Switching scenes, Junmo's tired voice echoed in the car. "Well, I finally distributed all of them." He tossed the remaining cards over to the passenger seat, adjusting his tie. Junmo sighed a bit, hoping someone would get in touch. Leaning back against the steering wheel, he rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the scenery, momentarily lost in silence. Remembering that morning back at Building Number 1 in South Korea, the official headquarters of Hysun Corporation, on his desk lay a stack of papers and documents, with a lengthy report displayed. The department head glanced down with an air of indifference, sipping his drink while directing, "Just disperse according to the amounts listed on that sheet over there." Junmo cheerfully picked it up to take a look, responding, "Yep, sir." But then his eyes widened in disbelief. The contents read, "Total expenses. Slim liquid price 20,000 units. Rabbit horn price 40,000 units. Dwarf demon blood price 2.4 million units. Junmo struggled. "This is weird," he casually remarked. "This amount seems odd. The price for dwarf demon blood should be at least 5 million. Right?" The department head cut him off with a condescending tone. "Junmo," the man chuckled lightly, as if it were nothing, and asked, "You have been with Hyacin for a while now, have not you?" Junmo answered awkwardly, "Yep." "That is correct." The next words from him hit Junmo like a slap to the back of the head, making him jump. "Then your head should be on straight." The department head slowly set his glass back down, standing up with a relaxed tone. "If we just followed the rules and did everything right, we would be starving." He stepped forward, feigning camaraderie as he patted Junmo's shoulder. But the underlying threat was clear. "I know you, Junmo, are very upright. But do not be too sensitive about business here. Got it?" He smirked sarcastically, while Junmo remained silent, gripping the paper tightly. Exhausted, he rested his head down, giving a weak chuckle. "If I had known, I should have just kept my mouth shut." Suddenly, his phone rang with a catchy ringtone. Junmo curiously pulled his jacket aside to retrieve it from his inner pocket. He answered promptly, "Yep. This is Junmo from G's company." The voice on the other end said, "Hello, I am Jong Sanji-woo, the person you gave your business card to. I have a few things I would like to ask. Meet me at a Starbucks cafe on the street." As Junmo stepped in, he casually scanned the surroundings. Sanji-woo spotted him first and waved his hand. "Over here," he called out, and Junmo quickly took a seat, looking a bit frazzled. "Sorry to keep you waiting. You do not seem bothered at all." "It is nothing. I just got here too." He's got a history of making offers. We might as well call it what it is. "Yeah." The cafe staff is standing around waiting. After a moment, a cold coffee is set on the table. Junmo speaks up. "You want to hunt in a safe spot that is suitable for a newbie?" "Right," Sanji-woo responds succinctly. "Yep." He is looking forward to asking more. "Sorry, but could you tell me about your skills? You are straightforward. No beating around the bush." "It is duplication." Junmo pauses a bit upon hearing this. He calculates and thinks. "Duplication. Ah, I have heard of that before. If I remember correctly, it creates useless clones. A newbie with such a trash skill probably won't achieve much in a hunt." "Well then, I see you just popped that coffee can straight into your mouth." Junmo's eyes widen, but he keeps calm as he pulls out a stack of contracts. On one hand, props to you. That is quite the skill. Here's the contract. Go ahead and read it. On the other hand, he finds it hard to believe. Did he really just finish that cup of coffee? Junmo introduces seriously. The first spot I suggest is a slim pit. Slims are not aggressive or dangerous. But when they die, they release toxic liquid and gas. You will need a mask and protective gear. Those things are a hassle to wear. So the downside is you won't be able to hunt well. Sanji Yu straightens the contract paper. He chuckles in response. No problem at all. Junmo continues. The second option is to hunt one-horned rabbits. In that area, there is plenty of time to hunt. But they are pretty tricky to catch. So you probably won't get much. There is a barrier around, making this a safe hunting spot. There are also other low-level monsters like giant rats, but the two options I just mentioned are your best bets. If you want to stay safe, you are still not reacting at all, holding both contracts. He reviews and compares them. After a moment, Sanji Yu speaks up. Both places are good. I am quite satisfied with the item prices. He puts the contract down. You express. I will accept this contract. You make no guarantees. I am also quite satisfied with the item prices. He places the contract down. You express. I will accept this contract. Junmo responds cheerfully. Thank you. The hunter in Sanji Yu. He opens a small notebook and starts writing. He asks again. You said you like both hunting spots. You finalize one spot. Then Sanji Yu's tone suddenly becomes firm. Following that, he forcefully stamps the contract with a seal. When I say I like both, I mean, he gently lifts the seal. Accordingly, he looks a bit confused. A smiling Sanji Yu and a Sanji Yu in front of Junmo both say in unison. I want to try them all. In Junmo's memory. Pleased to meet you. In the small room, he starts speaking. I heard your skill is self-replication. Across from you is another sculptor, with a style reminiscent of the Akatsuki from the Leaf Village. He replied in a low tone. That is right. Junmo is just as usual. Can I take a look at that skill of yours? The sculptor responded, of course. Then he raised his left hand. Only his index and middle fingers pointed straight at each other. His gaze was sharp. Instantly, two shadowy figures sprang out from both sides of the sculptor, swiftly separating, in just a flash. Like lightning striking down, 4 clones appeared behind him at once. Each clone struck a distinct pose. Junmo's eyes widened in disbelief. But that is not all. The clones suddenly drew their swords. 4 of them spread out in all directions, surrounding the sculptor. All of them pointed their swords at him. He started to lose his grip on reality, feeling a bit dizzy. Wait a second. But there is no waiting here. The sharp blades were already rushing towards him, all at once from 4 directions. Every clone thrust their swords through the sculptor's body. Junmo could not comprehend the scene before him. Sweat began pouring down like a waterfall. He panicked and dodged, thinking, what the hell is going on? All he heard was the calm voice of the sculptor. Please remain calm. Junmo looked back in shock. His mind was a whirlwind of question marks. Before him, the sculptor was just chilling, completely unfazed. The calm voice explained. They are all just illusions. None of them are real. The sculptor demonstrated by touching the blade of a sword. Maybe I can touch it. But as he lowered his hand slightly, it passed right through the illusion. His voice continued. It can't cause any real damage either. Then he casually performed his hand signs. The shadow clones kept moving, recreating actions without any overlap. The sculptor stared straight at him. But this is the perfect way to draw the attention of the monsters. Junmo warily rubbed his head, letting out a few deep breaths. His voice lowered. I think I have seen enough of your skill. Back in reality, Junmo's face was still blank with confusion. The replication skill I saw earlier was clearly just an illusion. But what is this? He looked at the clone of Sanji Wu, who had been talking to him from the start, recalling each action of the clone. Even Junmo was bewildered. He had checked the contract again. I could even drink coffee. Junmo panicked, beads of sweat forming as he assessed the situation. This is the first time I have seen a skill. Just one skill. He turned to Sanji Wu and asked, are you 2 twins or something? Sanji Wu burst out laughing at that. He put his hands on his hips, pointed at the clone, and with a twinkle in his eye, joked. Well, it is understandable that you would get confused like that. Haha. He just called us twins. Laughing like there is no tomorrow with Jun. Come on. He sat back down. Don't you know who the twins are? He sat back down. Is he in the Benz? I will get stronger too. He was stunned, even keeping track of the number of clones. Junmo had to admit, this is amazing. He stroked his chin and thought, this is not just a regular hunter's skill. Just then, Sanji cut through his thoughts, saying, back to the hunting area. I have a few questions for you. 2 days later, at the hunter's central headquarters, Sanji was wide-eyed, glancing around. Suddenly, he heard someone call out to him. Hey, Hunter. Sanji jumped and turned around. Junmo was adjusting his tie, casually walking over. You are early. It is not even time yet. He gestured for him to follow. Most hunting-related gear is in the center. They headed to machine 166. In the bustling lobby of the center, the machines were continuously announcing, Hunter number 164. Please proceed to counter A3. Hunter number 165. Please proceed to counter B1. Hunter number 166. Please proceed to counter E4. The male staff at the counter asked seriously. What do you need access to the priority text areas for? Jimmo stood by, watching. Sanji sat down in a chair, describing a bit with the guide. Right. Since my skill is cloning, I only have this one identification necklace. The male staff understood and replied. Please wait a moment. Since you are the first after the jumper requesting access to clone rights. He quickly called someone. Manager. Where's the application for access rights to copy? Check in this pile of documents. Sanji watched from the side, feeling impressed. Just as I thought. This is not like the usual cases. A moment later, the male staff placed a stack of papers in front of him, politely stating, this is the permission application. Please head to the administration office and the equipment room to complete the necessary procedures. And you can request to take a test in the skill demonstration room. The two of them looked a bit shocked. So much paperwork. Jummo quickly took charge, holding the papers in hand, instructing him. I will handle this paperwork. You head to the skill demonstration room. Sanji nodded. Yep. Thank you very much. The two then split up. Jummo took the stack of papers to find the administrative staff. On the other side, Sanji had arrived at the skill illustration room, in front of the evaluator. His expression was a bit tense, but he managed to hold it together, a stream of power swirling around him. The white pleasure aura gradually growing stronger. Suddenly, a perfectly sculpted clone appeared right before him, standing there in its birthday suit. Sanji was taken aback, trembling in shock. Although the evaluator said nothing, she subtly pushed up her glasses, her hand covering a smile that was hard to interpret. Feeling like he wanted to dig a hole and disappear, Sanji finished and bolted to another area, where an older engineer with glasses was working on a wristband with a dented welding tool. He squinted closely to examine the wristband. After confirming in his mind, the engineer gave a thumbs up and spoke with a faint smile, requesting the creation of a necklace identical to the one already completed. Now, the clones could enter the hunting zone by scanning their fingerprints. Number 2 stood by, clearly intrigued, as the engineer explained that considering the cloning skill, it was indeed possible to enter and exit various locations at once. The clones could also enter places Sanji had been to before. Grateful, Sanji understood and accepted the wristband. Immediately, the engineer, almost like a fan, clung to the shoulders of clone number 2, his face flushed with excitement. By the way, this skill is really fascinating. As far as I know, it has never been seen before, not just in Korea but worldwide. Sanji awkwardly chuckled, quickly grabbing number 2 to make a run for it. Haha, we are off now. Thanks for the wristband. The engineer sighed in regret, saying there could have been an amazing test. What a shame. Back in the central hall, Sanji happily raised the wristband to share the good news with Junmo. Saying the access permissions were all set, he smiled broadly, congratulating Sanji. Strolling closer, he was accompanied by number 2, who was now equipped with a mask and a discreet hat. Sanji felt at ease. Finally, all preparations for the solo outing were complete. Junmo asked casually if Sanji was planning to head to the arena right away. He replied immediately, of course. That was the plan for today. Afterward, Junmo glanced at clone number 2 and turned back to Sanji, curiously asking why he had the clone wearing such a covered-up mask. Sanji shyly answered, saying it would draw too much attention. The center was still quite crowded, and they were talking in plain sight of people above. The shadowy figure in the background chuckled softly, the sound echoing lightly. He rubbed his neck, amused, pondering who it could be until he realized it was our own Junmo, the head of the association. Suddenly, a voice called out Junmo's name, growing louder, followed by a leap that made the figure behind the glass railing vanish in an instant, like an arrow shooting through the floors. The figure descended straight down to the lobby, a cloud of dust swirling around. As he stood up, he grinned and said, "It has been ages since we met in a place like this." Sanji frowned, recognizing the man. He focused intently, saying, "I did not know you were still working as a laborer." Startled, he thought, the head of the association. Glancing up at several floors, Sanji estimated the height from which the guy had jumped must be several stories up. Junmo was feeling annoyed, a bit so, as he smirked and honestly said, "Hello. What a pleasure." As he Sung burst out laughing, waving his hand, implying what is with all that politeness. He tilted his head slightly, his deep gaze lowering to look at the boy, his voice gravelly. "And who might that be?" Junmo replied. "He is a contractor working with our company." And Sung let out a soft aha, his eyes roving over the boy's figure. realizing he was a contractor, then slowly shifted his gaze down, looking at the ground. He continued, "You must be F. Lister." At this point, the boy's face flushed with embarrassment. His lips pressed tight. Then, like a scene from a play, he acted both roles, dramatically grabbing Jun's face and laughing hard. It is tough being away from home, is not? Jun Mo, who once supervised top-tier contractors C and B, have fallen to this, as he sung threw his head back, laughing maniacally. Unable to believe he was worried about a goofy F. Lister in a sweater, Junmo glared angrily. "Sir," but before he could blow up, Sanji's hand clutched his shoulder, halting him. Enrollment looked at him in confusion, while Ichi-sung wiped away his overly emotional tears. Sarcastically chuckling, Yam-sung revealed his dominating presence, grinding each word through clenched teeth. "Seems like this F. Lister wants to say something to me." Sanji kept smiling nonchalantly, then rubbed his nose and said, "Not all. I am just honored to meet the head of the nation's leading conglomerate." He replied, intrigued. "An F. Lister with some insight. You have got an eye for talent." Then he smirked a little wider. "What I mean is, it is not just that," and Sung raised an eyebrow, and Sanjiu continued, "but also the top exclusive dungeon conglomerate in the country, leading the control of the shooting zones." He smirked. "Good. But you are not even letting Hachi-sung speak. Cutting in, leading in payment ratios. I can't believe the president of that conglomerate is praising me like this," Sanji said brightly. "I am so happy I do not even know what to do." Asi-sung cracked his neck, giving a backhanded compliment. "You have got some guts. I will give you that." Then he laughed softly, suddenly looking sinister. Just then, a voice interrupted from behind Sanju, a dark tone saying, "We should see if your skills can keep up with your bravery. Shall we?" He widened his eyes in shock, but did not have time for anything else. Immediately, someone cut in. Jun Mo. The secretary rushed over, shouting, "Here is..." Asi-sung sighed dramatically. "Oh boy. The troublemaker from my team is here." Leaving Sanju behind, he swept past him, lamenting, "Well, that is all for today." A-sung then looked down at him with a raised eyebrow, asking, "What is your name?" Sanju did not respond and tossed the question back at him. "Why do not you figure it out yourself?" He chuckled, waving goodbye. "This kid is really something. See you next time, Jun Mo." The secretary waited for him, casually reprimanding, "If you keep leaving like this during meetings." Zidu-sung interrupted. I know. My hands are practically growing claws." Time flew, and Sanju and the clone were already in the car, with Jun Mo driving. On the road, he awkwardly opened up. "Thanks for what happened earlier." Sanji chuckled dryly, unable to just stand there and watch. The Jun Mo, lost in thought, quietly asked the question lingering in his mind. "Do you know about my relationship with the Haesung Corporation?" You looked ahead and replied casually, "I'm not stupid. I figured it out by doing a little digging on GM. But there is not much info about it online." That night, Sanji seemed really down and confused. "Why is there nothing about it?" You continued. "While I was investigating, I stumbled upon a rumor about manager Kang Junmo. According to someone in the know, he got kicked out of Haesung. In a post about the Sanjung exhibition, the GM organization was mentioned. And someone said the representative is a former employee of Haesung. The gates of hell are wide open for anyone who signs a contract with GM. Junmo forced a weak smile. So even that incident got posted online. No wonder the Sanjung workers do not want to join us. Sanji recounted how someone in the comments warned never to join GM because they would become targets of Haesung. He hesitated and asked, "But why did you choose our organization?" Sanji smirked, replying nonchalantly, "Because of the payout rates money-wise. It is an 8-2 split. Who would pass that up?" Junmo chuckled helplessly. Number 2 sat quietly in the back. "Well, you also added another perspective to the conversation. Moreover, if anything goes wrong with this photo or this organization that I can handle, I can trust you." Junmo tightened his grip on the steering wheel and softly replied, "Thank you." On the other side, upbeat music echoed through the gym. The hands gripping the barbell lifted it slightly. A few white wraps around the palms stained with blood spots. The person's legs trembled as Junmo pushed himself up, muscles and veins bulging beneath his fit frame. Number 1 was straining to lift the weights, and the manager watched anxiously, nervously biting his nails. A petite girl asked quietly, "I see danger in him already. Will he be okay?" She mumbled, "Even though he does this, it is impressive. But I have tried convincing him to stop, and he does not listen at all." Just then, the sound of a phone ringing caught Number 1's attention, and he quickly set the barbell down, wiping sweat from his brow. He checked a message from Jong Sang-jo. Finish your workout and shower. Meet me in front of the gym at 4. Immediately obeying the order. Number 1 abandoned the workout, tilted his head back, gulped down water, and walked away. The girl let out a relieved sigh. Thinking today's workout should be enough for him, the manager tiredly cradled his face. Oh boy, back at the main body. Jong Sang-ju was surrounded by wriggling red slimes on the ground. In the cave, they were everywhere. And suddenly, with a loud pop, a nearby slime exploded. The hunter, clad in a full protective suit like a ninja, held a hammer still dripping with the slime's red fluid. He then pointed a vacuum hose towards the exploded slime. The tank was getting filled up quickly, and moments later, a teleportation portal opened, and he stepped out. Sang-ju, still in his helmet, exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping sweat off his brow. Junmo quickly checked in. So how's it going? You replied honestly, this gas mask is such a hassle. I feel like I am wearing a whole stack of them just to breathe. He crossed his arms and chuckled. Yeah. Even though the slim hunting zone is pretty safe, hunters usually avoid it. And the loot is not great either. Sang-ju stared blankly at his tattered gloves and muttered. Get it? I do not think I can keep this up for long. You were quick to laugh. It is all about filling the container on your back, and once it is full, you can switch it out in the locker you rented. However, no matter how patient a person is, enduring 6 hours is tough. Then he snapped back to reality. I can't say for sure, but I have heard you can last longer if you have a good mask and high-quality gear. For example, a brand new gas mask and a cooling suit. Sang-ju cut it. I am pretty sure I would not even last 2 hours, let alone. Then Sang-ju pointed at the person next to him. He called out. But what about number 2? Number 2 sounded like a thunderclap. In an instant, a gas mask flew straight into number 2's face. The straps tightened quickly, and protective gear was put on. Sang-ju watched number 2 step into the hunting zone like a scene from a Korean movie, under the sunset. While Junmo just shook his head and wished him luck after sending him off. You immediately stashed the poster away and turned to suggest the next destination. Let us hit the area for horned rabbits. Junmo agreed. All right, but it is crowded with hunters. Sang-ju cheerfully replied. Number 1 is right here. But there is nothing over there. You suddenly remembered. You had not picked up the guy from the gym. Over there. Number 1 had been waiting outside the gym for a while now, looking completely dazed. He was still standing there, waiting, when suddenly the sound of screeching brakes echoed. Sang-ju poked his head out of the passenger seat, calling number 1 to get in, and off they went. It was already getting late, and Director Junmo's car was still rolling down the road. Inside the car, Junmo suddenly asked you, so you call your clones number 1 and number 2? Sang-ju chuckled with a hint of resignation. Well, they are basically identical, so if I gave them cool names, it would just get confusing. In the back, number 1 quietly changed his hat and put on the mask that number 2 was using. He found that reasonable. Confirming, well, they are clones after all, so their names do not matter much. What counts is your skills. Yeah. And just to add a bit of doubt, I heard people use guns to hunt those horned rabbits. Junmo confirmed. That is right. Sang-ju smirked. So should I prepare some gear? Like a gun or something? He recalled and immediately reassured. You do not need to worry. You can use your own gear just fine, but you can also rent them from the hunting grounds. Of course. In addition, Junmo offered a bit of advice. But it is best to prepare your own gear in the future, because the gear you rent can only be used in that zone. They do it for easier retrieval. Suddenly, a cacophony of mixed sounds interrupted the conversation in the car, and Sanji got drawn in. You are curious about that noise. He chuckled dryly. It is finally here. A heavily militarized area. The Ujangzhen zone. At the gate, 2 serious-looking special forces stood guard. Nearby, there were traffic controllers along with soldiers armed with live weapons. Sanji stepped out of the car, and the scale of the place took his breath away. This place is massive. Nothing like the slim zones, Junmo replied. That is right. This is the famous Ujangzhen zone where the monster break takes place. He pondered. Monster break. I have heard of that before. The black portal radiated powerful energy. Essentially, it does not connect to the outside world. Inside that portal, countless bizarre monster creatures await, targets for the hunters to take down. Therefore, most of the hunts happened after the hunters entered the gate. However, massive serpents or demon crickets sometimes managed to slip out of the gate in certain cases. A monster broke through the gate, destroying its surroundings, and that area gradually turned into a hunting ground, amid the ruins, with monsters crawling all over the ground. The gate above continued to absorb the flow of energy. People often referred to it as the monster break. Junmo recounted. 5 years ago, when the monster break occurred. Most high-level beasts were wiped out. What remained were only E and F rank beasts. So hunters valued this place as a rich hunting ground. Yet, he felt a bit annoyed by the noise buzzing around him. Was not anyone else bothered by this racket? He did not reply. And the two of them casually walked through the base's entrance. Inside the main hall, 4 large screens displayed various monitoring grids. With a sparse number of figures below, Jomo pointed at a weapons stall, where he could rent gear. With a loud thud, a heavy wooden box fell before them, filled with rifles, night vision goggles, earplugs, around 400 rounds of ammo, and even a map of the hunting ground. The rental guy held a rifle, his tone indifferent. That'll be 70,001. Sanji sighed, pulling out his wallet. Feeling miserable. This is insane. He quickly slung his backpack over his shoulder. Jomo helplessly explained. Most of the costs come from the ammo. But of course, if he successfully hunted a unicorn rabbit, it would not be a problem. Saying that, he gestured ahead, his tone friendly. The price of a unicorn rabbit is about the same as a batch of Slim Essence. Jomo led the way up the escalator, looking at the map in his hand. Our spot is on the 3rd floor of the pressure building. Sanji chuckled lightly. Even in the hunting ground, there are subdivisions. Moments later, they reached a door, and Jomo turned back, waiting for him. Here we are. As soon as they pushed the door open, a barrage of gunfire erupted, almost piercing their eardrums. He instinctively covered his ears, while Sanji was visibly startled, nearly jumping out of his skin. After taking a few steps, they found some hunters leaning on the railing, taking shots. One guy gripped a cigarette tightly in his mouth, muttering angrily. Missed again. Damn it. Others were nonchalantly watching a unicorn rabbit hanging in front of their guns. Next to it was a bucket full of rabbit carcasses, and Sanji stared in stunned amazement. Jomo quickly guided him. Stand at spot number 4. This should be it. He stepped forward, ready to unpack, and Jomo casually asked, do you feel confident in your shooting skills? Sanji adjusted the rifle and confidently laughed. Haha. Do you think I am just anyone? He took aim with the gun, bragging. I only missed 3 shots during the shooting test for the hunter exam. Jomo could not believe his eyes. He was totally flabbergasted. How could he miss 3 shots at such a close target? Sanji, brimming with confidence, smirked and said, I almost feel bad for those one-horned bunnies. But then, with his earphones on, he proclaimed loudly, those little cuties won't escape the crosshairs of this badass Sanju. Jomo bit his lip, gripping his hands tightly as he felt lucky that everyone here was wearing earphones. Through the scope, Sanji quickly spotted the shadow of a one-horned rabbit. He shouted in panic. See what? Jomo was shocked. You found one that fast. He slowly lined up his shot, aiming directly at the rabbit's head, his finger twitching on the trigger. The moment was right. Bam. The loud bang echoed, and the hot shell casing fell to the ground. 3 hours later, the sky above the hunting ground had turned pitch black, with only the flickering light from the tower's windows illuminating the night. Sanji sat there, stunned. Holding his face in disbelief, he could not hit a single bunny. He fell back in disappointment, crying out, how could this happen? Remembering the earlier afternoon, he thought he was doing fine when he was aiming. But suddenly, the rabbit's ears stood up, quivering right after a flash from the tower shot out. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and the one-horned rabbit scampered away, dodging his bullet. Sanji felt defeated just as he fired. They escaped. Even after that guy left, Jomo awkwardly spoke up as it got late, saying, I guess I should head out now. Sanji sighed, looking at the night sky. Feeling lost, he had not even recouped the money he spent on bullets. Should he give up today? Number 1. Sanji called out. Immediately, response came. Yep. He instructed, track those one-horned rabbits and use the piercing gun to collect them for me. Whenever you shoot one, send me a message. If you run out of bullets, just call. After that, Sanji sighed in resignation. Leaving number 1 behind, he trudged away, thinking, I am heading home now. Back in his room, he stared intently at the system panel in front of him, where the mana notification kept repeating, plus 0.001. He tried to console himself. At least number 2 was still doing well in monster hunting. Looking at the stats, his strength went up from 0.709 to 0.732, and his reflexes increased from 0.515 to 0.518. Health rose from 0.663 to 0.679. Stamina from 0.53 to 0.563. Mana from 0.13 to 0.137. And marksmanship from 0.311 to 0.312. Sanji quietly reflected his stats were still increasing. But he recalled the pressure from the guild leader, that suddenly hit him from behind this morning. He closed his eyes and sighed, realizing he had a long road ahead. Exhausted, he stifled a yawn. Sanju imagined the image of that one-horned rabbit haunting him. He thought to himself, going after those bunnies was definitely a mistake. I did not think it would be this hard. He spaced out for a moment, then finally decided to close his eyes and sleep. Mumbling, I hope number 1 catches at least one for the honor. Time passed gently, and Sanju quickly fell into a deep sleep. While he was still dreaming, his phone beside the pillow started glowing. It buzzed continuously, the screen lighting up with message notifications. All of them were from number 1, flooding in with updates, climaxing at 4:31 am. App 9 sends a quick notification. 46 unread messages from number 1. All I can say is, the main guy is totally slacking off. It is a bright and beautiful morning, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily by. Yet, inside Jummo's heart, a storm of thoughts rages. He stares blankly at the sky through the window. Suddenly, his phone buzzes in his pocket, playing a cheerful ringtone. Hello, Meet the organization. How can I help you? A voice on the other end chimes in. Is this the organization with the Sanji worker? That is right. Is not? Jummo replies. Yep. That is correct, the caller urges. I am the manager at the Sand Slim site. Please hurry over to help me out. It is becoming a real mess. This leaves him baffled. What on earth does he mean? The urgency in the caller's tone escalates. He has been with me for over 24 hours now, and he is losing his grip. Jummo senses the seriousness of the situation and jumps to his feet. I will get there as fast as I can. Sanji stretches and yawns widely. I slept like a rock last night. The girl wonders. Has number 1 run out of ammo yet? As he opens his phone, he is taken aback. Whoa. His dazed eyes widen in disbelief. Wait, why are there so many messages? The phone's light illuminates Sanju's confused face. Oh no. Jummo is already at the scene. What a shock. There is an overwhelming amount of containers filled with bright red liquid. He is utterly flustered. What the heck? Did he really fill all these containers in just one day? People are gathered around trying to block someone in a protective suit, and in a flash, that red liquid is seeping out from the suit's breathing holes. Jummo quickly raises his phone. But now's not the time to dwell on that. The other side finally answers after 3 rings. Hello, Jummo excitedly says. Sanji the worker. I have got news for you. I am at the Sanjim site, and in just one day, your clone has filled up these containers. I am about to call the monster cleanup crew. I need you to tell number 1 to clear the area. Okay, Sanji responds. That is great to hear. By the way, can you send someone to Yujong-san to clean up too? Jummo thinks he misheard. Wait, what? He looks concerned. I think a pile of black rabbit corpses is blocking the way here. The crowd buzzes. I can't even count how many rabbits there are. This is insane. Someone lifts their camera to film. If I could snag one of those corpses, no one would even notice. All eyes are on the guy in the fully covered mask. Did he take down all these alone? One brave soul steps forward. Your hunting skills are pretty impressive. He hands out a business card from the Bear No Recruitment Team. Team leader Kim Baiwong Such. Here's my card. He politely asks, by the way, have you joined any guild yet? Still, the other party remains silent. Baiwong Such bites his lip. His hands tremble as he tries to stay calm. Come on. It is just that genius types are always strange. Right. Suddenly, laughter erupts behind him. A bunch of Markfest folks cheerfully chime in. No matter how hard we try to talk to him, he does not say a word. Baiwong Sich is truly caught off guard. These recruiters are from big guilds. He quickly regains his composure and starts bragging. But come on. I am sure he has said 1 or 2 words by now, but no one believes it. I told you he did not say a word. Nobody pays attention to someone approaching the main character. Sanji kept going, supplying more bullets for number 1. Just keep going. And if the representative shows up, just let him deal with the pile of rabbit carcasses. This time number 1 spoke up. Got it. Before leaving, Sanji patted number 1 on the shoulder, adding a compliment. Good job. The usually quiet guy suddenly blushed, feeling a bloom of joy inside. Without hesitation, he picked up the gun to reload. The people around him heard the noise and turned. Is he reloading again? Really? They were buzzing. Keep it down and watch how he takes out those rabbits. Do not push me. It looks like he is going for it again. Back in his room, Sanji could not help but marvel at how much the clones could accomplish. He gathered the information. Right now, the clones had hit 50% efficiency, which simply means they could do 50% of what he could do, but something felt off here. He heard a voice calling, "Teacher." But Sanji was lost in thought. Almost like he let the machine do the thinking for him. The clones made decisions without hesitation and with intense concentration. It turned out the clones were performing better than he expected, And then a loud shout interrupted. Teacher. He jumped, dropping his pen. Whoa, what is going on? Heian tilted his head. What were you daydreaming about? Sanji snapped back to reality, handing the paper back. Sorry, I checked it. You did better this time than last time. Heian beamed at that. Really? Someone once told me that if I tried hard enough, I could do anything. She was curious. But what were you thinking about just now? Sanji casually replied. Nothing much. I just passed by the breeding area and thought of something better than I expected. Heian jumped up, her voice squeaking. Breeding area. Are you a breeder? Teacher. Sanji's face was puzzled. Wait, have not I mentioned it before? But I am just new at this. Heian's eyes widened in surprise. I really did not know. She sat down to check her phone. Teacher. Do you know about that breeder? Everyone is talking about him today. Sanji wondered. Who? Heian raised her phone. The breeding master with eagle-like eyes. One word made him spit out his drink. He asked again. Who? Heian replied with admiration. Do you know him? Everyone is going crazy over him on the breeding wiki. This video shows him breeding over 200 rabbits. Just that alone is enough to set a new record. But he did not say a single word. Everyone thinks he looks super cool and mysterious. He has become the hottest topic online these past few days. In the video, countless people were filming and continuously asking the guy on screen. We are from the guild. What is your name? Breeder. Number 1. Who you know? Lowered his hat and quietly replied. Eagle-tooth breeder. Everyone was confused. What is that? Sanji's mouth dropped open as if he had swallowed a whole lemon. She kept focused on her phone and continued. Cool. Right. Teacher. Actually, I want to become a hunter too. Sanji teased. I want to be in a class hunter. Are you awake yet? Let us change the subject, Orion said shyly. I have that license too. But I am a bit scared to go hunting. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. She gently tucked her hair behind her ear. If I score high on the test, will you take me to hunt once? Sanji replied without hesitation. Sure. It is not that hard. But if you manage to score high on this exam, I will take you there. Teacher Aon's face lit up. She eagerly leaned in. Really? Sanji quickly dodged. Yeah. I know a few safe hunting spots too. She playfully extended her pinky. Okay. You promised. Teacher. Sanji let out a frustrated sigh at this childlike girl. He extended his hand, raising his pinky. Ayn giggled, reminding him. Do not change your mind. Do not go back on your word. All right. Now let us get back to studying. You better pass that college entrance exam. Okay. The door swung open. And Heian's mom was washing dishes when she saw someone coming out. She asked Han. Did the teacher teach well? Sanji politely smiled and replied. Yep. It was good. The two chatted softly, unaware that Heian was pressing her ear against the door, listening in as her mom asked again. How's Heian doing in school? Sanji's voice rang out. At first, I was a bit worried. But Heian is really good. You do not need to worry. Her mom chuckled. Oh my. What a sweet little lie. Sanji was getting ready to leave. Still polite. See you on Monday. Madam, Heian's mom insisted, is late. Have dinner before you go. He gently declined. I have to go to this place first. The sound of the door closing. And then there was no more noise. Heian excitedly jumped on her bed, hugging her stuffed bear. I get to learn from him now. Her hand lifted, creating a glowing orb. So he is a hunter. That is why we can talk so easily. Her cheeks flushed. At first I did not like him because he was Dad's acquaintance. But remembering the days spent with Sanji, he is really nice and a great teacher too. Heian recognized Sanji's good qualities. She was overwhelmed with excitement, snapping her fingers to extinguish the light. And he is handsome too. Then she took a deep breath, sitting back at her desk with renewed determination. Time to hit the books again as night fell over the city. Sanji arrived at the meeting point, unsure if the cleanup was finished. And Junmo, who was on lookout, noticed him. He greeted. Hey, Hunter. To which Sanji replied. You are here too. Junmo nodded. Yeah. I had to check on the progress. Where have you been? Sanju politely responded. I was tutoring. After a brief exchange, Junmo could not help but exclaim. I have mobilized the cleanup team across several hunting grounds. But seeing everyone working so hard, it is the first time I have called in so many teams for one-horned rabbits. The stats came in, totaling 352. Sanji marveled. That is a lot of people. Junmo then asked. Did you check the amount I sent? Sanju pulled out his phone. You sent it? Sorry. I did not notice since I did not get a notification. A number caught his eye. 32,720,301. Sanji's eyes widened. He would never seen that much money before. Is it really this much? Junmo chuckled. Your skills seem to be overleveled. So I bumped it up to 83% for E-rank hunters. Sanji scratched his head, quickly accepting. But I am not a rank. Thanks. Suddenly, a growling voice interrupted. Wait. You guys. All eyes turned toward him. A burly guy stormed in, pointing at them. Are you the jerk managing this? He targeted number 1, who was quietly standing by. Sanji leaned back behind Junmo, who stepped forward. Yeah. And who are you? The guy sneered. Is icy? You think I am just some hunter who lost my prey? He yelled for justice, claiming all the one-horned rabbits he aimed for were snatched up by that guy, making this hunt a total waste. It was clear he was here to cause trouble. And Junmo sensed that this was going to get complicated. He leaned in to whisper. Looks like we picked the wrong spot. Sanji was equally shaken. I had no idea someone like that was here. He thought for a moment, then called Junmo. I have an idea. Junmo looked confused. What? This move was seen as disrespectful. What are you two doing? The guy stepped closer. I also have a conscience. Here's 10% of your reward. Suddenly, Sanji burst out laughing, and the guy fumed. What is so funny? Sanji chuckled, leaning on number 1. Don't worry. This guy won't be around for a few days. He casually said the name and nudged Junmo. Manager. The guy shouted. I am not done talking. Where do you think you are going? You jerk. Junmo was still processing what was happening, but Sanji shrugged. Just heading to a nearby cafe. The guy could not hold back his anger. He raised his fist. Don't ignore me. Sanji seized the opportunity. Number 1. So number 1 charged forward. Sanji zipped away like a feather, bouncing off things and finally crashing into a wall. Number 1 was left in pain, blood pouring from his mouth. The guy panicked. Wait. I did not hit that hard. Sanji jumped into the scene, camera in hand. Oh man, this is brutal. He purposely spoke loudly. If everyone finds out about this violence at the sacred hunting grounds, they won't let it slide. The Junmo, looking confused, joined in. Yeah. Right. The guy instantly felt the weight of everyone's stares. No way. Sanji kept fueling the fire. Oh boy. It would be terrible if this video got posted on the hunter's website. Our star is getting attacked. The guy's face went pale as Sanji moved in closer, showing him the footage. Right, you think you can just smile and play mind games, and we will just let you walk away. That guy gritted his teeth, damn it. And just like that, the 3 of us left without a scratch. Sitting at a roadside cafe, Sanji listened to Junmo's explanation. So you have heard of the Hisung Association? Right. Yeah. I figured that the guy I saw earlier was a member of the Hisung Association. It is pretty big, so they have all kinds of people. But I am curious, how did you know he was from that group? He even reminded me. Yep. Please call all your reaping team. We will need a lot this time. Junmo recounted in a low voice. As soon as I stepped into the hunting grounds, he was already staring at me. This could be a revenge plan. He hesitated, then realized. Yep. It is from the Hisung Association. Right. Junmo sighed. Exactly. They probably think your clone is just another hunter who signed a contract with us. In the past, hunters from Yem Agency face similar situations. It is a bit embarrassing, but they often do not extend their contracts and just leave. Right now, there are only a few top-tier hunters left, including you. His expression turned serious and a bit anxious. And I can promise anything about stopping the Hisung Association. Sanji spoke up, his tone confident. Boss, do not try to change my mind. I know what is at stake, and I am still, and do not worry about me. Your bold words left the manager frozen. Of course. Sanji insisted. I won't let those jerks push us around like that. So what I am saying is I have a plan to get stronger. Fast, you quickly explained. And Junmo listened intently from start to finish, the atmosphere cozy and harmonious. Finally, Sanji summed it up. What do you think? Junmo's expression was like he had just discovered a new horizon. I never thought of it that way. He opened his schedule. So how about tomorrow at 2 p.m.? Sanji did not hesitate. Sounds good. The two of them discussed. And for the location, you decided let us meet at the Hunter Market. The Hunter Market, where a building glows with rainbow colors. Weapons, armor, and various gear for hunters have always been in high demand from the start. But a type of general store has entered the hunter industry and taken a key position. Because of that, all types of equipment hunters need are always available. The sleek black armor on display. The vendor proudly introduced the product. This is a suit made from titanium. It will definitely provide absolute protection against all A-rank monsters. What do you think? Sanji felt the armor on him. It was really comfortable and super light. I like this one. Placing his hand on his hip. And what about the weapon? You were satisfied with the sharp dagger. I will practice my shooting skills better later. So this should be enough for now. You asked the shopkeeper. Can you get me 2 more suits like the one I am wearing? He agreed right away. Sure thing. No problem. Your armor was packed into 2 black suitcases. Junmo started a conversation. You mentioned you need skills too. Right. That is right. Junmo double checks. So the skill you are looking for is the close range skill. Right. Sanji glances around. Yeah. But I am not sure if we can find it here. They arrive at a fancy store. Let us check this place out. They stop in front of a green crystal globe, filled with a bunch of other crystal orbs inside. However, he is only interested in that one globe. There it is. He glances down. The name of the close-range skill. The description states this skill allows the summoner to share their vision and senses with their summoned pets and clones, attached to a staggering price. 129,890,000 coins. Sanji's eyes suddenly start to water. He forces a flattering smile. Hey manager. I think it is time to build our relationship. Junmo is stunned. So you want me to front you the cash? Right. He wipes away a tear and pulls out his phone. Alright. I am not sure if I can do this. But I think I can still lend you 50 million coins right now. Sanji feels a bit awkward. Thanks a lot. I think I can cover the rest with installments. He reassures. Do not worry too much. If everything goes as planned, we will get that money back in no time. The huge amount of coins suddenly flows into a crystal globe. He opens the instruction manual. Let us pour mana into the skill globe. For those who can T-control mana. Just activate the globe while keeping it in contact with your body. He follows the steps cautiously. This button is the power switch. But I do not know how to control mana. His other hand hovers over the globe. He hesitates and places his hand on it, eyes tightly shut. He presses the switch. The globe then shines brilliantly, its light engulfing the entire room. A notification pops up after a few seconds. The close-range skill has been created. Information on the active close-range skill level IV. 1 shares senses with the chosen clone. Sanji is taken aback by this change. Everything feels like a dream. The globe has vanished. He clenches his fist. Great. Now the new skill is ready. He steadies himself and stands up. Number 1 and number 2. Come here, approaching lightly. He looks at the 2 perfectly equipped people. Nodding. Good job. He is excited for the upcoming trip. Reflecting back then, Sanji had suggested, so as I said, I have an idea to help us get stronger really fast. What do you think about the results from the last hunt? Manager. Junmo enthusiastically agrees. What do I think? Of course. It is absolutely amazing. I never dared to expect results like that. He also exclaims, yeah, we never imagined this outcome. The endurance. The stamina. My clones' reaction times only have half the stats I do. But they managed to take down over 300 one-horned rabbits. Well, I did not catch a single one. And then there is what just happened. I ordered him to take the punch from that hunter and act as pitiful as possible. But it is still not easy to perfectly time and calmly expose yourself to that guy's fist. Sanji draws a conclusion. I think if number 1 wanted to hit that guy, he could totally do it. Junmo can imagine. So what you are saying is, even though the clones have low stats, they have excellent body control. He excitedly gives a thumbs up. Exactly. And I want to leverage this strength. How so? You explain. First we need 2 locations. You are my training dummy for mastering both ranged and close combat skills. The plan kicks off now. Wait. Are you here to sign up? You came to practice shooting and for target practice. I will get everything ready in a jiffy. 2 clones are sent to 2 different locations. And of course, I am going to push these clones to their absolute limits with some intense training. These trainers have never seen demands like this before jumping straight into sparring. You want a pistol for close combat? You better be ready to hear the bang. The close combat trainer still can't believe it. Like this. You need to focus on hitting the stick until your opponent drops it. Even if you are a pro fighter, sparring is a must. Right. You better be ready. Even the long-range trainer keeps asking. Are you really going to shoot at that moving target? Shooting at a flying disc is way harder than hitting that stationary target. The clone's determination is solid, yes. Army. The trainer can only warn them. Get set. This is a real gun, not some fake prop for practice. Their eyes are filled with apprehension. All right. Gear up. Gear up with a loud shout. They begin. The sparring match kicks off. Close combat is a piece of cake. But long-range accuracy is on a whole new level. Both trainers are utterly shocked at that moment. Sanji expressed his need. I need close combat skills. Junmo was a bit surprised. Close combat skills. Is that the ability to share your vision with your clone? What do you plan to do with that? Are you laughing and explaining it? It is not just about vision. It is about all the senses too. Connecting smells, sensations, and other feelings is crucial. Just imagine me using this skill while the clones are in a sparring match or shooting practice. Sanji goes into action, takes a deep breath, and thinks to himself, activate close combat skills. Instantly, it feels like he is submerged in a calm sea. The deeper he goes, the darker it gets. He self-hypnotizes. I can experience everything. At this moment, he connects with his close combat clone, and the fierce opponent charges in, closing the distance in the sparring match. He dodges the stick, adjusting his angles and maintaining his balance. Every movement unfolds in real time. He raises the stick, muscles tensing, feeling the surge of power. Simultaneously, Sanji connects with the long-range clone. Sensing his breathing as he practices shooting, he focuses on the target and aligns his aim. The gunfire ringing out as a bullet is unleashed. The target is locked in, controlling the recoil of the gun and all the other factors. The target shatters into pieces, every movement of the clone precise. His long lashes flutter, and he slowly opens his eyes. He has never felt this light before. He can feel everything. Sanji tries the skill again, satisfied as he senses the power in his hands. A newfound awareness. Everything happening with the clone. His elbow just grazing past the opponent. The smell of gunpowder. The recoil from firing. The fatigue from training. His hands are buzzing. Sanji feels like a puppet. Even though he is not moving a muscle, it is all his clone doing the work. Yet, all those sensations translate back to his body as if they were real. He is thrilled with this new skill of feeling so genuine. It imprints deeply in his subconscious, and the system interface pops up. Sanji stretched and relaxed, thinking, all right, today I have learned some real combat and shooting. I wonder who number one is up against. Let us see if I can connect. He closed his eyes, activated his skill, and his subconscious slipped out of his body in the blink of an eye. He was transported to the training room, where number one was fighting someone. It was the local coach, and Sanji felt a bit uneasy. This guy looked pretty strong. The people in the room seemed surprised as well. Is the coach really fighting him today? That kid's pretty tough. Both fighters took defensive stances. Eyes locked on each other. The strike happened in an instant. A stick flew through the air, and it looked like the coach was on the back foot. His face showed signs of struggle, and his attacks seemed basic, as if he had never learned stick fighting before. Number one easily dodged the coach's strikes, while his own defense was incredibly solid. None of the coach's attacks got through. He swung his stick again, and number one quickly tensed his arm to block with a cold, calculating gaze. He channeled his force into the stick and launched a barrage of strikes. The coach was taken aback. Was he really using that move he had just taught him? He gritted his teeth, contemplating his next move. He swung again, but missed number one, prompting gasps from the audience. He blocked it. Number one seized the opportunity, thrusting the stick forward in a strike that nearly hit its mark. Even though the coach managed to block it, he still felt the impact. Suddenly, his back hit the wall, and at that moment, number one jumped in. The coach smirked mysteriously and performed a backflip. Number one and Sanji were caught off guard by this move. The coach landed hard on the floor, and number one's stick was knocked away with a powerful strike. The crowd cheered, but the coach was no pushover. This was an evenly matched battle. Sanji was on the edge of his seat. The coach was pumped up, enjoying the thrill of the fight. Do you want to keep going? He asked. Sanji was worried. Number one, are you okay? But number one did not reply. His body was already in motion, jumping onto the coach's head. Everyone's jaws dropped, and even the coach was shocked. Sanji was stunned too. Are we really going back into battle? Number one finished his performance and landed lightly on the ground. Turns out, he picked up the stick again. Let us go for round two. The coach smiled brightly. All right then. Sanji nodded, feeling good about it, and switched over to number two. Winking out as he merged into number two, the sound of shattering glass rang out. A boastful blonde guy was showing off. Hey, did you all see that? A girl clapped in admiration. You are so cool. Sanji's expression darkened. He remained silent, just watching. Then he realized number two was shooting at the frisbee from the other side too. His heart raced. Time to focus on the trajectory. The guy across was bragging. Hey bro, load me up with more ammo so I can show off for the girls over here. The atmosphere seemed to hush, with the target frisbee hanging in midair. Number two raised his gun, his upper body steady. He stood firm, not moving, eyes locked on the frisbee. As it came into his sights, he squeezed the trigger. The frisbee shattered into pieces, gunpowder scattering gently. He nodded. Got it. I will remember this. He absorbed every tiny detail, his focus unwavering, just like the clone he had practiced with. Time flew by like a dog racing through a field, And by the time Sanji returned to his main body, it was, you dream of waking up. You shake off the sleep, hopping between two identities. And it is exhausting. Suddenly, your vision starts to sway. You clutch your face. Feeling dizzy. You need to take a break. Sitting down, you start to regain your grip on reality. Sanji reflects. The movements of the first and second versions are really impressive. Maybe it is because they do not know fear and are just focused. Consider it a bit of experience. Next time, I will try practicing. In the golden space, the sound of footsteps approaches. A familiar figure notices you. Their voice breaking through. Teacher. Sanji wakes up. Looking lively. You are a bit surprised. Asking, what are you doing here so late? She beams like a flower. I just got back from the library. You tease. Come on. You are not fooling anyone. You must have just come back from hanging out. Right. I am serious. She pouts. But they do not know that a group of thugs has been watching from afar. And one of them sneers, a big, puffing on a cigarette, with a menacing look at him. After a few rings, the voice on the other end growls. So you just let it slide like that? I just wanted to scare him a bit. But someone recorded it. And the guy on the other end sounds aggressive. What? Did you get that on video? The sound of laughter echoes, leaving him stunned. I will handle that myself. The other guy interrupts. Forget it. Do not say anything else and stay away from the Urang area. No matter what happens. You are not involved with the Huv Sung group. Got it. You are just some punk from a corner shop. He sneers before hanging up. Gapsu's face turns red with anger. And he throws his phone against the wall. Damn it. He is stumping around in a rage. Do you even know who you are talking to? You piece of trash. Just then, a voice breaks in. What is wrong with you now? A fat guy with a sly look approaches. Long time no see. Gapsu recognizes him. Hey. Guvn? His squinty eyes can be mistaken. What is? After listening for a while, he bursts out laughing, scattering some ashes. So you just let it slide. People passing by see you and just take a detour. Gunan Sioka's mocking expression says it all. I knew you would get hyped joining that #1 group. Gapsu hangs his head like a dog. Man. Do you need anything from me? The group said to stay away from the Udang area. Guan Siok chuckles. This guy is straightforward. Hey. Trang 1. Do you need him for anything? The other person casually replies. I have got a few part-time gigs here. Gapsu. Feeling down. Notices a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. It is Sanju chatting with Heian. Gapsu immediately spills. That is the jerk who filmed you. Guen Saok looks over. Seeming skeptical. Are you sure? Gapsu. Frustrated. Is ready to charge over. I am certain. Guen Siok chuckles softly. Calm down. They move closer. Guen Siok's chubby face relaxes. You mean that dude? Turning back to Sanju, Heian asks curiously. Hey. What are you doing here? You make an excuse. Just getting a little exercise. A voice cuts in. Hey. I heard your little brother owes my uncle money. The three of Guen Siok approach. Looking menacing, Heian felt a chill run down his spine. He squinted, trying to make sense of it all, but he was at a loss. Yet, he could not help but notice the grim face of the guy behind him. He whispered to himself, #1 and #2, as Sanju stood up, blocking Heian. What is going on? The guy's eyebrows were knitted tightly together. The guy roared. Don't play innocent. He suddenly raised his hand, ready to attack. His face looked mild-mannered, but his voice dripped with an iron threat. I heard you have a video of my little bro going wild. Delete it, and we will back off quietly. Sanju pulls out his phone. If I delete it, will you let me go? Gapsu gets anxious. June is still calm. That is right. I do not like keeping things quiet either. Halfway through, Sanji stops dead in his tracks. But what guarantees your words? That hit him right in the dark spot of his heart. This guy, he squints his eyes. You are pretty sharp, are not you? You are right. How could I just let you off the hook? But you are not smart enough to delete the video right after filming it. Are you? You whisper a signal to Tuan, finding the right moment to make a run for it. Then you tell the thugs. Of course it makes a difference. Sanji gets into a defensive stance. Never thought I would get tangled up in trouble this early. Because he is confident enough to say, I will take you all down. June laughs like a wolf in heat. Real confidence there. He orders his 2 goons. Give him a few hits. Gapsu lunges forward. And soon you will be begging me to let you delete it. Sanji dodges with skill. But still, the 2 are just too much for him. He can't react in time to Gapsu's kick. Pain shoots through him as he stumbles backward. And his opponent does not give him a second to breathe. The 2 Uncanti sit still, yelling. Teacher. All they see is Sanju sprawling out. He feels the pain. It hurts for real. At this moment, the two step up, conjuring a sphere of light in their palms with a hesitant yet brave voice. You guys need to back off. Sanju does not want things to escalate like this. Tuan. And then he hesitates because the bodies of the Tuan are trembling with fear. Gafsu's expression hardens. How are you awake? Old man, damn it. June smacks their heads to snap them out of it. You losers are scared of a schoolgirl. He turns to the Tuan. Or what? He taunts. What are you planning to do to us? The Tuan raise the sphere of light. I am telling you to stay back. June pretends not to hear. He moves closer. You biting your lip? Ah. She launches the sphere, hitting June right in the face. Smoke rises immediately after. The two goons are in a panic. Dude, the smoke swirls, engulfing his entire body. A mocking voice rings out. The awakened old man has more tricks up his sleeve than a market stall. His tattered shirt reveals tattoos running down his shoulders. He blinks as he approaches the Tuan, so do not get cocky. He raises a hand. You are still too green. Sanji runs into block just as the slap comes crashing down. He is not giving up. Not yet. You bastard. Then he fiercely throws him down. His arm goes slack, and the Tuan look on in confusion. Sanju is still furious. The three of them are holding their faces, looking helpless. Gafsu raises his fist, ready to strike. He narrows his eyes, reminding himself. Darian's memories are flooding back. What I am seeing is not just some random weapon. Sanji watches Gafsu charge at him and analyzes the attack, observing his shoulder. He needs to move quickly to dodge. He was lucky to dodge to the side, throwing a punch that was more than just a swing of his arm. Sanji watched the guy's movements. From his legs to his waist, he analyzed the guy's body meticulously. From waist to hands, Sanju unleashed a powerful punch that sent him flying. Just as he knocked that guy away, another one charged at Sanji. There was no way to dodge this one. He intended to hit me, but Sanju countered with a double strike. The guy was panting heavily. At this point, Sanji was feeling tired too. The old man smirked wickedly. You know how to fight. He put on a menacing look, clearly mocking. Beating up a guy who did not know how to fight made me hesitate. Sanji's body was exhausted, still aching from the previous blow. He scanned the chaotic scene, thinking he could fight back. But if he was still this strong, this was the skill to enhance muscle strength. Sanji clenched his fist, realizing he could not afford to get hit. The guy lunged at him, saying, I'm coming. But Sanji was quicker, punching him in the face. He swung another punch, causing the guy to bleed painfully. The punk. He took advantage of Sanju's moment of inattention to sneak in a hit, but Sanju anticipated it and kept attacking. He had to hit him hard and wear him out. The guy swung his arms back, trying to grab him. What a jerk. Sanji seized the moment to punch up from under his chin. The other guy was sweating profusely. Big bro. He suddenly froze, a bit startled. The guy's body was suddenly drenched in sweat. His muscles were bulking up unusually. The guy was getting all pumped up. Go die. Sanji braced himself, preparing to defend. That was a big one. He had to dodge it. Suddenly, someone grabbed his leg. Sanji looked down in fear. The guy was holding his leg with a sinister grin, his smile twisted into a grimace. Damn it. He threw a strong punch down. Sanji took the hit and it hurt like hell, or he turned back, worried. Sanji slammed against the pole. He clutched his stomach in pain. Sanji gasped for breath. It is hard to breathe. The guy was relishing his victory as he approached. Enjoying yourself. Sanji was still exhausted, drenched in sweat. I have to breathe. Gotta. His eyes narrowed. He kept attacking, leaving Sanji in despair. The terrifying giant demon suddenly appeared. He glared wide-eyed and fell back. Sanji let out a sigh of relief, for he was the one who charged in to help. The other guy clutched his stomach, cursing in anger. You bastard. The two charged together at the same time. You should have run away. Stupid girl. Suddenly, shadows appeared to help. She was still standing there in shock when someone came up. It was Saint. The guy turned back in surprise. What? He suddenly called out. Sanju exclaimed excitedly, finally able to breathe. He was still in shock. Damn it. He still keeps that smile even though his face is drenched in sweat. Sanji clings to the pole, running upward. He smiles at him. Thanks for this real-life test. Then Sanju kicks hard, sending his mind spinning. He gasps for breath. Learn. He painfully grinds his teeth, nearly losing them all. Gapsu has also been tightly bound. The notification board pops up, showing increased muscle strength, speed, endurance, stamina, temporary enhancement of cloning skills. Cloning level 3. Testing. Using energy to summon clones, the more powerful the skill, the greater the number of clones summoned. The maximum available clones that can be summoned is 3, with a cooldown for resummoning. Currently available for summoning. Cloning skill level 3. testing, family, experimentation. He sees and chuckles softly. Ha! Then Sanji relaxes his body. From a distance, Heian runs over. That is what she got, teacher. It is getting dark. He wonders. Why are not you running while you have the time? Heian answers cleverly. I did not think that is what you meant. Teacher, if I was not there to help you. Then Sanju is a bit confused. That is true. But that is too dangerous. Her face turns bright red. I was really surprised. I did not expect that rookie carpenter to be your clone. Suddenly, Heian realizes. Ujongsan Mountain. He coughs a few times to remind her. Don't go running around talking about that. Okay, she looks puzzled. What is wrong? Don't you want to be famous? Sanju emphasizes again. This could happen again. And it is dangerous. She turns around and nods. I understand now. I want to spill anything. Sanji looks up to ask. This is your home. Right. Heian confirms with a hint of regret. Yep. Are we there already? He still does not forget to ask. Is your hand okay? Can you hold a pen with that hand? She turns back. Very excited. I still have my left hand. So it is all good. Heian takes the opportunity to suggest. If your student got hurt like that, why do not you reduce the amount of homework? Sanji innocently replies. Didn't you finish it all in self-study? She feels disappointed. You remember these things too well. Teacher. Suddenly, he calls out. Heian. Sanji feels shy. Thank you. He scratches his neck. Praising her. I think I won because you helped me stop him. That is right. You played a big role today, she suggests. I think you should thank me when we sit down to eat some meat. Not while our stomachs are empty. He sighs in agreement. I understand. There is no other way. All right, I will buy you some. She happily responds. All right. I promise. Heian says goodbye. I am going inside now. He smiles. Guessing. I am sure you will eat a lot. Sanji leaves feeling satisfied. Then he suddenly stops. Sanji feels something's off. Why are you guys following me? You guys need to work hard. They stop and report back. It is getting late. All the shooting ranges are closed. He bends down to pick up a branch. Sanji hands it to them and suggests. You can work in the park. A month later. Under a starry night sky in a bustling city. Yep. The hunter in Sanju. Jumo's eyes widen as he answers the phone. How's the plan going? The voice on the other end replies. It is a huge success. Over here. He is wide-eyed. Watching two clones in armor looking around. Left hand fiddles with something green. Now even I can use a pistol to shoot them. Just keep wearing that for now. Plus, the skill level of the clones has increased, and I have got a third clone. Jumo's eyes widen as he answers the phone. You can work in the park. A month later. Under a starry night sky in a bustling city. Yep. The hunter in Sanju. Jumo's eyes widen as he answers the phone. How's the plan going? Over here. He is wide-eyed. Watching two clones in armor looking around. His left hand fiddles with something green. Now even I can use a pistol to shoot them. Just keep wearing that for now. Plus, the skill level of the clones has increased, and I have got a third clone. Jomo is overjoyed. Congrats. Now you will be able to learn faster. Sanji was excited too. Right. According to the assessment chart, power level went from 0.732 to 1.432. Agility from 0.518 to 1.21. Stamina increased from 0.679 to 1.024. Endurance from 0.563 to 0.894. Magic went from 0.137 to 0.237. Vitality rose from 0.312 to 0.315. The clone enhancement skill jumped from level 3 to level 6. And the percentage applied to current clones is 53%. Sanji saw it smiling brightly and thought, he is going to be surprised when he sees this. He wondered. The average rank has 1.4 points. Right. I want to ask. This might be a bit much. But can I get 3 training fields for tomorrow? Jomo stuttered in surprise. 3. Sanji asked back. Is that really hard? Upon hearing this, he quickly insisted. Come on. Who do you think I am? I will get you those training fields no matter what. He was thrilled. Haha. Our manager is truly reliable. Jomo was eager. When should I schedule it? He explained the plan. I will have them train in the morning. Then take them to the field in the afternoon. He carefully opened his notebook. Got it. See you tomorrow. Sanji said goodbye. Good night. And excitedly turned his chair around. Now then. Today's session is number 1. Number 2. And number 3. Upper body. Lower body. Cardio. Sanji pointed and quickly ordered. Head to the park right now. Make sure you are back before noon. He angrily reminded. Wait. Leave the gun here. Sanji was scrolling online. Planning to hit the monster field. The easy monster ball field. The library museum. And the rookie guide of the library museum. Part 1. Analyze the monster ball's fighting style. Just do that. And you will become a hunter. He carefully observed and noted. From the clones' training, I can see they have learned quite well. Unless moving their bodies is impossible. Otherwise they can replicate and recreate almost everything. Sanji was focused on calculating. So what happens if I study all these types of monsters, and the best ways to hunt them accurately? In the video, a cheerful voice greeted, "Nice to meet my viewers. Today I will explain the fighting style of the monster ball, understand the situation, and then choose the right weapon for rookies. You can easily gather materials like these to fight them." He nodded, feeling the clones could also follow the instructions. On the side of the building, footsteps hurried back. His eyes were sunken. Sanji took note. "Is it already 12 of the clock?" He yawned warily and ordered them. "Come on. Those guys are still full of energy, even after working all day. They are not tired at all. Go shower and eat." Sanji watched the three prepare, ready to test out giant rats, exotic fish, and horned rabbits. I have watched most of the guides for the enhanced monsters. Now I need to check if they actually hunt by following the instructions. He tried to carefully check his calculations. I will go see what is going on and experience hunt to get familiar with the battle, using the skills I know, and then learning about mana during the break. According to Sanju's analysis, the hunting progress in the hunting area. No.1, No.2, checking the situation and gaining real combat experience. No.3, familiar skills. Rest. Mana recovery. Since the familiar skills consume way too much mana, I could not hold out for long during the last attempt. He called to remind me. The manager will arrive soon, and he added, I will be there in 10 minutes. The Jummo. The three of you who are eating got called by him. If you are done, get ready to go. Sanji walked over. The manager is here. Jummo was already waiting. You made it? He looked at them, feeling a bit uneasy. They looked pretty intimidating right now, and his face was showing signs of fatigue. Yeah. Even I am feeling a bit uncomfortable being around them. Sanji kept asking, is the training area ready? Jummo nodded confidently. Of course. I found 3 spots not too far apart. He wrapped up with a few more words. Great. Take care of these guys for me. And then he turned a bit surprised. Are not you coming? Sanji scratched his head. Smiling awkwardly. I plan to join by using my familiar skills. I also need to practice my mana breathing technique. Just take those kids to the hunting area, and let me know if the journey goes smoothly. Jummo nodded in agreement. If that is what you want. Then sure. The car roared to life and drove off. He was excited to get ready. Now it is time for me to do my part. Right. Sanji walked while humming a tune, breathing out slowly. He was super focused, relaxing his body and hunting in on his senses, tuning out the background noise and concentrating on himself. Remembering the feeling when using his skills would be even better. That sound reminded Sanji what it felt like to use skills. Exactly. When using familiar skills in the cloning skill, it feels like energy is radiating from your body. His body gradually changed, breathing in for 10 seconds. Imagining that he was circulating mana within himself, Sanji could clearly sense it. The energy flowing through his body. He took a deep breath, feeling the changes inside him. Suddenly, Sanji's eyes widened in surprise. That power was growing stronger. A notification popped up, gaining the skill of meditation. Meditation. Mindfulness level 1. Reflecting by stabilizing the mind. Mental fatigue will recover slightly. Mana growth rate increases slightly. Mana recovery rate increases slightly. The effects of mana breathing are enhanced. A man stumbled along. Exhausted. No way. Why is that monster here? Damn it. Damn it. The man, with a bloodied face, struggled to take each step. Damn it. This is a dungeon-level pressure pit. We only came here to hunt a few exotic fish. That monster should not be here. It bared its sharp teeth, and the man was incredibly determined. I must report this to the authorities. The closer it got, the more terrified he became. His hands were shaking even more. It was chasing right behind him. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by ear-piercing screams. The car door swung open. Jummo stepped out and introduced. This is the final hunting area, the wastewater treatment plant. He informed them that there were exotic fish here, known for their strong jaws. And no 3 had also stepped out. Jummo reminded him. Be careful. He picked up his phone to text. These 3 are on their way. I need to leave a message. All the clones have arrived. He felt a rush of admiration. A hunter hunting in 3 different places at once now, that is a phenomenal ability. And here he was, stuck in his room. Jummo could foresee it. Based on the results of this hunt, the hunting industry was about to get wild. He was feeling pretty smug. Thinking back to when he got the mana breathing skill at the Sanji household, a true once-in-a-millennium genius. The phone kept buzzing, startling Sanji a bit as he felt the mana and kept hitting his breathing. Careful not to confuse meditation with mana breathing. Were they really different? He was a bit puzzled. guessing it would be hard to get that man a breathing skill. Yet he was overly excited. Sanji checked his phone. The clones must have arrived by now. A message from Jummo. All clones are in place. He felt satisfied. Good. Time to hit the training ground. He closed his eyes again, activating his familiar skill. Striking straight at the monster's den, Sanji gaped in shock. Wah! What the heck is that? Right in front of him was the number 1. He was just out hunting. Sanji wondered a bit. It seemed like there were still no issues. Had the guild really pulled back? A rat-shaped monster charged at him, and Sanji waited in anticipation. Surely he was about to find out. An announcement blared about this creature. The giant rat was one of the most annoying monsters among the lower-tier beasts. The loudspeaker warned that, if you intended to hunt them, forming a team is highly recommended. Wiped his glasses carefully. If you had no choice but to go solo, there were still ways to succeed. The loudspeaker continued. First, since they would charge straight at you, just keep your distance and shoot. The gunfire erupted nonstop. The loudspeaker kept elaborating. And if you could not shoot them all down, and this turned into a close-range fight, it suggested targeting their ribs. A loud sound echoed, and there is something even scarier. But of course, they reproduce like crazy, just like regular rats. He adjusted his glasses. Getting ready. If you had studied well, they would yield a mountain of experience points. The guy reminded him. You think hitting their ribs while they are moving is easy? Don't mess up my video. You always say they are just a mountain of experience points. Number 1 raised his gun. A shot rang out, and the shell flew out. The rat monster let out a screech as it got hit. From what Sanji observed, the clones could hunt just like him, even using his skills. Right now, number 3 was heading straight ahead, and Sanji just noticed that a scorpion monster was approaching number 3. It seemed completely unafraid because they knew many reasons. They hunted without caring about the opponent's level. Number 3's previous attack had successfully taken down the monster, which reassured him that he could experiment with hunting using his familiar skills. At that moment, the system kept announcing, your strength has increased. Your reflexes have increased. Your mana has increased. Your health has increased. Your endurance has increased. Sanji also realized one thing. The more his stats increased, the stronger his spirit would become. Suddenly, the number 3's eyes flashed with light. Sanji was determined. Today, he would wipe out these low-level monsters instantly. Number 3 charged forward, taking down one monster after another. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone was walking slowly, looking at the desolate scene before him. The man wondered, "Hey, why is it so quiet around here today?" The person next to him also noticed something strange. "I do not know. I should have encountered a few by now." Just as he finished speaking, something appeared right in front of them. What the heck is that? The man shined his flashlight in shock. Whoa, there are so many monsters over here. How many do you think there are? Finally, he hurriedly urged. Quick, get to the loot box. The people behind him were buzzing with excitement. Awesome. The sky is beautifully sunny today, warming up the entire forest. Number 3 paused after finishing off the monsters. Phew, everything is going smoothly so far. But then he looked around, feeling like something was missing. Suddenly, it hit Sanji. Oh no. I forgot. This realization left him frozen in place, waiting to gather the bodies of the monsters. Sanji had to take charge. 3. Come back and gather the monster bodies quickly. But number 3 stood still. Sanji urged him. Stop dawdling. Get them all into the loot box. Number 3 was quite nonchalant. But what if someone else gathered the bodies first? Suddenly, Sanji glanced in another direction, and he pointed out, I see alien fish bodies over there. Why do not you gather them? But number 3 retorted. I am not gathering them. Whoever wants them can do it. Sanji was truly annoyed. Wake up. Each one is money. Stop messing around like that. Number 3 had no choice but to agree. Fine. I will gather them. The fish that had just been defeated lay sprawled on the ground, but Sanji realized. Damn it. It was not number 3 who gathered them. Who chopped them up like this? They are all ruined. Yet number 3 casually poked at a fish, surprising Sanji. Then he gently picked it up. This is not alien fish. Do we need to gather it? Only Sanji was left pale with fear. What does that mean? It was horrifying that what number 3 picked up was a severed hand. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention. Sanji immediately warned. There is something over there. This time, number 3 had to get serious and stand up to assess the situation. His gaze shifted to another direction. The fish lying on the ground was missing its entire body. Number 3 was thrown into confusion, thinking about traps and knives, when something sharp zipped past him in the blink of an eye. It severed number 3's arm. The speed was truly astonishing. He was stunned. Too fast. Too hot. What is happening? It hurts. Only a second later did he grit his teeth, feeling the pain in his right arm. Sanji clutched his severely injured arm in agony. It was this pain that jolted him awake in panic. Sanji immediately looked at his arm. It was still intact, but he could not stop shaking. He was so terrified that he felt like he was turning into a lump. Now he could finally piece things together. The connection was severed because of the pain. Just then, Sanji's phone rang. It was definitely not the right time for this. Jomo's voice came through on the other end. Yeah, it is the handyman. Sanji asked about the situation. Wait. Manager, which side is no? 3 at. This question caught him off guard, but he replied, it is the wastewater treatment plant in Incheon. What is going on? Jomo noticed something was off. Sanju had already put on his shoes and quickly reminded him. Get 1 and 2 over there right now. I am on my way. I will explain en route. Jomo immediately complied. All right, I am on my way. What is happening? Sanji seriously revealed. There is a problem. He emphasized. A big. Right now. At no. 3. I am struggling with a severed arm. While in front of me, there is a monster holding a blazing red sword. 3 was gradually fading and collapsing, while that monster stood tall and menacing. At that moment, Sanji had just reached the car, but something made him freeze. He held his breath, sensing something. Standing there like a statue for what felt like ages, Sanji's heart raced. He had lost contact with No. 3. A notification popped up, level 3 clone. Consuming energy to summon a clone that resembles you. Maximum number of clones that can be summoned at once. 3. Energy recovery time. 6 hours and 34 minutes. Sanji was really worried. He still had a long wait before he could use his skills again. The guard saw him and requested, let me see your identity bracelet. After checking, they let him through. You are good to go. At that moment, Sanju silently hoped that the manager had arrived. Just as he wished, he stepped inside and spotted Jummo, the handyman. Sanji felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Manager, you are here. I am really grateful. And thank you for 1 and 2 too. At this point, Jummo finally had a chance to ask, what is going on? Sanji revealed the situation. 3 is gone. And a monster has appeared. It is really strong. Jummo was shocked. Another monster. From what I remember, Sanji told me. Yeah, it has a fish head but also has arms and legs. Simply put, it is a merfolk. Upon receiving this information, Jummo's eyes widened. Then, I need to report this up and temporarily close this area. Jummo emphasized. It is a monster called a merfolk, and its rank is... Even a whole team of A-rank hunters would not be able to defeat it. Sanju nodded in understanding. Got it. Then let us inform security to keep other hunters from entering. Jummo hurriedly turned to leave. All right, then I will. But Sanju interrupted him. Not now. He clearly stated the time. After my clone goes in. This took Jummo by surprise. The hunter, Sanju expressed his feelings. I can just sit and wait, and... He looked Jummo straight in the eye. I want you to trust me. Sanju was absolutely certain. Just like I trust my clone, a notification from the system appeared, and the familiar skill was activated. Immediately, Clone 1 and Clone 2 seemed to be controlled. They began to move deeper inside, and Sanju directed them. First, head to where No. 3 disappeared. Receiving the command, they immediately began searching. Number 2 spotted something and signaled to Number 1. The sharp teeth of the fish creature were bared, and as they located its position, they crouched down to hide. There it was. Number 1 let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness. They had to seize this chance to strike first. Sanju calculated that his stats were on par with a level E hunter. But his clones only had about 53% of those stats. They were barely at level E themselves. However, he noticed that the fish creature was not in its best condition, especially considering the hunting skills of his clones. With that in mind, Sanju believed that with their coordinated effort, they still had a shot. He quickly ordered them to aim for its head. They had to take it down immediately. In an instant, Number 1 and Number 2 opened fire continuously. The fish, completely unprepared, took the hits head-on. Yet, there was not even a scratch, leaving Sanji dumbfounded. Wait! He could not believe it. Bullets had no effect. While Sanju was still in shock, the monster roared back to life. The fish suddenly leaped high into the air, targeting Number 1 and Number 2 as it dove down. And after dodging the attack, Number 1 began to gather momentum. Then, he spun around with a skillful counterattack, and to his surprise, visible wounds appeared on the creature. Sanji was genuinely shocked. A single slash from that sword had done this. The furious monster swung its weapon in retaliation. This blow sent number 1 reeling back in fear. Sanji silently sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Because its massive body would struggle to swing a sword in such a dense forest. This time, the monster swung its sword and severed a tree, wildly thrashing its arms in rage. Sanji was still buzzing with excitement. Ha! Piece of cake. But right after that, he had to bite his tongue. Just kidding. Forget everything I just said. The big tree that was standing tall a moment ago had now toppled down, and the monster still stood defiantly there, taking advantage of its distraction. Number 1 and number 2 charged from behind to attack. They both unleashed their strongest moves. But the end result was deeply disappointing, no effect at all. And instead, they provoked the monster. Sanji felt disheartened. Damn it. If their attacks kept being this useless, how could they take down this formidable beast? But then, a realization struck him. Wait. Those bullets from earlier. Sanji suddenly spotted something crucial. The first bullet had ricocheted, but the next one had inflicted some damage. Could it be? He deduced that if he aimed for the wound again, and just like that, number 1 and number 2 unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the monster. Sanji was taken aback by the sight before him. This was it. He could not contain his excitement. This was a delicious moment. Let us feed it a few more rounds of candy. But before he could celebrate further, the monster swung its fist. Luckily, number 1 and number 2 managed to dodge just in time and fired back at it. Bullet wounds covered the creature's body. Blood dripped down, staining the sword that Sanji held. Suddenly, the sword erupted in flames as the monster lifted its head. Gritting its teeth tightly, its hand waved the flaming sword, catching number 1 off guard and unable to react. And just like that, he took a painful hit. What the hell? But it did not stop there. The monster lashed out at number 1 again, and Sanji could feel the surge of power. It suddenly became stronger, continuing to swing the sword wildly. Sanji's gaze locked onto that blazing object. Could that sword be the cause? It reacted to the monster's blood. From that, he realized one thing. This monster was definitely injured, probably just temporarily stronger. Number 1 regained his momentum and continued to fight, but the monster sent him flying, slamming its rigid head into his stomach. That nearly disconnected number 1 from reality. Right now, the monster's hand was still thrust into his stomach. He knew it would not end easily like this. Number 1's other hand was gripping something sharp, but if it was bloodshed, that was necessary, and he prepared to stab it. Then it was definitely going to be the monster that would die. The needle pierced the monster, making it let out a loud cry of pain, yet its massive hand still swung out in defiance. However, number 1 blocked it with ease, then accelerated to overpower it. Now the monster's eyes were bloodshot from the agony. It charged at number 1 again, punching him in the stomach, while its other hand brandished the flaming sword. This time, number 1 was seriously injured. Meanwhile, the monster continued to roar menacingly. Just as it prepared to strike, number 2 dove in to take the hit for number 1. Then both of them gathered their strength and surged forward. When it attacked number 1, number 2 seized the opportunity and successfully dealt a painful cut. As a result, the monster staggered. Not only that, but it threw its head back in agony. Its body showed signs of collapsing. This time, it lay helplessly on the ground. Finally, Sanji could breathe again. Was it over? Both number 1 and number 2 collapsed. He could barely move anymore. After that, he warily checked his supplies out of ammo. I think that is enough hunting for today. Let us call it quits. Now Sanji needed to do what he had to do. He thought he might just pass out, so he should report to the manager. Long footprints covered the dirt path. Through number 1, Sanji could see the look of shock on his face. Panic surged within him. It is still not dead. He quickly instructed number 2 to follow the trail. At this point, Sanji's smile was wiped away. Oh no. That direction leads to the main gate. Outside, the guard informed. Excuse me. I just received a report of a low-level monster appearing in this area, so the entrance to the field was sealed off. The other person panicked. Wait, so we can get in. The guard reassured him. The field team from the association will be dispatched soon. If there are any updates, we will let you know. The other person was extremely dissatisfied. But I wasted a bunch of time gathering this team. Jumo stayed silent but hoped that Sanji, the field worker, would hurry up. Someone's voice caught Jumo's attention. Quick, gather the forces and notify the commander immediately. The others also had to hurry. Following orders. Right before them, the monster was charging again. Its bizarre mouth wide open, the military urgently commanded. Open fire. Stop that thing. Do not let it get near the gate. The flaming sword in the monster's hand showed no signs of weakening, even though the bullets were constantly firing. It managed to charge all the way to the gate. Just then, number 2 caught up. In his hand, he held a small blade, ready to strike. You unleash all your strength to attack the monster, landing a surprise blow that sends it reeling in pain. Just then, Sanji jumps out from inside. You push yourself to the limit. Giving it everything you have got, Sanji thrusts powerfully at the monster, which lets out a terrifying roar of agony. Meanwhile, Sanji continues to drive the knife into its head. The members of the team stand there, mouths agape in shock. The monster starts to topple backward, and number 2 feels a wave of emotion. Nearly crying. Over here, a man from the association receives a call.
Yep.
We are on site now. He stands straight, alert, scanning the surroundings. After our investigation, we will send you a detailed report right away. Hanging up, he notices a crowd in front of him, wondering what is going on. At their feet, the fish monster lies there, bloodied and battered. The man from the association furrows his brow, looking down in suspicion. This is a merman. A soldier pushes through the crowd to ask him about it. You are from the association. Right. The man from the association looks over at him.
Yep.
That is... What just happened here? The young soldier reports, both panicked and astonished.
Yeah.
Indeed. A D-rank monster has appeared. But a hunter entered the portal before the lockdown and took it down. Hearing that, the man from the association looks on, puzzled. Isn't this an F-rank hunting ground? Why are you saying a D-rank team was here? The soldier confirms it again. It was not a D-rank hunter or a group of hunters. He furrows his brows. The soldier points towards Sanju, explaining, we are still investigating, but from what we know, a F-rank hunter killed the monster along with his clone. He looks at him while deep in thought at F-rank hunter taking down a D-rank monster, then sees the wounds on the monster's body. Every attack targeted those injuries. He must have dealt that damage without any specialized weapons. Meanwhile, Sanji continues chatting with Junmo. The man from the association observes. But is it really possible to shoot accurately at the injury of a moving monster? He watches silently, then he turns to announce. We will go check if there are any more monsters in the portal. Finish the investigation before I get back. The soldier also follows along, shouting, understood. The fish below lies small in a pool of blood, unable to close its eyes before death. The man from the association stands at the gate, sighing, wondering how he should report back to the association, especially if he only says he personally took down a D-rank monster. The system interface keeps displaying notifications. The sprint skill has been activated. Sprint. Shoulder joint unlocked. A bonus buff effect has been added while sprinting. The sharpshooter skill has been established. Sharpshooter passive skill. Increases damage dealt when using firearms. Resurrection state. Unlocked. Resurrection 0.401. Strike skill has been established. Strike. Shoulder joint unlocked. Channel all your power into a single strike once activated. Strength increased. Stamina increased. Endurance increased. Power increased. He wipes the blood off his face, eyes wide in shock. This time, he unlocked so many skills. I was too caught up in the fight to notice. He glances at the 2 injured clones lying on the bench. Could it be that number 1 and number 2 are still alive and have become more powerful? Jummo nervously looks back at them. How are the clones doing? It seems. He explains. They are hurt, but they will need a bit more time to recharge before I can summon them again. And I think letting them recover on their own will boost their power. After that, he looks at him with admiration. But more importantly,
Kid,
you are really impressive. You took down a whole B-rank monster. Hearing that, Sanji just smiles and scratches his head awkwardly. Haha. Saying that feels a bit awkward after asking you to trust me. But honestly, things were super dangerous. He laughs and raises his hands in response. I am serious. I am not joking. He guessed right. I am not joking. He guessed right. I am not joking. I think you could probably take down an E-rank monster all by yourself without breaking a sweat. He reaches out and seriously acknowledges that I guess that is possible since I am progressing pretty quickly. Suddenly, he seems to remember something. Oh right, the short sword. Sanji heads into the crowd, leaving Jummo behind in confusion. The monster earlier had this strange short sword. It even absorbed blood. He looks puzzled. What absorbs blood? Next, he intends to reach down and pick up the blood-soaked sword on the ground to confirm.
Yep.
It went crazy after its eyes turned red. I think it is about to die, which is why it is acting like that. Jummo stands back, rushing to stop him. Wait a minute. I think you should let the clones handle this. What if it is a cursed item? Sanju also hesitates. Looking up at him, his expression is a mix of confusion and worry as he presses. A cursed item. Can he use this then? He then releases his grip and opens his mouth because cursed items are extremely rare. You can gauge their worth based on their effects. Sanju is so happy that he is pinching his cheeks like a crab. Absolutely amazing. Then he turns to him with a question. Alright, then I will have the clones keep them. The cleanup crew will handle the rest. Right, Jummo confirms.
Yeah.
You might get quite a bit of attention because monsters at the highest level come down here. He raises his hand. He can raise his hand because the highest level monsters are consumerish data. Because the highest level monsters are Fleck. Sanji puts his hand in his pocket. Thinking today might be different. He pulls out a gem in his hand. His eyes widen in surprise, thinking it is a low-grade gem. A priceless item, but when he saw the excitement in his eyes, there was a hint of regret. But with him like that, how could I dare to say anything? Sanji stared intently at the gemstone. It is really rare. Must be worth a lot, but Junmo still had to speak up, feeling a bit awkward. He explained. Sorry, but this thing is not worth much. It is an item that boosts stats. But it is rarely used because the side effects are pretty severe. So it is quite cheap. Hearing that, his heart dropped a beat, and he tossed the gemstone aside. Noticing this reaction, Junmo tried to comfort him. But maybe other items will be worth something. Do not be sad. Meanwhile, he was secretly crying. Okay. Thanks. Next, he glanced at the merman and said, Please take care of collecting the remaining items. Thanks a lot, Junmo replied. Yeah. Thanks to you too. On the other side, the door to a room swung open, and he stepped in, followed by number 1 and number 2. He sighed as he pulled off his shirt. Phew, what a long day. The two of them lay exhausted on the bed, while he extended his hand, preparing to summon. First, let us try summoning number 3. You guys just rest. A bright golden light quickly flashed, revealing clone number 3 with a serious expression. He then pulled out a suit and handed it to the clone. Long time no see. Number 3. Here's your gear. Go practice. The clone nodded. Understood. After that, he took off his blood-stained shirt and put on the new outfit while sitting next to the loot box. Now, he opened the lid, revealing the cursed sword inside. Next to it was a low-grade gemstone with no value. Sanji concluded that these were the personal items he had retrieved. Next, he picked up the gemstone and checked its information online. This gemstone has a strength attribute, and its stats appeared. It is a low-tier strength-boosting crystal, capable of enhancing power. The usage method, absorb by activating mana. He understood now. The effect boosts strength by 0.005 permanently. Limitations. Humans can use it. Warning. If overused, the target will eventually turn into a monster. He concluded. So this stone can't be used by humans, but it can work on summoned entities. However, it will turn into a monster. Sanji stroked his chin, his eyes serious as he pondered. Boosting strength by 0.005 is indeed tempting, but the side effects have me worried. He imagined the seriously injured clones and thought. Normally, injuries or emotions on the clones would not affect him, but his eyes widened with concern. But what if they turn into monsters that are not them? He remembered a time when he was a monster in front of Junmo, waving to him and scaring him out of his mind. I am your manager. Immediately, he raised his gun at him. Damn. Turn back right now. Sanji placed the gemstone back on the ground. Just thinking about this made him understand the wilderness point. For now, let us leave it alone. He pulled the sword box closer, staring at it intensely. Next up. This sword. Sanji recalled Junmo's earlier advice. I think you should have the clones handle this. What if it is a cursed item right now? He could not take his eyes off it. Mumbling. We kept it in a box just in case something unexpected happened while bringing it back here. Selling it would be fine since it is worth something. But if I use it before selling, would that still be okay? After all, it has already been used. Next, he turned to the clones lying on the bed and called out. Number 2, give it a try. The guy obediently stood up, and there it was. Number 2 just grabbed the sword from the box, then raised it with a flourish that startled Sanji. The space fell silent, both of them in shock. He muttered, Is that it? Number 2 looked confused, and then he heard a voice. After that, he closed his eyes, trying to grasp the confusion. Was that a voice? The system display lit up. Activating skills. A loud game over echoed in his head right after Sanji resonated, making him bite his lip in shock. Kill. Spill blood for me. Hurry up. Hurry up. Immediately, the system displayed skill cancelled. He clutched his head, lying on the floor, grinding his teeth in pain. Damn. It felt like his eardrums were about to explode. He suspiciously glanced at the sword in number 2's hand. It seemed like if it was not for the blaring sound, the clones would not be affected at all. If I held it directly, I wonder what would happen. No wonder that fish went crazy. Next, he ordered the clone. Just hold it for a bit. He obediently complied. Suddenly, the system frame reminded him, raising resilience stats. He looked at the 2 clones. Number 1 was bandaged and sprawled on the bed, while number 3 lay quietly on the ground, probably resting to help them recover faster. Then he shivered, closing his eyes, still a bit scared. But tomorrow, I have to take them out to train, and with a situation like this. Next, He approached the bed and announced to the two, "Today, we are all meditating together. Unlock your mana breath. Even when I am not here. You should keep meditating." They were exhausted. Lying flat, Sanju closed his eyes, his body glowing with a blue light as he murmured, "Tomorrow morning," and the system display activated meditation mode. The next morning, on the way to school, he announced, "I am heading to school now." Outside, the campus was bustling with people, and he looked down at the long benches along the walkway. As he moved to class, he was lost in joy. It is hard to believe the break is already over. Suddenly, a window popped up before him. It displayed his stats. Strength increased from 1432 to 1456. Reflexes from 1218 to 1231. Health from 1024 to 1045. And sickness stats from 894 to 913. Along with other stats, Sanju could not help but exclaim, "My stats have really shot up, and I did not even let my clones rest." Suddenly, he remembered something, and with tears in his eyes, he thought, "I did not realize I was this lonely. No one even bothers to cheer me on." Then, Sanjia walked into the classroom, and a muscular guy looked up. "Ah." He caught the guy's gaze. "Ah. What a surprise to see you in the same class," he exclaimed. Sanjio's eyes widened. "Wait, you are in this class too?" Then he pulled out a chair and sat next to the guy, who blushed and teased, "I did not know you were such a big deal. I picked this major because I heard the professor is chill and grades generously." Sanju remained unfazed. "I did not know you cared about stuff like that." The guy asked, "Are you still training regularly?" He sat down in his chair. "Of course. Who do you think I am?" The girls looked over at him, amazed. A girl with purple hair turned to the black-haired girl. Puzzled. Is he a senior?" She widened her eyes. "Wasn't he really chubby before?" The girls up there were all staring and whispering. "I barely recognized him. I wonder if we could convince him to join us for a blind date." Seeing this, Zhu crossed his arms and chuckled, whispering, You are pretty famous now." "Ah." He forced a smile, saying, "And they did not even bother to say hi to me." Then he pointed at his own face. "Have I really changed that much?" His friend giggled and replied, "You are joking, right? Have you introduced him to your parents yet? I bet they would not recognize you anymore." Meanwhile, he just shrugged, feeling a little shy. "Well, I am planning to go home in a few days." Zihu crossed his arms and added, "When I saw you on the street, I almost did not recognize you." Next, he raised his hand like he was toasting and suggested, "Oh right. Let us grab a beer after work. Let us invite a few more guys too." But Lung Tung interrupted. "I have got plans already, dude." Hearing this, Ku looked completely shocked and shouted, "What did you just say?" Lung Tung repeated, "I have plans with someone. So I can go with you." His friend raised his finger and complained loudly, "You little traitor. How could you treat me like this? You are going with a girl, are not you? Going to see some hot chick for half an hour." Lung Tang, feeling even more flustered, stood up and waved his hands. "That is not it. Calm down. Okay, I am really sorry. Just explain to the others for me." His friend pointed to two people at the table above, staring at him wide-eyed, and yelled loudly, "Watch your mouth." They heard everything. Sanji looked at them, sweating bullets. "What? You are telling me you and the guy in the car are in this class too?" The two shouted in frustration. "I am going to remember this. All of us will remember this day." A student in the class chimed in. "Seriously? Chill out. The professor is coming." On a bright sunny day, at the Vika Global Hunters Association building, a bunch of staff members were hustling to get their work done. A man stood above, watching the scene of employees working tirelessly. One staff member wearing glasses spoke up. "Oracle has predicted a disaster." The Viki president, a guy named Michael Harris, asked in shock. "About what?" The glasses-wearing guy replied seriously. "A portal will form, and thousands of monsters will pour out from it." Michael Harris frowned. "Have we confirmed the location of the portal, and when it will open?" The guy with glasses answered. "We only know the highest level of monsters, and the portal is likely to open in the next few days." As he announced this, he glanced at a piece of paper, saying, "The most likely location is," then he bluntly stated, "South Korea," as someone rushed by. Wunty, looking anxious, thought to himself, "What is going on? Why is there such a big meeting happening?" Lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone call out, "Wunty." Then Miha crashed into him, leaving him stunned. Wunty fell to the ground after the hard bump, his face twisted in pain as he spoke. "It has been a while. Maha. Maha." Next to was shocked, covering her mouth. "Whoa. Did you hit too hard? A moment later, Miha leans back, saying, something serious must be going on if you are here on a day like this. Miha's title is National Standing Letter Association, leader of the Jolo Association. Wani crosses his arms and replies, I think so too. And this is the leader of the National Standing Letter Association. Canners both walk towards the base. Miha sarcastically remarks, by the way, are you raising a re-rep to flirt with me? That is quite a charm. Wani awkwardly explains. I have just been really busy lately. As the two enter the meeting room, everyone has straightened their seats. An old man widens his eyes upon seeing them walk in, saying, is that you? Wani, Miha sighs. Narrating, that arrogant old man. Wani turns to the door and asks, what is it? The old man sneers. Why are you so cold? At least let me ask a question. Wani replies tiredly, if you are done, I will head back to my seat. But Wani's gaze sharpens when he hears the old man say, Odin's Tower. The old man wears a smug expression. I heard at the heart of one of the Canners Association recently made it there. Two old men stoke the flames. But there have not been any updates in recent days. I can't hold back my curiosity. Any progress? The head of the Second National Standing Association, the Western River Association, Kim Egon chimes in reproachfully. Wait. Enough with that already. The two old men burst into laughter. Did not they say the results were not too good? Sorry. My memory is not what it used to be. Hearing that, Wani's face turns deadly serious, rage igniting within him. Miho stands helplessly beside him. At this moment, Wani was ready to make a move, but the door suddenly creaked open. The sunglasses-wearing bodyguard announced, the chairman of the association has arrived. And in walked a tiny old man with silver hair. It is the chairman of the Korean Hunters Association. Hun. Seeing the commotion in the room, asked, what is going on? Meanwhile, Wani was trying to contain his anger, letting out a deep sigh as he sank into a chair. The others were at a loss for words. Hun was left stunned, clearing his throat. Well, something is definitely up here. Thank you all for waiting at this moment. I am really glad to see you here. First off, I want to thank everyone for responding to our call. Hun's gaze hardened. Recently, our country received a dire warning from the Global Hunters Association. He secretly mocked the situation in his mind, thinking back to Orakiha. Hun read the lines in disbelief. We have received information that a monster gate is about to open, and a wave of terrifying monsters will pour out from there due to the potential presence of rank monsters. We have been asked to collaborate with the strongest associations in the country. A young man with spiky hair interrupted. When and where will this happen? Hun, wide-eyed, replied. Aside from the possibility of it happening domestically, we do not have any specific information. Egon slammed his fist on the table, shouting, you are asking us to protect the whole country, while we do not even know the location of the gate. Hun did not dare to meet his gaze and replied, that is why we are here to discuss this. The only thing we know is that it will happen soon. The attendees at the meeting raised their voices in protest. We do not even have enough hunters to deal with our internal issues. How do you expect us to prevent a disaster without knowing the time and place for all the hunters being sent out? Will you compensate them? Hun scratched his head. About that, Wani suddenly spoke up. Sir, what if we do this, like catching a lifeline? Hun exclaimed, what is it? Leader Park, let us hear it. Wani calmly presented his proposal. Each association should prepare a group of hunters that can be dispatched at any emergency moment, scouting the areas around their locations. And when the disaster strikes, all guilds will concentrate their efforts at that spot. Wani emphasized seriously. No exceptions. This is mandatory. And any failure to comply will be met with severe punishment. Sweat dripped from Measure Hun's forehead as he thought. I think that is a pretty solid idea. Does anyone have any other thoughts? If not, we will decide by a show of hands. The entire assembly raised their hands in unison, thinking, at least we can do this. After all, we have had to patrol the area anyway. Even the blushing girl raised her hand, and the old man with a sly grin nodded in agreement. Hun felt a weight lift off his shoulders. I guess this is the final conclusion then, Hun decided. Then let us proceed according to Leader Park 1 TDS suggestion. Please protect your areas well and maintain a strong cooperative relationship on a day that is neither sunny nor rainy. Sang Yu, with a puzzled expression, thought to himself, time flies on the first day. I really need to get to class. While on his way to class, Sang Yu suddenly stopped, his face full of questions. A guy with slicked back hair, exuding confidence, remarked, seriously, you are my role model. Just give me your number and I will be right there. Heian nervously brushes her hair back. I already said that. I already have a boyfriend, and he won't let go. Please do not do this. We can be friends. Just give me your number, Sang Yu gasped, asking, why are you here? Haeyeon jumps and turns around. Then she immediately spins around. Teacher. My love. You are here too. Sang Yu stares blankly, asking, my love, not wanting Sang Yu to spill the beans. Haeyeon quickly pulls him away. I have been waiting for you. While that other guy stands there scratching his head, clueless about what is going on. As the sun sets on the street, Sang Yu's voice rang out. So that is why he kept pressuring me for your number. Is that why we rushed out? Haeyeon put her hands on her hips and said, I told you, I have a boyfriend. Just then, she blushed bright red and added, well, not really, but you know. Sang Yu was taken aback. Did you say something? He then asked. Right. Why did you ask me to buy meat for you? Aren't you supposed to be in class today? Haeyeon replied. Today is my school's anniversary. Sang Yu suddenly realized. So that is why you are not in your uniform. I thought something was up, Haeyeon said, blooming like a proud white flower. What is wrong? Can't you take your eyes off your usual look? Do you want my number? Sang Yu was fuming, turning into a complete fool. I have had it for a while. You know, no more questions. Sang Yu shoved his hands into his pockets. He pulled out his phone, and the notification pinged. All debts cleared. The payment was sent, and the sender's name lit up. Sang Yu felt a rush of excitement. Did I just score 50 million? Talk about a win, Sang Yu boldly declared. Time to pick out some fancy meat, Haeyeon asked in disbelief. Really? You eat a lot. You know, can you even pay for that? Sang Yu confidently replied. Of course. Let us get some Korean beef, Haeyeon gasped. Isn't that a bit pricey? Sang Yu playfully shot back. Don't worry about the money. At the Korean beef restaurant, the meat sizzled on the grill, and 200 folks were enjoying their feast. Haeyeon shouted joyfully. This looks amazing. Sang Yu was busy grabbing pieces. Exactly. It is delicious. No doubt. Haeyeon looked at the price board and asked, by the way, it must be expensive. Right. Are you sure? Sang Yu assured her. I told you. Do not worry and just eat. I'm only concerned about your hands. Haeyeon glanced at her hands, and Sang Yu called out. Excuse me, can we get more beef? For 4. Please. Suddenly, everyone in the restaurant pulled out their phones to look. The server brought out the beef, and then announcement blared. Ain Rim, daughter of Son Hosa. A disaster warning is being broadcast nationwide. Citizens across the country, please check evacuation sites and prepare emergency supplies like food. Repeat, this is a real situation. The warning continued. This is not a drill. Monsters are everywhere. Everyone stay alert. That announcement kept repeating. A disaster warning is being broadcast nationwide. The announcement loomed over the beef restaurant, its urgent tone echoing from the phone. Residents nationwide, check evacuation locations and prepare emergency essentials like food. Once again, this is a real situation. A scream pierced the air. Sang Yu, stop messing around. Man with glasses, his thin face tense, spoke up. Yeah. There is nothing we can do. He has got it all planned out. What is up with Du still screaming? It is so unfair. How come he gets to mess around with girls while we have to stroll the streets all alone? The guy with glasses replied nonchalantly. We are not even sure if he is really meeting a girl or not. It hit hard like a slap in the face when the whole gang saw Sang Yu dining on beef with a girl. Both of them chatting and laughing together. Witnessing that scene made the guy with glasses boil over with rage. Growling, I will kill him. Du betrayed us. His buzz-cut friend next to him panicked. What is wrong with him? The sound of a beep echoed from the phone in Du's pocket. He stared at it in disbelief. What? The buzz-cut friend supported the glasses-wearing guy, who was still screaming. What trash? The buzz's-cut friend saw Du staring at his phone in a daze and asked. What is it? I am getting notifications too. Du's expression changed. Oh. I think something bad is happening. Comments from people piled up, and most of them were from idiots who had no clue what was about to hit them. To read each comment in despair. Online, people were losing it, but no one at school seemed to say a word. Meanwhile, the guy with glasses kept screaming. I thought you were my friend. The buzz-cut friend hugged the glasses guy tightly and asked. Isn't it too quiet here to say a disaster has happened? Shouldn't there be some kind of warning or something? Just then, Sang Yu walked out of the restaurant, shocked to see his friends waiting outside. Sang Yu greeted them. What is it? Why are you guys here? The three of them seemed awkward, trying to play it cool. The buzz-cut friend spoke up. We were just walking by and saw you eating. Du chimed in. Who is that girl behind you? Your girlfriend. Just hearing the word girlfriend made Du's face light up. Sang Yu quickly denied it. She is my student. I just invited her out for a meal since she helped me before. Sang Yu then introduced. They are my college friends. Sang Yu and Haeyeon politely greeted each other. Haeyeon said, So she is your student. Nice to meet you. Sang Yu handed over a bag of meat, saying, Here. He politely added, We did not finish. So we asked them to pack up what we ordered. You should take it home to eat with your parents then. Unless you plan on heading straight to the shelter. Haeyeon awkwardly replied. Yep. Thank you, teacher. Sang Yu continued. Don't he wander around anymore. Just head straight home. I bet your dad's worried sick. Meanwhile, the two friends looked confused. He really acts like a teacher, Haeyeon shyly said. That is all for today. Is that it? Sang Yu replied. Your dad won't be happy if we are out and about with a disaster warning in effect. The three guys beside them mocked, starting with Du, who said, Stop whining so much. Sang Yu adjusted his glasses and snapped. Seriously? You are being such a baby. Then he shouted. Everyone. Get home right now. The old man immediately turned the group around and said. Yum politely chimed in. See you next time. Teacher. Sang Yu let out a helpless sigh. Seriously? A nasty voice rang out, followed by laughter. From a bunch of drunk people joking around. Sang Yu frowned, thinking to himself, Am I being too sensitive? With sharp eyes, Sang Yu focused intently. Thinking, they are all acting way too normal. He turned to look at his phone. Jun was on the other end calling. The hunter, Sang Yu asked. Have you heard about the disaster? Jun replied. Yeah. I was actually about to call you to talk about it. Sang Yu continued. Do you have any more specific info about the disaster? Jun sounded tired. Not officially. But the association plans to be in this state for at least 3 months. Sang Yu was shocked. 3 months. Isn't that a bit too long? Jun explained. That is because they do not know when or where the portal will appear, but the number of monsters invading will be huge and pretty dangerous. They even mentioned there might be a rank monsters, so if the portal opens in the capital, there will be a lot of casualties. Sang Yu asked loudly. If it is that dangerous, should not the association provide more information and strongly urge everyone to be more careful, like what the association hunters do? Jun explained. The issue is the 3-month deadline. The economy and essential supplies will take a big hit if we keep people from working for that long. And the association will get blamed for the losses. Sang Yu gritted his teeth. That is why the information is so lacking, Jun replied. Right. At least we can say they warn people even if something happens right now. Jun put on his vest and continued talking to Sang Yu. I am heading to the shelter now. The hunting zones are isolated so no one can hunt in this situation. Sang Yu. All right then. I will head home. Take care. Jun replied. You too. As the sun began to set, the small apartment buildings lit up. Sang Yu walked into the house and asked. Number 1. Number 2. How are you guys doing? Number 2, full of energy, replied. While Number 1 weakly chimed in. I am still hanging on. Seeing this, Sang Yu pondered. It seems like Number 2 is almost okay. But Number 1 is not. His injury is pretty serious. Noticing this, Sang Yu pulled up the system panel, which displayed a notification. Resurrection in 3. Cooldown reusable. Currently available. Sang Yu. Alright. Let us revive Number 1. A golden light radiated, and Number 1 was resurrected in black armor. Sang Yu took off his hat and said, Hey, get this new hat off me so I do not mix it up. Sang Yu looked toward the door. Number 3 had arrived too, Sang Yu stated. Well then. He continued, Let us go home. Standing in the elevator, Sang Yu thought, It has been 3 months. Has not it? Then he pressed the elevator button, splitting the bag of beef and announcing, Mom and son are back. Sang Yu's mother looked astonished at the stranger before her. Sang Yu felt a sense of triumph inside. Does Mom really not recognize me? His mother hesitantly asked. Could it be that you are Sang Yu? Sang Yu scratched his head and confirmed. Yep. Me. Your son. Sang Yu, his mother exclaimed. Oh my god. Why are you so skinny? Did you starve? Sang Yu's dad in the house also looked stunned and asked. What? Sang Yu back? Is that really Sang Yu? Sang Yu's little sister shouted. Are you back? Big brother. Hearing this, their dad jumped in surprise. Oh my, Jinu cheerfully exclaimed. You should have found your adorable little sister as soon as you got home. Jinu looked at him in shock. Why are you just standing there like that? Sang Yu was visibly happy to see his sister, while Jinu stood there, puzzled, asking, Who are you? Sang Yu was overwhelmed with emotion, remembering Jai Wang's words. I am sure even your parents would not recognize you, Sang Yu thought to himself. Jaiwan, you are absolutely right. Sang Yu's mother continued. Did you come with friends? Why are they all hiding their faces like that? Sang-gu laughed and said. They are not my friends. Sang Yu turned around and ordered. You guys, take off your masks. When they all pulled off their masks, the three of them were left stunned. Hearts racing, they stammered. Then a loud scream echoed. They look exactly alike. Sang Yu reassured them. I will explain. Soon. The whole family understood. So you mean? That is your skill, Sang Yu politely replied. Yep. That is right. About a month ago I joined the Awakening program. You all know about it. Right. His mother was astonished. I heard that most young people nowadays join. But I did not think you would do it too. Jinwoo slumped over the table. I want to do that too, Sang Yu's dad asked. So you are a hunter too? Sang-gu chuckled awkwardly. Haha. Yep. I did not mean to hide it. But, his mother spoke seriously. Is not that really dangerous? Sang Yu explained immediately. But like everyone else, he saw the skills of that creature. There is no reason for you to be in danger. So everyone stay calm. The copies are taking care of everything for you. Sang Yu suddenly remembered something and exclaimed. Oh right, anyway. There is a disaster warning. We need to get to a safe place. His dad chimed in. Well, your mom and I have already packed some essentials. But let us see how things unfold first. Sang Yu replied. Let us just wait and see. This disaster could strike at any moment. Sang Yu's dad spoke up, saying that he still had to go to work tomorrow. And we can't just pack up and leave the house suddenly. Sang Yu thought to himself. Dad does not realize how serious the situation is since society is still pretty calm. I wish they at least warned us about the monster invasion. Sang Yu helplessly clenched his fists and sighed. Fine, so from today, I will stay here with everyone. Replacing his dad. He asked. Wait, what about school? Sang Yu awkwardly replied. I got information that school is cancelled. And he silently screamed inside. That is actually a lie. Sang Yu thought. If I can convince them, at least I should stay here. Sang Yu. Everyone. Let us have dinner with this. His dad was surprised and asked. What is that? Is it beef? Sang Yu replied. I was eating at the restaurant and had to leave in the middle of my meal because of the disaster warning. His mom, full of concern, said, You must be so hungry. Sweetheart, go grab some side dishes. Jinwoo beside him was super excited. It is Korean beef. Awesome. Sang-gu felt a warm sensation seeing that scene. They should have stopped by earlier. Sang-gu looked toward the group at the table. They should eat too. Right. The copies thought they were going to have a feast, but Sang-gu crushed their dreams, saying, Well, copies can eat, but this is a bit too lavish. Just give them some rice. A hot meal was laid out on the table, with delicious dishes spread out. All three copies looked longingly at the big bowl of white rice in front of them, with the sumptuous feast beside it. Sang-gu, you all must be really hungry. Let us. And thanks for the meal. Jinwoo teased. What if all four of us eat together, and you end up getting fat again? Sang-gu twitched his mouth and said. No way. His mom cheerfully remarked. Anyway, it has been a long time since our family has eaten together like this. Jinwoo replied. Yeah, it is awesome. And Sang-gu felt a bit of warmth from that. He just started to say. Anyway. When a loud explosion echoed, darkness enveloped the space. And his vision began to fade. Sang-gu's eyes blurred even more. He looked around. His head covered in blood. He held his head and stood up. What just happened? He looked around in confusion at the scene before him. A horde of monsters was wreaking havoc on the buildings. Sang-gu wondered. What is going on? A giant monster was screaming wildly amidst the chaos. One opened its mouth wide and spewed out flames. Flames with devastating power, and it had just split an apartment building in half. Sang-gu was left speechless, unable to utter a word. Panicking, Sang-gu looked around and shouted, Dad. Jinwoo. But his whole family lay motionless on the floor. Sang-gu picked up each piece of equipment. Focusing intently. Equipment number 1. He had used his own body to shield his family from the blast. Sang-gu looked across and saw both number 2 and number 3 staring at him. He rushed over to check on them, saying, Number 3. Your hand. Are you alright? Number 3 clenched his fist and replied, I stopped bleeding. Sang-gu felt helpless, resting his head on his hand, thinking, Damn it. Number 1 has vanished. And number 3 is seriously injured. Who knew the portal would open that quickly? Suddenly, his mother stood up, and Sang-gu shouted. The whole family jumped to their feet, and his mother frantically asked, What is wrong? Are you hurt? Sang-gu replied, We need to get out of here fast. His dad looked horrified and exclaimed, Oh my. Our home. Sang-gu reassured everyone. Right now. The house does not matter, Dad. He continued. I think it is because the portal opened. It is dangerous out there. The streets are a wreck. He warned. Monsters are grabbing people left and right. Some are sitting in shock next to loved ones crushed by debris in their cars. One monster with wings snatched a civilian off a rooftop. They all had a bloodthirsty look as they eyed everyone around. By now, Sang-Yu's family had nearly finished packing their things. Sang-Yu asked confusedly, Is my outfit okay? Jin-Yu awkwardly replied, Yeah, but it is a bit loose. Sang-Yu stared thoughtfully, remembering that number 1 had worn it before too. Jin-Yu then asked, Is your clone alright? Sang-Yu reassured him. He is. Do not worry. A monster charged in at lightning speed, and the family recoiled in fear. One green monster lay thrashing around with a bloodied head. Sang-Yu thought to himself, Are monsters falling from the sky? One after another. Monsters kept crashing down endlessly. Sang-Yu contemplated. Is that a portal appearing in the sky? I guess this monster fell because it does not know how to fly. Sang-Yu grabbed his sword, thankful that it made things easier to deal with. The system announced. Skill level increased by 0.001. As the whole family struggled to open the door, Jin-Yu shouted loudly, Why can we get this open? Help me out, bro. Sang-Yu's dad kept hitting the door with a baseball bat, insisting, Come on, it must be jammed. Sang-Yu said as he stepped closer, gripping the bat tightly. Dad. Wait a sec. His dad hesitated but eventually agreed. Okay, fine. Then he took his dad's baseball bat and activated his enhancement skill. His eyes glowed a bright purple as he swung at the door with all his might. Finally, the doorknob broke, and Sang-Yu finished with a super cool roundhouse kick. He declared, as his family stared at him in disbelief. Down in the basement of floor 12, Sang-Yu looked around, puzzled. No way. He fretted. The cars are all wrecked. Regaining his composure, Sang-Yu asked his dad, How far is the nearest safe house? His dad replied, About 2 kilometers away. A gooey mess with red liquid is everywhere. Skeletal remains twisted and moved restlessly, with some lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Sang-Yu gritted his teeth, thinking, Damn it. There are still plenty of monsters falling without a care. Can we really walk 2 kilometers in this mess? Jin-Yu suddenly screamed, Bro, let us use the underground basement. There is a temporary shelter down there. I heard my sister scream, and Sang-Yu jumped, saying, There is something downstairs. Get ready, Sang-Yu. Let us go check it out. A faint voice echoed from afar. Over here, a man was crushed by the earth monster. He cried out, Is anyone there? The man's head was covered in blood. Save me. The monster seemed to sniff out the human presence, opening its mouth wide in surprise as it flipped the stone, pinning the man down, realizing his fate. Tears streamed down his face as he knew he was headed for the afterlife. That monster is a low-level beast named Cho. The terrified man struggled and cried out, Is anyone there? Help me. Seeing him in distress, even Sang-Yu's father felt a pang of compassion and hesitated. His dad warned, Sang-Yu, you need to think this through. This is not the time for us to save someone else. His father spoke while sweating profusely. Let us head down. But inside, Sang-Yu was screaming, Number 3 can T fight anymore, and with only number 2, we can T save him. The man's cries grew louder. Is anyone there? Someone's here. Hearing the increasingly desperate calls made Sang-Yu reflect. I am not a clone. I can T-fuse skills. It is for real. Sang-Yu's heart raced wildly. His thoughts still tangled. But his mother urged him. Sang-Yu, what are you doing? The man's tears flowed freely. A tragic sight. Then he shut his eyes tight as if waiting for death, while Sang-Yu remained lost in thought. After a long moment of contemplation, Sang-Yu spoke up. If you all go down there, remember to close the door tight and wait for me. His mother was shocked. Sang-Yu, Jin-Yu chimed in. Bro, Sang-Yu ordered. Number 2. Follow me. And number 3. Protect our family till the end. Jin-Yu shouted angrily. Are you crazy? Didn't you see what is happening out there? Get down now. Their father turned to Sang-Yu. What are you planning? Sang-Yu smiled. You know I am a hunter. Right. Jin-Yu's voice rose as he saw his brother rush outside. Bro. Sang-Yu's heart kept pushing forward in a situation where monsters were pouring out. A hunter could only do one thing. Sang-Yu charged at the Cho monster and slashed at it. The beast roared in anger, while Sang-Yu kept repeating in his mind, If I am a hunter. The Cho monster let out a deafening roar. Sang-Yu commanded. Number 2. Protect him, Number 2 replied. Yep. In that moment, Sang-Yu thought, Our job is to slay monsters. Right, Sang-Yu provocatively said. Come on. You must. The Cho monster froze, stunned that some punk dared to call it a dog. It felt like the stage lights went out. Come on. It muttered to itself in disbelief. Come on. You must. Number 2 lifted the stone, pinning the man down. Carefully flipping each one up, Sang-Yu asked with concern, Can you still move? The young man felt liberated and thanked him. Thank you so much. The Chu monster, seeing its prey escaping, grew furious and roared. Sangu glanced over. This monster is pretty big, Sangu commanded. Number 2. Draw your weapon. Sangu felt something orange poking out from his pants, and he knew he had to use everything he had. He focused intently on the candy. Cheering himself on this was not the time to be picky. Sangu handed the orange piece to No-Hei, saying, eat this too. No-Hei caught it and quickly took a big bite, munching away eagerly. After eating, the second eye transformed, its iris glowing orange. It let out a howl like a leopard. Sangu was in shock as the second eye morphed into an orange monster with yellow eyes. He asked, you are still on my side, right? The second eye replied. Yep. Sangu thought to himself, that look is no joke. The monster, seeing such a superhero-like transformation, knew it was not on his side. Sangu felt thrilled. Great. Thank goodness I am still okay. The system notification popped up, indicating his power had increased. His power had indeed risen, and the message kept repeating that his strength had increased. Sangu mused that aside from his stats skyrocketing due to duplication, it did not seem to have any other effect. Sangu shouted a challenge. Get ready. The hunt was on as the monster slowly approached him. The massive stone club dragged along the ground, a symbol of its rage, as it swung the club high into the air. Luckily, Sangu managed to dodge just in time. Refusing to stand still, he immediately retaliated. Sangu froze for a moment, stunned by the monster's sheer size. As the creature lunged towards him, the second eye rushed in to deliver a blow. It was as swift as a hunting leopard. Sangu could only watch in awe at its agility. He thought, that sword is amazing. The monster was slashed, spewing black blood in agonizing pain. Not letting up, it charged again, delivering a flurry of blows. Sangu dodged while thinking, thank goodness it is much slower than that merfolk. After a moment, he sprang into action. He swung hard at the monster's head, causing it to lose a few fingers. Sangu stood there, astonished. How can its hand grow back like that? Before he could ponder further, the monster hurled him several meters away. Sangu slid along the ground, struggling to recover. He was injured but impressed, noting its impressive healing ability. Then he thought, but it does not seem that sturdy. I can cut it easily. Sangu gritted his teeth, thinking, but it heals way too fast. His eyes remained glued to the monster. Damn it, if that is the case, dealing damage continuously was going to be impossible. He needed number 2 to find a way to bring it down for a few minutes. Hearing this, he sprang to action, decisively striking the monster. The creature, filled with rage, growled and squealed like a slaughtered pig. Sangu aimed his weapon, knowing that no matter how fast it healed, he could still mess with its vision. The monster continued to be slashed by number 2, but those wounds seemed to mean nothing to it. The monster was now in pain, tears streaming down its face. The wounds from the slashes seemed to have stopped healing, its eyes wide with fear. As Sangu approached, a rapid attack move was activated. He felt ecstatic, thinking, this position is fantastic. After feeling complacent, Sangu unleashed a powerful punch straight into the monster's face. His eyes blazed like fire as he sent the creature flying. And finally, the beast was brought down, boosting his strength even further. Sangu's ears rang with a painful crack, making him grit his teeth. He glanced at his hands, wondering if this was the result of that rapid attack move. But hey, the destruction it caused was worth the aftermath. Sitting in deep thought, Sangu mused that this monster seemed a bit stronger than that merman. He contemplated that maybe the merman was tough, because he was in his own territory. These monsters were still pretty strong even without any special conditions. Sangu straightened up, saying, all right, let us head in. My sister must be worried sick. Sangu looked around in confusion, thinking, where's my phone? It must have fallen out while he was rolling around fighting. Number 2, hand me your phone, number 2 replied. Sure thing. Sangu chuckled to himself, thinking, seriously, at this rate, you are going to get tossed out looking like that. Just then, he looked off into the distance in shock. A group of people was being chased by monsters, screaming, help us, someone save us. Upon seeing this, Sangu rubbed his temples, muttering, what the hell? The once glamorous city was now buried in ruins. Aircraft buzzed overhead, and cars were crushed beneath piles of debris. A massive monster's foot stomped down on one of those cars. It looked like a T-Rex on the hunt, searching for its next meal. It swiftly bit down on a plane flying high above. Someone hurled fire at its head. An unknown figure and a group of superhumans appeared. It was the 9 heroes. A red-haired man shouted loudly, his voice booming, everyone, get ready. Our target is their leader. A bearded man clicked his tongue, declaring boldly, We can't let another guild outshine us. Just one hit from him is worth months of your salary. And that is from the 7 guilds. The furious dinosaur opened its massive jaws wide. It roared louder and louder as the crowd of heroes rushed forward. Explosions echoed around. While the plane hovered in midair, a masked figure spoke up. We have arrived at the destination. Opening the cargo bay. The bay opened. And the guild members stepped out, taking aim at the Caners Guild. One grimaced at the sight of the devastation. Ordering. Everyone. Gear up. Jump. A bird-like monster charged at them like a missile. The plane quickly lowered its systems and fired repeatedly at the red bird. Someone next to him exclaimed, "Dude, the Megalosaurus is about to take off." Wanty continued, "A few guilds are targeting it, and we would be wasting manpower if we do the same. Let us prioritize evacuating survivors first." The plane flew off, leaving the monsters behind. A hunter reveled in snagging a gem from the fallen green beast. Another disgusting guy was so low he took jewelry from a girl who had died. Wanty looked down from above. "Furious. Bunch of scumbags," the pilot announced. "We have spotted a few survivors at 700. Facing north. Please go check their status," Wanty responded. "Understood." A group of hunters down there is surrounded, including Sang-Yu's figure. Wanty thought in shock. That guy is a hunter. He is holding up well. But there are still too many monsters for the two of them to handle. Wanty put on his mask. "I am heading north." "Everyone else." "Got it." Wanty ordered. "Stick with the group and proceed with the rescue." The group replied. "Yep." "Understood." Wanty put on his gear and jumped down. With everyone following suit, Wanty dove down like a hawk, eyes sharp and focused. Sang-Yu, exhausted and gasping, thought to himself, "Damn it. I was planning to head back right after taking down that monster." A crowd of something was rushing towards them. The panicked civilians included a mother tightly hugging her child. Whispering, "Just hang in there a little longer," Sang-Yu ordered. "Get back to the basement of that apartment building. Now." The terrified crowd behind us was also being hunted by monsters. Sang-Yu shouted. "Damn it." Number 2. "Cover them," Number 2 replied. "Got it." A golem leaped toward a civilian, but before it could strike, Number 2 sliced it right in the stomach. Sang-Yu was not holding back either, firing his gun continuously at the monster. Sang-Yu sighed warily, thinking to himself, "I can't keep using my quick attack skill. It is draining my energy." Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted, and a flock of 2-meter-tall birds appeared. Sang-Yu dodged and screamed as that wretched spirit stood back up again. The bird huffed hot air, radiating intense heat. It exhaled a blast of scorching fire, causing Sang-Yu to huddle down from the heat. The bird turned its gaze toward the terrified civilians. Number 2 quickly rushed in front of them. Their screams echoed as Number 2 tried to absorb all the attacks. The force of the attacks was so strong that Number 2 coughed up blood. Sang-Yu braced himself with his stick. He looked on, worried. No way. Number 2. A massive claw descended from the sky. Aiming for the black bird, the claw crushed the black bird that was breathing fire. A giant tiger stomped down on it, showcasing its ferocity. Sang-Yu stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The Gojira monsters panicked and scattered. Number 2 had vanished. Sang-Yu gazed thoughtfully at Number 2's outfit. He collapsed. Sitting on the ground, Sang-Yu sat there, waiting for death. Watching the tiger's claw rush toward him, he stared blankly. This is really the end. A long, ominous hiss echoed. Sang-Yu shut his eyes tight, resigning himself to fate. But after a moment of eerie silence, he opened his eyes. In front of him stood a man blocking the tiger's claws. Just as the tiger was about to reach him, Gunti sliced off its head. The civilians beside them stared with their mouths agape. Ju removed his mask and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Sang-Yu looked confused. "Who are you?" Just as the tiger's head hit the ground, Gunti introduced himself. "I am Park Gunti from the Caners Guild." Inside a sealed basement, the door was tightly shut, not budging at all. Inside, people were sprawled out, injured. The crowd sat in a daze. Damn it. Jinwoo was panicking. "Wait. Lemia, I still need to save my brother." Number 3 clenched his fists. "I won't agree to that." Number 3 stands firm, holding onto Jinwoo's hand. Jinwoo grimaces in pain, thinking to himself, how is he so strong? Jinwoo voices his frustration. "Why are not you out there protecting the original spirit? I love my master's orders more. I will protect my master's family." Sang-Yu's father shouts. "Stop it. Jinwoo." Everyone is in panic. Sang-Yu's mother is crying beside her. "Sang-Yu," Jinwoo asks confused. "Is Dad really worried about something?" "Dad has seen everything happening outside." Sang-Yu's father reassures. "Your brother will be back soon. Just trust him and wait. The outside is even more dangerous now." Sang-Yu's father continues to comfort. "And that guy is your brother's skill. If your brother's shadow is safe, then Dad thinks he is fine too." Jinwoo is filled with worry. "But," Sang-Yu's father encourages. "With the way Sang-Yu broke down that door earlier, Dad is sure your brother is truly a hunter. Just trust your brother a little more. Sang-Yu's father keeps reassuring her. If we go outside now, there is a high chance we will just be a burden to your brother. We should not judge everything emotionally. My dear. Jinwoo gradually relaxes her grip. Okay. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts from the door. The knocking is frantic. Is anyone there? Help me. There is someone out here. Jinwoo looks excited. Could it be Brother Yu? Sang-Yu's father quickly counters. That voice is different from your brother's. A refugee speaks up. That guy is from another building. Sounds like that guy does not know the password. The person next to them chimes in. Should we let him in? The voice outside keeps repeating. Someone help me. Please. The crowd buzzes. Sang-Yu's mother asks, what if he is someone Sang-Yu saved earlier? Sang-Yu's father also speaks up. The security camera is too dark. Jinwoo anxiously says, I will go open the door. Jinwoo thinks to herself, feeling a bit dazed. Someone is standing next to him. I am sure Brother 2 is here too. When the door opens, Jinwoo cheerfully calls out, Brother 2. Suddenly, a man in a mask appears out of nowhere. He hovers in the air, and a monster behind him tears off that person's mask. The monster's voice echoes, help. Help me. Jinwoo stands frozen, stunned. Whoa. The monster tosses the lifeless body of the man aside. The body is shot with a bang. The monster leans in, showing its sharp teeth and a hungry grin. It keeps mimicking the voice, help me. Thank you. That is a level B monster. The screaming firefly. It has been summoned to help the house. Seeing such a huge fake monster, the man in the corner shot a sinister glance. The crowd gasped and screamed, monster. Jinwoo could only stand frozen in place. As the screaming firefly drew closer to Jinwoo, Number 3 rushed in to protect her. He thrust a sharp object straight into the firefly's eyes, but unfortunately, Number 3's weapon was shattered by the screaming firefly, and he got punched right in the face. The blow was so powerful that it sent Number 3 reeling, blood pouring from his mouth as the firefly stabbed straight into his gut. Then, it also stabbed right into the gut of Jinwoo, who had been standing still all this time. Her parents screamed in horror. Jinwoo was bleeding profusely from the stab wound. Her parents yelled loudly. Jinwoo. Number 3 was still struggling to block the attack. He threw something far away, causing it to shatter. The thing made a sound, pinpointing the fatal injury. The device continued to sound off. Emergency isolation in progress. Number 3's feet seemed to radiate a golden energy. It was as if he was charging up his abilities, going berserk towards the firefly. The firefly was slammed against the wall with a tremendous force. The sounds of the struggle echoed continuously. On the other side, Wonti introduced himself. I am Park Wonti from the Kiwon's Association. Wonti fumbled. Sorry for being late. Sang-Gu looked puzzled, thinking to himself, he seems to be the head of the Awakening Project. I never expected him to be this strong. Sang-Yu shook off his daze and raised his hand. You? Thank you for saving my life. Wonti replied. I did not do much. You saved everyone else. You are incredible, Sang-Gu replied, somewhat confused. But I thought I was going to die. Wonti asked. But you did not run away. If you wanted to, you could have bolted ages ago. Sang-Yu scratched his head. Well, how could I run when there are so many people here? The voices of the townspeople chimed in. Conscience is easily shattered in dire situations. You really are something. Thank you. Sang-Gu felt shy, thinking to himself, this is amazing. Wonti looked at Sang-Yu's bashful face, remembering the scene from earlier. Wonti landed with his gear. His gaze was deep and unreadable. He witnessed someone standing in the line of fire. Wonti thought to himself, damn. Wonti's thoughts were still racing. What the hell was that? He suddenly vanished, leaving only his clothes behind. And then, a tiger appeared. Wonti thought, it is a new monster. Then Wonti dove toward that spot, coming back to his senses. Wonti pondered. What was that guy? Maybe he turned into mana. Wonti asked, are you a hunter? Sang-Yu picked up a stick and replied, right. But not for long. Wonti asked, if you are okay, can I know your skills? Sang-Yu froze for a moment. He was deep in thought. Why hide it? Sang-Yu was about to tell. It's my skill. In your subconscious. A connection has snapped. Sang-Yu was filled with panic. Contemplating, I have lost connection with Number 3. No time to waste. Sang-Yu gripped his sword tightly. You run fast. My family is in danger. Wonti stood there, calling out. It is dangerous to go alone. Wonti commanded. Nurse rescue team. Move out. Due to my position, I will get the survivors to safety. A voice came through. This is Team Bravo. We are on our way. Wonti stood in silence, staring at the chaos. He spoke to himself. The gate still was not closed. Meanwhile, Sang-Yu was sprinting as fast as he could. His hands were starting to turn red. His expression was shifting. He activated his sprinting skill. He dashed towards the shelter. A loud explosion echoed from somewhere else. The red-haired man activated his fireball skill, and a fireball exploded, aimed straight at the monster. One of them shouted loudly, we need more firepower. Focus on one point. The monster seemed unscathed and still full of energy. The red-haired man yelled, spread out. Rescue team. Their attack radius is huge. Another person lunged to slash at the monster. He muttered to himself. Damn it, its armor is too thick. My poison can't penetrate. We need to work together. Someone from the back emphasized. Work together. Seriously. Both were itching to fight. The first person asked, Why are you here? The old man replied. I came because I heard there was money to be made here, and you two would not even know. But the monster kept howling. The old man shouted, Absolute power. My mother is hurt. Does anyone have a first aid kit? Her father continued to shake her. Stay awake. Jinyu. Jinwoo weakly called out, Damn it. It hurt so much. Her mother was on the verge of tears. Jinyu. Just hang in there. A loud noise rang out. Sangyu's father's gaze turned sharply. The door appeared with a deep cut. Then it split in two. The firefly monster was still alive and stronger than before. The firefly screeched, Run fast. The firefly howled loudly still. I can't die like this. Both her father and mother tightly held her hands. Her mother cried rivers of tears. Finally, Sangyu has returned to that place. His eyes have turned green. The firefly sees this and turns back to look. Sangyu's dad stares in shock. Then he shouts loudly. Sangyu is filled with a bloodthirsty rage. The firefly growls back at him. His parents are crying uncontrollably. Jinyu is slowly losing his breath. Seeing this, Sangyu can only freeze in place. He is boiling with anger. Then he goes wild, screaming as he charges at the firefly. A fierce collision occurs. The monstrous beast slashes with its sharp claws. Sanji launches a direct attack at the creature, but it manages to dodge just in time. This mistake only fuels his anger further. The beast sticks out its tongue in a taunting manner. Jinyu. Sanji grips his bloody sword tightly. He drives it straight into the ground. The blade ignites with fierce flames. With overwhelming rage, Sanji grits his teeth tightly. He turns back with a fierce aura, burning with intensity. All his strength is focused on the nearby monster. The beast snarls aggressively, ready for a fight. The monster's sharp claws are poised to strike at his furious face. A girl rushes in, risking herself to protect Sanju. Its mouth opens wide, hungry to tear a person apart. The girl saving Sanju dodges to the side, unable to contain her shock. The beast is aggressive, fully prepared for battle. He turns back with a fierce aura, burning with intensity. All his strength is focused on the nearby monster. The beast snarls aggressively, ready for a fight. Its claws are about to reach his furious face. A girl arrives just in time, risking danger to shield Sanji. Wani has also arrived to assist them. The beast glares at him with a fierce look. Its mouth opens wide, eager to rip someone apart. The girl saving Sanju dodges to the side. Taken aback, well done. Wani delivers a powerful blow to the monster, forcing it to stagger back. The girl is beside Sanju, helping him bandage his wounds. His injuries are severe, but he can't help but scream in anguish. Not ready to give up, the girl questions his attitude. What is going on? Are you going crazy? In this moment, she can only advise Sanju to rest and channel more energy into him. Just take a break for a while. She activates her mana transfer skill. The girl gathers all the mana she can and begins to channel it into Sanji's body. He gradually becomes quieter, but his eyes remain wide open. His hands are slowly relaxing. What is wrong with him? She examines Sanji's condition and reports seriously. Honestly, he is not doing too well. Please kill that monster quickly. He is spewing out a lot of toxins, but he keeps mumbling. Sanji seems to be struggling to convey something very important. Over there. The girl hurries to remind him of many things. He does not even realize what he is doing. He has no idea what he is doing. Sanji seems to struggle to share some really important information. He has no idea what he is doing. Sanji struggles to get out a vital piece of information. On the other side, the girl quickly reminds him. He has no idea what he is doing. Wait. Do not talk. Your wound will reopen. Wani sat silently, trying to catch every word Sanji was conveying to him. My sister. I am... He grasped the girl's hand as if to signal for help. Sanju burst into tears out of helplessness. He sobbed. Please. Save her. Wani gripped his sword tightly, his hand ablaze with a bright blue flame. He assured her. Don't worry. The monstrous firefly still aggressively wanted to pounce. Wani vowed with determination. Neither you nor your sister will. The monster began to go insane. It lunged forth in rage. Wani remained incredibly calm. He wept helplessly. He spoke softly. Not today. Sanji's eyes were moist with tears, but his gaze still sparkled with hope. A glimmer of hope to save his sister. Wani reassured him. Then he bravely stepped towards the monstrous firefly with confidence. Take a breather. This will be over soon. Han sat quietly, listening intently to the latest updates from his subordinates. An urgent evacuation is needed. The situation is spiraling out of control as the factions gather. He leaned closer to the reports being handed to him. After a tense meeting and a conspiracy. So this meeting ends here. The tall young man in sunglasses walked beside the boss and spoke to him. Once we are ready, we will prepare to... Han responded flatly. Aha. Suddenly, someone called out to him from afar, startling him to turn around. It is that annoying guy. It is Isung. He swaggered up to him and expressed. I would like to ask for your opinion. The tall man in sunglasses glared at the guy with irritation. You arrogant punk. Watch your tone. Han quickly pulled his coat to signal him to stop and turned to face him. Right. What is it about? Isung looked down on the tall man. He smirked at him. You are a bit too concerned. Aha, why do not you go away for a bit? Just step aside for a moment. Aha. Can you go somewhere else for a while? This is serious business. The tall man could only swallow his anger. The look from his superior held him back from acting out. Eventually, the two found a discreet place to discuss important matters. Are you planning to evacuate everyone immediately? Han honestly confirmed this information. He explained it seriously. That is right. We will announce the anticipated damage caused by the invasion and evacuate everyone. We need to keep losses to a minimum. Dung immediately questioned him, making him fumble. He raised an eyebrow and asked again. Are you planning to tell them everything is fine? What do you mean? The guy did not hesitate to get straight to the point, with a very arrogant attitude. We do not even know when this will happen. And in this situation, are you going to announce that there will be an invasion by an A-class monster? Everyone. Listen up, forget about work and run away immediately. And lock down the entire city for 3 months. Dung deliberately pressured Ma, leaving him with no choice but to remain silent. Can you handle the aftermath that might follow? The guy confronted him directly, and he spoke words of terrifying threats. People will blame the association. All those who lose their families or possessions will band together and tear this association apart. I do not even know if I will still have my head on my shoulders next month, let alone 3 months from now. Both turned their backs on each other. Haney Dung was still troubled. That is not good for either of us. But Mar. Hun immediately caught on. He asked bluntly. So what do you want me to do? The guy came up with a plan to hide this truth. Don't he tell them there is going to be an A-class monster? Hide the level of danger presented by this invasion. In his eyes was a cold, calculated determination, along with a twisted, inhumane mindset. I am saying, make them blame themselves for not evacuating, and for being too weak to protect themselves. Hey Dung looked up at the sky. The guy smirked and shot back Hun. If I were you, I would not hold a press conference or announce anything about that. Why would you set up a meeting to announce this like an idiot? He was genuinely irritated by the cold-blooded way the guy spoke and snapped back. How could you say that? Do you have any idea how many people could lose their lives? Dung stubbornly breathed out some foolish words. That is the silver lining of this situation. The guy punched the air angrily. His face was starting to lose its humanity. His words became even more bizarre. Let the monster gate open. Will people die? The more they die, the more useful we become. Starting from the monsters. The more they die, the more useful we become. The more they die, the more useful we become. Starting from the lowly monsters. The army can do anything at all. In the end, those pathetic humans can only defend against a few of us hunters. He used his hand to grip Hun's shoulder tightly and spoke to him. And there is this mix-up. Do you think I am actually begging for this? Dung immediately guessed all his thoughts, making him sweat bullets from anxiety. Everything was already set in stone. Hun shut his eyes tight and started to lose his cool. Bad news kept piling up, leaving him feeling overwhelmed and stressed out. Right now, the Megalosaurus Guild is attacking the monsters, and military officials are on high alert. Meanwhile, Sanji's clones are flexing their muscles and training hard. On top of the clone, Sanju is casually lounging around, munching on fries. Up there, he is just chilling and arguing. You should train harder. The speed's picking up. Lately, your strength's been lagging. Down below, they are obediently following orders. Yeah. Sanju, being lazy, is thinking up more mischievous tricks instead. On top of the clone, Sanju is casually lounging around, munching on fries. Up there, he is just loafing around and debating. Meanwhile, in the clone, Sanju is longing and munching on fries. Up there, he is chill and still arguing. Come on. Work harder. Pick up the speed. Your strength has been slow lately. Down below, they are obediently listening. Yep. Sanju, being lazy, is coming up with even trickier ideas. This skill is the best. They make money while training themselves at the same time. Long live cloning skills. My stats go up without lifting a finger. I won't have to worry about a thing for the rest of my life. Suddenly, he receives a message and immediately opens it. The manager has arrived. Hi. Sanji jumps up and asks one of his clones to escort him. Clone number 1. Wake up. Let us go make some money. The clone is quite obedient too. Yep. Jumo is excited to see him. You are here, Hunter-san. Sanji happily greets him back. Good morning. Today I need to take you to the single-horned Santho area again. Jumo is surprised to see a different clone and asks him, where's clone number 2? He casually replies, he is exercising. Hearing this, a light bulb goes off in Jumo's head. He suggests it to Sanju. Why do not you train too? If you do, I think you will get stronger really fast. With that, your power would double. Sanju, hearing that he should train, immediately looks for excuses to avoid it. He hesitates and replies, sure. Right, but would not it be better for the clone to do it? I do not want to. He puts on the calmest face and starts rambling about his plans. Honestly, I am not serious about wanting to be a hunter. I have earned enough from catching single-horned rabbits. And nowadays there are plenty of hunters in the guild. This is just my personal opinion. Jumo gets what he is saying. He clearly states his point of view. I just want to suggest something. You have a lot of potential, but you are not using it. You could become the best hunter. Sanju forces a smile. He then honestly talks about his wish. The best. I just need to take care of myself. And that is enough for me. Jumo can convince this stubborn young man. He lets out a sigh. Then he says something loaded with meaning. A sharp object suddenly whizzes past Sanju. So that is why your fate is like this. He panics and exclaims, what is going on? Suddenly, Jumo's face turns terrifyingly angry. He puts a hand on Sanju's shoulder and repeats the question vaguely. Is this enough for you? Then Jumo shoves him hard. He is still mumbling, right? Sanju suddenly feels someone behind him. Behind him, there are many people with strange and scary faces. They keep mumbling to him, right? Sanju has not quite processed what is happening yet. He gapes in shock at the sight before him. Those are his family, but in bizarre forms. They incessantly complain to him. Sanju, the hunter. So you finally abandoned us and left. And there is even his younger brother. The kid screams. Brother, please save me. Sanju is instantly frozen in fear. He weakly suppresses his tears. Turns out it was just a nightmare. He jumps up, panting from fear. Sanji's expression turns pale. He looks around with wide eyes, but he regains his composure when he realizes he is in a hospital room. A voice questions Sanju as they notice his unusual behavior. This surprises him even more. You had a nightmare. Are you okay? Wani shows concern for Sanju as he starts to wake up. He reminds him. You should not move too much. Sanji just groans, holding his wound. He hesitantly asks about Wani. It is, you are Wani. Right, the one who brought me here. Wani seems very concerned about him. He just gives an important reminder. Be careful. The doctor said you are in bad shape. The wound is quite deep, but you are lucky. Sanju is deeply grateful for this kindness. Thanking him. Thank you so much for saving me not once, but twice. Wani remains calm. He has something to tell you but decides against it. It is, there is a lot I want to say to you, but never mind. He can only promise to catch up with Sanju another time and prepares to leave. Your family is here now, so let us talk later. Just then, his parents rush into the room calling for Sanju. At this moment, Sanji finally calms down and looks at them. Dad. Wani quietly leaves to give the family a chance to catch up. Are you okay? This is exactly why your mom told you not to do that. Calm down. She just woke up. The doctor walked in with some good news about Sanji's health. First off, I want to say that the surgery was a success. He read through your medical records, and things seem to be improving quite well. We will keep him here for observation, but at this rate of recovery, you could be going home in a month. But what Sanji really cares about is the gate. He quickly asked, what about the gate? How many days has it been since it opened? His mom filled him in on the situation with the monsters outside. She heard that the high-level monsters have been dealt with, but the low-level ones are still roaming free. Sanju slapped his forehead, grimacing. I seriously do not remember anything after passing out. But then he suddenly remembered something incredibly important. His eyes widened. Sanji still remembered that his little sister was also injured. He quickly asked, Jiwoo, what about Jiwoo? How is she? The doctor's face turned incredibly sad and serious. His parents stayed silent, not answering their son. Jiwoo okay? Right. Sanji sensed the bad news, panic setting in as he urged them. Why is everyone so quiet? What happened? In Jiwoo's hospital room, the girl lay unconscious on the bed. The doctor explained Jiwoo's current condition to Sanji. We have treated her abdomen, but she has been infected by a ghost virus, absorbing mana and life energy. He pressed his hand against the glass of the hospital room, his eyes wide with pain and concern for his sister. The doctor hesitated to discuss what caused this to happen to her. Everyone was infected by the monsters that escaped from the gate. It is a virus that absorbs the mana and life energy of its host. Jiwoo lay motionless on the hospital bed. The doctor mentioned a few things that might happen, so the family could prepare themselves. Most of it should not be a serious issue. Each person has different attributes, so if they do not match this virus, it will die off without causing harm. But, in rare case, the host's mana aligns with the virus, and it absorbs so much mana and life energy that they can wake up. Sanju could not take his eyes off her. He asked the doctor, is there any way to treat her? He reluctantly replied, in her case, the doctor referred to her as a living vegetable, with current medical technology. The virus has sensed with the host's mana. Even healing spells won't help, so the only option is to continuously supply mana and maintain her nutrition. The doctor began to cautiously discuss with San Jiwoo about the difficult methods that might give Jiwoo a chance to recover. There is still a tiny chance if someone who is a high-rank healer with complex spells, or items like a transformed camellia or divine medicine from beyond the gate is used. But those things are extremely rare. And he could already guess the cost of those rare items, extremely expensive. I know. His parents' hearts broke hearing that, And the doctor replied sorrowfully, "That is right." But Sanju could not help but stare at his sister. Feeling an overwhelming regret for not being curious about those things, Sanju remembered the time he fell while searching for rare items. His face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. He felt even more self-reproach looking at Jiwoo, wishing he had prioritized protecting his family first. At that moment, Jiwoo was scared and anxious, and she fainted from her serious injuries. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated Sanju felt, his blood beginning to seep out. If only he were stronger. The doctor saw his condition and shouted, "Wait. Sanju, remember those fierce beasts like tigers? If only I were a little stronger." The aggressive fireflies made everyone panic, yelling in chaos as they saw blood flowing more heavily. "Sanju is bleeding. Nurse. Stay calm," the doctor softly reassured him. "Your wound is bleeding." Sanju did not care. He pressed his hand against the wound, blaming himself, thinking he could save everyone and her. Tears welled up in his eyes as he continued to blame himself. If only he had tried a little harder. Sanju recalled the moments when his family joyfully gathered together. Even his clones were accepted by them. During family meals, everyone was cheerful and laughing loudly. Sanju sat quietly on the hospital bed, filled with worry. His face clearly showed distress after an unfortunate event occurred. Suddenly, Sanju glanced to the side as Haeyeon walked in slowly. Sanju was quite surprised by her presence. "Haeyeon, you are shy." "Hello, teacher." Haeyeon explained to him. "I am sorry for dropping by like this." "No worries." Sanju felt a bit grateful. He asked her about her family. "Thank you for visiting. Is your family okay?" Haeyeon shared some news about her family. "Yep. The house was damaged, but we made it to a safe place." Sanju then asked her a few things. "What a relief, teacher. I am really worried because your house is near the danger zone. Uncle Dukshin told me you were here." Haeyeon told him how she found out. "It seems my dad contacted your parents because he could not reach you, and they found out you were here." Sanju just realized. "I just remembered I lost my phone." She brought him some nutritious snacks. "By the way," Sanju was curious, "why do you call me teacher instead of just you?" Haeyeon seemed a bit amused. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate right now?" Sanju was also enthusiastic about her way of addressing him. "Just feel comfortable. You do not look like yourself at all." Haeyeon blushed. "All right, brother." She hesitated and then wished him, "Get well soon. You still need to teach me." She said that. He felt a flutter in his heart. Sanju gently called her name. "Haeyeon." She responded. "Yep." After thinking it over carefully for a while, "You should tell Haeyeon about this. There is something I want to say to you. I won't be able to teach you anymore. Time flies fast at the hospital. Just 2 weeks from now." The doctor was amazed at Sanju's recovery when he saw the improvement. Even though he is recovering really quickly, it is surprising that in such a short time, he was able to be discharged. The bed is all neatly arranged. "Is it like this for all hunters?" Sanju also changed out of his hospital gown. The nurse was surprised. "As far as I know, he took off the uncomfortable outfit he had worn for 2 weeks. And wow, Sanju's fit physique was revealed. Quite attractive." He placed his hand on his chest and slowly felt his health. At that moment, Sanju was a bit confused when he mentioned he did not want to teach Haeyeon anymore. "Your sister?" "Yeah. So I think I can continue teaching you anymore." Haeyeon was a bit shocked to hear this. Sanju sadly told her. But she remained cheerful and empathetic towards him. "It is. Thank you for everything." Haeyeon turned back, feeling very tired. She said, "So it seems you won't be contacting me anymore." She even made a sharp remark that made him think. "You will regret losing a student like me. Because I will go to college with what you taught me." Haeyeon casually turned to leave. She frankly stated her next plan. "I will find a boyfriend in college." Then Haeyeon turned back, smiling brightly but with a hint of regret. "Do not have any regrets when that time comes." Sanju had finished dressing up and was surprised by her words. Regret. His parents were anxiously sitting outside the hospital room. Meanwhile, Sanju was still in a coma. He felt he needed to be more determined. "Time is not on my side." He stepped out the door with a glimmer of hope and high aspirations. Sanju was no longer hesitant or hesitating. He furrowed his brows with focus. No more regrets. He hailed a cab on the street. During the ride, he searched for information about Gwonhee. In his heart, Sanju pondered about his identity. So this guy is the guild leader. An important person. The driver announced as they arrived. "We are here." "Thanks, man." Sanju finally made it to the place from the information. It was this one. In front of him stood a magnificent high-rise building, the headquarters of K-Nurse. He walked inside. The receptionist greeted him cheerfully as he entered. "Welcome. How can I help you?" Sanju immediately told her. "I am here to meet Captain Gwonhee." She asked him, "Do you have an appointment?" He hesitated, but he said he wanted to see me. Upon hearing that, she declined him for not following company policy. but without an appointment. Suddenly a tall man interrupted her. Wait a minute. He approached Sanchu and asked, Are you Sanchu? Sanchu nervously replied, Yep. That is, the receptionist shyly said, Sir. He is a guest. Then the man pointed forward, signaling to Sanchia. Let me show you the way. Let us go upstairs. The captain is waiting for you. The man calling for Gwandi made him abruptly look up and respond. Yep, sir. What is it? He announced that his boss, Sanchia, had come to meet him, and Gwandi instantly lit up. Ordering. Lena. Sanchia walked in and politely greeted. Hello. Gwandi seemed really excited to see him and immediately asked. It is great to see you again. I am so glad you were discharged safely. I thought you would be out earlier than the date the doctor mentioned. Gwandi said. Sanchu expressed his gratitude, stating, It is all thanks to your kindness. So right after I got out, I came here to thank you again for everything you have done for me. Gwandi humbly replied. I only did what was obvious. But Sanchi held that in high regard. It was not just something obvious. He could not hide his appreciation and respect for his benefactor, who saved his family and quickly provided first aid in that situation. I feel so grateful that I can hardly put it into words. However, Sanchu began to question what he was thinking, leaving Gwandi a bit perplexed. I am also very curious why you went so far for us. Moreover, Sanchu was surprised by the treatment Gwandi had provided for his family. I heard from the hospital that you were the one who arranged private rooms for us. Everything Sanchu said about the kindness Gwandi had shown his family made him feel a bit melancholic. Even the temporary housing for my parents and my brother Jingu's medical expenses are those related to what I am about to hear from you now. He clenched his hands tightly. Gwandi did not hesitate to share his own story, leaving Sanchu stunned. I have a younger sister, but she is currently missing along with her friends. The more he spoke, the more emotional he became, wiping his eyes with his hand as if trying to hide his feelings. Maybe that is why I see a bit of myself in you. It is true that my personal emotions are all over the place. But I am not doing this to make you feel indebted to me. Seeing this, Sanchi was also curious about Gwandi's behavior, even though I already feel indebted. Why did you want to meet me as soon as I started feeling better? He wore a serious expression as he spoke about the ability he had not been able to mention before. Gwandi bluntly addressed the truth about Sanchia, leaving him astonished. Your clone is an entity that can do everything. Right. Even the man who saved the other civilians was just a clone. Sanchu could only honestly admit. I had no intention of hiding it. But yes, that is my skill. Gwandi tightened his grip on the table, telling himself, I was right. After confirming his suspicions, Gwandi openly stated what he wanted. Let us get straight to the point. I need your strength. Please help us rescue the Kainos Guild's team. Gwandi stood up eagerly, desperately wanting Sanchia's support. Just like how you saved the other survivors without asking for anything in return. I am not asking for your help to repay the personal assistance I have given you. The man with the beard listened silently to his captain's pleading words. But the only one who could save my sister and the other team members was you. As a brave captain, Gwandi had to lower himself to beg please. I am asking you. Sanchu also fell silent for a moment, thinking carefully as he recalled past words my sister is hurt. In this life and death moment, he too had felt powerless. Begging. Please. Save her. Sanchu decisively voiced his intentions. He had already saved my family once, so he genuinely wanted to repay that kindness, making Gwandi extremely grateful. I guess it is my turn now. Right. In the office? Sunlight poured in like a sign of rebirth and luck, and both of them felt joyful. Yep. I will do my best. Thank you. Sanchu was still clouded about what he needed to do. Just tell me what I need to do to save them. Then he was taken to a strange place that left him stunned. Gwandi explained his question. Where is this? This is the training dungeon of the Kainos Guild. The room was designed elegantly and tastefully, and he enthusiastically encouraged Sanchu to use it freely. The furnishings were quite sturdy. He could use his skills at will, but Sanchu questioned Gwandi's methods. Should not we be preparing to rescue them? He also explained his plans. There are 2 reasons for us to do this before that. First, it is true that the quicker we act, the more chances we have for a successful rescue, but we also do not have much time left. While Sanchu was trying on the armor of some swords, Gwandi was trying to recall some important information. Thanks to my sister's abilities, Team 1 has been holding out for quite a while, so they have at least 8 months before they can hold on any longer. Secondly, it is about the dungeness level. He laid out specifically the reasons he had to rely on Sanchu. Even though it was the elite team of our guild with a high-rank overall fighting capability, but Team 1 has suffered many injuries and failures trying to escape that dungeon. So I think that dungeon is nearly a rank now. You understand what that means. Right. Sanchu finally grasped his intent. So you are saying it is too difficult for me to help her right now? Guanti replied firmly yes. But there is another way. Behind his broad back, he confided in Sanchu, do you know? People unleash incredible strengths when they are about to die. Hearing his chilling words made Sanchu break out in a cold sweat from fear. The temporary power unleashed in a critical situation is enough to snap muscles or break bones. Of course, it also correlates with the surge of stats. Guanti turned back with a cold, serious expression, emphasizing clearly, the only thing you lack right now is stats. Up until now, you have overcome obstacles through your combat senses. But in this mission, even your combat sense will reach its limit. You could not say a word. Wait. Guanti gripped the sword tightly, expressing his regret. I am sorry. But this is the only way. Then he turned back, his body undergoing intense changes. And he threw a lightning punch, giving you the choice to resist. Sanchu was not mentally prepared yet, so he yelled, wait a outside the Guanti company. There was a text exchange between Guanti and Jumo. Wait. It is Sanchu. Do not worry about me. I will reach out to you soon. I am also taking a break from hunting for a while. Yeah. Get it? How are you holding up? I am at the hospital too. But it is all good. He looked pretty anxious, biting his nails. His eyes glued to the phone screen as if waiting for something. Finally, Sanchu stepped out, hearing his name called, and Jumo turned around with a beaming smile. Agent, I am so glad to see you. But Sanchu was in rough shape, his face bruised and swollen. Looking pitiful, Jumo was taken aback, not even recognizing him, and Sanchu quickly explained. Sanchio. Jumo could not believe his eyes at Sanchu's condition, exclaiming, what the why? How? Sanchu sighed, feeling a bit troubled. Well, a lot has happened. I have so much to say. He told Jumo everything, including how he ended up hurt like that. Jumo was shocked by his situation. Your sister got infected with a virus during that teleportation disaster. Jumo asked with concern. And what about you? Are you okay? Sanchu replied. They say everyone has different mana traits, even within families. Jumo skeptically asked him. You have taken on a mission from Kenius. Sanchu straightforwardly acknowledged. Yeah. Because they saved me and my family. Jumo expressed his surprise, while Sanchu quietly listened as Jumo continued. I was also shocked when I could not get in touch with you. But I never expected this to happen. Sanchu recounted. I lost my phone, so I am using the one my clone was using. Please change the contact name for number 2 to mine, he said. Jumo looked puzzled and asked. So you did not back up your contacts? He replied nonchalantly. I 1T backed them up. Hearing this, Jumo was confused. But can T recover your old contacts? He remembered Sanchu had some close buddies, surprised to hear about them and others. But perhaps in Sanchu's mind, one of them was Heian, so he decided to let it all go. Replying, this way is better. Jumo was curious about his new injuries, pondering what had happened to them. Sanchu explained. This is about the new mission I mentioned, he said. I need better stats. So we trained a bit. Jumo stood up in shock. What? He felt upset for Sanchu. But how could they do this to you? I am going to report this to the association office. Sanchu reassured him. Calm down. I agree with this. He spoke with sympathy for Guanti. Park Guanti's sister was locked up in a dungeon. He must be the one taking the biggest risks. I get that feeling. Jumo understands his feelings too. He hesitates. The hunter. He slams his hand on the table and recounts. Today I got taken down. But Sanchu hands over the bag of clothes to Jumo with a friendly smile. I was just about to get dressed and attack him. Put it on. Jumo can only sigh in defeat. Well then. At least I will go grab some healing meds from the office at the gym tomorrow. Sanchu brings his clone along, expressing gratitude to Guanti. Thanks for training me. Guanti turns back with a puzzled look. You brought your clone. Sanchu grips the stick tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. Today, then he and his clone charge forward, declaring, today will be different from yesterday. Yet somehow, despite a 2-on-1, they end up limping home with injuries. The next day, Sanchu has upped his game. Now he has got 3 on his side. But the results still are not any better. Another day goes by. Sanchu's clone seems to hesitate, guessing that 4 hunters will be different. I think so. Yet in the end, the clone has to protect the original because the injuries are too serious. Holding him tight, Jumo waits outside for him to be brought out. He anxiously asks, are you okay? Sanchu hesitantly replies, He is too strong. He ponders each step carefully, knowing that the clones are adept at mimicking movements. It is not like he has learned nothing, but the gap in our stats is just too big, seeing the clones battered and bruised. He knows he needs to think of a way to bridge that gap. Sanju suddenly has an idea, his eyes wide open. He holds up his phone to show Jumo and asks for his opinion. Agent, do you think this is possible? He pauses for a moment before responding. That Jumo hesitates over this decision. Well, we can try this, but is it safe? Sanchiu insists. You do not need to worry. Jumo agrees. All right, I will give it a shot. At Guani's gym, Sanchiu pushes the door open. He calls out to him. Wait. Guani seems to have been waiting for him. I am really glad for your determination. You have made it. And I am excited to see how hard you have been working. Yeah. But he is also taken aback by what he sees. One of the clones is gnawing on a bone covered in slime. Sanchiu has brought a surprise. The clones have undergone astonishing transformations. He is confident. Today I will truly be different. Flashing back a bit, Jumo enthusiastically calls out to Sanchiu. Hey Hunter, you are here. He praises him for quickly bringing the crates he requested. Just as expected, he works fast. Jumo is struggling under the weight, and he seems a bit anxious as it is not quite enough. I rushed and did not get much. But Jumo peeks inside and asks him, is this enough? You reassure him, it is plenty. With this much, the president will surely be impressed. Right. Guani is stunned to see the clones powered up, turning into fierce, roaring beasts. What is going on here? He curiously asks Sanchiu. What have you done with the clones? Their stats. He picked up some large red stones the size of his hand to explain. I feed them this. Sanju announced he had a massive stash of those stones. 60 precious gems. He tossed one to a nearby clone, which eagerly snatched it up and devoured it. Since clones are considered recovery beings, they can absorb the gems, boosting their stats in the process. When he was stunned, clones can use gems. Sanji was already geared up and ready for battle. Today, I am going to give it my all. Wani did not care one bit. He was fully focused on him. Whether it was a gun, sword, or anything else, Sanjiu and the clones charged at him like a storm. Come on. Face me. One clone rushed in to attack, and Wani was on guard with his sword. Another clone lurked behind, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. During the fight, he noticed some significant changes in them. The clone's abilities had indeed skyrocketed. Normally, a clone is weaker than the original, but now they were on the same level. The clones had learned to fight more intelligently and aggressively, possibly thanks to the gems. But their transformation had made them even stronger. Wani raised his sword, feeling a bit puzzled, but after a swift attack came crashing down. The nimble clone dodged it just in time. After a thorough examination, Wani formulated a solid analysis. They got stronger from the transformation, which is good. However, one of the clone's biggest strengths, accuracy, had taken a nosedive. Maybe he fed them too many gems. Sanji quickly responded while dodging a dangerous blow. At least I am not turning into a monster. Right. After a fierce battle, Sanji managed to turn the tide, aiming his gun straight at Wani's head, and then he gifted him a mock bullet to the head. The fake bullet mark on Wani's head was smoking, and he could not help but compliment Sanju. Nice hit. Wani quickly grabbed his wrist and said, but without mana bullets, you can't hurt me. He was ready to exploit Sanji's weakness and deliver the finishing blow. The clones could not just stand by. They focused all their attention on Wani. They surrounded him, preparing a defensive stance. Just swinging your sword one to make your attack any stronger. The wooden sword in his hand began to radiate powerful energy, channeling mana into the sword in his hand, merging them into one. The clones were in shock. Wani continued to instruct them in detail. If you master this, even a twig could cut down a monster. Sanji had put in so much effort but was still taken aback. Damn it. How is a wooden sword stronger than a regular sword? His eyes started to shine, and he was determined. Not yet. Wani also remarked on him. You have become stronger. I did not think you could use gems to boost the clone's stats. He remained unfazed, still very proud of his skillful swordplay. But it still was not enough. Just a few swift sword strikes, and the 5 of them could not even hold a candle to him. Wani shot a glance at him, his words laced with sarcasm. With this level, I can consider you a C-rank hunter. Even though Sanju is getting beat up and spitting blood, he is still holding his ground. That is just how it is right now. He confronts him boldly and declares. But that'll change soon enough. Sanji blocks Wani's sword and adds, and, with fierce determination, he declares, I am not stopping at just this level. He turns back to his clones and says, wait. Look at those clones sprawled out on the ground, looking as clueless as clowns. Sanji says with disbelief and a warning tone, Captain, Where have you guys seen him before? All the features on Wonnie's face. High nose. Sharp chin. The more he looks, the more it clicks, and suddenly he exclaims in surprise. That is it. Then in their eyes, Wonnie transforms into something else. And Sanji shouts, the captain is actually a red demon. Then he lays down the law for his clones, making them more fired up. Whoever takes him down first wins. Sanji uses his words to hype them up to start attacking. Everyone, go get him. Deep down, he has a clear goal in mind. The truth is, the reason I want to get stronger is not just because you asked. This time, he fights with everything he has got, even stronger than before. Sanji recalls waking up from a coma in the hospital, feeling something different, and seeing his loved ones injured only adds to his guilt and self-blame. Feeling powerless and trusting his family's safety to others in a crisis. In the dark, the rescue team has to search for clues in the rubble. Let us start looking. And they unexpectedly unearth a monster's corpse. In a state of disarray. Startled, calm down. It is just a monster's body. I hate weakness. Two of Hisung's underlings are furious and cursing. Damn it. They feel helpless, unable to land a hit on the monster. No matter how they attack, it does not budge. This beast, Hisung stands above, looking down in disbelief, casually stepping through the wreckage. The more he thinks about it, the more frustrated he feels inside. A sense of futility when the results do not match his efforts. I do not want to feel that way again, he screams out, his eyes going wide. You do not need to worry about my current abilities. He swings his sword fiercely and jumps high. That decisive strike only reinforces his determination, because I have never intended to stop. Time flies quickly. A month later, someone asks Shine for a hunting permit. A young man gets hit in the face. After a while of dealing with some obnoxiously arrogant guys, Siana rushes over to catch him. Are you okay? She questions the guys angrily. Why did you do that? We have official permits to be here. They are too loud. Shut up. The ringleader threatens them. The Lunar Guild is using this station as their hunting ground. Is that really hard to understand? If you want to hunt, go somewhere else. The security guards nearby see the injustice but pretend not to notice. Siona feels annoyed by their indifferent attitude. They are acting like they do not even see what is happening. The ringleader's gaze is arrogant and full of bravado. Sanji declares to the arrogant guys. Surprising Siana. Wait. Stay right there. We will let you into the common area too. Those punks are softies. The captain is way too nice. While the other two are helping each other up, one of them curses at us. And those toothy grins start sneering like they own the place. Chill out. You losers. You are just making us more scared. He does not waste words. He is decisive and heads straight into the fray. The leader's face darkens at this, and he grits his teeth. One of the security guards immediately steps up to block him, saying, "Wait, can't you see what is happening here?" But he does not back down. He fires back. What the heck? I paid to be here. The leader's getting too worked up, thinking he is tough just because he is big and muscular. Gearing up to throw a punch in the arena. He is about to school this kid, but the kid intercepts his punch, leaving him looking totally bewildered. Fear lights up his eyes, and he stutters, drooling a bit. The others are wide-eyed at this bizarre scene, but the kid keeps spinning his web of excuses, saying, "Oh no, you hit me first. I did not know what else to do but defend myself. I was startled, so I accidentally hit you guys." Then he suddenly remembers something and thinks, Moonlit Guild. I feel like I have heard that name before. Sanji pulls off his hat, glaring at the ringleader who is fuming. Now, this is totally unreasonable. As he readies his fist to strike, Sanji, blunt and assertive, tells them, "What does it matter if I am in the arena? You guys do not own this place." The punk gets knocked down so hard he sprawls on the ground, still cursing. You bastard. You think you can take on the Moonlit Guild? They start forming up, surrounding him, thinking they can trap him. One of them pulls out his weapon and sneers at Sanji. We are all low-level fighters here. You think you can take us on alone? He just stares blankly and repeats, alone. Then he throws a massive kick that looks like it is meant for them. The security guards are frozen in shock at what is unfolding before their eyes. Turns out, Sanji had called in his crew to handle these Tepju losers, and they are all tough and ready for a fight. The ringleader's underling looks around and mutters to him, "Boss, here." Sanji stands tall and cold in front of them, making those guys start to panic. What the hell? Who are these punks? Now the odds are in their favor. The ringleader is cornered, and Sanju challenges him. What was that? You said you would handle this on your own. That evening at Guanti's company, Jumo has been waiting there, and he exclaims when he sees him. He calls out to Guanti as he approaches. Guanti, I am sorry to bother you at this hour. Jumo shows his apology as Guanti arrives. I should be the one coming to see you, but Guanti politely replies. It is the one who needs something that comes to the one who has it, and that is me. Before he can finish, Jumo swiftly pulls out a piece of paper from the drawer. Here it is, he straightforwardly mentions to Guanti. As I said before, you do not need to take a picture or hand it back to me. Guanti immediately looks a bit awkward and corrects himself. Of course. I just wanted to verify it a bit. He takes the papers and starts reading them aloud. The more he reads, the more he realizes something's off and exclaims. This index has jumped in just 6 months. Jumo acknowledged that too and told him. Yeah. Lately, it feels like he is turned into a completely different person. After that accident, he became obsessed with hunting and experience. Jumo also asked Guanti for his thoughts on Sanji's skills. Are these stats enough for him to pull off the plan? He calculated everything beforehand. Confidently responding, no need to worry. I have got a backup plan if he fails. The numbers are sky high, a clear testament to his growth. He marveled. What an insane level of development. Guanti quickly scanned the stats on the paper, and Jumo confirmed. Right. Let us kick things off with the rescue mission. Guanti had thought things through carefully and planned far ahead. He had already surpassed D rank and was nearing a rank. One day, he would definitely reach higher levels. His cloning skill makes the user stronger than the stats suggest. I wonder just how powerful he has become. As for the others, Broen was absolutely terrified and panicking. Sanchu landed a solid punch right in Jukon's face, making him spit blood. The guy in the orange jacket outside was stunned, thinking, what the heck are we witnessing here? Sanchu kept throwing brutal blows, and Jukon was wailing in pain, blood pouring from his mouth. Begging him to stop, he remained unfazed, saying, Stop what? He is fighting back. You are crossing the line. Man. You can do this. Sanchu shot back. You should be said that when the hunter was getting beaten up. Not now. You did nothing when they pulled out their swords. Watching his friend get beat to a pulp was pitiful. Broen quickly reminded Sanchu. I am not blaming you. But you should go back and guard the gate. Sanchu turned away, ordering one of his clones to destroy all the phones, so they could not communicate. The clone obeyed. Meanwhile, the group of youngsters found an excuse to slip away, saying, Let us just get out of here. Yeah. Gashin Shin is wandering around in the rubble. Those monsters are wreaking havoc everywhere. Gashu was busy picking up the red stones, while Gata seemed to really hate this job, which made him so angry. But Gata had no choice but to finish up. Gripping the stone tightly in frustration, Gashu immediately hurled the red stone away, cursing. Damn it. I can't take this anymore. Just then, he heard a voice calling from behind. What are you doing? Gata was just waking up from his daze and jumped in shock. Gashu had a feeling in his gut. He guessed. That is the way to the entrance. Damn it. Are they checking? Just then, Sanju finally made it back. Gashu quickly scratched his head and explained. You are here. I need more time to finish this. Sanju suddenly asked Gata. Who are you? Gata was momentarily stunned upon seeing him. And then he remembered. I remember you. The one-horned rabbit. Right. Sanju appeared in front of him at a whole different level and greeted. Long time no see. Gashu was frozen in place, stammering. How did you? Behind him was a swarm of clones, asking, You will be okay? Right. Yeah. Gata was still confused about why he showed up and asked. How did you get in here? The Crescent Moon Society must be guarding the entrance. But Sanji shot back at Gata with a very determined attitude. I was just about to ask you the same thing. You are not strong. This is a D-rank dungeon. What are you doing here? Gashu's face darkened, and he cursed. Damn it. Sanji quickly caught on to Gata's shifty demeanor. Looking at him, it was clear he was not just out for a stroll. But Gashu was even more irritated because Sanju had just seen Gata picking up red gemstones. That made him even more sure of his guess, making Gata panic as it seemed the Silver Moon Guild was keeping him here. Sanju immediately whipped out his phone and threatened Gata, saying he did not want to pity him or anything. He just wanted to know what was up on his phone. He had a picture of the Dukon crew getting knocked out, and they looked utterly embarrassed. No need to worry about them. Gashu was left speechless. What? Low-tier hunters getting taken down. He used that photo to pressure Gata, saying, Shut up. Either talk or you will end up like them. This time, Gashu had to swallow his frustration. He took Sanjiu to where the mutated monsters were lurking. Gashu picked up a red gem and explained. You know, low-tier monsters drop treasures when they die. Not always. Sanji replied honestly. I did not know that stuff came from low-tier monsters and above. Gata told him about the lifespan of these gems. explaining that these treasures could lie within their bodies for a long time, even after death. He also talked about why there were heaps of monster corpses strewn about. They often fought each other in the dungeon. Sanji tried to imagine how that happened. Monsters fighting. Dropping treasures. Then fighting again. Dropping even more treasures. He picked up a few gems and began to understand the situation. Treasures piling up in the dungeon were a goldmine for low-tier hunters. These treasures were random drops that were not worth picking up. So they trapped low-level hunters here to collect them until they had enough. But looking at Gashu still waiting around, he wondered why they ended up in this mess. He felt for others in the same situation as Gata. They owed the guild or had been sold to it. Most were either debtors or rookie hunters, which was far too dangerous, especially if they ran into monsters. Seeing Gashu's pitiful back made him think deeper. If they died in the dungeon, it would be just like the monsters dying there. Sanji's gaze turned sad and empathetic on the surveillance screen. The workers were toiling hard, rushing to gather the gemstones. Sanji felt a wave of nostalgia. He never expected to witness this firsthand. He ordered Gashu to leave, catching him off guard. "What? I can't believe you are actually letting me go," he urged. "Get out of here before I change my mind. The Silver Moon Guild won't block you at the gate." Gashu was immediately choked up. "What is this? This little punk." He stood up, ready to take the gem bag and leave, revealing he was not all bad. But Sanji quickly grabbed the bag back, saying to leave the treasures behind. Gashu turned back, still processing what just happened. Sanji splashed cold water on him with his next words. "What are you getting emotional about? What kind of relationship do we even have?" Gashu had no choice but to leave in frustration, while Sanji reveled in the spoils of another's hard work. "Did you get all that?" Sanji immediately rewarded his best clone. Number 1. Eat up. Then he spoke up. "Time to gather the treasures. I've got a whole stash of gems here. I am going to put them to good use." A young guy sprints through like a whirlwind. He runs. He's cursing. "Damn it. Hell no." The fierce monsters are hot on his heels. What the hell? That monster is a C-class abomination. The young man did not see this coming. They never said a C-class monster would show up. He is running while angrily cursing. Those damn guys. He is part of the Silver Moon crew. Kim Yeon. The monster is right on Yeon's tail and suddenly casts a spell, launching a barrage of rocks straight at him. Yeon dodges desperately as the rocks come flying, but in the chaos, she trips and falls, her face hitting the pavement hard. The monster catches up and prepares to deliver a lethal blow. Facing death, she refuses to accept it. Not here. Yeon shuts her eyes, bracing for the end, but just when it seems hopeless, someone suddenly appears and grabs her by the collar, calmly saying, "Excuse me." He effortlessly lifts Yeon out of the way of the monster's deadly strike, saving her just in time, leaving her stunned. Sanji sets Yeon down gently, but after that lift, she is gasping for breath, coughing and sputtering. "Someone." Sanji smiles and pats her shoulder, saying, "You owe me your life, and by the way, do not you have any precious gems? Why not collect a few?" Yeon replies, "I ditched that stuff ages ago." But even with the monster barreling toward them, Sanji calmly continues, "You threw them away. Also, did not you mention the H. Sung Guild? Did the Silver Moon send you?" Sanji remains unfazed by the rampaging monster, while Yeon, terrified, yells, "Hey! Look out!" in front, not giving the C-class monster a chance to get close. Sanji transforms into a beast with a red body after absorbing some rocks. He charges forward, toppling the C-class monster, completely focused on his mission and asking, "Did they say they came from Silver Moon?" Yeon watches in shock as the two monsters clash. Mouth agape. What the heck? Sanji's beast form bares its teeth, scaring the C-class monster into submission. Noticing Yeon's distraction, Sanji raises an eyebrow and says, "Excuse me," snapping her back to reality. Sanji sighs, losing patience as he repeats his question. "I just want to know what is going on with the H. Sung Guild." Yeon eyes him warily, wondering who this guy is. Suddenly, without a word, Yeon bolts, leaving Sanji dumbfounded. Although surprised by her sudden move, he quickly reacts and grabs her collar to pull her back. "No way. Yeon got caught so easily. She spilled all over my shirt." Sanji was baffled by Yeon's actions, calmly grabbing her shirt. "Don't run away." Yeon, caught, screamed in fear. "How can you act like this with those monsters surrounding us?" Sanji told her, "Don't pay them any mind." Instantly, clones appeared behind him, taking down the C-class monsters charging at them, leaving Yeon frozen in place. She worriedly thought to herself, are they a team? Or is he just a summoner? Who are these guys? Really? Sanji stood facing Yuan. With chaos and flames erupting behind him, he forced a smile, trying to convince himself it was safe. But before he could enjoy that moment, one of his clones transformed into a monster and was smashed by a C-rank creature, sending him crashing backward. Honestly, he does not look trustworthy at all. Sanji's face was stiff. How could he be losing? Yuan clearly could not trust Sanji. Safe? Yeah. Right. Watching clone number 1 fall, Sanji was furious. How could he lose after eating so many precious gems? Seeing the thief-rank monster growling and ready to charge at the two standing cluelessly in the way, Yuan thought to himself, I need to run. Sanji, his face dark, coldly told Yuan to wait here for a moment, watching his clones get taken down by the monsters. Sanji shook his head in frustration. Seriously? I have fed them so many expensive things already. Yuan, who was about to say something, got cut off by Sanji's sharp glare. Shut up for a bit. I need to focus. Sanji quickly drew his sword and charged forward, facing an army of C-rank monsters. The lead creature let out a deafening roar and lunged at him like it wanted to tear him apart, with his current speed and abilities. Sanji dashed forward and sliced the monster in half with a single strike, killing it before it could even react. Yuan stood there, wide-eyed, watching Sanji take down monster after monster. He thought to himself, I need to take them out as fast as possible. With that thought in mind, Sanji went on a rampage, each monster being crushed under his blade. Witnessing this power, Yuan could not help but exclaim, he is incredibly strong. Sanji had transformed into a completely different person, ferocious and brutal. He was slashing through everything in sight. When a two-headed monster prepared to bite him, his eyes turned bloodshot, and a wild rage surged within him. He recalled the firefly monster that had severely injured his sister. Sanji felt a surge of madness, trying to calm himself. I need to stay calm. Damn it. In that brief moment, Yuan, watching from the sidelines, suddenly yelled out, watch out. A monster took advantage of Sanji's moment of distraction and attacked from behind, trying to catch him off guard. Luckily, his clones charged in unison, completely blocking the creature and preventing it from getting a hit in. Sanji turned around, channeling all his strength to draw his sword. With one swift move, he sliced the monster in half. The monster staggered backward, its body split in two, spewing blood everywhere. Sanji grimaced in disgust as he faced the creature's severed head, slowly falling to the ground. The massive body of the monster crashed to the ground. Completely defeated, Sanji looked at its remains and grimaced. Great. I will feel sick every time I use this sword from now on. Turning back, he saw Yuan standing there, mouth agape in shock. Did you just defeat that monster? After finishing off the C-rank monsters, Sanji turned to Yuan, surprised to see him still standing there. Whoa, you did not run away. Yuan shouted back in anger. You told me not to run, Sanji explained sincerely. I just hoped you would not. But I did not think you would actually stay. While they were talking, he suddenly heard a pained groan. Sanji turned around and saw clone number 1 lying there, groaning in agony. Sanji sat down and observed him, writhing in pain, gritting his teeth to endure it. He stared at the gash on clone number 1's shoulder, which refused to heal and instead seemed to be corroding deeper. Sanji was puzzled. This was strange. He should have recovered by now. Right. Yuan, standing beside him, finally explained that the bone sword of that monster was cursed with a corrosive spell. If we do not have a healer, Sanji said, his voice trembling with fear. Oh man. I am dead for sure if that sword hits him. Truly. There is a silver lining in every misfortune. Sanji thought miserably. What a bummer. Even though they had a pile of gems, all they could do was take hits instead of dodging them. Yuan looked at the crimson figure lying on the ground and thought, is this a person? I thought it was a giant wearing a hat. Sanji calmly said to her, you could say I am a healing mage. Yuan was taken aback by Sanji's statement, struggling with her thoughts before deciding to hand him a vial of potion. Here. If you give this to him, he might live a little longer. But if something goes wrong, do not blame me. What kind of potion is this? The vial has a skull on it, and the liquid inside looks like a weird green substance. Sanji said, shaking the vial in his hand and smiling, asking, what is this? Yuan replied, it is a potion. But Sanji thought to himself, but it has a skull on it. Well, we do not really have any other options. He decided, pouring the entire potion into number 1's mouth. A cloud of green smoke erupted from number 1's body, giving off a creepy smell, and Sanji stood frozen, unsure if number 1 would even survive this. Yuan quickly stepped back and covered her nose. After a moment, the smoke began to dissipate, and number 1's shoulder wound gradually healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Sanji exclaimed, this is amazing. What kind of potion is this? Once the wound was healed, number 1 sprang up like a spring, looking around wildly. Sanju held his breath at this reckless action.
Yep.
He is. Sanju cheered. But Yuan looked dejected, saying, only for now. Sanju asked, a hint of anger in his voice.
Well,
is there a side effect? Yuan replied, his life force will slowly drain away. My ability is Poison Mastery. Yuan introduced herself, Poison Master level 5, capable of creating poisons. With the number of formulas increasing based on level, the mastery of each formula can increase. The lowest formula is for regeneration. It uses poison to convert life energy to heal injuries. The higher the proficiency, the less life energy is consumed. Regenerative effects come with a side effect of gradually depleting the user's life force. The lowest formula boosts strength, enhancing physical abilities using poison to stimulate the body. Sanju finally understood. So this guy will eventually kick the bucket after running out of life force. Right, well, he is going to die anyway. I think this is better than doing nothing. Hearing that he was going to die, Number 1 looked terrified, his eyes wide with bloodshot panic. Sanju turned to Number 1 and said, "Hey, they said you are going to die soon. You better hurry up and get going." Number 1, seeing the urgency, blinked away in a flash, leaving Sanju sitting there dumbfounded. He thought to himself, I will have to bring him back after this. Yuan had finished explaining her abilities and suddenly leaned closer to Sanju, asking, I have told you about my ability. Now it is your turn. Who are you? You have pets that look just like monsters, and each one is incredibly powerful. You even managed to take that monster down. I have never heard of anyone like you among the B-rank hunters in the country. Sanju said this casually. Of course. He would not know since I am an E-rank hunter. Just 6 months ago, I was rank. Wuan could not believe what he just heard. E-rank? Seriously? E-rank? He was utterly baffled. Wuan questioned. How on earth is an E-rank in a C-rank dungeon? Forget about that, how can you hunt so easily in this dungeon? Sanji did not answer. He just cheerfully turned back and said, Calm down. I have got a question for you too. Yuan asked back, What is it? Sanjiu turned to Wuan with a bright smile. Why do you talk to me like we are friends? It is just that at the Alo Guild warehouse, the staff are moving tons of treasure crates. The leader of the Han Guild, Miho, stood there observing each crate being brought in. She shyly wondered to herself, is this enough? The manager of the Xicon Guild was extremely curious about Miho's actions. Asking why she suddenly started collecting these things, Miho calmly explained, I am just helping Lord Gwent. He said he would pay a high price for them. The Xicon manager looked at the crates filled with gems and wondered, why does he need so many? Does he have that many pets? Miho heard a rumor. About that, I think there is someone named Sanju. I heard he uses these gems. Back at the yard, Sanju and Wine were talking, and Wuan noticed the gloomy look on Sanju's face, making him think nervously. Wait, is this guy sensitive about stuff like that? What should I do now? If he is a bad guy, then he could, Yuan reassured himself. Come on. Be confident. If you act like nothing's wrong, he can talk to you freely if he wants. Hearing this, Sanju perked up like a different person. Can I? Really? Seeing this expression on Sanju, Wuan realized he had overthought things. This is good. He looks like an idiot. Sanju slowly stood up. Actually, that is not the question I am most curious about. Why did you mention the FC Sung Guild while running away? I want to ask about that. Wuan raised an eyebrow. What? But you are a hunter. Right. You do not know. Sanju awkwardly scratched his head. I just got my hunter license not long ago, so I do not know much about the issues between the guilds. Wuan explained. Really? So you just got your hunter license? The Anicaps Guild is like a poetry club. I do not know anything about it. I am pretty sure a lot of people who got caught here are because of the Hiri Sung Guild, Sanju asked. So you were caught here? Hearing this question, Yuan's expression changed instantly, and a childhood memory flooded back. Before her was a frail girl facing the image of someone hanging, though. With a fearful expression, hurriedly avoided Sanju's question. That is information you do not need to know. Sanju noticed Ian's sudden change in attitude, making him want to run away and escape. I must be going crazy. Yuan suddenly chastised herself. I even told him about my skills. Seeing Yuan suddenly lose her mind made Sanju a little scared. Thinking, what on earth did she eat? He nervously asked. Why are you so angry all of a sudden? Not getting a response, Sanju sighed and turned away. Well, I got the info I needed. See ya. Wuan was a bit taken aback, but Sanju did not care about his freak out and just walked straight ahead. Sanju kindly reminded him, you can head out now. There is no one at the gate. Those jerks from the Silver Moon have cleared out too. Yuan pulled his hat down, feeling a bit shy. Thanks. Before leaving, Sanji did not forget to compliment her skills. By the way, I think your skills are amazing. Yuan was a little surprised by the praise. Then he thought maybe Sanji was just trying to boost his ego. My skills? You are giving me a death wish with that. You know, just a tiny sip of that stuff and you are done for. Sanji pulled out a business card. Like I said before, I am not too worried about side effects. Yuan nervously stared at the business card Sanji handed her, thinking this is the dirtiest card I have ever seen. But despite Yuan's discomfort, Sanju calmly continued, if you do not have a place to work, or if you are worried about the Hai Dung Association coming after you, just call me at the number on that card. It also has my address. And the agents here can stand the Hai Dung bunch either. I am really leaving now. Number 5. Escort him to the gate. Number 5 quickly replied. Got it. With that, Sanji vanished like a gust of wind, leaving Yuan standing there, stunned. Holding the business card, Sanji began his journey of slaughter, slicing through monsters like they were nothing. With just one swing of his sword, he cleaved their heads in two as easily as cutting tofu. While he was chopping and slashing, Sanji thought to himself, I believe his skills could be really useful for my clones. Should I try to persuade him a bit more? Just as he was contemplating, a monster was thrown to the ground, startling Sanji. Number 1 was fiercely charging at some monsters, when suddenly he spat out a mouthful of syrup and fell flat on his back. Sanji panicked. Oh crap. Seeing this, Sanji quickly guessed. This must be a side effect. I thought he would be able to handle it thanks to his regeneration skill. Seeing Number 1 in a heap, Sanji hurriedly reassured him. Number 1, you did great. Sanji continued to revive Number 1, and a clone appeared. Stark naked, definitely not a sight for the faint of heart. Sanji pulled out a set of clothes. Here, put these on quickly. Number 1 hastily got dressed. Okay. After getting dressed, both of them quickly got back to work, ready to continue the slaughter. After confirming they had moved far enough, a shadow was lurking behind. Eavesdropping, it turned out to be the Silver Moon Jang, whom Sanji had wiped the floor with at the gate. A burly guy inside asked the curly-haired guy outside, has he left yet? The curly-haired guy turned around. Yeah, he is. The burly guy could not believe his eyes. What the hell? I thought he was a human, but that monster. The two guys who had just been stripped bare were standing there chatting. I think he is done for, but he came back to life, which is a shocker. I wonder what his skills are. From the way he talks, it seems like there are still a few others like him. Are we in danger? The big guy worriedly thought. Damn it, if only we had some gear. The curly-haired guy sighed. But we still got our butts kicked even when we had equipment. He wondered aloud. Why did they come back? Even those weaklings ran off. The big guy felt along the wall, searching for anything unusual. You idiot. Do not you know where we are? That is why we are restricted to hunting in this area. After fumbling around for a while, he finally found a hidden spot that was well concealed. At least we should check out what this place is. He pried a plastic panel off the wall, revealing what looked like a lab filled with junk scattered everywhere. Luckily, he had not discovered this place before. The big guy peered into the room, quite surprised. A hidden room behind the wall. This looks like a production facility. I wonder what they are building here. The big guy thought as he pushed a board aside, because the materials could have been sourced right from the hunting area, and the chances of someone finding this place are pretty low. Who would think to investigate in a hunting ground? Anyway, the big guy was puzzled. Aren't we also making medicine? The big guy repeated. You fool. This is not opium. He had seen gems scattered all around this room. The big guy stared at the sparkling gems, his eyes glazing over. But these are worth way more than opium. The red gems sparkled like diamonds laid out on a tray. The big guy confidently said. Crystal gems. These must be refined gems. He picked one up and examined it. Their potential is over 100 times better than regular gems. And just one of these will boost our stats by 0.5 points. But the side effect? You turn into a monster. And even the most loyal beast will lose control. That is why the Hunter Union banned this stuff. The curly-haired guy looked around, saying, I think the side effects are not worth it. What is the point of boosting your stats if you end up a monster? The big guy nodded in agreement. You are right. Back then, not enough people were willing to take the risk, which is why it was so cheap. But lately, something has completely changed the value of this stuff. Dep. I heard there is a place that recycles this to create a product that can be used on people. Because of this Dep project, Chong Company has been buying gems like crazy. But since making this stuff is illegal, its value skyrocketed like a rocketing axe. Who would have thought this trash could actually make us money? We could rake in millions with this stuff. Sure, a couple of kids might get whacked with a fan for it. But bringing this back, that is a whole different story. Just leave this here and come back tomorrow. That curly hair guy is such a mystery. Wait, are not we taking this with us? The kid tugged curly hair outside and put the board back to cover the lab. The kid was furious. So how do you plan to stop those bastards if they catch us with this? Do you even think we can even take a little bit since we are only in our underwear? That curly hair guy is such a joke, right? My bad. They carefully closed the secret door and left. Moments later, noise echoed from outside the secret room. The door swung open again. A face was staring into the room. It was Yuan who stepped in. She happily pulled the board away. Found it. She angrily recalled what happened earlier. Chasing those bastards off was tough. As they were leaving, Sanju assigned Task 5 to escort her to the gate. So he stuck by her side until they reached it. But since Yuan wanted to search for the secret room, she told him just to drop her off here, so he could go, but Task 5 insisted on completing his mission to take her to the gate. When they finally got there, before he could even finish, he got yelled at so bad that he did not dare to resist and just wandered back. Yuan thought angrily, what a stubborn guy, after getting rid of Task 5. Yuan thought, well, staying in this selling area was the right call. Those damn Moonbank idiots led me here by chance. But I still do not get why they were naked like that. Lost in thought, she spotted a suspicious cabinet and decided to check what was inside. When she saw the treasure hidden there, her joy knew no bounds. Yep. Here it is, a stash of crystal gems. She had successfully found them. Yuan decided to stuff all the crystal gems into small bags and tuck them into her waistband. She thought, there is a ton of this. After packing herself up, Yuan looked like a little oil peer with a big body. She carried the board while shielding the room, but this stash was pretty heavy. I wonder if I look weird. Yuan saw people rushing out the door and thought, this is my chance to blend in with the crowd. Task 5 stood at the door, watching Yuan leave. With his simple mind, he got lost in his tangled thoughts. His mission was to escort Yuan to the gate. After a while, he finally spotted Yuan at the gate, and she had left safely. Mission accomplished. After a brain scramble that felt like it could explode, he finally understood. His face lighting up with joy knowing the mission was complete. What a lucky break. Yuan successfully made it out of the gate with the stash of crystal gems, running away without a second glance. Good. I am safe. The crowd that got caught in the gem rush outside was just as thrilled. I made it. Yuan ran like the wind, cursing under her breath. Moonbank crew and the Haesung crew. Damn you guys. After a while of hunting, Sanji estimated, I think everyone got out safely. The monsters are taken care of, and I have got a bag full of gems slung over my shoulder. Sanji was excited. I have been wondering why I have not seen any gems for sale lately. These things are the best. Just looking at the gem bag makes my stomach growl and my mouth water like crazy. Could I just eat them all? Sanju complained. If you turn into a monster, everyone will freak out. The cloning skill is still on cooldown, so let us think about it tomorrow. At that moment, Sanju also received a message. After reading it, he thought to himself, it is the next day. The two guys from the Silver Moon Guild came back. They wanted to take the crystal gems they found yesterday, but it was all gone. Not a single one was left. The big guy's face darkened. Where are they? Where did they go? The curly-haired guy was sweating bullets. What are we supposed to do now? The deadline is tomorrow. The big guy was losing it. You could see the veins popping on his face. He was almost choking the gatekeeper, who was gasping for air and crying for help. What are you doing? The big guy roared. You idiot. If you are getting paid to do a job, then do it right. Why did you let someone else in here? The gatekeeper stammered an explanation. Look, we only agreed to let you guys in. There is no way to stop other hunters. And if they buy tickets, the only one who has a ticket is the guy you beat up. And the one who got out is the one you locked inside. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered the terrifying person from yesterday. The big guy asked back suspiciously. So only they were coming and going here. The gatekeeper said honestly, I am telling the truth. Asked the other guards. The big guy finally let him go, causing him to cough violently. The curly-haired guy next to him was silent. He thought to himself, why did it have to be those bastards? Remembering Sanji's face and the clones made him freak out. He was shaking with anxiety. We are screwed. How can we get back those gems now? That evening, on a deserted road, Yuan stopped to catch her breath after running like crazy. Damn it. I did not think they would send us to the dungeon for rookie hunters. Yuan thought back to the events of that morning, quietly sighing in relief. I could have died if it were not for that weird guy's help. Holding a big bag of crystal gems made Yuan pretty happy. At least I got something out of it. Not bad. Setting the heavy gem bag down, Yuan sat to look at the loot she had earned today. The Silver Moon Guild might get suspicious if I sell them right away, so I would better hide them for now. Suddenly, a business card fell out of her pocket. It is the business card that Sanji gave her. Yun sat there staring at the card for a moment, then suddenly remembered the quirky guy who saved her. She recalled Sanji's words. By the way, I noticed your skills are pretty good. She was furious. He did not know anything at all. That damn jerk. Do you think I would show up just because you buttered me up? Yun stormed back, carrying a bag of gems, fuming all the way. At Odin Tower, the male dungeon remained undiscovered. It was known that the strongest hunter of the first generation, Baekwan, had found this place and challenged it, but we lost contact with him immediately, and he never returned. Soon after, countless hunters attempted to challenge it, but all failed even at the lowest levels. Only one. An exception, the illusionist Geoker Lucas, and that is where our first team got stuck, including my sister. Team leader 1T recounted the story with anguish and sadness. As he could not rescue his sister, Junmo was stunned. Odin Tower. Sanji asked back. What exactly does it mean that they are stuck? 1T's gaze was filled with worry as he looked out the door. Odin Tower was a dungeon with a unique structure. Only an entrance. No way out. Just hearing this made Sanji freeze. 1T continued. The only thing connecting to the outside world is mana. The only way to communicate with them is through telepathy. Because of that, the escape routes are very limited. You have to complete the dungeon or teleport out. That is why your cloning ability is so crucial. Other hunters can T-escape if something goes wrong in the dungeon. Junmo understood. So that is why he needed this hunter. Sanji worriedly asked. Then, is there no way for Team 1 to escape other than relying on their own strength? 1Ta looked incredibly frustrated. We equipped them with a way to escape. Sanji pressed further. Then why have not they gotten out yet? 1Ta sighed. I will tell you everything about what happened in Odin Tower. About how everything went off track 5 years ago. During the great disaster of 2005, my sister awakened her abilities during the dark times shortly after the disaster ended. Back then, 1T was just a 16-year-old kid. He could single-handedly kill a massive monster with just a whip in his hand, slicing it in half with a single strike while he was fighting the monster. His sister, Yuna, only 9 years old, shyly tugged at his shirt. The innocent girl offered him a pack of snacks with genuine concern. Big brother, do you want to eat this? 1Ta gently responded. Yeah, Yuna. He bent down to look at her. Slightly reproachful. I told you not to go outside. You could get hurt. Suddenly, 1T noticed a black hole appearing right next to her. Yuna looked up at him. I am not hurt. When 1Ta saw the black hole appear, he realized his sister had the ability to create a pocket dimension. Surprised, 1T asked, Yuna, how did you do that? The girl did not even know. It just appeared out of nowhere. And you can put a ton of stuff inside it. Hey, you better eat this fast. I know you are hungry. 1T patted Yuna's head with a smile. You are doing great, Yuna. You have got some serious skills. This is a super useful skill, Yuna. Now let us head home and get some sleep. You must be tired. After saying that, he knelt down to carry his little sister, and Yuna rubbed her sleepy eyes. Yeah, I am so sleepy. 1T carried her across the disaster-stricken battlefield, where everything was a wreck, but for Yuna, being on his back felt completely safe. Yuna asked. Hey brother, when is a Jussie coming? 1T replied gently as they walked. I think he will be here in about 20 days. I believe that. 1T reminisced about old memories with his sister. They had faced many dangerous situations together thanks to those skills when they were younger. They could store items, even people. In that alternate dimension, I thought it would be best to tackle a dungeon or something. Back then, Yuna was just an innocent, cheerful little girl, always shouting, Brother, look, I caught this fish. Brother. Until they both grew up, Yuna became the captain of Team Key Nurse. Still playful and often teasing her big brother. Seeing 1Ta standing there lost in thought, Yuna walked up and playfully hit him on the head. He won. Why the long face? The staff watching could not help but feel surprised to see the guild leader getting hit. And 1T was fuming, grinding his teeth as he called out, Yuna. The siblings were having a little spat, and 1T was not having it. About the Odin Tower. I do not think this is the right call. I think at the very least we should have someone who can use teleportation on the team. Yuna huffed. Here we go again. Then why did we even buy the teleportation scroll? There are fewer than 100 players using teleportation worldwide, and we do not even have one right now. How do you expect us to recruit someone on the spot if not? Then never. The first team is in top shape, and we have your skills. This is our one shot. 1T hesitated, clearly worried. But Yuna cut him off. Are you saying you do not trust me with this mission? Wonti gritted his teeth to hold back his anger. Even as the first team was about to leave, he still was not sure they could clear that dungeon. A girl in the team laughed. Seriously? I do not even know who the guild leader is. Haha. Another bald teammate joked along. Do not worry. I will protect the captain. Sir. Yuna shot him a look. Dream on. Another member reminded him. You will get smacked by the captain if you keep talking like that. Wonti still could not relax. His face tenser than ever. Yuna reassured him. I promise we will come back right away if we run into trouble. Thinking about that promise, Wonti felt a pang of regret. I should not have let myself be swayed so easily. But Yuna was looking at him with sincere eyes. You know it would be terrible to leave your family behind without returning. The worry on Wonti's face was clear. But he still did not say a word. Yuna is overflowing with confidence as she snaps her fingers. And of course, it is not just a simple teleportation trick to escape. She has also packed a bunch of supplies and medicine. She shows him everything she is prepared. And within her space lies countless essentials meticulously arranged to put him at ease. Looking back, Wonti deeply regrets letting his sister go. He should not have felt relieved just because of some emergency provisions she took with her. Even though it was tough, Yuna and her team set off, cheerfully waving goodbye. I am taking my sister with me. He just stood there watching his sister venture into danger. And Wonti felt an immense wave of regret for that moment. Thinking he should have stopped them right then and there, he became dazed, almost like he was in a trance. As they marched into the dungeon, Wonti sat down to chat with his friend, who advised him. You really think they won team make it? They have been preparing for this for years. He was overly protective of the captain. Who besides their leader would trust them anyway? Those words got through to Wonti. He rested his chin on his hand, realizing she was right. After all, she had already left, so he thought he should trust her. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the moment, and an assistant stepped in to inform Wonti. Sir, you need to depart now, his friend asked. Got a date or something? Wonti stood up, getting ready to leave. Yeah, it is my turn to take action now. I still have to organize a program for the Elder's Awakening, Sanji realized. I had something similar back then. Wonti chuckled in response. Really? What a coincidence. Sanji felt a bit shy. I was pretty chubby back then. So honestly, I do not think you would have recognized me, even if you saw me. Jun then asked, by the way, have you tried reaching out to the first team yet? Wonti's eyes darkened with worry. We used the magic scrolls to communicate. They brought 10 and will report back weekly. Since we can't go in there, a team from the guild is stationed outside the entrance to keep in touch with her. The more he spoke, the more Wonti sank into despair. There were no issues in the first report. Then came the second. The third, everything went smoothly. So he began to calm down, until problems arose a month later. A month had passed since the first team entered the Odin Tower. Before the tower's entrance was the guild's makeshift tent. And someone announced, the report is coming in soon. Wonti asked. Today they should cover 40 kilometers of the first floor. Right. One person quickly replied, that is right. Get the communication scroll ready. A member in charge of communications swiftly got prepared. Yep. Madam, he said, holding the communication scroll as he began tearing the paper. I am going to use this to contact them right now. The sound of tearing paper echoed as the signal started to be transmitted. The communicator, wearing headphones, focused on listening for information. He reported, we have a report, and Wonti hurriedly asked, while the girl next to him signaled. Wait, the communicator immediately repeated what he heard. They have gone 700 meters after passing the end of the first floor. An unidentified monster ambushed us. Most of the team members are fighting the monster. And the damage report states at that point. The signal got distorted, making the receiver feel like his head was about to explode. He clutched his head, screaming in pain. My head is going to blow up, the worried girl asked. What is happening with the intel team? Wonti, supporting the staff member, panicked as they had ripped several scrolls at once, leading to chaos. Wonti recounted the situation at that moment. I turned around and saw the most horrifying sight. A black hole suddenly appeared and was growing larger, standing before it. Wonti thought they had used a teleportation scroll, feeling quite panicked. What the hell was happening to them? It was my indecision to save them that led to this disaster. As a dazed figure stepped out from the teleportation circle. The consequences of negligence were masked by the word trust. And everything seemed to collapse right before my eyes. Wonti rushed to check on Ixot, whose body was drenched in blood. Wonti shouted, quickly call the rescue team. A nearby staff member sprang into action. Yep, sir. The portal is starting to break. The girl who had been with Wonti ordered the information officer. Stay sharp. We are still okay. The telepathy is still connected. Right. The The staff member quickly regained composure and continued the connection. Oh yes. The girl commanded. Tell them to send a rescue team immediately. Just check the outside of the tower this afternoon. And never step inside if you are not sure you can handle it. The staff member quickly acknowledged the order. Understood. Wonti was trying to administer first aid to Xoti, but the blood would not stop flowing at that moment. All he could say was sorry. Sir, we have failed. The monster tore through all the scrolls. I have never seen a monster like that in the reports. A staff member yelled. He is bleeding too much. We need to get him to the hospital immediately. A moment later, the rescue team arrived to take Xoti for treatment. Wonti sat in shock, completely devastated in the pool of blood. Suddenly, the staff member contacted him. Sir, they have something to say to you. Wonti listened intently, afraid to miss any information. The staff member announced. The telepathy is still connected, so I will repeat what they said. It is a message from Yuna. The battle is over. I think the mission has failed. I thought we could do it. I am waiting here, so do not worry. I will come back no matter what happens. Wonti could not stop trembling as he heard his sister's final words. Those were their last words. After that, we hired a ton of hunters. But none of them accepted the job. Everyone thought it was a crazy idea. The Odin Tower. You go there. Are you out of your mind? Don't even think about it. If we could get in using the teleportation scroll, then how do you explain the team that is stuck inside doing your mission? Sorry, but my baby can be more than 5 kilometers away from me. And of course, I do not want to go alone. Wonti continued. Then the portal disaster happened and I met you. Sanji also understood the gist of the problem. That is why he wanted me to provide the necessary data, because at least I have the ability to get to where the team is stuck. Wonti replied straightforwardly. Right. You always do everything within your power very well. It is time to carry out the rescue mission. The Nus Tree Guild will escort you to the entrance of the Odin Tower. We will kick things off tomorrow. See you at the Odin Tower, in a luxurious hotel. A server was about to bring something to a private room, when he suddenly heard the sound of a brutal fight inside, leaving him unsure whether to enter or not. The little brat from the Silver Moon Guild had his face all swollen, blood streaming from his nose. He was kneeling on the floor, clutching Genji's head, the leader of the Silver Moon Guild, with blood on his hands, screaming in desperation. Damn it. I told you to go in there and take care of it. Was that really so hard? I sent a whole bunch of useless low-tier guys to keep watch at the entrance. But what the hell have you all been doing? What do you want me to do now? After unleashing a torrent of curses at his underlings, he calmly sat down and asked. All right. Tell me who that jumper is. The little brat answered honestly. They all wore masks. But there was one who did not. And he was not on the list of low-tier and above hunters. He went insane. So you got taken down by a lowly E-rank hunter. Furious, he kicked the little brat a few times. Do you think we are the only ones making refined gems? If we do not gather enough money to hand over to the Hedung Guild, do you think they will happily wait around? His gaze turned increasingly sinister. What do you think? Yeah. Spill it. The little brat curled up in a corner, blood from his head soaking into the floor, trembling in fear, unable to make a sound. He looked at his underlings and ordered. Everything will end if they replace me with another supplier. I won't say anything more. Find that jumper and drag him here for me. They all shouted in unison. Understood, boss. After dismissing his subordinates, everyone stepped out, battered and bruised, their faces drawn and defeated. Looking at them, he figured they would still get beaten up. Those stupid fools, those guys were utterly useless. The urgent issue right now is, where the hell am I going to get the gems? He turned to the person sitting next to him. John Sion. I think you should handle this. John Sion set his glass down on the table. Sure thing, John Sion, the vice leader of the Silver Moon Guild, was pretty excited about this. We will find out who that guy is if we rough up a few of them. I do not understand why they waste time on this nonsense. The next day, at some shady organization, Junmo asked Sanju, is there something wrong? Inside, the machine Sanji replied, I do not think he is lying. There are some important issues he did not mention. Junmo pressed further. Important? You mean Sanji seriously told Junmo about the reason they are trying to wipe out the Odin Tower? I do not know anything about the hunter industry, but I do know about Odin Tower. It was conquered back in 2012. Someone came back after conquering Odin Tower. Everyone was thrilled, congratulating and throwing questions. Please share your thoughts after successfully completing your mission. After conquering the Odin Tower, did you receive any rewards? The man declared. The Odin Tower is hollow, with only one monster remaining and no treasures or items at all. Don't go into the Odin Tower just to sacrifice yourself for nothing. Sanju continues. After that, the hunters stopped raiding it, and it became a deserted dungeon. But he did not explain why your mission team is so eager to dive in there. Junmo rests his chin on his hand, thinking, you are right. Do you want me to reconsider the issue? Sanji declines. You do not need to. My mission is to rescue them, not clear out the dungeon. So I am just focusing on the task at hand. Junmo agrees. Okay. Let us talk about it later. Suddenly Sanju spots Yuan slumped asleep in a corner at the entrance. Junmo curiously asks, who is that? Sanju is a bit surprised. I met her at the hunting grounds. I told her to find me if she does not have a job. He thinks to himself, I did not expect to see her like this at the entrance. Junmo walks over politely asking, excuse me, are you okay? Yuan is still fast asleep. Junmo introduces himself. I am Kang Junmo from the Jaimor organization. Yuan wakes up to see a face like a ghost. Making her jump, Yuan gasps and falls back in shock. Before they even greet each other, her stomach growls loudly, turning her face red with embarrassment. Leaving them all speechless, Sanji speaks up, let us grab something to eat first. Junmo suggests. Then let us head to the restaurant in front of the building. As soon as the food arrives, Yuan digs in like a starving tiger. Sanju and Junmo look at each other, surprised. Are you really that hungry? Junmo advises her. Take your time eating. Yuan talks while munching, leaving Sanju confused. He cuts. Just eat. Sanju picks up his phone. I saved my number in here. After they finish eating, Sanju asks, so you came here to work for the Jaimor organization? Right. Yuan pauses for a moment before replying. Yep. Junmo asks her, so may I ask what skills you have? Yuan scratches her face, evaluating a few items in potion making. Sanju interrupts. But you will slowly die after drinking it. Yuan stands up angrily. Wait. You jerk, pulling his hair. There are some potions that do not kill people. You know. Sanju concedes. Okay. Let go. But those still have significant effects. I want to make use of your skills. Junmo questions. Are you planning to use them for the replica? Sanji glances at him casually. Yeah. Junmo starts pulling out paper and pen to take notes. Please buy some equipment for making potions. I will chip in some cash too. Yuan replies. Alright, if you say so, I will get ready. Sanji stands up and heads out first. The two eating on the go. I am leading the way. Junmo looks at him. Is late. Yuan asks. What? Where are you going? Sanji casually shoves his hands in his pockets. The dungeon. She continues asking. Are you going to San? Sanji replies. This time my target is not San. Yuan tosses him 2 vials of potions. Take them. I have made them before. One for strength and one for mana. Thanks for the meal. Sanji holds the potion in his hand, knowing exactly what it is, and asks again. Are there any side effects? Yu Hyun specifies. The strength potion will melt your muscles, and the mana potion will make your body explode. Junmo listens in silence. Sanji walks out of the restaurant with the 2 potions. Quite interesting. Sanji looks at the clones and commands. I will treat you all to a meal when we get back. This statement lights up the clones' eyes with sparkling anticipation. Sienna is walking and talking on the phone. I am almost there. So you want me to move all the gems and treasures to the K-Ners Guild? Right. She hangs up after answering. Got it. I will call you back when I am done. Sienna continues toward the warehouse, wondering out loud when they can get started. On the way, she accidentally sees a security guard collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. Suna gasps and rushes forward, only to find that all the security guards have been taken out, stunned and speechless. What? The security guards. Sienna immediately notices that behind the pile of bodies, a section of the warehouse wall has been broken in the shape of an adult. Sienna frowns in anger. Who dares to raid the YOLO Guild's treasure? Her left hand activating the scanning system to trigger the thief skill. The screen displays 3 red dots representing 3 living beings in the treasure, and also 3 intruders brazenly breaking in. In her fear, Sienna rushes in without thinking, shouting a challenge. I see you hiding in there. Get out now. But before Sienna can take half a step, someone suddenly appears and yanks her back, making it hard for her to breathe. But the thing stopping her is not a physical object. It appears in a faint mist surrounding her. Sienna wonders in a life or death situation. I am sure there are only people in the warehouse, but I still can't figure out why the opponent is here. So she directly asks, who are you? But she receives no answer, only to be ambushed from behind. The whole process with no one else present. When Sienna completely loses consciousness, the mysterious figure slowly reveals themselves, their low voice and sinister laugh echoing. You hid so well. How could we not respond? The guy sneaks up behind Sienna, taking her down with a single move, openly admitting their actions. Sorry, but we really need this treasure. After handling everything, He stepped inside to check the situation had they taken everything. Inside the warehouse, 2 or 3 guys were busy gathering all the treasure, preparing to haul it away. They cautiously replied, "Yep, boss." Once they had collected their spoils, they decided to wipe away all traces, pouring oil everywhere, planning to set it ablaze and erase all evidence. His men outside pointed with 5 fingers, instructing, "Make sure to clean up the scene carefully." Soon after, the warehouse was engulfed in flames, the fire quickly spreading and consuming everything. While he stood right there, enjoying the fruits of his labor. All we need is the treasure. And now it is time to find out who stole our precious crystal gems. Meanwhile, in Iceland, the aircraft was slicing through the treacherous mountain valleys under the night sky. The aircraft landed on a barren patch at the mountain peak. The moment it touched down, all the surrounding trees were whipped by the wind, scattering in all directions as the doors slowly opened. Sanji and the others stepped out, gazing at the unfamiliar land before them. He exclaimed, "This is my first time setting foot in another country." Before them lay a stone circle leading inward, resembling some dark ritual. As they advanced toward the 2 guards ahead, the system also displayed a notification, connecting to the main gate of Odin Tower. Valhalla Porto. One of the guards politely greeted, "You must be the Sanji. Right, Pakwani is waiting for you at the entrance. You can meet him now." Sanji nodded. All right. As Sanji moved forward, the wind picked up strength, his gaze growing more intense. Whispering, "Odin Tower." The 3 of them stepped through the blazing gate, unaware of what awaited them on the other side. The moment he stepped inside, the fiery gate vanished, replaced by an entirely alien space filled with rocks and an endless sky dotted with galaxies. Sanji felt a bit tense. This was the entrance to Tawara, and he quickly turned to survey the surroundings, noticing something unusual, a bottomless chasm and an infinite void in the distance. This did not look like a tower at all. Sanji shivered, hugging himself for warmth, and turned back to the 2 behind him, saying, "It is freezing. Let us head back to the guild's camp." The others replied, "Got it." Meanwhile, not far from Sanji's position in the campsite, people inside were engaged in a heated discussion. The Alo Guild's storage has been completely raided. Wani's face was tense, beads of sweat forming. It seems they planned this meticulously. All the gems are gone, the woman beside him said, equally worried. Who would dare do this? They did not know what kind of person Han Miho was. And just then, Sanji lifted the tent flap and greeted them. "Hello." The 2 inside jumped, spinning around toward the entrance. Wanti and the woman were thrilled to see him, rushing toward him like he was a lifeline, saying without any formality, "There you are. You finally made it." Sanji was momentarily startled, his face pale from the scare. He chuckled lightly. "Finally. This day has come. It has been a while." Deputy Leader. The 2 inside were busy analyzing data on the computer, their expressions shifting to surprise as they took in the unusual appearance of the 3 newcomers. "That is him. For sure. Wanti, the kind soul, shared the jackets we prepared because it is freezing here." Sanji happily accepted, saying thanks. And once they got their warm gear, they quickly put it on. Wanti headed towards the bright screen displaying the current situation, announcing that Team 1 had gone missing about 40 kilometers from the entrance. After hearing this, Sanji had a thought slip, and has it really been a whole month? And they only covered that little distance. His face tensed up. "It is not as far as I thought." "Right." Wanti chuckled and reassured him. "So food supplies should be fine. We can take our time moving forward." Wanti pulled out some rolls of paper from who knows where and advised, "We have 3 teleportation scrolls ready just in case of emergencies. I think each of your clones should carry one." Sanji took them and distributed a scroll to each clone, carefully instructing them, "These are super important for us, so keep them safe." But he still did not know how to use them. So he turned around and asked directly, "How do we use these?" Wanti calmly explained, "The locations are marked on the scrolls. Just tier 1, and it will activate automatically." She continued, "We had Team 1 check the situation outside. I am sure there will be plenty of remnants from the battle, so we should find the location easily." Seeing Sanju not responding, Wanti turned off the projector and asked, "Do you have any more questions?" Sanju hesitated and did not reply immediately. He continued to observe once again. Everyone thought Sanju would ask about safety or something else. But unexpectedly, he asked the main question. "What do you want to eat after I bring your sister back?" Wanti gulped nervously, clearly not in a hurry to answer. He chuckled lightly and replied, "Let us just whip up a few dishes ourselves." Sanji ordered the clones, "Get your weapons ready and bring some potions too." The clones prepared their weapons as instructed. Finally, One clone stepped forward to announce. All right. We are heading out. And Sanju crossed his arms. Satisfied. Reminding them. Be careful out there. Once everything was set, all the clones set off. They reached the ice wall, which blocked their path completely, making it impossible to continue. While the wind whipped up as if trying to stop them ahead, it gradually grew pitch black, and even their hands became difficult to see. That is when Sanju sat in the camp, ready to dive in. Thinking, I guess it is time for me to start. In an instant, flames of blue fire engulfed him, activating his fusion skill. He watched as Sanju completely submerged into the consciousness of his clone. A sudden wave of nameless worry surged in his heart, but still, he had faith. Sanju, this time we are counting on you. Quickly, Sanji's mind fused with the clone present at the scene, allowing him to see and control the clone as it smashed through the ice wall. Sanju finally let out a sigh of relief. Great. The fusion skill worked well. But the joy did not last long as he soon faced an even bigger concern. This snowstorm is massive. Even though I can handle the cold pretty well, I still can't escape this frigid nightmare. As I wait for the storm to pass, my form stands atop the high cliff for Vought. Below me are deep, dark abysses, with only a few towering rocks exposing their dangerously sharp peaks. The scene is still coming into focus when suddenly a gust of icy wind sweeps through, obscuring my vision with a flurry of snow. Sanju is taken aback. There it is, the Tower of Odin. It hits him that he is not the only one here. There are many other forms of himself. They do not possess Sanju's consciousness, just like minions following his lead, so he knows he has to inform them. We have arrived, but at this moment, Sanju notices something strange. Every movement is frozen in place. He is shocked to find he can control the actions of his duplicates, something he himself is not even sure of, so he clenches his fists a few times just to confirm. Sanju is utterly astounded. This feeling is like nothing else. He can control the entire body of his number one, and the system chimes in. Fusion of shoulder joints level 17. Not only can you share all senses with your duplicates, but you also have complete control over their bodies. He thinks to himself, of course, I will give commands about where the duplicates need to go. It feels like I am really moving. Standing atop the icy mount, Sanju savors the breeze and orders his duplicates. We are going to rescue team number 1. Not long after they started walking, they encountered a massive ice wall blocking their path. Sanji felt around the vertical wall, talking to himself. This is why they say escaping is impossible. It is all blocked off. How was this place even created? He casually held up the instruction paper and read it aloud. Let us. Monsters will appear from the moment we step into the tower. Falling ice. Just as Sanju finished speaking, a vicious bat with sharp fangs flew straight at him to attack. Its screeches chilling to the bone. But it barely had a chance to touch him as the clone wiped it out. He continued reading the instructions. E-level monsters will attack the moment we set foot inside, and they always attack in groups. But they were all stopped by the clones, eliminated on the spot. Sanji did not lose his cool, calmly reading the instructions. So he had to keep an eye out in all directions. One of the key points he was reading about was that there was always an alpha among a group of ice bats. It was a D-level monster, the Ice Bat Lord, and it was charging straight at him at lightning speed. The clones were still handling the other bats, but they could not manage to keep up with the E-level one. Sanju personally drew his sword, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, declaring, I will take care of you. However, before he could even take a step forward, 3 clones dashed ahead, each cutting the bat into pieces. Blood from the bat sprayed everywhere, and Sanji was momentarily stunned by the clone's lightning speed. The sword in his hand hung in the air. He slowly lowered it, regretting the lost opportunity to showcase his power. In the end, Sanju did not have to lift a finger and safely passed through the area. The ground below covered in a pile of bat blood. Sanji calmly ordered them to move on, continuing their journey, and the clones obediently followed. They quickly swept through the swarm of bats, each one dispatched by the clones, leaving none alive. Sanji looked at the small scene filled with bat blood, feeling quite satisfied. Honestly, they are not going to have a good ending. Even though all these monsters are nothing to worry about, he asked one of the clones. How far have we gone? Number 3 quickly replied. About 13 kilometers. Sanji nodded and continued. So we have covered a quarter of the distance. We should encounter new monsters soon. No sooner had he said than a furry white beast appeared out of nowhere. Sanji looked at them with a wary expression, his tone dripping with exhaustion. Like the voice of a demon. You were right. The moment those monsters spotted you and your clones, they grabbed a massive log like it was a weapon, roaring with fury that shook the very ground. At that moment, the magical bullet skill was activated. and charging the bullet with mana before firing, Sanji aimed it like a gun, blasting at the monsters. The bullet locked onto the beast's arm, clutching the log, and the mana detonated like gunpowder. In the blink of an eye, the first monster was taken down. Sanji felt this method was highly effective and assigned his clones to cooperate in the hunt. Clone number 3 would support from the back, while number 2 charged in from the front. Seeing their fellow monsters go down so easily, the others let out furious roars of rage. Their gazes became more terrifying than ever, but Sanji stood unfazed, as if he could foresee the future and had faced death too many times to feel any fear. The other clones moved out according to Sanji's plan, unleashing a barrage of mana. Every attack struck true, leaving the towering monsters writhing in agony. But that was just the appetizer. Next, Sanji glided through them, personally delivering the final blows. Each swing of his sword severed a beast's arm. Sanji watched the mindless giant monsters before him, his eyes gleaming with battle fervor. He was thrilled with the results, thinking, if we keep this up, we are golden. But it seemed he celebrated too soon. The ground suddenly trembled beneath him, catching him off guard. The earth cracked beneath his feet, and Sanji gasped, "Wait, what?" To his shock, he realized he was standing in the palm of a colossal monster, far larger than those furry beasts. Meanwhile, back at the guild's camp, everyone was in a state of unease, watching Sanji's remaining body while his mind was fully linked to clone number 1. They all worried about him. Would he be okay? She was even more worried than the others. Team 1 was the elite attack squad of their group, yet they struggled to get through that area. Wondy gently reassured her. "Don't worry," he explained his strategy, saying, "We have devised a plan to secretly infiltrate that place while avoiding as many monsters as possible to rescue the team. The minimum requirement for the hunting level is rank. The lowest rank in that operation is rank." However, Sanji's abilities exceeded his expectations, but the speed at which Sanji is growing as a hunter is beyond my expectations. I believe he has boosted nearly 20 points for most of his stats in just 6 months. She was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. His current stats had reached Ran K.2b. When he felt a fair amount of trust in his clones. More importantly, his clones were growing even stronger. Their stats were lower than their masters, but their movements were exceptional. It would not be an exaggeration to say they possessed the combat skills of a Ran K.2b hunter. She mumbled, lost in thought. Ran K.2b, with Team 1 averaging Ran K.2b, she felt a twinge of doubt. "So you think he alone is equivalent to Team 1U? Wondy explains. "That is what I can see. If the YOLO guild stash is not rated, he could really level up with the gems we prepared." She skeptically asks, "So besides the ice snow golem mentioned in the report, there are no other monsters that could stop him on the first floor?" "Right." Wondy feels pretty confident about his strategy. "I warned him about the ice snow golem, so he will steer clear of them and move smoothly, though it is still really tough to get past without running into that damn monster." Right now, at Sanji's spot, that monstrous creature with terrifying power has finally awakened. The monster, 10 times bigger than Sanji, is holding him in the palm of its hand. His eyes widen as he stares at the creature, silently cursing in his heart. "Damn it." Sanji wipes the remaining blood off his sword, preparing to challenge the towering monster. The sword in his hand sweeps forward decisively. Sanji brings it down right in the middle of the monster. You would think that one slash would do the trick, but it does not budge an inch. Not only is it still alive, but its rage is rising, growling amidst the icy wasteland. With a central eye glowing red like blood, the sword in Sanji's hand hangs in the air, and all he can manage to say is, "Oh no." The monster, enraged by the attack, lunges forward for revenge, its roar echoing through the vast space. No matter how fast Sanji is, he can T-match the creature's speed. It closes its fist like it is squashing an ant. Thankfully, his agility allows him to leap out just a second before the rocky hand could crush him, barely escaping death. Sanji is still anxious, realizing he can't inflict any damage on that monster without slashing it with his sword. But down here, there are still some nightmarish ice golems ready for a fight, but it seems they are not since with that rocky monster. So when they see it attack, they rush in to tear at its chubby nose. The creature is surprised by the hits, but those attacks are like mere scratches to it. With just one hand, it can effortlessly crush an entire fuzzy golem. The unfortunate golem is swallowed whole in an instant, its mouth overflowing with the stench of blood and fresh meat. Sanji below is wide-eyed in shock, cursing under his breath. The monster clearly has no intention of letting them go, so once it finishes off the golem, it reaches out to grab Sanji and toss him into its mouth. The clones stand frozen for a moment, slow to react. Sanji, always the quick thinker, commands them to dodge fast. Just as the monster's hand slams down, the clones leap away, escaping the seismic tremor. Unfortunately, The other golems become the next victims. Treated like cotton balls without a care, countless golems are flung into the air and crash down. Just like that, meeting their end in an instant. Sanji, in the form of clone number 1, lands after his escape jump, quickly brainstorming a plan to get through this. He needs to find the core of these monsters. Sanji stood outside, watching the monster turn golem into sashimi, while wondering where its core was. Then he noticed the gigantic, gleaming golden stone right in front of the monster's chest. And his subconscious felt like it had struck gold. He saw it. But he also realized a bigger problem had just arrived. How the heck was he going to destroy it? Mana was being fired continuously at the beast. But with its rock-solid body, nothing was working. All his clones were attacking it, but it was no use. Sanji realized this too. His magical gun did not even leave a scratch on it. He stood tall, facing the rampaging monster head-on, while his clones poured all their strength into fighting back. Seeing the situation was dire, Sanji ordered, "Get out of that damn monster's attack range." And just like that, his clones swiftly made their escape. They thought they could safely vanish from the monster's sight. But number 5 was still no match for its speed. Number 5 even fell into its trap, first getting blocked by the giant rocks it hurled down to cut off their retreat. Sanji had no idea what it was planning with that move. He never expected this monster to have a bit of smarts, using multiple obstacles to block number 5's escape like it was setting him up in a shabby cage before delivering the final blow itself. Clone number 5 went down in front of Sanji's helplessness. Anger boiled inside him. He could not hold back and cursed. Damn it. It took down number 5, the one holding the teleportation scroll. As he thought about this, he suddenly remembered something: teleportation. Sanji wasted no time, leaping straight under the monster's feet. The situation was becoming a real pickle. At that moment, the monster casually picked up clone number 5 by the leg. It completely overlooked the fact that Sanji had silently climbed onto its back without making a sound. The monster was like a bloodthirsty beast, never satisfied no matter how much flesh it devoured. Even clone number 5's body became just another meal for it to enjoy. As the monster prepared to munch on number 5, Sanji had climbed up more than halfway onto its body. He jumped right into its mouth, just before it could drop clone number 5 inside. Sanji acted swiftly before clone number 5's body could hit the ground. The moment the monster swallowed and clamped its massive jaws shut was when his plan reached fruition. The clones witnessing this were stunned, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Not only was Sanji unharmed, but he had also cleverly used the monster's teeth as a springboard to escape its clutches. Sanji slid down, returning to his original position. The monster now realized something was off. This feeling was strange. Sanji landed on solid ground, chuckling with satisfaction as his plan unfolded perfectly. The monster began to feel something unusual in its throat. He huffed on a massive ice block, calmly taunting the monster. "Did you enjoy the little snack you just swallowed, you jerk?" He suddenly pulled out a small piece of leftover paper from his hand. Sanji waved the paper around, questioning, "Do you know what this is?" Instantly, the monster's body reacted violently, producing loud, rumbling sounds. Just seconds later, its entire body exploded, unleashing a wave of energy that engulfed a vast space. The monster roared in pain, its body shaking violently as if it were on the brink of collapse. Once it chose to face the monster, he realized this was the teleportation scroll number 5. At that moment, he had grasped half of the teleportation scroll, and a loud crack sealed the monster's fate. The instant the clone number 5's corpse fell into its mouth was also the moment the plan succeeded. He had calculated meticulously. If he could not destroy its core, he could just toss it somewhere else. And then the monster began to shake violently. Everything inside it seemed to be turned upside down like a chaotic mess. Pain radiated from inside its body, roaring loudly, echoing across the land. Finally, it could exhale and cautiously stand back up. The large circle on the monster's back began to shift, showing signs from within. The unbearable pain made it squirm endlessly, desperately trying to adapt and survive. But every effort was in vain as its demon core was completely expelled from its body, blood gushing out like a catastrophic disaster, leaving a trail of crimson everywhere. The monster's brain started to convulse as if it were an earthquake. Before long, the monster collapsed entirely like a pile of scrap metal behind its back. You guessed, everyone in the camp must be panicking right now. That demon core ended up flying all the way to the guild's running camp. Everyone was stunned, completely taken aback. What the heck is this? A chunk the size of a star. After defeating the monster, the system began to announce nonstop like a breaking news alert. Power level increased. Health points increased. Defense points increased. Mana increased. Your clone skill has been upgraded to level 7. Use this energy to summon a clone that looks just like you. The number of clones you can summon increases based on your level. The maximum number of clones you can currently summon is 7. The summoning time is ready to use right now. You widened your eyes in surprise at the notification panel in front of you. Suddenly, you exclaimed, "Here it is." You were so moved you could cry. Sniffling a bit. Inside, you felt a weight lifting off your chest. Unlike other skills, I could not find a way to upgrade the clone skill. Suddenly, you paused to think. But I won't summon another clone right now. You turned to call the other clone forms. Alright, let us keep going. In Korea, the two were still single-mindedly decoding a path. Even when it came to the 8th wash, he was still plotting in the flames. After a long while, when he turned off the faucet, a notification finally came through. He put on a serious face and stepped outside to listen. As his subordinate slowly pushed the notification up, "Sir, here is the list of people who have scheduled appointments with you this month." The blurry screen appeared before the two, his eyes scanning through the information of countless people. Yet he could not pinpoint anyone. It seemed this list was not what he expected, so his expression was far from cheerful. Even he found it strange and kept scrolling up and down the screen, asking, "Isn't anyone on this list in a guild in Korea?" His subordinate immediately denied it. "No, sir. This is everyone." After hearing this, he decisively turned and left, silently lamenting, "What a waste." But this situation has definitely made him a bit suspicious. Something has changed. He thought straightforwardly and ordered, "Deny everything for me." He donned a pristine white shirt, looking sharp like a big shot in the industry. The lady declared to continue the academy's opening ceremony, and his subordinate responded without hesitation, "Yep, my lord." Meanwhile, in a cramped little house no bigger than a nostril, she was savoring the best instant noodles in the world after escaping a disaster. Before he could even fold the second time, he was interrupted by 4 vehicles, blaming him for being unreachable, and chuckled and asked her, "You got caught by those super sleuths, did not you?" He timidly replied, "Yep, I did." Before he knew it, beads of sweat were trickling down his face. The memory sent shivers down his spine. He remembered vividly that it was that punk who had handed him over. 4 pressed on. "But you are doing okay, right? How did you manage to escape those bastards?" His hand holding the chopsticks started to tremble noticeably at this point. She did not dare to go into specifics. Just said, "I got help," and smiled cunningly, looking at him with an inscrutable gaze. 4 clicked his tongue, cautiously reminding him with a half-hearted spirit, "Well, everything's fine now. The guy is quite busy. Give him a hand. Will you?" She put on the demeanor of a dutiful little sister, nodding in agreement while he was still slurping up the hot noodles in his hands. The noise outside startled both of them. He immediately stopped eating while 4 anxiously glanced toward the door. 4 stood up to open it, but he only dared to crack it slightly, speaking in the cautious tone of a timid person who was there. But before he could collect his thoughts, he took a punch from a tall, muscular guy outside the door. With just one blow, he was sent flying from the door to the middle of the room. Still dazed, she immediately panicked and rushed to inquire about what was happening. For, at that moment, a slender, muscular hand appeared, gripping the wall of the henhouse, and a low voice called out, "Chick, gotcha." Nam suddenly appeared at the henhouse door, and without a hint of hesitation, he grinned and joked, "Found you." Nam did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point, asking, "Who attacked our crew member at the hunting grounds?" She was so tense that sweat was pouring down her body, and Nam continued threatening, "You better answer smartly. You are the 3rd person I am asking this." He became even more frightened, because beyond that threat, he could see the bloody hand still dripping from Nam, who was not holding back on the intimidation. "The 2 guys before said they did not know anything, so let us see if you are just as clueless." Before he could respond, 4 was already furious, bowing his head and cursing, "You bastard." He simply did not understand how dangerous Nam was, so he spat out his thoughts right in his face. "What are you doing in someone else's house?" He even did not hesitate to swing a punch at Nam. But unfortunately, that punch did not scare Nam. Instead, he caught it easily. 4 exclaimed in surprise as he blocked the punch. Nam laughed loudly. "Dude, you really like to show off." Ah. Nam's face did not even show a hint of strain, completely disregarding 4 as if he were not even there. His attitude was incredibly laid back. "But let me tell you, I am not one to mess with either." Nam had barely twisted his wrist when the guy crumpled to the floor like he was fighting off 10 opponents at once. 4 was crying out in pain. But that guy would not let up. Instead, he yanked 4 closer like he was dragging a heavy sack of rice. Then he straight up punched 4 right in the face, along with a warning, "Next time, remember to aim before you throw a punch." The hit was so hard that blood splattered up onto his face like a fountain, and he did not even flinch, casually remarking how much he hated show-offs like that. He stood outside the situation, witnessing the whole brutal scene unfold, his expression frozen in shock, his eyes wide open. Just as Nam was about to deliver another blow, the guy finally admitted, "Wait, I will go with you." "Please stop." Nam immediately halted all his movements, looking at the guy with a face full of question marks. Before he even understood what was going on, Nam threw a heavy punch that left the guy reeling, accompanied by a curse. "What the hell are you talking about?" The guy did not have time to dodge, and took the full brunt of the hit, collapsing in agony. Nam's overthinking kicked in again, as he grabbed the guy by the collar, demanding, "You mean I have to listen to you for you to come with me?" The others who had attacked 4 were now just standing by, sweating bullets as they watched Nam torture both his spirit and body. Nam speculated, "You probably think the guy got beaten because of you?" At this point, Nam kept laying into 4 simply because he felt 4 deserved it. He got hit because he was stupid, so do not feel guilty about it. With that, Nam brutally tossed him aside right in front of Bei without a shred of mercy. 4 had lost a few teeth, lying dazed on the floor like a patient waiting for death. Bei could only watch helplessly with wide eyes as his senior was beaten to the point of being unrecognizable. Seeing but not making any move, Nam would not let it slide. He targeted 4's little brother, preparing to send him to his next life, but finally could not hold back anymore and shouted, "Stop. I know." Nam looked at the guy with a suspicious glare. "And know what?" To save 4's fragile life, the guy agreed to kneel and confess to Nam, the one who attacked the Super Vortex Guild. "I know who it is." The guy shed a few late tears, stammering out, "Please. Please. Have mercy." Upon hearing this, Nam laughed maniacally, like a complete lunatic. He turned to his henchman, saying, "See that?" Nam turned back, grinning like a monster in human skin, spouting crazy words. "I knew that just scaring them a little would lead to good results. Didn't I tell you?" On the other side, one was still navigating through the thick snow with his clones. The path had been smooth until they started encountering bodies buried under the heavy snow. One turned back to advise, "We are going to slow down a bit from here. Keep an eye on your surroundings." The other clones were puzzled, but no one dared to question him, completely adhering to one's orders. Deep down, you have a massive question lurking in your mind. It is strange. Ever since you encountered that thing, why are there more and more corpses piling up? In every nook and cranny around them, at least one corpse can be found. The steam rising from the bodies mingles with the frigid air of the weather, casting an unusually eerie atmosphere over the scene. It is no wonder they left the bodies here. Retrieving them would be a nightmare. You gaze at the skeletal remains before you, and your doubts grow stronger. Who could have slaughtered all these people? Turning back, you ask, "Where exactly are we right now?" A clone quickly replies, "We are very close to our destination." You have mapped out your plan clearly, stating that from now on, we will track the Battle of the Vanguard. They must be hiding somewhere near where the fight took place. Another clone asks, "The enemy checks every day at 2 p.m. Right. How many minutes do we have left before you can finish your sentence?" A clone suddenly appears behind you, gripping a sharp knife aimed right at your back, leaving you wide-eyed in shock. In an instant, blood sprays like rain, each drop splattering on the ground, shattering into tiny droplets. The clone's hand and dagger block something sharp that is lunging at Sanji's head. A strange creature, humanoid yet glowing like a beacon, appears, its body seemingly made of metal. It lunges at Sanji with a weapon that resembles a sword, but the clone blocks it just in time, and nobody knows when it showed up. Sanji wonders, "What the hell is that?" Looking at it, he thinks, did it suddenly appear because of some invisibility skill? Behind the two, a plume of black smoke suddenly appears, and Sanji gasps in shock, shouting, "Damn it." A horde of monsters emerges, creating a cacophony of chaos. Sanju can't help but think back to the corpses he encountered, realizing that explains the bodies. He thinks, is this why the attack team could not breach the dungeon entrance? We failed to detect their presence sooner, and now we are surrounded by these monsters. He thinks. Caught in their trap, the clone grips the dagger tightly, then pushes the monster's hand away with all its strength. At the same time, Sanju unexpectedly appears behind the monster. The creature startles and looks back, but it is too late. A swift slice strikes its face. The slash cuts deeply from its neck down, leaving a massive wound. Sanji turns and says, "Let us push through this way." And the clone responds, "Okay," Sanju exclaims. Then both charge toward the monsters. Sanji swings his sword down, but the creature blocks it, its body slowly fading away. "Damn it," he shouts. They disappeared again. The monsters surrounding them are gradually fading out of sight. Sanju thinks, "Damn it. I can see them. His clones are being relentlessly attacked by the now invisible monsters. Watching this unfold, Sanji worries about how his clones can fend off these pesky attacks now. He thinks to himself, it seems easier if I control the clones directly. Sanji thought, I would better let clone number 1 take control of the body and see what happens. Sanji handed over control to clone number 1. Clone number 1 gripped the sound-transmitting sword tightly, saying, we're off. Sanji issued the order to create an escape route, to which clone number 1 replied, got it, and then charged ahead. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, which clone number 1 caught onto. Following the direction of the noise, he raised his sword, launching an invisible attack. Sanji was stunned, thinking, he actually blocked it, as a monster suddenly appeared right behind him. However, clone number 1 quickly swung the sword back, slicing the monster away from him. Sanji thought, that is it. He was just observing and feeling the fighting of the clones. Realizing it was the sound of the wind, Sanji could not believe it, thinking, they were reacting to the sounds made by these monsters whenever they moved around, inside the body being controlled by clone number 1. Sanji thought, I think that is enough. I can replicate them right now. But the entire snowy area was filled with the sounds of relentless fighting. Sanji thought, not just yet. I still have a long way to go. In the dim red space, Yuna sat quietly in a corner, hugging her knees, as a strange voice called out, Captain. 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 Yuna expressionlessly raised her eyes and replied, yeah. As the voice reminded her, it will be 2 o'clock soon. We should check the situation outside. Yuna looked at her dejected teammates and said, you are right. It is already 2 o'clock. Yuna blankly said, I wonder if the rescue team will be here today. Yuna shook her head and pushed herself up, softly calling out, everyone. But Yuna stopped, quietly pursing her lips, holding on to a glimmer of hope. She snapped her fingers, thinking, I can tell them there is any more hope. A hole opened up, revealing light and a breeze that flowed into the space. Yuna thought to herself, I am sure today will be just like this. She desperately thought, I am sure the frozen field, eerily silent, will greet us once again. But then, sounds came from outside, and Yuna's face showed confusion. She was taken aback, hearing a sound. Out there. Clone number 1 listened intently and announced, one coming from 3 o'clock. Sanji raised his sword to block the attack, while clone number 1 continued listening, saying, one coming from 9 o'clock. Sanji, still blocking the attack, thought, damn. There are 2 of them. Sanji, feeling a bit tired, thought, I think I can manage if I hold out a little longer. He charged forward, slashing at the 2 monsters, thinking, they do not seem to have exceptional speed or defensive stats. As he pierced through one monster's head, he thought, on the surface, they may be invisible, but they are not that dangerous. Sanji dodged an attack, thinking, but he bent down to avoid 2 strikes, thinking, those guys. Finally, Sanji steadied himself, crossing his sword to block the powerful attacks from the monsters. He anxiously thought, there are too many of them. Sensing the situation of the other clones, Sanji thought, injuries are still present, no matter how small. We can ignore them when there are so many little injuries. Watching the monsters swarm out, Sanji concluded, we would better get out of here. Sanji thought, I can't even guess if there are thousands of guys like that around us. Suddenly, Sanji spotted something, a swirling black vortex emerging between shades of red and black. Sanji felt a rush of excitement. We have found them. He regained control of his body and shouted, everyone, run over there quickly. His other clones charged toward the spatial gate. At the same time, Yuna's face appeared at the gate, her expression stunned. Yuna quickly pulled her head back, announcing, there is a human out there. A scruffy-haired guy stopped to ask, really? An old man with silver hair calmly replied, I heard something too. A swarm of clones rushed in, kicking up clouds of dust. The black-haired guy shouted, that is right. The guy with slick-back hair added, it really is a human. The hopeful old man with silver hair asked, is he here to save us? Someone yelled, do not pull my hair. Sanji and his clones charged forward, kicking up a white haze behind them. Yuna was using her skill to look through the haze when she exclaimed, oh no. I see a bunch of monsters chasing after him. She panicked, yelling, the monsters are following him here. Sanji was still running with all his might, calling out, I am here to save everyone. The people inside the spatial pocket shouted loudly, hurry. Save us. Seeing Sanji being chased by monsters, Yuna quickly made a decision. Team 1. She opened the spatial gate wider and commanded, everyone, Help him out. The old man's shield slammed down onto the white snow. The silver-haired old man declared. We can't waste any more time. The shield burst with a red aura, forming a honey-colored barrier. The black-haired boy held his staff, ready to cast a spell. The system announced. The magic arrow skill has been activated. The black-haired boy raised his staff, magical circles appearing as he attacked. Dark blue magical arrows shot forward, leaving long trails like vines. The black-haired boy's attack sent snow flying, obscuring the view ahead. At the same time, Sanji and his clones dove into the shield. Right behind them came the monsters. But they were blocked outside. Then the whole group of Sanji jumped into the spatial pocket, shouting, "We are safe now." Yuna stepped forward and said, "I will seal the entrance. Drop the shield." The silver-haired old man replied, "All right." The dark spatial hole, like a whirlpool, gradually shrank, and the barrier started to fade. Inside the space, Sanji spoke up. "Thank you, everyone," Sanji panted, saying, "I am the rescue team for Team 1. Even though I was the one being rescued." The team members stared in disbelief at the person who was supposed to save them. Now gasping for breath like he was about to pass out, Yuna asked, "I have to know this. Are you from the K-Nurse Guild?" Sanji awkwardly took off his towel and replied, "Well, that is half right." He introduced himself. "I am the Dragon Sanji. I came here at the request of the K-Nurse Guild leader, Park 1. The silver-haired old man sighed in relief, saying, "So he did not abandon us." Suddenly, Yuna exclaimed, "Siwon, it is Siwon, is not?" Sanji thought to himself, "Siwon. She must be talking about the one who escaped using the teleportation scroll." He replied, "He is still alive, but as far as I know, he has not woken up yet." Hearing this, Yuna gasped in panic. "Oh my." Sanji noticed and thought, "She really cares about her team." Sanji remained calm. "I am really sorry about that, but right now, we need to get out of here first," he said. "Captain One Tai is waiting at the entrance to the Odin Tower. I am sure he is really worried. But everything will be okay," Sanji said. "Do not make him wait any longer. Let us get out of here. I have the teleportation scroll." Yuna hesitated. Hearing her tone, Sanji thought. "Yeah." Looking at Yuna's anxious face made him doubt. What is wrong? I thought she should be happy. Looking at the others, he noticed their faces were downcast too, which felt strange to Sanji. Reflecting on it, it should not be like this. There were 10 people who entered, so there should be 9 left here. Yuna pleaded. "I know it is really embarrassing to ask you this, but please." Yuna implored. "Help us." Once again, Sanji asked.
Rao.
"What do you mean?" Yuna said. "One of us has fallen during this mission." She was saddened. "We can leave her behind in this cursed place." Sanji thought. So there are only 8 of us left. He thought after hearing the report that they had 1 injured, but Sanji asked, "So there was 1 casualty. What exactly happened?" Yuna recounted. "We were ambushed while the whole team was moving normally. Then the monsters targeted the girl with the long orange-red hair." Hearing a strange noise, the black-haired boy in front turned back. He witnessed the scene of the girl being slaughtered by the monsters, blood splattering everywhere. Yuna recalled. "Our pastor was behind us." The old man with silver hair blamed himself. "Damn it. If I had focused a bit more on protecting her." The purple-haired teammate next to him said. "It was so unexpected." Sanji thought. "When we were ambushed, I was the first one hit. Maybe they target the weakest member of the team." Yuna said. "When Songhai was attacked, I immediately opened the spatial dimension and ordered everyone to retreat." At that moment, the whole team was fighting while retreating into the space. Yuna said, "I wanted to fight too. But if something happened to me, there would be nowhere for my team to escape." We used the remote communication scroll to report back. At that moment, Yuna was hurriedly opening a box to get the scroll, and a box suddenly moved strangely. Then it fell to the ground and was seen by Xiang Ti. Yuna recounted. "It was chaotic then, so we did not notice a monster had slipped in." Sensing something was off, Sonda quickly ran to push Yan away. Right after that, the monster's sharp horn stabbed into his chest. The teleportation papers flew wildly around. Yuna recounted. And finally, the teleportation fragments lit up in a golden flash. The dark spatial gate opened, swallowing Song whole. After hearing the story, Sanji thought. So that is when they lost all the other teleportation scrolls. Sanju asked. "Did the gate close before my teammates got there?" Yuna replied.
Yep.
"If I escape, my spatial dimension here would close immediately. Then my team would lose their safe hiding spot. All supplies would be gone, and they would be dead." Sanju asked. Where's the place where your teammates fell? Yuna snapped her fingers, and a small portal opened, revealing a girl lying still on the snow. Yuna said, "She is right there," and Sanju frowned, realizing it was too far to bring her back without running into those monsters. Sanju thought that since her teammate's corpse had been abandoned, she had given up on escaping and decided to stay here for 6 months. He could not just tell her to leave and leave her teammate behind. Sanju said, "Fine. Let us go bring her body back." Yuna was overjoyed to hear this, thanking him profusely. Sanju added, "But I have one condition." Sanju stated, "First, the reason I am here is to save everyone, not to add to the casualties. If I see it is not feasible, I will force everyone to escape." Yuna replied, "Okay, I understand that CX is not what you want." Sanju said, "Second, we will be the ones doing this together." Hearing this, Yuna was taken aback. She quickly advised, "That is too dangerous. We are asking for your help while we retrieve the body. Not to put your life at risk." Sanji remained calm, saying there was no need to worry. "We are not real people. We are just avatars." Yuna gasped in disbelief. "What?" she asked again. "What did you just say?" The city lit up under the night sky. A man walked through the chaos, chuckling softly. "Haha," he said. "I did not see that coming." He sat up straight on another man and said, "A hunter dared to mess with us under the protection of your association." Cheonseom remarked, "Is not it enough to be an enemy of Isung? You should have gone into hiding after being expelled." Junmo gasped for air. Pinned down, Cheonseom stepped on Junmo's right hand while pulling it back, then asked, "Now, I will ask you one last time." Cheonseom demanded, "What is that bastard's name?" Junmo gritted his teeth and said, "Go away." Cheonseom let out a sigh of annoyance. Then he stomped down hard, breaking Junmo's wrist. He screamed in agony. Cheonseom remained calm. "Next up is your right hand." Suddenly, one of his subordinates interjected, "Boss." The guy handed over a piece of paper, saying, "I found information about that guy." Cheonseom exclaimed. He said, "We would have found it anyway." Cheonseom looked at the information on the paper and read, "The name is Jong Sang-ju." Cheonseom said, "Our dear Sang-ju is living in a pretty nice place around here." Yu Hein was eavesdropping outside, and one subordinate asked, "What do we do with Junmo now?" Cheonseom said, "We will take him with us." Yu Hein worriedly thought, "Why is the Silver Moon Association here? This is bad." Inside the room, Junmo asked, "Why are you looking for a hunter in Sang-ju for?" Cheonseom explained, "Well, your hunter kicked a few of my guys. That is one reason." "Have you ever heard of the Crystal Gem?" Yu Hein questioned skeptically. Cheonseom coolly replied, "Well, it makes sense. You are known for being stubborn, so it is no surprise he did not tell you. He stole all of our crystal gems and ran away. You see, we are the ones who are the victims here." Junmo outside was horrified, thinking, "They think that Hunter Sang-ju stole the star gem. What should I do? I need to stop them." "Back with Sang-yu," he was saying, "but I have one condition. First, the reason I am here is to save you, not to increase casualties. If I see any risks in this, I will immediately pull you out." Yuna nodded in agreement. "Fine. I am sure Som does not want this either." Sang-ju continued, "Second, we will take charge of this." And she was startled to hear that. Immediately, Yuna rushed to stop him. "That is too dangerous. All we need is your help to get our bodies back. We can ask you to do something that risks your life like that." Sang-ju remained calm. "No need to worry about that," Sang-ju confidently stated. "We are just clones." Yuna froze, asking, "What did you just say?" She suspiciously inquired. "Clones. But are not clones only able to?" Sang-ju responded, "As you can see, my clones are not just mere bodies created by magic. So you do not need to worry about our lives." Sang-ju commanded, "The plan will be as follows. Numbers 4 and 6 will hold the teleportation scroll, and stay here to guard the entrance to this dimension." He instructed the clones. "Numbers 2 and 3 will come with me to retrieve our bodies and then return." Simple. "Right, Sang-ju Ultoana. Do not think about going outside. The most important thing now is your safety." The green-haired guy was excited. "But we can help too," Sang-ju calmly replied. "I know you all are strong. After all, you are the Gil's elite strike team." He was serious. "But my responsibility here is to get everyone back safely." Yuna felt helpless. "Did not you provoke a bunch of monsters and run straight at us?" Not long after being cool, Sang-ju returned to his original form. Confused, "I already prepared a plan just in case you all could not help me." Sang-ju suppressed his embarrassment and said, "And that is the plan we will use now. So please trust me and wait here." She fell silent, not knowing what else to say. Finally Yona could only sigh and helplessly say, "Fine. And Sangju took the sword in hand. He thought to himself, a month has passed since the gate incident. I have been diving headfirst into leveling up like a madman. I poured a ton of gems into the clones to gain this skill. On the status board, it read, Monster Devourer level 12. Passive. Absorbs the essence of a monster, with a 12% chance of absorbing the monster's stats right after death. Sangju looked at that skill and thought, thanks to it, I could reach the stat level that Guildmaster Caners wanted from me. But I have no intention of stopping here. Yuna asked, are you ready? Sangju replied, Army. And she silently picked up a plastic vial. Sangju tucked the vial away, thinking, I won't hesitate at any opportunity, as long as it makes me stronger, and then said. Sangju turned to one of the clones. Number 4. Lend me your spear. Clone number 4 obediently raised it and replied, here. Then Sangju tossed his gear saying, you take my sword and the buff potion. Sangju ordered. The moment we retrieve the body, we leave with the others. Clone replied, got it. Yuna reminds him, not sure if you noticed, but when no one's around, those monsters just stand still and wait for days. So I am pretty sure the monsters you lured here are still right outside. Yuna says, please. Be careful. Sangju replies, I will do my best. Yuna snaps her fingers. A portal opened, casting light onto Sangju's face. He mutters, all right. Sangju takes the lead, saying, let us. Outside the portal is a desolate scene filled with monsters scattered across the snow. Sangju glances to the side and spots a girl's corpse in the distance. Thinking, over there. Sangju charges ahead, saying, suddenly, monstrous footprints appear in the snow. Clone number 2 stays alert, then turns back and says, please keep your distance from the entrance. The old man with gray hair anxiously asks, will they be okay? I think we should go help them. Yuna stays calm. So far, we have only seen him running from the monsters. But this place is 40 kilometers from the dungeon entrance. There is no way he could make it here just by running, Yuna says. For now, let us trust what he said and wait here. He also mentioned he has a plan in case he can't tee it through the gate with us. The only thing we can do now is hope that plan works. Out there, Sangju is determinedly charging through the snowstorm. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind rushes past him. He quickly swings his sword to block the monster's attack. The monster is halted by its thick, clawed arm. Sangju's left arm is not faring much better from the impact. Still, he triumphantly thinks, I blocked it. I might not know exactly where I am, but I definitely felt something. Sangju keeps running, commanding, push through them. They are getting closer to the body of the old man. Sangju struggles to fend off the attacks while looking ahead, thinking, there it is. Suddenly, a clone behind him gets slashed across the side. Sangju exclaims in shock. From behind, Sangju wonders, could the ones behind the shield have circled around and caught up with us? We are surrounded. Sangju hurriedly pulls out a potion, biting the cap off, thinking, I need to use this right now. Then he tilts his head back and drinks it all. The potion's effects explode throughout his body, causing Sangju to cough violently. Bright bolts of lightning flicker across his skin. Sangju can't help but let out a roar. The clone behind him uses a gun to activate level 11 magic bullet skills. He silently commands, curse that skin color. With the potion's effect, the magic bullet blasts through the monsters ahead like cannon fire. The parts of the monsters that got hit disintegrate into dust. The team inside the portal watches in shock. From Sangju to the old man's corpse, the magic bullet has cleared a smooth path. He thinks, good. We can leave now. Sangju asks, can you move? Number 2. Clone number 2 steps up and replies, no problem, Sangju quickly said. Grab the loot. And the 2 clones rushed to get the girl's stuff. Sangju stood guard, thinking to himself, mana was pouring into his body nonstop, feeling like he was about to explode. Gritting his teeth, Sangju declared, I will draw their attention, so just hold on. A mana overload left a visible mark on his face. The monster's footprints were getting closer and closer to Sangju. They formed a circle and charged at him. Sangju shouted, run. The 2 clones carried the loot away from the battlefield, while Sangju slammed down into the ground. Energy exploded chaotically, shattering the ground and shooting up to block the monsters. The 2 clones landed safely out of harm's way. Then both of them poured all their strength into racing toward the portal. One clone shouted, we got her. Yuna exclaimed, thank you so much. The teleportation scroll was torn away, and a dark space portal opened up before everyone. The old man with silver hair quickly said, we can't leave using the spell yet. Yuna also stopped them. There are still people trapped outside. Sangju reassured, do not worry. She is just a clone. Outside, it looked like the apocalypse. countless monsters charging toward the rubble. Sangjiwa's body was relentlessly attacked by them when suddenly, his eyes darted to a certain spot. The other clone was pushing and urging. Come on, Yuna. Hurry up. But her body gradually faded into the space portal, her voice echoing back with desperation. Finally, the portal closed completely and vanished. Sangju smiled with relief as the mission was accomplished. Take it easy. See you guys on the other side. The energy and chaos within Sangju exploded outward. The massive explosion lit up the night sky like a nuclear bomb, the sound booming as if the world was collapsing. The system announced, activating the skill of our monster, absorbing the essence of the slain monster, absorbing the stats of the guardian. Sangju's stats skyrocketed like the wind. A hand was carefully peeling an apple. Sung's body lay still on the hospital bed. Someone called out his name. Suong. He held a plate of apples sitting beside the hospital bed, his face set. Today had finally come. The day they completed the rescue mission. He looked at him thoughtfully. The mission could end right now. You should wake up. Suong remained completely still. He added, so he could warmly welcome everyone back with joy. Song's fingers twitched slightly. Loud noises echoed around the rocky walls. Wonti and the girl stared in shock at the distance. A massive black lake appeared before their eyes. Wonti yelled. The portal. The girl gritted her teeth against the wind. Is that the rescue team? A hand reached out from the black lake, and Wonti froze in place. He remembered Sung when he was covered in blood. Wonti tightly shut his eyes and shook his head. Several long streaks of blood appeared in his vision. Wonti clenched his teeth and hugged himself tightly. His eyes narrowed. And when he opened them, he vaguely saw a figure. Wonti saw Yuna standing there, glaring at him, and he was startled by her fierce gaze. His tears streamed down, but a crooked smile bloomed on his lips. He murmured, "You are back." As a beam of blue light appeared, and Sanju slowly descended. He raised an eyebrow, thinking, this is the first time I am blowing myself up. Yuna awkwardly glanced at Wonti, making Sanju stop in his tracks. Yuna stammered, looking at Wonti. Of course it is you. Who did you think I was? No need to get all teary-eyed. She shut her eyes and continued. Don't tell me you messed everything up at the guild while I was gone. Wonti reached out with trembling hands. Yuna's voice steady. That is what. Without me, Wonti said nothing. He rushed in to hug Yuna tightly, leaving her stunned. He patted her head, tears welling up, whispering, everything's going to be okay. Yuna had tears streaming down her face too. She clenched her fists, listening to Wonti say, everyone's back now. Her face flushed. A few tears fell as she bit her lip, calling out softly. Wait. Her voice shaky. It is all my fault, Yuna cried out, her voice breaking. Everyone around fell silent, listening to her story. I thought no one would come looking for us. Sanju smiled as he listened to Yuna sob. I was really scared. Wonti, tears streaming down his face, replied, thank you for coming back safe. Yuna burst into tears again. Nearby, he and the blonde man stood bewildered, hearing the trembling voice say, thank you so much. The old man smiled from his hospital bed, his voice echoing, let us all go home together. Back at the cliffside, everyone was busy hauling large wooden planks. The masked boy called out to Sanju, here's the sword, potions, and teleportation scroll. Sanji glanced at the screen and replied, right. Great job. He examined the sword in his hand, surprised as he looked at the screen, wondering how much his stats had improved this time. Wonti called out to him. Hey. Sanji jumped. Yeah. Startled, looking at Yuna and Wonti. Both of them looked down, saying, thank you. We can't express how grateful we are. Sanji wiped the sweat from his brow, waving his hands. Don't mention it. Look up, guys. I only took this mission because the rewards were pretty sweet. Wonti interjected. It is not over yet. He looked up and continued. Contact me if you run into trouble. We will help you at all costs. The K-Nurse Guild will be your strongest support with everything we have. I promise, he said. Sanji waved his hand, replying, if you say so. Then okay. He pulled out a scroll. Okay. I used one to kill the ice golem, but there is still one left. Here it is. Wonti looked at him with concern. You can keep it. I was going to give you that along with all the unused items from this expedition. Sanji replied, what are you talking about? That is K-Nurse property. I won't feel right if you do not take it. Wonti insisted. Fine. If you say so, I will accept it. Yuna wondered. Has he always been here? Wonti replied while walking. That is right. But he is always busy controlling a clone with similar skills to his. But he is still always here, Yuna said while rubbing her head. I thought everyone was real, and we had to lie down to calm ourselves. Wonti replied. I can't believe a skill like that even exists. He turned his head, wondering how strong he would become in the future. Wanty screamed silently. I should have just taken it and been done with it. A black hole appeared in the sky. Sanji exclaimed, "It is really bright out here." Sanji said to Wanty, "You will be really busy when you get back." Wanty turned around to respond, "Right. I have to do health checks for them too." Everyone gathered in front of a spaceship. Wanty said sadly in a low voice, "And we still have to prepare for a funeral." Sanji said thoughtfully. Looking at him, the phone rang. He glanced at the message and thought, the signal can't get through the gate. A flood of messages is starting to come in. Sanji was astonished. The message popped up, "We have got a problem. The manager got kidnapped. The Nguyen gang is here. I am chasing after them now. The address is 2030. Sanji stared intently at the message. He gritted his teeth. Then Sanji shouted, "I need to get to this place right now." Wanty looked worried. "What is wrong?" Sanji replied urgently. "The Nguyen gang has cornered us." The manager from G-Meet agency. Wanty questioned, "What? Why would the Nguyen gang do that?" He looked at his phone anxiously. "I had a run-in with them before. They are trying to take control of the heritage area I am involved in." Wanty fell silent. Pulling a scroll from his possession, he spoke up. "This craftsman. Use this to get to them." Sanju hurriedly refused. He stuttered. "The teleportation scroll. But this is..." Wanty cuts, pulling out a roll of paper. "I told you so. We will help you at all costs." In a narrow alley, a crowd is gathered there. Yuan hides behind a wall, deep in thought. Why is not that idiot replying to my messages? Yuan is interrupted by someone calling him back. Suddenly, a massive hand grips his throat, lifting him high. He grimaces in pain. The man steps closer, his eyes scanning Yuan coldly. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Yuan opens his mouth in distress. "Damn it." A strange energy crackles with electric blue sparks. Suddenly appearing, Sanju emerges behind the man. Eyes gleaming with authority, his grip tightens. The guy does not seem very sharp, still focused on interrogating Yuan. "I remember seeing you before." At that moment, the man finally takes notice. A hand swiftly grips his throat. Meanwhile, the big goon is also restrained. Two shadowy figures loom, threatening his life. Dust swirls as Sanju's voice commands. "Where is he?" Yuan is taken aback, watching the man scream in agony as his throat is squeezed. The man's jaw tightens. His arms flail, unable to break free. Sanju tightens his grip even more. His eyes blaze with fury, narrowing dangerously. "Where is our manager?" The man's throat is pressed so hard that saliva drips from his mouth. His eyes gradually close. Tears form at the corners of his eyes. Yuan finally snaps, shouting, "Stop, I know where they took him." He anxiously glances at Sanji. "Speak quickly." He insists. "You can kill him." Yuan bites his lip. Silent. Finally, Sanji orders, "Tie him up." The goon has no objections. "Fine then." Sanji then releases his grip on the man. He immediately collapses face first to the ground. You hold back your restlessness, adjusting your collar and asking, "Where is he now?" "He's in that storage house." Yuan replies, "Those bastards from the Lunar Society brought him there. A few others are patrolling to secure the area." The storage house looms large from above. Sanji's face is cold and resolute. He speaks in a low voice. "It is too dangerous. Wait here." He instructs. The goons quietly watch him. Attentive, Sanji whispers softly, "It won't be long." Inside some storage house, packed with box goods, voices keep calling out. The Junmo. The Junmo." The voice suddenly rises in urgency. "Look." Kang Junmo. You jerk back in shock. His face is bruised and battered. He jolts back to reality. His face is bruised and battered. He is so exhausted that he can barely keep his eyelids open. Blood trickles down from the corner of his forehead. That guy is glaring at him from the chair, like a lunatic who has just started to howl with joy. He is laughing maniacally. He is about to pass out. Now, what could he possibly ask? The car jolts as meh. He lowers himself and raises an eyebrow. There are plenty of other gangs out there. Why is it a... Yeah, that is true. Anyway, not many gangs control the San area. Then he turns to look at his buddies. Questioning himself, is he coming from Sanju? Will he show up? When is he arriving? Is not so sure, just play it cool. He is still far away, so I guess we should wait a few more hours. It is going to take a while. We might need to prepare a few things first. Chot Dun looks a bit startled and dazed. At that moment by the warehouse door, a series of complex sounds grabs everyone's attention. The burly bodyguards wait in silence. Tense and alert, a metal rod slams through the door. The chaotic noise still echoes. Hay and his goon next to him are both fixated on the door. The sound is loud and jarring. Metal rod creaks and twists, tearing the door apart. After a moment, the warehouse door swings wide open. A shadowy figure appears. Sanji's face is shrouded in gloom. His voice is icy cold. "You are from the Silver Moon gang, right?" Ha does not rush to pay attention to him. He furrows his brow, mocking what he just heard. "I thought it would take a few more hours." The scared goon quickly tries to explain himself. "I do not know why he is asking that." Then, I keeps questioning, "Did he come alone?" I heard there are others wearing masks. The goon immediately pulls out his phone. Jun urgently says, I will check if anyone's hiding around. He waves his hand dismissively. Do it as fast as you can. Play around a bit. But do not kill them. The others, armed with small knives, start to move toward him. Jun sees this and freaks out. You really are a rookie. Dante, you know who he is. The goons are closing in on him. Jun is panicking even more. Dante, do it. You Sanji. But his face suddenly freezes. His teeth are gritted. Yet he can't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Sanji's expression darkens even further. He calmly reassures himself. Wait a bit. Manager. I will take care of those Silver Moon guys hiding with their iron rods. Sanji's mood erupts in fury. His veins bulging. The green light surges. Vengeful. Ready to punish them for what they have done to him. The other guy charges forward, yelling loudly. He does not dodge, and Sanji slams an elbow into his shoulder bone, leaving him shocked and unable to react. The pain causes him to drop his knife, and Sanji swiftly grabs his arm, bending it again. He twists it back, delivering a powerful joint lock that makes the guy scream in agony. The other guy saw his crew getting beaten and cried out in despair, but he stood firm. Just as he charged in, Sanji swiftly wrapped his arm around him. Then came a crack and a thunderous scream, while the round-faced guy held his face in frustration, cursing those useless idiots. The sounds of punches and groans mixed together, and the lackey glared in horror. It was more dramatic than a movie. Absolutely cinema. In the end, those guys lay twisted on the ground, and Sanji walked over to them. The remaining guys looked at him like they were seeing a ghost, trembling in fear, and muttering, Damn it. Stop him. Meanwhile, the round-faced guy was still lounging around, casually running his fingers through his hair, speaking leisurely. Our boss. How should we put it? Guessed right. He said you would come here to save him. And he was not wrong. Was he? But wait. Sanji furrowed his brow, looking at him with annoyance. The round-faced guy casually continued. I just want to tell you this. If you tell us where the crystal is hiding right now, we will let you both go. He stared at him like he was insane. His voice strained. What the hell are you talking about? What crystal? What you are doing has crossed the line. So this is not going to end nicely. The round-faced guy just laughed, treating him like a brat trying to act tough. This arrogant kid, he continued nonchalantly. I found a few things while searching your room, and there was a document about you. Looking at the paper in his hand, he said straightforwardly, I admit you are strong. Considering you can take down those punks from our side, I guess you are on a higher level. Your stats are pretty good too. With all this, I would guess you could take down most of the hunters in this area. Suddenly, the round-faced guy squinted and smirked, looking straight at him. Your skill is duplication. Right. Sanji's expression went cold as he remained silent. The guy smirked with condescension. That is why you can fight us directly without using any special skills at all. The round-faced guy laughed maniacally, filled with malicious glee. He reasoned. There are people like you who've awakened but have a trash skill, and that is why you focus on stats like a fool. You can use any attack methods other than rushing at your opponent like a moth to a flame. Can you? Sanji remained calm, ignoring what he was saying, while the round-faced guy sat there laughing like a maniac, his tone dripping with confidence. And I am sure those masked guys following you have weaknesses just like you. I have noticed that people like you have banded together into a group of total losers. Sanji looked at him, his eyes devoid of any unnecessary emotion, pausing for a moment before saying, All right then. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as a hand abruptly gripped the door handle. Sanji's voice was calm. You can check for yourself if you think they are as weak as you think. Right by the door, all of his duplicates appeared simultaneously, their eyes shining bright like predators in the dark. The manager was left speechless in shock. The lackeys from the Silver Moon gang were also horrified by what was happening right before their eyes. They ground their teeth and cursed. These bastards are really something. One lackey stepped back, a bit hesitant, whispering to John Seong, Boss, I think those idiots outside have been defeated too. However, he was grinning happily, as if he were praising them. I can totally guess your strength. John Song stands up, hands behind his back, a smirk on his face as he starts to chat. At least now there are not too many of you. I really love the idea of taking down a bunch of idiots who do not know their own limits. Sanji has been listening to him ramble on and can't help but feel a bit curious. I can see you are really confident. So let us see just how amazing your skills really are. As if he was just waiting for this, John Song eagerly agrees. Sure, let us do it. And from that moment, his body suddenly seems to fade away. Quickly, he becomes transparent, barely visible, and he casually asks, Can you guess where I am now? All that is left of that old spot is a wisp of smoke drifting away. And his lackey can believe his eyes. His mind can help but be blown away by the awakening skill of his boss. John Sung's stealth. The ultimate invisibility skill that even the highest detection skills can see through. Junmo's eyes widen in shock. He is vanished. John Sung joyfully floats around. Boasting. Feel my presence. Sense my aura, it is all useless. This skill wipes away all traces of me. He dances around between the clones, completely unaware that all their eyes are rolling in disbelief. Some do not even bother to look. John Seong is on cloud 9. Have you ever faced a skill like this? You all better brace yourselves for death. You have underestimated me. In your minds. You think you can touch me. Just hearing him yap was exhausting for Sanju, who sighed in resignation. John Seong, still buzzing with excitement, thought this battle would end soon, but not on his terms. Sanju, losing patience, fixed a piercing gaze on John Song and darkly commanded, grab him. Instantly, two of his clones zipped forward, each seizing one of John Seong's shoulders. John Song's expression morphed into one of confusion, his eyes wide as if he could not grasp what was happening. What the heck? The other clones froze, nervously forcing smiles. His face instantly aged a decade, panic setting in. In the chaotic storage room, a voice echoed, what the hell? At that moment, a few beer glasses clinked together, accompanied by cheers. Cheers! John Seong exclaimed with a bright grin. This is great. Let us keep this party going. We have made it to round 5, John Yu eagerly asked. But wait, after 3 years, why are we still the only ones here? Don't you guys have girlfriends or anything? The two across from him sulked at the question, and he quickly corrected himself. Sorry. Just keep drinking, John Seong, with a dazed expression. Suddenly remembered. Oh right. Have you guys talked to Sanji recently? He changed his phone number. Even if he switched phones, his messages should still connect with us. Right, probably not. I can't reach him either. Jaiwan, sipping from a glass, continued thoughtfully. I have heard a few things about him. If I am not mistaken, he has become a hunter. John Song exclaimed in surprise. Really? I did not think he would still be a hunter. He seems too naive for that. Chan Yu, looking puzzled, replied. I know. Right. Even if someone crosses the line and messes with him, he just brushes it off with a smile. Can he really slay monsters with that mindset? Gai Wangdu chuckled. You guys have no idea how scary he can be when he is angry. Chan Yu asked back. You two were neighbors. Right. Has he ever lost his cool? He blushed as he excitedly recounted. I think it was in 3rd grade. I was supposed to walk home with Sanju, but a bunch of thugs blocked my way and robbed me. Suddenly, Gai Wangdu noticed Sanju passing by. And when he saw me like that, he went after those thugs. Chanu questioned. Sanju saved you back then, Gai Wangdu helplessly continued. You really think so? We both got beaten up. And later I found out he had been bullied by them before. Zhang Xian was puzzled. So why did he decide to fight back again? He laughed and said it was because he was frustrated seeing me bullied like that. Those punks must have been shocked when a kid who used to be a victim suddenly turned around and fought back like this. Zhang Xian sighed. His character is really something. After all, he is incredibly forgiving when it only involves himself. But if those around him are affected, he gets furious. On Sangwoo's side, Zhang Xian was looking up in fear. Unable to say a word, Sangwoo ordered. Deal with these guys and get our manager to the hospital fast. He still looks like he can't believe what is happening. How can clone number 3 responded? Okay. Zhang Xian, with a desperate look, shouted. How can you even see me? Sangwoo coldly remarked. Seems like you are pretty confident in your abilities. But I just came back after slaughtering a bunch of monsters with skills similar to yours. He exclaimed. What? Sangwoo rolled up his sleeves and asked again. What were you saying just now? You have been spouting nonsense in such a short time. And both of them moved closer to Zhang Xian, making his face go pale. Let me, Sangwoo. First of all, my skill is not a joke. He was still in a panic. Sweating profusely, I can't move. I did not just train my body, but there is one thing you got right. The image from before appeared. The system screen displaying right in front of him. He was overjoyed to see the content. Messages 242. Activate the skill to devour monsters. Absorb the essence of the monsters you kill to enhance your power 0.2 and increase health 0.3. Your creation ability has increased by 0.3. Absorbing stats from the Ice Guardian. Your strength has been enhanced. Your reflexes have been enhanced. Your mana has been enhanced. Your summons have been enhanced. Absorbing stats from the Ice Guardian. Your strength has been enhanced. Your reflexes have been enhanced. Your mana has been enhanced. Your summons have been enhanced. Absorbing stats from the Ice Guardian. Your strength has been enhanced. Your reflexes have been enhanced. Your mana has been enhanced. Your summons have been enhanced. Absorbing stats from the Ice Guardian. Your strength has been enhanced. Your reflexes have been enhanced. Your mana has been enhanced. Your summons have been enhanced. Then came the power stats. Strength 19.271, 28.467. Reflexes 17.487, 21.183. Vitality 16.099, 23.982. Mana 31.952, 38.153. Shooting skill 1132, 2235. Recovery ability 18.374, 20.672. Spirit energy 1033, 1486. Physical defense 1112, 2232. Magic resistance 532, 745. Poison resistance 4192, 6692. Fire resistance 512. Resistance 4.995, 19.723. Right now. Your hair was standing up with power. As you tightened your fist and glared fiercely. My stats are looking really good. That fist was about to slam into John Seong's stomach. He shouted. Wait a minute. Why can I? As he took the punch, John Seong's expression twisted in pain. Moments later, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. And just like that, his body was sent flying back, crashing into objects. Sang Yu's eyes burned with rage as the objects from the impact fell onto John Seong. Clone number 4 caught the manager and said, one of them got away. But the rest have been taken care of, Sang Yu quickly replied. All right. Stop chasing him and focus on getting the manager to the hospital right now. The manager, still concerned, asked, what about you? To which Sang Yu responded, don't worry about me. Just hurry and treat him first. It seems like he can still move. Sang Yu looked down at John Seong, who was struggling to get up. His body was shaking uncontrollably. This is insane. This is way off from the report. His power can't possibly be just 19, and the others are not weak either. There is no way to escape if at least 2 of them catch you. No way he could boost his stats in such a short time. He realized something was off when he spotted a syringe sticking out of Sang Yu's pocket. Now John Seong had a sinister, smug grin on his face. Yeah, I admit I underestimated you, he said. I did not think you could catch me or even react to my invisibility skills. Sang Yu coldly replied. I have heard too many excuses like yours. There won't be any more mistakes. He stepped closer as he spoke. John Seong drew his blade and said, I will show you what the strength of a mediocre aim hunter really is. At that moment, his stats were revealed. Strength, 25,612. Reflex, 35,487. Vitality, 21,864. Endurance, 19,156. Mana, 12,952. Recovery, 1,174. Physical defense, 812. John Seong's eyes widened as he exclaimed, You have not seen all that I can do. He roared the last 2 words and unleashed his power. Sang Yu, with a disgusted expression, shot back. I do not want to see everything a pathetic loser can do. As John Seong charged forward, he thought, it is impossible for them to track me without using their tracking skills. Yet, they still caught me. I do not want to believe it. But they are predicting my position based on the air movement. Whenever I move, he calculated as he jumped. I will move faster so I do not make any noise. He won't sense me anymore. John Seong was leaping continuously in the air like a flea in the bedroom. Sang Yu thought to himself, he is incredibly fast. This speed is insane. I can't even see him. He really does have better reflexes than me. It seems like what he said earlier was true. And this is to suppress any sound. As the environment suddenly shifted, John Seong closed in on Sang, ready to attack. But Sang Yu struck him first, saying, Are you an idiot? This made John scream in pain. Sang Yu looked at him as he fell flat on his face and chuckled. You are just stirring up a cloud of dust to hide your movements. Now I can see you even clearer. At that moment, John Seong was kneeling on the ground, suddenly bursting into a creepy laugh that puzzled Sang Yu. He grinned with a twisted expression. Ha. Sang Yu had to ask, Have you lost your mind? What is so funny? He proudly held up the syringe he had snatched from Sang Yu's pocket at some point, saying, Care to repeat that? After seeing this, you panic and look down at your empty pockets. That John Seong continues. Hey. I knew there was something really weird about you guys. Your stats are definitely different. 50 compared to what I found at the headquarters. As he speaks, he plugs the opening of the vial. And you know those people have definitely used this to boost their stats. Sang Yu's serious gaze warns. I am telling you. Do not drink from that. That John Song does not hear a thing, tilting his head back to down the drink in one go. But just seconds later, the vial is thrown away. Strength, 29.968. Something powerful is radiating from his body. What the heck? His muscles start to bulge and tense up. The stats pop up again. Strength, 37.647. Explosions erupt, causing an entire building to go up in flames. Strength, 37.647. Now, John Seong wears a devilish grin and shouts. I can't hear what you are saying. I am too busy boosting my power right now. Haha. Sang-yu raises an eyebrow in response. Is that? Just do not say I did not warn you. The ground is cracking and bursting with water. Nearby houses are caught in the chaos. John Seong stands in the midst of the destruction, grinning with satisfaction. Haha. He looks down at his hands, pleased, thinking, what kind of potion is this? My strength nearly doubled. Not even the best drugs could achieve this effect. Then he calls out, you are Deng Sang-yu. Right. If you reveal who made this potion, I will just break a couple of your ribs and let you go. At this moment, Sang-yu analyzes the situation. 4 no. 6 are taking the manager to the hospital. I have to deal with him with just no. 2 no. 3. And he starts reaching for his sword. Just a couple of ribs. Well, that does not scare me, John Sung says with a twisted smile, charging forward like a madman. You stubborn punk. Sang-yu points his sword forward. And immediately, he is blocked by clones no. 2 no. 3. Suddenly, both of you are stunned as John Seong knocks both of them down. Sang-yu swings his sword down, but he frantically thrusts his sword forward, sending you flying backward. You grit your teeth, staring at the sword trembling in your hand. John Seong, enjoying the moment, taunts. After seeing this, you still do not get your current situation. Looks like you do not get my point when I say I have read all the files on you. You think everything I read or researched was just data. I have a different plan. The scene shifts to another place, where heavy breathing echoes in the dark. A man, attacked to the point of exhaustion. Sit still, a scar-faced thug exclaims. Why is there a hunter guarding here? The tank top guy beside him adds. We have wasted too much time. The scar-faced thug questions. This is where the hunter Deng Sang-yu lives. Right. Yep. You know his hot-hated nature by now. Let us wrap this up quickly, they say as the group moves in. Yep. Boss. Inside the house, Sang-yu's parents hear the noise outside and look out in shock. Who is coming at this hour? His father quickly heads out to open the door. Who's it? They are immediately stunned by the appearance of those thugs. On Sang-yu's side, the man Chong Sawang is screaming like a madman. Do you get it? With just one call, I could bury your family alive. Easy. Sang-yu struggles to fend off his attacks. At this moment, clone number 2 and clone number 3 rush in to attack Chong Sawang from behind. He swings his sword, countering the two of them. Those stubborn brats. Sang-yu has now begun to unleash his power, the sword in his hand transforming into something bizarre. His eyes widen with fury, and Chan Song looks back in shock. He sees Sang-yu bringing down that bizarre sword strike. Another powerful shockwave erupts, shaking everything around. That slash seems to split the very air itself. The 2 daggers in Chong Sawang's hands are shattered into tiny pieces. He gasps. You idiot. Then, his face twisted with rage, he charges in, activating his attack skill. He throws a punch at Sang-yu. Shouting, Sang-yu gets slammed hard by that surge of power. A solid wall crumbles, and he gets sent flying through it. He lies on the ground in pain. And at that moment, clone number 2 is attacked from behind by Chan Sawang. He also gets hit by a punch from him. Clone number 3 tries to retaliate, but Chan Sawang ducks and avoids it. Then he knees him hard in the arm. Just like that, all 3 of them are knocked flat on the ground. Sang-yu grits his teeth in anger. The effects of this power are insane. And suddenly, his gaze shifts to one side. He sees Yu Hein with her clone sitting next to an unconscious man. She is rolling her eyes and swearing. Fake. What the hell? Did you lose? You are looking pretty lame right now. Sang-yu grits his teeth in response. Shut up. I need to know. Who is the guy next to you? Yu Hein looks back at him and says. He came running at me. But thankfully, this guy took him down. Just then, Chong Sawang steps forward and says. Do not say another word. Are you planning a backup plan? Sang-yu stands up, raises his sword, and warns Oh, run. She quickly responds. Got it. Chan Sawang raises his eyebrows in disbelief. You still want to fight? Didn't you hear what I just said? You think I am joking about bringing people to your house? Sang-yu grits his teeth. The side effects of the drug are about to kick in. Chansewang pulls out his phone. Smirking. Maybe this is why people take pictures for evidence. He taps on the screen for a bit, and a voice on the other end answers. Hello, Chansewang calmly says. You are here already. Cut off your old man's fingers and send them to me. Suddenly, his arm goes limp, and the phone drops to the ground in shock. The expression on his face turns to shock as he exclaims, What is happening to my hand? Right after that, his body loses all strength and collapses to the ground. His waist giving out, Sang-yu stares at him in silence. Finally recalling the time when Woo-hyun threw that vial to him, taking it back. Here's a little concoction I whipped up recently. One boosts strength. The other boosts mana. Think of it as a 2-for-1 deal. Super easy to tell apart. Side effects. Let me explain. The strength potion melts your muscles, while the mana potion makes your body explode. The manager gasped. Wait, it melts and explodes. Right now. John Seong's body was twisting and contorting, and he was utterly horrified. My hands. My legs. Sang-yu stepped closer. Didn't I tell you not to drink that? His eyes were blazing with intensity. John Song was writhing on the ground like a fish out of water, his face a mask of terror as he glanced at the phone still on the call. He screamed into the phone, Take that bastard's family hostage. Right now. You piece of trash. If you touch me, your family will be wiped out. And the antidote. Give me the antidote. Now. He was going wild, but the voice on the other end calmly replied. Sorry. Wrong number. This is K-Nurse. On the other end is a huge guy who is taking care of a few thugs looking for Sang-woo's family. Back at Sang-woo's house. His parents heard a knock at the door. Who could that be? Especially at this hour. His dad hurried to open the door. Who's it? Asked a man with a thick beard. Hello. I am from K-Nurse. He towered over Sang-woo's front door. His dad gasped. Hello. K-Nurse. The man continued. Sorry for coming at such a late hour. I am here to inform you that Dung Sang-woo has successfully completed his mission and is on his way back to Korea. He said this while squeezing the thug he had caught. Sang-woo's dad asked. Really? Is Sang-woo hurt at all? Meanwhile, the guy getting squeezed thought to himself. My head is going to explode. The man replied. Of course not. He's just fine. Sang-woo's dad said. Please. Come in for a glass of water. The man declined. That is all right. Meanwhile, the thug was nearing his breaking point. Thinking, if he squeezes a bit harder, I am done. The man said. I have to leave right away. Sang-woo's dad replied. All right. Thank you. Then the door closed. The bad guys were now on high alert. Looking at him, he shot them a piercing gaze and warned. What about you guys? Come with me. They gritted their teeth. Just then, one of their phones rang. The man answered. Hello. The guy on the other end rushed to say. Have you gotten there yet? Chop off that bastard's family's fingers. What is wrong with my hands? Damn it. My hands. And now my legs too. Quick. Take his parents hostage. Antidote. Give me the antidote now. Voices were spiraling out of control. The man calmly responded. Sorry. You have dialed the wrong number. This is K-Nurse. The calm man replies. Sorry. You have got the wrong number. This is the Nurses Association. Then he tosses the phone behind him, muttering something about a damn idiot. After dealing with those guys, he walks away while reporting to his superior. Yep, sir. Everything has been handled. Yep. I assume Sanji Woo is already aware. I think they are concerned over there. What is it? On Sang-woo's side. The round guy looks confused at the phone. Damn it. This is ridiculous. He rages. Those useless fools. What a disaster. And just like that, he has reached a point of no return. His face looks like a cat that has seen a ghost. Sang-woo's expression darkens as he looks down like the Grim Reaper. He starts to panic and begs for mercy. Please. That round guy's body seems to be evaporating. Shrinking down. Looking like an old man. Sang-woo leans down and coldly tells him, from now on, if you want to live, you better put some effort into breathing. The guy can't muster a single word. Then he grabs the skinny guy's arm. If you keep this up, listen up, don't touch anyone around me. With that, Sang-woo's eyes flash like a warning. Gripping tighter, the round guy grits his teeth in pain. Sang-woo continues, you got that? His expression is ice cold. Then a blood-curdling scream echoes from the building. Awa. Scene shifts to the hospital. Right now, Junmo is standing with his fourth clone. He is lying on the hospital bed, getting bandaged up. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Agent. He gasps in surprise. Sanjung Sang-woo, why did you come in through the window? This is the 5th floor. Sang-woo climbed in through the window and replied. They said visiting hours are over. So how are you feeling? Junmo smiles and says. Thank God I had a healer. They told me I just need to wear this cast for a week or two. By the way, what about that blood? Did you get hurt? Sang-woo wipes the blood off his face and shakes his head. I am fully recovered now. I have top-notch healing abilities. And of course, you do not have to worry about the Moonlit Society anymore. They won't dare pull something like that again. But Junmo still looks solemn. All right. Sang-woo calls out again. Agent. Then he pulls out a chair to sit down, then suddenly asks, should I reevaluate my ranking? This catches Junmo off guard. Rank, well. Your rank has gone up and been recognized for saving someone in the gate crossover. But you have not checked it since, Sang-woo replies. Yeah. That is right. I just want to boost my stats and earn some cash to pay for my hospital bills. But I am not interested in strength or power. He wonders, is there a reason you suddenly changed your mind? Sang-woo rubs his face, looking a bit helpless. I thought I just had to do well. I was not interested in strength, and did not care about those who looked down on me for having a low rank. But after what happened, I have changed my mind. His hand clenches, showing his frustration. If I were in a rank hunter or stronger, the Moonlit Society would not have dared to do this. They would not even think about attacking the Jimmer agency office. That is why I want to make a request. Junmo is pondering while analyzing. If you really want to rank up, that would be incredibly beneficial for our agency, and we would be immensely grateful. Just having a high-level hunter would solidify our position, and for you as a hunter, this is the best way to prove your skills. Sang-woo was about to say something. So I guess I have to, he continued. But you will draw a lot of attention. So situations like this could keep happening. The decision is up to you. Sang-woo closed his eyes, steeled himself, and exclaimed, I have made my decision. Cut to another location. At this moment, announcements: a code. Hunter No. 172. Please report to room B. Hunter No. 173. Please report to room E3. The clerk asked at this point. You submitted an application for the hunter ranking assessment. Right, Sang-woo replied, sitting across from him. Yep. The other person was typing while reading the information. Hunter Dung Sang-woo. You are a hunter. Agency E. Your skill is duplication. Did you come here alone? Normally, people take the test in groups. Hearing that, he thought to himself, I knew they would say that, remembering Junmo's words. Normally, people check if they can take down a monster of their level when they are in a group. If there is a C-rank monster, then a C-rank hunter should team up to fight it. So that means the monster is usually stronger than the hunter in a one-on-one fight. That is true. But that does not apply to me, he said with a cheerful smile. Back to the present, Sang-woo replied. I can handle it on my own. The other person sighed, explaining. So you need to take down a monster higher than your level and gather proof of your abilities. You can message the security team of the association to recognize your hunt, and then come back here for your ranking assessment. Sang-woo raised his hand, looking hesitant. Can I? Skipping the test for ranks D and B is right. The clerk was taken aback. What? He frowned in annoyance, thinking, who does this kid think he is? Is he trying to mess with me? Saying he is going to take the test alone. Then he spoke again. Sorry, but you can only rank up from right below you, so you can't do that. Sang-woo scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Really? I get it now. So which monster should I kill to rank up to D? The man sighed and handed over the paper, saying the monster for the D-rank test is a mermaid. He confidently thought he would not be able to do anything with that lame duplication skill. The man continued. It has strong defenses and greater power than a human, so bullets won't work. Sang-woo spoke up. Thank you. So this is all I need. Right. The man who was interrupted clenched his teeth in anger for a moment. Sang-woo calmly turned away. He shot up, shouting. Right. Good luck to you. Inside, he was fuming. All right. Let us see if you can pull this off. He is definitely going to come back and ask me to cancel his registration. Sang-woo sat down nearby and quietly went about his own business. A while later, he picked up the mission paper with a look of frustration. 2 hours passed, and Sang-woo was still calmly sipping his drink. The man was fuming again. Why has not he gone hunting yet? Are you planning to go or what? He screamed internally. Suddenly, Sang-woo stood up, then he sat back down, leaving the man bewildered. Why did he come back? The man was about to speak. You must want to cancel. Right, Sang-woo exclaimed. This left the other guy in stunned silence. No worries, he calmly replied. I have taken care of the mermaids. I even brought proof. Please register me as a daddy-level hunter. The other guy felt utterly confused. What the heck is this kid talking about? He has just been sitting there for 2 hours. He did not know that clone number 7 had helped him with that. The guy sipping coffee had no idea what nonsense he was rambling about. He gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself before speaking. Yeah, sorry about that, but from what I see, you are still here and have not left to hunt yet, Sang-woo said calmly. Can you just check first? I am sure the hunting team has already sent a confirmation, he sighed. All right then, inside. He was annoyed. What am I even doing here? The computer screen lit up. Free entry and hunting notifications. Type of monster. Mermaid. Serial number. 5. Confirming information. Confirmed. The man exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? Sang-woo asked again. Is it good now? The other guy hurriedly picked up the desk phone. Hold on, just a second. On the security side of the Firespa sales station. Hello. This is the security of the Firespa sales station. How can I help you? The person on the other end responded. I am from the Hunter Evaluation Center. I want to confirm if Hunter Jung Sang-ju actually caught 5 mermaids. The security quickly got to work. Let us Jung Sang. Then replied. This has been confirmed. I checked it myself. There is even a recording of him arriving here. Aha. I do not understand why both the member and the commander are named Jung Sang-ju. The man processing the paperwork thought in disbelief. The system's down. He bribed the guard at the hunting ground. Did not he? No way. He did not even leave this place. Sang-yu, feeling the wait was too long, anxiously asked. But have you received the confirmation? The man forced a smile. Sorry about what just happened. I will promote you right now. Deep down, he just could not believe it. This is truly impossible. I am sure he did something shady. All right, then spoke up. Is that it? Congratulations. You have been promoted to ranked hunter. Then he muttered the math quietly. After this, I will report directly to AQ. Until then, enjoy the carefree vibes of being in ranked hunter. Sang-woo calmly replied. Okay, and thank you. And also, I want to sign up to be an rank hunter. This left the man stunned and speechless. What? Asterisk scene shifts to a dark, empty street at night. Someone pulled a bag out from a crevice in the wall. It was none other than Yu Hyan. She stared thoughtfully at the bag, reminiscing about last time, standing in front of Sang-yu. She exclaimed. Sang-yu, confused, asked back. What do you mean? Hyan, looking anxious and pale, replied. I think it is my fault they attacked the Gmeva organization. They took their precious crystals from the hunting ground. I never thought it would end up like this. I am really sorry. Sang-yu gasped in shock. So that is why they mentioned returning the gems. Yu Hyan nodded with difficulty. She felt immense regret. Wow. Why did I do that, even after what he did to those people? Suddenly, Sang-yu just blurted out. It is not your fault. The reason they did that is because they thought I was the one who took those gems and intentionally harmed my family and the organization. This is a matter between the Silver Crescent Guild and me. So you do not have to worry. The easy part of this danger is the gems. It is an issue between you and the Silver Crescent Guild. I also think you did not steal it just for fun. I do not know what the Silver Crescent Guild and Hasung did to you, but I want to belittle your problems. And you do not need to apologize. At that moment, all she could do was pull her hat down in guilt. Back to the present. Yu Han carried her bag and reassured herself. All right. This is a matter between me and them. Then she ran quickly down the deserted road. Meanwhile, in another place, countless people were staring in shock at one direction. What the heck? Do you see that? Recorded. Dude, this is insane. The processing guy, Junjae, exclaimed. Congratulations on passing both R-Ath and Ranarun. Sang-yu stood up, bowing in response. Thank you. I think today is enough. With that, Yuji turned away, leaving the man sweating bullets. For today, the clerk sitting next to him exclaimed. He actually pulled it off. The man quickly turned to ask. What? You know that guy? He replied nonchalantly. Of course I know him. He applied for a duplicate certificate to enter the hunting grounds. The doctor was thrilled to tell everyone about him. He was practically drooling, saying he had never seen skills like his before. You have to see it for yourself. Honestly, I am quite surprised he kept a low profile until now. Is it because he has a low rank? The man on the other side gasped. A duplicate certificate. He continued. But in just one day, he went from rank E to rank. I bet the hunter community is going crazy right now. You should have gotten his signature. Who walked away, attracting a ton of curious glances. A week later, a lot had changed. Newspapers about Sang-woo were constantly being published. He climbed from rank E to rank B in just a day. It is truly a shock for the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association issued an official statement about Hunter Dung Sanju, who is rapidly becoming stronger. They announced that the progress of Hunter Dung Sanju and his achievements are indeed unexpected. And now we recognize his talent, passion, and potential. This has sparked a lot of reactions. Some are amazed by his development. Others admire his potential and embrace it positively. There are still some who worry that his growth rate is too abnormal, suggesting that it needs to be managed and monitored closely. The K-Ners Guild's raid team has returned to Park 1 Tai. We are truly excited about the return of our guild members. They are crucial to the team and the community as a whole. We are incredibly grateful for what our guild members have done, and their return symbolizes our comeback. The fastest promotion in history. The mysterious rookie has arrived. Jung Sang-yu is a mysterious rookie who has exceeded all expectations, showcasing professional foundational skills. His rapid growth is attracting global attention, and his name as this mysterious rookie has made waves. Real duplication. Only one person in the entire world can use the cloning skill. His abilities are truly astounding compared to everyone else. By creating clones and controlling them, he is gaining attention from all over the world. His skills have truly surpassed what we expected of him. Who is Dung Sanji? The gym organization's interview. Reporter. Hey everyone. Today we are diving into some intriguing info about the Tanbine San Master, Dung Sanji. Great to meet you. Gym organization staff. It is a pleasure to meet you. Reporter. Lately, the Tanbine San Master Dung Sanju has shot to fame. What do you think about that, gym staff? We have been given an incredible opportunity with this situation, so we are super grateful and excited. I think through this chance, we will learn a lot and tap into the talent of San Master Dung Sanju. Reporter. I heard reports about a Tanbine San Master who reached Aimbu rank in just one day. Please set up a plan for this. If you need help outside your group, feel free to reach out to your manager or team support for assistance. Team members should always maintain a positive mindset. We should not lose hope even in danger, and should support and uplift each other. The Ngayat Guild is on the brink of collapse. Rumored to be in conflict with another guild due to a mysterious fight. The Ngayat Guild has gathered many players and has been thriving for a while. But recently, due to conflicts with a mysterious guild, they are at risk of falling apart. The San Master community is on edge too. Was not a Dung Sanjiu who joined a guild about to crash. Haha, I am pretty sure they will develop from here. They got him back when he was still with the Angf. I doubt Asung will let this slide. Even so, he is a Boranet, so he can go higher than that. What is your Aranenki then? Isn't he the clone just an illusion? I have seen people use clones before. Just read until the end for me. Please. He is famous because his clones are not illusions. I heard he can hunt in all three places at once. Who wants to be carried by which clone? Haha, I do not get it. What is the difference? Don't overact now. I will tell everyone about the story I saw. So how many clones can you make? Is not it too up to have super strong clones? And there is a balance of 5,142,366,200 new. The Nurse Guild transferred 5 billion troops. Product Zero withdrew 13,000 troops. Sang Yu, after receiving that amount of money, could not believe it. Like, wait, how many zeros are there? 3. Then a loud scream erupted. 5 billion. At this moment, Du, listening to Sang Yu's call, chuckled and said, that is just the payment for completing the mission. He is still dazed on the other end of the line. But this is too much, Juante explained. I use the term reward. But rescuing the raid team number 1 is part of the job. Seems like Agent Kang Junmo has not told you about this. Sang-gu replied. He mentioned a contract. But I did not think it would be this much. He reassured him. Do not worry about it. Just take it. If it were not for you, no one would dare take on that job. Whenever you have time, drop by our guild. Team 1 will be eager to meet you. Sang-gu responded. I will swing by sometime then. After that, the call dropped, and Sang-gu could not hide his joy anymore, collapsing to the floor in tears. What just happened? From now on, I won't have to worry about hospital bills anymore, even though I can still cover the costs of mana treatment with my earnings. It is a bit of a stretch. With this money, I will be able to ask him for help. The blessing from its ranked healer. Just wait. Your eyes are filled with determination. When I see him, I will kneel and beg like crazy. Sang Yu imagines himself crying and begging that person. Please. Save her. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone is angrily shouting. Damn it. Monitor the guy's car. That bastard. I thought he would be useful since the Hasung Guild sent him. This is the Mulet Guild, led by Yang Jian. Now, what is the point of getting gems from Jolo if no one works for us anymore? And if the Nose Tree Guild gets involved? This is incredibly dangerous. I have to at least destroy the evidence. He is fuming when a voice calls out. Yang Jian. I hear someone has stolen our treasure. Right. My hose. Cold and powerful. Yang Jian grits his teeth and says. I think we have a misunderstanding. Let us talk. Suddenly, he puts on a bear claw and turns back to punch My Ho. Shouting. My Ho coldly swings her hand, and blood splatters into the air. My Ho's sharp gaze cuts through the tension. Don't say a word. I have no intention of chatting with you. The scene shifts back to the Nose Tree Guild headquarters. Junmo, with his arm still in a cast, walks in. I am sorry for you. The other person replies. Junmo, How's your arm? Woon asks. And he replies, the doctor said I should not move it too much for a while. By the way, I heard you protected the family of Hunter Jung Sanji. I can't thank you enough. As he speaks, he bows in gratitude. Woon-T shrugs. No worries. Manai. You said the people who ambushed you came from the Moonlit Guild. Jamoras?
Yep.
And I do not think that is all. Do you know the hunter Kang Chongsung? He confirms.
Yep.
He is the main culprit in this. He is also the vice president of the Moonlit Guild. And I have heard that Jung Sanju has made it so he can recover from his current state. Junmo exclaimed.
Yep.
Hunter Kang Chongsung. He was actually one of the hunters I managed when I worked for the Hisung Guild. Woon is taken aback. You mean Kang Chongsung belongs to the Hisung Guild? Junmo confirmed. The relationship between Hisung and Moonlit is clear. Woon asks again. Do you think the Hisung Guild is also involved in this? But to prove that, at this moment, Maiho appears seriously and speaks up. Those bastards from Moonlit have created crystal stones and offered to sell them to the Hisung Guild. And it is not even a proper crystal stone anymore. Woon-T asks in shock. Looks like you have been to Moonlit. Maiho hands over a list. You were right. It is Yang Jilukain. That bastard. Then she suddenly turns back and smiles brightly at Junmo. Nice to meet you, Agen Jung. I have heard a lot about you. Junmo awkwardly smiles back. Nice to meet you too, Hallmaster Han Maiho. You have been to the Moonlit Guild to investigate, have not you? She quickly reassured him. Don't worry. Yang Jilukain is still alive. I will hand him over to you soon. After reading the information, Wont looked up with a confused expression and asked. What is that all about? Maiho replied. It is body enhancement drugs. I knew something shady was going on. There is no way a B-rank guild like Silver Moon could create crystal stones without some help. The Hisung Guild has gotten deeply involved in this, which means it is incredibly dangerous. Hunter activities are only legal after the Great Flood ends, with soldiers controlling the hunting areas, taxes imposed on hunting income, and other things like purchasing dropped monster items getting legalized. Because of this, the hunters' jobs seem to have stabilized. But not everyone agrees. Some hunters protested the identity registration and the hunting restrictions, breaking away to form their own society. Thus, unlicensed hunters conduct transactions using illegal weapons and information to protect their income. Just then, someone cleaning in the tavern heard a voice call out.
Sir.
Uhain. Uhain entered, holding a bag and looking delighted. Here you go. Crystals. The other person hurriedly declined. I told you. No need. Uhain insisted, confirming they had arrived at the Sinseon station. Is there anyone who can handle this pile of crystals right now? Someone who can buy them for a higher price. The man helplessly exclaimed. I. Uhain, leaving her confused. Just then, another person stepped in and spoke up. Are you Kim Uhain? You should come with us. It was a group of people wearing white masks, with only their eyes visible. Uhain was taken aback. You guys. And just like that, he was pulled away.
Sir.
The man with a guilty expression said, I am really sorry. I had no other choice. They threatened my family's life. Just then, someone else appeared. It is too noisy in here. This person's expression was arrogant, as he looked up defiantly at the masked group. Who are you? Wearing that here. Do you even know where you are? The masked person warned. Back off right now. But the other guy was even more outrageous, glaring and replying. I do not know who you think you are. But if we bury you here, you will. Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the face. He fell hard to the ground. The masked person waved his hand dismissively, muttering, what a pain. Then he turned around and said, at that moment, Sang Yu appeared and delivered a powerful kick. Then he calmly spoke up. I told you, remembering what he said to Wu Hain the night before. He continued, I do not know what Silver Moon and Hisung did to you, but I have no intention of judging your situation. You do not need to apologize. By the way, I am also part of the Guillaume organization. I will help you with this, she exclaimed in shock. Really, how can you do that? Sang Yu just smiled and replied, try selling the crystallized number you took. Back to the present. You exclaim, I told you they would take the bait. Yu Hain is shocked. The masked figure questions, who are you? Then a brief conversation unfolds. 10 minutes, that is right. Okay, we can't use a recorder. I know, you should not ask things that do not concern you. Alright. Not determined yet, the doorman says. We are going to search your body now. The man with a sneaky grin laughs. This is the Hisung clan's headquarters. He raised his hand, laughing as he asked, don't you find it funny? Checking the body of a respected hunter. You think I am going to bring a gun or something? The inspector takes his job seriously. No weapons then. The Hisung guy exclaims in surprise. You think I need a weapon? Or should I try something? I am just kidding. What if I really did that? Even the person behind that door would run away. He laughs naturally. Ha, the doorman says seriously. We are going to open the door now. May enter. The prophet is waiting. Moments later, the Hisung guy steps into a grand hall. At the highest point, someone is sitting there, none other than the one called the prophet. The prophet speaks up. You are back again. The Hisung guy grins wickedly. Sounds like you were not expecting this. You have got a sense of humor, do not you? The other replies. Of course not. I know why you are here, but my answer won't change. Give it up. I hope you can be satisfied with your current life. He laughs even deeper. Listen here, if it is you, any person in power, even politicians, they would kneel before me. Suddenly, his voice rises. Everything is still going smoothly, so what now? Give it up, the prophet calmly replies. Your fate has changed significantly. To be more specific, someone has changed it. He questions loudly. So who is it? The prophet coldly responds. That I do not know. Not just one or two people. On the other side, you are shaking a phone in front of the masked guy. His mask is almost shattered. This is your phone. Right, tell me the password. He screams. Kill me. Your face turns pale. Why are you so savage? Kill you. I can't do that, but I am handing you over to them. Sangwoo pointed towards the guys who just got taken down by the masked guy. They are glaring over here. Really pissed off. Is that the guy? The one who caused all this chaos? Yeah, that crazy bastard actually dares to do this. Sangwoo just keeps on laughing. Looks like they are really angry now. I wonder if they will let you die peacefully. Meanwhile, in another location, a man is working when his phone suddenly rings. He quickly answers. Yep. This is Captain Shinjanuk from Team 1. The voice on the other end speaks up. Click. Click. We have got the goods. He responds immediately. Good. Bring it to Facility 3. Then he wonders. By the way, what is going on with the line? The voice on the other end answers. Sounding exhausted. We are in the basement right now. Jin Guk just assumes the other phone has run out of battery and says, charge your phone tomorrow. Okay, don't let anything happen to the production. Seriously. Our manager is really pissed about the whole bank thing. On this end of the line, Sangwoo is trying to contort his mouth to fake a smile. Okay. Click. Click. We are on our way now. Jin Guk replies. Got it. Woo Hyan beside him can't help but cringe at his antics. After Sangwoo hangs up, he leans over to hand the phone to the masked guy and grins. Thanks a lot. We will pay you back with this stash. Here you go. But for the exchange, can you tell me the location of the factory? The guy grits his teeth in fear. No way. They will kill me if I do that. Sangwoo then slyly calls over to the guys nearby with a cheeky grin. Hey there, he says. The two of them quickly draw their knives. Ready to act. Really? Just leave him there. Let us handle this. The masked guy tries to speak up. You bastard. You are not following through on your promise. Sangwoo laughs and replies. What do you mean by that? I said I would not kill you. Did not. This weak heart can bear to see such horrible things. I am heading home now. The guy is so furious he could spit blood. All while Sangwoo wears a smug smile. He exclaims. I am going to tell you something. I am going to tell you. Later on. In a quiet street at night, a voice calls out. Did you record it? Send it to agent with the factory location. Sangwoo tells Woo Hyun. She replies. Okay, then Woo Hyun shyly adds. Yeah, thank you for helping me like this. Sangwoo smiles and says. No problem at all. Woo Hyun changes the subject again. Right, I heard your skill is cloning. That is true. Is not. I saw the news. So that is why the people around you look so much like you. Sangwoo hears this and bluntly says. You do not care much about other people. Do you? Woo Hyun glares at him. Look who is talking. You know my name. Right. Sangwoo looks away. Feeling uneasy, the drug dealer. Immediately, Woo Hyun grabs him by the neck tightly. Sangwoo tries to cry out. Forgive me, Woo Hyun shouts. Return the favor right now. My name is Woo Hyun. We have never introduced ourselves. Woo Hyun grits her teeth and asks. Anyway, why are you here? You split personality loser. Sangwoo just smiles at her. At some barbecue joint, the meat is sizzling, releasing a delicious aroma. Sangwoo exclaims, they are busy. And your split personality buddies are sitting here waiting for an epic barbecue feast. The fragrant pieces of meat are being sliced by the server. Then the cheerful server invites, you can eat now. Your split personality friends are eager, then quickly grabs a piece of meat. After that, he pops it into his mouth. Chewing with a satisfied look, a calf flashes in his mind. Then a cow grazing. Looking ahead, and at the slaughterhouse. The cow's tears of despair fall. Split personality number 1 freezes. His expression is one of utter shock, but the guilt quickly fades away. He drools. Sighing in his heart, so good. The meat melts like noodles. Scene cuts to another place. A recorded conversation plays. Click. Click. We got the gem. Great. Quickly transfer them to Factory No. 3. Jumbo gasp. I recognize that voice. It is the captain of Team 1 from the Hisung Association. Zinjin. He is the son of X in Hisung. Wanti responds. Then we can confirm Hisung is involved with the crystal gem. In summary, Maiho begins to analyze the situation. The Hisung Association has 5 sources of gem supply. Hisung, Engin, Sichi V, gem supply source. Among those, the Anyan Guide Association is nearly dissolved, so there are 4 other places left. All similar to the Engan Guide Association, at least, they are at the B-level association. Junmo is still very worried. Can't we take down the Hisung Association with this evidence? I heard producing gems is illegal. Maiho looks a bit troubled. I would love to, but... Wanti continues. Unfortunately, it is very hard to do that. The Hisung Association does not produce things on their own. Plus, they have the Korean Hunters Association backing them up. Even if they throw them in jail, they will be out soon enough. All I can say is, we need to plan this out carefully. Junmo, you should not go out alone. We will send bodyguards to protect you soon. He reminded him. Junmo replied. Alright, I will let Hunter Jun Sang-woo know to be careful too. Wanti paused for a moment after hearing that, then he blurted out. Sang-woo does not need to be careful. No one can corner him. At that moment, a message popped up on the phone from Agent Kang Junmo. We listened to the recording, and the voice in it is from the Hisung Society. And we found out that Jiang Yingrishi is the key ingredient for making the drug called D. Sang-woo finished reading and gasped. That sounds dangerous. For the time being, do not go out. Stay put in the office. Wanti, standing nearby, wondered, have they fixed the mistakes those damn Silver Moon people made? He then remembered. Oh right, you still have not been to the new office. This surprised her. The new office Sang-woo just mentioned. You are going to be blown away. A little while later, when he met Woo Hyan, Junmo exclaimed happily, you are here too. Woo Hyan, that is awesome. I just got here as well. In the room neatly arranged with everything a person needs to work, Woo Hyan chirped. You rented the entire Luna floor, Junmo replied. Actually, I've been planning to move for a while now. I checked out a few places, and since the old office got destroyed, I had to relocate a bit earlier. Then the 2 guys went on chatting. Sang-woo excitedly exclaimed. We are going to be the #1 office in the country soon. Right, isn't he this national #1 office a bit small? Junmo chimed in. Right. We have Hunter Jung Sanjiu, someone who can easily take down Barank hunters. Sang-woo looked around, laughing as he said, and there is also a room specially designed just for you. Then they went to open the door to a room. Inside were shelves packed with chemical bottles and a mixing station. Woo Hyan was incredibly astonished at this. Sang-woo stated. This room is equipped with the most advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing technology. Agent Kang had to work really hard to prepare all this for you. Woo Hyan seriously observed each item. All of this is... Junmo entered and said, most of the equipment has been transferred here. If you need anything else, just let me know. He then whispered in her ear. And you can live, eat, and rest in the room next door. Woo Hyan shyly pulled her hat down and replied, the thank you. In her heart, she was amazed. Thinking, so he knew I had nowhere to go. At that moment, he quickly picked up the phone when it rang. Hello. The information from the other end of the line made Junmo's expression tense. He quickly called out, you Hunter. Sang-woo replied. Confused. Yep. Junmo exclaimed, I think you should go to the hospital today. His expression fell. Hye-sung stood there, silently observing the scene. The ground was stained with large pools of blood and cracks. The guy's cold, cruel expression uttered a chilling goodbye. There was something black lying beneath. Then suddenly, from that dark spot, something began to stir and grow larger. Emerging from the black mass was a tall figure wearing a mask. He spoke. Hye-sung asked, where's Yang Jucheon? The masked figure replied. He is locked up in the basement of the YOLO gang. Seems all the documents related to the operation have been taken. He continued, including Nugix. The masked figure pulled off a cracked piece of the mask. Based on what we have discussed with the others, they must know the location of the factory. Hye-sung gritted his teeth, clearly furious. He then pulled out 2 vials from his pocket. He held them up for the masked guy and said, you know what to do, right? The masked guy took the items and replied. Yep. Hye-sung continued, if they want to push it this far, then let them. Even if it is not complete. The masked guy then dissolved into thin air. The scene shifted to the basement of the YOLO gang. The leader of the Silver Moon gang, Yang Yu-chan, was now bound with heavy chains, meaning that the channel was in a panic. Damn it. Just when he was unsure of what to do, he saw that dark figure rising from the floor. The masked figure with long hair appeared before him. He gasped in fear. Why are you here? The masked figure replied. Calm down. The director sent me. Ju Qian felt a glimmer of hope. The director, Hye-sung, sent you to save me. At that moment, the masked figure used a syringe to inject something from the vial. Ju Qian was bewildered. What are you doing? Me. What are you planning to do? He yelled in panic. The director sent me. What? Calm down. What? 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 It is coming. The monster Juzine turned around and charged at him. A tremendous crash echoed, and the surface began to crack, as if the entire space was about to collapse. An astonished voice rang out. Is that Yang Jian? Yang Jian was a rank hunter. Right. Wundt was already pretty worn out after just one attack. Miho quickly responded. Well, he used to be in the upper tier of B rank. If you look at that scar, I am pretty sure it suddenly appeared from the basement of the gang. Hearing that, Wundt felt even more confused. Thinking about how humans could turn into monsters. And if they could become even stronger, was that even possible? He remembered not long ago, when he read the information Miho sent him, wondering about it. What could that mean? She replied. It is a drug that enhances physical strength. I knew something was off. There is no way a B-class organization like Silver Moon could create gemstones without someone backing them up. Fast forward to the present, facing that giant monster. Wundt thought to himself. Maybe. Miho spoke up again. If that really is Yang Jian, then Hyang is planning to take down Silver Moon. Which means things are about to get crazy. The person lying in the hospital is also in danger. In fact, Xena was at the hospital and spotted a suspicious guy. So she contacted the Jummo. The monster seemed to lose its patience and roared. Miu then said, let us handle this beast first. She furrowed her brows, starting to gather energy in her hands. A surge of power launched towards the monster. The monster's eyes lit up as it clenched its massive fist. Suddenly, a shadowy fist appeared right in front of Miho. At that moment, Wundt swiftly appeared, delivering a slash that severed the monster's gigantic fist. The monster screamed in pain at its now dismembered arm, and Wundt's eyes sparkled with determination. Then, a move called Crescent Slash was unleashed. Dust and smoke flying away. The monster retaliated with an invisible punch packed with power. That attack sent Wundt and Miho stumbling back. They struggled to regain their footing, and Wundt exclaimed, that must definitely be Yang Juqian. Miho added, yeah, he is even using skills. The monster Giwukan roared in fury as it swung its fist. Just then, something appeared, splitting the space in half with a powerful strike. The newcomer was a man with silver hair and a mustache, standing on the monster's corpse and exclaiming, a monster causing chaos in the city. Who the heck is this guy? This is the Solar Association's Kim Il-gon. As Wundt approached, he asked, are you nearby? Miho joyfully chimed in. Il-gon, he replied. Miho and Wundt, what is going on here? I need an explanation. Over at the hospital, Sang-yu shouted. In a hospital, only doctors and nurses can use syringes. He then attacked the masked man, but he caught Sang-yu's punch, saying, this is quite surprising. How did you know I was here? Sang-yu gritted his teeth, glaring at him. At that moment, Il-gon charged in angrily. Someone just teleported into the hospital, and you thought no one would notice. As she charged in, she activated her fire technique. The attack hit the masked man, but he deflected it effortlessly. Il-gon's eyes widened. Did he just destroy it? The masked man said. That is not allowed here. You know, using fire. You can do that in a hospital. Sang-yu leaped up, ready to stomp down. Thinking this was not something a syringe-wielding thug should even be saying, the masked man staggered back from the attack, wiping his face. He said, you are not too shabby yourself. Sang-yu's eyes were fixed on him as she asked, are you okay, sir? She quickly replied, thank you, you came to help pretty fast. He explained, I rushed over as soon as I heard the news. Luckily, our new office is really close to the hospital. The masked guy stood up and said, now I get it. I understand why things went haywire. You are really strong. Are not you? He turned around. Looks like your clones have arrived. At this moment, Sang-yu's clones appeared, all of them with full bellies after a meat feast. Sang-yu, with sharp eyes, exclaimed and prepared to chase after. The masked guy chuckled darkly. Haha. Are you mocking me for rushing in? Sorry, but I am not an idiot. I won't stubbornly charge into a crowd like that. I will see you again soon. After all, there is plenty of darkness around here. He added. For example, the mana absorption unit is right under my feet. Your sister is... The masked guy continued to provoke Sang-yu. Unable to hold back, he slashed with a quick sword strike as the guy taunted. See that? That is how you trap someone else. See you next time. Just as Sang-yu was boiling with anger, the guy vanished. Everything wrapped up pretty quickly after that incident. The monster rampage in the city was handled by the combined power of the three major guild leaders, the Solar Guild, Yolo Guild, and Kaino's Guild. After hearing about everything, Kim was furious and yelled, I told you that punk Shen He-sung was up to something weird. The incident involving the Ink Man became known to the public as just another ordinary monster riot from a quick guild, while Yang Zolqian was recorded as missing, in a hero's chamber during the crisis. A monster appeared right in the heart of the city. This monster caused chaos and instilled fear in the people. It shocked everyone living there. It wreaked havoc and destroyed neighborhoods, disrupting a peaceful day. But as things began to get worse, brave heroes emerged. These heroes, armed with powerful weapons and exceptional combat skills, fought back and defeated the monster. Victorious, the reward was presented to Solar Guild leader Kim Il-gon. He was honored for taking down the monster that had been terrorizing the city and saving lives. Kim Il-gon excelled in defeating the monster that appeared in the city, showcasing his remarkable achievement by saving countless civilians. His bravery was celebrated throughout the city for rescuing so many lives. The city decided to award this honor to Kim Il-gon, especially since we could not voluntarily explain the disappearance of Yang Zulchian. Meanwhile, in another location, a man was interrogating Miho, asking her what she meant when she said that a rank monster was actually a human. We heard that the monster was found in the basement of the Yolo Guild. So were you keeping someone there? She replied. I think there is a bit of a misunderstanding. Although it is a bit late. We found the location of the gemstone and went there, but yeah, there is nothing left. It is all gone. Everything has disappeared. Everyone connected to the crystal of jade has vanished. And only the machines were found. Clone number 1 reported from a location. And it is the same here. There are a few reports of monsters showing up in the city, but all information about them gets taken down after a while. Those monsters were quickly taken out by the hunters, and people completely forgot about them. At that moment, 2 amazed men were discussing. I have never seen anything like this before. We will pay 200,000 for the head, 400,000 for the skin, and 250,000 for the blood, the other replied. I have never seen creatures like this before. They act completely insane. Everything is considered a mystery. And the unidentified monster outbreak came to an end. Sangwoo sat in front of someone and spoke up. We need security. I have been thinking about this since the Moonlight Guild incident. I can't take it anymore. Even though it will reduce our hunting efficiency, safety must come first. Junmo gasped in shock. Reduce hunting efficiency. You mean you will use your clones? You just straight up replied. We do not have the money to hire anyone else. Then a distribution board appeared. 1 clone at Sangwoo's home. 2 clones at the hospital. 1 clone at the G organization. 2 clones continue to hunt and train. That is how I plan to set it up. Junmo, sweating bullets, asked back. Can you handle 7 clones now that you have leveled up? You replied. Haha. We will have to send 1 clone out. The Tree Guild will help us. Junmo looked confused. What? Send it where? Sangwoo casually replied. To a familiar place. Switching scenes to a terrifying location. A burning gate appeared at this moment. Someone appeared. Clone number 2. Holding a loudspeaker heading towards the snowy area. After looking around, he picked up the speaker and shouted. Bake, bake, bake. Monsters. Aye, a tasty human here. Completely unarmed. Come out now. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of monsters rushed towards him like a river of ants. With an iron tube strapped to his waist, explosions erupted violently in the air, switching scenes to another place. Someone was holding scissors, cutting some fabric for a grand opening. This is the opening ceremony of the Hunter Academy in South Korea. At this moment, the academy principal, One Hat, cheerfully spoke. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming here. This academy is built to educate low-level hunters on how to deal with monsters, equipping them with skills at an affordable price to increase their chances of item drops from monsters. What skills are needed, or how low-level you are, anyone can join. If you train with other hunters, you will gain enough confidence to step into the field. The one who shows the best achievements at the end of each school year will receive this prize. As soon as he finished speaking, a luxurious and expensive-looking trophy appeared before everyone's eyes. Switching scenes inside the gym facility. In the gym, someone was effortlessly lifting a 250 kilograms weight. Sangwoo was training inside. Nothing is over a ton. Recalling Junmo's words, he smiled awkwardly. Sorry, but with weights that heavy, the floor would collapse. You could reach the Mana Rainforest gym. He sighed in response. Woo, I get it now. Your body is swaying while you are still holding those heavy dumbbells. How boring. There is no simulation at all. Right now, an announcement on TV is showing the grand opening ceremony of HAK-SU. The principal of AKAI-SU has declared the opening of the Hunter Academy and stated that the admission application period for the Korean branch will be in December. Additionally, the academy is offering enrollment points for low-ranked hunters and those with fewer skills to encourage them to join. Kwai looks a bit discouraged. Controlling the pain. That manager has such a weird hobby. I did not think he would go live like this. At this moment, the TV continues, and the principal of AKAI-SU shocks everyone by announcing that the prize for the winner at the academy is a precious elixir. Based on the results, All students at the academy have a chance to receive this elixir. This is a huge incentive to encourage students to showcase their full potential. Sang-yu hears this and his expression turns serious as he exclaims, "An elixir." Over at another place, a group of people is pointing to the sky, singing the South Korean national anthem, singing about the dry Donna Sea, the worn-out Baekdu Mountain. The sky will protect us. Long live the homeland. The magnificent mountains and rivers stretch for 3,000 miles, blooming with hibiscus flowers. The people of Korea will forever walk the path of Korea, preserving our truth. The pine tree atop Namsan stands firm against the winds as if armored. Our indomitable spirit is just like that. The autumn sky is clear and high, without a cloud in sight, bright in our hearts, still holding a complete form. With spirit and intellect, let us pledge our loyalty, love for the country, whether in hardship or happiness. The Hunter Academy. This must be the Pull video from the Hunter Academy. Sang-gu finishes watching and turns to ask, "Really? Is the elixir thing at the academy true?" Junmo, looking surprised, replies, "I'm surprised too. I went to check, and it is true. They are offering the elixir as a prize for the competition among students worldwide." You are wondering. I heard from the branch. So does the academy have branches all over the world? Plus, the prize is an elixir. How can just one student pull that off? Junmo continues, "It is not just this academy. It was established by an enlightenment organization led by Jumper. It is one of the major corporations." Sang-gu looks confused. Why would the largest corporation in the world do that? Junmo's? That is what is strange. Everything starts from their goal of narrowing the gap between low-ranked and high-ranked hunters. They are trying to reduce casualties when disasters happen by enhancing the monster-handling capabilities of regular hunters. Not just the strong hunters. We will develop together, as the lower-ranked hunters have fewer good skills. After hearing this, Sangapumbar, I think I heard about this on the news already. But I am currently at rank. If I had known this was happening, I would have leveled up my rank, he insists. Of course. Rank. Your current rank is too high. But you will be fine. You can meet other offer requirements. Have you ever bragged about your useless skills? Yu-hein bursts out laughing at this. While Sang-yu looks frozen, his face pale. He tries to salvage it. I have over 10. Junmo quickly lists for him. Heavy hitter, sharpshooter, and spell ammo all rank. Just basic skills. Rank hunters usually have around 20. By the time you reach rank, you should have an average of 70 skills. That means the number of skills you currently have is your advantage when enrolling. The hunter chuckles as he speaks, but Sang-yu interrupts. Hold on. Alright, yet he continues. And because you are a foreigner, Sang-gu looks like he is about to burst into tears. Snot and all. Junmo presses on. So what is called the donation-based admission system could even apply to you. You wonder aloud. A donation-based admission system, he asks back. Do you still have the reward from the nurse? The scene shifts to the Hunter Academy branch in Korea. It looks really lively here. Welcome. Ho ho ho. Hak-su beams with joy. I am truly honored to meet the famous principal of the academy. Woon-hak. Sang-woo awkwardly chuckles. What do you mean? Famous. I should be thanking you for accepting me. He is clapping and laughing joyfully. Huh. You are too modest. Why be so humble when you have already invested 5 billion won for the benefit of this school? Sang-woo just smiles coolly and replies. I am also happy to help the school achieve some admirable goals. Inside, he is astonished. Enrolling with money. What a strange system. I thought that could only happen in schools like this. But it does not get treated like a national university, thanks to the manager with his negotiation skills. They settled at a price of 2.5 billion won. But even if it were 5 or 10 billion to get a chance at a god-tier skill, who would not pay up? Plus, under the advanced policies for low-tier awakeners, the average rank of students here fluctuates from FE, with D being the highest. Some people have started to notice you. Is not that Sang-yu, the guy with the cloning skill? You think? Still dazed. I do not see anyone here I could consider a rival, even if I am an easy target in class. I still have to get through the end-of-year exams. Suddenly, an announcement rings out, startling Sang-yu. Our academy is honored to welcome 2 students from rank B who are first-year transfers. He turns to Hakasu, who is still excited. Yujan Sang-yu probably does not know. But there is a hunter from rank who also got here through donations. Just like you. I can say who. But that hunter is as famous as you. Ho ho ho. Your eyes widen in shock. So I have a rival. At that moment, a young man steps up to the podium enthusiastically. It is great to meet everyone. I am Professor Kani C. I will teach you all about the basic elements of magic. You would probably curse me if I started teaching on the first day. Right. So I will simply announce the class schedule, and we will kick things off next week. Sang-yu sits at the back, face-palming in despair. I liked it because there were no rivals. But now there is someone just like me. Who's it? This does not help a rank hunter at all. It is all good when you get here, especially since it is ranked by. Right, honestly. I am not that into the hunting industry. I mean, once I hit the top spot, who cares what anyone else says? After Ixiok finished speaking, he gathered his materials and walked off, flashing a bright smile and waving goodbye to the students. That is it for today. See you all next week. A girl with orange hair piped up, reminding everyone about the freshman party tonight. Don't forget to hit up 3 Gojang near the intersection in front of the academy at 8 p.m. Sangyu stood up. Calculating. A freshman party. They should really call this a university instead. Now, I think I will hit the gym instead. Suddenly, he paused, thinking, wait, could there be rain there? Sangyu quickly reconsidered. Should I go check it out? Scene switched to the evening at 3 Gojang, glasses clinking as they toast, and gasps of surprise and curiosity echoed around Sangyu. No way. Did you really save everyone from that disaster at the teleport gate with a baseball bat? Sangyu, with a look of exasperation, replied. Yeah, that is right. And then another friend jumped in. I heard you took down the rank monster there. Sangyu. I got taken down instead. Appa took out the Moonlit Gang. I have got nothing to say. Please, show us your clone. At that moment, a guy sitting nearby gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, he is really something. Sangyu was pressed by everyone to show his clone, but he flat out refused. They are out hunting somewhere right now, so no can do. Then he raised his hand. All right. Everyone, please chill for a second. Is there anyone else besides me who is a ramp at this academy? Everyone looked at him in shock. Then they started whispering. Another ramp? I do not know. Another ramp is also an. Sangyu thought to himself. Looks like they do not know either. Then he chuckled and said, it is nothing. Never mind. Then he checked his phone screen. Still thinking. All the articles online are about me. What is his agenda hiding me? And it seems like he is not even here. After a while, feeling bored, Sangyu strolled home, muttering to himself, just heading back. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. That person called out, pointing in a direction. Excuse me, is the freshman party this way? Sangyu kindly replied. Yep. That is right. It is not over yet, so come on in. The other person asked. Why are you leaving? He sighed, a bit bored. Well, I do not really know anyone, so I guess I will head home. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Wait a second. That voice. The person was about to take off their hat, smiling, asking, do you want to grab a drink with me? A head of blue hair like a night sky appeared before Sangyu, and his eyes went wide. Taking off the hat revealed the stunning Hazion, who exclaimed, you know me? Right. Teacher. Sangyu was utterly stunned when he realized the girl who bumped into him was Heian. Heian, is that you? She innocently asked. What do you mean? Teacher, I am a student at this academy too. Hearing this, Sangyu broke into a cold sweat. Wait, did you fail the entrance exam? Speaking of which, Heian quickly changed the subject. It is really chilly. I want to grab something to drink while we chat. Sangyu froze for 2 seconds, staring at the girl. Then the scene shifted to a cozy bar, where the bartender served a cocktail and politely said, here's your drink, madam. Heian gasped in surprise. It is so beautiful. Sangyu chimed in, you just graduated. Do not invite your teacher to drink. She shot back. What do you mean by that? I should be the one asking you to buy me a drink since I just graduated. Heian was taken aback when Sangyu suddenly slowed down. How did the entrance exam go? Did you fail? Heian excitedly replied. Of course I got in. You are such a great teacher. He continued probing. Then why did you come to this academy? Heian reminded him. I told you my dream is to be a sculptor. She confessed. I went to college because my family wanted me to. So I decided to become a sculptor right after my graduation break. But then, the Sculptor Academy was established. And I convinced my parents to let me pursue what I really wanted ever since I entered the college they chose for me. Sangyu was curious. And what did they say? While answering him, Heian signaled the bartender for another drink. Well, they said it was very dangerous and a few other things. But after a few days of arguing, they finally agreed. Then she shot back a question at him. It was then Sangyu's turn. Panic etched on his face. Don't call me that anymore. I am not your teacher anymore. And drink slowly. Heian realized that since they enrolled together, he was not technically her junior anymore. She then playfully exclaimed. Oh. Sangyu's voice trembled, sounding oddly shy as he said, just call me teacher. Haeyeon turned to him with a teasing look. What is wrong? Are you shocked? When she got no response, she called out loudly. Oh, look at this, Sang-woo ordered. Stop it. She giggled. Stop what? Oh, Haeyeon seemed tipsy, swaying her drink and shouting. Where are we at now? Oh right. You can reach me because your phone is broken. Even though she could not sit straight, Haeyeon kept asking for more. Please, one more drink. This made Sang-woo lose his temper. Seriously? This girl? She raised her head and asked, what is wrong? Then turning away with her eyes wide open, Sang-woo wondered, does she not know her limits? Suddenly, Haeyeon jumped up and grabbed his phone. Got it, Sang-woo exclaimed. Wait, that is my phone. In a blink, Haeyeon had his number saved. She stared at the screen, grinning with delight. Now I have your number. Haeyeon slowly closed her eyes. Now you have no excuse not to contact me. With that, she dozed off, leaving Sang-woo bewildered. Please, pay for me. The street lights flickered on, casting an eerie stillness everywhere. Haeyeon slowly opened her eyes. After realizing she was resting on Sang-woo's shoulder, she froze for 2 seconds. Thinking, what the heck? Is he carrying me? Did I really fall asleep? Where am I going? To my house? Sang-woo noticed she was awake and asked, you are up now? Haeyeon scratched her face, laughing awkwardly, and he glanced up, responding, did you fall asleep? Yep, right at the bar. If you are awake, you should walk on your own. Hearing this, she jolted, then hugged his shoulders tightly, exclaiming, I am too dizzy. I can't walk. Sang-woo, feeling helpless, replied, suit yourself then. Haeyeon's gaze softened as she held onto his shoulders, then called out, Sanji oppa. Haeyeon questioned, why did not you contact me for 6 months? Even if your phone was broken, you could have found a way to reach me, you know. I was actually planning to punch you in the face when we met. I was really mad that you did not even send me a text. Haeyeon leaned in close to Sanji and shared. But when I saw you, I just could not do it. Today is really fun. Do not you think, if we had not met like this, were you really planning to never contact me again? Sanji sighed. I have things to do. She continued. That is why I registered at the academy. Sanji walked on, saying, I am really happy today. It is the happiest day I have had in 6 months, but I am so lazy. So I am afraid I will lose all my motivation if I keep living like I used to. You feel a pang in your heart as you think about your sister lying in that hospital bed. You fear you will repeat the same mistakes and end up regretting it. When you found out, Sanji cried and regretted it so much. After walking a bit, you gently bent down to set Haeyeon down while continuing. People are really hard to change. That is why I cut ties with all my old relationships. But I still want you to know that all of those connections are really precious to me. Haeyeon, drenched in sweat, took the hat from Sanji's hands, thinking, so we are finally at my house. I do not get it. After switching it up, she boldly said, well, this time I will let it slide. As she walked, she rambled on. Did not you say everything is precious? Right. Danti, Sanju chimed in. Next time do not do this again. Okay. She turned back with a bright smile, and the scene shifted to a gloomy office. Hee-sung was sitting in a chair, gazing out the window, deep in thought as if he was contemplating something. He was thinking about those sensational articles about Sanju. From E rank to B rank. The first player to jump up 3 ranks. The Sanji line. The special player who leveled up 3 times. Let us explore his courage, determination, and secrets through his biography. He grew up through unexpected journeys. The Sanji player. A rookie that every guild is excited about. The Sanji line was not famous since he became a player. But now, he has gained fame by leveling up 3 times. His fighting instincts have amazed other players. He has a unique skill set. And that is what makes him special. His growth is not just about the stats. His clone skill has created quite a buzz in the player community. The clone skill is actually a hot topic of debate. The speed at which Sanju grows can be overlooked. His learning pace and fighting instincts have attracted a lot of attention from guilds. He has a wealth of experience from battling all sorts of monsters in the player zone. Adventures are his armor and make him stronger. But that is not all. He is an ambitious man. He is not afraid of challenges. He wants recognition from other guilds. And that becomes his source of energy. With that, he is not scared to compete with other players. Thus, he challenges and wins battles. His muscles are packed with strength from training and passion, and his combat skills have been honed to near perfection. The rookie started at rank E and then leveled up to B. The man leveled up 3 ranks in no time. Hunter Jong Sanju started speaking when he helped the Nurses Association. At this moment, his superior approaches and reports. Sorry. Jong Sanju is stronger than I thought. I failed at the hospital. Sung turns and replies, so that is Jong Sanju. I should be asked for his autograph back then. Suddenly, the outside noise flooded in, and someone called out. The other person walked in, complaining, why did you turn off the lights? I am coming over, Sung replied. We need to think for a bit. Are we all set? The other person answered. You can start next week, Sung instructed. You better give us results worthy of the support we are giving you for that academy. The kid confidently agreed. Yep. Father. So that is the Sung Guild. B rank. And I am Jong Yen, he reaffirmed. Don't worry. I am very confident. I won't let you down, Sung burst out laughing. Disappoint me. Take that spirit. This will be your chance to prove yourself. At that moment in the classroom, Hayek stood at the podium, full of enthusiasm. A week has passed. Let us dive into the basic elements of magic that I introduced last week. Sanji sat below, stunned, exclaiming, I knew I would see her again someday. But I did not expect it to be on the very first day. She is waving 2 fingers at me. She has been keeping an eye on me. Hayek, meanwhile, activated a fireball, saying, the first skill we are going to learn is this fireball. It is a super versatile spell we all love. It is crucial when hunting or even when you get lost. You can even use it for cooking. Sanji thought to herself. So we are starting with the fireball. Think about it. Why do we have to learn this? Somehow, I have learned to attack quickly with my fists and understand mana flow and the theories of magic. I wonder how they plan to teach us. Hayek directed. Come on. Let us start with the first row. He pulled out several orbs and introduced. We are going to give you all these skill orbs. Sanji raised an eyebrow at Hayek's words. Those who have already learned fireball do not need to come up again. The skill orb synced with the user's system and added a new skill. And aside from the mana cost, there were no other requirements. So even newly awakened kids could use it. As soon as the skill orb appeared, everyone wanted one after realizing anyone could acquire a new skill. But it did not take long for them to see the harsh reality. Its price was laughably high because the production process was intricate and the materials were scarce. So the price skyrocketed, mocking low-level hunters. Only wealthy high-level hunters could afford the skill orbs. And after witnessing the upgrades in hunting from high-level hunters, more people craved the skill orbs, and thus, the prices soared even higher, leaving only high-level hunters able to purchase them. People had hoped the skill orb would bridge the gap between low and high-level hunters, but only widen that gap even more. But Hayek reassured the class. Don't worry. There are plenty of skill orbs available. He added. Even those who can control mana can exchange for them. Sanji seemed unable to believe her eyes. Are they really giving us that? The fireball orb is the cheapest. But it is still 8 million. He signaled his satisfaction. This academy is amazing. Meanwhile, Hayon was equally excited to hold the skill orb, as the sun dipped below the mountains, casting a warm glow through the window. Sanji was stunned when she received the notification. You have acquired Fireball Skill Level 1, the type of spell that uses mana to create fire forms of fireball. And he can't help but think, did it? I learned the fireball. Hayek stood on the podium, excitedly asking, did you all learn it? The whole class chimed in. Yep. We did. He smiled encouragingly. All right. Let us practice using it. Move to another spot. The scene shifts to the training grounds of the Artisan Academy. Hayek clasps his hands behind his back and asks, what do you think we should do to upgrade our skills? The whole class had their mouths agape, staring in awe as he explained. Adding more wood to the fire does not make it burn stronger. Right. It is all frozen. Is not. Previously, controlling mana to suit one's characteristics was essential. But with the system's emergence, it now automatically manages our mana. Hayek activated the fireball skill while speaking. So now, the most important thing is that when the fireball touches the ice, it explodes, and the ice starts melting at breakneck speed. Hayek suggested that the class begin practicing. Looking at the attribute window, everyone could see that the skill has its own level. The system display read, Fireball level 37. The type of spell that uses mana to create fire and form a fireball using more will increase the level. That is how you upgrade the skill. Today, we are going to try to upgrade our skills. Those in the front will go first. The first to practice activating the fireball skill was Heian. Hayek clapped. Great job. Next person. Step up. As soon as it came into contact with the ice, the fireball exploded, a brilliant red light sweeping across. Hayek clapped in praise. Well done. That fireball had a fantastic shape. Heian, her cheeks flushed, said. Thank you, teacher. My skill is just like creating a mana ball, so I am very familiar with it. He encouraged her. If you keep practicing, you will be able to use it and upgrade it. And you will get stronger. The next 2 words just out. Sanju politely replied. Yep. And confidently stepped up. The 2 students nearby snickered. It is Singh. He's a B rank. Is not his mana 10 times stronger than ours? Hike quickly understood their attitude and burst out laughing. Looks like everyone has high expectations. Honestly, it is rare to see a B rank artisan using skills. Now, to avoid any dangerous situation, everyone take 2 steps back. Sanju closed his eyes tightly and began to channel his inner energy. Calm down. Gather the mana into a ball. With all his determination, he hurled the ball forward, just like when he used the fast attack skill, releasing the energy all at once. However, the moment his ball was thrown, it dissipated into thin air. Hike froze in place, and even Un was stunned for 2 seconds. The most shocked one at that moment was Sanju. As giggles started to erupt from below, Hike quickly stepped in to defend him. Everyone, listen up. Sanji did not do anything wrong. What happened was because he was too powerful. With so much mana, the flame got extinguished. You all need to trust the system. In other words, if you level up your skills, you could even defeat high-ranking artisans. Sanji seemed frozen in place, his body trembling slightly. Hike awkwardly urged, Next. Hurry up. A student suddenly appeared at the door, speaking in a low voice. Sorry, I came to the wrong class. Can I come in? The students quickly realized that they were staring wide-eyed at Jung Yeon from the Hee-sung Association, who was just too handsome. Hyuk shifted the attention to Jung Yeon. I forgot. You are in this class too. What a hassle for me as the professor. There are 2 B-level workers in this class. Sanju thought to himself. So a beloved. And from the Hee-sung Association too. This guy is a B-level just like me. Jung Yeon scratched his face and exclaimed. I am sorry for butting in when I arrived. Hyuk generously replied. It is all good. Did you get the fireball skill yet? He immediately declined. I already know how to use the fireball. With that, Jung Yoon unleashed a massive fireball, which collided with an ice block, exploding violently like thunder. Haeun and Sanji were left in awe by the display. Jung Yoon shot a glance at Hyuk and asked, How was that? Good enough. Hyuk was so flustered he broke out in a sweat. Once he regained his composure, he exclaimed loudly. Perfect. This is the level you all need to aim for. Jung Yoon calmly responded. It is nothing. Really? Suddenly, he squinted a bit. This is what B-level should be. Right. That comment hit Sanji like a bucket of cold water. Sanji felt crushed. So perfect. This is what B-level is supposed to be. My fireball is just a basic skill. He sighed inwardly. His first class went horribly, while Jung Yoon was getting showered with attention from the other students. Meanwhile, at the cafeteria, while eating, Haeun reassured Sanju. It is, but he could not help but tear up. You are so useless. Even my food is less than yours. She thought to herself. He has become a whole different person now. Come on. There are many people who can't even use fireballs like you. The professor said we need to practice continuously. Sanji rested his chin on the table and glanced up, while Haeun made an adorable gesture and suggested, Just practice hard. If you want, I can teach you. Sanji jumped up and corrected her. Continuously. You just need to use what you have. With that, he headed to the training grounds to activate his familiar skills 5 and 6, responsible for training those. Sanji instructed. You guys have the fireball skill. Right. Go ahead and try using it. Skills 5 and 6 nodded and quickly followed suit. Sanji was in extreme pain, screaming in despair. Why can you guys use it so well? He took a deep breath and told himself. Calm down. This is not the time for me to be jealous of them. With that thought, Sanji said seriously, this is a message to all clones. From now on, use the fireball skill continuously for 24 hours. No need to shoot it. Just keep using it as long as you have mana, and you too can use it while training. Sanji felt furious as he recalled the comments from class. So you guys are B a level. I guess I do not need to worry anymore. Just wait and see. Yuan was a bit surprised to see clone number 7 activate the fireball skill, leveling up through continuous use. This is a very favorable condition for me. No matter the situation, you should practice hard. The nurse was furious when she saw 2 clones reciting and activating the fireball skill. What are you doing in the hospital? The customer also refused to buy from them. Sorry, but it is burned. I am not buying it. The clone thought to itself. I won't let anyone else take the lead. The system announced. The fireball has leveled up level 1 to level 2. Along with the pained cries was the system's notification. Your fire resistance has increased. Your regeneration stats have improved. Of course it hurts. You are burned. After all, Sanji's voice was strained. Right. That is true. But why are you questioning him? Your left hand is freshly bandaged. How come you have already created a fireball with your right hand? Didn't you wait? You calmly explained. Well, I have to practice. Right. She stared in disbelief. You said it was enough to let the clones handle it. So why do you have to do this now? Sanji glanced at his bandaged hand and shared. I have decided to do everything with the clones. No matter if it is joy or struggle. Anyway, I really appreciate your tips. I think I can control the fireball more steadily now. The trick you told me. To focus my thoughts on maintaining the skill, while limiting random thoughts. After awakening, I practiced a lot too. I tried to channel my energy into my hand and imagine the image to increase my mana, but in the end, the results just got worse. So I deduced maintaining the fireball would be the same. That must be a function of the system that the professor mentioned. Hearing this, Sanji looked stunned. The system? You turned away and urged. Anyway, do not overdo it. Let us hurry up. We are about to be late for class. With all this effort, if it does not translate into practical lessons, then what is the point? The sky today is so clear it is almost surreal. I never thought it could be this blue. My mind is still as messy as ever. Hello. Everyone, have you all been able to use the skills smoothly? It feels amazing when everything goes just as planned. Right now, at the podium, there is a big honcho. Today we will keep practicing that skill over and over to master it. A student spotted Zheng Yan and greeted him enthusiastically. Is that you? Zheng Yan. Hello. Always perfect as ever. He squinted and replied. Haha. Hey everyone. But Zheng Yan ignored Sanju. I have made the gap between us clear to everyone here. The gap in power between me and him. He recalled. I pretended not to know where the classroom was and showed up right after Sanju completed his dual power. Zheng Yan had pretended. So sorry. I got lost on my way here. Can I give it a shot? Grab everyone's attention. Clearly show the gap in abilities. Finally, because of that incident, he definitely won't dare to score higher than me again. To reality. A sound echoed from the platform. Alright. Next person. Zheng Yan thought to himself. Although the reason was a bit personal, but I can't let you get that magic bottle. I just need to clear out anyone who gets in my way. Sanji's ball hit the ice and exploded like it wanted to tear space apart. Eyes wide open. Mouths agape. They looked up. He exclaimed loudly. Sanji, just 3 days and you have already. Sanji grinned proudly. A lot of practice. That is all. I heard this is the final requirement for someone in Class B. The other students were left stunned by his fireball. Their eyes still had not recovered from the shock. Really? Seeing you here with your hands still bandaged. I was not expecting much, but this is beyond normal expectations. 2 international students. What a turnaround. Last time he could not even ignite it once. In just a few days. He got that much stronger. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. Your training results are crystal clear now. The teaching method the academy intends to pass on to you. Sanjiu turned to share. You have given us a show to admire. Honestly, it is because I was really impressed with Zheng Yan's skills on the first day. That inspired me a bit. Zheng Yan was so furious his veins were bulging. Then let the next one go. On the way out. Yam chimed. Everyone was pretty amazed. Sanji casually replied. Definitely worth the effort. She kindly reminded him. But you still need to hear this. No more injuries. Okay. I am not helping you bandage up again. Sanju raised his hand as he spoke. No need to worry. My left hand is completely healed now. While Un was still confused, he teased her. You know my regeneration stats. Right. She gritted her teeth. Happy for you to recover so quickly. I still have another class to attend. So let us skip your session. Saying that, they both said goodbye. Sanju excitedly flicked a flame. Who knows? I might hit level 20 before next week. The skill level for fireball usage has increased. Level 14 to level 15. A heavy voice suddenly boomed. So what do you really want? Turns out it was Yun, the money guy from the apartment. You can have any skill you want. I will give you everything. Just tell me. What is your ultimate goal? Sanju, like a lost little deer, awkwardly asked again. You mean Yun? Right. What do you mean by that? I thought we were not close enough for a private meeting. Un bluntly shot back. Stop pretending already. I am asking what it would take for you to give up that magical potion. I do not know how you feel, but for me, nothing is more important than that elixir. Sanju smirked. Same here. You just walked right past him without a care. That potion is truly vital to me, so do not waste any more time. Even if you offered me 10 apartment buildings, I would not change my mind. You are not the only one who needs the antidote. Unclenched his jaw. You will regret this. Sanju signaled a kick at him. Watch your mouth. No one has ever tried to mess with me and got away with it. Unground his teeth. His expression darkened. Yun held his face. Realizing he really intends to ruin my plans. Dung Sanjiu. Scene shifts to the laboratory. I brought more medicine. Sanjiu happily accepted it. Thanks. This is the only medicine that can boost my resistance to toxins. Resistance level 6.6998.132. Yuan sighed. Recently, I have been cooking up a few more doses, so my skills have really improved. The side effects have been reduced too. Sanji was taken aback. The side effects have been reduced, but that is the most crucial factor in your poison. Is not. Just as he finished, Yuan landed a punch right in his face. Lady. She shook him while loudly questioning. I asked, is there anyone else in this world who uses poison like that? You shot back. No one else would turn poison into a bomb like you do. Sanji suddenly remembered. Oh right. Have you heard any news? Is that really okay? Beautiful. Not exactly the most successful ending. Turns out we had a chance to take them down. Yuan calmly sat down. At least I have done my part well. There is not much more I can do. One day. Maybe opportunities will come again. Sanji's gaze was lifeless. I am also furious with that gang, but I wonder if she has some hidden issues with that gang. He thought. Then asked, let me ask you this. Do you know someone named Shin Jung-in? She answered immediately. Of course. He is the second son of Shin Hae-sung. Sanji's jaw dropped in shock. The son. But he does not look like him at all. No wonder they share the same last name. Do you have any info on his skills or anything like that? Yoon put on his glasses and replied nonchalantly. Shin Jun-it. Since he was a kid. The media has been all over him, the first son of the Hae-sung family. Shin Jin-uk has such exceptional talent that all the attention shifted to his younger brother. He even awakened before starting elementary school. Everyone acknowledges that he is the true heir of Hae-sung. Crazy. Right. But one day, all the buzz about him just faded away. No one cared about him anymore. And that is how it has been until now. Sanji raises an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden change. Yuan chimes in. I am curious too. His skills or something else. Like, how can I say it? Sanji emphasizes. What exactly are his skills? She spills. It's been ages, so I am not sure. But I think it is called Grand Magus. And whatever skill he learns, he instantly masters it at the highest level. Sanji stands there, stunned, thinking about Jung-il's overwhelming power. He exclaims. That is basically cheating. Yuan gently warns. I think you should not say stuff like that. Sanji suddenly realizes. So that is why. No wonder that kiss of power is so terrifying. He stares intensely at the potion and thinks. I need a plan to face him. The scene shifts to Wumi-san area, where a worker expresses confusion. Wait. What do you mean? The man facing him gestures for silence. I will give you something you can grab without even stepping onto the field. Keep it down. Both of them crouch behind a big tree. Watching cautiously. Look over there. Turns out, what they are observing is Sanju's clone. One guy exclaims, they are all clones of that Sanju. The other reminds him. It is what is on the ground. So what? It is just a monster they caught. The worker is momentarily shaken. Are you suggesting we go steal it? Getting caught means we are toast. I heard those clones are just robots without any feelings. The man reminds him, I told you to keep it down. I have gathered some intel. Those clones are just a team cleaning up monsters after they have cleared an area. They walked right past that carcass without a glance. Taking what they left behind is not a crime. The worker swallows his irritation. Think about it. How much is that worth? One clone's got the communication device. Hello. Is the monster retrieval team at Wemi-san there? We are at Area Beaks. Could you please come clean up the corpses? The voice on the other end replies. What species? He quickly describes 10 giant blood-sucking spiders, 3 boss-grade monsters, 20 cursed scorpions. Wait a second. We are at Area B6 now. Don't he see any monsters around? The clone responds. Let us check again and get back to you. His phone rings. It is his wife's number. Sanju unexpectedly asks. 5. What is going on? The backline. Your eyes are wide open in shock. You are confused. A dead body vanished. Number 5 speculates. I think someone stole it while we were calling the recovery team. Should we catch the suspect whose footprints are clearly visible? Sanju has a sharp gaze. As long as they do not kill anyone. It is the piles of monster corpses stacked high. The proud hunter shouts loudly. I told you this method works. We are going to be rich. The man beside him chimes in. I did not think it would actually work. The hunter's eyes gleam with greed. Now if we sell it on the black market, they won't be able to trace us. How much do you think all of this is worth? Suddenly, the phone buzzes, catching his attention. Wait a second. Someone's calling me. The guy wonders who it is. The hunter smirks. Who do you think it is? It is the one who taught me this method. The voice on the other end asks for updates. Did it work? The hunter replies. Of course. We pulled it off. He bursts out laughing, confidently stating, I am sure they are in a total panic right now. The voice on the other end responds. Good job. Keep it up. The person on the line chuckles while looking at the phone screen. I knew I was asking the right person. Turns out it is Deng Yan. He smugly mocked. Zhang Sanji Wu. Since you were a rookie hunter, you have not changed a bit. 6 months ago, a video went viral online titled A New Rookie Hunter Has Emerged. The one who annihilates one-horned rabbits in the arena. A newly awakened hunter caught hundreds of one-horned rabbits, a feat that is quite difficult even for skilled hunters. The Yujang Hawk-Eyed has made an appearance. Initially, Aside from that ridiculous title, there was no other information. In the video, a hunter dressed modestly wonders, what the heck is a Yujang hawk? But as news of Zhang Sanjiwu's clones spread, people realized the Yujang hawk was one of his clones. But a newly awakened hunter could not possibly achieve such high shooting skills. Questions kept popping up in the comments. I am the only one who does not get it. I know clones really exist, but how can they shoot so well? I heard he was just a rookie hunter back then. Could he be the only one like that? Maybe he is rich and bought a fancy gun. I heard he borrowed a gun from the school's armory. Then everyone started debating how the clones could shoot so well. Then they started to hypothesize that the clone had a special ability. They moved like a well-oiled machine to maximize their potential as efficiently as possible. Back in reality, Zhang was deep in thought, aiming for high performance. The clone was solely focused on efficiency, so until they could farm the maximum number of monsters within the team's capacity, they would not call for backup. They believed that having to guard after summoning backup was a waste of both time and money. Maximizing monster farming meant they would keep going until they were about to clear out all areas. Zhang smirked. If the monsters were weak, it was not a big deal. No one would risk getting kicked out of the farming zone for a few million troops. But it was different for high-level monsters. I wonder if he would still turn down my offer once he stops making money. Meanwhile, Sanji was sitting on a chair, his mind in a whirl. Replacing Junmo immediately asked, "You do not look too happy. What is wrong?" Sanji, with wide eyes, shared, "Someone stole my clone monsters that I farmed," he gasped. "What? Stolen monsters? Didn't this happen once before?" Sanji replied. "Someone stole a few giant rats while we were farming merfolk. But I think they just stumbled upon them. This time, I am sure someone meticulously planned the theft. They called for backup after finishing their work. But the monster corpses disappeared quickly." Junmo exclaimed. "That is so weird." Sanji thought to himself, "Am I being punished? I once tried to steal some monster corpses after the merfolk killed them. Even though that left one of my clones in a tough spot." Sanji recalled back then. "There were some monster fish over there. Why did not you take them?" The response was, "I do not farm those." Back in reality, Sanji leaned over the table, unsure of what to say. "I can haul those massive corpses away. And I do not have any skills to store them either." After hearing this, Junmo suggested, "If you are worried about the storage skill, why not ask her for help?" Sanji widened his eyes. "Who?" Yuna cheerfully called out. "Sanji, it has been a while since you visited. I told you to come by more often." He explained. "I have been a bit busy lately." Yuna beamed. "I saw the news that you were promoted to B rank." "Congratulations." The other members looked up in surprise. "It is that Sanji." Suddenly, Sanji felt shy. "Thanks. I have something I want to ask you, if it is inconvenient." "You do not have to answer." She looked puzzled. "What is it?" After Sanji explained, Yuna's eyes widened in surprise. "You want to learn my secondary spatial skill?" Sanji frowned. "While I was learning breathing techniques from videos online, I stumbled upon the skill of reflection. I am not sure if I can learn your secondary spatial skill if I figure out its rules." Yuna replied bashfully. But I do not think that is possible." Sanji nodded. "Yeah, I know this is a tough conversation. Asking someone to teach you their skills is. I am really sorry." Yuna quickly clarified. "Don't get me wrong. I really want to teach you what I can. But that skill is different." Sanji, curious, asked, "Why is that?" Yuna explains. "We can't learn someone else's awakening skills. Gonti's skill is an invincible weapon passive, with power, speed, and durability multiplied. Liz's skill, on the other hand, is spatial dimension active, supporting a spatial pocket that can hold living beings and objects. And the space within that dimension will expand accordingly. Liz's skill is unique to each sand worker, so there is no way to explain its rules. Even I do not know its principles. Just like how I can't use your cloning skill." Sanji raises a question. "But there are people with similar awakening skills. Right? Like those who can teleport and jump. For instance." Yuna replies. "Theirs are a bit different. No one in this world has exactly the same awakening skill. Teleportation. Range of 100 mm. Recovery time 20 hours. Maximum number of people. Teleportation. Range of 50. Recovery time 48 hours. Maximum number of people. 3. Teleportation. Range of 2 kilometers. Recovery time 72 hours. Maximum number of people for teleportation. Range of 2 m. Recovery time 5 minutes. Maximum number of people." Yuna smiles and continues. "Meaning if it is a skill similar to mine, you can learn it, even if the two skills are not identical. I do not know if there are any other skills related to space. But do you want to check it out?" At Heritage Company. They have it. Scene shifts to Heritage Company's headquarters in New York. Sanji glances around. I have no idea what is here. He quickly gets drawn in by the conversations in English. Sanji tightly fixes his gaze on his wrist. Breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I have this translation watch. It is so cool. Even without knowing English, I can still chat with them. Without this watch, I would have been kicked out of the airport by now. Sanji was desperately trying to explain. I am not a bad person. And thanks to the translation mode, the airport staff understands what you are saying. Sanji stands bewildered in the elevator. Heritage Company. This must be where I bought the skill fusion sphere. I can believe I am actually at their headquarters. Let us see if they have any other skill spheres. Since I am already here. A gentle voice calls out, welcoming you as he arrives. She introduces herself. The Fiber Tree Association. The Fiber Tree Association. She says, the Fiber Tree has contacted me. You must be Sanji. Right. I am Arya Burskern, CEO of Heritage. Arya Burskern. Sanji awkwardly thinks. She is stunning. Turns out she is the female CEO. Burskern kindly says, welcome to Heritage. I hope you find the sphere you are looking for. Scene shifts to the training ground, where Sanji's clone is focused on taking down some monsters. He decisively activates the fireball skill. An explosion roars as the fireball hits the monster. The clone continues to jump and unleash 4 fireballs. The fireballs explode upon hitting the monster like meters crashing down. The red light shatters the darkness. Someone exclaims in awe. It is. Turns out, it is just 2 sand workers who were hunting the monster. One guy expressed confusion. Why are those guys using so many fireballs? The other guy frowned and suggested, we can't use this. Let us just grab something usable and keep an eye on them. After finishing their task, the 2 looked around in bewilderment. Where did those clones go? They seemed to be workers. Their eyes landed on 3 workers sitting next to a charred monster. The worker shouted angrily. Who are you and why did you take them? The stunned boy asked for the guy's identity. Who are you? They loudly asserted. We are the ones who caught them. The worker gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. These damn idiots, he asked. The worker got the worker. Caught them. They loudly affirmed. We are the ones who caught them. The worker gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. These damn idiot. Then he asked, can you mix the monster clones in Sanju's sand too? The boy was so furious. He warned. Wait. Do you have any proof? The guy sighed in frustration. Now I am. I did not expect the information to spread this fast. He dropped the monster down and proposed. Let us stop fighting and make a deal. Whatever we can grab here. If any other group shows up later, we can work together to push them out. The other guy, feeling uneasy, asked, are we sharing this place? The worker continued his persuasive effort. You are level B workers too. Right. You know that when things get complicated, nobody benefits. Right. The other guy laughed dryly and said, that is a good point. The girl in his group chimed in. I am really looking forward to our collaboration. The worker cheerfully said. All right. Let us move forward. They hid behind the wall, observing every move of Sanju's clones. The scar-faced guy looked puzzled. Why are they here? I thought they would all gone to train after finishing their task. The other guy gestured for him to stay quiet. Anyway, those bodies would be taken by the black market folks. Don't panic. There are other workers here too. Just act normal and slip away. Just then, a dagger zipped past the scar-faced guy and embedded itself in the wall. That scene left the others frozen in shock. Someone counted. 200 people stood still. Someone counted. 200 people stood still. Tea Company. Tea Hard Company 27 January 265 milliliters. Tea Company. 250 milliliters. Can you follow us? The hunter was furious after hearing that. What? He shouted in disbelief. What the hell are you doing? Did you just throw a knife at us? Are you crazy? I will call security right now. The pharmacist on the other end spoke up. Are you the ones who stole our work? Clearly. Things are going to get very complicated from here on out, so you probably need to call the recovery team from the hunting grounds. You must have gone through the black market. Right. The hunter, enraged, gritted his teeth. What the hell are you talking about? He yelled. Do you have any proof? Then she replied. I am at this black market. Should I grab those freshly delivered monster corpses and show you if they were caught using your weapons? Hearing this, the hunter's face went pale. The clone stared back defiantly. You can call security. No problem. What is your plan? With that, they all moved outside. This seems like the right place. The hunter hunched over. What do you want from us? The clone took a deep breath. I will tell you what my master thinks. Since the day he became a hunter, he made the same mistakes regarding the ownership of others back then. He completely understands you guys. And so, he says if you return all the cash you made from that theft, he won't press criminal charges any further. The hunter exclaimed. What a lenient condition. But if you want your money back, Should not you have called security right away? The clone analyzed. If you lose those corpses from the black market and argue over ownership, it will waste too much of our time. We would rather just head back to hunt again. This is a win-win situation. The hunter looked skeptical. Really? There is one thing I still do not get. The guy squinted and scoffed. How could you have the guts to make demands with that trash clone skill of yours, a B rank? The guy reached for his weapon while saying, I have a better deal. How about this? The hunter grimaced and warned. You guys are gonna die here, in a few hours. The black market will sell what we brought in, and there won't be any evidence left. The weak-faced guy stammered. Are we really doing this? The guy replied. So you want me to give everything back? I might consider it if it was just the two of us here, but there are 5 of us. And besides, killing these dogs is not illegal. So what is there to be scared of? You should have called security instead of bringing us to this deserted spot all alone, you idiots. The 2 clones responded in unison. We agree with this course of action. Yuan stared at the screen. They should be able to handle them. Right, an older man walked over, interrupting her thoughts. Yuan, what are you doing here? Looking for materials for potions. Yuan got straight to the point. Hello, uncle. Do you know who sold you these corpses? He replied. It was a group of 5 B-rank hunters. What is it? She sighed. These corpses were stolen from Zhongsanju. The old man turned pale. What? Isn't Zhongsanju the place that guy came from last time? Those bastards. How dare they sell us stolen goods? Yuan scoffed. As if you have never sold stolen stuff before. He chuckled. Of course not. Actually, the items you get are all stolen. Anyway. He said his life was taken when he was not around. Now he is overseas. I remember him saying he was at the Heritage headquarters, or something like that. The scene shifts to the Skill Orb Research Facility at Heritage's headquarters. Above. 2 people are chatting. This is where the skill orbs are created. Birchin introduces himself, saying that 80% of the skill orbs used worldwide originate from here. I heard you learned mana breathing and meditation through an online course. Sanju nods in agreement. She continues. Did you know you can also learn skills like Fire Orb that way? Sanju Demata, chuckling, replies. That is true. Except for awakening skills. You can learn everything else like that. So why do people spend money on these red earth skill orbs? Birchin seems to read his mind. You are probably wondering why people buy and use these red earth skill orbs. The reason is that learning new skills is incredibly challenging. From concentrating mana to change its state while trying to ignite it, continuously channeling mana so it does not extinguish. It takes at least 6 months for a talented person to do that. And years for the average person that is just for simple skills like the illusion orb. What about other skills? Sanju asks. It could take up to a decade. She closes her eyes in agreement. Exactly. Decades. And sometimes even longer. That is why we use skill orbs. The information in the orb is connected to the system, allowing even someone without pure mana control to use the skills contained within. Of course. That is also why they are so difficult to produce. Sanju is taken aback by this revelation. That is why they are so expensive. Erskine smiles, mentioning he is looking for a subspace skill. Lucky for you. We have just one left. For a subspace orb. Here's the price. Sanju squints at the orb. Puzzled. 10 million won. That is way cheaper than I thought. Then. Erskine adds. That is in dollars. According to the Korean exchange rate, it is about 12.8 billion won. Sanju feels like lightning just struck her and suddenly remembers. We are in New York. Her mind races. Wait. Hold on. Slow down a sec. Erskine narrows his eyes. Based on your response to my request right now, I might give you a discount. Or no. I will just give it to you for free. What do you think? Sanju's ecstatic. Can I really get a 12.8 billion won orb for free? This is too good to be true. She yells. What do you want? Just tell me. Please. Erskine simply replies with 2 words. Your body. She leans in and touches his cheek. I want your body. Sanju. Meanwhile, Sanju's 2 clones are being overwhelmed by the hunter, who can't even lift his head, seemingly in disbelief as he keeps denying it. This can't be real. Erskine simply replies with 2 words. Your body. She leans in, touching his cheek. I want your body. Sanju. Meanwhile, Sanji's 2 duplicates have brought the hunter to the brink of collapse. He seems unable to believe this reality, continuously denying it. It can't be true. We are all B-level hunters. How is this possible? He clenches his fists and screams. How can this be happening? With that, he slashes fiercely, creating a massive arc of light. The girl from his team takes the chance to shoot arrows at the 2 duplicates. but their agility quickly disrupts her aim. And he lands safely, she gasps in shock. He is altering the trajectory of my arrow with his knife. The two hunters rush in, but the agile duplicates dodge their attacks effortlessly. Then, they leap onto them, causing them to fall backward from the momentum. One of them unleashes a burst of energy. You punks. The two clones quickly jump to evade his attack, one of them throwing a dagger back. They hit the girl's bow, leaving her scrambling to react. The hunter stood frozen, stunned by the unbelievable scene, while the clones swiftly approached the man. Realizing he was no match, he raised his hands in surrender. I surrender. The hunter, drained of all strength, collapsed to the ground. This is utterly ridiculous. We are a B-class hunter, he cursed inwardly. These bastards are a bunch of monsters. The hunter gritted his teeth. We have lost. We'll give everything back. So please. The clone spoke up. Just complete the transaction right now. The account numbers before he could finish. A bright flash cut through, slashing across the hunter's head. A girl with a blade charged at them. Then, a deafening explosion rocked the ground, sending the hunter flying. She laughed triumphantly. The scam site has been exposed. In the name of the Comet Guild, crimes 1T go unpunished. The sentence is death. This is the captain of the Assassin Squad 2 from the Comet Guild, a class hunter. Lee. Berskern stepped down, ready to continue. I heard you can touch it. You stepped forward. Sorry. Why did you do that? Berskern locked eyes with you and clarified. I meant your clone. Please let me study your clone. If possible, I will give you this skill orb for free. Sanji stood there, stunned. So when you talked about touching it, you meant my clone? Berskern smirked. When I first heard about your skill, I could not believe my ears. Most duplication skills are known to create illusions. I never thought your skill could actually exist. It seems the information about you has not spread beyond Korea yet. This is the perfect time for me to make this offer. Sanji was curious. Why do you want to study it? Berskern glanced at you. To create a skill orb. Of course. First, we need to understand the skill itself, how it works from the mana flow to its attributes. We need to know every detail about the skill we are trying to produce. Of course, fully understanding an awakening skill is impossible, but we can create something similar. We can create a duplication skill orb, even if it is just a downgraded version of the real thing. Sanji, after hearing that, stared at the orb, wondering, is this really the right thing to do? He is going to give me a free 12.8 billion skill orb. Plus, I really need this skill right now. But then again, selling skills on the market. Think about it. What is the difference between an awakened skill and an artificial skill orb? She replied, that depends on our understanding of the skill. But generally, there are a lot of limitations. For example, do you see the person who introduced you to us? Does she have a subspace skill like Park Yuna? Sanji's eyes widened in surprise. Yep. I have infiltrated her subspace before. Berskern shared. Among all subspace skills, hers is among the best. It is vast, does not consume mana, and has no restrictions on entry or exit. Compared to her skill, the space created by that skill orb over there can't hold any living beings except the skill's owner and what they summon. You can store items and other stuff inside, but to maintain that space, you have to continuously channel mana into it. If we successfully replicate your duplication skill, similar limitations will likely appear. Sanji was shocked by those words. He finally made a decision. I agree to your proposal. Berskern's eyes lit up. Oh great. That is wonderful. Sanji raised a finger to emphasize. But I have one condition. If you agree, I will summon my other self right here. Right now. On the side of the two clones. After a long moment, the smoke gradually dissipated. Sanji's clone stared wide-eyed at the two irons. She was agape in disbelief. How could he still stop in a situation like this? Just as I thought. Your moves are impressive. Junjin the justice artisan introduced herself. I am a justice artisan here to stop acts of violence. I advise you to quickly take your friend and get out of here. The crowd was incredibly grateful and quickly followed Berskern's advice. Thank you so much. Suddenly, someone rushed in, grabbing their attention. Sanji's clone sternly reminded. But until the money is sent, you can go anywhere. With that, the two irons charged forward while warning him this is not something you can decide. Sanji's clone quickly ducked down, narrowly avoiding the attack. The two irons were taken aback by such quick reflexes. Oh wow, without giving him a chance to breathe. She aimed straight for his face and kicked again. Sanji's clone was sent staggering back, instinctively raising his hands to protect his face. That scene horrified the artisan. Sanji's clone involuntarily let out a sound. The two of them walked resolutely. We need to retrieve the money from this job. So could you not interfere? The two irons froze for 5 seconds. She exhaled heavily. Just as I thought. How could these bugs understand their place? A fierce explosion erupted as if a meteor were crashing down. Sanji's clone was stabbed right in the gut by the two irons. Blood pouring from his body as if it were being absorbed by her pain. Then a thick cloud of smoke burst forth. The two irons sneered. What does retrieve mean? In the end, we all die here anyway. To sum it up, on Sanji's side, Berskern mentioned the cooperation terms. He will let us use his clone for 3 months during this time. Those clones will have to work with us for research. However, if one of them gets destroyed due to our fault, he won't provide any replacements. And even if the research on the skill sphere fails, that backup sphere won't need to be returned. Those are the conditions you need to follow. He added, and finally, remember to take care of the clothes for my clone. Okay. Birdscon returns to a mild annoyance. Feel like I am walking on eggshells here. What a situation. If you do not like it, then I am out of options. I thought long and hard before making this decision. Birdscon is curious. I know you're very fond of your skills. Get it? Now, summon your clone. Sanji quickly summons the clone. A long, high-pitched sound echoes. Sanji's clone slowly appears through the smoke. Birdscon throws in both the hook and the clone command. Put on your clothes. You're looking good. This is amazing. I never thought I would see a flesh and blood clone like this. Sanju is taken aback. You can call this one number 7. He should be out hunting somewhere right now. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. And tears start to fall. But since the side effects of the drug are wearing off, his self-destruction power is weakening. Birdscon looks puzzled. Yep. The self-destruction power. She hands the sphere to Sanju with both hands. Anyway, I have checked your clone. Now it is my turn to keep my promise. Do you need help with the operation? Sanju answers without thinking much. Of course not. The sphere shines bright like the sun. Along with that, there is a notification from the system that created the auxiliary skill, detailing the skill information, type of auxiliary space, and a brief description. Creating an auxiliary space will increase in size based on the skill level. Mana will gradually deplete to maintain the space. Restrictions apply when entering the auxiliary space, affecting all living beings except the skill owner and what they summon. Birdscone excitedly claps. Congratulations on acquiring a new skill. Do you want to try it right now? Sanji looks at his hand with a joyful expression. Of course. With that, he starts practicing immediately. A series of crackling sounds fills the air. The auxiliary skill has been activated. A space gradually materializes. Sanji's eyes widen in amazement. He remembers to glance around. It is so small inside. Sanji stretches out his hand, feeling astonished. This wall is way smaller than Yuna's auxiliary space, probably around 10 square feet. His hand is now enveloped by an aura, and while it is not a major issue, it is absorbing his mana to maintain this space. Sure, the main purpose is to contain the monsters we hunt, so that is good enough. Birdscone spoke up, asking about your feelings. How's it going? Sanji replied, up until now, everything's been fine. Let me check if my clone can be used. Birdscone gasped in surprise. She widened her eyes in shock as she saw Sanju's clone easily use that skill. Birdscone broke into a cold sweat. Wait, your clone can use that skill too? Sanji responded, of course. If the skill is about duplication, he can use everything. You just tested it out for storage. It seems he can also use the auxiliary space skill. She felt a deep confusion after hearing those words. The skill itself is not the issue here. This duplication skill is truly unbelievable. Birdscone thought to herself, I definitely have to get my hands on it. Sanji spoke up, you can go inside. Right, go ahead and try. Your clone politely replied yes and complied. Soon, the clone appeared behind Sanju. He jumped in shock. Why did you come out from there? The clone's eyes were wide open. The master told me to enter the auxiliary space. Sanju was filled with questions. There is another entrance behind number 7. That must be the entrance number 7 created. Did I not create that? No matter which clone uses the auxiliary space skill, they all lead to the same space. So it is just like a main gate. A scythe shot forward at lightning speed while the clone hung upside down from a branch. The clone fell in a heap. Sanju hurried over to catch him. Where did that come from? Two iron beasts growled. You are playing dirty and trying to run away. Are not you? What is that skill? Where's my weapon? The clone lowered his voice in advice. Throwing away your weapon is not a smart choice. Your weapon is now in the auxiliary space. Behind you. Sanju fearfully shook number 7. Number 7. Wake up. The clone turned around when he heard the familiar voice. Wake up. Number 7. Sanju cried out in pain. Don't he die? Number 7. Please do not die. Despite his dirty, disheveled appearance, number 7 reassured him. I am still alive. Bro. He emphasized again. I am still alive. Before he could finish, Sanju choked him up. I will avenge you. No matter who did this, I want to forgive them. With that, he moved to pick up the scythe. The two hidden figures were taken aback. I did not expect something like this to happen. Sanju slung the scythe over his shoulder, glaring at her. Was that you who threw this? The clone hurried to explain. It was the hunter. I did not do anything, the two hidden figures thought to themselves. I did not think Jun Sanji would come out himself. She spoke with a challenging tone. What are you gonna do to me? Meanwhile, Sanju subtly moved down. He felt a rush of excitement calling out to number 6, when he saw him lying still on the cold ground. Sanju approached and asked Han, "Are you okay?" Number 6 replied, "The bleeding has stopped, but my leg is numb now." Sanju, heartbroken, proceeded to cancel the clone and reassured him. You did really well. He wondered. What happened? Number 5 turned to Sang and recounted. While we were trying to get our money back from the group of hunters who stole the monster's corpse from our last hunt, we were attacked. She admitted that she came from the Hisung Association. Sanju gritted his teeth. Not the Hisung Association again. Hisung. The Hisung Association again. Those guys just love sticking their noses in other people's business. You two are not funny. You are getting too cocky. Anyway, how would a B-rank hunter know how vast the world is? Sanju said seriously. Support me. Number 5. You two stood frozen in a space exploding like a bomb, she gasped. Eyes wide. The explosion roared like 100 cannons firing simultaneously. Someone seemed to be sitting on a pile of flames, biting their nails nervously. Damn it. He fumed as he received a failure notification from those idiots. These stupid fools. It turned out to be Deng Yen. He slammed his fist on the table. They failed that. I called in another backup, because I was worried those two were not enough, and yet, 5 B-rank hunters could not handle 2 clones. He exclaimed wickedly. Good thing I sent the captain of Team 2 just in case. She is a real monster. Or by Sanji. Those two managed to block the clone's knife with their bare hands. Sorry. But just because people are talking about you and calling you a rookie does not mean you are that great. She held one hand to block the knife and the other to fend off pain, yet still smiled brightly. It does not mean you are that amazing. You know, recovery 1835. Those two smirked. I wondered how a clone could be so cocky. Turns out it is because its master is someone like this. If you are just a B-rank hunter. Her eyes glinted with deadly intent, growling like a wild beast. Then act like a B-rank. A loud explosion echoed as the ground before them split open into a deep crevice. Sanju and the clone quickly jumped aside. Those two sneered. Nice dodge. Like a bunch of scared rats. Sanju widened his eyes. That bitch? Is she a rank? Anyway. Her right arm took the hit from me, and is already broken. I at least managed to hurt her. Those two cast a summoning spell for their weapons while suggesting, "Can you return my weapon to me?" At that moment, her weapon radiated a blood-red energy, then exploded like it was struck by lightning. It was no longer on fire. It sped away like sand slipping from Sanju's fingers. Plunging deep into the ground, 2 smug voices exclaimed, "This isn't a class weapon. Its function is incredible. So what is your plan now? You gonna try to fight back with that little pistol of yours?" Watching the smoke dissipate from her hand, Sanju thought, what just happened? Didn't her arm just break? He clenched his fist tightly, the space around him cracking. Damn it. In a situation like this, he sternly reminded his clones. Don't worry about the opponent we are facing. The 2 clones sighed. Yeah, it is a lot of clones to manage. A clone standing next to Sanju pulled out a small drawstring bag and said, "We have brought what you requested, sir." No need to ask. Number 3 is still in hospital. The clone replied politely. Yep, sir. Sanji's eyes sparked with a divine fury. Then I guess I do not need to worry anymore. The 2 clones, their gazes sharp as blades, exuded an aura of death. Everyone, charge in. Sanji's 3 clones surged forward, taking her down. Someone gasped, witnessing the scene unfold. What the hell is going on here? Broskern stood frozen, never expecting that spatial manipulation could act as a portal like this. Anyway, how should I handle this? I can't interfere in his personal affairs. But is not this the perfect chance to make him owe me? She suddenly remembered. Wait. That staff? Is not it a product from that company? A smirk crept onto Broskern's lips. I can't pass up the chance to humiliate those bastards. She quickly called out. Dubert, are you there? Is that product you made last time ready? Over on Sanju's side, 2 iron foes were surrounded by his clones. Her wounds glowed with a red aura, as if healing these guys are quick. But do you even know what my skill is? The 2 iron foes unleashed their power, utilizing a damage manipulation skill level 64. Applied form. It converts a portion of the damage received. The amount converted depends on the skill level and the proficiency of the user. In an instant, the ground erupted into a sea of flames. Blazing fiercely as if hell had opened wide, the ground shattered, flames shooting up wildly, the blinding light changing the color of the sky. Sanji skidded across the ground, and the 2 iron foes lunged at him like starving tigers. She channeled force into her wrist to strike down hard. But luckily, Sanji jumped up just in time to evade, not giving him a moment to breathe. She quickly pointed her weapon at him. Sanji froze. Damn it. I can't dodge in midair. Moments later, sparks flew from her weapon like claws of fire tearing through everything. The air crackled with raging heat. Sanji clenched his weapon tightly. Filled with confusion, the wounds on her body vanished again. What kind of freakish skill does she have? The two iron foes smirked. This is not over yet. Blood streamed from Sanji's mouth. And number 5 felt it too. He decisively pulled the drawstring bag down and absorbed the potions inside. The two iron foes curiously glanced up. What did he just eat? Sanjiu casually exclaimed. Just think about it. You must know what it is since you are part of the He Sung Club too. Right. He just ate the crystal, and two iron are frozen like statues. What the heck? You are mocking her. Do not play dumb now. You girls ordered a bulk supply from the Enginen Guide Club. Remember. Sanjiu continued while recalling the moment Ion handed her the crystal. I heard that one of these can boost your stats 100 times compared to the regular ones. So I took a few. You chuckled lightly. I have tried them too. But they did not react the same way. Unlike the gem, they did not boost my stats. A bizarre foot suddenly appeared. I only gave him 3. And he turned into a monster I could not control anymore. Number 5 has completely transformed. In the blink of an eye, he became a gigantic beast. You must have crafted this thing. So you should know its effects better. The two iron were sweating profusely. You crazy bastard. Number 5's roar echoed like the drumbeats of doom, hands clenched tightly, wishing to dig deep in his own flesh. The two iron shouted angrily. Just because you are a bit taller. You think you can challenge me, even if you used 100 gems. Your stats would only increase by a fraction. She was furious. Do you really think something would change after you eat those? As the two iron began to speak, she got hit by a blow from number 5. Sending her flying back, Sanjiu kicked him evenly. Seems like you only have a big mouth. The only thing she noticed was the stat changes after eating those crystals. But the power boost after becoming a monster is a whole other story. You clicked your tongue. How would you know if you have never tried eating one? But that also means your speed has dropped. And your awareness is gone. A giant hand came crashing down while you were speaking. Number 5's strike was so powerful it made the ground explode. Sanji felt like her soul left her body. And he did not even recognize his master anymore. You urgently warned everyone. Keep your distance from number 5. And after a while, the two iron slowly opened their eyes. Damn. I hope the guild cleans up this mess you left after I take you down. With that, she launched into the sky like a rocket. The two iron pounced at number 5, whose growl sounded like gravel grinding, hoarse and jarring. With just a flick of his hand, he sent the two iron sprawling. She dug her feet into the ground. The two iron stood up, and she charged forward. The two iron jumped. To her surprise, she jumped over number 5's head. Turns out the two iron had switched targets to Sanjiu. They attacked while strategizing. All they had to do was kill you. Right, Sanjiu smirked. Kill. I will just call the cops on you. The two iron sounded annoyed. Do you think I am joking? Sanji struggled to hold her ground. It was too strong. You worked in sync. Quickly stepping back to let your two clones advance. One clone attempted to attack the two iron from behind, but was spotted by her. The sharp knife lunged forward. Blood spraying like rain. The two iron gripped the blade tightly. Not enough. She unleashed her strength against Sanji's clone. Flames erupted wildly. After finishing the task, I noticed that the clones never aimed for the critical points. Looks like you have not killed anyone yet. Truly fearless in the face of danger. Sanji somehow ended up injuring herself. You are insane. Do not worry. I can fix this right away. The two iron are surprised. Did you just hurt yourself? Are you out of your mind? Sanji glared with blood-red pupils. Her veins bulging as if they were about to burst. So far, so good. While she was still dazed, he charged at her in a flash. The two iron instinctively raised their weapons to block, but it was too fast. He went straight for his throat. Sanjiu, how are you feeling? Is this enough to scare you yet? Number 5 seemed to lose all control, stomping hard on the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. The two iron ground their teeth. This damn monster. She quickly turned and ran as number 5 lifted its enormous foot high, vanishing from sight. Sanji's two clones launched energy orbs. The two iron shouted a warning. Those fireballs won't do anything to me. Number 5 opened its mouth wide, absorbing the orb, and his body began to transform rapidly. The two iron stood frozen like statues as number 5 breathed fire at them. She screamed. Sanjiu. A beam of energy shot straight up from the ground into the sky. The two iron charged with bloodlust in their eyes. After a deafening boom, a massive burst of flames erupted. Sanjiu panicked for a moment. The blast was too wide. There was no way to dodge it. Her cloak billowing in the wind. The crimson light engulfed everything. The ground screamed under the inferno like it was sentenced to eternity. Moments later, smoke and dust clouded the view. Sanji stared in disbelief at the black cloak draped over her body. Berskern, the bright-eyed, is the prototype of the new armor created by Heritage Masipi. The lightweight cloak stretches well, absorbs most skills, and has the ability to create shields. Thus, it can be used as armor. Toughening up based on the user's intent. We believe it surpasses Choncorp's toy hammer. Number 7. With one swollen cheek. Looked dazed. That is what she said. But since she spoke in English, I did not understand a thing. Sanju exclaimed excitedly. Really? Thank you, madam. This thing saved my skin. Failing over and over left the Tuayan in shock. Are you kidding me? After a string of curses. You are going to die. Number 5 swung its arm down directly at the head of the Tuayan. A thunderous blow from the monster shook the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying like it was being plowed, even buried under the rubble. The Tuayan held tightly to her weapon, which was now smoking. The Tuayan was stunned. Her weapon no. It could not withstand this damage. Fire erupted like a volcano as Number 5's arm, as thick as a tree trunk, slammed down. The Tuayan was crushed flat like a pancake. She thought to herself, I need to find a point of leverage to reduce the impact. Anywhere will do. With that in mind, she quickly executed her plan. She kept urging herself, I have to disperse the damage right now. I need to hurry. Or else. Number 5 was relentlessly slamming down onto the ground. The Tuayan lay on the ground, gasping for air. She gathered all her strength into her legs and kicked up, shouting loudly. Number 5 was sent flying back a bit by her strike. After that, the Tuayan took a breath, her eyes wide open. The first thing that caught Hyeon's eye was Sanji's smiling face. Honestly, that was already impressive. But then he slammed down hard, and in an instant, debris exploded like it was being pushed by a shockwave. Flashback to a few days earlier. Hyeon was glued to her phone. Then she picked up her weapon and informed the masked man. I am stepping out for a bit, he said. I thought today's mission was over, she replied. The young master is looking for me again. The man looked troubled and confused. Sangsan Dungyan. He is in a weak position. Why would you help him? Hyeon reminded him. Do not you get it? The chairman's kid is the future chairman. He immediately shot back. But Captain Sinjinuk is also the chairman's son. Hyeon reacted fiercely. He has never been worthy of that position. That useless guy. Her eyes sparkled like shooting stars when she mentioned Dung Yan. Our young master may have flaws, but he has the most potential, Hyeon emphasized. Plus, he is good looking too. Hearing this, the man suddenly became curious. What mission is that? She replied. He wants me to teach a B-level craftsman named Dung Sangsan. But without killing him. Just hearing the name Dung Sangsan made the man's face turn purple. He lowered his voice to advise her. You really should not go. That reaction left Hyeon slightly bewildered. What do you mean? The man hinted. I am advising you not to dive into the bushes and just keep serving the current chairman. Hyeon, irritated, shot back. We are doing that. I am serving the future chairman here. Hyeon shouted. You are acting like a child. That is why you are stuck like this. The man's face turned beet red. You do not know anything about Dung Sangsan. You are just going to lose. Back to the present. Hyeon, covered in injuries, slowly opened her eyes. It was already dark, and Sangsan spoke up. So you are awake? A B-level craftsman really is something different, she asked confused. Why did you let me live? He replied. I really did not go easy on you. Hyeon questioned. But you could have killed me if you wanted to, Sanju answered. I do not think that is necessary, and as you said, I have never killed anyone. Hyeon smirked. But I tried to kill you. You will always be weak if you keep that mindset. The ground suddenly exploded, debris flying everywhere. Hyeon froze for 2 seconds as Sanju aimed his weapon at her face. He warned. But this is your final warning. No one is dying this time. And I have paid my dues to you already. It is not too late to rethink this and get out of here. I met you at the He Sung meeting. I do not like killing people myself. But there are countless other ways to take someone out. Remember that. Hyeon's voice trembled. Yep. Sanju waved his hand, creating a space slit. You need to check on number 7. Is your face okay? He replied shortly. It hurts a lot. Hyeon's voice seemed to jump out. What should I do now? Her cheeks flushed bright red like ripe tomatoes. He is so charming. After that incident, the crew behind the monster hunting disappeared, and after recovering for a few days, I was able to hunt normally again. Number 7 has been sent to Heritage to study the skill orb. Do you want something to eat? He asked with wide eyes. Do you know about Tet? Meanwhile, countless new classes have been organized at the academy. As Sanji walked, he fell into thought, realizing that everyone chasing our goal vanished the moment we took down the Hunter Association. What a perfect timing. It is highly likely someone from the Hunter Association is involved. He glanced over at Jung Ain. Feeling the tension between them, Jung Yun's heart skipped a beat when Sanji called out, "Hey, where are you going?" Jung Yun, drenched in sweat, gulped nervously. Lucky for him, Ayan showed up and joyfully called out to Sanji, "Hey, you are back?" She excitedly asked, "I am on my way to class. Are you going too? Let us go together." Seeing Jung Yun's reaction, Sanju confirmed his suspicion. He was scared. That must be him, he thought, while Ayan kept asking Han, "House New York." At that moment, at the church, the bell chimed loudly. The priest solemnly announced, "Everyone, please return to your places. Let us pray earnestly to the system." Sanji cast a skeptical glance. They said this was necessary to attend the class. But here we are praying to the system. He lowered his head and whispered to Ayan, "What are we doing here?" She replied, "Didn't you hear what the priest said? We will be learning about the history of the system, and there is going to be a holy ceremony." Sanji sighed. "What does that have to do with me going to the bathroom?" Ayan shrugged. "I do not know either. If it were not for the order, I would not even be here." The priest glared from the front, reminding everyone, "Please keep quiet." This did not sit well with Sanju. He stood up and declared, "I need to use the restroom." After heading to the bathroom, he looked back and then vanished into the side space. Inside the side space, he switched identities with his clone. "Give me the clothes and take this." "Got it." When Sanji returned from the restroom, Ayan called out, "Hey, what is it?" The clone stiffly replied, "I just came back from the bathroom. I am the Sanju clone." Once outside, Sanju unleashed an energy sphere, thinking, "What a waste of time. I guess I will have to attend this class through the clone." He froze for 2 seconds when he spotted Jung Yun. She was on a phone call, fuming. What the heck happened? Did the captain fail too? Jung Yun shouted in frustration. "How can you not handle a B rank?" Sanju suddenly appeared from behind and cut in. "What is wrong with a B rank?" Jung Yun clenched her teeth and turned to him. "You are eavesdropping on someone else's call," she accused. Sanju firmly retorted, "Do you think you can say that after interrupting my business?" Jung Yun denied it furiously. "I do not know what you are talking about." But Sanju sighed in annoyance. "Yeah. Obviously you do not know. Haven't you guys practiced together?" "You are all saying the same thing." Jung Yun smirked. "You should have taken the money then, whining after losing some targets. I can see how tight your situation is." Sanji shot back, "I see you are just jealous, knowing you are all alone. Your parents probably did not raise you right, just hired tutors. Right? Oh no. Based on how you talk, you sound just like your dad. So I guess no schooling for you." "Ah." Jung Yun's teeth ground together audibly. He exploded with killing intent. "You want to throw down?" Sanji shot back with a challenging tone. "You think I am scared?" Jung Ayan began to cast a spell, generously offering, "This is your last chance. Just say what you want. Whatever it is, you will get it. And my crew, including me, won't he stand in your way anymore?" Sanji rolled his eyes. "The only thing I want, you are suggesting, hand me the divine potion, and I will disappear from the academy right away." Jung Ayan's face went pale. "It is tough to control spells in this academy." The ice chunk was smaller than I imagined, and the nearby students stood wide-eyed. "What is going on?" A fight. The fireball above Jung Ayan was now as big as a hill. But now, there is no need to control it anymore. Sanji stood frozen in shock, staring up. His fireball was nothing compared to him. "What kind of size is this?" At that moment, a deep voice rang out. "Stop." A massive fist appeared, shattering Jung Ayan's fireball in an instant. The other person asked sternly, "What are you kids doing here?" One of the 4 top guild leaders, Phoenix Guild's chairman, Hong Aina, scoffed. "It is true that you guys can use skills freely in the academy, but this is outrageous. Are you fighting? Is that a skill?" Someone rewatching the footage of Sanji's clone asked, "Is this video extracted from the weapons camera?" The guy in the lab coat exclaimed, "Amazing. Look at that movement. He anticipates his opponent's moves. And what is up with that giant creature? Are they still normal after eating the crystal? We need it. We need that specimen right now." The guy on the other end shared, "We spotted someone else in the footage when the weapon was moved to another dimension. I think we have a high chance of getting the clone S specimen right here." The old man asked more about the location. "Where is it?" The image of Burscom appeared on the lead screen. "It is Heritage Company." The old man chuckled with delight. "Burscom. So greedy. You should share something like that. He is CO Trevor John, an expert in weapon manufacturing at John Company." He ordered, "Prepare the fighter jets. Destroy Heritage. And bring the specimen back here." Meanwhile, at the Hunter Academy, the Jungin wondered about Yunha's identity. "She is She tilted her chin and replied, Phoenix Guild Chairman, Hong Yuna. It has been a while. Right. Young master. Zheng Yan was sweating bullets. What are you doing at the academy? Yuna introduced herself. I am a professor here. Although just a temporary one. He gasped. Wait, you are a professor at this academy? Sanji silently wondered. She. Yunha. With a cigarette in her mouth. Suggested. Let us step outside to talk. You have drawn too much attention already. Just like she said. A crowd of students were staring at them. Did you see that epic fireball? Scene cuts to the office. A hot cup of tea is poured. Yuna spoke up. Tell me. What happened? Zheng Yan frowned, staying silent for a long while. Sanjiu, teary-eyed, cried out. You are such a crybaby. But this is personal. You know. He ordered his lackeys to steal my prey and threw harsh words at me, even though I did nothing wrong. He deserves to be taught a lesson. That action left the other two completely stunned. Yunha exclaimed. You must have been through a lot. Zheng Yan raised an eyebrow. Anyway, a top-tier professor. As far as I know, most professors here are C-rank hunters. And there are only a few B-rank ones. Sanji looked confused. What do you mean by that? Yuna flicked a lighter while explaining. If we are talking about F-rank or D-rank hunter students, then sure, those professors would be enough. But for students with higher ranks, the school needs much more to keep them in check. Sanji was completely bewildered. Are you smoking in there? Yuna replied. To be more precise, I was invited here because of you guys, and the reason I am stopping you is that you will have the chance to fight each other soon enough. In the next class, students will be allowed to battle freely. Cut to the laboratory. The scientists at Heritage were focused on researching clone number 7. While Burskern could not help but look utterly baffled. She gasped. There are no words to describe how incredible this is. This is real blood. It even has red blood cells. And he has type of blood. I am sure that studying this blood sample is entirely feasible. Even if the clone disappears, it will vanish along with it. The guy next to her asked. And all of this was created by the subject's mana. Burskern nodded. Exactly. It feels like every principle we knew before is meaningless. And more importantly, I think the clones are being treated as separate entities. Unlike the tension, number 7 seems really happy right now. Tonight's dinner is beef. They are eating separately and using the subject's skills with their own mana, not the subject's. Burskern reflected. There has never been a summoning skill. Right. This is more like one. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. The equipment in the room rattled uncontrollably, slamming into the walls and making loud, screeching noises non-stop. The scientists panicked. What is happening? I think a plane just crashed into our building. Burskern heard it like a thunderclap. What do you mean by that? They gasped as they saw the nose of a plane crash into the building. What the hell is going on? The plane's door swung open, revealing a man with glowing red eyes. Then a bunch of robots stepped out. Urgently reporting. Successful infiltration. Priority to capture the target. The flames burst forth like a tidal wave as the system blared, activating the defense mechanism. Intruders. Get out of here immediately. The robots issued commands, changing their priority to eliminate all obstacles in their path. Cutting off their words, they fired wildly at the flames. The guy next to Burskern shouted. So many battle robots have infiltrated the building through the plane, she ordered. Call security and evacuate everyone remaining now. Number 7 suddenly sat up and asked. Which floor did the plane crash into? He suggested. I will help suppress the intruders. The building's security was also working at full capacity to stop the robots, but it seemed they were no match for them. The security guards were continuously taken down. The battle robots continued to destroy everything in their path. The man struggles to hold on. I will draw their attention. He suggests. Quickly call the guards from other floors for backup. Heeding his words, he rushes towards the robot at lightning speed. The man grips the robot's head and forcefully pushes it backward, slamming it down to the ground. The other robots see this and shout out, obliterating all obstacles in their path. The man quietly assesses. They switch weapons the moment they sense his capabilities. These are not your average robots meant for mere terror. They are way more advanced. The robots leap into action, annihilating everything in their way. The man has been injured by them, and he quickly retreats. The robots all aim their weapons at him. 2 beams of light slice through the air, cutting the robots in half. Turns out, that was number 7. The man, curious, asks, Who are you? He confidently replies, I am number 7. I am here to eliminate intruders. The voice of the man. Junzei. Ikus. Number 7. You are in charge on floor 7. Just be careful. There are still too many of them. The combat robot focuses, analyzing, and makes a final decision to change its priority mission. Its body transforms at breakneck speed, prioritizing target capture. The scene shifts to the Hunter Academy. The instructor's voice resonates throughout the room. Thrilled to meet everyone, Juna stands confidently at the podium. Introducing herself, I am Hong Junha. I will be in charge of the class, teaching and practicing combat drills. So let us get right to it. She lays it out. From now on, each class will form groups of 3 members and engage in 3-on-3 battles between teams. All skills and equipment are allowed, and a team wins if all 3 members of the opposing team are defeated. The scoring system will be based on combat ability, contributions during the battle, and teamwork. A few minor factors could also influence the score. So do not even think about just coasting along, or unsubtly glances at Sanji, wondering when he changed his clothes. Sanju now understands. So this is what she meant by an opportunity to fight him. It is a training battle. After Juna finishes her presentation, she asks, does anyone have any questions? A student raises their hand, saying, Miss. He wonders. We are hunters. Our job is to hunt monsters. So why do we have to train to fight each other? Sanjiu thinks to himself, I am curious about that too. Juna replies in a vague tone. About that, I was invited here unexpectedly. So I am not sure either. Her face suddenly tightens. But from my experience as an rank hunter, you should not only focus on the monsters, the division of interests, conflicts over hunting grounds, illegal activities and forbidden portals, and much more will arise if you choose this path as hunters. There will always be conflicts with other hunters. Are you really so compassionate that you will just smile and turn your back, giving everything to your opponents? Remember that anything can happen in those portals. Next question. A student speaks up. You said we should form groups of 3. Is there a rank limit for hunters? Juna furrows her brow. I see what you are getting at. Actually, there are 2 students who have already surpassed the normal limits. Sanji shudders at those words. Juna kept going. But you guys do not need to worry about that. They will handle it just fine. So you won't get overrun by those 2. She turned to leave and said goodbye. So I have done my part. You can start introducing yourselves and teaming up now. See you in the next class. Sanji wondered quietly. How will they handle it? What could it possibly be? Unexcitedly suggested. You are going to be in my group. Right, he quickly replied. Of course. Let me find someone else outside. Before he could finish, his phone suddenly rang. Is that Burskan? He rushed outside to answer, wondering if the call would be automatically translated. Burskan stammered from the other end. Is this Sanji? There is something I need to tell you. Sanji was slightly taken aback. What is so important? It really is being translated. Burskan helplessly reported. Number 7. Number 7 has been taken. Burskan pressed the phone app to his ear, saying, I am using Sanji. Sanji on the other end picked up too. Yeah. I have something to say. You listen. Sure. What is going on? The translation tool is working great. She sat in the vast space, everything seemingly in ruins. Number 7 has been taken. Sanji was shocked. What? His eyes widened. Number 7 has been taken. Who would I mean? How? Suddenly, there was a noise behind Burskan. Gunuk sat on the other side, extending his blood-soaked arm. I can explain from there. Meanwhile, Sanji's doppelganger was fiercely attacking. The robot unleashed a strike at the doppelganger's body. Over here, everyone was also fighting hard. Guani was attacking this side but looked over there. Puzzled. So strong, is he? The robot moved with eerie lightning strikes. Then the robot unleashed an attack, manipulating the modules and circuitry. He grabbed Guani by the throat. Sanji's doppelganger appeared and lunged with a sword, the clash ringing out. Stop. The robot tightened its grip on Guanti, pinning him against the wall. If you keep attacking, I will kill him. Despite the chokehold, he still would not back down. Don't you worry about me. Destroy that robot. You hesitated, while the robot continued its threat. If you stop now, there won't be any more damage. You asked one question. Are you one of heritage? Guani furrowed his brow. That is not important. Help is on the way. The armor was being removed. Sanji's doppelganger had a cold gaze. My master ordered me to cooperate as best as possible with heritage. The clash echoed, aiming to achieve the capture objective. Sanji's doppelganger also understood that I could not let heritage suffer any more losses. Guanti disagreed. Pick up your weapon. Watching Sanji's doppelganger being captured by the robot, he could only feel powerless. Behind, make the call. Guanti's tears streamed down. He got captured because of me. I am really sorry. Sanji's body is giving off a strong aura. You do not need to feel guilty. Wait a second. I will check the situation. Activating fusion skill. Sanji's clone is surrounded by a golden sound robot that has detected mech mana. Then, an electric current flows, leaving the clone looking like nothing but bones. Activating blocking protocol. Ending fusion. Sanji over here is also affected. Damn it. The other end is worried.
Yep.
What happened? Sanji seems to understand. I think the clone has been sent somewhere else, and they might be preventing me from using the fusion skill. You explain. I think it will be really difficult to bring her back using spatial skills. Guanti is crying heartbreakingly. It is all my fault. Bursel is also stunned. We never required the clone to be revived, because that was stipulated in the contract. Not noticing that the ambushers intended to capture No. 7 is our fault. But could you not finish off No. 7? You are suspecting something. Meaning, Bursel believes that
Yep.
We will bring her back. Sanji realizes it seems like she has figured out the culprit. Bursel admits.
Yep.
Your face is looking a bit paler too. Well then. Either way, I do not plan on using No. 7 during the contract period with you. The other end expresses. Thank you. Wani listens but feels confused. Destroy. What do you mean by that? Bursel explains. 7 is a clone, not a human. So you do not need to feel guilty. He finally gets it. Really? Over here. Sanji secretly hopes. Well, it should be fine. Heritage is a big company, so they must have a lot of hunters. The trainees are being drawn in here. Sanji, have you joined a group yet? Join mine. My skills will definitely be useful. Sanji can't believe it. Eyes wide in shock. What? What is this? Everyone's gathering here to convince me to join their group. Then you glance over at Junji's side. There are quite a few people on Junji's side too, looking at the crowd eagerly pulling you in. They say Barank will be punished. But we do not even know what that really means. It is pretty normal. We have a completely different experience at a higher level. It seems we could form a pretty strong team here. Yuna speaks up from behind. I forgot to mention. Sanji the hunter is not allowed to use clones in this class. And Sanju is shocked. You are confused.
Wow.
She explains that teamwork among members is one of the very important standards. And if we consider clones as one of the members, it would be a mess. Because clones would do all the work. Then she waves goodbye. Wishing you good luck. The group of trainees is also in disbelief. Really? He can't use clones? Is that all he has got? Everyone's chatting. And he could not even handle a fireball properly when he first started. So it is pretty pointless. He is awkwardly admitting it. Sorry. Is anyone interested? Before he could finish his sentence, the whole group turned their backs. Hey Johnny. Come join our group. I am really confident in my endurance. Sanji was left behind, standing alone and feeling lonely. As he walked over, he saw Han sitting there with a sigh. He approached and pointed, asking her if she wanted to join my group. And she was surprised. Wow, that was fast. So after some struggle, that is how a trio was formed. And they had to get to know each other. The young man smiled and greeted them, saying he was glad to meet them. I'm Chongjo, a rookie hunter at the D rank level. Sanji looked at him, realizing he ran toward Shin Junny the moment he heard I could not use clones. You seem to be having a tough time finding a group. He was clearly panicking. Well, that is not really private. It is just that I am super serious about this academy. Han was not very interested. And she quickly corrected him, saying she did not think he could say that. Look at our skills. Right. Jumbi showed off first, saying he could take hits well based on his shield's defense, confidently claiming he had the best defensive skills in this academy. Wide area defense. Activate. Boost your weapon's defense. The defense stats and the number of people you can support depend on your skill level. Next up is Han, saying she can create a mana sphere. It does not hit as hard as a fireball, but it is way faster. Master of Mana. Activate. Gather mana. The controllable mana amount depends on the skill level. Meanwhile, Sanji could only look at his empty hands, knowing he could not do anything besides clones. Han said before. Come on. It is. But really, Dongbai stood outside confused, wondering if he should look for another group. Suddenly, Sanji remembered something. Oh right. He wanted to join the hunting group led by Junji. Why do not you join them? D rank is already pretty high in this academy. Dongbai scratched his head, thinking, sure. I thought it was high too. But there are better people with him now. Elsewhere, thick black smoke was rising, and Deng Yen stood frozen, staring at the scene before him, watching someone unleash terrifying power and wondering why they were not taking the upgrade exam. He looked at the two people in front of him. The masked person said lazily, I am too bored. That is the E-rank hunter, Tan Yugite. Mundo Wan. The other one was also an A-rank hunter, half human, and seal, enjoying bullying weaker ones. He secretly felt thrilled, They might be fee rank or higher. Even Seal, who does not even bother going to class, joined their group. Looking at the two fierce individuals before him, Deng Yan felt ecstatic. Both of them were top-tier quality. I am going to crush Deng Sanji with this group. Elsewhere, in a desolate place, a small figure walked, with defeated monsters lying scattered on the ground, leaving behind traces of their steps. The surviving monsters let out terrifying howls. The skilled warrior swung his sword, a swift and lethal strike, and in less than a second, the monster's head was severed. Completely obliterated, he raised his hand, dusted it off, and walked away, leaving the slain beast on the ground. I forgot how to use this thing. Suddenly, the fish on the ground started to move, and a massive tree-like monster emerged from the earth, preparing to unleash an attack. The warrior remained calm, thinking, I can't get used to this blood splattered everywhere. And yet he stayed unfazed. It seems heritage is calling me. That is this rank hunter searching for Kaizo Raven. Looks like I have got a long way to go. His hand touched the arena floor, and Einhun knelt on one knee. She also emitted a strong aura, indicating that from now on, he would have to fight this thing, merging mana to actively manipulate and disperse its flow. My skill is mana fusion. I can weaken magic, curses, and neutralize skills. Sanzu observed and finally realized, her skin extinguishing that massive fireball. Ina explained that it would also be effective in this space. I have used many other skills before. All magical damage or physical attacks that could threaten your life will be diminished. Everyone below listened attentively. So whether it is bullets or magic, you can use whatever style you prefer. Even if you shoot someone in the head, they won't. Do not worry though, it will leave a scar. Anha looked at the students below, asking if there were any questions. But everyone stayed silent. Anna stood with one hand on her hip above, saying, all right, let us kick off the combat test. She laid out the rules. There are a total of 6 shields, and 12 teams will fight at the same time. Yunha raised a finger, then explained that the winning teams would battle each other, and the losing teams would do the same. We are not looking for a champion here, this is just a chance for a fair evaluation. Anna took a deep breath, calling out, Sanjiu, Jinjin, you two, step forward. Surprising everyone with the mention of those names, Yunha pulled something out of her leather jacket, saying, drink this before the battle begins. In her hand were 2 small green vials containing a debuff potion, which would lower your stats to the level of the academy students. She mentioned that while it is called a debuff potion, it is actually poison. The effects are just temporary, so no need to worry. Sanjiu held the vial of debuff potion, thinking, damn, this is some serious punishment, my intelligence is getting cut. Aina smirked, warning that if you refuse to drink this or use a skill to negate it, you will be disqualified and automatically rated down to an F. Now, take your positions, the spatial light begins. And the murmur of the students grew louder. First up is the 4th shield from Team 1. One guy holding a sword was slightly trembling. Zheng Sang-woo is my opponent. But his teammates looked down on him. No problem. He can use clones. And his stats have dropped, he is just an F rank now. Sanji was not feeling too thrilled. It felt a bit humiliating, but it was true. Zheng Bai stood next to an eye, calming him down. We just need to coordinate to get through this. And Unha reminded him that he had a few other skills besides that, like quick attacks for example. The 3 of them are part of the 4th shield team. And Sanju can't help but sneak a glance at his opponent, Shinjun Iwan, who is right next to us, looking at Seo Kin. He wonders who that big guy is. He does not remember seeing him in class. The shout rings out. Level B hunt. Drink the elixir now. That shout comes from a member of the Phonax Guild monitoring the event. Sanjiu twists the cap off the elixir of weakness, and he and Jung-eun raise it to their lips and chug it down. Sanjiv seems to be significantly affected. Why on? Standing beside Hong, asks, are you okay? The system announces, you have absorbed the elixir of weakness. Power. 23,135. Sanji's face contorts, veins popping as he checks his stats. Reflex. 14,135. Stamina. 5,821. His energy is draining fast. Magic. 3,623. Power. 3,251. Reflex. 2,251. The poison resistance is still heavily impacted on Sanji's body. Activating. Poison resistance. Power. 2,135. Endurance. 6,647. Stamina. 18,534. Magic. 28,967. Reflex. 23,686. Restoring stats. Power is now 42,534. Reflex is 32,212. Stamina is 38,593. Endurance is 36.93. Magic is 51,382. Fully absorbed the elixir of weakness. And poison resistance has been enhanced. Poison resistance. From 8,132 to 8,138. Sanju exhales sharply, rubbing his stomach, his face in a daze. Meanwhile, some workers are standing near those huge blocks, worrying about the path being blocked. A sharp voice cuts through. Miss Bursar, as the newcomer appears. Bursal shouts. Raven. It has been a while. Raven smiles and waves hello. She greets him warmly. You are here. He steps closer. Of course I had to come. More importantly, the main office's production is heritage sound. What is going on? Bursal struggles to explain. Well, it is about a real division. He crosses his arms over his chest. I was not even aware that skill existed. Bursal adds. We are in a rush. We need to find the division sample as soon as possible. Raven guesses. Is it for the skill orb? Yeah. It is a pretty solid skill. But Bursal's face is sweaty and serious. I am not interested in the skill orb anymore. Her expression turns serious. If we can conduct experiments on the attributes of the division, we could succeed. Our plans for that day will get a step closer. Raven's expression also turns serious. Then it really is important. All right, I will. In the painting industry, there is a notorious stat that is hard to grow: regeneration and poison resistance. Regeneration has been enhanced. Poison resistance has been boosted. Regeneration requires rigorous training, often seen as self-harm. Poison resistance is bolstered after risking one's life with toxins. Those people scream as their bodies feel like they are falling apart, especially poison resistance. It can bypass most types when reaching a unit, but even boosting a stat by 1 unit is incredibly dangerous, so even high-level painters using skills to cure poison never attempt to enhance their immunity. Seeing it, they always pull back. But there are always exceptions: someone who drank deadly poison instead of water and managed to enhance their immunity. Sanjiu is now holding a potion in front of the 7th division. Flabby. Lung bursting. Rank 7. With a brand new potion. At this moment, he looks at his own hands. The stats remain the same, but the poison resistance has increased, and he clenches his fist. Then, the monitor announces from outside. We will begin the assessment test shortly. Both teams. Get ready. Dongbai stands in front. I will take care of our defense. The other team remains cautious. Stay calm. Let us go as we discussed. All right, the shout echoed. The match began. The opponent charged forward. Here they come. Sanjiu coldly jumped up. The opponent was caught off guard. He is attacking me. Your face is full of intensity. It is like everything is moving in slow motion. So this is the importance of stats. I thought I could dodge like a shadow clone. Then you leap behind him. Too slow. Sanju gently thrust his weapon into the opponent's back, taking one down. Suddenly, he remembered. Wait, if I take them down here, does not that prove that the antidote is ineffective? He thought of a way. Then they will just make me take something stronger. The opponent spun around, cursing. You bastard. Sanjiu did not attack, letting him charge in. Then, he threw Sanju away, and both Heian and Dongbai were worried. Sanjiu, lying dazed on the ground. Satisfied. What a show. Everyone could see I was weakened and got hit. Dongbai was confused. Actually, I had fortified my defense already. Even if your stats dropped, it should not have thrown you that far. Hearing this, Sanju sat up, dazed. Stood up, brushed off the dust. Really, thanks to that defense. It is effective. The opponent gritted his teeth. Annoyed. What the hell is this? Even his teammates were confused. Is he strong or weak? I do not get it. Dongbai also charged into attack, shouting. Heian. It is. Heian launched green orbs, sending them flying toward the opponent. Dongbai raised his hand to shield his head. Reassuring. It is. I can take it. Not stopping, Dongbai pressed forward, taking him down first. Sanju stood outside watching. It was clear that Heian and Dongbai could not win. Is there a way to retreat without being too obvious? Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Right. He excitedly charged into battle, saying, I want to let you get away with this. The opponent's remaining teammate saw and launched an attack. Disappearing, activating a skill. Sanju pretended to get hit. A massive rock came crashing toward his stomach. I will pretend to get knocked away. One foot of Sanju stomped firmly on the ground, charging straight at the remaining opponents, aiming for them, making Heian and Dongbai gasp. He rubbed his head. I am still fine. Really, thanks to that defense. Without it, I do not know what would have happened. But those two have been painfully knocked down and are sprawled on the ground. Those two fell on top of each other. What the hell? The remaining teammate could not believe it either. It is not my fault. I do not have the strength to knock someone like that away. My skill is not that strong. Sanji over here poured more fuel on the fire, giving a thumbs up. Really awesome. That guy gritted his teeth in anger, then hurled heavy stones at him. Meat is not. But someone stood with a shield right in front. Everything covered in dust. Other stones followed an attack but did nothing. The opponent was stunned. Ain over here is also casting spells. Behind her is just a massive explosion. She is proud of herself, confident in her speed. The supervisor, pen in hand, murmurs. That is really fast, she announces. Deliveries on Wednesday. Team to win. Zombies' face is all dirty. And everyone's exhausted. Sanji praises. Your performance was top-notch. The zombie blushes. No need to emphasize that anymore. You glance over at the other side, wondering how Shinjanine is holding up. Over here, Seokin's bloodied hands tell a different story. The opponent is battered and crying. Do not. The others are also panicking. The opposing team is heavily injured. We have already admitted defeat. Stop it. The supervisor outside finally speaks up. Stop. Halt the match immediately. But Seokin ignores it all, continuing to pummel the guy mercilessly. Aina finally steps in. Can't you hear? Are you deaf? We said stop. He finally decides to back off. Were you talking to me? I did not notice. He does not take it seriously. Grinning wickedly. Because of this limited spell, I can use my full strength with my punch. Otherwise, it would be been over in one hit. You do not think so? Duhon agrees. Yeah. I can really hold back either. Meanwhile, Dong-an is slightly adjusting herself. Anna's face twists in annoyance. She closes her eyes tightly, realizing she made a mistake. She should not have overlooked the high stats experienced hunters facing off against low ranks. I should not have rushed to apply stat reduction and debuffs on all of them. She orders. Hurry up and call the medic on site. The supervisor is doing his best to assist, scribbling down notes. Come on, the opposing team is being taken for treatment. Ai's eyes are filled with worry. Is not this a bit much? Sanji looks on critically. Confused, Dongbai reassures her teammates. Do not worry. We have got a total of 6 people who beat us in the next round, so our chances of facing them are only 20%. But Sanji is blunt. I think they will be our opponents. Ainha pipes up from the back. Let us take a breather and then keep fighting. She approaches the supervisor. You have decided who wins and who loses. Right. The supervisor checks the match board. Yep. We will be pairing them randomly now. Anna interrupts. Do not pair them randomly. She takes charge. Let the second place team from the 4th match face the first place team from the 5th match instead. The supervisor is taken aback. I see. The supervisor understands now. You mean the teams of the 2 hunters? Sanjung Sanju and Shinjungyan. Yana confirmed. That is right. She recalls the moment Sanju just fought in the last match. Those moves were not from someone who had used a debuff. He did not even cleanse with the debuff. Her expression is filled with excitement and anticipation. I do not know what he did with that debuff. But if someone stirs up trouble, I can just let them fight each other. At least we will get to see a thrilling match. In Nevada, Samarked, at the Chong Company lab, a fist pounds relentlessly on the door. They burst in, yelling about the investigation. These guys suspect Chong Company of ambushing Heritage Company and dealing in illegal pharmaceuticals. They demand cooperation. The group cautiously approaches, and one of them shouts, "They are completely ignoring us. We have a search warrant, we can force them." Big guy. It is your turn now. Get your limbs ready to work. Got it, boss. The guy unleashes a move, his muscles flexing as his skills activate. He charges straight for the door. And suddenly, a cloud of dust explodes in front of him. He freezes unbelievably. The door remains unscathed. Not even a scratch. There is a red button on it. Everyone seems to realize it at once. What the hell? That red button is glowing, and it is emitting light all around us. In an instant, he turns into a charred black figure, while the others are brutally attacked. Limbs severed, all drenched in bright red. Finally, the wires show up. He surveys the area, realizing he has gone from the desert to Heritage, and now back to the desert again. He keeps moving forward, thinking, this is John Company. They say it is somewhere around here. His nose picks up a scent. He halts. This is the smell of burned flesh. Before him stands a robot, incinerating something with its 2 arms. He approaches. What the hell are you burning? But the robot pays him no mind. Raven feels irritated, his arm drawing out a sword. You are ignoring me. Fine. Let us switch up the question. This is John Company. Right. The fire from its arm extinguishes. The robot stands silently, then turns as if to attack him. He swiftly strikes, slicing it apart. Looks like I have hit the jackpot. The charred robot falls amidst the flames, and he glances over, utterly unfazed. Afterwards, he sheaths his sword and heads for the door, curious about what John Company looks like inside. Go ahead. Try to stop me. Trevor looks up, realizing he was completely wrong inside. He thought that the gem could transform a person into a monster, was the best way to boost stats quickly. But in reality, it is just a barrier preventing pure stats from increasing. It could be said that the stat boosting effect of the gem has faded, and only the effect of mutating the user into a monster remains. The system chimes in. Congratulations. It seems like handling the side effects of the research is just a matter of time now. He worries. If I can find a sample that absorbed the gem yet still retains human form, I might be stuck with this problem for the rest of my life. Looking at the system before him, he reassures himself, just keep living. Humanity will have hope. He seems to sense it. The system announces. The lockdown has been lifted. He scratches his face. The FB managed to get through. The system informs him. The FBI has been wiped out, but an rank hunter has arrived. He is taken aback. What? No way. I was so close to finding the answer. Watching the flames blaze, he feels restless. Do I really have to stop here? He begins to prepare a sample. Looking at the hunters in the system, the last remaining rank hunter here is still just human. I will use this sample as a weapon to stop the hunter. Raven stepped in, observing the chaos. They were managing a project based on the corpses of those beasts. Is the clone stable? He glanced around, wondering who has such a massive space underground. The system's voice cut in. Please stop. Intruder. Raven was taken aback. Who's this? The system introduced itself. I am managing this place. And you are trespassing on Chan Corporation's private property. He replied. I know. But I heard that Chan Corporation attacked Heritage and kidnapped an important friend of mine. The system could only respond. I have no knowledge of that. Please leave, Raven assessed. Looks like even machines can lie nowadays. No matter how many times I hear it, that is definitely a woman's voice. What is going on? The system began to act. This is not a request. These high-tech combat robots will hunt you down. This is your final warning. Leave this place immediately. A swarm of robots suddenly charged out. Raven was slightly surprised. Where did these high-tech combat robots come from? A slash was unleashed, and he quickly took down several of them. Raven scoffed. All I see is a pile of scrap over here. Heian's face was filled with anger. Bro. Look. Their opponents were the Dung Yen team, right in front of them. Didn't you say there was only a 20% chance we would run into them? Dung Bai stopped singing. That team. What about them? Heian turned to Sanju, asking. Can you not say anything? Sanji just pointed at Dung Bai. Ignoring him, Dung Bai's support is top-notch. Heian shot back. That is not what I meant. After seeing the unbelievable situation before him, this must be a joke. Looking at Sanju's clueless expression, he assessed. That guy is truly a low-tier hunter. But Dung Yan reminded them. Do not let your guard down. What I want is a decisive victory. The guy advanced, saying, I want to wrap this up quickly. After a brief moment of excitement, let us get started. Shall we? Dung Bai tightened his fists. I will provide support for you guys. The shield sharing skill has been activated. Sanju assessed the situation and decided. I should stop pretending. Those two are at least mid-tier. Whether they notice me or not, I have to fight with all I have got. Yunha reminded from the outside. Just in case, keep the medics on standby. Remain vigilant. Yep. Madam, Inha shouted. Contestants, get ready. The match begins. After throwing a fist up, let us see what a low-tier hunter can do. Sanji smoothly dodged his attack. He retaliated with a blow, successfully landing a hit on him. Blood drips from his mouth. But he can stop laughing. What a punch. Are you sure you have really had a taste of that debilitating wine? He looks at his hand, feeling uncomfortable. This is the limitation that the guild leader, Honjana, warned him about. I was going to knock him out. But it seems I do not have the strength to do that. And one more thing. After charging into attack again, he glances at Un, who is standing with her arms crossed, observing. Is Junjai really feeling the effects of that debilitating wine? Just attacked you while analyzing. There is no way that guy's resistance to poison is anywhere near mine. And he barely moved during the last evaluation fight. If you are standing behind Un, I am sure you are in a weakened state. Seeing Sanju staring right at him, unsnapped his fingers. So you have decided to target me first. Ah. Sanji was taken aback by the scene before him, as blue lightning surged. The atmosphere was absolutely terrifying. The outsiders were shocked too. What the heck is this? Watch out for those shards of thunder. Sanji was now charred to a crisp, and he was seriously injured. The damage had crossed his pain threshold, and the shield-sharing skill had disappeared. Un looked at his hand that had just unleashed the spell. His magic could not function well within this barrier. Seeing Sanji lying on the ground, he felt quite satisfied. Well, it seems that is still enough. You think you can win easily just because I am sipping on some weak water, he mocked. Just watch your team lose because of your useless self. Sanji gripped the weapon tightly on the ground. You are making me smile. Do not make me laugh. Because I will do everything I can to prevent that from happening. Over here, the notification system announced that the combat robots had been destroyed. Trevor never saw it coming. Destroyed so soon, the system reported. We have exhausted all backup energy. The old man pressed the controls. What about the drugs I am supposed to inject into the test samples? The system replied. We have only prepared the mind control drugs for behavior regulation. Bone enhancement. Basic abilities. And physical defense. But that is enough to significantly boost the vision and mobility of the clones. The clone bodies are gasping for oxygen in the sealed barrel. The old man was drenched in a cold sweat. Pressing the button. Good. Injected into the sample. Meanwhile, the zombies were desperately defending with no openings at all. Duan unleashed a flurry of attacks. The more he attacked, the faster he got. The zombies were struck. Arms bleeding, grimacing in pain. Duan glanced over. I was planning to slice off that guy's arm with that move. But the defender is pretty good. Truly annoying, Sanji was worried. Zombies. But Jungin had used a spell to stop Sanji from moving. Where do you think you are going? The gravity field seal skill has been activated. Didn't you say you would take me down first? Sanji snapped back angrily. Do not get in my way. Sanji broke Jungin's attack with ease. Jungin remained calm. I am pretty sure you have seen me cast this spell before, but this is a real fireball. A giant fireball is coming your way. Sanji raised both hands. He created a massive shield. But the attack was so strong that the shield had several cracks. However, it still successfully blocked that fireball. Jungin was speechless with frustration. When did this bastard learn such a defensive skill? Sanji smugly pointed his finger, annoyed. I have been keeping an eye on that fireball skill for a while now. Over here, Heian was unleashing a move. Sia wondered. What are you doing? Punishing the weak. The lower the enemy's stats, the higher your basic stats. He scoffed. You call that an attack skill? And attacks fiercely at Heian, but Sanji swiftly intercepts him, strong as ever. His eyes bulge with intensity as he suddenly drops to his knees and screams loudly. Heian stands behind. Anxious, Sanji's gaze darkened, his hands clutching his head tightly. Teeth gritted, as he feels his body changing, activating a new skill. Jungin is confused, wondering what is happening to him. This is our chance, let us strike Jung Sanjio now. Duguan follows suit, saying, even if I do not want to, I have no choice, as he unleashes a chain of attacks. Resetting the combo and increasing power for the next blow, Seojin also joins in, trying to block this attack like he did before, punishing the weaker foe. This skill can temporarily apply to those with even higher stats. Jungin starts launching his own blows. The fireball skill is activated, and the blade defense skill is activated, combining into the hellfire skill. All three unleash their attacks, aimed directly at Sanju, creating a terrifying explosion that echoes. A massive explosion occurs, growing stronger by the second. Seojin shouts, I will end this. The intensity escalates like never before. Heian is panicking, too, yelling in fear. Brother Sanjiu. Jungin standing beside him can't help but exclaim. Yunhao is standing there hesitating. Healing. Just wait a moment. Notifications pop up on the system. The skill Solid Mist has been created. Solid Mist. The passive skill has been created. Solid Mist leveled up. Solid Mist leveled up. Solid Mist leveled up. Increasing stamina. Boosting strength. Enhancing reflexes. Raising endurance. Stamina increased from 42,534 to 72,534. Strength from 32,212 to 62,212. Reflexes from 38,593 to 68,593. Endurance from 36,093 to 66,093. Vitality from 51,382 to 81,392. A clone number 7 thinks, is this how it ends? Then, Clone number 7 charges at Selkin. Yana shouts loudly. A magical circle appears from his hand. It is too dangerous. Stop it, Sanji. He then punches through the magical circle. His expression is extremely fierce as the punch slowly approaches. Clone number 7 delivers a blow to his stomach. Selkin is furious, gritting his teeth in pain. Suddenly a blinding white explosion erupts. Gunfire pierces through Selkin, making him scream in agony. Blood splattering everywhere. Yun and Zumbi stand frozen, shocked by the scene. Even Zumbian and Dogan are left speechless, with Zumbian stuttering. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, clone number 7 feels satisfied. This is how it should end. The system notification appears. The defense skill has been created. The system acknowledges. Solid Mist and Iron Body have been activated. Trevor chuckles with delight. That is right. When you can endure without turning into a monster, your stats will skyrocket. There is a red liquid contaminated by white particles, because it has been equipped with the latest weapons from Chan Corporation. A clone number 7 stands there in disbelief, listening to him speak. A warrior capable of defeating an S-rank hunter has been created. Clone number 7's eyes fill with sadness, and he continues to ask, have you completely brainwashed it? The system quickly responds. After rebooting its brain, we have made you its master now. Lord Trevor. After hearing this, Trevor laughs joyfully and grips clone number 7's shoulder. Now your name is T01. Trevor turns away. The system announces. The fake sword is now on the 7th floor. Estimated time of arrival. 5 minutes. Trevor pretends to be sad. Just then, he walks back to him and grips his shoulder. I am assigning you a mission. 01. Eliminate that intruder. The two stand in silence. And Trevor turns back to check the software. It is not responding. I installed the translation software. Clone number 7 raises his hand to distance himself from him. 01. Go kill that guy. He stares straight into Trevor's eyes. I only take orders from my master. Then, he punches Trevor in the stomach. I only follow orders from my master. Causing Trevor immense pain. The system then hesitantly exclaims. Lord Trevor has been incapacitated. Mandatory drug administration activated. This facility and everyone here are considered enemies. The system board showed something strange. Trevor. Yuana's eyes widened in panic. That bastard Jung Sanju. He is undoing his own skills. Damn. Is he really a Barank? The supervisor hurriedly asked. What should we do? Should we stop? Yuana turned. His eyes filled with worry. There are still other members. Just focus on healing the hunters outside the borders first. There is no reason to halt the fight just because the suppression drug does not affect Jung Sanju. Jung Yun gritted his teeth, pleading with Jung Yun. Do not let that drug affect you. His eyes and hands were locked on the vortex in front of him. This drug does not lower skill levels. But using strong skills drains a massive amount of mana. If the stats were really lowered as the drug intended, he should be showing signs of fatigue and weakness by now. Yuana tilted his head slightly towards him. But from the start of this battle, we have already disregarded those limits. Let us keep going. Just keep observing. Du Hong grimaced. Jung Yun. Give me the order. Jung Yun gritted his teeth. Wow. Jung Yun's face darkened. While Du Hong was taken aback, his eyes wide open. Come on, Jung Yun. Wake up. The clone number 7 gradually approached. Can't you see? He did not dare to look straight on. Sorry. Du Hong turned to Jung Yun. Finally. You are awake. He immediately felt a pang of regret. How stupid. What was I thinking? In the past? A man sat in a chair and said, take that drug. This is your chance to prove yourself. Jung Yun hesitated. Thinking. I can back down now. It is all or nothing. Du Hong urged him. I will boost your speed. Bind him. The system board appeared. Speed. Reflex stats. And agility skyrocketed, gradually charging towards Jung Yun. He defeated that monster. He grabbed a part of clone number 7's body. The system board appeared. Speed boost ended. He murmured. That needle. What effect ends so quickly? He charged in even more fiercely. Seeing that, I will fight alongside you. I am ending this. Clone number 7 jumped high. An ice wall formed, creating gigantic ice spikes to damage and trap the opponent. Jung Yun signaled to stop. Get out of there quickly. The power of clone number 7 kept increasing, enhancing its resistance to the cold. Du-Hong stared in shock. A blue light appeared in front of Jung Yun's face. Wow. The light pierced through, but luckily he dodged just in time. Just like that, clone number 7 charged in. A part of its body fell off. Jung Yun gritted his teeth. Wow. Du-Hong sat backward. Clone number 7 had emerged victorious. Jung Yun screamed. Why does he get to have everything? After saying that, Jung Yun charged into battle. The skill stone spike was activated. The fight erupted fiercely. Seeing that, Jung Bai immediately said, hide behind me. We are just stalling him. And An tried to endure. All right, the supervisor was in a state of panic. Stuttering. This is no longer a practical test. The tension was rising. As pieces began to fall apart, Jung-un struggled to endure. The darkness almost consumed everything. Jung-un hugged himself, words failing him, his mind racing. Clone number 7 stood before Jung-un, covered in blood, soaked in gore. Clone number 7. Do not blame others for your own weaknesses. Anna quickly unleashed a magic circle, and as it appeared, the evaluation ended. Everyone collapsed to the ground. Jung Sangju. Your team has won. The scene is pure chaos. Gather the clones and help clean up, the supervisor replied. Got it. Right now. You guys are cleaning up the battlefield. Anha stood frozen. That is enough tea for today. Sangju tilted his head towards her, breathing heavily. Jung Sangju. Follow me. Hearing that, he quickly followed Anha. Suddenly, Anha paused and asked, how did you escape the effects of the weakening potion? Sangju was taken aback by the question. He stood tall and looked Yanhao in the eye. I just drank it. And the effects vanished, she asked. What is your poison resistance score? He hesitated and replied. About 8,138. And Anha gasped. What? 8. She pressed on. A regular person would have to eat a ton of poisonous mushrooms to reach that score. How did you manage that? Sangju's youthful face with a stammering voice appeared. Well, I just practiced hard. And honestly, it is thanks to the clones. Anha lit a cigarette. It is not cheating, so I won't ask anymore. The other students are probably starting to gossip about this. But I will think of a way to cover it up, Anha signaled. And he quickly made his exit. All right, Sangju sighed in relief. Looks like I got away. He glanced at his dark fingers and wondered. What is this skill anyway? Not only did it manifest, but it also came with amazing effects. A system window appeared. Indestructible body, the user's body becomes as hard as rock. Passive. Physical defense. And magic resistance increased by 50%. Reducing pain. Active. Temporary double the passive effects. Sangju thought. It must be No 7. Has the master successfully acquired the skill? His eyes filled with suspicion and sharpness. No matter how you look at it, only No 7 could possess this skill. Has he been experimented on after being captured? I should check with my familiar skills. He thought of the skull image in pain and activated his defense protocol skill. Then Sangju chuckled lightly and dropped the idea. Never mind. As he walked, he pondered. No 7 is pretty sharp, and Heritage promised to bring him back. They are probably working on that. In another scene, a hand wielding a sword was destroying the infrastructure. Then stopped. He was getting stronger. The system announced. Halt. 01. He replied clearly. I'm No. The announcement blocked fiercely. The one destroying the invaluable equipment and research. Stop immediately, without hesitation. Clone number 7 responded. I only take orders from my master. Hearing that, a warning followed. The corporation is your master. Suddenly, footsteps approach. Vaven met clone number 7 and asked sternly. You are No 7. You stop everything. Right. Vaven rests his chin and thought. I guess everything was settled before I even got here. Vaven collapses to the ground. Well then. Let us get out of here. Clone number 7 turns to him. Sorry, but which organization are you with? He quickly replies. I was sent by Heritage. I heard you were supposed to be cooperating with Heritage for 3 months. Have not you told your master about this? It is like he has just realized something. Heritage. Then clone number 7 falls silent. He wonders. Are you okay? Holding a lamp in hand. You shine it forward. Sorry, but I do not remember receiving any such orders. The light beams up, reminding him. It seems the brainwashing drug is still working. Now listen to our orders. Vaven, you look toward the open space and cut in. I only take orders from my master. That won't he change. He closes his eyes and ponders. Could it be that the brainwashing is why he has lost his mind? Complicated. It seems he is not actually brainwashed, but has forgotten that he was ordered to cooperate with Heritage. He slowly draws out the Sword of Fate. We can contact your master. But unfortunately, I currently have no way to do that. The Sword of Fate is drawn. Sorry, but I will have to use force to take you away. As long as you maintain your calm and confidence, you will become my enemy. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Academy Hospital, Jung Yan wakes up in his hospital bed. Then, Jung Yan remembers what clone number 7 said. Do not blame others for your own shortcomings. Thinking that, Jung Yan feels disappointed. He buries his face in his hands. I have lost. Jung Yan grips the doorknob, overwhelmed with disappointment. I even had to resort to dirty tricks. He lowers his head. But once again, I have failed. Heavy footsteps gradually emerge. Seekin suddenly charges out of the bushes. Seekin leaps forward and grabs Jung Yen by the neck, causing him pain. Seekin, with a furious expression, shouts, "Wait, are you kidding me? I heard you passed out even before getting hit." He replies through silent agony, "Yet you dare call yourself a peer. You can't even defeat a mentally challenged loser who can use his unique clone skill." Seokin grows angrier. Hold on. Sanju suddenly steps in and kicks Seokin in the stomach. "That mentally challenged loser you are talking about." Seokin falls flat on the ground. "When you lose, just take it easy and do not blame others." So he is left both hurt and furious, unable to say anything. From a distance, someone calls out his name. Jung Sanju. But he continues to tease. "What did you just say? You can use your powers because you are in a barrier and using a debilitating drug? Right, now if you are tough, come here and fight me." Clones number 2 and 3 have arrived. Second can fight back in time. "Hold on." From afar, clone number 7 orders, "Teach him how to talk properly and respect others." After hearing this, clone number 3 delivers a punch to the gut. "Hold on. Please wait. Stop. Please stop." Jungin looks confused, while Sanyu feels immensely satisfied. Before leaving, Jungin raises his head to ask Sanju, "Why did you save me?" Sanju immediately denied it, saying, "Don't he get it twisted. The only reason he got punched was for talking trash about me." From a distance, "I am breaking bones over here." "My dear, bones are broken. But bones are just bones," Jungin retorted. "Hold up. Just because we are friends does not mean you can misunderstand me." Sanju turned his back and started walking away. Thinking he was the king of this academy, Jungin called out, "Wait." Hearing that, Sanju turned around. Fists raised. "What now? You want to get punched to wake up? Old man." He lowered his head and continued to make his case. "I have heard my second team leader might be overreacting a bit. Honestly, I do not want it to be like this. I just asked her to protect the monster thieves from getting caught and to make sure there won't be any bloodshed." Sanju fell silent, glancing sideways as he kept talking. "Looks like she does not really care about that. But I really do not want any misunderstandings." Sanju casually replied, "Whatever." Meanwhile, the second and third clones were super enthusiastic, making Seolkin exclaim, "Ouch! Please stop hitting me." The two of them were enjoying it, saying, "Yeah, that is how it should be." In another scene, Raven had blood all over his face. "I heard the master of this clone is only a by rank." Right, he was sitting on top of a guy, holding a sword. The hunter ranking system must have messed up somewhere. The guy was still lying down, and Raven was being careless. He probably fainted, and I do not want him to wake up again. He could keep up with my attack pattern until the end. Clone number 7 held a flashlight as if searching for something. Is his attack and defense strategy actually pretty solid, allowing him to face me like this? Plus, his master has several clones like this. Sounds exhausting. He smirked with a wicked grin. Feeling satisfied. Not exactly like me. But maybe I should take on a second disciple. Seeing Trevor lying still. Time to finish things up over here. Suddenly, Trevor moved. I knew he was coming too. Seeing this, Trevor stood up and raised his hands in a defensive gesture, hesitating at the sword point and wanting something. "Please, I can't die yet," Raven whispered softly. "I am the one asking questions here. And I hope you will tell me the truth." His sword slowly revealed itself. "Are you the one who created the monsters for John's company?" Trevor hesitated to respond. "Yep." Pulling back the sword, he asked further, "Who's Elisa? Do you know her?" Trevor immediately panicked, sweat covering his face. "How do you know that name?" He pondered. "Is she still alive?" Then he pressed on. "So you were part of that experiment too. Since you know Elisa, you must know the others too." He closed his eyes, exhausted. "Her boyfriend? Leberzinze. Where is Elisa now? Please tell me. I will give you my savings book if you do. Just tell me." "Wait, what did you say?" "She has a boyfriend." Then he raised his hand in a threatening gesture. "Shut up. I am the one asking." Got it. Raven exuded a powerful aura. Since he participated in the experiment, he must be an associate of Leberzinze. Right. Tell me everything you know about Handy. Trevor felt like he was back in a memory. Leberzinze. It has been ages since I last heard that name. And partner. I never really considered him a partner. Raven looked out. Seems like you two are not quite getting along. Ah. His gaze was dripping with lethal intent. Good. I was planning to take care of Leberzinze myself. Trevor was scared out of his wits. I know a few things, but I am not sure they will help. This was his old workplace. Raven paused to see what the old man had to say. I am not even sure if it is still there. It has been 50 years since I last visited. He drew his sword. So where is it? Trevor pleaded. I will send you the location through my ID bracelet. Just give me your ID number. And immediately Trevor shot back. What bracelet? He was being nonchalant. Just write it down on a piece of paper. Trevor quickly scribbled on the paper. Here you go. Raven threw Sanji over his shoulder, grabbing the paper, ready to leave. All right. Hold on. Trevor rushed him. Wait, before you go. Please tell me where Alyssa is. He just wanted to know if she was okay. Raven did not respond. I told you. Only I get to ask. Meanwhile, Sanji also received a report. Burskern. I heard number 7 was successfully rescued. The person on the other end reported. Yep. But it seems they have been through a lot of testing. Burskern asked. I think they have tried to brainwash him. And I believe that is what triggered his memory back. Can you order him to cooperate with the heir to the legacy again? Sanji felt slightly dizzy. Order him. Sure. I will do it right away. Brainwash. So that is why. He was experimented on again. That means number 7 is the reason I suddenly got stronger. He was feeling confident in his abilities. With these skills and stats, reaching rank A should be a piece of cake. All my base stats increased by 30. And I even got a skill that makes me unbeatable. How is this even happening? At the same time, he was curious. I wonder if I will get cornered like this again. Sanju immediately slapped himself. What am I saying? I promised myself I would not see them as tools anymore. With that, he leaped back. After all, the rescue was a success. Those jerks who were blocking the hunt were taken care of. And I have won the press training session. Everything is going smoothly. Recently, rumors began to spread throughout the hunting area about Sanji's clone not only defeating a group of B rank hunters, but also making an A rank hunter go down. They all pondered. Seriously. Whenever I think about it. Of course. The cause of the fight was that people were stealing the monsters, killed by the clones. But as the rumors spread, the story started to change a bit. Death awaits once you step into their territory. Hundreds of victims. Death lurks when their monsters are stolen, and could even be tortured. You might even break your teeth if you make eye contact with them for too long. That is how their bad reputation started spreading throughout the hunting area. And as the rumors got worse, no one dared to look into the eyes of the clones anymore. Anyone who met him just bowed their heads, begging for mercy. Please spare us. And as this situation dragged on for days, one day, Sanju and his colleagues threw a party, and he expressed his gratitude. Everyone did an amazing job. And Dungbai humbly said, I did not do much. While An chimed in the end, we could not have done it without you. The two kept praising Dungbi. But come on. Does he really think he is that strong? He felt embarrassed. Can we not talk about my strength anymore? Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted. Look who it is, the celebrity of the hunting world. A drunken guy pointed and shouted. Hey. Dung Sanjiu. You think a B-rank hunter can do everything? The girl next to him tried to hold him back. Come on. He is just drunk. Sanji was confused. Who is that? The girl held the drunken guy back. He has had a bit too much to drink. He slurred. I need to talk to him. He seemed really agitated. Shouting. You are a brank. Yet you are hanging around E-rank hunting grounds trying to take over. He yelled. I spent all my money to get in here. And you just take everything. Sanjiu panicked. Please. Just calm down for a second. Lately, I have not even sent my clones to the E-rank hunting grounds. The guy shoved his phone in Sanji's face. Then what is this? Sanji looked at the phone. What is this picture? On the screen was him and another person being filmed by the clones. The guy was furious. If you want to take over a region, at least you should inform us. We finished hunting here. And then they show up claiming this area belongs to them. He pointed at someone else. Hey. Stop whining and pay us what you owe. I said let me go. You were there too. Are you out of your mind? On his way home, Sanju kept thinking about it. Even with the pictures and the location, I still can't connect the dots. Yun was shocked too. What is going on? He recounted. It seems like someone who looks like number 2 has taken control of the E-rank hunting area, and even stole their earnings. Un was taken aback. Are you serious? But Sanju clearly did not believe it. This photo does not prove anything. I never sent him to do that. And number 2 has not been hunting lately. Zombie thought of a possibility. So that means, he said directly, someone is impersonating your clones. Sanju hesitated. Maybe that is it. You need to investigate this. I have heard there is a place famous for these kinds of fakes. Do you know anything about it? Zombie replied. Oh man. I heard if someone tries to steal monsters from the clones, They are done for, that is for sure. Sanji clenched his fists. They can touch my stuff. Zombie looked uneasy. But this is the first time I have heard of stealing a monster that has already been captured by controlling the area. I have never been to a B-rank dungeon, so I am not too familiar with it. Sanji asked. What about the rank hunters? An said. Well, I have not been to the hunting grounds yet. Sanji was surprised. Wait. Why not? He seemed to have forgotten their conversation that day. If you do well on the test, I will take you to the hunting grounds once. He agreed. Sure. That is easy enough. If you get into college, I will take you there. An was annoyed. I told you I would take you there if you got into college. But maybe I was just kidding. Sanji suddenly snapped back to reality. You have not arrived yet. Is that why? Hyun was annoyed. Of course. I wanted to be there for the first time with you. He felt guilty, rubbed his nose, and sealed the deal. Okay. So we are going tomorrow. Really? She cheered up. Just do not change your mind. The bank will keep its promise. And the two of them sneaked away. He hugged her back. Feeling jealous, the next day, at the GMET facility, Sanji geared up meticulously. And Junmo noticed this and asked, is there still a PV class in the academy? He prepared while answering. I am just heading to the hunting grounds. He was a bit surprised. It had been a while since he would been there. He loaded bullets into his gun. I have to fulfill a promise. Plus, I heard someone is impersonating me and stealing items from others at a low-level arena. Junmo could not believe it. What do you mean someone is impersonating you? Sanji turned to his clone. Do you want to see a picture? Number 2, come here. The shadow stepped forward. All right. He pulled out a recently received photo. This is number 2. Is that you? Number 2 immediately denied it with a heap of theories. That is not me. I have never left this place except for the times I was called through the teleport gate, and when comparing the man in the photo with us, he has a 2% bigger face, 5% narrower shoulders, and a weird upper to lower body ratio. Sanji felt a headache coming on. All right. Calm down. I believe you. He asked again. If you saw him in person, do you think you could recognize him? Number 2 thought for a moment. Maybe. Then they set off to the hunting grounds. Sanju nodded in praise. Good. These living corpses are nothing to me. I do not need your help. Hyun just took down a living corpse with her own hands. Thanks. And I forgot to mention, this is the E-rank hunting area. Sanju signaled to number 2. Considering your strength in an E-rank hunting area like this, do you think you could take the promotion test? You could level up right away. Hyun blushed. It can't be that good, she wondered as she saw number 2 leave. Where did all the clones go? Sanji shrugged. They are looking for the next place for us to go. She looked puzzled. But why is the hunting ground so quiet today? I do not see anyone at all. He averted his gaze. They have all avoided us. What have those imposters done here? He forced a smile. Yeah. It is really quiet. In his heart, he silently prayed. Please. Number 2. We need to catch them before the bad reputation spreads. I trust your keen eyes. At another corner, where the two were checking a monster, a harsh voice rang out. Who allowed you to hunt here? The group turned pale. Sorry. We saw you go in a different direction. We did not mean to. The familiar hat said. This is our territory. The imposters had arrived. Leave the corpses behind and scram. The other person, though scared, still struggled. We have always caught them. Though, the imposter pulled out a sword. Do not you know who we are? Seeing this, the hunter panicked. We will leave right away. They hastily left. And at that moment, the imposter started to loot the items. Seeing them take a different path, it seemed like they had noticed us. The hand gripping the golden ring trembled with rage. His voice a low growl filled with deep-seated hatred. The pain I have to endure. The pain they have to endure, it is all your fault. Sanjiu. Or maybe it was a wild move that created an explosion. Sanjiu, on the other hand, seemed relaxed. As if now she knew just how much power she needed to take down a monster. She was panting. Yep. But I am so tired. I am curious. Taking items they have on them. But their corpses have no value. The teacher said he also had a hard time with this stuff. Right. Just then, he received a message from number 2. I have been scouting the area, but I still have not found anyone suspicious. Sanji was surprised. They still had not found them. You have to use that. Open a spatial portal and call for everyone to help search, since those who should guard the hospital okay. The space is distorted. The other clones stepped out from inside. We will split up and cover different areas to search. The two of them, Sanju and Heian. enjoyed their moment together, picking up 2 vials of medicine. For the first time, the teacher drank from a regular vial. Meanwhile, the clones followed the footprints, while Heian frantically chased after the zombies, shouting, "Stop right there." Those who saw Sanji's clones panicked. Apologizing. "We did not know you were here," Number 2 replied. "It is, just keep going." They continuously hunted. That necklace was shining bright. By the end of the day, the report was simply, "He is not here." The clone replied, "We have searched the entire area and have not seen anyone dressed like that. You had no choice." "Okay then, everyone. Go back to your duties." "Damn it. I even wore a mask to confuse those fakes if they happened to run into me. And now they are nowhere to be found." Sanju asked, "How did today's hunt go for you?" Heian excitedly replied, "I found a lot. Can you believe it?" Her smile made him happy too. "There is a reason why so many want to be scavengers," Heian chimed. "Let us split the loot. We really make a great team." Sanju declined. "Now, you keep it all as a memento of our first scavenging trip," she teased. "Really? You are going to regret this. Just wait and see." He laughed. "You have no idea how much I have gathered." He led the way, thinking it was time to head back. As he turned a corner, he abruptly stopped. He whispered, "Hide." Heian had never seen him act like this. "What is wrong? Is someone there?" Sanji peeked out, observing, "Why is that bastard here?" Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Could it be him again? He brought this up, and Yuan declared, "It is definitely him. The Jummo." Without a hint of doubt, added, "I think so too. There is no reason for a scavenger to be at a level E scavenging site. The Heesung Association has enough people to act as your decoys. And he has a history of messing with your scavenging trips." His attitude clearly showed suspicion. Sanji was puzzled. "But it is strange for him to do this. I warned him before. How could he be so stupid?" Yuan reminded him. "There was a Heesung group that attacked you before. Remember? She said they were black-hearted. Why did you let her live?" Sanji sighed. She understood deeply. "Living in that filthy place taught me one thing. No matter how kind you are to them, they will always stab you in the back." Her voice was icy. "And do not you dare feel sorry for them anymore. This is not some sport where you need to play nice. Don't think they won't cross the line like you did." She warned that people like them will do anything evil, regardless of whether you are nice or not. From now on, you are going to encounter a lot of them. I think one of them is right here." And just like that, everything proved her words right. Those imposters were up to no good. No one was stopping them, which just made them bolder. "Is this all there is? We could not find many giant rats." The imposter picked one up to inspect it. Han Nenglung declared he was leaving all the gear behind and disappearing. Of course. The hunters could not agree. "What do you mean we can't do that? How can we keep hunting?" The imposter immediately rushed forward and kicked the girl's stomach. His gaze was devoid of humanity. "I was not asked to give that order." Hein, slowly, even with humiliation and resentment in their eyes. "They tried to fight back. They even stole your gear. Why did not you report them? We have to keep them out." But they all knew that doing so would get us killed. And sure enough, everyone was scared. Are we really going to let them kill us just because Dung Sanjiu is here? However, the guards were adamant. "Sorry, but only staff can access the entry history." And the crowd protested even more. "We have the right to hunt in peace." "Right. Show us the history." The news about Dung Sanji was getting worse by the minute. Sanji knew it would not be long now. His expression turned anxious. Most of the victims were E-rank hunters, forcing even the trainees to look at him differently. He was worried. If this kept up, it would ruin his reputation. Just then, his phone rang. He hurriedly answered. "Number 2. Have you found them yet?" The voice on the other end replied. "We have not found the imposters. But," Number 2 reports, "the Heesung group has arrived at the E-rank hunters area." Sanji's tone turned serious. "Are you sure it is Heesung?" Number 2 confirmed. "It is hard to be wrong about this." Sanji immediately ordered, "Open the portal. I am going there myself." Over there. They were wearing armbands with the group's name on their armor. "Right, I think so." Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Sanji charged forward with his sword drawn. "What is with that outfit?" A long-haired man whispered into his communicator. "Wait. Tell the captain we found them." "Hey you. I do not know who you are. But if you want to live, follow us." "Do you know who we are?" Sanji's gaze sharpened as he glanced at the identical armor. His suspicions grew stronger. "So it really is you guys." He confirmed Yu Yan's words were true. "This was not a real sport where you played nice. Let us see if a corpse can fit inside the storage space." The He-sung group remained unfazed. That crazy guy. They all surged forward at once. Kill him. Unfortunately, his sword was quicker. Suddenly, one person lunged in to block him. Sanji's pupils shook. It was two of you. Back off. The stupid ones hesitated. The captain spoke up. This is the real Dung Sanju. Sanju noticed the strange situation and swung his sword, knocking her away. You are so hard to read. What do you mean by that? Two people pretending to be friendly. Here we are again. What have you eaten? You look even bulkier. You are losing your patience. Stop deflecting. What is this nonsense about Dung Sanju? You guys are just fakes. Her eyes were looking at him like he was an idiot. The surprise factor is gone. Of course not. What do you think we are doing this for? Suddenly, a voice rang out. We were planning to catch them in your name. Dung Hyan appeared right in front of you. And that impersonator. Sanju was startled. Sinjuni Young, you still have questions. And there is also the invisibility skill. But why are you guys trying to catch my impersonators? You still have doubts. It is you who likes to meddle in my affairs here. Dung Hyan spoke quietly. Consider this action my apology to you. He still maintained an arrogant attitude. Just like you said. This won't change your attitude towards me in the future. He was serious. But right now we still do not know if they are just one person or an organization. We have just set a trap. I do not know if it is because we have met at the academy. But they have given me a hint. Meanwhile, at another part of the sand field, the impersonator continued to wreak havoc as Sanju. They are aiming for another target. Who said you could be here? The other one pretended not to know. We are allowed to guard here, the lead impersonator asked. Level. The other one slyly replied. This is a low-level sand field. So of course, I am low level too. Can we just focus? I am really busy right now. The impersonator was annoyed and asked. Are you stupid? Don't you know who I am? He boasted. Dumb Sanju. The one who defeated the low-level Xan miners. Too bad this time they have fallen into a trap. The low-level Xan miner turned to Mondagon. Dung Sanju. I know him pretty well. And you are just a fake. The sound of trees crashing down echoed. Dogwon's face was calm. Who gave you permission to be here? These fakes are facing a tough opponent. Can you really do this in a low-level Xan field? Dogwon laughed mockingly. Dung Sanju. Do not try to fool me. The impersonator grumbled, holding his ground. You will regret this. He still stubbornly insisted. Dumb Sanju. A shadow exuding a chilling aura. Looks like you won't realize it until you run into that monster. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared behind the fakes. Dogwon squinted, casually saying, and here comes the real deal. Sanju took off his mask, his face a picture of madness. You. The one causing all the recent trouble. The impersonator growled. Dung Sanju. Dung Hai lifted a big bag. This must be the tool they used to impersonate you. They found the right spot. Just as we guessed. They hid the costumes inside and changed here. Sanju also realized the seriousness of this. Those outfits belonged to your people not long ago. Right. The bag spilled out, revealing all gear just like yours. Sanju examined the pile of items. This? Yep. I heard about this from manager. You remember at the beginning. Someone using cloning had interviewed before I joined the G-Mirror organization. He said he remembered that name, because it was an exclusive interview. That gear was on his head. Immediately, the impersonators distorted. The needle in Hyan. A low-level Xan miner with the skill to create clone illusions. There is no denying it. So you are the one who impersonated me. Ah. Truly. The one using the illusion clone skill. The Sankapti Kim. While in disguise. Damn it. He admitted it. Yeah. I ain't. So what about you? He blamed. If you did not have cloning skills like mine. If you were not so famous. I would not have had to create this misunderstanding. Sanji who could not hold back any longer. It was disgusting. He tossed him the helmet and sword. Here, put this on. At that moment, his anger peaked. Think of it as a helmet. You need to take a few hits to wake up. Zhang Hyan acted like he totally got it. You are still the same. Ah. He equipped the gear and charged in. Sanjehu raised his hand to block the blow. Meanwhile, Zhang Hyan was chatting with Duwan. Duwan. Thank you. I just sent the payment. Check it out. Thanks man. He noticed. Your wound. Duwan shrugged it off. Oh, that guy pulled some tricks to catch me off guard. He was sneaky, blending in with the clones to distract us. Nodding in agreement. Of course. He always does that. Yet, he was so confident against Sanji-hu. But it did not do much against Zhang Sanji-hu. He let Zhang Hyan hit him and then punched back, sending him crashing into a tree. Sanji-hu casually brushed off his hands. Standing up. It is not over yet. Zhang Height. This power comes from the training of the clone. He would not admit defeat, even after getting beaten to a pulp. I trained hard because I used to underestimate my own skills. An illusion can deal damage. But I still push myself. Everyone welcomed him. The clone. Just like the craftsman Sanjung Sanji who. Welcome aboard. Let us team up. But when they learned about his abilities, their smiles vanished. Just an illusion. You should be said that from the start. But no one gave me even a single chance. He jumped again. But one day, I realized people avoided me when I wore a hoodie. Thinking I was you. Back then, everyone was super welcoming to him. Is this the realm of the day Jung Sanjai who? He did not even get a chance to explain before they walked away. Sorry. We will leave right away, he yelled out in frustration. That is when I realized it was not me. But their damn prejudice that was wrong. They all thought I was you. Jung Hein was pleased with his actions. They did not even dare to retaliate when they could be figured it out by attacking me once. The glowing sword. The spear neutralizes a huge amount of physical defense in the next hit. Cooldown time 240 hours. He was feeling smug. Even if they came in a group, they still trembled before my skills. The illusions appeared. Do you know what that feels like? He was lost in personal feelings. The sensation of someone born with skills. Eternally mocked and looked down upon. Sanji who smirked. Eyes filled with disdain. I do not know. Zheng Hai's sword got caught. Number 2 stepped out of the void. Why should I know that? Zheng Hein exclaimed. How did he find the real body among those illusions? Duan agreed. It is truly miraculous. Sanji who clenched his fist. Have not you ever had a chance to change? You let him know. It is there. But it is you. You keep giving up. The GMO organization said they sent you an acceptance notice. But you backed out because you saw your skill rank online. Zheng Hein can't fight back. The pain is overwhelming. And he is feeling incredibly frustrated because of this clown. Just like when others underestimate his skills, punches are raining down on his face. And even when other hunters mistake you for me, Duquan is bored. I can't watch this anymore. I am leaving. Zheng Hein is bleeding and pleading for him to stop. But Sanjay Hu does not care and lands another punch right in his face, watching him spit blood. You sneer. When are you going to stop this nonsense? Sanji Hu scoffed. You threw away your chance. Only to end up doing something this despicable later on. Everything's been settled. Sanji Hu exit. Completely satisfied, Zheng Hein has lost a few teeth, lying on the ground. Breathing weakly. While he glares at him, Sanji Hu clenches his fist. Are you thinking about something? But he actually responds. Yeah. I am just messing with you. Zheng Hein's voice drops. That is also one of the reasons I got involved in this case. I never thought you would do things like I did in the past. He speaks up. Zheng Sanji Hu suddenly looks at him and says, His face shows remorse. I can finally apologize properly. What I did was not any better than what this guy just did. Turns out even a bad guy can turn over a new leaf. Sanji Hu smiled. At least you recognize the wrongs you have done. Hein curiously asks, what are you planning to do with this guy now? Sanji Hu feels annoyed. Sorting out the misunderstandings I have faced. Plus I have to contact the victim too. But he speaks up. I have an idea. The sound echoes through the air, surrounded by bizarre spirits. Zheng Hein weakly clings to the precious stone, telling him to get lost. He is crying in frustration. Someone. Help me. How can you lock someone up in a place like this? You evil bastard. Sanji Hu finishes up and turns back, calling 2 clones, numbers 5 and 6. Their faces looking shady as they bring out a huge meal. You guys have been through so much for me. And I have not done anything special for you. So I feel a bit guilty. Here. Take this. He opens the lid, revealing a cake topped with precious gems. A special meal for you all. Sanjay Hu laughs as Hein watches the beaming faces of the clones, saying shooting is so much fun. Right. I think this will be worth it. He feels like a caring spouse wiping his hands, thinking now he can gather plenty of gemstones and enjoy a tasty meal. Sanji Hu heads back to his room, sitting down in a daze. Relieved that the misunderstandings with the victims have been resolved, and he has gained a large amount of gemstones. However, there is still something to be cautious about. He is still worried about what the guy said last. Before leaving, Zheng Hein's expression is serious. And one more thing. He warns. Be careful with the academy. I do not think they train hunters' skills for free. It is the first time Sanjay Hu has heard this. What do you mean? But Zheng Hein's meaning is vague. I am not sure either. I will let you know when I get more accurate information. Then he leaves with a cryptic message. But let me tell you this. Do not get too close to the prayer room. Sanji Hu looks puzzled. The prayer room is where they have the history class about that system. Right. I asked my clones to study for me, because I did not want to waste time. You better watch out. Be careful with the academy. Meanwhile, a feedback sheet from the team battle practice landed in front of someone, detailing the evaluation results for the student named Tutoring Sanji who. Professor Wang Yi and I outlined the criteria and goals of the competition, aimed at analyzing teamwork abilities, student strengths, and enhancing skills to become a hunter. The criteria include teamwork skills for hunters, effectively applying knowledge and cooperating with teammates, and meeting targets for combat strength contribution, reflexes, and more. Yahana replied. Feedback sheet. The other person slammed the table in anger. That is not what I wanted to ask. He is the chairman of the Wen Academy. With a confusing tone. Why did Tutoring Sanji get an A+? Doesn't she understand what I am saying? Yahana responded professionally. I have provided all the regulations you wanted me to present to him regarding the weakening pills and the cloning ban. Honestly, I do not even understand what those principles mean. Haksu could not believe it. But he had managed to filter out the weakening pills. Ihun's attitude was high and mighty. Explaining again. He did not say it out loud or use skills to do that. So what do you want me to do? Haksu was almost losing it. Anything but this? Do you really think I set those conditions to control high-level hunters in the academy? The table slammed against the wall above his head. Haksu was sweating profusely. The high-heeled shoes clicked. That is enough. Ihunha was burning with killing intent. The professors at the academy are all C rank. Right. You invited me here because your rank is too low to supervise the B rank hunters. And now what? You want to control high-level students with your pathetic skills. She irritatedly pulled out a cigarette. You can't do anything directly because no one can stop Tutoring Sanji Ihun if he goes berserk, and you have abused this little power to belittle him. But he has already surpassed that. Isn't he that just overstepping? Haksu panicked and defended. Not exactly. There are cases where high-level hunters can T-sync with their classes. That is why I did it to help them integrate better. Ihuna replied coldly. Then go and tell them directly. You can leave. I will continue the teaching program. But that is it. Nothing more. She warned. If you call me again for this nonsense, you won't get away with it. The door slammed shut. Glass shattered everywhere. But Haksu, furious, picked up the phone. Fine. You can be as mad as you want. Let us see how long you can keep that attitude. He quietly issued orders. Starting today, appoint Professor Wang Yihunhai as the manager of the prayer room, and have someone come to clean out my office too. The next day, the instructor introduced the subject. Nice to meet you all. I am the hunter Yang Sehung Wan. I will be in charge of teaching you about hunting monsters. In front of a diverse group of students, he clearly stated. What do you all think is the most important thing in monster hunting? Teamwork skills and good equipment. The voice was deep and steady. Of course. Everything matters, but what matters most is strategy. He instructed. Looking at the documents we provided, you can see the detailed hunting strategies for each type of monster. Make sure to read it thoroughly. Sanji hesitated. Wait a minute. This part feels strange. The book says that maintaining good eye contact with giant rats can help you attract and keep their attention to prevent your teammates from being attacked. Compared to long-range attacks, you can hit them effectively up close. But you need to use the right defensive techniques in battle. The skull of the giant rat is their weak point. So attacking their heads is the most crucial thing to do. Distract the monsters and focus on their heads. Observe the monsters. Predict their moves. And this part too. His expression changed. They were a bit different from the strategies he was familiar with, and in a worse way at that. He remembered clearly because he had been yelling at the clones about strategy all night. He felt a bit panicked. He was not saying that everything online is trustworthy, but most of it is true, citing Edison. These things have been proven in real battles by the clones. Sanji closed the book, feeling something was off. They had cleverly twisted the information. Unless you had quite a bit of experience. Otherwise, it would be hard to recognize. Doubts were rising within him. What is this academy thinking? Suung-won interrupted. So let us move on to the practical part. The training room for monster hunters. Filled with countless containers. The giant rat was sliced in half in the blink of an eye. Suung-won is the model. You must see how real they look. Right. This is a virtual simulation room, created by some skills of the hunters. He reassured them. Here we can learn how to fight the monsters without fearing for our lives. He smiled, pointing to his palm. But of course, your feelings will be very realistic. So you need to be careful. You won't just learn strategies, with a dark tone. You will also learn how to overcome your own fears. Sanji raised his hand to speak. There is no rule against using clones. Right. Suung-won seemed relaxed. Of course. The monsters will be assigned based on your ranks. He raised his hand to indicate. But it did not work. This situation startled him. What? He was confused. Strange. You can summon here. But I am not sure about using the devices with clones. But he decided. I will give you some connecting devices. Sanji's clones were suddenly transferred and looked bewildered. Sanji was thrilled. Tangled up with the two of them. I missed you guys so much. Everyone looked on. Chatting. Those are clones that only have been heard about. I have seen it before.
Suwon said.
Both curious and amazed. He can bring them into the virtual space. How is that possible? Truly a bizarre skill. Even so, he did not show it on the outside. Now, let us get ready. You will be moved to different locations. The young one vehicle prays, hoping everything will be completed safely. Then, the entire body of the student is enveloped in a fiery red light. Babe, I will be fine. Right, the vehicle is okay. Forget about the book and just do what we practiced. Just seconds later, they all vanished at once. When they realized it, they were teleported into a forest. Sanji takes a moment to look around first. He is a bit surprised. A forest. Suddenly, he hears a soft whimpering. That person sounds weak. Is anyone here? Sanji listens quietly. A voice ahead appears. Mumbling. Help me. That person seems to be dying. Something stuck to their head. It hurts so much here. Other zombies are closing in. It is so cold here. Save us. Sanji grits his teeth. He feels it is a bit too much. He said the monsters would come based on their ranks. Right. A voice echoes. I do not want to die. Sanji draws his sword. But they enter a state of alert. Well, that is a bit excessive. The monsters break free from their human forms and dive in. The sounds of slashing fill the dark night. A figure walks among the containers. The footsteps come to a gentle stop. In front of the figure is Sanji's container. Sungwon watches quietly. It seems like he has a plan. A hand rests on the sword's hilt. Suddenly, Sanji appears behind him. I need to ask, do you need help, sir? Sungwon screams in fright. He plops down on the ground. Noble of Sangyu speaks up. Noba speaks calmly. My master told me to guard the gate against threats. The gate's instability could put the academy students in danger. Sungwon silently curses. What nonsense is this? Someone is trying to protect their master while escalating the situation. After thinking that, Sungwon hesitates. Got it. He stands up and joins in. What a coincidence. Same here. I am on patrol to ensure the safety of the academy's students. Noba chimes in just to sound good. The professor is really something. Hearing that, Sungwon secretly feels pleased. What the hell do I do now? If it is a clone, then I should. Suddenly, Noba's eyes widen as if seeing something. He seems like he wants to attack that person. Sungwon scratches his head and forces a smile. Then we should head over there. He thinks to himself, just leave it be. I can't win against it. Meanwhile, someone is battling a giant dragonfly. That is a clone of Sangyu. Fighting with all his might. He thrusts his sword straight through the dragonfly's screaming eye. Out of sheer anger, the dragonfly ascended to the flames of vengeance, refusing to back down. No transformed into a white-haired human. A glint of disdain flickered in his eyes, and with one swift slash, the dragonfly shattered into 100 pieces. Its remains scattered everywhere like confetti. No return to his normal state. Pondering. In a fair match, I have heard monsters tend to be stronger than hunters. Even so, with the B-rank dragonflies screeching and 5 of them attacking at once, No continued to think. It seems everyone split up and did not stick together. Will this hunting trip be successful? After a moment of thought, No spoke. Looks like it is over. Great job. Everyone. The group responded. Yeah. Sangyu sighed as he appeared. He was stunned by the sight of everyone looking so downcast. He thought to himself, just as I predicted, most of them had failed the hunt. After observing for a moment, Sangyu asked Heian, Are you okay? What kind of monster did you encounter? Heian replied, A gigantic turtle that countered all my attacks. Sangyu was taken aback. Why did not you run away? Heian looked dumbfounded. This is a monster hunting class. After all, suddenly, Seong chimed in. Everyone worked hard. There are bound to be some who succeeded, but also those who failed. Seong continued to explain. I said it before. The most important thing is the right strategy. Right. Always keep the strategy in mind and push through. That way, you can learn how to deal with different monsters. That is it for the class today. After hearing that, Sangyu fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Noba leaned in and whispered to him. There is something I need to tell you. Sangyu asked in surprise. What is it? Out there. Noba finished and Sangyu asked incredulously. The professor approached silently while I was hunting in the virtual space. Nobi. Yeah. He thought to himself. Good thing I secretly summoned Nobi just in case. Just as Shinjung said. This place is really strange, Sangyu pondered. Making players form teams in a virtual battle amongst hunters is truly bizarre. It is also quite unusual for individual players to hunt monsters. With expensive skill books and teaching bizarre strategies to exploit monster weaknesses. And all of it is free. Just what is the catch? What are you two talking about?
Sang-yu asked.
Feeling awkward. Nothing. I am just scheduling a hunting trip. The more he spoke, the more it felt forced. Sang-yu pretended to scratch his head. By the way, what is the next class? Heian replied. Why do you look so confused? It is about system history and comprehension. The class will be held in the prayer room. Hearing this, Sang-yu was a bit taken aback. Sang-yu quietly recalled the words Deng Jun had said. But let me tell you this, he told you to shrink back. Don't go near the prayer room. Never. Sang-yu snapped back to the present. He responded lazily. He suddenly got inspired. Then Yu shyly asked, should we go watch a movie? Or Heian giggled. What are you thinking about? This is a mandatory class, so you can't skip it. Heian excitedly continued. Isn't it interesting? I did not know the system had such a history. Sang-yu hesitantly interrupted. Heian, I am serious here. I am going to let my clone attend the class. So Heian firmly placed his hand on Sang-yu's shoulder. She had a vacant look and ordered. Come on, we should go. She kept pressing. Do you really want to skip class now? Sang-yu's gaze tightened. It was like seeing her master threatened. Noba stepped in and landed a hit to the back of Heian's neck. Sang-yu voiced his praise. Great job. Noba replied proudly, as ordered by the master. Sang-yu cradled the unconscious Heian while speaking. I really need to control my strength better. You apologized while carrying Heian. Heian. I might just be overreacting without anything actually happening, but I will apologize later. Sang-yu said firmly. I won't hesitate when it comes to someone I care about. Heian's eyes slowly opened. She shot up in shock, realizing she was lying down. A person in a hat spoke up. You are Heian. Right. You are awake now. Heian asked in disbelief. Who are you? The person introduced themselves. I am Kim Woo-hyun. This is Deng Sang-yu's company. Heian asked incredulously. Sang-yu. What? Why am I here? Woo-hyun replied. You must have been exhausted after the hunting class. He said you suddenly fainted. He told you not to worry, because he would mark you present in the classroom. A clone of Sang-yu and Heian were blankly listening to this. Heian immediately asked, where is he now? Woo-hyun could only stammer in response. That bastard. I mean Deng Sang-yu will be back soon. Woo-hyun pulled out a vial. This is a vitality potion. It boosts your vitality for a period of time. The side effect is that you will faint. Woo-hyun offered the vial, saying, drink this and then rest. Okay, it will help you recover faster. Woo-hyun internally cursed. That crazy Deng Sang-yu. Where the hell did he run off to after suddenly dumping you on me like this? Late at night, a man was lurking on the rooftops. Yu was saying, he thought to himself. This is where the trouble is happening. He thought to himself. It seems like if he goes to mark me present, everything will be fine. But Heian's situation is really strange. If it were me, I would be tearing everything apart to interrogate them. Sang-yu thought to himself. But if I do that, the academy could shut down. Or I might get expelled. I would not be able to get my miracle drug anymore. After thinking for a moment, Sang-yu could not hold back any longer and pondered deeply. There is no time to wait for news from Sin Dongyan, so I have to take action myself. He landed on another building. Observing quietly, this seems to be someone's high-ranking office. Sang-yu gasped as he looked down at the ground, a shard of broken glass. He moved in closer, and the window is open. Hearing the noise, the person in the room jumped slightly. He turned around, looking very cautious. Sang-yu spoke up, asking, hey, what are you doing here? Sin Dongyan quickly covered Sang-yu's mouth, signaling him to be quiet. Shh, Sin Dongyan annoyedly asked. I am the one asking you. What are you doing here? I told you to wait, Sang-yu replied. Hazian's condition is really weird, Sin Dongyan asked. Hazian. Are you talking about the girl who is always hanging around him? Sang-yu responded. Yeah. She is involved in a lot of classes in the prayer room, and her look became strange when I mentioned wanting to leave the class.
Sang-yu asked.
Is that why you are hiding out here? You said the prayer room is really odd. Sin Dongyan spoke. This way. Then he gently pulled a book, revealing a secret door. Sin Dongyan continued. If you are curious, I just found out about this today. I have not even been inside yet. Sin Dongxian stepped into that secret room. Sin Dongxian looked in amazement. What is this place? Sang-yu on the other side chimed in. Cameras and mics. It seems they have been in contact with someone far away, Sin Dongxian said. First, let us gather the data. Someone outside called out, President. Are you in there? Both of them froze. The voice outside gradually fell silent. Then a loud noise echoed in. The outside went quiet. And then a strong noise sounded as if something was breaking in. Sin Dongxian inside panicked. What is going on? What do we do now? Sang-yu was also momentarily stunned. What do you think? That noise? We should run. You have teleportation skills. And the ability to go invisible. Sin Dongxian questioned. How stupid can you be? If someone makes a noise and then vanishes in a secret room, that would be really suspicious. Right, that person seemed to hear the noise. Becoming agitated. Who is in there? Wait a second. Emergency key. Sang-yu thought quickly. It has come to this, you should use your skills to completely change your appearance and voice. You have a lot of skills. So there must be one that can do that. Jin Dongxian beside him gritted his teeth. Dude. You think I can just make up a skill out of nowhere? Sin Dongxian quickly opened his skill menu and turned to stone. But sadly for me, I do have this skill. It is the chameleon skill, and it is activated. Sang Yu exclaimed in shock. Seriously? Sin Dongxian asked. Can you escape? Sang Yu proudly gives a thumbs up. Of course. Moments later, the door bursts open, and Haik Sophie rushes in. Someone's hand pops up with a big laugh. Ho ho, it is Sin Dongxian in disguise as a singer. Asking, what is going on? Why did you break down the door? Haik Sophie stands there in shock. The principal. Over by the wall, Sangu peeks through a tiny hole. Quietly listening. Just enough to hear them talk. Act 6? I did not know you were still here. Sin Dongxian quickly answers. Well, I have an urgent matter. Suddenly, Ixoi chimes. By the way, did the master call for you? Sin Dongxian looks surprised, thinking to himself. Master. Ixoi cheerfully continues. So that is exactly what I thought. Sang Yu. Hidden inside. Is eavesdropping. Ixoi goes on. It must be about the troublemaking do. Dong Sang Yu and Sin Dongxian. Sang Yu think. How ridiculous. Sin Dongxian acts like nothing's wrong. Casually adding. Yeah. Both of them are such a headache. Ixoi replied. That is true. Is not responding the right thing to do. I have decided not to follow orders so that other academies 1T interfere. Sin Dongyan quickly retorts. Did not we agree not to regret our decisions? Ixoi probe. Is that... Seeing the principal silent. He chuckles. Anyway. The meeting in 3 days will sort this out. I seem to be rushing things. Hearing such confidential info has both Sang Yu and Sin Dongyan stunned. After saying that, Ixoi smirked. Well, I will be off then. Sorry for bothering you this late. Suddenly, Sin Dongyan calls out. Professor Kang Hixis. Sin Dongyan seizes the chance to ask. You have not forgotten the meeting time. Have you? Professor Kang Hixis, without a doubt, replies. Of course not. It is at 11 of the clock. Right. As Ixoi leaves, Sangu breaks through the wall and asks. Wait. What is going on? Sang Yu, confused, mutters. Master. The meeting. Calling you about those troublemakers again. Sin Dun. Sipping water, says. Shut up. I have been brainstorming ways to deal with him until I am out of breath. I am all tangled up wondering if I should use honorifics or not, and in the end, I just respond like that. Sangyu continues to be skeptical. Wait a second. Why did you initially say there was something weird about the prayer room? Now that I think back, during the first class, you were outside too. Sindungsi replies. The warning has been triggered. You respond. Of course. I originally planned to attend the class in the prayer room, since it was mandatory. Dong-un recalls. What class was it again? Dong-un hesitates. But then he breaks into a cold sweat. The system announces. The Spirit Protection Alert has been activated. Spirit Protection Alert activated. Warning messages repeatedly popping up. Dong-un thinks to himself. Who is attacking me with a mental skill right now? Dong-un continues. Even if I go somewhere else, it is the same. The skill keeps activating. There is no sound or mana flow at all at that moment. Dong-un thinks to himself. Do not tell me. Dong-un continues. But the entire room is filled with the pressure of mental skills. Back to reality. Sang-yu asked. So why did not you tell the others? Dong-un quietly assessed. Are you serious about this? So now that you know, why are you just standing there? Sang-yu. If it were me, I would blow up the whole academy. Right. Dong-un lowered his head. Yeah. I can't do that because of the elixir. But in the end, we still need information. We need a chain strong enough to bind those people. Samu sighed. Yeah. If we want to act freely, we need to find their weak points. When they try to open the door, it will show up. Just enter the password to get out. Dong-un angrily muttered. What about this password? Damn. He is not an idiot after all. Sang-yu smirked and pointed at the paper stuck to the door. That is the password. A rule. 134 now. Dong-un looked too. So the principal really is an idiot. Both of them focused. And Sang-yu spoke first. Let us see what is up. Dong-un replied. Let us find out what this academy really is. On the other side, Hazian picked up a vial and asked. What is this? Yu-hyan smirked. It is a vitality potion. If you drink it, you will feel energized again. Hazian replied. Thank you, madam. Heian hesitated. But during tactics class, I sweated a bit. So I want to take a shower. Is that okay? Yu-hyan said loudly. Sure. We have a bathroom, so feel free. Hazian shyly said. Okay. Then Heian took off her armor. Wu Haiyan blushed and thought, oh my, does she really need to strip here? Xian, drenched in sweat, asked, can I? What is your relationship with Sang Yu Oppa? Wu Haiyan replied from afar. We are just colleagues. Not that close. Heian went a bit crazy but kept her cool. Responding. Really? Back to Sang Yu. Someone's voice grumbled. These lunatics, Deng Xian, drenched in sweat, asked. Is this the academy's purpose? Both gasped. They are completely brainwashing all the students. The prayer room is the brainwashing center.
Sang Yu asked.
So everyone will become puppets of that damn guy they call master. How many students are there in the academy? Deng Xian answered. About 10,000. But if you add all the branches. Deng Xian thought for a moment and exclaimed. It will be around 30,000. Sang Yu thought. 30,000 awakened and brainwashed people just walking around. Discovering something shocking. Deng Xian shouted. Look at this. Sang Yu, you are getting louder. Your name is on this dangerous list. On the screen. Words appeared. The list of hunters who can't be brainwashed. Dangerous targets. Hunter B named Deng Sangu must be eliminated before being monitored. Hunter B named Xin Deng Xian. Postpone eliminating the leader of Yi Sung's son. Xin Deng Xian yelled. From now on, the brainwashed students will target you. Deng Yi turned sharply to Sang Yu. You need to get back to the organization right now. The people around you are in danger. Sang Yu said blankly. Why are you brainwashing me? Deng Xian was speechless. Does it really matter? They say they are avoiding conflict because I am part of the Yi Sung Association. Sang Yu calmly replied. No need to worry about the organization. I already told you. Xian's situation is pretty serious. Sang Yu continued to explain calmly. How could I leave her alone? In the organization. After seeing Xian launch her attack, Sang Yu's clone appeared to block it. Yu Han was completely taken aback. What is going on here? Xian looked up. Is that your clone? We are not doing too bad. You know, Xian was going crazy. If you want to treat me like this, then bring Sang Yu Appa here. A huge explosion went off. Agent Junmo dashed out. Yu Han. Go this way. Yu Huan was stunned. Agent, after the smoke cleared. Both were gasping for breath. Yu Huan asked. What just happened? What is wrong with her? Junmo replied. I will explain later. But for now, please do not leave the organization building. Yu Huan looked confused. A beeping call came in from Junmo. He called. Hunter Jun Sang Yu Huyuan. Sang Yu seemed to sense something and replied. I have got a room ready. It will keep her under control. Junmo reported. I checked the situation here. But it seems more serious than I thought. On the computer desk, a progress chart of awakened individuals worldwide appeared, showing the awakening progress. The awakened were at 89.9%. While those awakening or about to awaken were at 10.2%. Jun Xian spoke up. I do not think we can handle this alone. We need support from other associations as well. Somewhere else. The sound of machinery creaked. A man was hunched over, seemingly creating something. The man was from the heritage team. Developing technology. Team leader. Huber adjusted his glasses. What is this now? Burschel excitedly exclaimed. Look at this. Huber asked. They are the clones. You put so much time into this. And finally, you succeeded in analyzing the skills. Burschel gazed intently at the mice. Take a good look. The mouse seemed to glitch. Burschel looked on, tears streaming down. Feeling the pain in her heart. It is a failure. It is just an illusion. I spent 12.8 billion on the skill bridge and, meanwhile, Sang Yu was gesturing. Give me another piece. The staff looked dazed. Another one. The lamenting voice of Burschel rang out. But what kind of freaky skill is this? Huber chimed in. Last time you were noisy about the prototype armor. Huber adjusted his thick glasses. Now you called me over to show me this. He picked up the mouse and scrutinized it closely. The purple-haired assistant silently cried. Of course not. Then she raised two swords in excitement. Today, we successfully copied the equipment. Her voice echoed. Surely this will help with our plan. Right. On the other side, someone gently opened the eyes of a girl. The brown-haired girl spoke up. So this person has been brainwashed. The person was the president of the Kenios Association. What? Waywide? I do not sense any energy at all. Woont stared intently. Xian is being controlled. Weakly. I do not know what you guys are talking about. But can you let me go? My parents are waiting for me at home. Woon silently assessed. Is she really brainwashed? The inner voice was loud and determined. For sure. She is even thinking of blowing her own head off. In the secret room, Sang Yu's voice echoed. I do not think this is ordinary brainwashing. Sang Yu thought deeply. It seems worse, we think. Wu Hin's gaze was like a hawk staring at Sang Yu. Asking. Are you seriously calling a Yi Sung Guild member here? Sang Yu awkwardly explained. I thought she was just ignoring him. Come on. Thanks to him we caught that fake deity. Woohin could not help but throw in a few jabs. Alright. He is just the son of a loser anyway. Hazine seemed to see a lifeline in the big guy. Oppa. Why are you only showing up now? Hurry and tell them. I think they have misunderstood something. Hazian continued to call out. Oppa. Hearing someone you care about say that, Sangyu just rolled his eyes. A moment later, Sangyu spoke up. This is information from the principal's office. Everyone, take a look. He handed out papers. And someone hesitantly asked, what is this? Wuhan focused on the paper. Brainwashing assassination. What is the harvest date? Sangyu, hands in his pockets, replied. I do not know much about it, but I think it is related to awakening fakes around the globe. Sangyu nervously voiced his thoughts. More importantly, the main issue is about brainwashing. Did any members of your guild enroll in the academy? Maiho suggested backing off. We have a few E-rank hunters. Woody chimed in. Same here. Seeing this, Sangyu spoke up, no matter what. You all should not reveal your connection with me. We have no idea what they will do next. Deng Jian also chimed in. The problem is how to solve this. Mental protection is a very rare skill. Others would not notice this like I do, especially low-ranking hunters from EDF. Maiho asked in confusion. Wait, but are we sure this is really brainwashing? I can detect anything, even though I have a skill similar to brainwashing. And I do not think she has been completely brainwashed either. Wai Wang next to me replied. With 30,000 people in South Korea alone, there are many academies around the world. Is it even feasible to brainwash that many people? Deng Iwang suddenly questioned, pointing directly at Sang Yu. So what about his splitting skill? Does that make any sense? Sang Yu replied. Deng Iwang sighed. No one can know everything about awakening skills, but I am sure there are weaknesses in this brainwashing thing. Back in the principal's office, the professor said that, at this moment, Deng Iwang recalled the time he impersonated the principal. Those two were indeed a hassle. At that moment, Isaac added, just as we predicted. Not answering. Is that the right move? I received a call and did not follow orders to avoid being hindered by other academies. Deng Iwang continues to speak up, accepting high-level hunters who defy orders. Do you all understand what that really means? Their priority is not to follow orders from above. Sangu questions. So they are really working for someone else. But how they operate can vary depending on each individual's mindset. Right. Then he thinks to himself, well, they probably did not come after me when I was with Noba. In fact, they are probably more eager to take Kim Woo-hyan hostage. Deng Iwang stares at the paper, pondering. Yep. They are not the kind of robots who blindly follow orders no matter what. They seem to act as usual on the surface. Deng Iwang emphasizes each word. But their main goal is still to assassinate me. Sangyu silently screams inside. Are they crazy? What is normal about that? Deng Iwang suddenly asks. But that can be the only bad news I have. Right, even this brainwashing can be detected, making things worse for us. Just from their behavior, I can expose anything. Deng Iwang raises an eyebrow. Without them, the worst-case scenario is not just failing the mission, but being abandoned by the master. Deng Iwang continues. We will aim for that weak point. In 3 days from now, we can turn the entire situation around. At their meeting, everyone was left dumbfounded. 3 days to enjoy. Deng Iwang and Sang Yu stand atop a tall building. Deng Iwang ponders aloud. If I suddenly skip class like this, they will definitely get suspicious. Sang Yu chimes in. I know. I was planning to come here anyway. Deng Iwang adds. You could send a clone to attend class for you. Sang Yu responds. Until the meeting happens, I will have my clone on protection duty. If I am still at the company, I think others will be in danger too. Sang Yu looks up and asks. I want to see for myself how those brainwashed people behave. Sang Yu continues. After all, we can leave a Zion like that. Do you have a plan? Deng Zion thinks for a moment and replies. I do. But is a bit risky. From what I know, she is switched to being the manager of the prayer room. Deng Zian continues. She is an outsider. So we can hope she is not in cahoots with them. In another room, Deng He is fuming, stuck in the prayer room all day. Those idiots. Deng He looks around the room and sees a note that says, handle mana carefully. Yana mutters to herself. What the hell? Who is the crazy one now? Sang Yu sighs softly. So I have decided to return to the academy in 3 days. Sang Yu sits in class, thinking to himself. They have recently issued a direct kill order on me. I think they have figured out that I send a clone to class. I wonder how many students are targeting me right now. I am not sure how long it takes to brainwash someone in the prayer room. Suddenly, he overhears 2 female students chatting. The red-haired girl says, this class is so boring, and the black-haired girl replies, yeah, I think they will give us some skill orbs, Sang Yu thinks intently. At least, as of, they seem to be acting normal. He continues to think. Seems fewer people are brainwashed than I thought. Suddenly, a knife flew towards Sang Yu, making him gasp. He leaned to the side, glaring at the knife under the table. His face darkened as he asked, "Who did that? Who threw it?" He scanned the classroom for the culprit. But the eyes of his classmates were lifeless. And for a moment, Sang Yu was stunned. Isuk acted like nothing happened and casually asked, "Is something wrong?" Sang Yu gritted his teeth in frustration. Thinking, haha, so this is their game. He snapped the knife in half, saying, "It is nothing. I just need to go to the bathroom." As Sang Yu walked down the hallway, he thought, what a strange feeling. Suddenly, a girl bumped into him. Flustered as she explained, "Sorry, I am in a bit of a rush," Sang Yu replied. "No problem." He looked at the torn shirt from the collision and thought, at first glance, their actions seemed normal, but in reality, they were all targeting him. Sang Yu sighed, wondering if she was carrying a knife. Sang Yu continued to ponder. Even if it was just an attack from low-level hunters, it was not dangerous. But he could definitely sense their hostility. As he walked, he spotted a water bottle with a note. "Sang Yu, go ahead and drink it. I am a fan of yours for a long time," they said. Without a second thought, Sang Yu picked up the bottle and took a sip. Sang Yu silently speculated about the situation. After finishing the drink, a warning sounded. "Poison detected." He sighed softly, realizing it was poison. Just like that, 3 days passed, and the academy was shrouded in darkness. Principal Haksu spoke up first, thanking everyone for being here today. He continued, "As everyone has written, today is the day we address the issue." The two professors looked on pensively. To the left was Professor Kang Ma Jaiwang, in charge of low-level hunters. To the right was Professor Bei, in charge of combat training for hunters. Principal Hak Su continued, "Deng Sang Yu and Sin Ung Iwang are the two in question." Ung Hon slammed his hand on the table angrily. "We should not have picked a fight with them from the start, especially not with Sin Young Iwang. We can touch that guy because of that damn Hai Sung Geld." Isiok interjected. "But initially, I thought it was a good idea. You said if we let Sin Young Yaiwang get involved, we could influence the Hai Sung Guild." The principal retorted. "I said it could be if things went smoother." Someone from the guild interrupted. "But what about Deng Sang Yu?" offered his opinion. "Of course. The academy students could not even leave a scratch on him." Jae-hyo clicked his tongue. Impressed. "Is he really that strong?" The principal replied loudly. "Even if we all band together now, we could not handle Deng Sang Yu. Just look into the eyes of those clones, and you will see." Rested his chin on his hand. "I see. But do not worry too much. Our master has not abandoned us yet." He continued. "They say they will send us an S-rank assassin from the 13 Assassins Guild." He emphasized each word. "They are already in Korea." And HJ's face turned red. "Our master." He excitedly slammed the table. "That truly is our master. I am telling you. If the Thoptam is weak, we might actually stand a chance against AJ and his crew. Let us take out that Deng Iwang guy for good. Starting with Deng Sang-woo. Then we will deal with Deng Iwang." Ha! The whole gang is cheering. Thanks to the system. The door suddenly starts to shift. And then it gets blasted open with a powerful force. A filthy foot appears. And the person still politely knocks. Knock knock. Sang Yu's eyes are murderous. When you hear a knock, you know you have to respond. Sang Yu speaks each word with intensity. "Because of you guys, my last 3 days have been nothing but chaos." Sang Yu steps closer, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Let us discuss how we are going to punish you all in today's meeting." With a shaky voice, Deng Sang Yu says. Sang Yu is acting all tough, eyes wide open. "Yep. Professor, what is this all about?" "It is probably not a surprise, since you have been watching me in every class." The principal sweats cold bullets. Breathing heavily, "You, Sang. I do not know how you got here, but we can settle this with words." Sang Yu's face darkens. "Words? Ah. That sounds interesting." "You may be cold, but people only use words to resolve things when there is equality." Sang Yu continues to suggest. "You have 5 people, but I am all alone, so I will need to call for backup one by one." Big guys come in to back up the professors, while Sang Yu's clones gently place their hands on each of their shoulders. He lounges in the center, ready to talk. Sang Yu clears his throat. "The last 3 days have been quite something." He straightforwardly recounts. "Those trying to kill me have become bolder, have not they?" Sang Yu does not stop rambling. "Poisons, ambushes, or even sniper rifles. Because of that, we had to barricade every window in the building." After going through all that, there is only one thought in my mind. Sang Yu emphasizes each word. "I can stand it. even if they have been brainwashed into acting this way. Principal Hyuk-soo-jun. I apologize for interrupting, but Dong Sang-yu. What do you mean by those words aimed at killing you? Still acting innocent. I do not get it. A clone tightly grips Hyuk-soo-chi's hand. He groans in pain, and Sang-yu jumps in. It is better to stop with the meaningless words. Sang-gu leans in threateningly. If you think your finger is strong enough, then go ahead. Jia Hayase slams his hand on the table, thinking he can joke around, but before he can say anything more, he gets punched in the face. Even though Hyjase is sent flying by the clone's punch. Sang? Man, I just lost 10 chances to talk about pointless stuff. What are you doing? At least tell us what you want, he continues to shout. As far as I know, it won't just be as affected if the academy disappears. Sang-gu furrows his brow. You are trying to use the divine medicine to threaten me. Are not you? The sound of cracking knuckles echoes as the principal slams the table. I am just speaking the truth. Sang-yu holds up 3 fingers. This is my condition. First, stop brainwashing all the academy students and put an end to this nonsense. Second, I must be the only one competing in the World Academy competition to obtain the divine medicine. Third, do not report this to your superiors. Hearing these ridiculous demands, everyone wears a face full of irritation. The old principal, Black Sue, kept trying to talk nonsense. But sorry, we did not catch a single word. Meanwhile, Sang-yu's clones twisted the lowlife's fingers even more, making him scream in pain. Principal Black Sue was restless, clearly underestimating these guys. If you want to kill, just go for it. Threats like that won't faze us, but you should probably give up on the god complex while you are at it. Sang-gu smirked internally. I can hear you. You know, I know how you have calculated everything. I remember back when Deng Xian warned you not to show your weaknesses. Sang-yu asked, confused. What do you mean? Deng Xian explained. You are way too soft-hearted. Sang-yu snapped back. Why does everyone think that? I can be tough too. Deng Xian leaned in close, hinting that to get what we want, we have to spread fear. But just recklessly using violence won't be very effective. You need to show your will and their weaknesses. Turning back, Sang-gu pulled out a blank sheet of paper. Hey. Do not you know I am aware of your master's existence? Sang-yu threatened. Do you want this document to circulate worldwide? Black Sue stood up in shock. How do you know about that? Sang-gu kept threatening. This won't just end with the branch in Korea. I think all the academies around the world will have to shut down for investigation. Sang-yu pretended to dust off his hands, then sighed. I have no idea what your master is plotting, but it will have huge consequences. Now, let us not waste any more time and wrap this up quickly. Throw their bodies into the spatial gate and burn them. Hearing their master's command, the clones immediately grabbed each victim. Professor Maji was in tears. Helpless. Principal Black Sue intervened. Wait, please let us think. Sang-yu asked. Are you trying to stall for time or something? Sang-yu seemed to read his mind and spoke up first. Are you busy texting someone? Looks like you are waiting for that Tam guy. The principal was stunned to hear that. The principal felt like he was drowning in his own blood. 2 big guys entered, their faces dark, and the old principal seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Shouting loudly, they are here. Tam. They replied. Yep. We are here to take this guy. Behind them, Sang-yu's clone was holding the bodies of some Tam members. Seeing his lifeline cut off, the old man collapsed on the spot. Sang-gu raised an eyebrow. Now you do not have to wait for anyone, so think it over, right? I will give you 3 seconds to answer. Sang-yu ominously started the countdown. 3. And just as he reached 1, the principal shouted and lunged somewhere. He thought to himself, I just need to break through this wall. He activated his skill, phasing, to pass through any barriers in a flash. Before he can dash away, a skill circle activates right on him. It is the retrieval skill coming from Sang-yu. The old man loses all his skills and slams his face directly into the cold wall. This is bad. A girl with a cigarette in her mouth says. I have thought this through, but I did not expect you to actually pull something like this. Jana, angry, asks. So you really wanted to shove me into that prayer room? Seeing the situation getting tricky, the old principal widens his sparkling eyes and asks. What condition do you want? Without letting Sang-gu repeat himself, a single dun rings out, and he replies, I remember now. We will do our best to follow your instructions. Finally, Principal One Hak-soo and the others agree to my terms, and the academy begins to return to normal. Miho, with a teasing tone, says, hey. Great job. One-tae replies, I did not expect them to send assassins from abroad. It will be tough with just the 2 of us without Sang-yu. Miho skeptically asks. Yeah, he is really strong, but why is he still in B rank? If the history and understanding of the system are stalled, the other academies might notice, so we decided to keep it under wraps. But Jungjan chimes in. Is this what the principal was talking about? Sang-woo responds. Yeah. It is somewhat related. Instead, they let us destroy the brainwashing equipment inside and turn it into a boring regular classroom. Both chime in. Alright, let us break it. With Captain Hong Jun-hae's support, we quickly eliminated the brainwashing. But, at this moment, Jun-hae orders, go through this path. Strangely, the brainwashing of the professors, including the principal, could not be carried out. I think it is just their damn selves. So no need for brainwashing. Thus, a skill circle activates. And a Jaeon finally breaks free from the restraints. Sang-woo, are you okay? Ja, teary-eyed, replies, Dad. Then she rushes into Sang-woo's arms, sobbing. I must have gone crazy. Sang-woo reassured him. You have done really well, and Yu-hwin next to you is just noise. The one you should apologize to is me, not him. The 3 days of chaos have come to an end. A commanding voice declared. Not here. Just a little to the left. Is this the sycophant? The old man accepted the order with a nod. So when's the next evaluation? Principal Heksu was sweating bullets, tallying up the scores. We will compare your scores with the initial SO score you had at the academy, and you will be graded based on that. Sang-woo quietly asked. What are you planning to do with my score? Principal Heksu was determined. Of course. Sang-woo nodded to himself. Good. Suddenly, Sang-woo shouted. When are we going to learn new skills? How long are we going to stick with fireballs? Hearing himself getting yelled at. Professor Hyuk, with fingers all bandaged up, replied. I will teach freezing skills soon. Sang-woo threatened. Do it right. I will be watching. Old Hake, trembling, replied. Yep. And thought to himself, this is my life. In a dark room, 2 people faced each other. The masked person spoke first. The branch in Korea said the problem was resolved, but Thap Tam insisted the mission failed. That person asked, what do you think? The mushroom head guy cheerfully replied. Yep. Everything you think is correct, sir. The other person looked thoroughly bored. Surely whatever you say is just dull. What if I said it is right for you to die? The mushroom head guy, dazed, pulled out a knife and said, I would be more than willing. Without further ado, he turned the knife on himself. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving the mysterious figure sweating in helplessness. The person said, hey, I was just kidding, and that old man is the master. He laughed heartily. Now clean up and send someone to investigate the name Sang-woo for me. Sang-woo's telecode, eliciting 2 types of reactions from the academy students. The girl with green hair stammered an apology. I am really sorry. Do not know why I did those things. But, he kept pondering. Sorry or whatever. The girl lowered her head. I do not know how many apologies would be enough. You could report me to the police if you want. You can tell me if you want compensation too. Continuing the story. They would apologize while regretting what they did or too embarrassed to face me and try to stay away. Sang-woo contemplated. It would be a lie if I said I was not crazy. But at least they are apologizing this way. He sighed softly. It is. Sang-woo casually walked away, while Ain cheekily teased. You really act well. Sang-woo replied. What else can I do? I can't hit them now since they are no longer brainwashed. Anyway, those guys have paid their dues already. Suddenly, Sang-woo asked, our next class is physical training. Right, as if remembering something. An suddenly got shy. Oh, about the movie we talked about earlier. Can we go now? There is a movie I really want to see. Sang-woo coldly interrupted. What are you talking about? We have to train. He dragged a Zeon to run really fast. Your basic stats are way too low. A Zeon, while running, replied. Okay, I will. Someone announced. Today's class is physical training in the Hunter Academy. The multi-purpose training room is filled with cutting-edge equipment. Jaehee's expression is emotionless as he tells us, we will assess your basic stats in the next class. We will compare that with the stats you gain from training here. And your score will depend on how much you improve. Un glances at the teacher sitting motionless in a wheelchair and asks, it is because of you. Right. Sang-woo responds sharply. I told you. You need to treat those jerks differently. The group nearby murmurs. What is up with that teacher? Teacher Hazeon looks annoyed. And Sang-woo asks, by the way, why do you hate this class so much? Hazeon replies glumly. My skill level has increased, but my strength has not changed. Teacher Sang-woo advises. This is a skill training place. Practice is the key here. Hazeon sighs warily. I will be back soon. Target dummies are set up, and Hazeon activates his Master Mana skill. On the other side, the guys are lifting weights. A girl is throwing powerful punches at the targets with precision. Sang-woo thinks to himself, my stats have gone up a lot, and I told them to evaluate me. So I do not need to do this stuff. But since I am here, I might as well work out a bit. I do not feel anything with these Jimmer organization machines. Sang Yu approaches teacher Jae-yuk and asks, how much can this be maxed out to? Teacher Sang Yu moves closer, using his whole body to demonstrate. Jae-yuk quietly turns to estimate. The weight is controlled by the gravity stone attached to it, so it completely depends on the strength of the person carrying it. Jae-yuk continues, you could even set it to be unliftable. Sang Yu is astonished. Then he confidently replies, then set it to unliftable. Jae-yuk sweats nervously and asks, are you sure about that? Jae-yuk adjusts the settings while reminding, this mode is only for enhancing performance. Usually, it is not used this way. Sang-gu bends down to grab the barbell, saying, it will be fine, so just do it. Jae-yuk does not hesitate and sets it to unliftable. Sang-yu thinks to himself, aside from what is embedded in the skin, it looks like an ordinary barbell. And it even seems lighter. After thinking that, he bends down to lift the weights. Sang-yu grits his teeth and thinks, it is so heavy. He continues to think, this is it, the weight I wanted. Teacher Jae looks alarmed as he hears the barbell creaking. Sang-yu grins. This is exhilarating. He puts all his strength into lifting the weights, feeling more excited. I can feel this thrill. Teacher Jaehee's eyes go wide as he sees the equipment he cherishes falling apart piece by piece. Shards of broken machinery scatter everywhere, but Sang-gu remains nonchalant and holds the barbell high. The performance is pretty good. Professor. As he is hugged by the professor, holding the broken barbell and crying his eyes out, Sang-gu joyfully sings, it is because they are rich. Right. They have such amazing equipment. I will try to ask them if they can open the gym at night and let the clones work out. Sang-yu turns around, looking around the classroom, remembering, wait, I do not see Shin Jung-I-wong anywhere. Where did he go? The evaluation is about to happen. He must be off doing something. A hesitant voice echoed. A man speaks up. Is the academy really that dangerous? Shin Jung stammered in response. Hoai Sung should be ready for that scenario too. We have temporarily managed to escape, but they still pose a huge threat. A member of Aftai Hai Sung, Captain Shinji asked, so how exactly are we a threat? Jaiwan, feeling flustered, said, I can explain because of the divine medicine. It could be the reason the academy falls apart. Jin Jung-I-wong rubbed his forehead. You are the captain of the second team. Those guys follow your orders no matter what, Jung-I-wong explained. It is not something they can handle. You should help us too. Jung-I-wong kept rambling. I got the info along with Jung Sang. Jung-I-wong suddenly cut in. Wait. What is your reason for entering the academy? Jin Jung-I-wong replied coldly. If you want to play childish games, go to the playground. We provided you with all the support to get into that academy. And you went off making friends with Jung Sang Yu. He continued nonchalantly. The reason you need to back off this time is the upcoming evaluation, Jung-I-wong replied, sounding frustrated. It is not like that. Jin turned coldly away. Haha. Damn it. You must think you have everything figured out. You should work harder instead of wasting time on that stuff. Jinusi kept throwing sharp comments. I want to tell Dad about this and pretend I never heard a thing. Worry about your evaluation instead. The association does not expect anything more than that. You can handle it on your own. Jung-I-wong fell into deep thought. You are right. I have done my best. Meanwhile, relentless attacks targeted the target dummy, and the heads of the dummies did not budge an inch. Zam. Panting. Thought. Level 3 puppets are not even moving. She thought to herself. I showed off to Oppa Sang-yu a few days ago, and my power was enough to take down Skoden. And now, Sang-yu can throw fireballs better than I can. I can keep being a burden to him anymore. She resolved silently. A powerful voice rang out. Everyone. Jung held a bowl of noodles and asked. Wait. Zam. Uhuan across from her looked puzzled. Well, I know you are still brainwashed. Azeon replied. Oh, this is the only place I can rely on. I want to get stronger. She was filled with determination. Please let me join the GM organization. It was getting dark, and some room was still lit. Sang-yu arrogantly kicked the door open. Let me into the training room. Please. Principal Haksu watched, breathing heavily. At this hour, Sang-yu continued. Cloning does not care about time. I could not use it all day because I was busy with class. Principal Haksu grumbled. But the training room sang Vakup's side. Just say it. Principal Haksu cheerfully replied. Using the academy facilities, outside of class schedules, is totally fine. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Sang-yu turned back. I will use it all night. So do not turn off the lights. The principal replied. Okay. Old Principal Haksu sat in deep thought. I tried to stop him, so this is not my fault. Breathing heavily, Sang-yu, hands in pocket, led the clones to the training room. 2 hours of training and then go home. Repeat those 2 things. The clones responded. Understood. Sang-yu is buzzing with excitement, saying they can use this however they want, as they own the place for the night. Suddenly, he notices something. A voice rings out. The deal is on. Seokin, filled with resentment, snaps back. Why is not he answering? The deal is on. As Hone sits among the rubble, huffing at Seokin. Go bully someone lower on the food chain elsewhere. I am eating here today. Hone, with a sarcastic tone, retorts. Anyway, why do you talk like that? Seokin's neck bulges with anger. Damn it. I am used to this by now. Just listen to me first. It is about that Deng Waiwang. Hone looks confused. Seokin, getting frustrated, adds. That loser. I think he faked his rank after losing that match. I was furious and got into a brawl. Seokin recalls the moment he choked Deng Waiwang, then suddenly realizes something. Wait a minute. A notification pops up in front of Seokin. The opponent's stats are way too low. Underestimating the weak has reached its limit. Seokin feels annoyed. Deng Sang-yu has shown up, so he can investigate further. But Deng Waiwang is definitely not it. Seokin grumbles. A B-ranked hunt. Or what we call a high-tier hunter. In another room, Deng Waiwang is struggling to breathe. Calling out. You, Sen. Hearing someone call his name, Sang-yu responds. His hands tired. The energy potions are all drained. Not a drop left. Sang-yu, in disbelief, asks. What is all this? Deng, drenched in sweat, replies. Well, why are you here? At that moment, a system notification appears. Passive mage. You can learn all skills faster than anyone else. All skills you have learned will automatically be upgraded to maximum level. The cold system displays a line of text. Penalty. This is a weak mage. All stats are modified to 0.2. Power is at 0.2. Speed is at 0.2. Stamina is at 0.2. Endurance is at 0.2. And mana is at 0.2. Sang-yu is utterly shocked. I think we need an explanation here. Sang-yu keeps pressing for answers, asking what exactly just happened. Deng Waiwang is trembling, turning to leave, saying he was just practicing for the assessment. I am almost done. Sang-yu's voice gets louder as he pleads with Deng Waiwang. Sang-yu runs over, placing a hand on Deng Waiwang's shoulder, begging him not to walk away like that. Deng, still in a rage, pushes his hand away and shouts. Can't you see? Exhausted after just lifting a 3 kilograms dumbbell, does that not sound ridiculous? Deng Waiwang grinds his teeth. That is the skill I got after awakening, Deng Waiwang emphasizes. All my abilities are stuck at 0.2. Hearing this, Sang-yu can't help but be taken aback. A cheerful voice exclaims. Oh wow. Bald man chimes in, asking. So all the skills you have learned are at max level. That is strange. Deng Waiwang replies. Yep. And the bald man turns to look at him, praising. What an incredible talent. Maybe we are looking at Korea's first rank hunter here. He adds. Back then, Deng Waiwang was just a kid, saying, I used to be a magical genius. He continues. Besides awakening skills, I could also copy any normal skill I saw within a month or two. The bald professor, holding his book, looks for a place to hide. No way. You learn so easily. He continues. The skills I could not copy are kept in the Haisung vault. Deng Waiwang's voice chokes up. Everyone had high hopes for me. The more he shares, the sadder he gets. Even my dad believed in me. Back then, my father proudly declared. You are the future of Heis. Keep working hard like this. Those jealous looks. And back then, Deng Waiwang was still so naive. He continues. That is right. Suddenly, young Deng Wang feels a sharp pain. He is tortured by the H. And Deng Waiwang says, I have to be. At that moment, he sits down, filled with determination and the praise that was supposed to be his. Deng Waiwang continues. A genius. And then all his stats get locked at 0.2. He feels even more sorrowful, thinking, if only I could have said something back then. He remembers the moment he was drenched in sweat from a very simple exercise. The bald man looks skeptical. Your basic abilities have not improved compared to last year. At that moment, Deng Waiwang's father turns pale. Ordering coldly, Deng, go to the tea room. A shocked voice exclaims. 0.2. All abilities are fixed at 0.2. Deng Waiwang just shrinks back in shame. His father filled with disappointment. Forever, Deng, terrified, speaks up. I still do not know if I keep practicing hard from now on. His father, full of frustration, slams his hand on the table. The whole world will see you as just a fool. He coldly turns his chair. I have heard of cases where resistance to ice decreased after awakening fire-related skills. No matter how high the skill level, it is useless. Everything is at a pitiful 0.2, including my mana. Recently, I have been pouring money into a bottomless pit. Sin Deng Wang immediately burst into tears. Dad. He seemed to lose his mind. But lucky for you, he still cares, no matter what you do. I do not have to worry about stopping you. His tone dripped with disdain. If I hit too hard, You might just kick the bucket. Hearing this, Deng Wang clenched his shirt tighter. Xin Deng Wang's voice was filled with despair. After that day, Hai Sung wiped out all traces of me. Every piece of news and article about me was scrubbed from the internet. Even my skills, my hunter rank, thanks to Hai Seong's support, was stuck at B. Sin Deng Wang continued. That is when I found out I could get a scholarship from the academy. Deng Wang added, to hide my mana shortage. I stashed mana potions in my teeth and carried them in a water bottle to attend class. I was utterly desperate. Xin Deng Wang sighed softly. Of course, after all this, I still lost to you. Xin Deng Wang was in awe. Deng Sangyu's awakening might just be a miracle for you. You sigh softly, but for me, it is the worst curse imaginable. Sangyu thought to himself. So that is why the weak potions did not work in the group fight. From the very beginning, there was nothing left to weaken. Sangyu sat up and asked who knew about it. Sin Deng Wang replied. Just my dad and my brother. A few caps? No one else. Sangyu secretly hated it. If you intended to use weights, why not do it at home? You did not think you would get caught. Did you? Sin Deng Wang shouted loudly. I asked the principal to lock the door. But who would think someone would get in here like this? Plus, these things have all been used. Then Sin Deng Wang shouted again. There is a gravity control device that could help train based on the user's strength. But when I came today, it was broken. Sangyu asked. So what was the basic ability you registered with? Sin Deng Wang replied. 40. Sangyu was shocked. 40. Then Sangyu leaned in closer to Sin Deng Wang. That is really bold of you. There is a limit to lying. You can just boost it to 200 times. Sin Deng Wang retorted. Who thought they would have to evaluate their abilities anyway? Sin Deng Wang felt utterly defeated. What else can I do? I have to go. Xin Deng Wang walked away. Reminding. Remember to keep everything I said today a secret. Not even the principal can know about this. Please. Sangyu scratched his head. Confused. Then exclaimed. No. At that moment, Deng Waikwang stepped out of the academy and locked eyes with someone. It was his dad. Embracing a beautiful woman. You want to have a team member during the promotion test. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Do you know Deng Sangyu? Sin Deng Wang replied. The one who uses clones. He chuckled softly. I saw him when he was in the lower ranks. I laughed at him when I saw him with Junmo. It is so amusing to see him struggle in the lower ranks. But then I heard that Deng Sangyu passed the B rank test without any help at all. He emphasized every word. Some people do not even dare attempt ranking up without support. He was tired of it. I slapped the Japanese guy's face with the stone in front of me. And then that stone turned into a precious gem. His voice dripped with sarcasm. While the gem I polish daily has turned into nothing more than a rock. Sin Deng Wang hesitated. Even a pebble has the potential to roll. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure in black grabbed him. You shout too much. Who are you? The person signaled. Stay quiet if you want to live. Inside another building, a voice full of suspicion remarked. Even with skill upgrades, power remains the same. That was Junmo asking Heian. You are not short on mana. Are you? Heian shyly replied. The only thing I am confident about is my mana. Junmo paused for a moment. But you are still okay with the assessment test in Vietnam after a while. Heian, confused, asked. Well, where is this place? Junmo forced a smile. I said that before I joined Gmar. But actually, there is someone really good at manipulating mana. Junmo continued. But their training is extremely harsh. Miho cheerfully asked. Guests. On the day of the basic ability assessment, the professor introduced a total of 5 assessment tools. They evaluate strength, stamina, explosive ability, and endurance in order. The professor continued. Once you complete a section, move to the next immediately. Gehi declared. Let us start the evaluation. Gehi asked. Anyone confident? Step up, and suddenly someone's powerful footstep echoed. It was Shinjung Yaiwang. Radiating energy, the inspector beside him requested. Please hit this as hard as you can. He replied. Yep. Shokun scoffed, starting with Shinjung Yaiwang. Look at those skinny arms. Duan watched the drama unfold. Thinking. Let us see if you are right. Jung Yaiwang's hand surged with a flow of mana. Sanyu sat quietly, then let out a soft sigh. Feeling helpless, Sangyu thought. I guess it is time for me to step in. Shinjung Yaiwang delivered an incredibly powerful punch. Seeing the wall deform like that, the inspector was left in shock. The whole group, including Xiaoqin and Du Wan, gaped in disbelief. Zheng Yaiwang's hand was still bursting with mana. Behind him was Sang Yu's clone, and Zheng Yaiwang spoke. Please continue the evaluation. At that moment, they had activated the chameleon skill, which changed the appearance to the designated target while keeping the stats intact. Flashback to last night, when Shinjung Yaiwang mumbled. A broken clock is still right twice a day. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the figure in black, and Zheng Waiwang panicked. Who are you? The figure signaled. Shut up. Keep quiet if you want to live. Sang Yu's serious face emerged regarding the assessment. Zheng Waiwang exclaimed in shock. Jingsen. What are you doing here? Sang Yu. Just answer me first. Can you change someone else's shape with your chameleon skill? Zheng Waiwang asked. Confused. What? Zheng Waiwang approached. You are about to. Sang Yu replied. Yep. We can change the identity of my clone to your appearance. That way, you will easily pass the ability assessment. Since you have helped me. Now, Sang Yu emphasized. But do not get me wrong, I am still going to chase after the Elysia magic potion, so I won't be helping you too much. Sang Yu smirked slyly. But at least I can clear away all the doubts surrounding you. At that moment, Sang Yu's clone stood frozen in front of the battered wall, with a long point. The examiner could not believe it. The power is precisely 40. The onlookers whispered from afar. Is it even possible to have such an accurate score? No way. Look at that wall. It is healing. Next up was the reflex test, and Deng watched with expert precision. Then came the endurance test, where Deng Yi just blasted off like a rocket, and when it came to the mana test, oh boy, the power was insane. Finally, during the endurance test, Deng Yi still stood strong against those brutal hits. The examiner was utterly astonished. Everything was at 40. The evaluation tests for the hunter Shin Deng-wai were complete. The students were blown away. What? Isn't he a long-range combat hunter? The other guy was just as shocked. He really nailed it. With all those 40s. He is definitely leveled up to a. It is hard to believe. What the heck is going on? Duquan was not too surprised. I knew it all along. Forget it. Just focus on your own test. Skills and inertia effects have concluded. Duquan thought in disbelief. That blade. What kind of effect is this that wears off so quickly? I had my suspicions from the start. I guess I overreacted a bit. Yakei stared at the papers thoughtfully, looking at Shin Jung-ai's evaluation board. All 40s. He thought to himself. What kind of stats are these? Why is everything 40? That is even higher than mine. One of the stats dropped a little. Gaka picked up the evaluation sheet. The stats of Hunter Shin Jung-ai averaged an increase of 0.249 points. A bit disappointing, but not bad at all. On the other side, Shin Jung-ai was busy replenishing his mana. He silently grumbled. That idiot. I just said to keep it general. Who would have thought Haut would hit the nail on the head with one of those scores? Anyway, is it even human to control stats like that? Meanwhile, over there, Seojin still was not convinced. F had left the game. Duquan helplessly said. Come on. Can't you see the wall is crumbling? Shin Jung-ai narrowed his eyes. He quietly took a corner look and exclaimed. Thank you, Jingsen. Sang Yu approached his clone. Ordering. It is over now, so let us crash down. His stomach was probably stuffed with potions. And the clone responded. All right. Suddenly, Sang-gu remembered something and thought, by the way, there is something that has been nagging at me for a while. I should check it after this. Sang-gu spoke up. I want to join the evaluation too. The examiner commanded. Hit this part of the wall as hard as you can. But he was taken aback when he saw the mana surging. Sang-gu. Veins bulging. Charges at the wall. One hit against that wall, and it breaks through to the other side, causing everyone to turn and look. Then the wall shows signs of collapsing and finally falls. Sang-gu mutters. My stats have stopped increasing after absorbing that magic gem for a while now. On the other side, his clone is munching on snacks. Sang-gu opens the status panel. He tells his clone, try to eat as much as you can at once. Hearing this, the clone crazily shoves food into its mouth. Sang-gu grits his teeth in disbelief, thinking, my stats are not increasing at all. What the heck is going on? I think this happened after number 7 got kidnapped and my stat points were reset. Sang-gu continues, aside from turning the clone into a monster, those gems do not seem to have any other effect. How should I use this gem wisely? I guess I should swing by Heritage one more time and check it out. At Heritage's main building in New York, a cheerful voice rings out. Oh my. Sang-gu, are you seriously failing to replicate the clone's skill again? What a shame. Bert Chale rolls his eyes. Are you really sure that is a shame? Sang-gu keeps rambling. Of course. Oh, well, this is a super complex skill. Bert Chale emanates a killing intent. But we can use the clone skill on part of the equipment. It is still a bit disappointing since it does not work on living things. Sang-gu opened his mouth wide, asking, what? How did you do that? That is even more surprising. I wish my clones had some clothes to cover up every time they summoned themselves. Bert Chale continued his statement, saying that creating a skill that surpasses the original power is impossible. The ability to duplicate is just a special effect of the clone skill. If you still can't use it, That means your skill can still evolve perfectly. Sang Yu. Looking dazed, Bertchell suddenly remembered. There are a few people who want to meet you. Do you mind?
Sang Yu asked.
A door swung open. D. Huber spoke first. So you are the master of that clone. I am D. Huberth. And this is Raven. D. Huberth grabbed his hand. I have been able to make progress in what I wanted for a long time. All thanks to your skill. I have really been looking forward to meeting you. Sang Yu bowed politely. I am glad I could help you, even though I can't duplicate any items. Bertchell introduced. D. Huberth is the creator of the items for Heritage Company. The jacket I gave you was also his work. Sang Yu replied. Thank you so much for that, Bertchell continued. And we also have Raven here. I am sure you know him. Sang Yu stood there like a deer in headlights.
Yep.
Bertchell scoffed. You do not know him. This is the strongest swordsman in the world. An S-rank blacksmith. Hearing such an introduction, Raven turned pale.
Sang Yu asked.
An S-rank blacksmith. Then he thought to himself, as far as I know, there are no S-rank blacksmiths in Korea. Is this how I meet my first legendary blacksmith? Sang Yu awkwardly said. I am really sorry. I do not know much about the blacksmithing world. Raven sighed softly. Do not worry about it. After all, I am not the strongest swordsman or any of that nonsense. He added. I am not even that famous. Seeing that, Bertchell had to introduce further. Raven rescued Subject 7. The John Company was behind that. He destroyed that lab. Sang Yu responded. I have a question. Do you remember exactly what kind of experiments they were conducting there? I am really curious about what happened to Subject 7. Raven replied nonchalantly. Yeah. Of course. I remember very clearly. Raven recounted. There were a lot of machines there. Big pipes everywhere. Shiny control panels. And many robots. There were also a lot of test tubes like cages. They seemed to be experimenting with something. Raven asked. Does my answer help you? All three were stunned to hear that. Raven kept rambling on. And I am pretty sure their electricity bill will be hefty. Bertchell cut in. Let me explain. We experimented with a few things after rescuing him. I think your clone was affected by D. And B. Sang Yu was astonished. So the Chong Company created D. And B. Bertchell replied. Do you know what D? I was just about to explain. Sang. There has been a little incident in South Korea. But was not a D. B that turned users into crystal monsters. Bertchell chimes in. So you knew about that? You are not wrong. Crystal monster is a type of drug for humans. But its side effect is that it turns users into monsters. It is an unfinished product. But since your clone is not exactly human, that means it absorbs the crystal completely, based on observing the process. I think they figured out the exact mechanism of the crystal. Sang Yu speaks up, so the B used on my clone is a perfected version that has side effects. Then he thinks to himself. So that is why my stats are increasing while my clone is not turning into a monster. Bertchell responds. This is just a theory, but because of that perfected D, the stats you can artificially boost have hit their limit. I think that is why the crystal is not affecting your stats anymore. That means. Bertchell slowly articulates. You have to train on your own from now on. Sang Yu, feeling the pressure, thinks to himself, so now I really have to get my hands dirty, and maybe use the absorption skills of a monster. Bertchell asks. Is there anything else you want to ask? Sang Yu lets out a soft sigh. Well then. Sang Yu thinks to himself. I do not know if she knows, but it can't hurt to ask. Sang Yu, do you know what the harvest day is? Hearing this, Bertchell looks shocked, and all three of them give him serious looks. Sang Yu notices their reaction and nervously asks, is something wrong? Did I say something wrong? Hubert presses some button. A powerful attack is aimed at Sang Yu, and Sang Yu thinks to himself, my bracelet is disabled. Savan speaks up, do not worry. The translation mode is still active. Savan's gaze suddenly darkens with frustration. But you should choose your words carefully. Sang Yu, confused, his expression becomes more serious, speaks with authority. Then a swarm of clones appears. All right. Then I will rephrase my question. Are you also under the influence of the Academy? The atmosphere instantly turns tense and oppressive. Dust swirling everywhere. Burskami and Dubert are both startled. She helplessly exclaims, stop it, both of you. Just stop. Burskami's voice is firm. And you too? Sang Yu interject. Enough. We are not enemies. Sang Yu glances at her. The girl coldly responds. I do not think you can convince me that easily. You guys started it first. Burskam quickly advises. Raven, put down your sword. I think she is already disarmed. She tries harder to explain. Your withdrawal from Sang Yu is truly essential for our plans. You know that. Finally, he eases his grip. The sword clicks back into its sheath. Sang Yu does not say anything. tightly clenching his fists as he withdraws his clones, with less tension on his face. He was about to withdraw. Seeing the two had reached a temporary truce, Burscombe let out a wary sigh. She turned to him, slowly. She began to speak. I will tell you what the harvest day is, but you do not realize that you have already lost. She turned to him, slowly. She began to speak. I will tell you what the harvest day is, but there is one thing you need to accept before knowing this.
Sang US.
What is it? Burscombe closed her eyes. She brushed her hair behind her ear, trying to sound calm. She said, this world is bigger than you think. We truly are not from Earth. You stared at her wide-eyed in shock. Burscombe's ears elongated. She looked like a spirit. Her voice had a hint of anxiety. We are aliens from a place very far from here. Our original planet is T-Bone. I do not know what it is called. The surrounding environment resembles Earth quite a bit. A peaceful place where many species coexist harmoniously. A place surrounded by trees, flowers, and magic. The Urensi Empire, a temperate and beautiful planet. Its architecture is reminiscent of the medieval period with tall, grand arched corridors. All the creatures were friends with one another, until the green had invaded. Monstrous scorpions fell from the sky, shattering the lush green land and ancient architecture. The Urensi Empire fought back. But there was a real threat behind these monsters attacking every living creature in their path. Something we could not resist. Countless black vortexes suddenly appeared in the sky, which were the spatial gate skills. From there, they unleashed a horde of green-eyed monsters onto this once beautiful land, because countless monsters will continue to pour out no matter how hard we try to resist. One area after another began to be invaded, gradually advancing straight to the heart of the empire. Just when Urentia stood on the brink of despair, a man appeared, stepping out from the ashes, standing before the fallen knights. It was Liber Zinstein, a scientist from Earth and also the inventor of the system. Sanji exclaimed in surprise. You are kidding. The system is really the product of one person. Burscombe replied deeply.
Yep.
We were all shocked at first. She recounted. I already told you last time, did not, about how hard it is to learn a skill. Thick books sprawled across the table. People on our planet can hardly become combat witches unless they focus on practicing magic for at least 10 years. But Liber was different. He learned magic at an incredible speed and became the Grand Mage of Erengia in just 5 years. After that, he focused on researching ways to quickly grasp magic to increase the number of people who could fight, all while surrounded by countless research papers, so that anyone, even those clueless about complex techniques or with barely any mana, could still protect the empire. And thus, a machine was born, with a glowing red orb resembling lava at its core. That is how the skill orbs came into existence. A brilliant plan. Even if the system was not fully refined, it still supported basic attack skills. With fiery projectiles soaring through the sky, monsters launched fierce assaults, and people began to rise up and fight back, learning magic through those skill orbs. As the system drew closer to completion, everyone could tap into more advanced magic types, slowly igniting a spark of hope. Monsters were slain, and there was a glimmer of hope that peace would return to Tibern after driving back the Greenids. Then, the protracted war dragged on until the system was finally perfected. But those eyes turned wild and crazed, and Liber began a massacre. Even now, I still can't wrap my head around why Liber looked like a lord of the abyss back then. With tentacles flailing wildly behind him, he unleashed endless slaughter, with all the civilians brutally killed. Not even the remnants of dual-element swords could stop him. He kept killing and rampaging. Urentia drowned in a sky of blood, bodies littering the ground. And just like that, the Urenchi Empire crumbled in a week. That day became known as the Harvest Day, a staggering feat by one person. Sanji, Burscombe bent over, covering her mouth but still unable to contain her overwhelming fear. I can forget that sight. Then Burscombe awkwardly turned to Raven and asked softly, do you have anything more to explain? I do not see Liber often. He remained silent, his raspy voice responding, well, there are a few details left out. But that is the gist of it, Raven calmly added. The only ones who survived were the three of us. In terms of this world, it was the year 1995. He asked. You know what happened 5 years later? Right. Sanji looked confused and replied. In 2000. There was a disaster. And suddenly he froze in realization. Sanji exclaimed. And the system appeared on Earth too. Raven's face grew serious as he confirmed.
Yep.
The system is like an anchor for its roots. Soon, the harvest will begin on Earth as well. While heavy breathing interrupted the silence, Heian fell to her knees, trembling in defeat. Kinti, Miho shot her a glance. You look exhausted. Get up, she commanded, pointing to control the target boards. You still have a lot to learn. But Heian collapsed, hitting the floor, flashing back to a week earlier. Heian cautiously eyed the massive object above her. Weakly murmuring. This thing. Amidst the thick smoke, Miho lifted the orb, boldly introducing, "This is the original size of the skill orb I use. Now I am going to throw it." As she finished her sentence, she slightly pulled her arm back and hurled it at the target board, creating a loud bang as smoke erupted everywhere. But once the smoke cleared, the target board remained intact and unscathed. Miho stepped forward, turning to face Heian, tapping the board seriously. "What do you think? It is kind of like your mana orb." "Right, mana is just a form. It does not deal damage. Leveling up only increases its size." "Right, if that is the case. Reaching level 101T change anything?" Miho asked if she was only using it as the system required, and Heian could not say a word. Miho coldly conjured another floating magic orb, stating firmly that she had to control and compress the mana. Her skill was mastery over mana. After all, with her face shadowed, her tone sharpened, the system was just a tool, and during a crisis, people could still utilize their skills effectively, even without it. With that, she hurled the magic orb away, this time piercing through the target board, the impact exploding against the thick wall and breaking through. Without even glancing at the blast, Miho focused on her, adding that she was the one using this skill. Back in the present, Miho pulled out a target board and waved it in her hand, saying it had to be at least this big. Her skill level was not high, so she had less mana. That is why she needed to compress it to make it smaller than mine. Heian perked up to listen, and Miho insisted that this was necessary to gain strength, struggling to sit up. Heian replied, "I know, but I have been training like this for a week, and today is the assessment." Miho smirked, asking when she planned to do it, while rearranging the target boards. She inquired because today was the assessment, so she was going to skip it, and tomorrow was the weekend, giving her time to rest. So when would she practice? Miho looked down at her, her voice ice. It would not be surprising if she became a rank hunter now. Did not she think that was a bit greedy? Heian clenched her fists tightly, and seeing this, Miho playfully teased her, remembering that we had previously caught some monsters with a hunter in Sanji, and he fought quite well, looking very charming too. Miho said, licking her lips. I even had my eye on him. But suddenly, a loud explosion cut her off, smoke and debris erupting behind Miho. Heian, driven to madness, shouted, "Give me more targets." She was all fired up, demanding, "Bring them all to me." Miho cheerfully ran off to comply, feeling a mix of excitement and a quiet sigh inside. Youth indeed. Love was the greatest motivation. Turning to him, Burskin hesitated, saying the academy mentioned the harvest day, which is why he brought it up. Sanji replied, "Exactly." He continued, "The one believed to be the master had brainwashed many others to do that," shocking her as if thunder had exploded in her ears. Burskin joined his companions, and Jun nervously spoke up. "What should we do?" "I think we can stop it," Raven coldly interjected. "If we can act on our own, we will also become targets of the system. We can reach out to others if we inform them." But before he finished, a strong voice interrupted. "Wait," Sanji said seriously. "We can directly act against the academy. My sister is affected by the mana virus, and I need a divine remedy." Burskin was taken aback, stunned by the mention of the demon virus, and incredulously questioned. "So you just let the students at the academy be like that? You just said they have been brainwashed." Sanji lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I did not leave them like that. It is just because the divine potion was obtained." With a sudden burst, Raven, who was usually quiet, focused intently on him, paused for a moment, then unexpectedly asked, "So what you are saying is, as long as we get the divine potion for you, you will help us?" Sanji was caught off guard, his expression blank. "Like, seriously?" Raven chuckled softly. "If you are willing to become my disciple, then you can leave the divine potion to me." Sanji was shocked. "Like, what? A disciple?" Burskin was equally surprised, but Raven remained relaxed, speaking confidently. "Yep. A disciple who will follow my every command." "But obviously, it is all to get stronger." He found it hard to believe. "Was not he just about to kill me?" Raven awkwardly replied. "Well, just now I thought you were on the System S side. My bad." Then he looked directly at Sanju, his tone serious. "What do you think of the offer? It is not too bad, right? After all, you said you would do anything to get the divine potion. If we can resolve that issue, then we can work together to avert the apocalypse. We are on the same side now." Raven smirked lightly. "Besides, after having fought with your clone once before, I have come to think this way. You can become even stronger, so that is what you mean. Sanji fell silent, recalling the image of his sister still lying in the hospital bed, breathing through a machine. Showing no signs of waking up, he solemnly agreed. Fine. Gripping Sanju's hand tightly, he told himself, I should not overthink this. Sanji looked at him seriously, assertively saying, if you can get the divine potion for me, I will be your dog. No problem, Raven interjected. Not a disciple. In the ruins of the city at night, the sound of heavy breathing echoed in the quiet air. A girl with short red hair stared in one direction. Agents behind her remained alert. Scanning the surroundings, she pressed her earpiece, reporting seriously. He is on the run now. Do not let him escape. Subdue him and bring him back. Trevor sat in a corner, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it. That damn bounty hunter. He pretended to escape, but in reality, he had already called the investigation bureau to the state. Damn it. I have given him the valuable information he needed. What more does he want? He thought. I have saved important documents related to Depp and Elisa, but Trevor hurriedly contacted Elisa. How many people are surrounding me right now? Elisa's voice came through the receiver, vague and unclear. Maybe 5. I do not know. Probably around 20 people. He grimaced in frustration, cursing silently. Damn it. The identification system is broken, and Elisa is short-circuited too. Outside, an agent from the Federal Bureau reported back to the girl. It must be the captain from earlier, and that is it. She immediately ordered. If he resists, you have permission to kill him. Call the others here quickly. Trevor was horrified. Damn it. They have already arrived. Elisa's voice still coming through. Yeah. I think another person has shown up. Or am I mistaken? Do you know? But he had no time to think anymore. Watching the group approaching from below, Trevor's voice gradually lost its firmness. Just like that, the old man, exhausted, still could not surpass it in the end. Suddenly, the stones beneath his feet began to shift. Trevor, sharp as ever, noticed and his eyes widened in shock. Below, the agency's agents gaped in disbelief. What the hell is happening? The captain exclaimed. What in the world is that? Countless fiery chunks of debris, big and small, were raining down, resembling a massive beehive. With a thunderous crash, one hit the ground, and the scream that followed was like a banshee's wail. Amidst the raging flames, the agent's lifeless body lay motionless. The captain stood in shock, injuries covering her body. Panicking, she gripped her radio tightly, her voice trembling. We need backup. We need help. But before she could finish, a rock came flying from behind, piercing through her. She collapsed onto the scorched earth, one shoe slipping off, accompanied by mocking laughter. Loudly, the voice boomed. Trevor. I heard you were here. Trevor slowly peeked out, only to be met with a chaotic scene. What the hell? The agent below looked up at him, grinning maniacally. I am here to save you. So stop being surprised. Come on out. My business partner. Meanwhile, in front of a massive system setup, a raspy voice of a man spoke respectfully. We have sent Trevor's location to you as you requested. Sir, the dark figure deduced quietly. He must have arrived by now. She sighed. Those poor souls. The loyal servant with a sorrowful expression immediately defended himself. It is for the greater good. Beneath the black and gold covering of the face, Oracle paused briefly before asking flatly. Aren't you going to ask anything? Why did I order you to send Trevor's location? And why did the agents of the FBI have to die? He bowed his head obediently and replied. I am not curious about those things. I am just following your orders. Oracle. Well then, I will proceed to the next location. Oracle said ominously. Be careful. The catacomb is a tiger's den. Returning to Sanju, his tone was leisurely. Now, first things first. We will learn about the different types of swords and start with some basic moves. He crossed his arms, looking serious. First is the basic speed. We should have included body control with Macmana too, but let us save that for next time. First, relax your arms. But Sanji cut in, puzzled. Wait a second. What about the elixir? I am pretty sure I said would become your disciple after I got the elixir. Right. Raven looked a bit confused. The elixir. I will go get it for you soon. But would not it be better to have some experience first, to level up faster when you get the elixir? Sanji replied. That is not how the deal works. You must be from another planet because no one on Earth does that. Upon hearing that, he immediately stiffened. Raven awkwardly panicked. Wait. I am an S-rank leveling master. Even if you brought a bag full of money, you probably would not get the chance to learn swordsmanship from me. You are so confident. Grinning like a Cheshire cat. I am the master of clones. My dude. Heritage just dropped 12.8 billion troops. About 10 million bucks. Trying to learn how to clone like me. But good luck with that. Listening to Bursticle is a total mind bender. Sanji bluntly points at you, emphasizing his tone. But since the apocalypse is not too far off, I can completely ignore your offer. Here's the deal I want. You get a disciple. But it won't be me until you give me the elixir. You close your eyes and continue, saying I am the perfect candidate to be your disciple. Someone who will do whatever you say. Suddenly, the space shatters like glass. Sanji pulls out another version of himself and proudly shows off, saying, this guy will learn swordsmanship from you instead of me. The clone's just standing there, mouth full of beef. Once that is done, Sanji excitedly waves goodbye and takes off. Number 7. Good luck and listen to him. Okay, I have got class at the academy, so I am heading out. Vaven watches in shock as you walk away. Finally, he resigned in helplessness. Well, at least I have got someone to teach. All right, disciple. Let us start with your stance. But before he could finish, number 7 chimes in with a mouthful of meat, saying, I am not your disciple. Vaven immediately looks shocked. The scenes he imagines, excitedly learning swordplay together. My disciple. What do you say we learn this today? Yep. Master. Sharing a delicious meal together, man. What is this dish? It is rain. Master. I bought it for you to try. Then comes the moment of parting. I have got nothing left to teach you. Kid. You can head down the mountain now. But master, I still have so much to learn. Everything fades away as the master's voice echoes, leaving Vaven with a blank expression. The loneliness of his voice hanging in the air. First up is sword speed. I am starting to teach, so pay attention. Number 7 obediently replies. Got it. Back at the academy, he brings in a crate full of orbs and announces. All right. Today's the day you have all been waiting for. Next, we are going to learn a new skill. I will be handing out freezing skill orbs. We are doing it just like last time. The people in the front row will. Sanji walks up, bored, to grab an orb. Pondering. So Vaven, Bursgon, and Dubert are not Earthlings but aliens from a planet that got wiped out on Doomsday. He imagines the shadowy figure of that guy. Liebersenstein, the creator of the system. Why would he do that? What is the purpose behind it? Sanji coldly activates the freezing orb, announcing. Freezing. Skill acquired. In silence, he thinks of an idea. Wait. Could it be that we can use the system on Doomsday? I learned the most basic mana control while meditating. Sanju absent-mindedly releases mana as he walks. When he notices that he is heading somewhere, there is a hint of worry in his reminder. Hey San, you should only use skills in the training hall. But he is still lost in thought, wondering, what is the core principle here? Transforming attributes. Maybe. Surely I can use mana without the system. Right. He thinks. As everyone looks at him like he is an idiot, Sanju keeps calling out names, channeling blue energy in his hands. Firing flames. Flames. You slap your arm and shout, I am heated up. You jerk. Bring on the fireball. Or even a frostball would do. Suddenly, a display panel pops up out of nowhere, stopping in its tracks. Sanju is taken aback. The panel messages him. Sanjio. Head to the catacomb. He waits with a puzzled expression, thinking. Seriously? Is the apocalypse really happening? What is next? Sanju walks into the hallway looking for a spot to lean against, staring at the screen that says, respond if you understand. But he is clueless. Where's this catacomb and what even is this thing? It knows my name. But I do not know what the hell this is. He glances at Heek on the podium, thinking. This must be his doing. Who else would pull this potato stunt? Now. Heap stands on the podium. Seriously, Sharing. We will train like last time. But first, I need to tell you something. Up until now, you have only practiced in the gym. But this time it is going to be a bit different, he enthusiastically announces. This time, we will learn new skills by actually facing monsters in the dungeon. This is going to be a major international event. And our academy has been assigned to go to the dungeon. Heap sings out. Catacomb. Instantly, a screen behind him lights up with images of the dungeon. He is pumped about it, a colossal dungeon with various zones and levels. While Sanju raises an eyebrow in disbelief. Moments later, there is a knock at Haku's door, and he looks confused. Who's it? Sanju kicks the door open, shouting, "Me." Then he storms in, grabs Haku by the collar, and angrily questions. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You set this whole thing up, did not you? I can't pretend to respect you anymore. Haku panics and stammers. What is going on? What do you mean? Sanju firmly retorts. What the heck are you thinking? Learning combat skills in the catacomb. Now you have got everything your way. Hakusu stumbles back, protesting. I do not know what you are talking about. Each academy was randomly assigned a dungeon for combat training. You can just switch things up. Sanji furrows his brow in annoyance. What do you mean? Calm down and ask. Were not you the one messing with my status window? Hakusu looks even more incredulous. What is going on there? Just then, the status window pops up again, and Sanju stares wide-eyed, muttering, what the heck? If it is not from the academy, the status window appears again, stating, I want to prevent the apocalypse. Help me. He is stunned. So who sent this to me? Meanwhile, Miho is intently staring at the smoking target board. Behind the thick white smoke, Heian is exhausted and asks, how do you feel? She responds meaningfully, good. And adds, you did great. Heian is ecstatic, finally feeling accomplished. She happily hugs Miho, filled with gratitude. Thank you so much. Miho casually replies, yep, that is awesome. Just keep it at that level, even as your skills improve. Got it. And do not let go of Sanjiu. She chuckles teasingly while using her healing skill on Heian. Heian happily leaves, saying, bye. Miho waves, relieved as she picks up the target board to review. Miho feels a bit emotional. Surprised she managed to channel that much mana into the shooting board. A tiny round hole pierces through point 10. No matter the level, nothing can stop the skill. Back in the personal room. Are you even listening? Sanji slumped on the bed, irritated. Who are you? The system interface lit up. Our conversation has limits. Answering your question requires an explanation. And if that happens, the system will catch me. I want to prevent the harvest day. That is all I can say. You frowned, speaking bluntly. Sorry, but I have heard about the harvest day. It is controlled by the system and Liber. How can I trust a message through the system? The main display screen responded. First, because I have a different color. We have different hues. Sanji read this and narrowed his eyes. You are trying to play me. You jerk. The system screen flickered again. Think of it this way. If I were part of the system, why would I contact you? All I should be doing is reporting to the master about the people in the main office. Sanji jumped at the sudden knock on the door, followed by a voice. Sanji, you have a visitor. The system quickly reported. I can only say this for today. We might get caught. It flickered. Go to the grave and take the 7 deadly sins. Only you can prevent the harvest day. You sat there in silence. The system panel also dimmed. Watching the person on the bed deep in thought, Sanji's mind wavered. Should I trust this guy? I just accepted the offer regarding the elixir from the heritage, since I have nothing to lose. But he did not tell me how he got it. You nervously bit your nails. I can't really trust anyone. What should I do? Suddenly, Heian burst in excitedly. Oppa, we are going abroad soon. Sanji felt a bit unsettled. Still surprised, he asked her. Heian, why are you here? Wait, where have you been? Heian enthusiastically replied. I was in a special training course. She casually sat down on his bed. Continuing. Why do you look so worried? Is something up? Sanji frowned. Wait. Do not just sit on my bed. There is a chair over there. Outside. His parents were whispering. Your daughter has grown up so much. Why do not we go shopping? Heian asked. Do not you have anything you can tell me? Sanji glanced at her with a wary look, paused for a moment, then said, Are not you worried? You know that academy is not normal, and they plan to send us abroad. Heian looked puzzled, casually responding, Of course. I do not trust the academy. I only trust you, which surprised him. Then Heian cheerfully joked, Hee. I trust you 100%. Sanji felt a bit dazed, silent for a moment, then sighed in relief. Thinking back, you are right, Sanju firmly decided. Right. I do not need to worry about whom I can trust. Heian shyly continued. Well, if you are still worried about that stuff, you can lean on me whenever you want. But before she could finish, Sanji cut, confidently stating, I can only trust myself. You are laughing like a maniac. But honestly, I am really strong. Who would dare betray me? Or is Heian just crushed by reality, falling for the two-faced trick? Scene change. Sanji is deep in thought, mumbling to himself. A Korean. A rookie. He just became a hunter a year ago. Then he is shocked. An average score of 70. This is not good. I did not even know skills like that existed. I can just sit here and watch anymore. Elisa suddenly shouts. Whatever you are guessing is spot on. The master sighs. Never mind. Suddenly, a beam of light descends. Shaking the whole room, the master snaps out of his mood. Instantly intrigued. Ho ho. Let us see who is here. Jumper, a man with golden hair, dressed in a flashy three-piece suit, steps out. Smoking. He says, I hear you have caused quite a stir. He leans back casually. You came here to kill me. Jumper frowns, his tone heavy. That depends on your answer. He raises his hand, crackling with energy, facing the master who is radiating a powerful magical aura. Just then, he gets bored, waves his hand, and the aura dissipates with a sigh. Let us talk about the dungeon. Shall we? The master replies. I did not do that. I did not even know the dungeon would turn into a hunting ground. Jumper grimaces. Is it really plausible that you did not know about this? He answers nonchalantly. The practical training in the Academy's dungeon is just a mid-level event, so I had someone else handle it. Elisa kicks a guy lying on the ground with blank eyes. The master continues. He is the one you need to find, so feel free to take out your anger on him. Jumper raises an eyebrow, his expression serious, his gaze sharp like a blade. The master wears a manic, cold expression. Warning. I know what you are worried about, but do not look at me like that. The Great Sin will still be safe. The maze is right there, down in the colossal dungeon, with skeleton warriors and deformed monsters glowing with orange hues. It suddenly screams in a distorted voice, immediately engulfed by a cloud of dust, taking hits from both magical and physical attacks. In the end, it is unwilling but still collapses. A hunter shouts. Everyone, take a step back. The Academy folks are buzzing with discussion. That is a real monster. This is my first hunt. Heian still looks a bit in disbelief, asking, what kind of monster is that? It looks terrifying. Sanji replies coolly. Probably a speed golem or something. And trust me, they won't let us hunt it. At this moment, YOLO Guild's manager, Kims, firmly calls out. All right. Everyone, do not break formation. It is dangerous. You feel a tingle. Seema looks surprised. You. Sanji. Sanji steps forward to chat. What are you doing here? She casually replies. Just picking up extra work. The Academy is so crowded they hired some higher-level hunters. Then Seema asks, what about you? Sanju politely responds, I am a student here. Please protect us. She bursts into a giggle. What? A student? Who is protecting whom here? We do not even need the guild for this. But your expression is serious, even a bit cautious. What are we doing here? Seema does not hold back, saying only the newly hired hunters are in the fight, while the students are mainly here to observe. Not far away, two people are clashing with their weapons. She adds, the Academy asked us to do this. Seema thinks for a moment. I am not sure why, but maybe it is because there are too many students. They just told us to protect the Academy students from the monsters. Then she glances at you and says, anyway, if you step out of line and sneak away, I will pretend I did not see anything. So please help protect the other students. Sanju focuses on one thought. Does she have a protective spell? Suddenly Heian asks curiously. She. Anyway, you seem too cheerful. And you jump back. Stammering. Do not do that. You scared me. She is the manager of the YOLO Guild. She helped me before. Hearing this, Hei unexpectedly exclaims loudly. What? So the person Miho mentioned is actually here. Right. Sanchu looks confused. What? Who? The one training me. It seems like, at the same time, in a secluded hidden place, muffled noises rise, trembling and dense. But unclear. A shadowy figure sits there mumbling. Through a crystal ball, the image of Sanchu and the others appears. The voice, though still shaky, gains clarity. Laced with chaos, too many people. So many. The figure hunches in the center of the hall, energy swirling around, but the tone is filled with fear. They are gathering too close together. If this continues, his face is gaunt, wide-eyed, staring in horror, saying there is no turning back now. This man is the master of the maze Tum. Suddenly, a sound reaches his ears. Sanchiu instinctively wraps around her waist, pulling her close. Wait. Come here. Han freezes in panic. A frightened mage whispers. They sense a tremor. What is happening? Did the ground just shake? The knight commands loudly. Everyone. Form up, right in front. A deep, dark hole gapes wide, making the knight jump back. The officer is also shocked and immediately orders. Everyone fall back, run. Hurry. People sprint with all their might as the hole widens further. Sanchu swiftly picked up Heian and threw them over his shoulder. She gasped. Wait. Calm down. Do not worry. It is. Just then, an emergency status screen popped up. The contents were brief, and below it, Sanchu stared blankly. Got it. He immediately passed Heian to number 6, who had no time to react as they both plummeted into the pit. He casually added, "You two go ahead." Number 6 held her tightly and gave a serious salute. Heian panicked. Oh no. Sanchu instructed as they fell. Mumbling, "I really hope this is not a trap, or we are toast." He comfortably messaged back, "Sure. But one more thing. After this, you have to tell me who you really are." Moments later, Sanchu was suddenly enveloped in a strange feeling of weightlessness. Whoa, I am not falling anymore, he thought, feeling like the entire universe was cradling him. Even as he relaxed his body, he closed his eyes, reveling in the softness and warmth of this embrace. The system screen slid in. You have been tricked. Sanchu lay dumbfounded on a pile of rubble and bones. Repeating, I have been tricked. He glanced at the skull nearby. Grimacing. What the heck? Moving this stuff is not hard, but the entire area around me is blocked, and I can't see anything. So now, which way do I go? Sanchu contemplated whether to just pick a side when suddenly, a shaft of light began to appear above him. Some rocks were being lifted by an unknown force, and someone called out, "Scanning for living beings." He confidently thought, "I have that kind of skill." Sanchu was startled. "Hey Jungle, you are here too," Jungle casually replied while sipping water. "Of course. I was not planning on abandoning my potion." He just crawled out of a grave and casually asked, "But how did you end up down here?" He struggled to ask back, "Do you think I could run like the others?" Of course. I could not keep up and fell. Sanchu was speechless, wondering why he sounded so proud about it. Jungle was serious. "This is not a joke. I think a lot of other students fell down here too." Sanchu was startled, thinking to himself, the shock must have happened in other places as well. Calming down, Sanchu climbed up to assess his surroundings. It seems like there are a lot of paths. He guessed. The tome was a dungeon shaped like a massive maze, and they had even fallen deeper into it. No one knew where this place would lead. The dark tome space was filled with a hazy dust. Sanchu sat quietly on a crumbled ledge, softly muttering, "Your movement skill. It is on cooldown." "Right," Jungle honestly replied. "Yeah. Do you want to get out of here?" Sanchu declined. "You go on ahead." He was astonished, his tone turning angry. "What the heck? I do not know what kind of monsters are in here." Just as he finished, a twisted monster lunged at Jungle from behind, opening its jaws to attack. He did not let it do anything, delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying, crashing hard against the wall of the tome, dust swirling up thickly again. Sanchu casually pulled back his feet and said, "From now on, I am diving deep into this. I do not have time to babysit anyone." But he did not push back, adding, "If you are so confident, you can follow me." Jungle smirked. Then, he immediately activated the teleportation gate, saying, "All right, I am heading back." Sanchu praised him. "Good choice," as he watched him step through the portal. But just as he was about to take a step, he sensed something behind him. He turned around to see Jung Il's face peeking out from the portal at the back. Sancho, fuming, rushed over and grabbed his collar, shouting, "What the heck are you doing?" Even Jung Il was taken aback. "What is this?" cautiously speculated. "Damn it. I think some kind of magic has scrambled the coordinates all over Mekong." Sanchi was stunned. What is that?" Jung Il explained. "It is used for security systems. It makes teleporting in or out of a place impossible." At that moment, the golem monster he had been avoiding let out a wail in response. Sancho was drawn in and attempted to open a black hole portal, saying, "But my spatial gate is still working fine." He shot back, "Your skill has fixed coordinates. It is different from teleportation. Unless we have a coordinate system on it." The clones peered out from the rift in space. Sancho rolled his eyes. "Great. So that skill is useless now. I can protect you. So save your drinks." Sancho then accelerated. "Come on. Follow me." Jung Il panicked. "Don't run. The monster behind is still lying there." Helplessly whining, time quickly passed, and on the other side, a group of people was trapped. A girl among them trembled in fear. "The floor is collapsing. What do we do?" The captain of Goguryeo, Hunter John Mine, spoke up to calm everyone down. "All right. Everyone, stay calm and do not separate." He turned to his teammates, asking, "Still no contact with those above?" The guy with the Roman warrior style awkwardly replied while holding his phone. No signal. Min felt uneasy as the trap trainees became a bit restless. What should we do? I can T-fight. He sighed heavily. Damn it. Everyone here had basic combat skills, but they lacked experience in hunting. So they were very frightened. It would be tough to manage if monsters showed up. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as John Men's thoughts concluded, a monster suddenly lunged forward, mouth wide open, with a shadow of someone in front of it. Number 4 suddenly appeared, killing the monster and cursing, "Damn these bastards. Why do they keep respawning?" Sanji waited until he finished dealing with it before stepping closer to assess the situation. They are easy to kill on the upper floors. But it is different down here. Zhongyan chimed in. It seems like all the monsters here are stronger than those above. This fog has respawned several times already. John Min was taken aback to see the two of them. Sanji noticed too. You are from the guild in the academy. Right, he stammered slightly. Yeah. I am the captain of the Goju-ryo guild, John Mine. Is that you? The miners in Sanju and in Zhongyan. A few students overheard and immediately perked up, thinking they were saved. In Sanju and Zhongyan, they are the strongest students at that academy. But that girl earlier seemed a bit flustered, and I felt uneasy meeting the miners in Sanju. While everyone was buzzing with discussions, you simply replied, yeah. Suddenly, the monster let out a screech, and Sanji groaned. Damn it. They are back again, you ordered. Tear them to shreds. And they won't be able to come back. Number 1 and Number 2 immediately pulled out their weapons, and replied in unison. Got it. The anguished cries of the monsters echoed, and the blood-soaked scene terrified the students. Ha-hung panicked. We are all gonna die. Are you really planning on taking revenge? John Bin felt a chill run down his spine, his voice trembling. Sorry, but besides us, do you see anyone else? Sanji stood with hands on hips, firmly asserting, we are the first ones here. Then he added, we can contact anyone above. You were surprised. Contact? How? Sanju explained. There is a way to communicate. Through the line. From the spatial tier, there is a shadow or a stream of tears. Oh man. She is over there going insane. Shouting, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Are you crazy? Why would you voluntarily jump down there? You felt uneasy. Trying to calm down. Just stay cool. Jonbin looked just as confused. There is a way out. Sanji quickly turned to extinguish his thoughts. I am telling you. You can pass through the spatial dimension. Anyone besides me can get in, you asked. Wait. How's everything up there? She replied succinctly. They are checking how many people fell down. Sanji reported the situation here. There is a group of students. And the instructor is the minor bay. John Bun. If we can find out where the floor collapsed, we can guess where we fell. You understood immediately. Okay. I will tell them. Suddenly, a student turned pale and shouted. A spider. John Bin noticed and asked, what is going on? Meanwhile, Sanji was still warning. And the teleportation skill won't work. Someone mentioned that there is a skill here that causes interference or something. She obediently responded. I will tell them about that. You reassured. I have enough clones I need here. If teleportation works, I will grab number 6. So do not worry. She cautioned. Just be careful. As the spatial wall closed, Deng Yen cautiously asked. So what is your plan now? Are we just waiting here to be rescued? Sanju immediately rejected that idea. I will leave a clone here and move on to another place. You worriedly started to say. John Mine. I will when Sanju suddenly froze. Before you. The long, empty corridor of the tome stretched endlessly. Silent as a grave, you stared blankly. Deng Yen. Startled. Exclaimed. What the hell? Where is everyone? Sanju hesitated. But I do not hear any sounds of movement or footsteps. You yelled. Wait. Use that thing. The one you used to find me. Deng Yen frowned and gritted his teeth. He used his skill, barely managing to say. Damn it. You told me to save my energy. With a bang that seemed like it would tear space apart. Deng Yen was left in shock. It is hard to believe. But there is no one else within a 3-kilometer radius from here. Sanjiu gasps. He's dizzy. It is so strange. Right. I thought teleportation would not work here. Deng Yen frowned, holding a potion. And of course, those guys do not even have teleportation skills. Sanju grumbles. How the hell is this happening? But before he could let out his frustration, the entire crypt hallway shakes violently, and dozens of giant monsters appear. Surrounding them, Deng Yen angrily curses. Damn it. While Sanju grows calmer, his expression icy as he slowly draws his sword. This place is a labyrinth, not just your ordinary dungeon. The entire space here keeps shifting. At the same time, in the open space with Raven, he powerfully swings his arm, unleashing a fierce strike filled with sword intent. Raven's tone fluctuates. If you master the sword shape, it will pass through in a vacuum state. It is a form of sword art that attacks the opponent by manipulating the wind, also known as the human room. After saying that, he turns to the speechless man. Are you even listening? Number 7 has already pulled out the whole table and chairs, leisurely munching on meat as if it is a feast. Then Raven helplessly mutters, "First, practice your sword form." He thinks to himself, I am S rank. An excellent teacher. Then Raven continues. Just feeling the movement in the air is already a successful first step, because the sword form is very difficult. Number 7 elegantly wipes his mouth. He advises, do not use your arm. Use your wrist instead. But before he finishes, Number 7 hastily swings his sword. A sword intent is unleashed, the human room even surpassing him by several levels, creating a vacuum shockwave. Raven stares in shock, not fully grasping what just happened. He stammers. What? No way. How could this be? Back at their side, the skeleton is smashed, half of its head blown off, while the clones surge up to hold the monsters at bay. Zhang Yan, wide-eyed, shouts from the side. Great job. The skeleton, refusing to give in, shakes its head and howls wildly. Sanji does not waste his breath on it, angrily retorting, just die already. Suddenly, a system panel appears in front of him. This won't end until he kills the one controlling this space. Sanji grits his teeth. This bastard. Is that all you can say right now? Monsters are everywhere in this space, and it is still shifting around. He thinks bitterly. That damn thing is controlling this place. Number 5 asserts. Yep. We definitely need to meet him because I won't let him leave easily. Elsewhere, the blocks of space are still wavering. The master of the crypt mutters with a deep voice. Zhang Sanjiu. There must be a reason why the master warned me. You have a formidable fighting power. He raises a hand, pretending to cry pitifully. He reminds me too much of you. Marcel, the master of the crypt speaks, surrounded by the most corpses. That is why you are so strong. But humans, when faced with a skeletal master as tall as a mountain, he laments, always have some kind of limit. Sanjiu grits his teeth, swinging his sword, blood splattering everywhere. He is It just never ends. The monsters keep resurrecting, taking 2 or 3 times as long to defeat them. And just when I think I have wiped them all out, they shift to another space. Sanjiu, frustrated, wipes his sword on his arm. Damn it. These bastards keep coming back. Is there no way to stop them? Deng Yen crossed his arms and spoke. I heard you can burn and annihilate zombies if you have the divine power. He suggested. Why do not you start praying right now? You pray, and I will wipe you out and turn you into one of them. Sanjiu thought for a moment. Burn them. Didn't you see the clones? You guys can create fireballs and juggle them. Right. Exactly. Sanji seriously touched the blade. Can you guys transform the fireball and spread it all over my sword? After a moment, they replied. Yep. We can. Meanwhile, on the other side, Raven looked a bit flustered. Disciple, what are you planning to do? Number 7 bluntly answered. I am just imitating you. Then he awkwardly twisted his wrist. But my wrist? Oh sit. It will be fine in 3 minutes. Raven looked at Number 7 seriously, silently appreciating. I see you have quite a high recovery ability, he thought to himself. At this level, his sword speed is almost comparable to a level 3 wind. He clenched his fist. I knew he had sharp eyes, but I did not expect him to have such great control over his body. He is truly talented. If I teach him well, he could become a blade that pierces through anything. Raven mused. We will begin a new lesson, so you can sit down. My disciple, I will channel mana. In the dungeon, flames burst forth, along with maniacal laughter. Sanji raised his sword high. A Fuller said, Yep. This is the sword, covered by the fireball. Deng Yan frowned. Then why not use the fireball to attack them directly? He retorted. Can't you see the divine power manifesting in this weapon? Look here. Then Sanji slashed. The fiery blow struck a golem at high speed, making it scream, panicking in the flames. Its cries grew louder. He was left speechless watching another clone use fire. In the end, the monster's corpse was burned to ashes. Sanji nodded. Yeah. They are well done. Deng Yan did not dismiss it. Well, let us go with that. He was losing his mind. Wait. You talk too much. Why do not you use a skill related to divine power? He honestly replied. I do have such a skill, but I can only maintain it for about 5 seconds. Is that okay? Just then, a strange person suddenly appeared. There you are. You are a hunter. Right. Sanji's expression turned cold. That is, who are you? This person was holding a blade, and his face looked exactly like the sycophant who bowed before the oracle. He was neither panicked nor uneasy. What a coincidence. By the way, can you show me how to get out of here? I got lost while sightseeing. You are joking. Right. He thought dismissively. Do you really think I will believe that? Sanji pointed in a direction. I do not know the way out, but there is an exit over there. The man smiled. That is enough. Thank you, he continued. But before you go, may I ask who you are? Surely you did not come here just for sightseeing. But before he could finish, the man muttered a curse and bent down. Damn. Your shoelace is untied. Let me tie it for you. The man knelt down to tie the laces. Speaking up. Excuse me. Please do not doubt me. He continued. Do not doubt the path you are on and just keep going. You are doing great. Sanji felt a twinge of doubt as the man's voice rang out. Not too loud, not too soft. The truth would soon be revealed. And while he could hear it, he did not let it sink in. What the heck is he talking about? Once he secured everything, the man stood up, thanking him for showing the way. Goodbye. He strolled away, mumbling to himself. Everything was unfolding just like the prophecy said. You silly fool. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a communication signal blared to life. Hey, the psychic connection is established. Or on. Feeling pumped. The rescue team will be here to save you. You just have to say where you are. Sanji replied. The awakening fakes must be here by now. But there is a little problem. Looked around at his surroundings and continued speaking. The space here shifts in cycles, causing people inside to be randomly relocated within the maze. It is moving again. The person on the other side was shocked. Sanji reported back. He did not even know where the Bay Hunter group John Min had gone. His car was worried. So there is definitely no one there when the rescue team goes down to the collapsed area. The night was serious, urging the rescue team to hurry before they got shifted somewhere else. Orun was anxious. What do we do? If the location keeps changing, we won't be able to pinpoint the structure. He cut. We can. She gasped. What? Sanchiu confidently declared. The cloud here has the best memory, so prepare yourself. Starting now, we will map this place out. The monitoring sphere. That guy was confused, watching the clones scatter in different directions. His voice trembled. They are dispersing. Yep. The Tome Master exclaimed. Everyone would do that if they stayed there long enough. All trying to scatter and figure out the structure by any means necessary to escape this place. He was frantic. But that is impossible. We should know that good navigation skills are useless in a space that shifts over time. Things are getting easier. Everyone just needs to wait a little bit. Looking at the projection sphere, the Tome Master was going crazy. Yep. Keep running, he was wild-eyed. Laughter echoing without end. The cubes wrapped in a floating energy hung in the air. Just then, the Tome Master stopped, his face a mask of astonishment. On the other side, his clone was running and reporting. This place I have never seen before. Naming it Point A3, he quickly slid into the space gate. It is 500 meters from where we first met our disaster. I have been to this spot before. We should go right at the A3 intersection up ahead. Another clone analyzed. Yep. Left. Right. Right. Right from point B3 will lead us to point A2. Encountering enemies about 640 meters from point A3. It is where the battle took place. Around the point where we met the Bay Hunter group John Mine. Let us call it point C3. Just to the right of point D2. Which is our starting point from the shifting wall of space. The information flowed in. Go straight for 14 meters, then turn 30 degrees to the left. Another clone was sketching it out. Zheng Yan asked in disbelief. What the heck is this? He replied. I have scattered the clones, and their paths are being mapped as they move. Even when they are relocated somewhere. As long as they remember the exact route they took, they will converge at a meeting point on the intersecting roads at some point. And if we piece everything together, it will create a map. A blurry map where somehow all regions connect. He found it hard to believe. They can remember every place they have been, even the paths they have taken. Right. Sanji looked shocked. And me? I could not do it at all. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the void, reporting that I had encountered Bei John Min's hunting group, and I had met a new group of survivors from the academy. It is the same over here. You are in for a surprise. Immediate contact. Are you listening? Or is Zun in a hurry? Oh yes. The rescue team is right beside me. Sunwoo said he would inform you of the location. The clone holding the map added. I will point out from the north where the master's accident happened. starting with the closest spot. After that, the rescue team found Bei John Min's group. Next was a team from the academy and some other hunters. And everyone quickly reunited. Senwu leaned back, breathing a sigh of relief. Saving people is always thrilling. The master of the tome watched this scene. Furious, he shot daggers at Senwu, his voice cracking as he yelled. Senwu, how dare you? The clones quickly gathered. The map structure seems to be nearing completion. The upper-level maze took the form of a gigantic circle. A drawing made up of countless small regions was almost ready. Senwu observed and continued. The reason for the strange movements must be due to some skill. If it is a skill, there would be a range limit, so the person who created this maze. He pointed to the center of the circle. They must be at the heart of this place. Senwu pulled open a rift in space, seriously saying, "Everyone, focus. Let us find out who is responsible for all this. I won't let." Before he could finish, Dong Ying interrupted. He pointed at himself, saying, "You need to get me out first. Take me to where the rescue team is." Senwu gritted his teeth in anger. On the other side, the master of the tome was frustrated, mumbling, "Sorry everyone. I can save everyone." Suddenly, he regained his composure, adjusting his shirt nervously. "But it is okay. There is still a chance to save. At least I will stop anyone who dares come here." The master of the tome blankly pulled out a syringe. Perhaps he had also predicted this. "Here." He decisively jabbed it into his neck. "I can return with this." Back to the time when everyone was still happy. The space suddenly turned pitch black. A voice echoed, and a rift opened in the sky. Unleashing monsters. It felt like a return to the past. In the dim tome, they could not believe everyone was dead. The streets were littered with corpses. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life, saying, "Attention to everyone listening to this announcement." The young man quickly shouted, "The radio is working. The broadcaster is still alive somewhere." The sound from the radio stated that a strange phenomenon was occurring simultaneously in many places around the world. Monsters were pouring out from an unidentified portal, and people were under attack. Call this phenomenon a major disaster and declare a national state of emergency. If you encounter anything strange, leave immediately. If you come across an unknown creature, do not provoke it. Try to escape. Everyone listening was left speechless. The radio continued, "Gather food and water. And please head to the rescue team. This is not a drill." Suddenly, a peculiar noise drew everyone's attention. Someone shouted, "Hey, look, that skeleton is floating and piecing itself together. It is coming to life and turning into a bone golem." Everyone panicked and ran. "The skeleton is moving. Get out of here." A girl from the team tripped and cried out in panic, "Help! Behind me. The bone golem is jumping right at me." And then it suddenly vanished. They were stunned. It just disappeared. Behind them, someone suddenly spoke up, "Don't go outside. That person's hand is surrounded by dark energy." The man looked exhausted. "I can protect everyone here." Laborindos alter space at a certain location. All skills related to space, including teleportation, cannot be used to move between the distorted space and the outside. But Labyrinthos will still function. His voice rumbled. "It is dangerous outside. Come back to reality." The sound of a fallen object hitting the floor echoed. The voice of the tome owner faltered. "I just want to keep everyone safe and sound." He stared wide-eyed. A surge of dark energy rising above his head. With a bang, it was like lightning striking down from the sky. Dust billowed everywhere. The tome owner's voice was filled with frustration. "Why can't anyone understand?" he raged. "Why does not anyone get me?" On the other side, Deng Yen side, the rescuer shouted, "We are the rescue team. Climb up with the vines." He hesitated to grab the rope, but Sanchu urged, "Climb already. I will lift you up." "All right." Before he could do anything, the space suddenly twisted and shifted. The people up there vanished. He was startled. "What the heck?" Realizing it, Sanchu angrily jumped high into the sky. "Damn it. It is blocked. I guess I will have to use my space skill." Deng Yen panicked. "So you are leaving me behind?" He opened the space wall and saw it was just as chaotic. "What? The space skill is blocked too? I thought I could use it." He stiffened on one side. The two of them worriedly fell silent. Sanchio finally spoke up. "Looks like this is our only option. We have to get to the center like we planned." Deng Yen returned to her calm demeanor, opened the potion bottle, and casually smiled. "Well, I was planning to stay back to help you anyway." Above them, the rescuer panicked. "I can't see inside. Or even the rope." The two were stunned. And then suddenly they heard someone shout, "Get back." She turned around in shock. A loud explosion erupted. Smoke and flames filled the air. Dust clouded everything. And she muttered, "Damn it." Miho appeared unpredictably. rubbing her head in confusion. Still not enough. The two were bewildered. She even noticed us. Thank goodness you are okay. Hello. Clone. Miho continued. I heard that Sanju is still trapped inside. The two replied worriedly. Yeah. He is with Shin Jung-il, she said seriously. I just did not think he would be in danger. But if we leave it like this, who knows what will happen? We need to deal with the guy activating the spatial restriction skill right now. Miho continued. As you can see, I can break through the barrier. The two hurriedly said. What should we do? I heard the teleportation skill is not working either. She smirked. What do you mean? Of course. We have to try using your skill. She was stunned. Girl. Miho coolly said. Show me the results of your training. On the other side, the clones were relentlessly fighting. Suddenly displaced, he quickly exclaimed. We have been pushed even further away. This is outside area 2. He continued to charge forward, chopping away, aiming for the center again, but was displaced again, now outside area C1. His hand slammed hard against the wall. Damn it. The dungeon layout is changing too. Sanju gritted his teeth, uncomfortably thinking. It seemed random before, but now it is clear he is intentionally pushing us away from the center. Just then, there was a voice calling out. Brother, you are shocked. Oran on the other side said, because the one making contact is about to kick the bucket. Please tell me the location of the one controlling the space. I will take him down. Sanju was itching but still said. But the magical barrier is still up. She quickly replied. I have been specially trained. Hurry up. He fell silent. Then asked. Number 6. You have a map in your head. Right. Number 6 replied. Yep. Sanju said. Calculate the distance and angle between everyone's position and the center so she can aim better. Number 6 complied. Got it. Meanwhile in the center, the master of the dungeon was frantically controlling his skills. You know, our skills are on point. The group from the past was cheerful. The maze creator, nicknamed that, kept the monsters at bay here. He always protected this place from them. The lively kid exclaimed, Oh my god, this is amazing. I really teleported back while trying to escape. His mother was annoyed. Hey, stop messing around. Sorry for asking like that, you maze creator. The kids are trying to get out of here. He cried out determinedly. That is how I will protect everyone. Some people were cheerful. Everyone. They quickly asked. Glad you returned safely. House it outside. The guy joked. Do not go outside anymore. Those superpowered people are popping up like mushrooms. Be careful with them. He chuckled. Thanks, Marcel. But it is fine. I can escape immediately if things go south. The master of the dungeon shouted. No one is allowed in here. Not a sweet kids. Uncle Maze creator. Could you get us some flowers if you happen to see any? Thank you. The kind middle-aged man smiled. We all owe you our lives. Dark lightning crackled. Number 6 pointed and said, aim for its direction. He guided. Stop breathing. Focus. Or untry. A little higher. Slow down. Slow down. Now. Immediately Oran put all his strength into it. He tried to straighten up for a strike. The mana was being accumulated as little as possible to pierce through each layer of the dungeon, like a red thread cutting through the chaotic space. A reverse stab from the master of the dungeon came from behind. He was taken aback, feeling the blood. The deadly past appeared right before his eyes. He muttered. I was wrong again. He was dazed. Well, everyone. Outside go. The middle-aged man lay dead against the wall. Chloe and 2 girls were pierced through by a spear. And the guy collapsed with a myriad of swords sticking into his body. Marcel. He died with his eyes closed. He looked at the numerous scratch marks on the wall. But he could imagine the usual praise. The maze creator. What a splendid name. As the saying goes, monsters can't reach this place. Protecting it from thieves and creatures alike. It is amazing. I keep trying to escape, but I always end up going back inside. He stumbles over each corpse. Lost in the bizarre scene unfolding before him. The dungeon's appearance has shifted. Stones levitating and forming distinct spaces. The garland lies abandoned on the ground, still in the grip of a fragile hand. The praises now haunt me like an echo. Good. I do not think we can find a real flower here. We should just settle for the fake ones. That'll be enough, thanks. Maze creator. He crouches down to grab the garland as a few skeletons shuffle closer. They leap forward in a frenzy. He places the garland atop his head. In a hushed tone, he says, Everyone, wait for me. With a pained expression. He thinks, I will see you again soon. Back to Sanji. He seems uncertain. Will she succeed? Sanji presses on. I think the spatial disturbance has stopped. Number 2 responds. That is right. How about you? Good. Then let us head to the center right away. Dong Yen is being forced to move somewhere else. The master says, isn't it dangerous if the 7 deadly sins are unleashed? The guy says seriously, I think we should call for backup, but the master disagrees. He replies, I have given them a few challenges, so we have nothing to worry about. It is not easy for them to reach the center of Mekong. The master is confident, and the skills of the Mekong creator are perfect for keeping others at bay. But what if he suffers a mental setback related to sealing the 7 deadly sins? He ponders. He has immense talent, but that is also what led to his downfall. I heard he acquired that skill right as the disaster began, and he used it to protect civilians. He maintained the spatial distortion to push the monsters away and keep people safe for years. The master inquires, but why did that talent turn into poison for him? There are several layers of protective equipment around the 7 deadly sins. Do you know which is the most common among them? The guy stutters. I do not know. Please forgive me. The master replies blandly. Monsters. Most of the time. The 7 deadly sins are sealed along with powerful creatures. He stuffed them in, but the spatial distortion lasted for years, ultimately unsealing the first of the 7 deadly sins in the dungeon. The master smiles, clenching his fist. But luckily, the second seal remains, so the released monsters are only at level C or B. But that is when most civilians will die, in the dungeon where they can't escape. The guys turn pale. He continues. Then, the maze creator's skill has malfunctioned, causing the door to the spatial distortion to open randomly. So even if they want to unseal it to escape, they can't. Do you understand now? There is nothing to worry about here. The guy hesitantly adds. But I have heard that those who go there have very strong abilities. What if they can reach the center and confront the one who caused the chaos of the maze? A hand stained with blood clutches the relic of the god's eye. The master of the dungeon stands frozen in a daze, each floating block dissolving away. As from the pile of skulls, a strange noise erupts. And suddenly, Sanji bursts forth. I have finally made it to the heart of the labyrinth. They were all standing behind him, and the relic slipped from his grasp. He chuckled with delight. Lucky for him. He is still alive. He has finally found him. You are the one who disrupted the labyrinth. Right. The guy quietly stood up, his eyes darkening. I should be died back then. Sanji thought. What do you mean? Dong Yen also looked surprised. He spat blood everywhere, still casually saying, thanks to my skills, the sealed monsters have been unleashed. That is when everyone died they could not escape the labyrinth. They are just rolling underfoot. Can we get rid of them? Please, Sanji jolted. What? So this pile is not scared of monsters? The master of the dungeon chuckled, full of regret. The biggest mistake of my life was activating the spatial disturbance without realizing it. In the past, the moment the bones began to stir, he donned the wreath and muttered, everyone wait for me. I will be back soon. Swords came flying in. And suddenly, that wreath radiated a powerful force. All the monsters vanished in an instant, leaving him dumbfounded. The master of the dungeon writhed. After everyone had died, I do not know if it is instinct kicking in, but I was terrified. Even after my skills glitched, the monsters still moved away from me. They could not touch me. But now, I have made a decision. The master of the dungeon murmured softly. I want to go back to that day, because my skills have returned. I am confident I can turn this structure back to what it was. Suddenly, the entire space trembled. Once again, I will unseal this place. The master of the dungeon spread his arms, and the stones began to hover back into the air. Even now, I can still hear the master telling me to stop, but it is fine. Everyone, please accept me once more. He is astonished. Is he out of his mind? Sanji furiously drew his flaming sword, shouting, are you trying to unleash more monsters? You really think I will let you do that? At that moment, the system panel popped up. What? Within Sanji, suddenly his shoelaces went haywire. A magic circle appeared beneath him. It pulled his legs up. Sanji was stunned. What is happening with my shoelaces? Remembering the damn name who tied his laces, he felt rage boiling inside. Damn it. Sanji gritted his teeth. But it won't work. I have high reflexes. Without hesitation, he flipped over, focusing his weight forward, and leaping slightly with the foot caught on the shoelaces, smoothly bending his other leg to escape. Rolling forward, he succeeded while simultaneously stomping on a tile that made a loud crack. Sanji doubted his ears. But the master of the dungeon weakly thanked him. Thanks for stepping on that tile. I am nearly out of strength. That was the final point to unseal it. Sanji froze. What? With a bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted beneath his feet. Then a pillar of power shot straight up into the sky. A massive hole shook at the top of Mekong. A pitch-black orb appeared right in the center before everyone's eyes. From within that orb, bizarre skeletal object emerged. It is like a rebirth. And gradually, the face of that creature becomes clear. Sanji is drenched in sweat. Feeling uneasy. This is dangerous. More dangerous than any monster he has faced so far. The master of the dungeon is also taken aback upon seeing it. The creature, towering over 4 meters, has an uncontrollable voice that echoes madness. That is right. This is what was meant to happen. He grins, holding a jagged black stone. I will grant you a trial for awakening me from my seal. This is the 7 deadly sins. It is time for me to say goodbye. He declares, throwing the stone, leaving you stunned. The dungeon master softly exclaims. Thank you. Now, grant me the freedom I could not have 20 years ago. Just as he finishes speaking, the monster strikes, severing his head. Blood splatters everywhere. And with a flick of its wrist, the creature unleashes chaos, making the surroundings tremble, while the shadows and clones quickly duck down, as if the space itself is torn apart. The system board flashes, immediately recording the 7 deadly sins. Sanji bravely lunges for the stone. It suddenly bursts with blinding light, drawing him into a separate dimension. Confused, Sanji finds himself in a blank space, glancing around and thinking, where I must be in the dungeon. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind. Finally, I have found you. Sanji freezes. Who are you? The stranger smirks. You do not know me. Oh right, I see. Suddenly, the system window pops up. We have only been chatting through this system window. Sanji tenses up. You are the one who told me to enter the dungeon. His tone sharpens. What kind of monster are you? The man adjusts his glasses. You already know my name. Do not. Nice to meet you. I am Liber Zinstein, he says seriously, pointing to the system window. I am known as the creator of the system. Sanji is taken aback. What? Liber remains calm. First, I want you to know that you should not worry too much about those who have died in the dungeon. Your time in there is just a fraction of the time outside. But if you take in too much information, your brain might just explode. Sanji panics. Are you crazy? Get me out of here right now, by the way. Liber Zinstein. Sanji turns back around. You question him. You are the one who triggered the apocalypse in Taibun. Liber adjusts his glasses dismissively. I want to talk about that. The reason for the apocalypse is indeed because of the system I created. Sanji glares, hands on hip. And you dare ask if I want to stop it. Calm down. I have never lied to you. My purpose in initiating the apocalypse on Earth. Sanji cuts. Even if you were the one who destroyed all of Taibun. Liber replies heavily. I could not control it. He says, follow me. All my research is right here. You will learn more. Sanji still has doubts. Why would you create something as dangerous as this system? Is it because you want to save Taibun from the war with Crane-id? Liber falls silent. He clenches his fist and repeats to himself. Why did I create this system? Liber replies slowly. It is because someone very important to me has contracted the demon virus. Sanji is stunned. He continues. I believe that once the system is completed, I will find a way to cure that disease. You clench your fist, taking a moment before asking. What happened to that person? Liber collapses, his expression dark. She is in a place where she does not have to suffer anymore. At least that is what I believe. He expresses. Zhang Sanjiu. I think you understand this feeling better than anyone else. You do not respond. The system has spiraled out of control. Outside, that colossal monster continues to wreak havoc. First, it was Tivong. Now it is Earth. And both Deng Yen and No. Two are left bewildered. It has become a monster that devours everything. Liber analyzes seriously. The 7 deadly sins we need to stop the system. Gather all 7 sins. That is the key to preventing the apocalypse. Sanju asked cautiously. Why do we have to do that? He replied. Having the 7 deadly sins in hand is the only way to break free from the system's control. Liber took out the stone. Continuing. The 7 sins also grant 2 effects to the owner. First, it prevents the system from affecting the owner's body. I have talked about this in too much detail. It could get us caught. Right, you widened your eyes. So the 7 deadly sins allowed him to talk to me. He confirmed. That is right. The second effect appears when the 7 sins are fully absorbed, which is super strength. As he finished speaking, that black stone began to emanate an explosive aura of power. And Liber's tone was steady. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of a being that has existed on Earth for a very long time. When you absorb them, you inherit their power. Sanju looked at the stone with increasing apprehension. Why does it sound like I am worse off? He replied coldly. That is right. They will try to seize your body, as their name suggests. The outcome won't be pretty, Liber said seriously. You need to be strong. Do not let them overpower you. You cautiously reached for the stone. Confidence brimming. Don't worry. My spirit is pretty stable. But what do you mean by the system not affecting the body? Before he could finish, a sudden sharp pain struck, making you wince. Liber realized. It seems like you have hit your power limit. Let us talk about it after you defeat the monster. Sanji held the stone, rubbing his head in discomfort. Is that really what I saw earlier? How can I kill it? He wore a calm expression. Do not worry. The fragments of the 7 deadly sins will help you. Dung Sanji, please, stop the system. Slowly cut through the dark wall until it separates the 2 sides. Sanji fell silent, back to reality. It felt like you just woke up from a dream. The maze walls began to crack. Yen Hong saw her. Dung Sanji, are you okay? We need to move fast. Sanji still stood there. Please hold on, he shouted urgently. This is not just an ordinary monster. Up in the sky, that black sphere seemed to be changing. Suddenly it shot up high, then exploded into 8 slender legs like a spider's. Plunging straight down onto the streets below, rocks and debris fell chaotically, with screams and chaos. Help! A girl knelt by a corpse crushed by stone. Dung got up. Dad, run. Sanji felt uneasy. This bastard reminded him of his past. Then he suddenly asked, can you use the enhancement in less than 5 seconds? Right. Dung was a bit confused but still replied. Yep. But what are you planning to do? Sanji said. Run away and use it as soon as I call you. He agreed. All right. He continued to instruct. All of you hurry to save people. And number 1, avoid confrontation if possible. The clones responded in unison. Got it. The gigantic monster loomed. Sanju glanced at the stone, wondering inside. Will the 7 deadly sins really help? Not thinking long, he decisively crushed the stone. Let us do this. A small orb appeared, hovering in front of Sanju's chest. He was quite surprised. There is still a ball inside. Suddenly, the darkness enveloped him. A yellow eye popped open, looking down at him. It asked, who are you? Muttering again. Finally, Nuba. Sanji was stunned. His whole body was drenched in blood, as if it were flowing down from his head. Then Sanju suddenly screamed. Dark power erupted violently. Jung-in, hiding in a corner, was startled and peeked out. What is going on? He stopped singing. What happened to him? Is not he supposed to transform when the time runs out? In an endless feeling, countless eyes fixed on him, staring intently at the black orb. It whispered, I will give you anything you want. In exchange for your body, give it to me. Quickly, Sanju's face broke into a manic smile. This is nothing compared to the madness of a cursed blade. With this power of mine, the voice grew even louder. Give me your body. Sanju gradually lifted the orb to his mouth, thinking maybe he just needed to relax and let things unfold. But he froze, recalling his recent encounter with Lib Jin style, reminding himself to be strong and not let them overpower him. Feeling 110% confident, no worries. His spirit was stable. Sanju chuckled, thinking to himself, that was a close call. Almost failed. The eyes in the darkness were furious, and he wondered if he had stopped. Realizing it was pointless to resist, he clenched his jaw, recalling the image of Jingu, unclear whether alive or dead in the hospital, and how he could only stand there helplessly. Sanju steeled himself, admitting he had made too many mistakes out of arrogance. He turned straight to number 1, plunging the orb into his own mouth, his tone steady, channeling his inner strength. Number 1 looked stunned, engulfed in overwhelming power. Sanju calmly recognized he needed to know his limits, so he decided to let someone else take over. Dung Yen was shocked, instantly flipping out and yelling, You jerk! You are such a loser! Sanju flinched, deciding to stay silent and let someone with a stable spirit handle it. The monster twisted its head, and Sanju quickly blamed. He sees, It is your fault for talking too loud. He yelled an apology. The monster silently lifted a round orb, then suddenly shot it straight out, making it look like a projectile. Sanju felt a wave of anxiety, muttering, Damn it, are you done? Number 1. You are the one with the best spirit here. Number 1 slowly raised his head, his face shrouded in darkness. The system panel failing to identify him error. Could not determine, resulting in a series of system errors, continuously flickering. Identifying. Error. Could not determine. Boom. The superpower erupted from underground, and the monstrous beast charged forward, slashing and compressing the spear in its hand, sending it flying. Sanju clenched his teeth, readying his sword, thinking, Damn it, as each shockwave exploded like thunder, red smoke billowing as if from a bomb. A shadowy figure was obscured by the thick gray smoke. He gripped the dark spear thrusting forward. And upon seeing this, he felt a rush of excitement. Number 1. But a chilling voice broke through. When was the last time I breathed fresh air? Then he suddenly asked. Are you the one challenging me? Sanji was taken aback. Number 1. Number 1 paused, then laughed eerily. Mocking. What is Number 1? He finished speaking and punched Sanjiu, sending him flying into the ground. That punch shattered the illusion he had created. Sanjiu thought to himself, damn it. He recalled, Liber once said, the 7 deadly sins are fragments of a legendary entity that existed on Earth long ago. They will try to seize control of his body. Hearing its name, he knew the outcome would not be pretty. Sanjiu came to a realization. Perhaps Number 1's body has already been taken over. He watched as the occupied body of Number 1 approached. The 7 deadly sins boomed. Get up, Challenger. He grimaced, spitting out a mouthful of blood, evaluating his situation inwardly. He was too strong. His stats surpassed even the clones. The barrier collapsed instantly. And perhaps his stats were even higher than mine. The guy leaped forward with a burst of excitement. This battle has only just begun. Sanjiu raised his sword defensively. His brain was spinning. Damn it, this is not the right time. I still have to take down another monster. I should do it. Sanjiu suddenly jumps up with an idea. The 7 deadly sins of pride. You are too slow. Just when I was about to ask you for a move. Sanjiu quickly kneels down. Oh my god. A legendary being. You misunderstood. The 7 deadly sins deal with humans. You are panicking and stuttering, pointing in one direction and screaming. You just woke up, so you must be feeling a bit hazy. Right. I think you have confused the challenger. Let me clarify for you. He is the challenger. The monster can't even say a word. The 7 deadly sins are skeptical. Really? Sanjiu insists. From the start. He is the one who threw the first punch. Hearing rustling sounds outside, Dung is tense. I know I am hiding, so I should not be saying this. But that guy plays dirty. Outside, you are still trying to convince me. He is looking this way. Sir, please do something. The 7 deadly sins are ready to accept. All right then. The guy bursts forth with energy and steps up. I am not picky about who the challenger is. Let me have some fun with you. Sanjiu sets up a barrier, returning to his original stance. Sigh of relief. I successfully tricked him. But you are worried. Can I really beat that guy? That terrifying monster. The 7 deadly sins. Skilled in combat. Leaps up, dodging each spear. The fist of the guy tightens. A punch sends the monster reeling. Sanjiu is excited, but not long after. The Number 1 gets flung away by the monster, crashing into a pile of rocks. You frown, deep in thought. So cute. Inside that debris, 2 beams of light flash. In an instant, 2 laser-like lines shoot through the monster's head. The human from the 7 deadly sins lights up fiercely, laughing maniacally. Looks like just a fragment is not enough, but then he contradicts himself. Is not. Perhaps. This is perfect. The 7 deadly sins charges back into the fray. Let us keep going. The monster does not care either. In the hallway, several students are rushing away from falling rocks. Heian looks dazed. Is this my fault? Miho pats her head and denies it. It is not your fault. You did a great job. But their eyes are glued to the chaotic fight below. She feels moved. This situation is truly serious. Miho turns to instruct. Ding. Evacuate all students. If needed, you can request the council to send transport ships. Xinquanga responds immediately. All right. Heian blurts out. What about my sister? Miho rushed forward, her expression heavy as she replied. Her role as a guide here has come to an end, so she has to go back to being a hunter. She anxiously called out. Hey. Over there. The 7 deadly sins are still battling that giant monster. Sanjiu stood there, mouth agape, retracting his previous statement. He thought, how could he fight at that speed? I can barely even see the attacks clearly. The 7 deadly sins were fighting fiercely when his arm twisted awkwardly. He forced his arm back into place. This body is too weak. It has nothing but its ears. Then the 7 deadly sins noticed the monster was controlling the dark orbs. He grinned and slashed at it. Amused. I have adapted to your magic now. Suddenly, a mana orb shot straight into the monster's head and exploded with a bang. Miho shouted worriedly. Sanjiu, are you okay? I will fight alongside you. Where are the other clones? Number 1 has eaten too many gems again. He jolted. Captain Miho. Sanji tensed up. Wait. While he is taking over Number 1's body. If she joins in, then he will. Hurriedly yelled. You need to get out of here as fast as you can. Miho was taken aback. Behind me. The 7 deadly sins had suddenly appeared right behind her. He smiled brightly. I always welcome new challengers. Blood splattered against the walls while outside. The dim lights hung low, casting a weak golden glow. A bottle of wine was gulped down, and before long, it was completely emptied of its scent. He slammed it down on the table cluttered with bottles. The man stared intently at the bottle of wine in his hand, vaguely reading the label. The blessing of the dregs. A wine immune to all kinds of effects. He tossed it away. Damn it. The bottle shattered against the cabinet. The man boomed loudly. Is that the strongest one? Get me something else. This is nothing. The patrons in the bar exchanged uneasy glances. We picked the wrong place. How were we supposed to know Scully would be here? Suddenly, someone chimed in. Are you still looking for a wine that can get you drunk? The other person jumped. Jumper casually continued. It is rare to find a wine that can get an S-rank hunter drunk. Especially you. Blessing. The man turned around. S-rank hunter blessing. Bress Jones Scully. Bress softly replied. Jumper then asked. Why are you here? He answered. I am gathering all S-rank hunters. Soon. Perhaps. An S-rank monster has appeared. We need to go rescue the people. Bress scoffed. Even if you go alone, it won't make a difference. You are not like the other S-ranks. He did not think so. If I acted alone it would take too much time, and there would be more victims. Bress found it irrelevant. Why should we care? You should call the other S-rank hunters to join you. But Jumper suddenly asked. Do not you want to? This stuff could get you drunk. He immediately sniffed. He teased. I could get you a little bit of it. Bress frowned, his deep blue aura radiating. Sternly asking, are you sure? Back in the dungeon, bloodstains splattered across the floor. You are feeling uneasy. The other arm of the 7 deadly sins suddenly tightened around the hand about to attack her. The thick guy. Super strength erupted again. The 7 deadly sins were furious. You punk. Resisting is pointless. Just obey my orders. Suddenly, Number 1 tilted his head back and rubbed his forehead. His left arm brushed through his hair. Number 1's voice returned, confidently declaring, I am Number 1. And apart from my master, no one can give me orders. Sanji quickly jumped up, looking at Number 1 in front of him. Uncertainly asked, are you really Number 1? You are confused. Hey Sanji, what is going on here? You felt helpless. It is a long story. While Number 1 was trying to regain control, the 7 deadly sins, furious with one eye blazing with energy. Well then, your loyalty is impressive. I will let you win this time. He shouted. Lucky you. And as he finished speaking, the energy began to dissipate. Number 1 returned to normal. Sanji was thrilled. He is awake now. You were shocked. Was he brainwashed or something? At that moment, you suddenly noticed the monster below. Sanji hesitated, his voice thick. Number 1. I have something to ask. Can you stop it? With that purple energy like before. He paused. What is it? Below? The monstrous mist had gathered into a pitch-black orb. You panic it. You can do it. Number 1. Now fully alert. Simply replied. Yep. Sanju yelled. Then run right now. Immediately, the spear-like attacks shot straight from the ghostly orb. On the other side, Raven sat seriously behind Number 1. The Phantom Demon movement is a secret technique passed down through generations in my clan. If you learn it, your swordsmanship and magic will multiply many times over. His tone weakened. I usually do not teach it. Really? But seeing you learn so well, I will make an exception for you. Number 7 still looked surprised. Raven returned to normal. He said, focus your inner energy into your danshin as much as possible. Gather all the energy in your body so you can control it automatically. Now, I will guide your energy into a new circulation. Raven's gaze was sharp. If you carelessly move your energy incorrectly, it could harm your body. So be careful. Well then, he is concentrating his power on the butterfly mist of Number 7. Let us get to it. Back in the dungeon, the 3 of them are running for their lives. And Miho has no clue what the hell is going on. Copycat. You just hit that head out a minute ago. What is going on now? Sanchiu is panicking. Can you really not shoot lasers from your eyes anymore? Number 1. There will be a space tier outside the dungeon. Sanchiu grits his teeth. How's the rescue of the injured going? The clone responds. Whatever humans can do. They are almost done. He immediately says. Then everyone gather here. Right now. As all the clones leap into the rift, Sanchiu yells. Damn it. Let us take this bastard down. They dive in to fight the monster of unknown level. Miho decisively says. I will draw its attention. Immediately she activates her skill. Creating a captivating image to catch the target's eye. In that moment, the monster's mind fills with the image of a beautiful, ethereal girl. Freezing it in its tracks, Number 2 seizes the chance and lunges in, stabbing a knife into its skull. You have got nothing on him. He jumps back, and the monster tries to swat at Number 2. But in that instant, Its hand gets frozen. Sanchiu realizes. Right. Freezing. I have that skill. I totally forgot right after I learned it. He shouts. Do not let it move. The clones each go in different directions, casting freeze on the monster. However, with its massive size, the monster barely twitches, and the ice shatters like leaves in autumn. Sanchiu tightens up. I will help too. He charges in, using his freezing skill, but all he sends out are a few cold stones. He is dumbfounded. What is this? Miho did not expect it either. Sanchiu seizes the moment she is distracted, and the monster slams her with a fist. Miho is slammed hard into a pile of crumbling stone walls. After that, the frost monster retaliates, raising its hand. Just before the massive icy hand strikes her, Sanchiu stands firm against it, taking the fatal blow for Miho. He grits his teeth. Miho, are you okay? She pushes the rubble off with a tired groan. Sanchiu is taken aback. His arm suddenly feels strange. The system interface reports immediately. The demon movement has been activated. Wind demon movement. Instantly, all the clones simultaneously slash out with the wind demon technique, severing the monster. Sanchiu is completely dumbfounded. Panicking. What skill is this? What is demon movement? Teach me while you are at it. On the other side, Number 7's clothes are nowhere to be seen. Raven asks with concern. How are you feeling? Number 7 honestly replies. My internal energy continues to build up and explode within me, but it is still swirling around my heart. He has to suppress his fear. That kid's sharp. Raven adds. Using swordsmanship combined with magic in an explosive state is the basic combo of my sword techniques. But it is very hard to use sword locks with your current body. So before he can finish, Number 7 waves goodbye towards the rift. Sorry. Emergency situation. I am out of here. After saying that, he jumps in, leaving Raven stunned. But then, he helplessly collapses, his voice trembling. This is not me. What have I become? Suddenly, a beam of light descended, and that person called out. Swordmaster. Raven turned around. A bit surprised. It has been a while since they last met. He said, I am not in the mood. Can you get straight to the point? Back in the dungeon, the bone-chilling monster was under attack from the shadow demons on all sides, but it only tilted slightly. Sanji observed. It is strong, but its mist is already damaged. At that moment, a rift in space opened, and Number 7 stepped forward seriously. Sorry, I lost control of my mana for a bit, so I could not make it here in time. You look shocked. Number 7. You finished your training already? Sanju speculated. Maybe that shadow demon earlier was Number 7's usual self. He confirmed. Yep. The swordmaster taught me this sword technique, but it won't last long. He continued. Because the other clones are still injured in the arm, constantly scratching their mist and healing. Now, the battle is changing. The giant monster slowly began ignite with green demonic flames, and the hand that had been severed was now regrown as if nothing had happened. Sanji was taken aback. Holy crap. It is healing like it is nothing. We have to take it out in one go. You questioned. How can you use that demon form like that? Number 7 explained. It is a combined attack of sword techniques with explosive magic. That is the basic theory. Sanju nodded seriously. All right, then. Without hesitation, he charged ahead. Sanju leaped up excitedly, sword raised high. Let us see which of our arms breaks first. The inner energy swirled around his heart as he swung his sword. The monster raised its hand to block. Sanju gritted his teeth. Damn it. But the blade has already pierced through its body. Suddenly, behind it, 3 black orbs converged unexpectedly. Before it could unleash its power, Number 4 dashed up to slash at the monster's face, and Number 7 was not far behind. Swinging his sword to strike, Sanjiu and the clones charged forward together, thinking to themselves, if we keep attacking without giving it time to recover. But things are not that simple. After taking a beating for a while, the skeletal monster roared in anger. You realized in horror, as the monster opened its ribcage, a black orb shot upwards, revealing a vertical eye. Sanjiu tensed up, quickly calculating. I need to use a space portal to block this attack immediately. But thinking quickly was not enough. In reality, things moved faster. The orb exploded, and countless black spikes shot out, piercing through them in an instant. Hot blood sprayed out as Sanju staggered to the ground. Just then, a familiar beam of light descended once more. As if a car had just pulled up, Raven swiftly jumped in to catch him. His face darkened, his tone heavy and uncertain. I did not expect to see a member of my guild here. Jumper adjusted his jacket, looking serious. This is more complicated than I thought. Rank Hunter Queso Raven and George Lucas. Breast rubbed his neck. Let us take it down. His father agreed. Good idea. Rank Hunter Jones coolly and Father Dine. Looking at the half-closed eye amidst the gray dust, Breast monotonously said, "Is that monster really the one?" He frowned. "An undead type." "Ah. You called me here for this," Jumper replied casually. "You fit right in. Do not you?" Just then, Raven chimed in. "Thank God. If possible, could you heal this guy for me?" Breast looked puzzled. "Is that enough to kill him? Do you know him?" Raven responded. "Yeah, I do." Breast thought this was not too tough. "All right. It is a piece of cake. I will patch up the others too." Suddenly, he noticed a slight surprise on his face. Looking at the clones around him. Wait, they all look exactly the same. A Jumper did not stick around for long. He opened a portal, saying, "I am off to save a few people nearby. Thanks to the two of you." A Jumper glanced at the mutated monster after releasing his eye. He continued, "Please take care of that monster for me." Raven and Che were silent. After a moment, Sanju slowly came to. He jolted upright. Confused. "Wait. My wound." Breast. Standing nearby. Interrupted. "What the heck are you guys?" He bowed his head and asked. "Twins. Anyway, I have healed all of you. So you should get out of here." The twins turned and walked away, leaving Sanju bewildered. "Who are they?" Miho rushed over. "Sanju. Are you alright?" His tone still had a bit of nervousness. "Captain Miho. Did he really heal everyone?" The girl beamed. "That is right. We have been saved." All these people are rank hunters. In the distance, standing before the now winged monster were Raven, Breast, and Cha. Raven sensed the gaze and unsheathed his sword. Feeling reassured. "You are awake now," he instructed. "Just stay there and watch." Sanju exclaimed. "Raven." Just then, the mutated monster charged at him. Raven swiftly jumped up, his face serious. "This is the path you must walk." In an instant, a whirlwind of chaos wrapped around the monster. At the same time outside, a multitude of teleportation crosses appeared simultaneously. Jumper crouched down, touching the dark bloodstains, deep in thought. "Someone has been saved here. The damage really is minimal. This is very different. Truly different." He recalled the giant bone spirit waking up earlier than usual. Even now, it had already transitioned to its second form. Jumper pondered. The labyrinth created by the creator is not functioning as intended. But why is the seal breaking here so quickly when that city has not sustained any damage? Could it be due to those strangely similar hunters? He thought of the clones. I have never seen his face. But they saved people while fighting the giant bone spirit, and stalling until it transformed. Jumper clenched his fist, making a guess. So it is highly likely that the 7 deadly sins have fallen into their hands. Well, either way, his expression was a mix of excitement and madness, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "I did not see all this coming. Let us see how it plays out." Back in the dungeon, with the storm still tightly surrounding the giant bone spirit, the continuous strikes from the storm's demonic blades were attacking it. Sanji watched in awe. This is Javen's true power. Che was not to be underestimated either. Wielding his sword skillfully, he remarked, "What an incredible sword technique. I look forward to the day I can duel with you." Then he thrust his sword, unleashing thousands of strikes from all directions, creating a wild shockwave that left the giant bone spirit riddled with holes. It roared in anger. Immediately after, shadows, like wings, lunged forward, striking wildly. Dust billowed everywhere. Breast calmly created a shield, muttering, "Damn. Stubborn thing." He chuckled lightly, snapping his fingers. In a situation like this, taking its head off is the best strategy. With a whoosh, a beam of light shot down from the sky, slicing through the monster like butter. Its head disintegrated into dust, but the green eye lurked down to sprout right in the middle of its back. It ferociously regenerated a new head, and Breast was a bit taken aback. The skeletal spirit was back at it again, but before it could even take a step, a skyscraper suddenly collapsed right where it stood, heavy and slow. Jumper was perched on the rooftop, his coat billowing in the wind. And that thing that looked like an eye was the core of its essence. To take it down, they had to strike there. Raven looked up. That core was constantly shifting, testing its limits, trying to lure it to one side then attack. Breast was frustrated. "But I was just trying to hit that eye a moment ago." Sanchiu chimed in from behind. "I will lend a hand too." Miho gasped. "Sanchio, do not push yourself too hard. Those 2 rank hunters can take it down." You interrupted. "Even if I just sit here, they will manage. But those guys won't handle the problems I am about to face." Sanchu said seriously. "I need to get stronger. I am going to end that monster." Miho was stunned. End it. You stood up and shouted. Jung-in, are you there? Jung-in jumped in surprise. Sanchiu continued. It is your turn now. Then he turned to ask. You guys know what to do. Right, the clones replied in unison. Sanchiu furrowed his brow. I have held back from going wild until now. But it is time to unleash, he thought for a moment. Then gripped his sword tightly. The blade stained with blood splatter. That clone-esque skill. Sanchiu drove the sword into the ground. A surge of red energy erupted from his body. Showcasing his immense power, Sanchiu declared with determination. I will combine those two together. He roared. Shatter everything into pieces and make it crumble. Right now. The skeletal spirit was relentlessly stretching its limbs like spider legs. Breast effortlessly blocked it. Scoffing. Not happening. Jumper surged forward with a barrage of cross-shaped light. Dad and Raven were not sitting this one out either. Raven unleashed a whirlwind. Dad swung his sword straight through the back of the monster. The thing was pinned down now. The gigantic eye glaring right in the center of its chest. Sanchiu gritted his teeth. Now's the moment. Jumper struggled. Enduring the magical barrier. He was digging deep, frantic and radiant. What kind of combo is this? He was using the radiant skill, significantly enhancing the power of the chosen target. Sanchiu was marked. Behind his head, a halo glowed like an angelic ring. Wings bestowed upon him. He soared forward. Miho was also putting in effort. Fine. I won't care anymore. If I run into trouble with those rank hunters, you better hold them off. Holy's hypnotic spell. You have caught the opponent's attention with authority. Instantly, all force rank hunters froze. Their minds temporarily lost to irrationality. Sanchiu excitedly flew straight toward the eye, followed closely by the clones in pursuit. He grinned. I should aim for that. Right. A swirling black orb loomed in his sight. Sanchiu struck fiercely, along with his clones. They pierced through the core, destroying the eye in the blink of an eye. The system board surged, activating the monster-devouring skill, absorbing the essence of the monster, sucking up the stats of the colossal bone spirit. Finally, in a place filled with plugs, Oracle's eyes sparkled with fervor, igniting a glimmer of hope. An S-rank hunter has appeared, able to turn the colossal gears of fate in Sanchiu's favor. The status board announced. Your stats have skyrocketed. From a strength of 72,503 to 91,612. Reflexes from 62,212 to 78,190. Vitality from 68,593 to 90,642. Stamina from 66,093 to 77,102. And mana from 81,382 to 96,623. The core of the heart seemed to dissolve. And the bone spirit stood no chance against that blow. Lying helplessly in the center of the dungeon circle, at that moment, Sanchiu's body was engulfed in excruciating pain, and he gritted his teeth to hold it in. As he crouched, Sanchiu blocked out the pain. Every sudden spike in his stats always came with muscle agony. Raven noticed and stepped forward, pulling him up, asking if he was okay. Wondering why he was putting himself through all this. We can handle it ourselves, Sanchiu replied politely. How could I just sit back and watch? Suddenly, Raven was taken aback. He could feel the energy radiating from Sanchiu had completely transformed. Wondering what had happened, he looked at Sanchiu with suspicion, questioning how he could grow stronger so quickly. Raven whispered to himself. It seemed like he had a monster-slaying skill to boost his stats. His eyes widening in disbelief, thinking to himself, he is sharp. Outside, Sanchiu kept it cool. But yeah, Breast looked a bit surprised too, thinking how in the world he was stronger than expected. Even his dad commented that it seemed like the swordsman knew Sanchiu. Sanchiu spoke up. Anyway, Raven, how do you know about that? But he did not finish his thought. Another rank hunter approached unexpectedly. So you are the one who held that monster off until now. The jumper openly praised him. That was some seriously brave action, he added. If you do not mind. Could you tell me your name? Sanchiu was puzzled. Who are you? And you are. I am Sank. Jumper repeated in shock. Zhang Sanchiu. He seemed to ponder, repeating Sanchiu's name. Zhang Sanchiu. Zhang Sanchiu. Zhang Sanchiu. Until Sanchiu looked confused. Jumper's expression hardened, his tone casual. Honestly, this is the first time I have heard that name. Sanchiu felt like he could lose it. Screaming internally. Of course. I am not famous enough for an S-rank hunter like you to know me, but he maintained his pride. Thinking. Still, I am pretty well known in Korea. The jumper continued. The other hunters. Where did they go? They were just here a moment ago. Sanchiu replied. They are my clones. But just like before, they jumped right into the fray, Raven coldly interjected. I saw them leave to clean up the mess. They are amazing hunters, prioritizing damage control above all. Sanju noticed Chen's words might have surprised him, but he did not say anything further. Jumper's face darkened, clearly disappointed. Then he suddenly changed the subject. So can everyone here come to my villa? Sanju was shocked. Wait, villa, Jumper cheerfully suggested. We just took down a monster this big. So we should definitely have a little party after the battle. Let us drink and enjoy some good food to unwind after that tiring hunt. Then, over by the chapel, there was a guy rushing in, saying, Master, Master. The master's expression was not too bland. He seemed calm, as if he had news about the Mekong creator. Is everything all right? The panicked guy replied immediately. The Mekong prison has collapsed. You could hear the sweat dripping as he reported, and the creator of Mekong is dead too. A group of rank hunters attacked the massive bone spirit. And more importantly, the guy's tone faltered. I guess they even got the 7 deadly sins. It hit like thunder in the ears, leaving the master frozen in shock. How could this happen? A little later, at Jumper's villa, the chandelier sparkled with opulence, and the place was packed with people, all high-ranking individuals. There were even reporters, with a photographer snapping shots from the corner. Sanji was speechless. A party full of big shots, and they call it a small gathering. He thought to himself. The others were already enjoying the party atmosphere. Not far away, Raven was surprised, looking at Miho and asked, Is that your real ear? She nervously replied, Yep. This is my real ear. Suddenly, someone called out to Sanju, in a high-slit dress, stepped forward, catching everyone's attention. She looked a bit anxious and asked softly, How do I look? Do I look weird? Sanji's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He stammered, You look beautiful. Yun smiled charmingly. Really? I have never worn a dress like this before. Sanji quickly changed the topic. Well, your skills are amazing. What have you been practicing? She laughed excitedly, then quickly realized. Wait, did not I already tell you? At this moment, Raven unexpectedly approached to chat. Did you feel any improvement using your inner strength? Sanju hesitated. Raven, you said. When I suddenly saw you using your sword technique, I was taken aback and thought, what was that? He calmly explained. That is the first step to achieving high-level swordsmanship. Your clones are using it quite well. Sanji replied seriously. Well, those clones are smart too. Speaking of clones, he straightforwardly asked. Why did not you tell Jumper about my skills? Raven paused for a moment. He replied softly. I could mention it, but is instinctive. I have met him a few times before. But it seems I can read what he is thinking. He is always trying to save people. And it gives me the impression that he is attacking the dungeon in a way that minimizes harm to humanity. But, Raven leaned in closer and whispered. It is Jumper who deeply connected all of humanity to that system. Sanji was shocked. He continued in a low voice. You already know what it means for all of humanity to be weakening. Right. His face darkened as he thought of the apocalypse. Raven continued. One day, your skills will become famous. But for now, you need to be a bit discreet. Sanji sincerely replied. I understand, he reminded them again. Especially Jumper, who had no idea just how massive his influence could be. Sitting nearby, felt like a ghost as the two of them completely shut him out of their conversation. Then Raven suddenly chimed in, but unlike him, Breaks and Jarden are on our side. Hearing this, he froze. Wait. What? Breaks. An glanced at him with a hint of concern. Hey. Not that Breaks. Right. Raven quickly added. Yeah. His sister. Suddenly, Sanju piped up. Is that Breaks who treated me? Where is he now? Somewhere else. Breaks was lost in thought. Standing in front of a towering shelf of potions, he let out a sigh. I have tried every potion from all these brands. Breaks looked gloomy. Might as well head out before those reporters. Unbeknownst to him, Sanjio had quietly positioned himself right beside him. Breaks was taken aback. Flustered. You are one of those hunters who all look alike, he muttered as he returned to the banquet hall, the sound of footsteps echoing. Jumper stood on the balcony, charmingly addressing the crowd. Thank you all for gathering here today. Hope you are enjoying the festivities. He continued, as you all know, this party is to celebrate our success in defeating that massive core beast. Guests immediately cheered, and a tall middle-aged man exclaimed, You did it again, Jumper. You have quickly assembled a strike team with top-tier S-class hunters. Another lady chimed in. I heard the casualties were surprisingly low, given the level of that monster. Jumper paused, his expression serious. About that, there is something I need to say to everyone here. He spoke candidly. I am not the one who reduced the casualties or held that monster in the dungeon. The real hero is here with us. The audience gasped, and a young woman whispered excitedly. Record that. The guest was taken aback. Jumper raised his voice. The Korean hunter Jong Sang-yu is the real star of this dungeon raid. Everyone was shocked. His voice remained steady as he explained. With his unique cloning skill, he stepped up to save those people, risking his life to buy time against the monster. Even the two girls did not expect this. She looked stunned. Looks like he is really going to become famous. Javen's expression was less than thrilled as he coldly thought. He has managed to gather intel on Jong Sang-yu in such a short time. It does not even compare. Plus, drawing all this attention to him like this, Jumper sincerely stated. So I want to take this moment to say that I believe he has earned the right to be the first-class hunter from Korea. Furthermore, the Enlightenment Society will erect a memorial in that dungeon to honor his achievements, and will reward him accordingly. The reporters were in shock. Did you catch that? This is huge. And just like that, the reporters buzzed around the party. Jong Sang, the S-class hunter, is right here. Is not. Let us find him and get an interview. The father holding the teacup looked puzzled. A news-class hunter. Jong Yun stammered. Jong Sang, and S-class hunter. The reporters clamored. Where is Hunter Jong Sang-yu? A reporter suddenly burst through the door, shouting. Just now. I saw him come in here. It is definitely him. Before he could finish, loud curses erupted from inside. Leko. That damn lunatic. Bress was pinned down by two guys, dragged into a space wall, while Sang-yu was acting like he was high on something, threatening him by grabbing his leg. Please, just save my sister. I will do whatever you want. Bress panicked. I will lick it. I swear. He struggled frantically. Let me go first, then we can talk. But you act like you are deaf. Going all out. Yelling like you think I won't do it. I will lick your boots if I have to. Just then, Sang-yu noticed a reporter at the door. Camera ready. Capturing their delicate pose, there is Yun and Javon, one in shock, the other unable to bear the sight. Sang-yu frantically tried to cover up, insisting. It is not what it looks like. Bress was fuming, his legs twitching. You let me, you crazy bastard. It is all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, in South Korea, the word was spreading like wildfire about Sang-yu. Hun was sweating bullets as he glanced at the timid report. Plus, they were reluctant to promote Sang-yu's hunter to a higher rank, leaving him stuck in the mud. The energy from that guy was spiraling out of control. His tone was so suppressed it felt like Junjin was dying to do something about it. Trevor was flung back, crashing hard onto the floor, struggling to rise. A robotic voice rang out, probing the situation. At that moment, Atsung stepped in front of him, saying, Aren't we both in deep trouble here? Trevor shot him a glare. We are partners. Remember, you give me that research project, and I will ensure you get the research facility, resources, and your safety. He emphasized. That is the deal. Trevor gritted his teeth against the pain. I do not think it is fair for me to take the blame for losing that precious growth serum. Isn't he ensuring the safety of the pharmaceuticals part of the job? With that, Yamsung grabbed his throat tightly, making Trevor grimace. His eyes filled with menace. Just having you near me is risky enough. Everything you do costs me. He continued. I saved you from those spy agents who are hot on your trail. He ordered Trevor. In 1 month, you have to recreate the stolen pharmaceuticals. And if you can't, neither the FFB nor your fancy A will ever find you again. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he released Trevor, who finally took a proper breath. What is it? He answered. On the other end, Hun cautiously spoke up. It is time for me to make a statement. Hearing that, Samsung exploded. Listen, even if it is A or that jumper coming here, I want to let Sanju become an S-ranked hunter faster than me. Got it. Hun shot back. But he had no argument against that. His white bone affection was rated at S rank, and he provided more than enough convincing reasons. Since Hunter Sanji managed to capture that monster, and even has proof of it, we have no choice but to acknowledge it. Isung fell silent, presenting his argument that other S-rank hunters had assisted Sanju in that hunt, which allowed him to complete the mission. That could be used as justification to tell them that we can't accept his promotion due to the help he received. Hun on the other end of the line was sweating bullets. If that is the case, they will want us to propose a comprehensive solution that fits the situation. Isung agreed. Of course, to that extent, we will send Sanju to them. Suddenly, his expression shifted, turning sinister. Talking about Africa where the disaster had struck the Korean hunting team, Hun was horrified, going pale as he listened to Hee Sung's next words, mentioning that there was an S-rank monster there, and he would have to go there to deal with it. That would be the condition set by the Hunter Association if he survives and safely leaves that place as we required. At least you and I will have no other choice but to acknowledge him. Over at the Vik International Hunter Association, Harris announced that the association decided they could not confirm that Sanji had hunted this rank monster by himself. He pondered for a moment. This situation really is special. Other countries would not hesitate to manipulate the figures to create as many S-rank hunters as possible. Yet Korea is the opposite. Then he asked Jumper, who was standing nearby, "Should we apply more pressure on them?" Jumper casually replied, "It is. Let it be. Let us wait and see how the association reacts." He expressed his thoughts that the Korean Hunter Association was already pretty corrupt. "We can guess when everything will blow up. I think we should see this as an opportunity to clean it up." Saying that, Jumper cradled his face, deep in thought, wondering about the Hunter Association and Sanji, not knowing who would ultimately survive. But predicting and imagining the outcome is part of what makes this job so interesting. Right. He turned sharply to leave. Just ask for a safe solution from the Korean Association for this issue. Harry saw him turning away and asked, "Where are you off to now?" Jumper strolled away, casually replying, "Just to try something new to change the atmosphere, and maybe catch a few bad guys." On social media, news outlets continuously reported on the first rank hunter of Korea. What would happen to Hunter Sanji? Korean Hunter Sanji had become the center of attention. His actions had yielded remarkably impressive results, and professional hunters had rated him as the first rank hunter from Korea. A group of hunters read the news online. Chuckling together, Sanji was yelling, "Stop laughing." Breast turned to tease him. "Oh my god, my shoes are dirty. Can you do something about this?" Sanji gritted his teeth in frustration. "I told you to stop." Miho chimed in from the side. Even a picture of him got taken. "It is such a shame dealing with S-rank hunters." Sanji replied with a blank expression. "Well, we can't really do anything else. After all, it is my choice." Recalling that moment, a swarm of reporters pointed their cameras at him, and one reporter shouted, "You are the Hunter Sanji. What is your relationship with the S-rank hunters? Is there some kind of deal between everyone involved in the hunt for this rank monster?" Bress, sensing the situation getting messy, cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Then activated his skill. Feeling the holy power surge through his entire body, a burst of blue light exploded, shattering a section of the wall, and Bress quickly dashed forward. He grabbed Sanju by the collar, saying, "This way. Follow me." He then immediately pulled both of them through the window. As the reporters shouted, they jumped out the window, chase after them. Finally, the two managed to shake off the reporters and stopped in an empty corner. Sanji bent over, exhausted. Meanwhile, Bress had his hands in his pockets, saying, "This is why I wanted to leave before those reporters caught us." He was both angry and worried. "Now what? What is wrong with your sister? What kind of illness is it? Tell me that first." Sanji stuck out his tongue in disbelief. "Can you even cure her?" Bress felt his temper rising at Sanju's nonchalant attitude. "At least let me know what the illness is first." Sanju hesitated, unsure if he should say it out loud, but finally decided to reveal the name of the illness his sister had, the demon virus. Bress was stunned to hear that. He continued telling him that the doctor said the only thing that could save her was a vial of elixir or a healer like you. Bress, after hearing this, fiddled with the cross pendant around his neck. That doctor is a quack. He made his judgment, saying that curing the demon virus is extremely difficult, even for me. But I can come and see what I can do. Hearing that the chance of healing his sister was not looking good made Sanju's heart sink. He was so worried about his sister that he snapped, "If even you can't do it, then who can?" Bress interrupted him. "Just listen." He explained that the demon virus will continue to double as long as it has enough mana supplied to it. The only way to completely eradicate the virus is to starve it to death until it consumes all the mana of its host. Sanji reacted. "Wait, does not that mean the host will die too?" Bress calmly replied. "That is why I told you it is very difficult to cure. The method is incredibly dangerous." He glanced at Sanju before proposing a solution. Revive them right before the host enters a state of clinical death due to lack of mana, with a 50/50 chance. "What do you think?" Back in reality, Sanju told the others, "If I do not get a chance at that elixir, I will seize the opportunity you mentioned. But that is not how it is right now." He continued sharing the conversation between the two, saying that he could contact him if he changed his mind in the future. "I already have his number." Miho fell silent, while Javen said, "All right. Now that everything here is settled, I will be on my way. You have got a noose rank hunter and the 7 deadly sins. Everything is going perfectly. He is helping me. I will use the name Ines to ask. Wait. Where are you planning to go now? Sanji awkwardly replied. I have a few things I need to take care of. The green-haired guy next to Ain took the chance to ask him. Can you help me practice? After listening, you looked a bit awkward. Your hands igniting sparks of uncertainty. But hey, your skills are not quite firing on all cylinders. Meanwhile, up high, Oraker sat observing, while a subordinate reported the situation to her, a noose rank hunter and the 7 deadly sins. Everything's unfolding just as we planned, she replied shortly. Absolutely. The subordinate gripped his staff, his expression uneasy, as you mentioned. The Korean Hunter Association is downplaying the significance and not recognizing Sanji's talent during the White Bone Spirit hunt. After all, he tightened his grip on the staff, saying it could be easily settled if we manage the demon hunt. The subordinate firmly asserted that everything would go as Oraker said. Suddenly, she interrupted him, stating we need to change our plan to better fit the current situation. Let us put the assassination of the demon hunt on the back burner. With that, she commanded, I'm giving you a new mission. 2 years of surveillance on the Hunter organization in Alaska starting now. The subordinate stiffened. Inside, he could not understand. The plan had never changed until now. But why did he call out to his master? Oraker. The subordinate asked her. Have you seen something in the future? She did not answer, but sternly stated, this is an order. Oraker ordered once more. Hurry up and leave this place to carry out your new mission. Outside, 3 other subordinates were fighting relentlessly. One was shooting, while another wielded a weapon. The bald guy who was shooting was the first to go down. The one with the sword panicked, shouting, what the hell? I can't see a thing. Just as he finished speaking, syrup gushed from his mouth in shock. The blue-haired girl's face turned pale as she watched each of her comrades get wiped out. Eyes wide in disbelief, she cried out, begging for help. Someone, please save me. The commotion outside made Oraker a bit anxious. We do not have much time. A scroll appeared on the pedestal, and she said, I have prepared a teleportation scroll. The staff-wielding subordinate also heard the noise outside and asked Oraker, who is coming here? Outside, the blue-haired girl could only scream in agony. Stop him. And then her head was severed. Oraker's eyes widened as she uttered each word. The pinnacle of humanity. A lucky subordinate who had not been taken out crawled towards the door, fear in his eyes. Banging on it for help, open the gate. That subordinate was met with the same fate as the others. A single blow from the attacker deformed the door. Oraker gradually revealed the identity of the assailant. The first-rank hunter. The door was easily torn apart by a single hand, revealing a pair of glowing red eyes. The staff-wielding subordinate's face darkened at this sight. Who? How could you do this? He gasped, uttering a name. Jumper. Covered in blood, he stepped in, exuding a menacing aura. Oraker remained composed, thinking this was another scene from a favorable future. If so, she would gladly accept it. She was calmly terrifying, having transcended eternity. Lucas. Jumper smirked, saying, I just want to keep things simple in this life. The subordinate raised his staff defensively. But I can let you in, he told Jumper. If you want to enter Oraker, please use the main entrance. Jumper took a deep breath, rambling on like a parrot. He darted behind the scarred henchman, reaching out towards him so boring. The scarred henchman was instantly pushed back. Jumper got into a fighting stance, glancing at him. Yeah. They were all part of the same crew. The scarred henchman raised his staff, one eye gleaming red. Jumper asked, as if already knowing the answer. You have caught a glimpse of the future, have not you? Oracle, who had been watching everything unfold, quickly chimed in. Hold on. This kid can alter the flow of the future. Even if you let him live, it won't change a thing. Jumper shot her a glance, paused for a few seconds, then let out a resigned laugh. Sure. Oracle felt a bit relieved. Thanks for that. She once again held out the teleportation scroll to the scarred henchman. It has been tough. Hurry up and go. The scarred henchman took the scroll, calmly closed his eyes. Everything was going as predicted. Suddenly, he gripped the scroll tightly. But then he threw it toward Jumper's face while jabbing the staff right through the scroll, thrusting it towards him. He shifted his expression, at least this time. I can just follow orders. Eerie laughter echoed as Jumper leaned back, dodging the attack from the scarred henchman. The henchman quickly retracted his staff. Are you still bored? Meanwhile, Jumper swiftly grabbed the teleportation paper. Grinning with delight. Now this is getting interesting, he told Oracle. You declared you would stay resolute in your determination. Then he opened a black hole, sucking the paper inside. But you, the decision maker. The prophet. The one who sees the future. And I the one who has been through all this. We all knew about that decision. He stood there as if nothing had happened. And there was nothing surprising about that tearful, grand decision. At the same time, the scarred henchman had taken up his next fighting stance, though honestly, I was not expecting much from that. He swung his staff with tremendous force, aimed at Jumper. That last move had left a massive hole in the ground. Jumper was nowhere to be seen, leaving him momentarily stunned. He dodged in the blink of an eye. Now, I have to anticipate where his next attack is coming from. Suddenly, a vision of the future flashed before him, the scarred henchman being sliced into pieces. He activated one of his eyes to foresee his own future. Suddenly, bright streaks of light flickered, darting around, leaving the scarred henchman dumbfounded. Perhaps knowing his fate, he gave a faint smile. I am sorry, Oracle. At the same time, Jumper's clones charged from all directions, surrounding him. Under the lifeless gaze of Oracle, the scarred henchman collapsed, just as predicted. He was chopped into pieces. While Jumper stood aside, everyone was walking their preordained path. He glanced over at Oracle, still splattered with that guy's blood. And if you can't escape that path, then life is nothing but a boring chase. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the office building chosen as GM's stronghold, Sanji is accompanied by his clone, Agent, long time no see. Jumper, reading a report, smiles and replies, "There you are, Sanji. I have heard the news. You hunted an S-class monster." He continues to shower Sanji with compliments. "I knew you would show up eventually, but I did not expect it to be this soon." Sanji feels a bit shy hearing this. "Don't he praise me like that? Without the others class hunters, I would not have made it." Then he turns to Eon. "Long time no see. You have been brewing a lot of potions during this time, right?" Eon turns around, her face looking worn out and lifeless. Sanji asks worriedly, "What is wrong? Is something going on with you?" She points down below, saying, "Look at that situation down there. And you still ask?" Down at the base of the building, countless reporters are gathered there. They are racing to report on you. As of, Hunter Sanji is still under the GM organization. "Hunter Sanji, are you in there?" Witnessing this scene, he can't help but feel a jolt. It looks so familiar. Yuan then returns to her desk, complaining, "I can't even get a wink of sleep. They should leave at night." Sanji, with his hands in his pockets, turns to Jomo and asks, even as class hunter gets announced like this, he just looks back at him, confused, saying, "Yep," because it is Jumper making the announcement. And with his status in the hunting world, it makes sense. At this point, he hesitates a bit. But eventually, the Hunter Association disagreed because you were not the only one in that hunt. After hearing this, Sanji rubs his nose and calmly says, "I have heard that too. That is only half right." He glances at him, wondering, but do I really need to earn the S-class label for myself? He expresses his thoughts. Right now, I am just fine with my basic needs and do not want to deal with reporters. The number of people trying to attack me, even when I was a class, has decreased significantly. Jumper seems to have predicted what Sanji would say. "I knew you would say that." He has nothing more to add. "So I will be declining the Hunter Association's offer." Sanji then asks, "Offer?" Jumper does not hesitate to tell him about the association's decision. They will immediately promote you to S-class if you eliminate all the monsters in West Africa. Hearing this, Eon, who has been slumped over at the desk, jolts awake in shock. She suddenly stands up, shouting in disbelief, "West Africa? Donnie, tell me it is the monster pit." Her sudden action startles the other two. Jumper stammers, "That is the place. You scared me. What is going on?" Ewan stays silent and turns back to her desk. Dejected, "You said you would decline." Sanji feels confused. "Just stop." Changing his expression, he turns to Jumper. "Well, it is. Just refuse it, no matter what the association says. I do not care. And I will never go to West Africa." But life is not a dream. Libu with his stone-cold expression announces some important news to Sanji. Their next destination is West Africa. Upon hearing this, Sanji's face goes blank, his expression frozen in shock. Libu looks dissatisfied, questioning his reaction. What is with that face? Sanji shuts his eyes, giving in to despair, thinking, "Forget it. I knew this was coming. But can it really be?" Before he can finish, Libu adjusts his glasses and cuts him off. "Exactly. That is where the next deadly sins will be." Sanji looks frustrated. Damn it. Not the deadly sins again. Hearing this, Libu raises an eyebrow. Not only that, it is also the perfect training ground. Sanji, confused, asks, "Training? Training for what?" Libu starts to break it down for him. "From what I have observed about your clones, It seems like the effects of the deadly sins are impacting you too. His words hit Sanji like a dagger to the heart. Did not those skills not work out as expected? Lebu conjures a strange circle. I told you. The deadly sins have blocked the system and prevented any interference. As he explains, the circle expands. From now on, you will have to use your skills without the system. That is T-Bun's way. So let us call it something else. He emphasizes each word. Sanji, you are going to have to learn magic. Meanwhile, after witnessing the clash between Jumper and the scarred henchman, Oracle finally speaks up. You do not have to do this. You do not need to kill that kid. Jumper ignores her words, gripping the blood-stained staff. I am quite curious. Why did you tell him to run away? Why prepare a teleportation scroll? He steps closer to Oracle, voicing his thoughts. He must be known you would reject my proposal and knew he would die like this. With every step Jumper takes, he leaves a trail of blood. Relentless in his questioning. Did you grow attached to him after working together for so long? Or is it a sense of responsibility? Tell me. Oracle responds with bitterness. There is not just one path. Fate did not kill that kid. You did. Much like looking at Jumper's menacing form right before her, she cannot help but lament. What made you who you are now are your own choices. With that, Jumper swings his staff, slashing her throat. His eyes darken. Do not preach to me about free will. I believe in raw power more than anything else. Oracle's head falls to the cold floor. Jumper continues to press. Do you have any idea how many times I have tried? 20 or 100 times. He grips her hands tightly. Do you know how many times I have witnessed the system devouring the planet and the apocalypse hitting? The more he speaks, the more agitated he becomes. There is not just one path. No matter who I save, the outcome is always the same. He yanks her hands violently, shouting uncontrollably. No matter what group of strong hunters I create, the result is always the same. Jumper falls silent, trying to calm himself, then desperately states, the outcome is always the same. From the very beginning, I could not stop the apocalypse. Facing the Oracle's body torn in half, he suddenly felt that everything just happened was pointless. But then again, what is the use of it for a creature that can't even muster the physical ability to act on its thoughts? Suddenly, in the glass tube behind, a brain with bulging eyes emerged. That was Oracle. She admitted, you are right. All I can do is let you know. Jumper, with a blank stare, watched her reveal the truth. I will show you the future. Hearing this, Jumper furrowed his brow slightly. My future? Do you not understand what I mean? I have faced situations like this before. He recalled her words. I see your path ahead will be an endless loop. And you want to get what you want in this life. Each mocking word fell into Jumper's ears. Jumper, your methods only lead to failure. In this life, nothing will go your way. He heard those words loud and clear. Lucas, just give up. There is no other way. Jumper stroked the glass. I already knew what you were going to say. Oracle angrily slammed against the glass. Yet you still come to hear the prophecy. How intriguing. Still frustrated, she added. You do not need to kill me. The ability to see the future. After all, I have already foreseen my own death. Oracle seemed to go mad, shouting, I see it now. How wonderful. The pain and regret, she screamed in despair. What a pitiful creature. How long has it been since you? The glass vibrated violently along with Oracle's cries. It is the end of this life woven like a spider's web. Moments later, the glass shattered with a loud crash, and she returned to her human form, touching Jumper's hand through the glass. Lucas, in this moment, Oracle looked at him gently. Don't give up. Her next words stunned Jumper. Then you will find your salvation. Finally, Oracle confirmed. The salvation you have been searching for is in the endless mountains. Sanji wondered. I still can't understand. He glanced at Yuyan. Why do you have to follow me? She was incredibly frustrated. I told you I could help. Yuan began listing. I can evaluate items and also craft healing potions. Hearing this, Sanji suddenly remembered. You mean those sleeping pills? Right. Then he turned back to remind her. I did not come here to mess around. You could die at any moment. She tightened her straps. Please, I am begging you. If I become a burden, I will bite my tongue and end it. Yuan pleaded desperately. Just let me follow this one time. Her actions puzzled Sanju. What is up with her? He did not know what to do, so he turned away and muttered softly. In the end, Sanju compromised. Then you can do anything without my orders. Got it, she joyfully exclaimed the moment Yuan opened her mouth. Something appeared behind her. Thank you so much. A gigantic monster burst up from the ground. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, run. She agreed. Yeah. Suddenly someone appeared and sliced its body in half. Sanji's eyes widened at the scene unfolding. Raven Bay is here with excitement. A new discovery. If we feed the sandworms, we can send them off quite a distance. If they start going off course, just give them a little nudge. Sanji, you are completely blown away. Raven, meanwhile, Yuan is taken aback. An S-rank hunter. What a stroke of luck. Seeing the two, he smiles. We meet again. This is really great. Sanji immediately loses it. You liar. He angrily rushes in. You said you would find the elixir. You said you caught up with the pace. That is why I turned down the blessing. Raven quickly speaks up. Calm down. He recounts the events. Of course. We are going to find the elixir, but that is not something you can just find easily. Arya has been staying up day and night searching for it. At this moment, Sanji changes his attitude. Then why are you here? Raven explains thoroughly. Well, I am stopping these bastards from crawling out of the monster den. Just a little job to make a living. You did not expect that, did you? How do these things crawl out of the monster den? Sanji straightforwardly shares his next journey. I was actually planning to go there too. He is surprised. Suddenly Raven believes in him. If it is you, then it should be fine. But be careful. That place is pretty dangerous. You need to revise that information. I heard it is not just dangerous. It is extremely perilous. Sanji shares detailed information about that location. It is a completely different world, dominated by the strongest of the strong, a place where there is only one rule. The strong survive, and the weak die. To this day, Wuan is still shocked. How can this fool be so close to an S-rank hunter? After hearing this, he sighs in awe. It is truly mystical. I also had a time when I went there to train. You look at the monster with curiosity. So what is the ranking of these sandworms in that den? After some consideration, Javen analyzes. That sandworm. I told you. I am stopping them from crawling out through its remains. He realizes these timid rats do not even belong to the ecosystem in there. In the end, Javen succinctly describes. Just think of them as being at the bottom of the food chain, to make it easier to understand. Knowing this information, you gasp in surprise. Meanwhile, in another place, Jumper is trying to wash the blood off his hands. Right now, he is stunned recalling what just happened. At that moment, Oracle reaches out to touch Jumper's hand through the glass. Lucas, do not give up. Salvation is coming. He sighs heavily, thinking this prophecy would not be different from the others. How long has it been? Surprises keep piling up. Jumper begins to feel disheartened. So many variables. The program is failing. It is a total disaster. He reaches out to turn off the water. The academy. The elixir. Jumper's head hangs low. And then there is Sanju. Now he helplessly kneels down, thinking it was just a minor hiccup. But now he does not know what to do at all. Libertine style. What the hell have you done? In the distance, as Sanju and Yuan continue their journey, the atmosphere shifts. There are a few ghostly figures hovering around. She looks around and wonders. Is this a monster's den? Yuan can't help but cover his nose. The stench is overwhelming. He quickly realizes it is the smell of blood. On the opposite side, two monsters are devouring their meal with wild abandon. Hearing the commotion, they turn to face them, roaring and flexing their strength. Witnessing this, Sanji comments that these monsters look really strange. Right now, he is ready to dive into battle and see what happens. Sanji's gaze sharpens. He is trying to figure out where he stands in this food chain. Then he grabs his sword and charges into battle against them. In the blink of an eye, the two monsters rush towards Sanji. Suddenly, he recalls Libier's warning. With Sanji, he will have to learn magic. In this dangerous situation, Sanji grits his teeth and thinks, let us try using the skills in the system. Instantly, he casts a spell. Fireball. Clone number 2 and clone number 3 appear to help Sanji deal with them. At this moment, he is stunned as he watches the two monsters get incinerated. Screaming in agony, Sanji is incredibly frustrated. Cursing. I need to find another one. He quickly launches a spell at the other monster's ice spike, but clone number 2 and clone number 3 quickly create sharp ice spikes that surround them. Sanji holds back tears as he looks ahead, the monster's body shattering into tiny pieces. Yeon, watching from a distance, squints at the scene before her. She can't believe it. This bastard is getting stronger. However, after observing for a while, Yuan finds it puzzling. That skill is really strange. Just then, he speaks up. Hey guys. Clone number 3 is startled. Yep. Suddenly Sanji kneels on the ground. He bows his head in reverence. From now on, you guys are my masters. Teach me how to use that skill. Clone number 3 patiently instructs him to create a simple fireball. First, gather and condense the mana into a sphere. Keep it in that state, and wrap it in fire. Meanwhile, do not stop channeling mana. He stares intently at the fireball in his hand. needing to continuously channel mana into the core of the sphere. Clone number 3 explains in detail. This way, the fire created from the reaction to external force 1T be extinguished. Sanji follows along, amazed, gasping, failing to execute it. He feels dejected. Sorry. Clone number 3 remains very calm. Before you try again, do you want me to rate your performance on a scale of 1 to 10 to Sanji's anticipation? He replies, well, the review has to be extremely strict. About an 8. Just then, clone number 3 swings a hand, slapping his head to the side. Sanji stands there, dazed. Holding one side of his cheek, he realizes the situation. The mana has been cut off. All right. I will explain it again. A moment later, in his mind, as Sanji clenches his fist tightly. Hey. You claim to be a wizard. Teach me some magic. Liber has the same intention. I was planning to do that too. I let your clone teach you because you seemed eager to learn from them. He could sense it. But it looks like things are not going too smoothly. Your face is a total mess. Just look at it. Be careful with your reminders. If possible, try not to mimic your clone. Their mana control skills are way beyond yours. At this moment, Sanji realized. I thought they would teach better. Adaptation skills are not helping either. He understands your struggles. Yeah. I know you are in a hurry. Right now, the strength of your skills is still weak, but there is a way to activate them. Liber can guess. You must be really worried about things like, what if you can T-summon any clones at all? Sanji scratched his head in frustration. I tried to summon number 1 and split the 7 deadly sins, but I failed right away. You remember when you summoned clones for guessing? As long as the pieces of the 7 deadly sins are not here, it should be fine. If I can temporarily summon number 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins from us, I would be able to use my skills more comfortably. It has got to work. Then, Sanji clenched the hand of clone number 1. You are radiating pure killing intent. Sorry, but that is not going to fly. Sanji was startled by clone number 1's words. Who taught you those tricks? He did not see that situation coming. Who would have thought the 7 deadly sins would react? All right. I will teach you some magic. Hearing that, you confidently pointed at yourself. I have always been serious about learning. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do it. Suddenly, Liber suggested. First, take off all your clothes. Sanji was taken aback. What did you just say? What on earth is he talking about? Right now. Yuan tightly grasped her own thighs and looked ahead. She wondered, what is he doing? Sitting in meditation after being slapped by a clone. Just then, Sanji opened his eyes. Awake now. He took off all his clothes, shocking Yuan so much she nearly spit out her drink. She immediately covered her eyes. Hey, you crazy guy. What are you doing? Sanji pulled down his pants while turning around. It is all in the name of the teacher's wishes. Yuan was frustrated. What nonsense are you talking about? He continued instructing. Become one with nature. That is the first step to controlling mana. You were taken aback and let out a surprised gasp. Sanji could not help but feel annoyed. I know how to control mana without a system. He sighed upon hearing that, and then Liber directed again. Put your clothes back on. You got dressed in anger. You jerk, I could punch you in the face right now. He realized he had crossed the line. Sorry. At that moment, Yuan finally sighed in relief. Dung Sanjiu. That damn guy. You scared the life out of me. I have no idea what he is thinking. It is just that everything feels a little in another place. Hun was angrily slamming the table. What is going on here? Dung Sanjiu already told him he was not interested in becoming an Eskrima class. He angrily questioned. He even rejected our offer, so why on earth would he go to the monster's lair in Africa? He Dung sighed and handed over a file. Well, is not that good? After all, we wanted him to go there. He tossed it on the table. Get in touch with those guys in this file. Hun gritted his teeth, staring at the file. This thing, after reading the information inside, he felt even more overwhelmed. Because Mither. Hun realized this was no ordinary assassination organization. Don't tell me. Lin saw He Dung smile in a rather sinister way. Being a bit cautious is good. I love to gamble, but I prefer a rigged game even more. In Africa, when a fierce monster charges, Sanji bravely leaps in to fight it. Just in time, Liber reminded him. Maintain the magic circle. You understand that? I know. He continued to instruct. The magic circle is a kind of warning for you, like a GPS reminding you that mana will shift in this way. To keep you from forgetting. Sanji dodged a monstrous attack with frustration. I told you I know already. Then he gritted his teeth, staring at his hand. Move, cut off again. With a swift motion, Sanji severed its body. Replace Liber's guidance. The physical power gap between you and that monster is just too vast. We can keep training like this. Go deeper. He caressed the sword in his hand. Just then, out of nowhere, a dart was thrown from behind, ambushing Sanji. The unexpected situation left him no time to react. It felt like he realized something. Dung Sanji, up on a high rock, a figure in the shadows smirked. I've got him now. That is the assassination organization. The Red Rose. Numbers 11 and 12 chatting away. Report to the leader. The SA candidate is not that impressive. He remained unaware that Sanji had evaded the dart without a scratch. Killing him would be too easy before he could finish his sentence. Sanji retaliated. Slicing through the large rocks behind him, Sanji gripped the dart tightly, nearly breaking it. Who are you guys? Number 12 immediately stepped up. He looked more menacing than his appearance suggested. He agreed with that sentiment. Yeah, just as we expected. It is pretty boring if one hit kills. He crushed the dart in his hand. Has everyone lost their minds? Throwing darts at other people like that? I will pay you back in full. Nearby, Yuan stared at the pot of boiling noodles, wondering, how many packs of noodles should I put in? Sanju's clone gave a number. Lie down. She cheerfully picked up a bowl of noodles. How convenient. How long have you been carrying this? He shook the noodle pack in his hand. I bring everything I need for a quick meal. Suddenly, Yuan remembered. But why has not Deng Sanju come back yet? She recalled Sanju's words. He said he would be back before meal time. He fell silent for a moment before making a guess. Looks like he is a bit busy. After the fight, number 11 gritted his teeth, while number 12 grabbed her hair, demanding, "Is that all you have got? Is that it?" He glared angrily. You piece of trash. Number 11 was getting really frustrated. Why did not you use your skills earlier? You think you can underestimate us? Then he unleashed his sharp claws, daring to look down on us like this, without any fear. Number 11 charged at Sanju to attack, and soon he would regret it. We see him grab his face, stopping the incoming strike. Sanju coldly stared at number 11. You really want me to use my killing skills on you? He looked at his stunned face as he absorbed Sanju's technique, as number 12 fell helplessly. Sanju thought, while he is quaking in fear like this, at that moment, number 11 realized he would be dead if he would used his skills earlier. But seeing Sanji's fierce expression made him feel spared. Number 11 cried out in despair. Is our difference in power really that vast? He still could not believe it. We are not even worth you using your skills on us. Sanju flashed a wicked grin. Now you realize it. You are so weak. You do not even deserve to witness my skills. Pathetic. Sanji delivered a blow to the monster. After trading blows with them, he finally secured his victory. The system popped up a blue screen, asking, giving up on skill training. This whole time you have just been killing them instinctively. The green circle on his hand began to fade. No way. I am giving it my all. Sanju approached the monster's corpse, feeling a bit mistaken, as if these monsters had grown stronger. The young man appreciated it. Realizing that the skill of devouring monsters was truly amazing, the green circle displayed a message praising Sanju. You are getting stronger just by hunting monsters. He turned back with a sharp gaze and replied casually. Yeah. Whatever. Looking at the scene before him, Sanju sighed, holding his head. The higher your stats, the harder it gets to level them up, and you will need to hunt stronger monsters. However, the system advised, your stats are just fine. Learn to be satisfied. Sanju kept staring at the light ahead, sword in hand, as he slashed the ground. This is why I catch all the monsters. Two guys on the cliff were lurking, waiting for prey. I always have opponents in my training sessions. The white-haired guy shouted. Deng Sanju. We are here to reclaim the humiliation from yesterday. Let us see if you can fight this time without using your skills. The guy in the red outfit yelled back. Shut it. Number 11. You should be ashamed. The loud guy responded. Alright then, the guy in red lunged to attack Sanju first. He furrowed his brows, focusing on the battle. Pretty quick. The red-clad guy furiously shouted. You arrogant bastard. He exhaled a cloud of purple mist towards Sanji. Poisonous mist. His left hand held the circle. And just a moment ago, he was spewing out poisonous mist without holding back. Feeling pretty good about it, the red guy slammed both hands down. You are a fool. The system announced. Activating skill. Earthquake. Releasing mana to destroy the designated target area. Dust began to spread, and Sanji stood there confused, asking, what is happening? The red guy was shocked to find an opening, as the system announced. Activating skill. Energy bomb. Detonating an object. The figure in the white shirt dashed forward, moving so fast that even the dust parted before him. The guy in the white shirt laughed triumphantly, thinking, no matter how strong you are, my poison mist and energy bombs will take you down. But Sangyu was quicker, sliding in to punch the guy in the white shirt, sending him sprawling. He then faced the guy in the red shirt, who was stunned by Sangyu's speed. This kind of speed was something else. The guy in the red shirt shot off like a bullet, leaving even Sangyu momentarily stunned. He smiled softly and thought, I guess this time you got to see my skills. The guy in the red shirt shouted in anger. You bastard. How dare you chase us? One punch from Sang-woo made him bleed significantly. The next morning, someone stood atop the highest rock, Yu Hyun bobbing her head, fighting off sleep. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through, jolting her awake. "So why are not you sleeping?" Yu Hyun replied. Her tone still groggy. "You are back." Sang-woo was surprised by Yu Hyun's tone. "Have you been up since then?" Yu Hyun handed him the soup to show him. "There is still ramen soup here. Let me add some rice. Wait a sec while I heat it up. But I do not want to bother you. I can handle my own food." Yu Hyun sighed at this. "But you have done everything else. At least let me do this for you." So Yu Hyun was the one making the soup, and Sang-woo did not argue further. He then curiously asked. But Yu Hyun turned the question back on him. "What about you? Have you eaten yet? Was I supposed to wait until you got back to eat? Is 2 bowls enough?" Sang-woo replied. "No way. Make it 3. A loud voice echoed, catching the attention of the guy in the red shirt. Wake up. When he woke up, both he and the white-haired guy were shocked to find themselves tied up. Holder gritted his teeth, glaring at the two of them. "I know who you are. 11 and 11 from the red and blue. The guy beside you is the 13th Scorpion Fedine, and 13th Scorpion Carrion Holder. I can't believe I found you here." The guy in the red shirt was surprised and loudly asked Holder, "You are the 13th Scorpions. You are also chasing Sang-woo?" Holder took a drag from his cigarette, feigning indifference. "Same goal as you. I am not a fan of this competition, so I will just raise my blade of cleansing." "So what? The red and blue have already lost. It is just us left." The guy in the red shirt grinned maliciously. "I will guarantee you one thing." His voice was weak but warned the two. "You won't even see him use his skills." Holder was not worried about the upcoming opponent. Hearing the guy in red, he turned back to respond. "Of course not." The guy in black, carrying the blade of cleansing on his shoulder, chuckled. "He will be dead before he even gets to use it. Do not compare us to scum like you." It did not take long for these two to get their comeuppance. They were both defeated. Holder lay flat on the ground, and we did not even get to see a single skill from him. Who walked over. A glowing circle appeared on his hand, and he mumbled to the system. "I really do not feel anything." The system rebutted. "You are getting stronger." The system reminded him that maintaining the magical circle until the battle ended was a good sign. Sang-woo focused on the magical circle in his hand, thinking, well, looking back, it has been stable throughout the fight. I actually feel more at ease now. Liber pushes up his glasses, contemplating. The assassins clearly have an edge in their training over the monsters that can predict their moves. Letting them survive was definitely a smart call. By the way, what kind of trouble have you stirred up this time? Those guys earlier came from a different guild, and a magic circle flared up in flames. Sang-woo replied. I am curious too. 2 guilds clashing. Sang-woo knew the outcome already, so he summoned a clone. But even if he asked, they probably would not answer. One on. We will push deeper. So wake up Kim Woo-hyun. The clone appeared behind him. Okay. Sang-woo wondered. I wonder if those assassins will still be a pain after this. The next day, the clone dashed off with a cheerful face, greeting the morning when suddenly an explosion went off. The girl with green hair sat calmly on a rock during the explosion. Not a trace of fear. We won't let that jerk steal this mission. She did not notice Sang-woo flying up behind her when another explosion erupted on the rock. A trap suddenly ensnared Sang-woo. And just after that, a few others leaped over from the opposite rock, saying, We will take your head in silence. Sang-woo punched the guy wrapped in vines. And the shocked man asked, How did you escape the bindings? Sang-woo felt the pressure as time passed. More assassins attacked with deadlier skills. The blonde guy used his weapon to execute an attack. As he lunged forward, Sang-woo appeared and flicked the weapons out of the blonde guy's hands. The guy was stunned by Sang-woo's sudden appearance, and Dung Sanji's ability to fend off multiple opponents had significantly improved. The blonde's eyes widened in shock as he saw Sang-woo's fingers flick out, and throughout this ordeal, Dung Sanji's magical skills were indeed slowly increasing, albeit not significantly. He was surprised to see a magic circle manifest before him, and he did not even need to use his hands to maintain it. Sang-woo plopped down on the ground, but he still could not activate it. He held his head in frustration, shouting, What good is this? Damn it. He recalled someone laughing and calling him Yeon. A photo of a man and 2 plaques with some writing were placed in that corner. Yeon. Do not tell anyone about this. All right. Yeon replied in a thick tone. I have not mentioned it to anyone else. A little girl slowly woke up, rubbing her eyes. Loud arguing from outside echoed in. But those jerks betrayed me. Wow. Why won't anyone listen to me? Everything is not over yet. I have seen everything. The girl slowly approached the source of the noise. Are you alright? There it was, the woman's body. Face obscured, hung lifelessly from the ceiling. So what? The girl gasped and burst into tears. Yeon was sweating profusely. She sat up suddenly. A familiar voice came through. Had a nightmare. Sangyu's eyes widened in terror. He whispered, "Let us talk a bit." "Shall we?" She asked back. "Who are you?" The girl with 2 braids stood up, clutching her axe. "Damn it." The guy wrapped in green wires let out a sinister laugh while eyeing the girl. "Here we go again." The guy with the green hair on the other side is curious. "I wonder how many times he has tried this." The guy wrapped in green wires replied, "Maybe it is the 4th time." The girl with the 2 braids looks like she has been through a lot. The 2 guys spoke up. "Wait. Does that guy in the red robe use any skills?" Even though he did not hear her answer, the guy wrapped in green wires could still guess. His eyes narrowed as he pondered. "Probably." The guy in green looked around the place. "Everyone here got taken down in a pure one-on-one fight. We can't see any of his skills at our level. I believe it would be pointless to keep accepting contracts like this." The girl with green hair kicked at her wound before turning. "I have not even encountered that guy's clone yet. This is the power of S6. The blonde guy sitting by the fire spoke up. "What about this?" His next proposal left everyone stunned. "We will form a short-term alliance and fight against Sanji." The blonde guy's sharp gaze swept over them. "I do not know how much they promise to pay you if we succeed, but I bet it is worth a fortune. For sure. It is not chump change. We can split it fairly and then go our separate ways. This is the only way to take down that monster." The guy with the awkward demeanor rubbed his hands together in excitement, guessing that the reward would be worth 10 times a regular contract. "So if we all split it, there will still be plenty of money left." It is a bit awkward to ask, but is not it a great idea? The girl with green hair stared at her phone, wide-eyed, announcing it to everyone. "Hold on. We should contact the main office first." Seeing that they were all ignoring her, someone shouted angrily, "You guys are a bunch of useless trash." The guy in the blue hat frowned angrily and questioned them. "Hey, who just said that?" The guy in the red robe was not afraid to respond. "Are you mad because I said that?" The white-haired guy next to him looked worried. He spoke up to remind them. "Senior." The guy in the red robe did not listen. He continued, "You do not even have the right to be mad." At this point, he spoke quietly, making the other guy question why he was hanging around and chatting here. The next remark from the guy in the red robe made even the blonde guy turn. He was cautious about this statement. "You think you are still alive because Sanju is weak." The guy in the red robe slowly stood up. "Up until now, I have completed countless contracts. Many people have cursed out the assassins sent to kill them. I am definitely not trying to dodge that anger because it is part of the job." The 2 guys sat in silence listening to him, while the guy wrapped in green wires pressed his lips together, not daring to make a sound, not to mention. Instead of being furious, he spares the lives of those assassins sent to kill him. Each and every one of you gathered here. The guy in the red robe falls for the ideals of his life. "I can act in the shadows, but I still have my faith and pride. I have no intention of joining a filthy alliance like yours." As the white-haired guy and the red-haired girl chase after him, "Wait for." The guy also stands up, thinking about it. "Sanji did save our 2 people. Holder stares anxiously at the back of the guy in the red robe. "What plans do you have?" The guy in the red robe turns his head back and replies, "I will make sure Sanji uses his skills at least once for this final test, and then I wonder if I should have done this from the start." Sangyu calculated. "This is not the first time. So I wonder if this is part of that guy's so-called plan, but considering there has been no news from the academy, it seems that case is not true." He glances back at Ian following him, reanalyzing the assassin's words. "There are just too many assassins. Should I say this? It is like they are telling me that we are definitely going to bury you here." Yuan is utterly shocked to hear him speak. "I did not expect you to be attacked like that." Frustrated, Sangyu, drenched in sweat, turns to him. "The head of the military told me." The next thing he says leaves Yuan wide-eyed in shock. "Who is that person who opposed me becoming the top's rank?" Sangyu raises his sword. "And those 2 were also the ones who tried to push me into that hellish place. Either way, I was planning to come here even if those 2 did not do anything." Speaking of which, he starts to wonder about Yuan's strange behavior. "Yuan, it is strange how you seem to have a grudge since the first time we met. And it seems you have followed me here. It does not seem to be related to that group of assassins." She remains silent amidst all Sangyu's questioning. She is terrified, sweating like crazy. "But you have to tell me what your relationship with those 2 is." Yuan, his voice trembling, explains. "I am a hunter." He replies. "That is what I wanted to ask and hear an explanation for." Sangyu swings his sword forward, scaring Yuan to death. The assassin's appearance keeps him busy fending them off. "But I think it will be really hard to hear your explanation right now." Sangyu turns to his clone. "Take Yuan to safety." The clone stands by, worrying about him. "Yep. But what about reinforcements?" Sanguru. "I do not need reinforcements." He stares blankly ahead as he answers. Sangu looks at the assassins surrounding him. "Maybe I do need them." The guy in the red robe raises his sword. "Sangyu, Whether you like it or not, this will be the last time we meet like this. The system asks Sang Yu, do you want to practice as if this is a real fight? A magic circle appears in his hand. He looks at the guy in the red robe and responds, I tend to prefer a safer environment. The 5 guys are coming up today, and they are all charging down at Sang Yu. We will see their skills in action. His sharp gaze held the sword tightly, deep in thought, wondering how they did not kick up a single grain of sand as they ran. Something flew by, making them vanish. The figure of the red-cloaked guy began to fade away, and Sang Yu silently thought, but I predict they are just illusions. Sang Yu's face turned serious as he realized the consequences. At that moment, the assassin from behind charged in as well. Yeah. It would be a problem if all of them disappeared. He quickly reacted by turning and punching the guy, thinking, who do you think you are? Something shot through and pierced Sang Yu's arm. The sniper over here told him to use his skills. Sang Yu, Yanjian gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, you bastard. The system reminded him to stay calm. Sang Yu, regain your footing. Click. It felt like a bomb exploded right by Sang Yu. He jumped away just in time to avoid the blow, his face filled with fury as he questioned the system. How can I stay calm in a situation like this? The system announced that he had completed all the preparations to use magic. Liber over here understood the situation. But I searched for the reason you failed to activate it. You are still using the system's underground methods. The system also informed Sang Yu that the moment he thought activation was complete, he inadvertently stopped controlling his mana. The girl in red charged forward to slash, and he dodged, replying to the system, am I really doing that? The red cloak guy rushed toward him, leaving him utterly stunned. He brought his sword down, but Sang Yu blocked it. The guy asked, do you still underestimate us? Liber focused on the fight, reminding him that activating magic is not the end. Mana manipulation must be maintained continuously. Think about it. He could even predict Sang Yu's moves. You are using a spatial skill that requires quite a bit of comfort to maintain. Right. The red cloak guy constantly swung his sword, using his skills, and Sang Yu cursed. Damn it. Sang Yu gritted his teeth in anger. And before he could finish his sentence, the guy came rushing from behind. Do you have any idea what you are doing? He slashed down hard into the ground. Sang Yu held the magic circle in his hand. It does not end after activation like the system says. I have to keep maintaining it. The sword flew and struck the magic circle, causing another explosion. The white-haired guy joined in, his face twisted with madness as he pressured Sang Yu. You bastard. Are not you going to use your skills? Keep this up, and you will really die. Sang Yu, furious, could not understand these people. What is wrong with you? Didn't you come here to kill me? Then he suddenly remembered. Right. Just like how I did with the spatial skill. Vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around Sang Yu, as the red cloak guy soared up. There is a reason the spatial skill is not affected by the system's interference. With all his might, Sang Yu hurled his sword, and the red cloak guy told him, if you do not intend to use them until the very end, all 4 of us will swoop in to surround you. This will be your end. The magic circle appeared on Sang Yu's hand as he desperately dodged the attacks from those assassins, activating and maintaining it without needing to do it separately. The magic circle loomed larger than him, yet he still executed his moves, having to maintain and activate it all at once. Flames erupted fiercely. The guy in the red and black outfit was the first to feel the heat. It was burning hot. Sang Yu delightedly held the fire in his hands. And finally, the assassin stopped fighting him, saying that he had finally succeeded. This scene left Sang Yu dumbfounded as they all knelt down. He asked, what are you all doing? The guy in the red outfit recalled their previous conversation, but he still held on to his pride and conviction, stating that he had no intention of joining a filthy alliance like theirs. The dark-clad one chimed in. Thinking about it, Deng Sang Yu even saved 2 of our members. Holder, sweating in fear, shouted at him. What are you planning? At that moment, the guy in the red outfit replied, I will make Sang Yu use his skills at least once in this final trial. And then, I will return to his school. The guy in red told Sang Yu, everyone here will follow in your footsteps. He was astonished and questioned them. Zico, are you seriously saying you accept murderers for hire like you? Sang Yu waved his hand and turned to leave, thinking this was ridiculous. But, I will let you go, because I am in a pretty good mood right now. Get out of my sight. The guy in red still had not stood up. He held on. We are not the last group of assassins, he informed him. I do not think we are the only assassins trying to take your life, the guy in red asked. Right. Sang Yu glanced back, and he stated his reasoning for Sang Yu to accept them. We are assassins better than anyone else. In return, we will handle those matters for you in the future, since you have shown us mercy by sparing our lives. So do it your way. Sang Yu paused to listen to him. remaining silent. Please lead us. The whole group of assassins stood up. The guy in red observed intently. He recalled Sang Yu's words to him. If you want to work with me, you have to be good enough first. The girl in red looked puzzled. What is he talking about? The white-haired guy beside her awkwardly replied. I have no idea. Holder spoke to the guy in red. Wait. Number 10. Even if these people return like this, their lives can't be guaranteed because the mission they accepted has failed. That is why everyone is accepting your proposal. He questioned. So what are you going to do now? The guy in red turned his head to respond. If he says we need to be good enough, then let us just do that. I know he won't accept us right away. The two girls, one with green hair and the other with blonde, listened carefully to the guy in red. Nevertheless, choosing to work for him was the right decision. We would have a chance to live like real humans. The white-haired guy stepped up to explain to the guy in red. Senior. But we finally succeeded in getting him to show us his skills and coordination. The guy in red quietly listened to him ramble. But is not this no different from the original plan of forming an alliance to attack him? Right. The guy with the blonde hair just realized it. Yeah. It is totally true. We are good to form an alliance to make him use his skills. That means the assassin won't be joining this dirty alliance anytime soon. The guy in the red shirt let out a deep sigh. And that is exactly why we are assassins. He moved on because we were all itching to go, and the others followed suit. No doubt about it, this guy's got connections. Sang Yu finished off the noodles on his plate and stuffed them into his mouth. Ian asked him loudly. Did you let them go? Sang Yu chewed on his noodles, looking frustrated as he replied. I can tell them that letting them go was just for practicing magic. You still have questions. I get that. But Sang Yu glanced at Ian. Satisfied. Everything was going according to my plan. The next line left Ion speechless. The one who commissioned them was Shin Hae-sung and Byung-hun. Sang Yu. Considering my relationship with Shin Hae-sung, it does not surprise me much. But I still want to know the exact reason. Ian will be the one to explain it to him. If he came here as an assassin, he would be been done long ago. The issue is not you. It is this place. Sang Yu obviously realized. This place is where the largest disaster in Korea took place. A memory from the past flashed in Ion's mind. Ji-hee holding a little girl in her arms, saying, I will be back. You know safety comes first. Right. She is the one who awakened before the disaster. Hunter level Sion. Ji. We will follow her too. Jeon-hyuk replied cheerfully. Of course. He would never die and leave his cute daughter behind. The one who awakened before the disaster. Hunter level Kim Jeon-hyuk. He put his hat back on Ion. Of course. He was talking about Ion. The two of them happily said their goodbyes. Anyway. Jeon-hyuk waved his hand, reminding his daughter. You have to listen to your mom. Ion realized. Both my dad and mom are awakened ones. Sang surrounded them. They are the awakened before the disaster. She still remembers that back then, awakened ones were not as common as they are now, and monsters kept pouring out. The world had set a rule. Humanity figured out a way to form a special task force of powerful hunters. They were dispatched to different countries to handle potential global threats. Ion also knew her dad was involved here. That is how famous hunters back then, including my dad, formed a team. The hunters defeated numerous monsters. Their strategy was successful. Since the team comprised volunteer hunters, casualties were kept to a minimum, and their strength could be focused at a single point, making it easy to deal with monsters quickly. She shared with Sang Eun-ning how they easily cleared the area around the gate and set up safe zones to stabilize things. All the hunting grounds you see today were created back then. Everything was progressing smoothly until that accident happened. Those people walking among the monster corpses. Whoever named this place the monster field was spot on. Jeon-hee grimaced. The thick smell of blood was overwhelming, and Sung's eyes widened in shock as he asked, How far have we come? Byung-hun looked at the map and replied, We will reach the center soon. These two are a rank Special Forces Sin Sung, a rank Hunter Special Forces Byung-hun, Hyung-hai sitting on a monster's corpse. No matter how many times you look, it is still not enough people. Why are not they sending more reinforcements? The identities of these two are the A1-un-hai Hunter Task Force and the Am-gong-ion Hunter Task Force. Gong-ion explains, if they send us half-baked recruits, they will just slow us down. Jang-ha sadly tells everyone. There are still quite a few other candidates, like the talented Park Won-tae. And I have heard my Ho is really strong too, part of the Aegeum Hunter Task Force. Suddenly, the monsters burst out from underground. The two of them sitting close by exchange shocked glances, enemies rising from the depths. The monster's mouth opens wide, revealing a glowing circle, as Hai-won-hai brandishes his weapon. Damn it. They just keep coming. Ji-joy yells as he unleashes his energy against the monster. but it is scattering everywhere. The creature spits out a green liquid, letting out terrifying roars. Something massive falls on them. Another giant monster appears. They stare at it in disbelief. This beast is huge. I think it is in a level. Gong Iung charges in with chains. I will bind it first. Byung Hun rushes in to throw a punch. He jumps up to the monster's eye level, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Hee-sung uses his flying spell. You damn earthworm. As rocks and debris lift into the air, giant boulders smash into the monster. But it still does not take any damage. Hye-won-hai glares at the beast with fiery determination. That earthworm's tough as nails. Gong Iung reassures him. Don't he worry. Jin Hyuk soars into the air, using his magic. We have got someone great at breaking tough stuff. Right. He flies right over the monster, then dives down. Jin Hyuk strikes it hard. Blood spraying everywhere. Jin Hyuk lands on its back with a smirk. No matter how tough your shell is, it is game over once the inside is destroyed. The earthworm is doomed. Ji Hum-hai is not surprised Jin Hyuk took down the monster, just as expected. He really is strong. Hatiuna replies. Word about him did not spread for no reason. She tells Jin Hyuk, I heard you were nominated to become the next S-level hunter. He turns around in shock. Wait, that got out. Hee-sung walks away. Calling back. I am not interested. It will just make me busier. You know, that is hilarious. I can't wait to beat him. Bai-hum jokes cheerfully. Isn't that something to celebrate? Hee-sung smirks wickedly. Because you will be the first S-level hunter in Korea. But Jin Hyuk is not ambitious. I just want them to throw some money my way so I can retire before I hit 40. As they leave, a dark figure suddenly appears, shocking both of them. Hoen-hee springs into action the moment she senses danger. Another monster. Gong-yu quickly pulls out his gun and loads it. It is, the shadowy monster is bound by chains. And Hoen-hee grips the rope tightly, grinning with satisfaction. But everything ends once I catch you. She tightened the ropes even more. Something rising from the body of the shadowy monster. Hoen-hee had to struggle hard to secure the rope tighter. Looking truly terrifying, the monster vanished into thin air, its physical form disappearing. Hoen-hee gasped as the rope in her hands snapped. Jae-euna cried out, calling her name. Sister. Hoen-hui. Jae-um rushed over just as Hoen-hee collapsed. Byung-hun grabbed the rope again to restrain the shadowy monster. He urged Jae-um, get her out of here. Hurry. But the monster was not backing down either. Its sharp maw came dangerously close, making him sweat with fear. He thought to himself, that bastard. Whether attacking physically or with poison, nothing seemed to affect it. Monster's hand seized Byung-hun's, leaving him no time to react. It flung him away, and he saw Byung-hun using chains to bind the creature. Jae-um quickly urged him to stop. Jae-um fired her gun at the monster. Large rocks around them were struck by lightning, then sent flying. Each fiery rock hit the monster hard. Jae-um charged it, throwing punches. The monster broke through its outer shell. Smoke billowed from the tubes on its body. Jae-um realized, even such heavy attacks were having no effect. He watched the monster closely, as if its body was adapting to their skills. The monster unleashed a jet of black gas at him. Jae-hook could not believe the scene unfolding before him. No way. How could an A-rank team be wiped out so quickly? This is insane. The monster was still unharmed after everything. He could bet his life on it. This was definitely not an A-rank monster. Ji-hook shouted to all his injured teammates. Everyone scatter. His hand still held the red orb tightly. He shouted urgently. We will regroup at the campsite we set up 2 days ago. At this rate, we are all going to die. Ji-hook planted his hands on the ground. The ground erupted with rocks and debris. Ji-hoo yelled out. Everyone. We need to prioritize staying alive. Hee-sung managed to step out safely. Although he was free, his face still showed signs of terror. I could have died. The monster had attacked Gong-young next to him. If it had not turned to attack Gong-young instead, but there was no guarantee it would spare him. The monster closing in made Hee-sung's hair stand on end. Though slightly scared, he still dared to look at the monster. He still hoped that one day he could become the strongest hunter. The monster lunged at Hee-sung. He seemed to have accepted his fate, thinking it would end here. Just then, a beam of light shot in front of him. The area exploded in a cloud of dust. But the monster was only singed on one hand. It still managed to flee. Someone's silhouette approached. Hee-sung, are you okay? Hee-sung dropped to the ground, asking back cautiously. What are you doing here? Jin-I looked back and asked him. Is that how you say thank you for saving you? Meanwhile, Jae-um was sobbing as she watched Hani lying unconscious in front of her. Sister Hein. Her voice trembled. I never thought we would have to say goodbye like this. Bai Yu-hun was exhausted from the wound on his right arm. Jae-um stood up and asked him. Sister. It must hurt a lot. I will heal you. Bai Yu-hun bluntly refused. I think you should heal your own leg first. Still, Jae-um used her healing magic on Bung-hun. He thought to himself. In this life, everything was meant for fighting. Yet just now I was completely overwhelmed. The monster's foot stepped closer. Both of them were stunned while Jayum-ha was filled with fear. The gigantic monster was still on the hunt for its prey. It walked past the spot where they were hiding behind a rock. Bai Wu-hun tried to hold his breath. Remembering Honhai from before, we could not win. His eyes widened as he realized life and death. Everyone must die. And that includes me. Bai Wu-hun recalled when the monster struck one Dayum. Just like all the others. Something zipped past. I do not want to die. Bing Hoen was taken right in front of Jayum-ha. The monster turned its gaze towards Jayum-ha sitting there. And Sung was walking with Jin Hyuk and asked, "So why did that monster run away?" He answered first, "I am not really sure. But I have a guess." Jin Hyuk's answer made Shai Sung freeze in shock. It always targets the easiest prey. He analyzed the incidents that occurred. The two attacked were both mid-range and long-range fighters. Plus it had not fully taken down Oh Byung-hun. At this point, his hands clenched tightly. They were all talented warriors. But what Sung questioned was, "Why did you follow me?" Jin Hyuk turned around and replied, "I told you. It seems it usually attacks non-close combat hunters. Hunters Oh Byung-hun and Ji-hum-ha were on the same path. So the chances of it attacking you are pretty high." Besides, hearing this, Sung froze. "I have a kid," Jin Hyuk innocently remarked. "I heard there are two of them. Named Jun Hyung." Right, having a child changes a person's purpose in life so much. He did not notice Sung's darkening expression from behind. "Do not push my buttons," he gritted his teeth. "My goal in this life has never changed. Do not think that just because we share a common point, you can understand me." Before Sung could finish, a scream tore through the air. No matter what anyone said to him, the trapped monster was still moving towards Ji-hum-ha. "Run." Tears streamed down his face. "Please. Someone." Just then, Jin Hyuk rushed in and punched the monster. The thin stone fell off. Ji-hum-ha called out in panic. Jin Hyuk turned in surprise. "Why are you the only one here?" He felt awkward since Byung-hun had already taken off earlier. "About that," Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and called out, "Oh Byung-hun." The monster stood up from the stone. Jin Hyuk sat down for Ji-hum-ha to climb on his back. "Get on ahead. Focus on healing your leg first. You try to get on." "All right," he shouted to Sung. "Jin Sung, cover for me." He stood on the thin rock. Surprised. Thinking about Jin Hyuk, he compressed and released the air again to speed up his movement. It was ridiculously fast. No doubt about it, he manipulated the rocks to fly up. "I admit, Jin Hyuk, you are really strong." At that moment, that black beast came for Jin Hyuk and Ji-hum-ha. Probably even stronger than me. He controlled the small stone in his hand with a dangerous expression. And I probably would never be able to surpass this. Up here. He still had not awakened to something explosive. That thing shot straight at both Jin Hyuk and Ji-hum-ha. His gaze flicked to Sung. His eyes widened in response to him, as if to say, "If we do not act right now, that monster always targets the easiest prey. Right? Don't worry." The black monster rushed towards them, and Sung, like a good guy, promised, "I will explain it well to your family." Hun's face was drenched in sweat, dazed. Then he took a leap to speed up. He jumped into the deep abyss, and Ji-hum-ha suddenly burst into tears. Her body pushed down into the void, covered in blood from head to toe. Stammered, "What have I done?" Suddenly, he turned to the newcomer, Jin Sung. He hurriedly asked about the situation. "What about the others? Could it be that," he quietly announced, "we are the only two survivors?" Sung reiterated and emphasized. "The others sacrificed themselves so we could escape. Do you understand?" Hun stammered, trying to say something. "That means." But he did not wait and said straight out, leaving him shocked. "I mean both Gu Ji-hum-ha and Kim Jun Hyuk. The ones you abandoned. All died to save us." Sung gently knelt down to remind him. "I mention this now because Ji-hun might know if we return like this. Now we are all in the same boat." Sanju seemed doubtful and asked, "Is that really true?" You kept probing. "How do you know about that?" Hyun seemed contemplative. "Meat is not. Is my mom." A stunned silence fell. She recounted, "My mom has the skill of insight. She used to cry out in pain, 'Please Sung, please Sung.'" Hyun shared the painful story from the past. And that was the beginning of her downfall. Hun sat before the press conference, sadly announcing, "They were all heroes, especially the hunter Kim Ju-wook. He proved why he was nominated as the next rank hunter. But," Hun said, tears streaming down his face, "because this rank monsters out there are just too strong." The TV anchor was broadcasting images and reading the heartbreaking news to everyone. A tragedy had occurred. Where 5 out of 7 heroes hopes for the entire world. Not just Korea had died in a monstrous ambush in Western Africa. Particularly among them, Hunter Kim Jong-wook was known to have a family. So the authorities decided to express their deep condolences and discuss compensation. At the end of the news report, the survivors of this tragedy, Hunters Shin Hae-sung and Oh Byung-hun, stated that they would honor the noble sacrifices of those who had fallen and would provide special support to the unfortunate families. Jong-wook gritted his teeth in anger. That is ridiculous. She tightly clenched Hyun's hand. You do not believe such nonsense. Do you, Hein? Right. She screamed out loud. It hurts. Jun Hae-wook's heart broke as tears streamed down his face. I have to seek justice for him. Please tell Mom I will do it. She said. Your father's body has been left in that cold, desolate place. She spoke heavily. He promised me he would come back. Hein cried as she nodded. Yep. I promise. I will seek justice. The hunters sent from Korea for the catastrophe. You can just brush it off. What happened in Africa, Hein and Shin Hae-sung, but she faced harsh criticism. However, due to a lack of evidence, people did not want her to ruin the memorial for the brave sacrifice. People were gossiping. Did Shin Hae-sung and Oh Byung-hun betray their teammates? She probably just wants more compensation. Who would believe that? Hein smiled as she remembered. And then, as I grew older, I hid in the moonlight workshop seeking revenge. I tried to escape the past. Well, you probably know what happens next. Then Hein was pulled away. She recounted everything and concluded. Does that explain everything? The reason I have a hostile attitude towards Shin Hae-sung? Sanji quietly speculated. I do not think she is lying. Sanji was hesitating on something, but she left the most crucial detail for last. Vaven suddenly appeared, looking like he had something on his mind. You came back unexpectedly, Vaven said with a smug grin. Aren't you supposed to call me master now? Sanju inquired about the situation. Have you dealt with the monsters in the outskirts yet? Vaven landed on the ground. I have been around here for a few days. Didn't you notice? You look super surprised, he said. I just told my contacts to report on hostile targets only. So why are you lurking around here? He felt quite taken aback. Of course. I do this because I can't let my precious disciple get hurt. This place used to be crawling with enemies, he replied. You know. And yet you are using them like target practice. Haha. Sanji was quite shocked to hear that. So you are just observing, Vaven said matter-of-factly. Why would I need to step in when you are not actually in danger? He was very curious. Anyway, I can't believe you are practicing magic. You are trying some cool stuff. Right. Did Arya teach you? Hearing that, he felt puzzled. Right. Vaven is from T-Bone. Is not. He knows how to use magic too. But Saven's innocent face said. This is all I know, he said calmly. I am just glad you are good with a sword. Then he stepped forward wanting to ask. Haha. Anyway, staying away from the system is a good thing. There is a huge difference between magic and skill systems. Do you want to follow me to a deeper place? Hun looked dazed. All the assassins failed. He tried to comfort himself. It has been over 18 years. There is no evidence left at all. Completely none. Hun spoke in a fluster. Everything he did. Then suddenly, Diamhai appeared behind him, and he fled. He fell to the ground. Hun was completely confused. Haha. How did everything turn out like this? I was just simply controlling disaster information as instructed and assassinating a 20-year-old kid. My foolish actions back then led to today. The monsters rushed in fiercely, and you could see Gavin's face full of rage. What is up with that expression? He was really intrigued. That sword technique just now. Was that the Windstorm Envoy sword style? Sanji looked quite proud. I was just mimicking what my clone did, Raven said with disappointment. That is not the way. Your clone learned it. But you anyway. Let us keep going. You are seriously getting on my nerves. Sanji was fully focused on the fight. I am doing this right. Right. Controlling the airflow with my wrist movements. The monster slowly approached. And Raven reminded once more. Remember I told you this is the perfect place to train. He recounted. This is the land of evolution and adaptation. Raven tried to encourage him. If you can change, you want to move forward. He urged. Now it is your turn to use your magic. Try casting a fireball at them. But Sanji was still scared. A fireball. The monster suddenly lunged at him. Flames erupted unexpectedly. And he stammered in disbelief. Wait. Really? Raven explained. You have hunted most of the monsters here with your sword. Right. The monsters in the center have evolved in a way that gives them higher resistance against hunters. More accurately, against prey. he explained. It is because other species have been heavily hunted with sword techniques. They have adapted and become resistant to physical attacks. But they can withstand fire, Raven suggested. In other words, you can use magic to hunt them. He sliced them in half, Raven stated succinctly. Or take them down with an even stronger blow. Sanji looked on in disbelief. These monsters. And my slash only left scratches. He turned around with a bright smile. Is not it convenient to see your target right in front of you? But you still did not notice. My life goal is to live comfortably. Lying down. Eating. And playing. Not dealing with stuff like this. On the other side, at the G branch office. Someone knocked on the door. Jumbo opened it. Confused. Who are you? There were many people standing outside, and he was baffled. What is going on? Number 10 got straight to the point. We are here to collect evidence, he said aggressively. We are the ones who have walked the blood-soaked path to escape it and reclaim our humanity. Jumbo understood. You are here for an interview. Right. Number 10 nodded.
Yep.
You are welcome. Please come in. Yuan was focused on grinding Miss Shard. She was busy concocting. The journalist inquisitively asked, Hunter Yi-sung, do you know Hunter Ul-ji-hyan? What do you think about the recent rumors that she betrayed Hunter Kim Jun-haik? Yi-sung replied bluntly. That is ridiculous. He cleverly countered. Hunter Kim Jun-haik is my benefactor. So I do not want to speak ill of his wife, but just because someone has the ability to see the future does not mean everything they say is the truth. Right. After that, Sung turned away and left. They say their marriage is going well. What a shame. Yuan felt uncertain, wondering if she should believe it or not. It can be true. Right. Please. Sung has killed the tea, she used to whisper mysteriously. Yeon. Only you are allowed to know this. Your mother has never told anyone. On the other side, they were curious. So what were the last words Mom said? The fire flared up, and the monster started to ooze away. Sang Hao's face was covered in grime. Looking exhausted. Now these bastards even have high-level fire resistance. He struggled to adjust his plan. Fireballs were useless now. So what next? Sang Hao charged straight ahead, swinging his sword fiercely. The monster was instantly frozen. Something was moving incredibly fast. Sang Hao excitedly boasted. Do you see this? Raven. I just mastered the basic fast draw and mana control. But Raven looked dazed. His clone could do better. He turned with a slightly disappointed expression, praising the disciple for something so hard. He quickly made a request. If you call me master, I will reconsider. So Sang Hao immediately called out. Master. Raven was surprised. Did you just call me? His disciple sincerely addressed him.
Yep.
Please teach me. Suddenly, there was a voice. Here. The monster stopped eating. A huge creature was devouring everything. Sang Hao fearfully stammered. Master. I do not think fire or sword techniques will work on it. What should I do now? Raven maintained his calm demeanor. Don't he worry. My disciple. The power of the wind blade technique is limitless. You have no idea how much I wanted to say that. Over by the building. Now. Let us start the interview. Junmo looked around. Feeling curious. He looked like a foreigner. But why did he come all the way to Korea to apply to this GM company? Number 10 bluntly stated his goal. I am here because I want to work with the craftsman Jun Sang Hayu. We owe our lives to him. He seemed intrigued. Got it. That is what. Looks like he admires foreigners too. But I guess he can be clueless yet kind-hearted. He suddenly described an action. Right. Even though I threw a shuriken at his head. Then number 10 quickly explained. Oh man. Looks like my kid is still building a plane. He looked exhausted. Junmo felt a bit awkward and changed the subject. So what is the area you are most confident in? Number 12 quickly replied. Of course. It is assassination. So number 10 had to act. Go to sleep. He turned to explain. Sleeping is very important. Junmo looked confused. What is going on with them? So he just brushed it off. Well, that is enough. There is still one last test. He did not forget to explain. We had no choice but to add it in because craftsman Jun Sanjiu insisted on including it in the interview process. Junmo announced the test. A mock battle with a clone to assess overall skills and combat ability. On this side, the monster let out a loud roar. Sanjiu approached. Curious. So what is the next stage? But Javen replied, actually, I was just trying to sound cool. He quickly emphasized. But my disciple. You have been through that phase before. Right. You remember the advice during the battle with the giant white skeleton. How you temporarily maximized the effect by concentrating all your strength into one strike. Right. Raven now advises you to just do that 5 times faster. He unleashed a powerful demonstration. The monster cried out in pain. Raven turned to wait. It is your turn now. My disciple, you still felt a bit worried. Of course. Doing it alone is a bit much. He wanted to see the performance. So why not try it with a few other disciples? Suddenly, a spot exploded, dust flying everywhere. The masked man observed and quickly realized. Things were getting messy. It seems Sanju has become more dangerous than what the boss predicted. Sanju was extremely tired. Haha. Damn it. He was panning. So those bastards are all dead now. Right. Raven suddenly shed a tear. He joyfully descended to praise. Disciples number 1 and 2. You did great. Sanju was incredibly frustrated. And what about me? Raven got back up again. He had to hurry to leave. I have a call from Heritage. I will be back soon. You were surprised. What is going on? Raven could guess the urgency. Since it was an emergency call. Something serious must have happened. Even though I do not know how to handle it. Raven warned before leaving. Anyway. My disciple. Be careful. He mentioned this place. It is already the center of the pit. After the disaster. The number of monsters escaping the pit has dwindled. So we only keep them at this minimum level. But since this place is rated as an S-ranked dungeon, that is not surprising. Raven turned to leave. Do not get too confident over there. You are not that far from being overconfident. Raven warned. Then just try to survive. Yun suddenly woke up. She was quite surprised. There you are. Sanchio asked. Is the monster material for the medicine already here? Yuan explained the different types of medicine. Most of them have very interesting properties. Thanks to them, I can create new medicines. Adaptive medicine. It increases the user's adaptability to external factors. Side effects. After the effect ends, all resistance effects will be temporarily reduced. She handed it to you. Here. Try it out and let me know what you think. Sanchio nodded. Right. The side effects seem acceptable now. Damn it. This is awkward. Both sides sat in silence. Sanchio's face turning bright red after hearing about her past. She spoke up first. Excuse me. Yun shyly said. There is something I have not told you. Sanchio was curious. What is it? Number 3 reported back. A monster has been spotted near the campsite. Number 3 declared. I will take it down right now. Number 1. Old man. Yun gently recounted. My mother's last words. The real reason I came here, she wanted to whisper. Only you can know this. I have never told anyone. She hesitated. My mom looked into the abyss every day after the disaster. Number 1 reported back to check on the monster inside. The monsters looked battered. With a distant red glow, Number 1 observed while reminding. Wait. That idiot. You should not block it. As both sides rushed into battle. Yun continued the story. Later realized why my mom kept doing that. She kept covering her face. Repeating. Listen. Hear it. Listen. Her eyes were welling up. Dad is really still alive. Battle got even fiercer. Suddenly an explosion occurred. Sanji was so shocked he exclaimed. Oh my. Causing his words to stutter. Your dad. At that moment, the space vibrated intensely. And because of this, Sanji realized Number 2 was dead, so he hurriedly ran off, reminding everyone to stay put and not go outside. Yun was confused. What the heck is going on? Sanji ran with all his strength to check. Number 1. Are you okay? Everything left him very puzzled. What was happening? Before he could finish, Number 1 turned around with a strange look. Why is the master just arriving now? Sanji was really stunned. Wait. Right now. Number 1 continued. Look over there. He was filled with hatred. That bastard. That is a piece of me. This time I must reclaim it. After understanding a bit of the situation. Sanji wondered. Did you take Number 1's person because of that piece? Why is it happening right now? Number 1 did not respond but assessed. You have broadened your horizons. I like that challenge. He chuckled. We are just switching turns a little. It seems, and he added. He thinks facing that bastard alone is too dangerous. The ground over there suddenly exploded, seeing Sanju intending to get closer. Number 1 warned. Don't touch that. Do not try to stop it. You will blow up too. The guy next to you died like that. Just then, Sanju sensed something. Wait. This ability. Next. He commanded. Everyone. Support me. And Sangyu jumped straight down to the ground. I need to see this with my own eyes. The remaining clones received the order, and all appeared in full force. Meanwhile, Sanji was focusing on the fierce monster. A storm of rage erupted from it instantly. Its head was covered in gold. Number 1 saw the monster unfazed and continued to unleash his moves. Seems like that is not enough. Let me add another. He shot a stream of purple magic at the monster. The surrounding rocks shattered from the impact. Sanji awaited anxiously for the result. Damn it. Monster's shell was gradually cracking open. Sanji cursed. This situation has become really complicated. Now the one inside was completely taken over. All three clones stood still, watching what would happen next. The monster's shell covered itself again. As soon as it returned to its original form, the monster vanished. Sanji ground his teeth in shock, running away, but number one was very excited. How interesting. Using my power like this. Could it be the monster's instinct? You make a request. Hey Dung Sanju. I want to strike a deal with you. Number one immediately proposes. If you hand over that piece to me, I will help you out this time. And I will reveal the weakness of that bastard. At that moment, inside the tent, Yuan is sitting alone. Her hands tremble as she pulls back the curtain to see the scene before her. The person appearing shocks Yuan, and tears start to spill from the corners of her eyes. Yuan covers her face and sobs uncontrollably at the reality unfolding. It is Mom was not lying. Dad is still alive. Over on the other side, number one reveals. The monster we just encountered. You are revealing one thing. It is part of my body. Sanju imagines the lifeless scene in her mind. What are you doing? Body. You blurt out in confusion. What? Number one continues explaining. My body is split into 7 parts: head, torso, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a weapon. Each piece has its own unique power. Upon hearing this, Sanju questions. So the names of the 7 deadly sins are not about sins. Number one clarifies. The others just named them whatever they wanted because anyone who holds my pieces goes crazy. He further explains. And my body has the ability to absorb and adapt. It can absorb and unleash the elemental forces around it and adapt to different environments. Sanji has to admit, that bastard's energy is indeed strange. Even if I do not care, but its presence is still a bit off. So number one explains. Because it has adapted and merged into the environment, Sanji grows more curious. So it also absorbs people. Number one thinks for a moment and then asks back. Are you talking about the human form revealed from within the monster? Sanju expresses her point of view. Not just the monster's abilities. Everything I have heard about him is consistent. That must be the hunter Kim Jun-hyo. Is there any way to save him? At Harry Tate's headquarters, a voice rings out. Sorry, Dewbird. I am here now. Upon hearing the voice, he turns. A sword master. You must be very busy. Forgive my intrusion. Raven chimes in. I am not as busy as you are here. Then Dewbird picks up an object beside him. I want to show you this first. The moment Raven sees it, surprise washes over his face. This is Dewbird holding it up while shouting. Earthquake. Seeing this, Raven asks a key question. Did you succeed in restoring it? Dewbird shares a bit. It was tough because its condition was not great at first. He then reveals. This is a relic of the Orentia Empire. The sword of the late king. Said to be able to upheave the ground with just one swing. And Dewbird declares. It is time for this sword to see the light of day after such a long time. So he requests. I want you to use it. But Raven interrupts. Do not you know? He honestly replies. I am not in a position to use it. I am just a small remnant of the past of someone who failed to protect the empire. Finally, he clearly states, and it does not fit my swordsmanship. Storm Herald. It seems this is not surprising for Dewbird. Too bad. I knew you would say that. He made a suggestion. So at least give it a shot, Raven casually replied. Of course. That is something I can always do before the match. He warned. No holding back. Dewbird nodded in agreement. Of course. We are testing the limits here. Then he started laying down this trap. Raven swiftly grabbed his sword. A whirlwind erupted from that object. Raven assessed seriously. Just as I expected. It possesses extreme power, and from that moment, he acknowledged. It is definitely worthy of a name. Suddenly, Raven did something that made even Dewbird freeze in place. Oh no. Meanwhile, at Sanji's location, number one was twisting the arm of the beast. Then he brought it to Happy. Is this enough yet? Happy took it. Yeah. Thanks. Inside, Yuan was feeling very conflicted. There was no other way to pull her dad out of that monster's body. So she kept thinking. A creature that can adapt to its environment and change constantly. Accordingly, Yuan calculated that a potion could be made using that. Finally, she decided she would use this as an essential ingredient to amplify the side effects and reverse the main effects. Yuan was confident that she was creating a potion capable of returning everything to its original state before using it. With this, I can definitely save my dad. On the cliff, there was a rock jutting out, and the monster that escaped earlier appeared and jumped onto it. The only thing standing out in the space around was the tent and a booming laugh. Yuan was separating 2 test tubes in her hands when suddenly she collapsed to the ground. Yuan was thrilled with her achievement. She finally synthesized the stimulant. After checking, Number 1 reported the situation. There is nothing here. No rock big enough for that guy to hide in, so he requested to search elsewhere. Suddenly Sanji spoke up. Man, right now. You are being tied up like a roast pig by numbers 2 and 3. I do not get what is going on. Please explain. Did you forget I saved your life again? Yet. Number 1 scolded. Cut it out. You idiot. Think. Right now. Those clones are out doing their jobs. Plus, I got a lecture. The top priority for all the monsters around here is survival. Hunting is just a way to stay alive, so you can explain. It means if your clones keep unintentionally gathering like this, that jerk will never show up. And number 1 for 2. That is why we set up a trap. This cat and mouse game is to lure that jerk with easy prey. You keep spouting insults. A dumb, careless prey. The kind with a brain as useless as a jellyfish. At this point, Sanji suddenly realized something. Could it be? Hearing this, Number 1 glanced at him and made it clear. Who else but this guy? This solid statement left Sanju speechless. It hurt too much. But he could not argue back. Just then, Du-hien rushed over from afar. Dung Sanjiu. Wait. Seeing the scene in front of her, she was also confused. What is going on? Why are you hanging upside down like a roast chicken? Sanji did not bother to explain. You will understand this grand plan soon. Then Gu-hien presented what she had just experimented with. Anyway. Take this. Sanju immediately asked. What is this? And Gu-hien slowly began to tell the story. Back then I had seen it. The one inside the monster. Here. She does not hold back anymore. She lays it all bare. It is my dad. Du-hien sets a condition. I won't ask you why you hid this from me. But in return, let my dad drink this. I've created a reverse reaction stimulant. She can assure that it will definitely bring my dad back to normal. Sanju is caught off guard by this. Right here. So Gu-hien earnestly pleaded. This is my final request. Please save my dad. Please save my family. At that moment, Raven was stunned by the news he just received. The thing I destroyed was the superior clone. Dubert chuckled and confirmed. That is right. I should have explained it to you first. You look really shocked. Raven wanted to know more. How did you handle it? Dubert had to honestly reveal. It is a byproduct of analyzing the cloning skills of the Sanju technician. Of course, we adjusted the analysis skill, which had some failures. But this still represents a significant breakthrough in our research plan regarding that skill, and he emphasized, this is truly an incredible skill. And Raven also acknowledged, he is an extraordinary person. Dubert did not forget to express his gratitude, saying, thank you anyway. I have confirmed the issue. Now I can gain more insight. But suddenly Raven called out. Sorry, Dubert. Then the father asked, can anyone else use the seismic skill besides me? If I were to suggest this, now Sanju is trapped and all alone in the mountains. And he suddenly remembers. This is just like the bird trap I made when I was a kid. But what puzzled Sanju was, earlier, Kim Woon had created the stimulant. Her urgent voice echoed in Sanju's head. When did she create this? Please save my dad. Please save my family. Remembering, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Right at that moment a familiar figure appeared from nowhere. The monster below was standing tall before Sanju but in a flowed form. This time he had to admit, he came quickly. I really am a perfect bait. Sanju immediately pressed a button. And instantly everything around exploded, leaving only swirling black smoke. And the chains binding Sanju were released. Congratulations on becoming my bait. You bastard. You stepped closer to confirm. This time you won't escape. Somewhere, those agonizing voices cried out. Please stop. The training match is over. Number 3 suddenly stood motionless. The people behind him had already collapsed. You guys have worked hard. The Jummo, witnessing it all, could not hide his surprise. His stats were lower than Jun Sanju. But his technique was truly remarkable, as expected. He was not joking around. The weak can create variables and strategies to counter the strong. Not only that, he also noticed, and he had shown his ruthless power against weaker opponents. Number 10 was left speechless. Like, what the heck? And Guy also noticed number 3. Even though we were allowed to use any kind of weapon, he still dodged all bullets and swords, even redirecting attacks from all sides. That is why number 10 was even more confused. How is that possible? Earlier, we had even backed Jun Sanju into a corner, forcing him into a tight spot with coordinated attacks. Guy asked a question. But how can a clone be better than the original? Jun whispered to Han. Number 3 did really well. Do you want a snack? Just hearing about food made you serious. I want raiment. Number 12 was also in shock. Senpai. This is really something. The clone is even stronger than the original. Just like that, number 10 scalded. You idiot. Think smarter. Number 12 volunteered first. I will give it another shot. Number 10 added. I want to work under Jun Sanji. Shocked. Senpai. This is really something. The clone is even stronger than the original. Just like that. Number 10 did really well. Number 12 volunteered first. I will give it another shot. Number 10 added. I want to work under Jun Sanji. If I joined in too. I want to as well. I can't be anywhere else but here. The explosion at Sanji's place was even larger than before. Yet the monster showed no signs of fatigue. That is Sanji's biggest delusion right now. And I can't accept his life. Number 12 volunteered first. I will give it another shot. Number 10 added. I want to work under Jun Sanji. Faye joined in. It is Sanji's biggest delusion right now. Damn. He is immune to fire now. Number 1 shared some information. My skills adapt and change instantly when facing enemies. Unlike those types of monsters, my power is not fixed during combat. But you should note, even so, there is still a limit. Number 2 had been holding a fireball from the start. You dodged hard into the monster, causing a massive explosion. This time, it let out a roar. From that moment on, Sanji concluded that this jerk could not adapt and resist different attributes all at once. Seizing the moment, Sanji charged in again, landing a hit that made the monster bleed from its shoulder. Given the current situation, Sanji had to be determined he needed to put an end to this. And fast. With that, he poured all his strength into a powerful attack. But number 1 spoke up, saying they were underestimating that monster. Sanji shot back. Then why are not you helping me out? After that, both number 1 and number 2 rushed in at the same time. Together, they all attacked the monster. Sanji was surprised, asking, why are not you helping me? One person announced, we have got him under control now. Number 1 urgently warned, fall back. Sanji, you won't believe this, he is adapted to the system. Sanji was stunned upon hearing this. Just then, a gust of wind hit him, distorting his face. Damn it. Now he had to grit his teeth, knowing it was exploding the separation. I have to hold on. Sanji used all his strength, determined to stop it from expanding with his invincible body. But the pressure was overwhelming, making it hard for him to cope. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Sanji's body was clearly injured. But fortunately, his 2 clones arrived just in time to help. Number 3 reminded him, one wrong move, and it is game over. However, he pointed out that it was Sanji who made the mistake. In an instant, the ground exploded due to the shockwave, sending dust flying everywhere. Sanji was dumbfounded by what had just happened. Number 1 coldly warned, you have already died once. There is no second chance, so calm down. He even bluntly stated, if my existence did not depend on your skills, I would let you die already. At this point, Sanji wondered, how can you eliminate the separation skill? Number 1 explained that each fragment has its own abilities, and this was the ability of the head. By analyzing the skill's structure, we can cut off its mana flow and neutralize it. And he revealed that Sanji had only taken a hit to his stomach, and he was still alive and kicking. Besides, your regeneration rate is pretty high. Sanji felt a bit skeptical, thinking that ability also helped him fend off the giant bone spirit's attacks. As he was expressing his thoughts, Number 1 punched him, saying, so whenever something like that happens, you just need to eliminate it. Sanji was furious. Wait, why did you hit me? Number 1 mercilessly shot back. You are useless. Can you do anything other than leech off others? Sanji shouted in affirmation. Exactly. That is the kind of person I am. Just then, the monster lunged at him in a surprise attack. Number 1 had something to say. With those stats, you should not be risking your life like against the giant bone spirit. Why are not you focusing at all? But Sanji's face showed sheer determination because he had to kill this monster. In the lab, a loud voice echoed. Here, Trevor held a series of test tubes up, presenting the beautiful potion you requested. Haesung grabs a test tube and inspects it, suddenly snatching the mouse right next to him. Then ruthlessly pours the potion straight down the mouse's throat. Trevor's jaw drops in shock as, in an instant, the tiny mouse transforms into a giant creature. Haesung sets the mouse on fire while reflecting. Are you kidding me? It is a defective product. Trevor is so panicked he breaks into a cold sweat. Eventually, the old man confesses. There are only 2 completed samples that can prevent transformation into a monster. I do not have enough time to finish the rest. Still, Trevor notices something alarming. The mouse that seemed to be eliminated suddenly leaps up and bites his hand. Trevor points out, even so, the enhancement potential of these defective products can't compare to the previous one, and the old man insists. If I had more time, I could turn them into masterpieces. But Trevor cuts him off. Just forget about the perfect version. He snaps. Just keep producing this type. You should have given me something like this from the start. Outside, the forest is in chaos because of the monster. Yuan is curled up in the tent, her head snapping up. She can guess they are fighting. Wow. Getting someone to take medicine while battling is quite the challenge. Thinking of the negative outcome, Yuan hesitates. What if the potion bottle breaks during the fight? Because of this, she is torn about making a few more from leftover materials. There it is. As Yuan steps outside, number 3 spots her. Where are you going? I have this, she says, holding up a vial. This is for Dung Sanji. It is a booster. Number 3 immediately insists. Let me handle it. However, Yuan declines. I need to check the effectiveness of the potion, so please let me go. Number 3 reminds her. I won't stop you. But think carefully. He asks again. Are you sure you want to go there? Sanji and the clone are fighting hard right now, and the monster is holding something glowing in its hand. Number 1 keeps rambling. You fool. People can adapt but can't learn anything. Then he launches an attack at the monster. Next, calling for backup, number 2 casts a spell, and flames erupt inside the monster. The human form inside starts to become visible again. Sanju attempts another strike. He recalls the earlier question. His skills and the story he heard match perfectly. That must be the San Kim blacksmith. Is there any way to save him? Just then, Sanji slices sharply into the monster's body. The monster is gravely wounded, its body becoming more damaged and immobile. Sanji warns. There is no escape for you now. Suddenly, number 1 denies, saving the guy inside. You must be mistaken. Number 3 rushes in from behind to ambush the monster. Lightning coursing through it makes the monster wail in agony. Number 1 announces. I have temporarily restrained it. Its adaptation skills are locked, so it won't be able to fight back. Then all 3 clones surround the monster, and Sanji quickly jumps in to join the fray. At that moment, Yuan's desperate plea echoed in his mind. This is my last request. Please, save my dad. Save my only family. But now, Sanji could only mutter. The being inside the monster was as stiff as a log. Just as Sanji was about to strike, a deep voice rang out. Stop. Yuan was trying to climb the cliff to reach him. Wait. What? But then she lost her grip and fell. Yuan, bewildered, asked why. Well, why are you pointing your sword at my dad? You promised you would save him. My dad. Right now. The number 1 with a piercing gaze continued to wear that strange expression. He did not hesitate to expose the truth. That is what. Yuan tried to cling to her last hope. You broke the vial, did not you? I brought a backup. You know. I made extra just in case. Sanju interrupted. I have got one already. Then he called out her name. Kim Yun. And Sanji made it clear. That is not your dad. It is just a monster. He explained that this appearance was due to a transformation skill. It was not controlled by the hunter Kim Dung Hyuk or anything. Sanji wanted Yuan to understand that if they gave it the potion, it would just turn back into a regular monster like the others. She could not believe the truth. I do not understand what you are saying. What do you mean by monster? Yuan Junjin quickly realized and stopped him. That is not a monster. That is my dad. I only met him when I was little, but his image is still vivid in my mind. She took a brief glance and recognized him. He looked just like he did back then. Sanji, hearing this, was a bit skeptical. Just like he used to, he immediately noticed the issue. It has been 18 years and his appearance has not changed at all. Isn't he that kind of weird? Number 1 remained resolute. If you do not see it with your own eyes, you won't believe it. Step aside, Jun Sanji. He was determined to act. After all, he would regain his transformation ability. Number 1 decisively slashed through the monster, which cried out in agony. Yun, utterly desperate, shouted with tears streaming down. Do not. Bright colors splattered everywhere. That face slowly began to change. It was a completely different face than before, and Yuan broke down in tears. At this moment, Number 1 asked, is this also a relative of yours? Aren't you going to stop? Why the silence? I am asking if this is a relative of yours. That face looks a lot like Jiayama. Sanjia wondered with concern. Is this person also part of the special forces? Number 1 replied nonchalantly. Who knows? This monster changes its appearance every time it gets hurt. It hides its true self really well, so you probably would not even recognize it. The monster fell, writhing in pain. Number 1 urged quickly. It seems like it is done healing. Hurry up and kill it, or it will adapt to ice magic and escape. Yuan pulled something out. Wait a second. Tears streamed down her face. But there was a glimmer of hope, as she wanted it to drink the last of the medicine, while it was still in the form of my father. What if it really is my dad? Yuan's voice trembled with sorrow. Still not 100% sure. She rushed up to stop him, and Sanji felt completely bewildered. Wait. What are you doing? He looked on in surprise. She was clutching her stomach in agony, coughing and gasping for breath. Number 1 spat out coldly. I can't stand people like that. His words were harsh. If you had not been so stubborn, and could admit the truth right in front of you, I would not have to mock you. All you do is beg for mercy. But there is nothing in return. Number 1's words pierced her heart. If at least you knew how to wield a weapon, I would not have to humiliate you like this. Yuan felt a wave of regret wash over her as she shouted, my medicine. Number 1 ignored her and kept walking. Get lost. You are just in the way. Suddenly, he was attacked by something. Confused, he demanded, what are you doing? Sanji, he shouted frantically. I told you to kill that monster. Yuan was still reluctant and could not take action. Dad. Number 1 tried to shout to awaken her. That is a monster. Forget it. No need to explain further. Sanji charged it. Even though the monster's mouth was wide open, filled with sharp teeth, dying in his own fight might just be a twisted blessing. Answer me, you wretched beast. Sanji turned back, realizing something. You are saying that monster took the form of the hunter Kim Jun-hee, to use its skills. Right. So that means the recreated body will also have the same memories and form of Kim Jun-hee, Yuk. Number 1 confirmed. Exactly. It will regenerate the brain to use its skills. So what? He stressed that the monster was just acting on its instincts. Sanji ordered. Then use your skills to isolate the part of the body that contains the form of Kim Jun-hee Uk and cut off the rest. You said you could sever Mech Manhwa, but Number 1 seems dissatisfied. Why should we carry out such a ridiculous request that might not even work? Sanji replied straightforwardly. Haha. This is not a request at all. You change your attitude to challenge him. If you do not want to do it, then forget it. I will back off. Forget about the red sin. No more negotiations. We do not have to take down this monster. So why should I suffer like this? You sarcastically said. You are the one who has to do it. Not me. Number 1 looked utterly stunned. Mouth agape. Sanji turned to leave and said, come on. Number 1. Let us go outside. The red sin wants to breathe some fresh air. You are absolutely furious. You damn idiot. So Number 1 was ready to charge in. If things go south, do not blame me. You attacked the monster. Sanji visibly hesitated, feeling anxious. Honestly, I do not even know if this method will work. I have no idea how this monster's instincts will react. You were closely observing. But when Yuan rushed in and hugged Number 1's leg, you turned to ask in confusion. Wait. What are you doing? Sanji's eyes were filled with worry. The monster's face had not changed at all. At this moment, Sanji was determined there is no other way. We have to try to find out. Number 1 was making a move, and the monster behind it showed a wound, emitting a purple light. Ji-Ian fell to the ground, opened his eyes, and sat up with a panicked look. Stammering, he was dazed and disoriented. Ji-Ian murmured, wait, are you okay? Ji-Ian. Where are we? The wound on his chest had vanished, and even his clothes were different. Yu-Hein stuttered. Dad. Do you recognize me? She asked again. Dad. Do you know who I am? Ji-Hein looked confused and suddenly called out. Yu-Hein. She was overwhelmed with joy. Yep. That is right. Yu-Hein seemed unable to believe it. Dad. And suddenly a black hole appeared on the wall behind them. Number 1 could not believe it. It worked. Sanji turned around, exuding confidence. I told you so. You would not know unless you tried. You were still stubborn. I still do not get it. It is still a monster. She must know that. Number 1 insisted. Its appearance may resemble her dad, but it is actually the one who killed him. Sanji began to explain. Have you heard the story of the dilapidated ship? You used that story to illustrate. Imagine if we replaced the old planks with new ones. And if we kept replacing them until there were no old planks left, would it still be the dilapidated ship? Even if it looks the same. But if the materials are different, is it still the old ship? Number 1 retorted. You fool. There is no definitive answer to that question. You started bringing that up again. Right. That is why that creature does not need that answer right now. Let us get straight to the point. What does this person want to say? You turned back with a knowing smile. Do we really need to evaluate whether the monster, San Kim Jun-hee, is just a two-legged freak based on our standards? Sanju calculated. Simply put, he looked at the scene before him and said, someone really wants to see that ship again. He smiled at her, and she leaned on his shoulder, sobbing on his shoes. She really has grown up a lot. Then Yuan stepped back, peeking up with tears in her eyes, thinking, Dad won't recognize me. Right. He smiled at her gently. How could I not recognize you? Yuan's face gradually twisted, making her look confused. But you really have grown up a lot. I mean, he wondered. How long has it been? She widened her eyes. Struggling. Well, that... Suddenly, Sanji popped up from behind. Startling him. I will tell you. He reached out. Introducing himself. Nice to meet you. The monster hunter John Hike. You have been caught by a monster. As night falls outside the spaceship. So to put it simply, John Hike's expression was filled with bewilderment. A monster caught me. And you are the one who rescued me. Sanji confirmed. The first clone sighed in relief. Silently praising. Nice lie there. His face looked even more confused. And it has been 18 years. Then, John's voice trembled. What about my wife? Ji Hyan. Hearing this, she broke into a cold sweat. Her eyes filled with terror. Yu Hyan lost her composure, jumping up and shouting. Well, that... Sanju held the phone in front of him. Then announced. You can check for yourself. The phone was handed to John Hik, and he explained. These are the related articles from when everything happened. Articles kept appearing before him. A disaster had struck the hunters sent to the monster dungeon. What caused it? 6 heroes, a tragedy for the families of the victims. John Hik, the hunter John Ji Hyan has died. Shin Hoi Sung and Ain Hyan. We should be the ones who perished there. We are deeply sorry and mournful for what happened. The names were crossed out one by one in John Hik's mind. He was left stunned and shocked. His eyes widened as he saw the article about his wife. The wife of Hunter Kim Jin Hike. Hunter John Ji Hyan was found dead. The wife of Hunter Kim Jin Hike, who lost her husband, who faced a horrifying beast. She made an extreme choice. Next to her, he saw him silently turn. Worried. Hands trembling. He placed the phone down. You do not need to say anything more. His expression was unclear as he looked up at him. Your name is Jun Sanju. Right. Sanji seriously confirmed. Yep. Jun Hek gritted his teeth. His face filled with rage as he shouted. Those bastards betrayed the whole team that day. Where are Shin Hai Sung and Oh Bang Hun? Seeing that expression on his face, Sanji was a bit taken aback. Are you planning to kill them? His face hardened, looking up at him with a lifeless gaze. Right above. Sanji looked down. Are you sure? Jun Hake stopped him. Do not even think about trying to convince me. He added. Right now. I will. But you calmly interrupted. That is not what I meant, honestly. There was a mix of doubt and anticipation. Are you really sure you want to let them go so easily? Hearing this, he hesitated outside the yacht. As his voice took off, I have a proposal. After I finish speaking, it won't be too late for you to make a decision. Later, in a room packed with reporters, the gossipers widened their eyes in disbelief. Is the monster hunter Jun Sanju really going to hold a press conference? Isn't he always dodging reporters? The second gossip echoed back. For sure. This time he won't back down. If he actually defeated an S-rank monster. Outside he strolled casually in his tailored suit, hands in pocket. The second gossip noted. He would be officially recognized as an S-rank hunter, standing before the microphone, his face resolute. It is a pleasure to meet all the reporters. The crowd below kept pointing cameras and snapping pictures, thanking everyone for gathering here. His face was tense, almost biting his tongue as he said. All those who caused me trouble at the G building are here as well. Then Sanji regained his composure. As you all know, I recently visited the monster pit. He confirmed something that plunged the entire auditorium into silence. And just as expected, there was an S-rank monster there. Someone shouted from below, so you did. And he quickly cut them off. I caught the monster. Sanji's expression was calm, not giving those below a chance to ask more. Of course, there were some obstacles, but I want to let everyone know. I am the one who caught the S-rank monster. Green-haired reporter's eyes widened in astonishment as she murmured. So that means... She concluded. Hunter Sanjung Sanju will be the first S-rank hunter here. Suddenly, someone interrupted from behind. Wait. Hun. His face was completely calm. First of all, I want to congratulate you on returning safely. Hunter Sanjung Sanju. Behind Isung smirked mockingly. You really made it back in one piece. The reporters quickly swung their cameras to them, capturing every moment. That is the president of the Hunter Association, Wambian, and Shin Hyusung from the Hisung Guild. Awesome. Next. Hun looked at him with suspicion. We said we would recognize you as an S-rank hunter if you could handle an S-rank monster in the monster pit. But the most important thing is proof. Right. He reminded him. Without it, it would be hard for us to accept your claims. Hearing this, he silently thought to himself. I knew they would show up. Beside him, Hee-sung grinned slyly, adding, "At least there has to be a video. Don't tell me you think we will believe your bare words." Hearing him, he chuckled in response. "Proof. Right. Of course. If I did not have proof, I would not be holding a press conference. You two are hilarious." Right after that, he jumped up, his body twisting around behind Hee-sung to whisper in his ear, "Of course. I have." He grinned, stuffing his cheeks, adding, "I have all the evidence, proving the dirty deeds you did 18 years ago." Ah. Hearing this, the other two stared wide-eyed in shock. His serious face loomed behind them. Ominous. "I am giving you two a chance to confess everything yourself." Lo. Hunjun was fidgeting like a nervous wreck. "Just tell them everything you two did at the monster pit. Let us check all the facts from back then." Then he placed a hand on Hee-sung's shoulder for reassurance. His face darkened. Expression unreadable. "If you two do that, then I won't say a word or provide any proof." He furrowed his brows as a warning. "If you try anything other than apologizing, then the evidence will be revealed to the whole world." He burst into laughter. "Ha. Are you done talking?" The old man's face twisted like he just heard the funniest joke ever. "Ha ha. What evidence?" He yelled as if he were innocent, while more Hun next to him was sweating bullets. "What did I do wrong that I need to confess? You are just spouting nonsense because there is no evidence you caught an S-class monster." He retorted, "You really think you can fool me?" Meanwhile, he just covered his mouth, chuckling, "Half. How pathetic, your expressions." He noted. Even Hee-sung froze in confusion. His body trembled nervously. "What is going on here?" The guy behind him kept brushing it off. "Nice try pretending to be innocent, but still. How pathetic." He raised an eyebrow, grinning triumphantly. "I do not care about the hunting industry. What if someone like me shows up and hits your weak spot?" From the other side, a footstep entered the room. He challenged him, "So you think that would be a lie?" The reporters were a bit startled to see the person. Dun-Hu raised his voice, silencing the room. "Should I start with long time no see?" Seeing him, the two men's eyes went wide in shock. He casually pulled out a chair. Then he stood at the podium, staring them down. "You two have really been around. Everything feels fresh and new." He looked down at the reporters, revealing the truth to them. "We should start with the truth about what happened that day. Right?" Right after, they all jumped in excitement. "Roll back that footage. Cue it up." The camera started rolling. On the small screen was Jun-Haik. He confidently declared, "Hello. I'm Kim Jun." On the side, the small screen announced. His voice echoed, "I was trapped by an S-class monster for 18 years and miraculously returned thanks to Hunter Jung Sanji Woo. What I am about to say is all the truth," he affirmed. Hee-sung and Oh-bai Hun are not heroes. Over here, Mi-ho and Won-tai were watching, a bit astonished. She slipped her hand into her pocket, skeptical of Hunter Kim Jun-haik. "Is this for real?" On the other side, both Jun-mo and Haeun are staring at the press conference screen in disbelief. "Is he really back? What is going on here? I just saw it too. I have no idea who is into this whole thing." The day. It is a total transformation. You're cringe children in a gym. Junie Yayoung, drenched in sweat, is staring at his phone screen, stealing the efforts of his teammates, things that do not belong to him. He exposes the truth to the public. "My wife just recently did everything she could to uncover the truth, but I heard she could not handle the pressure from those around her." Yuan curled up in a corner, biting his lip, his face tightened in determination. "Now I will try to make things right. I will. And they will pay." Whispers began to spread. "Did you see? Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk has returned." Someone else questioned, "Who is Kim Jun-hyuk?" Then there was a gasp. "Idiot. Do not you know he is the strongest in the special ops team from way back?" From a side room, two people playing chess turned to look in shock. "I heard Shin Hee-sung and Oh-bai Wong-hun betrayed them and escaped." Oh my. So what his wife said back then was true. The two guys stood frozen. Surrounding whispers kept echoing. As soon as those two came back, I thought it was strange. They really are scumbags. After the press conference at Woo Hyun's home, there was a bubbling dish in front of him. Jun-hyuk stared wide-eyed at the food on the table, puzzled. "What is this?" She smiled brightly, sitting across the dining table explaining to him. "We have to eat this." Even though they brought it from the restaurant, he was a bit surprised at that. "We are even transferring food now. The world is getting better." Then he took a bite. His face lit up in surprise. "Wow, this is delicious." He excitedly scribbled notes on paper. Hey. Right. Next, he suggested. "Can you teach Dad how to use a smartphone? Now that I am using it, it is super convenient." She happily agreed. "Give it to me. I will save my number in your phone first." After finishing up, she handed the phone back, and he reminded her. "Now that we have the internet, there is no charge, so feel free to use it. He crossed his legs in response. Really? I won't have to pay a dime later. Right. She assured him. No way. On top of the paper was a to-do list. Eat together. Visit mom's grave. Go to the amusement park. Watch a movie on TV. The news showed Jun Haek's face along with some information. An extraordinary event has occurred. Hunter Kim Jun Haek, thought to be dead, has come back to life after 18 years. What is even more shocking is that the reason for the disaster was due to the betrayal of hunters Oh Bong Hyuk and Shin Hae-sung. Reporters quickly surrounded them, snapping photos non-stop. The betrayal that Hunter Haek Ji-huk insisted on, even after she died. They covered their faces, stopped taking pictures. The news report stated that the return of Hunter Kim Jun Haek has brought immense power to the accusation that was forgotten. The screen showed the side of Mar Hun. So far, Hunters Shin Hae-sung and Oh Bong Hun have yet to respond. On the other side, a pile of liquor was placed on the table. Pass this over. Hae-sung grimaced and commanded the masked man behind. For each branch of the Hae-sung guild. He did not understand what that meant. He wondered. Can I ask what this is? The guy, Blackie, turned to look. It is golden liquor. Then he said something completely random. Don't worry. I heard that drinking can help too. But what is up with that masked guy? Right. Suddenly, he remembered something. And then his body started changing. I am heading out to the broadcast now, Hae-sung replied. Go ahead. As the shadow quickly left. And the door was knocked on frantically. Outside, Jin Guk was yelling and rushing in. Dad. I mean, Chairman. The reporters are everywhere. He panicked. What should we do? Where's the table? But all he could see was Hae-sung's back. His face tightened and he muttered something. If you want to plant trees, you gotta plow the ground first. Finally, he gritted his teeth and announced. Jin Guk told all Hae-sung's members this. And the guy was just as confused. Hae-sung squinted, turning his head with a smile. Get ready for the farewell party. I will turn myself in. Jin Guk panicked. What? Over here? Jun was grinding his teeth, sitting at the table, leaning on his arms, drenched in sweat. Damn it. What the hell is going on? He looked up at him in shock. You not only brought back the Hunter Kim Jun Hae from Australia, but also dropped a bomb at the press conference. And he calmly replied. You must be pretty shocked. Seeing him so calm, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Of course. The Hunter Kim Jun Hae has been a legend since I was in school. Plus, Yi-hyun is really his daughter. Now I understand why she insisted on going into the monster's den with you. Then Jun asked. What are you planning to do now? He remembered. The most important thing is the opinion of Hunter Kim Jun Hae. Suddenly, the first clone behind interrupted them, making them turn to look. Stop wasting time. Jun's eyes widened in shock. The first one, Sanji Woo explained. It is the 7 deadly sins talking. He complained. How long are you going to let my pieces scatter everywhere? If you want revenge, do it quickly? He was also flustered. Wait. There has got to be some order to this. If we kill those two, we will be labeled as murderers. Then he reminded him. Does that even matter? That guy does not have much time left anyway. Sanji Woo looked on in confusion. Next to Jun frowned. What are you talking about? Who does not have much time? The first clone looked at him. Haven't you told him yet? On the other side, Woo Hyun and Jun Haek were still happily eating. He asserted. Because what I did with that monster is not permanent. He will collapse and disappear soon. Jun Haek was laughing heartily when suddenly, a drop of water appeared on his face. The first clone confirmed. My power does not last forever. You know, a group of people were sitting at the banquet table discussing. Wait, is that true? Are you saying this is the chairman's farewell party? He suddenly gathered everyone like this. A man was sitting at the table with a woman. I heard he is planning to turn himself in. Does that mean everything is true? She crossed her arms, chewing, and complained. This is insane. Our guild is all real. Who is the successor? As the whispers began to stir once more, everyone was buzzing about whether team leader Shin Jin-gu would take charge. I mean, his skills are not that impressive. Right. Isn't breathing San Shin Jun Haek a better choice? Then the loudspeaker chimed in, grabbing everyone's attention. Hey there, Isung members. I am sure you have heard the news. Right. Here's the deal. Isung held the microphone. Continuing. Our club is not that talented. We have done our fair share of shady stuff too. But I can guarantee one thing. The crowd murmured in surprise. Who would have thought the chairman would care about a small branch like us? He frowned. Clearly resolute. Everything we have done is for the good of Hisung. Even if I step down out of my own greed. At another table, 2 guys sat back, arms crossed, smirking. One glanced at the masked guy next to him and said, "Hey, I told you to treat the presidential candidate well." Right. Hearing this, the guy stood up as Hee-sung's voice echoed on. Right now, Hee-sung was facing a massive upheaval. The masked guy spoke with authority. "I apologize for making everyone follow a useless commander all this time." Finally signaling, he raised his glass, and the crowd quickly followed suit, clinking their glasses together. They lifted their drinks closer to their lips. Suddenly, a hand shot out, grabbing the two guys, making her jump. His grip tightened, stopping her glass mid-air. The masked guy behind restrained her hand, and she turned back, confused. "What are you doing?" The masked guy, his expression hidden, warned. "Don't drink." Her eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" The glass is empty. The crowd erupted into chaos, discussing in confusion. What is about to happen to the Hee-sung Club? Someone commented, "This wine is pretty good, though." But in an instant, the crowd transformed into grotesque monsters with distorted faces. Their bodies ripped apart, morphing into monsters. Spilling out of the building, the guard outside, witnessing the chaos, freaked out and radioed in. "What? Is there a terrorist attack?" "Sir, there has been an explosion at the banquet hall." Suddenly, a monster came crashing down from the upper floor, blood and chaos erupting at the party. Hee-sung calmly gripped the microphone. "Let us give it our all one last time." He injected something into his neck, murmuring, "The air of peace has lasted too long. Now, no one seems to care about its importance anymore." He bit his lip as his body began to transform. Now anyone can become an awakened one. So it seems they have forgotten the importance of powerful hunters. He grinned, crushing the syringe in excitement. "That is why it is time to remind everyone of the past. South Korea is heading back into a disaster era." The building quickly crumbled, and the crowd below ran in a panic. "Run. Hurry. What the heck is happening?" There is no hunting ground or portal here. Before them, the transformed humans were attacking, wreaking havoc everywhere. So where did these monsters come from? Strange noises filled the air, ringing in their ears. "He is grimacing over here too." Feeling it. That sound. Junmo grabs the walkie-talkie, panic evident in his voice. The yellow alert is going off. He reminds the guy, "Hurry up and evacuate down to safety." Sanji grits his teeth, fuming. "Damn it." Outside, the monsters are howling. "That jerk is crazier than I thought." He stands in the building, gazing out at the chaos, lost in thought. Has my physical strength really surpassed 40? My legs are starting to feel weak as I run. Just using a bit of force, the ground disappears, and my body starts to float. Fireballs explode around me like bomb blasts. Even though my power has doubled since then, my habits have not changed. 8 meteors. He crouches down on the ground. Sometimes, I get curious, then my body pulses with red energy. My eyes glint with questions. So I run with all my might. He mutters to himself. Enough already. Then he quickly jumps, crashing through the building's wall. Rad swings his sword, slicing a meteor in half. Sanji rolls, teeth gritted, dodging the meteor shards. I have to use everything as a weapon. Next, he leaps, cutting each one down. The explosions resonate with the shattering meteors. His clones start to manifest. The broken meteor shards rain down. He jumps down from the rooftop of a building. Yeah, the people below are stunned to see him. He has destroyed all the meteors. The girl whispers, "Could that be him?" He turns to them, reminding them, "Quickly, move to the shelter." Dante opened the door. Even if someone knocks. On the other side, the buildings are in ruins. A scream pierces the air. What is happening here? Junhiki's eyes widen in shock. Damn it, that crazy guy. Behind him, Uhayan also stands up. He gets up, looking frazzled. Turning to her, he gives a warning. "Uhayan, stay here. Let me go outside." She hesitates, glancing at him. But behind them, Junmo rushes. Panicked. "Uhayan, get to the shelter. Quickly." Seeing this, Junhik also looks at him, urging, "There is a shelter. So easy. I am leaving Uhayan in your care." She turns to look as well. Uhayan, with her hat in hand, her eyes welling up as she looks at him. "Dad, don't he get hurt?" He takes the hat, smiling gently at her. Reassuringly, "Don't he worry. This time, Dad will definitely come back safe." Over there, Junmo pulls her away, but she lingers. "Dad." Then he quickly put on his hat. His face was filled with determination. Junhike's face darkened, filled with rage. Damn it. At a large mansion, the sunset was gradually fading. Woo. Uhayan stood on the campus of Nan. I still could not meet him. He knows I have come back, but why is not he at the academy? She felt disappointed. He is just skipping class because his grades are guaranteed. Right after that, the alarm sounded. People quickly ran away. She was confused. That voice. An announcement echoed with urgency. Everyone, run. She looked at them in panic. Professor Hong Yuan He asked Han in astonishment. Why is everyone running? Behind them, a horde of monsters was charging forward to attack. Oh my, meteors and monsters were wreaking havoc all around. This is madness. People were raising their phones to report. Monsters from uncharted territories were appearing all over the country. Inside the building, frightened people were hiding. Outside, the monsters peered in through the windows. The military had tried their best, but they could only control a fraction of it. But the sheer number of these monsters exceeded all plans. She stood bravely in front of the camera, like this. We are witnessing chaos unleashed by these monsters. A hand unleashed energy. The man charged at the giant bird. Blood splattered everywhere. The reporter looked up in shock. On the other side, Junhaik was covered in blood after taking down the monster. His face darkened as he adjusted his hat. Hunter Kim Junhaik, he reminded the reporter. I admire your reporter spirit. But you need to evacuate immediately from here. It is too dangerous. But she seemed to ignore him. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed into the camera. Something unbelievable was happening. Hunter Kim Junhaik saved me. As expected, his martial skills were stronger than ever. Junhaik felt a bit helpless. I mean, you should run. Another meteor was descending. The reporter looked up in confusion. Another meteor. Junhaik also looked up, explaining that is Xin Haesung's skill. Everyone, evacuate now. This time it is for real. He leaped towards the meteor. There is no more chances left. A punch from Junhaik shattered it. Above, he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, the size of these meteors. It is different from before. I need to quickly destroy the next meteors. The shattered meteor began to fall from another side. Sanji, who stared at him in disbelief. Hunter Kim Junhaik. You are not with Uhai and Ah. Below, a monster is charging in. The two guys are trying to fight it off. Her face twists in anger. Yeah. She reaches out and grabs a chair from afar. She swings her fist at the monster. On the other side, the masked man is armed with a spear tipped with a blade. It is a fact that most of the monsters are running out of the building. Next, he uses his strength to counterattack the monster. We are more than capable of handling this place. Then, the guy Yudong glances over at Ah. He is panning after taking down the monsters. Are you okay? Ah. She glares at the monsters, cursing them out. Whether you run or not, that is up to you. But for now, goodbye. But she steps forward and grabs his collar. Her face is full of anger as she questions him. Wait. You knew about this, did not you? The masked man does not hesitate to admit it. Yeah. Hearing that, she gets even more furious and yells at him. You knew how to do that, but why did not you stop that bastard directly? The masked man silently looks at her and explains. I had no orders to do that. His body gradually fades into black smoke. I just act on orders and carry them out. His voice still lingers vaguely in the shock of Aya. I do not care about anything else. A black hole appears beneath her feet. She collapses to the ground in shock. A sits quietly in a corner of the wall. Then, she bursts into tears. Why did you stop me from drinking it, you idiot? On the other side, in a hotel room, a loud noise echoes. The man clutches his head, grinding his teeth in annoyance. Damn this place. Then, he makes a phone call to complain. Hey. This is room 1302. It was really noisy before. Can you keep it down? On the other end, strange noises make Bless suspicious. Yeah. He walks to the door in disappointment. They said their service was good, but it is a total letdown. As soon as he opens the door, a blood-soaked monster appears in front of him. Bless jumps back in shock at the sight. Next, the monster's body shatters. Bless watches it in confusion. What the hell? Is there a new space portal that just opened? This is rank Hunter Bless John's Cully. He keeps complaining. Jumper. That bastard. How dare he introduce me to a place like this? Outside, monsters keep attacking. Junhaik faces them with enthusiasm. Sanji beside him is also shocked. It is no wonder he is called an S-rank contestant. The way he effortlessly takes down all those A-rank monsters is just insane. He stands up coolly and glances at him. Looks like we have cleared this area. Are there any civilians left unaccounted for? He assesses the situation. I do not think there are many left. He adds, we need to find survivors quickly to wrap up this mess. Suddenly, he seems to remember something. Right. He looks at his shattered hand. His face darkens, and his gaze grows increasingly somber. Junhaik suddenly calls out to him. The worker. Jung Sanjiu, I have a few questions for you. He is a bit taken aback. Sorry, I want to ask. Junhaik realizes his own issues. How much time do I have left? Hearing this, he hesitates. Then he smiles and shows his crumbling arm to him. Probably not much, right? So I would like to ask you for a favor. The monsters are attacking, and bullets are flying everywhere. Inside the crowd, the soldiers are trying to defend with their guns. Someone reports. Squad leader. At this rate, we are overwhelmed by monsters. The nearby squad is facing a similar situation. Just hold the line for me. A monster charges in and decapitates one of them. The rest panic, unable to finish their sentences. You know what will happen if this place. A monster covered in spikes rushes forward. A spatial rift opens up. Monsters start pouring out. The announcement in the shelter is alarming. One by one. Each guard post responsible for controlling the area is gradually falling. The situation is spiraling out of control. Monsters have broken through the connection gate, so if you are living near one of the sale areas, please move immediately to the nearest shelter. Sanju's mother is filled with worry. My love, Sanju and Jingu will be okay. Right. His father beside her is just as anxious. Trust in Sanju. They look towards the shelter door. What we need to do right now is keep ourselves safe so Sanju can fight without worry. Outside, loud noises and desperate screams startle them. Is anyone there? Please help us. Open the door. The person outside screams. Enter the code. A confused guy stammers. The code, but I do not live here. On the other side, the piles of corpses lay scattered. A confused guy stammers. The code, but I do not live here. On the other side, the piles of corpses lay scattered. This is insane. Miho looks at the chaotic scene. He says this is not a connection gate explosion. Right. The guy next to him confirms. That is right. However, reports indicate another breach is happening as the monsters flood in to attack the nearby defense squad. They look towards a dark shelter, where people are calling each other in. Miho speaks up first. Guani-sai, doesn't it remind you of that? Please evacuate through this way. They remember what happened earlier. The B incident with Yang. Zolchion from the Silver Moon. Guani's face looks somewhat unappealing. Then he looks at her for further explanation. The monster definitely appeared out of nowhere, right in the heart of the city. This incident kicked off right in downtown, close to Hisung's team. Miho added. Hisung is also the name that guided D and B in producing the drugs. His face is a mess. If that is true, we are in for a serious problem. Aang. Zolchion is probably only a rank, but in the end, he transformed into an A-rank monster. Plus, how many A-rank hunters are in the city? They can just back down. They can just back down. They can just back down. What is more? How many A-rank hunters are on Hisung's team? What is more? How many A-rank hunters are on Hisung's team? She wondered, causing him to look a bit startled. Miho looked around again anxiously. What if those A-rank hunters all turned into monsters? What if those A-rank hunters all turned into monsters? There is a monster lurking behind them. It approached silently. Miho glanced at it. Be careful. That monster. Wani also got alert and raised her sword. It swiped past the two of them. The monster turned its head to look back. The bodies of the two were sliced into pieces in a panic. Bystanders gasped in shock. Yeah. Wani looked over there. She screamed. Oh no, oh no. The monster turned to attack her. A whirlwind formed to protect the girl. Izul. She kicked the monster back. On the other side, someone also came to fight, taking down a giant bird. Ulha looked over there and complained. I told you to run. Ulha was determined beside her. We need to buy time for the civilians to evacuate. On the other side, Sealkin also yelled. I have reached my limit. My power is not doing anything against this bunch of jerks. Duan also sheathed his sword sarcastically. You are planning to run away. Do you still have any pride left? He yelled. But look at the situation right now. His face twisted as he tried to attack the monster in front of him. The monsters just kept charging in. It attacked Sealkin. He yelled. Beside him, Duan was helpless, feeling foolish. On the other side, they also rushed toward Ilhe. Too many. Someone. She jumped and turned around. No time to react. Please. Please save us. In a hidden bunker, Junmo sat next to Uhayan while she hugged her knees and cried. Startled, Jun stood up. He worriedly asked, Are you okay? She thought about the ruins and the people fighting outside, feeling disappointed in herself. He heard, the situation out there is getting worse by the minute. My dad is out there helping people, while I feel completely useless. Hearing that makes me feel helpless too. I am right there with you. Then just take a breather. But you really do not need to worry too much. She looked up, puzzled. Junmo smiled to reassure her. The hunters are much stronger than we think. Right now, we might be at a disadvantage, but a counterattack is just a matter of time. Over there, a shield is protecting against the monstrous threats. He gazed at the monster trying to break through the shield, judging it to be around a rank or maybe low rank, even though fighting it alone would be pushing my limits. Suddenly, 2 slashes struck the monster. It was immediately sent flying backward. He let out a shout. There is this guy in Korea, the kid with insane power, and he's got this cold demeanor. Just stepping back, he looked at the monster trying to break through the shield, and took a swing at it. Right after it got knocked back, he shouted again. I am talking about a kid in Korea, the one who uses clones. How does that kid end up leaving something so filthy roaming the streets? Meanwhile, the monsters were charging in like crazy. He crouched down, terrified. Yeah. Suddenly their bodies shattered into pieces. Someone asked them, Is this the university that Dung Sanju is attending? Both Yulhe and Yulhe exchanged confused glances. Who are they? The group from number 10 approached Han. They were stalling for time to help evacuate the people. Even the students here have a kind spirit like Sanju. We are the hunters supporting Dung Sanju. On the other side, numbers 12 and 5 were rushing through, exclaiming, This is the path Sanji always takes. So cool. Just as I thought. Studying at the best hunter school really is next level. We are here to wipe out these pests polluting this place. Number 10's eyes sparkled as if seeing the light of hope. To turn this place into a sanctuary. Don't worry. You are safe now. Meanwhile, in the ruins. Nobody's around. I mean, there is literally no one here. Sanji grumbled in frustration. His face was filled with exasperation. Where the hell did Hisung disappear to? Where is that coward hiding? Stop using stealth and come out to fight. What? He plopped down with his clones surrounding him. Damn it. Then he recalled Junhiga's words. Shouldn't be too many. I would like to ask you for a favor. He pursed his lips, lost in thought. Then he grabbed his sword, holding the head of a monster. All right. I have got to find him quickly. This is not the time to be catching these monsters. He complained. They are stronger than they look. Have these monsters been around before? The third clone looked at him with curiosity. This is the first time I have seen them. Sanji's face was filled with determination. We will. Someone called from behind, startling him. Jun Sanjiu. Junhigyu stopped glaring at him. What is going on here? My dad did all of this. He turned to look at him. Excuse me. Junhigyu. He handed him a syringe. Sanji was on high alert. Glancing over. This is in my room. After seeing it clearly, he was also startled. He frowned, feeling awkward and guilty. It is the final product with no side effects of monster transformation. You have broken my curse. His eyes were brimming with guilt. But that means the other B could turn into monsters. He assessed the situation. Those monsters everywhere are now members of the Hisung clan. Sanju also frowned, hesitant to confirm. I had a feeling, but could it really be D? Junhigyu's voice trembled as he looked at the wreckage in front of him. So it is my dad. For real. He bit his lip, tears welling up in helplessness. Standing behind it all, his face darkened. Not great at comforting. A footstep forward. You are right. Your father did this. Hyan gritted his teeth in anger, affirming it because I was in the heart of that hell. Sanju noticed that she was also surprised. Jonu recognized her. Captain Li Hyan. She frowned, reminding him, this is not the time for tears. That bastard from the Hisung clan has set up an even crazier plan than this. His objective? She surveyed the surroundings. He was watching the screen, thoroughly satisfied. The power and destructive range of the meteorite have expanded. Excellent. His eyes sparkled with joy. Grinning widely, purple electricity coursed around his body. The power far exceeds before. I can feel the strength I have been chasing for so long, and the sun began to set behind the building. The night slowly descended. The night is coming. That night, at the power station, a light flashed, a light flickered, heading towards it. It then landed straight down at the power station. A loud bang it. The city was illuminated with lights. Then it went out. The school lost power too, causing the loud bang. Power outage. Those inside the hospital were in a frenzy, taking care of emergency patient. Stay calm. The hospital has an emergency generator. Quickly transfer the patients to the ER. He looked at the generator, sweating in confusion. Too many people were rushing in. The lights in the operating room also went out. The doctor was bewildered. What? The crowd outside was also in a frenzy. What is going on? It seems the generator has stopped. In the emergency room, Jingu was lying there, breathing through an oxygen mask. Iku quickly checks the room. Sanji's eyes widen in shock. What? The clone looks at him. Report. Sorry, I can't block the generator side, because I have to stop the meter on the house side. Right now. The hospital is out of power. The two guys over here are grinding their teeth in anger. Seriously, are we late? His face darkens. His face is engulfed in terror. Jingu. Juni Yayoung's hand rests on his shoulder. He reminds him, what can you do by going to the hospital now? He is taken aback. A small light flickers. He confirms it. Everyone has their role. A circle of energy radiates, growing larger by the second. He still uses his powers. Then lightly touches the ring on his hand. A red dot map appears in front of Sanji Wu. He looks on. Puzzled, he explains. It is my father. I mean, the location of X in Hisung. Then he turns away to inform him. I am heading to the hospital. John saying, please stop my father. I won't blame you. No matter what you do. The girl beside her also looks at him. Down in the basement. B is the cause of this. Junmo's eyes widen as he reads the message from him. How? The content of the message. The nature of the monster is B mutated. Originally a member of the Hisung society. I will go stop Sin Hisung. Sanji Wu Hian beside him also looks over, puzzled. So those monsters did not escape from Gata, and he is still in shock. That is right. She lowers her head, bit confused. There is a loud banging outside the door. Someone is puzzled. Is there still someone who has not entered the building? The girl beside her also widens her eyes. I do not know anymore. Who's it? Outside. Jun Hook steps. He calls for Wu Hian. She also looks up in surprise, then rushes over. Dad. He smiles at her. His hand holds out a notebook. You left this here. I told you I would come back. On the other side, the generator has corroded. This? The electrician looks at it with suspicion. It can't be repaired. It is leaking everywhere. The nurse stands to the side, looking anxiously. Can't you do anything? Suddenly, a portal open. She pleads, please. Just a little bit. It is Junho. The doctor. He moves in with worry. This is the hospital's generator. Right. Step aside. The nurse looks at him, confused. You are the monster hunter. The electrician looks at him, flustered. Wait a second. You can't just mess with that. The other guy stated, even if you touch it, the energy won't come back. Then Junhook pulled out a syringe. Don't worry. After I hit my hand, it will come back together. Creed Australia revealed a situation. The Glaze School Frequency 2 counselor, and then Effendim got back his archive. The terrible part is the physical body Dao overseas of the imagery 38. Now it is simpler. Adventures are the poorest. Nigivers te are light a index. Kensuken attractive da hun zet. Te fiat. G sexting teddy de kazadal 16 spine. G impritum luva t hope. Wovert rinapons steamson. It is a walking so thank you. What a surprise. On the other side. He turned to look at him. And the guy sighed. I did not think you would show up here. His face was filled with anger. He had found him. He smiled mockingly. Huh. Is your sister doing okay? I heard the hospital is really busy. Sanji's eyes narrowed with anger. I have already sent someone there. He shouted, drawing his sword from thin air. You are the problem I need to deal with right now. Sorry. He also gathered energy around him. You think you can do it? Before he could say more, he lunged with his sword. On the contrary. You are the one who has to deal with me. The two of them charged at each other, struggling a bit. Clearly, he had used it beautifully. The final product had no side effects that turned him into a monster. Soon after, both bodies were blasted away. There he stood, grinning smugly at Sanju. Huh, I get it now. I was wondering how you could find my location. Looks like Shinjuni Yayung told you. Sanji was a bit shocked. He stuffed his hands into his alcohol-soaked pockets. I heard you were really close to him. But did you really hand the hospital over to that idiot? He gripped his sword with disgust. This is the first time I have seen a father say something like that about his own child. Useless brat. His face twisted into an angry smile. That piece of trash is the biggest mistake of my life. He is an idiot with all stats locked at 0.2, and you handed your sister's life over to that failure. Sanji fell silent at this. On the other side, Juniyang dropped the syringe on the ground. His body emitted a green energy light, his face darkening, unable to use normal skills. It will cause a circuit break. Then he reached out to touch the generator, but luckily, I have this. The display system, a weak mage with all stats locked at 0.2. Suddenly, the lights above flashed on. The nurse stammered. The power supply. He frowned. His face darkened due to the drug's effects. Good. If it goes like this, electricity spreads everywhere. Then the lights suddenly go out. The two people behind look just as confused. The system displays an alert. Mana deficit warning. All stats for the weak mage are locked at 0.2. His face darkens with confusion. It feels like he is trapped in invisible chains. An expression of disbelief. Wow. How? Even if it is bad. Down in Jinga's hospital room, the doctor screams in panic. The virus is absorbing mana too fast. The girl is going into shock. The curse. It is too late to check her vital signs now. The girl is lying on the bed, drenched in sweat, struggling to breathe with the oxygen mask. The doctor rushes around. You get the Fipi equipment ready. Now, bring all the mana potions here. Above. Junion grits his teeth in determination. Looking ridiculous, he fixes his gaze on the warning alerts on the system. You think I am going to give up? I told him. The Junion tries to channel his energy one more time. Turn the hospital over to me. His body starts to turn pale. He screams out. In his mind, there is an empty void. Why is the curse a punishment that binds me? Above him, a massive mana crystal looms over his head. I wish there was no hope for me to grow stronger. But my magic keeps getting stronger and I keep using more types of spells. Right now, he is spitting out blood. He is pouring all his determination into this. The resentment towards this punishment is consuming him. Then he remembers Sanju's kindness. But then he recalls his story. He is sweating profusely, gazing up at him in admiration. Clone skill. The clones do all the work for him. The clones even boost his stats. It is so unfair. An invisible pressure and jealousy make him feel even more insecure. I am struggling this much just because of this innate skill. My dad always acts disappointed. That slacker never puts in any effort. I had to work my butt off just to reach rank B. It is so unfair. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his train of thought. Sinjuni. You bastard. Jinook grabs a syringe and announces to him. Congratulations. I heard Dad left one of the 2 complete samples for you. His hand tightens into a fist, filled with anger. Wow. Why is it always you who gets Dad's support? I am his son too. I am the one who pushed for the project. But in the end, he screamed in despair while you just stared wide-eyed in shock. It is so unfair. In the silence, only the 2 of them remained. Oh right. He bit his lip, realizing what he truly wanted. I just need someone to be jealous of. Juni recalled his own pride and talent. Anyone who dares to get in my way will be crushed. Effort. Then he remembered the time he attacked the monster. Inheritance. He looked on in astonishment. He heard he had to at least perform like this at B rank, a genius. Then he stepped forward to threaten him. I am asking what I have to do for you to give up that godly potion. Sanji found this confusing as well. The mediocre mind. You can't even handle a mediocre B rank. He was baffled. Mediocre rank. What punishment? He smiled as he looked at his phone. You have not changed a bit since then. He angrily punched the wall. In the end, you still want to ruin the priority plan. Admit it, Jun Sanjiu. Then he remembered he sung his disdain for him. Father. Thoughts raced through him. Filled with uncertainty. Academy. Miracle potion. He screamed in madness. Why is it only you? Why is it only you who gets those things? He recalled the punch earlier along with the warning. Don't go digging up your flaws in others. Myself. Junian clenched his teeth. Tears streamed down his face. Filled with pain and excuses for his weakness. He clenched his teeth. Blood kept oozing from the corners of his mouth. Then he coughed up blood. The nurse behind him looked worried. The worker san. The technician quickly pulled her back. We will get electrocuted if we get too close. We need to get out of here. On the other side, Junian struggled to maintain his power. The system alert kept ringing. System. Hold on. I will keep maintaining my skills even if my mana runs dry. A mouthful of blood spewed out. Junian denied it. His body emitted such a massive electric charge that it spread all around. He screamed inside. Even if I die, I will never cancel my skill. System punishment frame warned continuously. Warning. Mana shortage. Warning. Mana shortage. Suddenly, the system light went out. The chains binding him slowly started to disappear. His energy burst forth, surprising even Junian. His eyes went wide. His body erupted with a flow of energy that shook the system. The punishment vanished. Next, he was still amazed as he looked at the energy in his hands. Moreover, his mana, which had never increased, was now rising all at once. Junian clenched his fists. He thought of the people being treated in the hospital. Dad, your insane actions have cost lives. And you are just standing there next to the power generator. But today, it is my turn to save them. Over with Sanju. The battle is still raging fiercely. Yanjiang is furious once again, facing another defeat. Yet, you handed him the completed draft. Hearing that, he justifies himself, saying he only tossed it aside because it was excess. Then he mocked. That draft probably would not do anything for him anyway. You think I am just going to sit here and do nothing about that damn punishment? The clone whispers to him. Sanji glances over and asks, what are you planning to do? He informs him, I heard the power at the hospital has been restored. Looks like that draft had some effect after all. Hearing this, He-sung is a bit startled. He bends down, ready to rush in and mock him back. Who would be thought the first thing your son does after breaking free from punishment is to ruin your plans? What do you think about that? Right after that, Sanju throws a punch at him. That guy raises his hand to block it. His body is sent crashing backward through the wall. He mutters, as far as I can see. Then he quickly moves to close the gap in front of him. His dark eyes show no expression. You are truly the greatest undefeated champion of the He-sung Guild. A direct slash that shakes the ground. Is he reminiscing about the past in his own space? Nope. Is he lost in thought? Nope. Listen. Sanjiu. Punishment can't just be removed with a draft. If the punishment is lessened by another method, the Jingu hospital is stabilizing too. The doctor breathes a sigh of relief, feeling reassured about returning. They look at her on the hospital bed. Temporarily out of the critical condition. Doctor. Do you see that? The virus number. The nurse rushes in to report. We have made contact. They said the power is temporarily being supplied from another station. The doctor is stunned. Really? They excitedly glance at each other. This could have been a disaster. What a relief. She quickly turns and runs off. Needing to inform that technician right away, she rushes in, bloodied and frantic. The technician. They said the power has been temporarily restored. The threat above has vanished. She still screams. You can stop activating the emergency generator. Meanwhile, He-sung is still lost in his own thoughts. The system's punishment is bad. They create limits because that skill is too powerful and can overload the body. Powers that exceed their limits are unstable. She looks on in confusion. The technician. On the ground. He lies unconscious with teary eyes wide open, over by Sanjiro. A large chunk of the ground has been cleaved away. He mocks. I have seen plenty of terrible technicians. But out of all of them, you are definitely the worst. He-sung has been beaten down. Staring at him intently, Sanjiro calmly approaches him. Questioning, do you really have to lower yourself to follow my sister? His expression is resolute as the shadow of the clone approaches. You are right. He is reporting. Master. Report over there. The nurse is frantically trying to revive him. Please. She just treated Junie while you were yelling. Over there. Sanjiro's clone is also trying to get his heartbeat back. Keep doing. Next, she reports to the people below. Juni's eyes can't close. Lifeless. Doctor. Head to the operating room. Hurry up. There is a patient over there. The clone reports to you through the space. His heart has. Then Sanjiro gasps in shock. What the hell? Sinjun. Yang. Seeing this, Epsung finally understands. I knew being pretty would not work on him. He assesses the situation. While you furrow your brow in anger, in the end, it is still a shame. You ask again. What? He raises his hand, summoning more meteors. Look, I am the one who should be crying right now. Do you even know how hard it was to bring that useless thing here? Then he attacks you with the meteor. Sanjiro remains calm. Watching him, dying from using your own skills is not something to be proud of. Sanjiro frowns and purses his lips. Fine. I have made my decision. You quickly slip past. The stones are cut swiftly. The naked eye can't keep up. I am going to kill you. He reaches out. But your slash makes him laugh mockingly. Ha ha ha. You think just because you decided to do it, it will actually happen. From the first fight. Have not you noticed anything? You are not even making me break a sweat. Not even a scratch. Right after that, his arm is severed and flies back. Sung's eyes widen in shock. I am invincible. Sanjiro glares at the guy, devoid of any humanity. Do you know why I was just joking around before? You explain while that arm drops to the ground. Because you are still Shinjin's father. After all. Shinjin. Yang. He painfully clutches his arm, trying to stop the bleeding. Blood splatters everywhere. Sanjiro is really angry as Nin Jiang raises his sword. Shinjin. Yang has allowed me to use any means necessary to stop you, but how can I kill the father of the guy who promised to save his sister? You reason, but when I learned you think of him like that, I have no reason to hold back anymore. Over there. He is struggling to lift his head. Next to Nikun Jiang. The sword in your hand glows red with rage. Why the long face? You swing your sword without hesitation, carrying the anger of your questioning. Do you really think you can beat me just because you blocked one hit? He can't react in time. Finally, his body is blasted out of the building. Then he crashes down onto a car. A loud explosion follows. Epsung climbs up from the wreckage in shock. His body trembles in fear as he stares at Sanjiro. How could he break my undefeated streak? My physical resistance is top tier, even among the elite. I had to boost my resistance skills to the max just to keep up. Sanjiro jumped down, his feet smashing into the ground, cracking it as he glared furiously. Do you see the mess I have made here? He glared at the wreckage before him, everything in ruins. His guild members had turned into monsters and were running rampant, killing everyone in sight. Then he shouted, losing his cool, pointing his sword at him. How can you be so unconcerned with this scene? On the other side, he is gasping for breath in agony. Exactly. He screamed in confusion, his body drenched in sweat. But what is the real issue? He mused. Do not you think everything happening right now is a bit odd? Then he widened his eyes in disbelief. Seriously? This was an obvious answer before monsters attacking civilians. A man terrified, crawling on the ground, begging for help. His bloodied hand rose. Someone. All I did was bring reality back to the past. Another door, and the monsters broke through it, signaling the moment when the weak will perish. Inside, people were desperately trying to fight back with everything they had, hiding behind him. Darling, only the strong will survive. The brown-haired monster awakened. Bress shoved his hands into his pockets, watching it collapse to the ground, panting as if he was about to lose it. That is how the great disaster unfolded. He clenched his fists in anger. But what now? Those who are not even worth a bug got the nerve to mess with me, breathing down my neck like they own the place. Then he muttered. Listen up. I am not trying to offend anyone. When suddenly a haze of smoke enveloped the area, he charged forward, kicking straight to the face of the monster. Then, gritting his teeth in fury, while it cried out in pain. I guess if I ripped you apart, you would not even care. With that, he kept punching the monster back. It slumped against a pile of debris mumbling. Then it tried to get up, reaching out, its body drenched in sweat. Right now, I have the strength of a Rankus miner. Hearing this, he remained unfazed. Up above, meters were hurtling down at Sanjiro-fan. How petty. He swung his sword, creating a whirlwind aimed directly at the meteors, cutting them to pieces. Below, the monster gritted its teeth, its vision obscured. Above, he kept slicing the meteors, thinking to himself, I am going to crush you with my ultimate destructive meteor. Suddenly, a golden light surprised him. A massive orb formed in the sky. They were falling, sweeping away everything beneath the city. Below, he laughed maniacally. Ha! The next day, the giant meteor came crashing down on him. Below, the monster watched, filled with smoke. Ha ha! Zhang sang. So you are just as insane as Kim Jun. Australia. He was full of himself, roaring with joy. Look at me. I am the strongest in Korea. Huh. Suddenly, he froze mid-laugh. Huh. His body transformed into the seventh clone, totally unfazed by the meteor impact, saying, "You look down at him. This is what true invincibility looks like." He stepped onto the ground, standing right in front of him. "Something beautiful that you keep babbling about. I have had it for a long time." His eyes widened as he swung his sword and charged. The wind swept along the blade. "What does the distance between us even mean right now?" Seeing this, he stared at him in shock. A whirlwind of blades pierced through his body. He also circled around behind him. He mumbled to himself, "Not fair." Then he looked up again. It is Pa. On the other side, the two of them were walking down the road. Yui looked back at her dad. Puzzled. "Dad," she asked curiously, "where are we going?" He calmly looked back at her, enjoying. Then he tipped his hat and smiled at her. "Where else?" "We are going to the movie theater." Yui looked confused. "What?" She seemed a bit perplexed. "The theater." At a time like this, he tried to change the subject. "That is right. We might not have to pay for tickets, right?" Junhika's expression turned serious as he recalled earlier. He suggested it. "I entrusted Sina. Done for you." Sanji listened, looking confused. Yep. He looked at him with a hint of doubt. "Wait a minute. The craftsman San Kim Jun. You mean you want to take revenge?" Junhek just touched his gradually breaking hand and moved toward him. "I will leave him to you. After all, he can't apologize for the things he has done." He hesitated. "What? Wouldn't it be better if you—" Then he smiled and pulled out his phone. "You know, this smartphone is pretty efficient. I can use the internet anytime, and it holds a ton of information," he added, which made him pause a bit. "There is even some info about the S-class monsters in the monster pit." Junhei's face was gentle as he looked at him. The craftsman-san turned to him. "A monster." Then he recalled the space inside the cave. Something felt off. "Clearly, you dressed up to hunt monsters. But there are not any monsters around here. Traces of my skills and debris are everywhere." Junhei's expression was calm as he added, "It seems like this place is holding something. But I am the only one here, and it does not feel fake at all." He concluded, leaving him speechless, "As if I was created for this." Then he held his phone up in front of him. "Check this out. People predict that this class monsters in the monster pit are at the peak of adaptation and evolution. They have observed and mimicked the abilities and traits of whatever they devoured." By now, he could hardly hear him anymore. Lost for word. The hunter, Kim Junhee. Sanji Woo is filled with suspicion. "What are you trying to say?" Then he turns around and smiles confidentially. "Everyone knows it is possible to kill. Maybe you can do it better than I can. Just one look, and I already know." Back in the moment, he lands on the ground, staring at him intently. He recalls the smile on Junhei's face. "Will do what only I can do." Over here, he grabs Yuhin's hand, leaving her a bit shocked. "Everyone is evacuated, so there is no one here." He pulls her along. "You can sit wherever you want. If not, when will we leave?" Over at Sanji Woo, blood drips from the blade onto the ground. With just one swing, He-sung has collapsed and lies on the ground. He has got a blank expression, still smiling and mumbling, "I am." The hunter, his eyes widen in shock. "The strongest." Then he recalls what he told Chi-View about what would happen if I injected those two completed products. He holds the syringe. Confused, He-sung looks at the vial in his hand. Puzzled. "Can I get stronger than myself?" Chi-View explains from behind. "Not exactly. Because it helps maintain and enhance the human body. So the increase has its limits." Hearing this, he is a mix of disappointment and anger. "So there is no way to boost my stats?" The other person replies. "Not entirely." Chi-View picks up the vial and adds, "You can increase your stats through training too. You just need to train, or you could use one of the incomplete products and give up your humanity." Hearing this ideal answer, he smiles excitedly. "That is great. Can you make it into a capsule right now?" He bites down on a pill hidden in his teeth. Smiling, "If I can become the strongest." The capsule dissolves quickly, and everything falls apart. It is all meaningless. Suddenly, He-sung's aura intensifies, catching him off guard. A powerful energy erupts, forcing him to step back. Eventually, it starts to shrink, a meteor shower shooting out from it. He raises his sword to block, struggling, and then another wave comes, forcing Sanju to dodge quickly. He looks at his cracked, broken sword, gritting his teeth, feeling a mix of anger and fear. What the hell? That bastard has taken the incomplete drug, has not he? On the other side, his body begins to transform. Claws emerging, a giant scorpion monster crawls toward him, mumbling nonsensically, claiming to be the strongest. Kim Junhee. You grit your teeth, unable to believe your eyes. "What? Have you lost your mind? You crazy fool. Over there." He screams frantically. "If it were not for you, then I." He charges at him, and he also dodges. A massive explosion sends everything flying. He keeps his distance from him, but he still lunges towards Sanju. Then he swings a strike at Hee-sung. But the wound heals quickly. He watches in shock. His regeneration ability has surpassed human limits. He has gone completely insane. Screaming as he attacks you, a creature crashes down, kicking up a cloud of dust. You quickly dodge to the side, with your hands pounding the ground. You glare up at him, assessing the situation. His skills are dangerously powerful. This won't work. You then give the command. The space opens up. Number 2. Bring that here. On the other side, he strides forward and yanks a door open. The people inside are exposed and panic ensues. What the hell? The door. You rush in to block the entrance. Hee-sung mutters, losing his mind. Weaklings. They need to be eliminated. The next moment, he lunges inside, attacking the civilians. They turn and flee. Monsters, run. Quickly. Someone trips and falls. Blood splatters everywhere. A claws pierce through something. A man lies on the ground, wide-eyed and gasping in terror. It is a nightmare. In front of him is Byung-hun's body, impaled by Hee-sung's sharp claws. He furrows his brow in confusion. Then, as the claws retract, the other man realizes who he is. He is the president of the association. At this moment, you grab your sword and charge in. Hee-sung also notices you. Gritting his teeth, you swing the sword in pursuit. Get lost. Your strike sends him flying backwards. Byung-hun's body collapses to the ground. The crowd starts to shout, "Get the first aid kit over here. Hurry, he is losing too much blood." He recalls the girl from his previous memory along with her excuses. "I did it because I was scared. I was terrified back then." The girl was pushed down. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes filled with shock and despair. That child. He feels faint. The body lies on the bloody ground. He must have been so scared. The people quickly rush toward him. Meanwhile, he remains lost in thought. That girl must have been terrified. Outside, Hee-sung is floating, screaming at you. "Don't get in my way, Kim Jung." You soar up and kick him right in the head. Your face is full of mockery. "I'm Dungsang, you idiot." His body is sent crashing down to the foot of a nearby building. You jump down, mocking him. And the person whose name you desperately called out. You frown and remind him, "I am not just some random Kim Jun-hike. You know." Sang-yu assesses that even as a monster, he has chosen to die as a human. Over here, Jun-huk is watching a movie with a high-end. His hand reaches out, opening a space above his head. Just like that, clones quickly emerge. Then, an energy source explodes. Hee-sung, seeing this, looks up in shock. Sang-yu's clones transform into monsters, surrounding him. "I swear I will die like a monster right here." A punch from the clone comes flying in. He is a tiger. That is, the punch comes crashing down, making Hee-sung fall flat. The strongest, meanwhile, Breast is carrying Wonti and Miho on his back. The green-haired girl behind is crying out, "Where are you going? Please." She is sobbing in despair, tears streaming down her face. "I will give you the money you want. So please, just save him. Please save those two." Hearing this, Breast also feels frustrated and interrupts. "Shut up. You idiot." He is carrying them while explaining, "I am trying to do this all at once." The green-haired girl behind looks confused. Next, he looks towards the hospital, insisting, "If I am here, it will be more effective to treat them. I am not going to waste my energy wandering around." Over by the hospital, Junie Y. He has been taken on a stretcher, continuously treated with supernatural powers. The doctor is out of breath from exhaustion. His face is full of sorrow. "Just stop." His aorta and most of his blood vessels are completely severed. His face darkens as he reminds the nurse, "You know we can save him." She stubbornly continues to try to save him, but a door is kicked open, leaving both of them stunned. "Doctors, just take a break." Labresse. He reaches out with a threatening smile. "Today, all patients in this hospital will be turned to dust by me." A holy magic circle forms on his skin. A massive wave of energy crashes down. His titan-like clones punch and kick the small body of Hee-sung. He is losing consciousness, desperately trying to create a version. Next comes a kick that breaks a clone's arm. An arm falls off, but the punches keep raining down. He bleeds in helplessness, taking the hits. So they are his clones. Dung Sanji. That bastard. Over there, Sanji just watches in silence. Kim Jun-hyuk is not planning to show up. The original plan I had was for him. His face is filled with disappointment. Blood keeps pouring out. But why?
Wow.
I have worked harder and sacrificed more than anyone to gain power. Over there, Sanju glances over, and he looks at you like you are a brainless fool. But why can't I defeat that useless brat? He thinks of his son, Ja. Efforts. Then he roars with laughter, like a man who has just had a good harvest. Haha, right. That brat is definitely trying just as hard as I am. Immediately, he stretches out his hand to create a glowing sphere and shouts, "This time, I will." A hand swipes in, causing blood to spray out. The filthy clone's sharp arm is still dripping with blood. Hee-sung's body is shattered. He has lost his mind, still screaming aimlessly. Ha ha. Ha. His face contorted in agony. Am I just weaker than him? Next, he glanced at Anne. Jun saying, congratulations. You have officially become an S-rank hunter. Sanjiu was confused by this. His shattered hand clenched as he screamed at Anne. This is my final parting gift for you. Above. A blinding light hurtled toward Anne and reminded him. You should let it rest in peace. Above. A barrage of meteors was crashing down on the city. Sanjiu muttered in disdain. There are always those pesky losers who only bother showing up when it is time to reap the rewards. Anyun gritted his teeth, trying to hold them back 2 or 3 kilometers away. Far enough that he could not even estimate. Even when I am out of sword energy to use the Envoy's sword technique, I am not sure if they are even here. Anne swung his sword, unleashing a gust toward the meteors. Well, I have to try to find out, Anne shouted. The sword suddenly shattered into pieces. Anne's eyes widened in shock. He then fell silent, staring at the sword that was left with just the hilt. The clone looked down as well. This damn guy. The capital is about to be destroyed. Suddenly, someone above shouted and threw something down. It was the backup. The sword landed beside him. He yelled, urging Sanju, use that. Anne's hand gripped the hilt tightly, gritting his teeth as he lifted it. Vivine shouted, use the full wind slash of the Envoy's sword. The sword was raised by Anne off the ground. Above, he watched Anne. Assessing, the entire ground was determined by him. The name of that weapon is Sanjiu's sword slash. Steel and wind surged. The seismic strike. One slash from and glowed as it soared toward the meteors. The two collided at once, making everything dazzling. His steel cut through everything it touched in the sky. Below was a massive crater, and lowered his sword, breathing heavily. Ha! Then he plopped down on the ground, trying to catch his breath. His body was trembling. Everyone, help me finish off the surroundings. Above, debris rained down. The entire city lay in ruins. It is in the movie theater. And Junuk and Wu Haiyan had just finished the film. He turned to her in astonishment. They really did it. Those monsters were actually real, she explained. I think they used some kind of illusionary power from a certain awakening. He then stood up. Are we heading to the next location now? Behind, Yu Haiyan also noticed the water stains on his arm. The stains were more intense than before. Yu Haiyan understood and looked down. She watched her father struggle to hold his arm as he thought quietly. The water stains were becoming increasingly severe. Just a little more. This stupid body. Jun Hyuk smiled tenderly as he pulled up his shirt. The only thing a shell like me can do right now. Here, Jizuhan. Come on. Let us hurry up. We should hit the amusement park too. Outside the park, he fiddles with electrical equipment. Just wait a moment. He may not look like it, but he really knows his stuff when it comes to tech. The girl next to him looks a bit surprised. Really? Next, the amusement park lights up. He perks up his on. Then he gets all excited. The two of them hop on the roller coaster. Yuan smiles happily beside him. Smile big. Uhain. Junhai is also smiling sweetly next to her. Remember to smile bright later on, even when unfairness or sadness hits. No hardship lasts forever. The two are ready to drop. He is lost in his thoughts. The ride plummets down. Johnny tells herself, if I keep pushing through until the very end. Then the sun starts to rise. At the funeral home, two figures walk down the hallway. Inside is a chocolate cake and a photo of Wu Haiyan's mother. He looks at her, feeling a mix of disappointment and sadness. Suddenly, Yuham stop. Tears welling up, she smiles. Dad. Thank you. She wipes the corners of her eyes, forcing a cheerful smile. I think all my wishes have come true. If I keep persevering, that day will definitely come. Right, Dad. Hearing this, Junhai smiles gently at her. Uhain, he mumbles. And you will. Suddenly, one of his legs starts to disappear in panic. His body crumbles more as he sits on the ground. Seeing this, she rushes over. He still tries to comfort his daughter amidst the chaos. No need to be too shocked. Just a little longer. She places her hand on his, making Junhai a bit taken aback. It is, Dad. She can't hold back her tears anymore. She intertwines both hands with his, tears streaming down as she expresses herself. Today, I am truly very happy. Really, I will always look forward. She reassures him, while his face is breaking down, his gaze never leaving his daughter. So do not worry anymore. Okay. He looks a bit stunned, leaning back as Uhain still smiles gently. You know. Right. Junhai smiled, taking off his hat. Dad. I really wanted to create a special day just for you, but it seems like things did not go as planned. He places the hat on her head, thanking her. Uhain, I will never forget today. Right after, his body turns to dust. That is right. If you keep pushing through, happiness will eventually come to you. Outside the funeral home, Uhain sits quietly in her father's clothes. On the note above, everything has been checked off. Dining together, visiting mom's grave, hitting up the amusement park, and catching a movie. Below, hidden under the beams, Woo Hyan's face is filled with sorrow as she clutches Jun Hyo's clothes. Seeing this, Jimmo rushes over, asking Hana Woo Hyan, "You made it?" And to the hunter Jun Hyo. Before he can finish, she pulls out a rock from inside her jacket. Realizing what it is, he straightens up, understanding, and then bows his head, supporting Woo Hyan's trembling body as she cries, "Are you happy?" She replies, "Yep." He smiled at me. A big, bright smile. Outside, Yuan Hao is panting, with Yuan Hyan number 10 behind him, facing a group of chain monsters. She questions, "I thought everything here was sorted out." Right. Then Yuana turns to look at number 10. "I do not know who you are, but thanks for the help," he confirms. "Don't you worry. I am just protecting the Holy Land." Hearing this, she looks confused. The Holy Land. Ah. Then she glances at the trapped monsters. Puzzled. "But those bastards are still alive. Why are you holding them instead of killing them?" He hesitates. "I am not too sure." He then reveals, "But I have heard there is a way to revert them back to their original form." Upon hearing this, Yuana gasps in shock. "Wait, revert them back?" She stutters. Number 10 confirms, "Yep. Those monsters were once human." On the other side, meteorite fragments fall before the rising sun, and the townspeople look up in panic. Meteorites. "I am still alive." Shouts of joy fill the ruined streets. "We are alive. We made it." Other cheers resonate. Ambulance. "There are injured people here." Yep. Raven smiles proudly. "Ha. I hastily tossed my weapon aside to buy some time, but I did not expect him to adapt so quickly." Above, he smiles back at the elder, sword planted at his side. Feeling proud, just as he hoped from his apprentice. He does not mind the praise. "Ha. Thank you, sir." Suddenly, Sanji gets serious and asks, "I can somehow wield it, but it feels like my mana is being drained." The elder explains, "You are just starting to control it. Honestly, you can use it because your ability is an exception." He widens his eyes in seriousness. "But you said this is an important artifact from your homeland. Can I really use it?" The elder, excited, replies, "What are you talking about? We are in this together." Then he turns away. From the start, only 3 people survived in the Iranzi Empire. Raven informs it, "Your master has to leave again. There are things I need to do and places I must go." Hearing this, he feels awkward. "Thank you for your help, master." The elder beams with pride. The sun is rising. "My disciple." He then approaches and places a hand on his shoulder, smiling proudly, leaving Sanju in awe. "I admire how you strive to save others until the very end. That is definitely your true nature. Something I can teach you." Finally, he happily turns to leave. "Looks like your master has a good eye for talent." Sanji bows his head, feeling a bit down. "Donnie praise me too much. I am just doing my best." Next, he looked back at the hospital. No matter how hard he tried, there were still many people he could not save. Inside, patients were flaunting their recovery, jumping with joy. "Haha. I am bursting with energy. My arthritis is cured. My broken arm is healed. The scar from my surgery is gone." They exchanged stunned glances. And he thought, "I came to the hospital, and my leg is healed." On the other side, Breast, busy treating patients, turned to look at Sanju. "Hey, you, the split guy. You made it? The meteor up in the sky must be you who destroyed it." He was speechless. Breast and Sanju widened their eyes. "What are you doing here?" He scratched his head. "Damn it," asked that jerk jumper. Before he could process things, the guy announced, "I have got good news and bad news." Sanji looked up. "Come on," Breast urged. "Follow me." In the patient room, Juniyang was still unconscious. Standing by his bed, he shoved his hands in his pockets, looking down as he delivered the news. "I have healed all your wounds. But your heart has been stopped for too long. I heard your split self say that this guy is responsible for rebooting the hospital's power." "Right," he added, making Sanju look on in shock. "I heard that is why you kept using skills beyond your limits." Then he leaned in closer, calling out, "Juniyang. Wait. What are you doing? Wake up." He recalled the determined look on his face when he turned away, saying, "I will go to the hospital. Stop my dad's shenanigans." He frowned, watching him unconscious and confused. "Why did you push yourself so hard? We are not that close," he scolded, causing Bless to frown and stand aside. "When things get tough, you can stop." "You idiot." Sanju gritted his teeth. "You think I asked you to take care of this for me?" Sanji's hand gripped the bed rail until it bent, ready to burn his heart and meet disaster. Then he punched Juniyang's chest and yelled, "Wake up, you jerk." The punch jolted him awake, making him scream. Ah. The two people in the room were wide-eyed, like statues. As he caught his breath, Sanji, Junie excitedly exclaimed. Finally, my resurrection skill has awakened. Next to Bless immediately denied it. That kind of skill does not exist. You are crazy. But Junie Yang, breathing heavily, explained. It is a skill that keeps my life intact. Then he smiled at him. By falling into a coma after a fatal injury. The system's framework explained the skill. Hibernate. Enter a coma state to preserve life after receiving a fatal blow, he mumbled. That skill. Hearing this, he could not help but grin widely. Then Sanju did not hesitate and threw a wild punch at Junie Yang's face. How dare you make us worry? If you had a skill like that, you should have told us. He had so many question marks in his head. You jerk. Doing this to a patient and then waking up. The two of them started brawling. I will knock you out again. Bless chuckled at the scene. If that is the case, we have two pieces of good news. Right. He mumbled. I wanted to tell him after I calmed down with the first piece of news when a girl rushed out from behind. All three turned to look that way. Sanji's eyes widened. Jingo. She stood to the side, holding her arm and smiling shyly. Long time no see. Right after that, Bress explained. I heard there was a blackout before I arrived at the hospital. During that time, your brother was drained of mana by the dark virus. Dr. Hong gasped, looking at the girl. We missed a crucial moment. Doctor, do you see that? The amount of dark virus. He smiled proudly. At the same time, the dark virus had depleted its food, weakened, and was nearly eliminated as treatment began. In the end, it was a gamble, but it paid off. On the other side, Jingu smiled and tilted his head. I am feeling better now. Tears fell from Sanji's eyes unexpectedly. He rushed over. If Jingu wakes up, I have so much to say. I have been thinking about a lot of things. He hugged her tightly. Both of them were sobbing. You have been through so much. Yep. He told himself. But I can't think of anything anymore. And so, dawn broke once again over the city. The unprecedented terror of Shin Hee-sung-dae was coming to an end. Thanks to the preparations of those who experienced the flexible portal phenomenon, casualties were lower than expected. Aided by Brest, the number of injuries also decreased significantly. Next, Sanji ordered her clones to chase after Brest, capturing him, and he panicked, running like crazy, inside the lab. Many monsters were captured, but thanks to the guidance I provided to the clones, we managed to secure them. The mutated monsters that were captured could escape their monstrous forms with Kim Woo-hyan's help. She pulled out a shaky vial. This is called recovery potion. Researcher Hong Mang. Gee. Wait. How did you create a potion like this? At the same time, a drug called DEP was announced to the world. Moreover, the announcement stated that the damage was minimal, also indicating that there were some casualties on the enemy side. A funeral for Jun Haik was set up, with mourners filled with regret. He returned, saved people, and left just like that. I heard that Hunter Kim Jun Haik has a daughter. Is it Woo Hyan? I heard she saves those who have turned into monsters. The sacrifices were also mentioned a lot along with white daisies. Like father. Like son. I do not know why she had been hiding all this time. I heard many soldiers also sacrificed. He was said to have protected the portal until the end. At the grave of Meh Hun, people cursed, littered, and tossed cigarette butts there. The green-haired friend he saved felt a bit sympathetic, then left a white daisy. But still, in the end, N.I., at the apartment, heard a call. Sanjayu's mother approached the room door, lamenting that he still has not woken up. It has been a long time since we had a family meal. His father comforted her, saying it is okay. He has been through a lot. At the table, and Jingu also smiled. There is still dinner to come, and she agreed. That is right. The boy has been working and delivering like crazy both day and night. For the first time in a long while, sunlight poured into Sanji-yu's room through the window. He lay sprawled on the bed, enjoying a blissful sleep. The next day, a black stone was placed on the table. Sanji-yu sat in a chair with clone number 1 and Jun Mo, arms crossed, staring at the black stone in front of them. Clone number 1 rubbed his neck, saying, All right, waiting for you is getting boring. You have not forgotten the deal. Right. It is time for you to keep your promise. He reached out to take the shard, but then the guy snatched it back, saying, Hold on a second. His gaze was unwavering. There was something I needed to verify first. My promise was to give you the shard of the 7 deadly sins. Then he questioned, But who are you? Clone number 1 looked clueless. Wait a minute. What the hell does this guy want? His energy radiated with a threatening anger. Then he angrily warned, Seriously, do not do that. I am warning you. Right after that, he extended his hand to explain. Calm down. I just want you to hear me out. Who are you? He slammed his hand down on the table, glaring with fury. I am the master of that shard of the 7 deadly sins. And why are you talking like that? He denied it, saying. Then he smiled and shook his head. You are just a clone. And clones are just replicas. Next, he held the shard of stone up like an idiot, saying, that is why I promised from the beginning to give the shards of the 7 deadly sins to my clones. Clone number 1 shot him a glaring look, his body igniting with rage. Today, you will die by my hands, he shouted. A miserable death, but Sanji grinned and retorted. No, not gonna happen. Step aside. Number 1. The number 1 inside is taking over half of it. Yep. He tightened his grip, causing the shard of soul to shatter, revealing a white orb inside. He frowned. And the 7 deadly sins. Then he tossed the orb towards number 2, who accepted it, saying, that is mine. Number 2 replied. Got it. Right after that, a massive surge of energy poured down inside the white space. River frowned, lost in thought. So far, everything is going just as I predicted. He stared up. Let me witness your potential along with your clones. Sanji, outside. A clone number 2's body was gradually transforming. River was thrilled inside, realizing he made the right choice by choosing him. His feet stomped on the ground, his body morphing into a badass form. Sanji raised an eyebrow, watching him expectantly. What is going on? Number 2. He confirmed. Your body has not been taken over. Right. He looked at his own body and nodded. Correct. Number 1 shouted angrily, baring his fangs at him. Sanji, he was dissatisfied. You filthy bastard. While the guy just chuckled slyly. What is wrong? I am keeping my promise. Are not. Inside the white space, River excitedly clenched his fists. It is a success by sharing the shards with his clones and allowing them to absorb them. He could balance the influence of the 7 deadly sins. Outside, Sanji was leisurely poking his head out while clone number 1 was so furious he slammed his head into clone number 2. He concluded, if it is him, he could probably absorb all the shards of the 7 deadly sins and gain the power to go against the system. He laughed maniacally. Yeah. Go ahead. Kill me. Haha. I told you so. That evening on a rooftop in town, 2 figures dragged a gun across the ground. As the sunset faded, she looked at the person in front of her and sighed. Haha. Just like you promised. In front of her, a guy wearing a white mask with a severed arm was bandaging himself up. The 2 figures mocked him, clearly having encountered quite a bit of trouble. He explained. I have been chased by a clone. She stood behind him. You know that the master has died. Right. He casually crossed his legs while sitting on the rooftop edge. Yeah. She aimed her gun directly at the back of the masked guy's head. So you must know why I am here. He remained calm. Well, your master accepted it like this. The 2 figures sighed. I do not have the right to talk about this. I have been involved in killing too. My hands are not innocent, but you have done worse. She pressed. You crazy bastard. Do you even see the mess you have created? He kept his mouth shut. I was just following the chairman's orders. The tip of her gun opened up. The 2 figures pressed further. What about the chairman's orders? She narrowed her eyes. Ready to pull the trigger, the gun smoking. Including stopping me from drinking that damn drink. Tell me your whereabouts in the hospital and where you plan to go next. Is revealing your plans part of the orders you received? Suddenly, he became furious, recalling the first time the master had picked him up. Accepting the opportunity he was given during the toughest moment of his life, he extended his hand towards the masked guy, making choices based on his own mistakes. The master smiled slyly. It is the first choice. And it is also the last one. Blood tears streamed down from the mask. He asserted. I am certain I received those orders. Finally, a loud bang the mask shattered into pieces, no longer existing. Meanwhile, at a large building in the city. What the hell? He stared wide-eyed in shock. Is the master's group really disbanding? Junie adjusted his tie. Affirming. Yeah. There will be some news articles coming out. He squinted in confusion. If it is okay. Can I ask you something? He looked puzzled. Who are you? You are not even the captain. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. You little punk. Then he revealed something that left him stunned. My father left a will, saying that if he died, I would become the heir of the master's group. He shoved his hands into his pockets, sighing. Of course. The punishment remains. So I still do not qualify to be the leader. Sanji looked shocked. The punishment does not change. Then he turned away, mumbling. In the end, I still can't understand my father's feelings. It is the same with Beauty. And the group too. What did he expect from me? He explained further. Actually, the disbandment has been thoroughly discussed with the executive board. and the issues caused by the Master S group are so severe that very few oppose this decision. But do not go spreading this around before the news breaks. Sanji stared wide-eyed, a bit hesitant. Please, Junie. Seeing this, he turned back and smiled at him. Don't he worry. I do not hate you for killing my father at all. He was a bit surprised. Instead, I am just glad you put an end to his madness. See you later. The room fell silent. Sanji sat deep in thought. Was the punishment really unchangeable? Then how did he still hold power in the hospital? He wondered. River. What is going on? Inside the white space. He pushed his glasses up. I did not see it myself, so I can't be sure. The system confirms. Punishment is a function of the system. It restricts power to match each individual's stamina, ensuring the body does not bear any burden. It is quite similar to the cooldown for using skills. He started to piece together some thoughts. And then he realized, his cloning skill also has a cooldown. He calmly held up 2 fingers for emphasis. But considering how the hospital's power was maintained while his friend was dying, I am sure he used a skill when the punishment was temporarily disabled. Punishments. Typically, there are 2 scenarios that can legally deactivate the system. First is when mana, the system's energy source, runs out. And second is when the legally awakened person dies. His voice came through in a system frame. But those 2 things were basically the same since usually when mana runs out, you die. He raised his eyebrows in suspicion. Wait. But I have felt my mana running low a few times and I was fine. He explained. At that moment, mana was not depleted enough to stop the essential biological functions. In other words, it is like being out of breath after running like crazy. It feels like you are about to die. But you are not actually dead. But what if he really did use a skill to decide to die? That led to his mana being depleted and the system shutting down. Yeah. He explained with 2 bars indicating the mana limit. When mana reaches its peak, theoretically, it could refill and temporarily allow that person to escape punishment. Of course, that is just in theory, and only applies to punishments and restrictions. Don't go testing that out. You have seen firsthand the cost of ignoring punishment, have not you? He recalled when Junie Johan was unconscious on the bed. Yeah. Sanji raised his hand to touch his chin, lost in thought. But that is strange. With the virus too. But why do you die when mana runs out? Before the incident, Earth did not have something called mana. He added. Yet humans still live just fine. Hearing this, River further explained. You understand the process of how the system was installed when passing through the gate. Right. He elaborated on the fusion of energy in the human body, merging the system with people. Once merged, they gained skills considered superpowers. River's eyes held a hint of regret, but since then, they lived off mana. And that is the system. Suddenly, he remembered. And there is a close example to you. Sanji jumped. What? He repeated. A case where someone awakened without stepping through the gate. In the classroom, the teacher's voice rang out. Attention everyone. The teacher smiled from the podium. Today we have a transfer student. It is Jin. The girl stood at the podium smiling down. I am Deng Jing. Nice to meet you all. The teacher explained. Jingu has a special circumstance, so she is a year older than everyone else. Make sure to remember that, he added. If you have any questions, just ask directly instead of gossiping. The students below were chatting. Wait, is not she Deng Sanji's sister? They exchanged proud glances. Deng Sanji's sister. A girl with blonde hair touched up her lipstick. How interesting. They murmured. So cool. And then got all hyped up. What should we do? I am so jealous. Next, the teacher pointed to the empty desk. You can sit at the desk over there. She happily followed his gaze. Sure. Suddenly, a guy overflowing with energy laughed up at her. The ground shook, causing Jingu to slip and fall hard. Wait a minute. Sanji gasped. Is this the way to awaken without stepping through the gate? River, with his glasses askew, frowned, injured by a living being that had merged with mana, which is usually a monster. He announced, your sister must have awakened by now. Inside the classroom, everyone looked on in shock. The teacher rushed over through the smoke, panic in his eyes. Are you okay? He was wide-eyed. And she was stunned too. Yeah, she said, facing a person who looked just like Jingu. They stared at each other. What? What is this? The 2 hands touched in confusion. I can touch it. It is. She wondered to herself, do I have a duplication skill too? Suddenly, the clone vanished. Startling her, she knelt on the ground. The teacher looked on in bewilderment. Are you okay? It is just a skill. She was speechless. The teacher exclaimed, shocked. I did not realize you were the one who had awakened. I heard the kids are awakening at a very young age now. Jingu turned to him. Confused. Yeah, she replied. But I have never participated in the awakening program. Outside, Sanji's clone was hiding in the bushes, watching. The teacher reminded her. The school prohibits students from using skills, so be careful. She nodded back. Yep. Her clone looking more serious as it fixated on the classroom. In the group, her classmates looked at her, bombarding her with questions. Are you awakened? This is the first time I have seen a clone. You use the duplication skill just like Dung Sanju. Right. She felt flustered by their enthusiasm. Smiling shyly. No need to be so polite. I just found out, so I am not sure. They urged. Please show us again. She replied, as her friends teased Jingu, who was standing on the rooftop. Wait. That was not part of our plan. Have you used it yet? Not yet. I do not have skills like that. The blonde girl crossed her arms. Disappointed, in the first place. When it was about to fall, I was going to suddenly. A clone appeared right in front of her. The clone's face was filled with rage. Its aura blazing as it glared at them. It narrowed its eyes, furiously questioning. I saw you guys trying to use skills to push my little master down. Tell me. What were you thinking when you did that? Then it threatened them. Shut up. No one makes a sound. The trio froze in fear. That is Dung Sanju's clone. Outside, Jingu was trying to escape her friend's questions. Standing in the corner of the wall, gasping for breath. Phew. Finally got away. Then she smiled excitedly, staring at her hands. What is happening to me? Have I really awakened? With a duplication skill. The moment I woke up in the hospital, the world had changed dramatically. My brother was hailed as a hero of the Republic of Korea. I remember when I woke up, a swarm of reporters flooded in for interviews. The days following my awakening, everything was chaotic, with the reporters making it impossible to think straight. No one could stop talking about the strongest rank hunter in Korea, Sanjiu, and his army of clones dominating the skies, with his cloning skill being the center of attention. Jingu clenched her fists, excitement bubbling inside her. I knew my brother's cloning skill was impressive from the first time I saw it, but I had no idea it could expand like this. She reached out, trying to recreate it, and wondered, what if I could use the cloning skill too? It was like suddenly a blank space appeared right in front of her. Jingu blinked in confusion, hoping someone would catch her if she fell. Right next to her, an identical clone appeared, and the two of them excitedly clasped hands. Did it? We did it. She looked at her clone in awe. But why was it mimicking her? Did not the original say something about following the master's orders or something like that? Suddenly, a space flickered outside that caught Jingu's attention. Awesome. She looked at the newcomer with an excited grin. Are you a jumper? He stood on the edge of the rooftop, legs crossed, hands stuffed in his pockets, looking super cool. Who would have thought you would awaken with a cloning skill? Absolutely cinematic. On the other side, the bullies were sweating bullets and freezing up. Listen up. The blonde girl stammered, trying to justify herself. We were just messing around to try and get closer to her. The three of them knelt down, faces bruised. They explained. We made the ground slippery, and she softened the floor and asked if it was okay. Her voice was shaky, but then she unexpectedly used her skill, and chaos erupted. Upon hearing that, the clone froze for a moment. Tears streamed down the blonde girl's face, filled with fear. We were just trying to get closer to your sister, because we are big fans of Hunter Jung Sanju. We are so sorry. We want to do it again. The clone recalled Sanju's words. Help my sister fit in at school. Okay, do something if someone bullies her. The clone froze in thought. The targets were set, and the answer was clear. They were bullying the girl. Did you help her fit in? What did you do to those kids? Yeah. They were messing around. Okay. I am feeling a bit lost here. Over here, the jumper explained, while she and the clone listened intently. This skill looks like Jung Sanju's clone, but is slightly different. He smiled. Observing closely, it is like a physical manifestation, identical to you, but in reality, it is in a state like looking through a mirror. It can be seen as a mirror copy ability, unlike a clone with its own consciousness. But it is real a special skill. Hearing this, Jingu glanced at her clone. Noticing that the bracelet from the clone was on the other hand, she awkwardly glanced at Jumper. Realizing this was not a clone skill after all, he reassured her. Don't be too disappointed. The truth is, the outfit you are wearing is an exact copy. That is pretty valuable. She explained that no matter what gear she had equipped, it could be replicated, allowing her fire abilities to grow 2 to 3 times stronger. Both of them blushed with excitement at that. But then she thought, what if the clothes were not replicated? Suddenly, he made a suggestion. With that in mind, do you want to test out that skill? We can head to a nearby gate and hunt for a while. I will protect you. So you want to be in danger? Jingu felt a bit awkward and said, sorry. Suddenly, a voice interjected, startling him. But I can't agree to that. Sanji replied, standing behind Jumper. She looked excitedly at him, saying, you are wearing defensive gear. While he shot her a serious look, Jingu chimed in, big bro, you look super tense. My sister should be in class right now. Seeing Jumper still calmly greeting her, Sanji remarked, we meet again, as he mumbled. First off, I want to express my gratitude, he said, bowing deeply. Thank you, Jumper. I heard you sent prayers to South Korea. Thank you. My sister has been doing better. Jumper maintained his composed demeanor, but then his eyes darted around. But I have my doubts about how you are approaching her. What is your intention in taking her hunting? He mused, snapping his fingers. I would really appreciate it if you could clarify. Behind him, a dark space opened up. We can talk somewhere quieter. Jumper explained as Sanji was completely engulfed in it. This is a domain. It is a special space that will hinder system interference. As he prepared to summon a clone, he inquired, of course. It won't hinder your clone. But will you listen to me first? I did not come here to fight in the domain. Jumper assessed. He had grown much stronger since their last meeting. He thought to himself. He was already powerful then. But now he seems even more formidable. Changing the subject, he said, let us talk first. This is about your sister. You are right. I intended to guide her to the teleport gate and register her with the system. He blinked in surprise, then looked at him suspiciously. Why is Jumper sticking his hands in his pockets? If she gets caught using a skill without registering with the system, she will be in serious trouble. Sanji looked puzzled, and he smiled. Of course. By those trying to bring about the apocalypse. Hearing this, Sanji felt a jolt of panic. Just as she suspected, Jumper knew about the apocalypse. He stood calmly in the space, stating, I am not sure if you have heard about this, but the condition of the apocalypse is that all of humanity must register with the system. But what do you think happens if someone awakens who is not in the system? They will never be able to participate in the awakening program again. If they do not join the hunt, they could be in danger from those who created the apocalypse. He added, think about it, as Sanju clenched her teeth, her expression unreadable. Next, he approaches and pats his shoulder. Sanji the builder. I know you sense something's off with the system too. I've heard a lot of bad things. But Jumper's cold expression whispers to him, do not trust River too much. And Sanju pauses, his voice drips with sarcasm and surprise. How do you know River? Jumper assesses. He is the type who only thinks about himself. He clutches his aching chest, gritting his teeth in anger. To be more precise, he does not care about anything but his own goals, which means he is willing to sacrifice everything to achieve them. He adds, you have seen the danger of the 7 deadly sins team, right? Yet, he still asks you to gather them. Sanji's face darkens at his words, not caring that his sister might be in danger. His hand circles behind, opening up a different space. His facey, I hope you won't walk down the path I once did. Immediately, the space cuts off, and he vanishes. Just like that, Sanji is released back, and Jingu rushes over. Brother, where have you been? You surprised me. In the white space, River calls out to him. Dung Sanjiu, are you okay? You just lost connection for a bit. What happened? Sanju appears before him. River. While he remains seated in silence, Sanji's face darkens as if he has made a shocking discovery. So I am not the only one gathering the 7 deadly sins. Seeing this, River calmly raises his head. Did Jumper tell you? He questions him. I have answered. Then he pushes up his glasses hesitantly, confirming. You are the 4th one. Sanju is astonished. River calmly adds. And Jumper is the one right before you. He is the 3rd. Then he stands up to confirm. I will tell you everything about the system. Urenzia. And even the apocalypse. He lowers his head back to reality. Jingo. Then Sanju places a hand on her shoulder, making sure. For now, you should go home. My clone will escort you. And take a break from school too. Jingu blinks in confusion. Ah. She exclaims. What is going on? At least you should explain. He smiles, turning away. Do not worry too much. I will be back soon. And by the way, congrats on becoming awakened. Meanwhile, on the other side, a cup is lifted. Jumper sits down, lost in thought. The system interface appears beside him. Earlier, we lost connection for a bit. He explains to it. I had to use my spatial skill for a moment. Your actions are slowly drifting away from the prophecy. Then he keeps reminding, so when will all of humanity awaken? After all, that is our plan. Jumper lifts the cup. Too many variables are popping up. Things that never happened before are happening non-stop now. He sits quietly, holding the cup. Leaning back on the chair, the system announces, things that have never happened before. Do not be so sentimental. Then he falls into the white space. The apocalypse is approaching. A man's hand rests on Jumper's shoulder. I hope you do not miss this chance. His eyes light up, Jumper's face full of determination. The only chance to save himself. On the other side, scenes of the battle flash up along with someone's regret. Hoo. Did you see that? That is the result of beauty. Enhancing a hunter, despite the name. 2 phases. But the immediate effect is impressive. Trevor looked at the system panels excitedly. With that kind of serum, we could evolve humanity to the next level. There was a response to his thoughts. I understand now. Then the system began to flicker and fade. He watched it in silence, muttering in disbelief. Really? That guy held on tightly with every question he posed. Alyssa, do you really think that the one who is an AI created? How could they go against my wishes? In front of them, with people sprawled on the ground. He urged. But at least this time, please respond as freely as Elisa. The way I used to know you. The system panels and mechanical voices came to life. Trevor, you knew this all along, did not you? His body shook as he stared at the system. Is this really what you wanted to create? In Pennsylvania? Oh. Philadelphia, a bustling city. Sanji stood wide-eyed in front of a large building. Use lab. Inside, River casually remarked. It is not above ground. It is underground. I will tell you the location. So please dig up the ground, leaving Sanji wide-eyed and confused. Then he took a shovel and started digging, questioning why he was just explaining his past now. I have heard about you from the Jumper. River explained. I need to make sure you understand correctly first. Then he adjusted his glasses and continued. Earlier, I wanted to tell you even sooner. I have no intention of hiding anything. He remembered the first time he appeared in system form before him. And I thought I had sent you the address to this place before. When this is over, come to this place. My research materials are here. And you are itching to know now. Oh right, he did send it. River reproached. But even after that, you did not go looking for it. So I felt no need to point it out to you anymore. Sanji continued to dig enthusiastically and wondered, what about my sister? Then, filled with doubt, he questioned if he was actually lying, and he replied from the white space. About that, what he said back then definitely made some sense. But just because the system registered your name does not mean the danger will vanish. In the end, everything depends on your judgment. And it seems like you dug up something. Sanji saw an underground tunnel. He murmured. Even if you decide after learning how Urenzia disappeared, it might still be in time. He then confidently opened the basement door and looked down. What is this place? On the staircase down, the wires were still buzzing with energy. He wondered if they were still operational. River calmly looked inside and explained. This is my dream. He stepped inside, revealing a room filled with computers and modern equipment. He explained. This is the first prototype system. Yeah. It all started here, back in the 1950s in Philadelphia, at this factory. He was busy researching when he heard a voice behind him. River. At that time, I was a researcher on a secret project run by the government. His face filled with joy at the research before him. Outside there was a knock. River, open the door. Now River is finally noticing. The outsiders have lost their patience. They could just kick the door open. Alongside 2 colleagues I have known since childhood. There is Fanon. And you are bringing that up again. The guy next to him sighs heavily. He is still not giving up. They are working on the Rainbow Project led by researcher Elia White. And the Rainbow Project led by researcher Trevor John. Miss Teen is fuming. I called you over the weekend. And you did not pick up. While he is still probing for answers. Why can we excel in all sports? She looks at him with wide eyes. Confused. What? River is mumbling about something. Even in wrestling. We know the volleyball is coming. And we know how to set it up to hit it. But it seems like we always hit nothing but air instead of the ball. Behind him. Trevor answers. That is because we lack the necessary skills. While he is still clumsily working away. I hope that what an average person thinks I can do. What I am building is a system that will help people do just that. River's face is serious as he stares intently at the research on the table. If I finish this system, the world will be a place where everyone can achieve their dreams, even if they do not have talent. One day, Even those who can to walk will be able to run and do anything they have ever dreamed of. Trevor shoots down that dream, saying it is just an illusion. You think machines can manipulate humans at a cellular level. She also looks over with a frown, while he stubbornly persists. I think the concept of that system can also apply to the medicine that you refuse to give up on. How can you find comfort in creating something that only reflects what a person desires? Trevor, losing patience, yells out in despair. What the heck? At least it is better than this ridiculous machine. Elisa leans on her hands and hips, looking at them with annoyance. Here we go again. River smiles, reminding them, calm down. Once I finish this project, your path to success will open up. Right after that, Miss Teen comes over and grabs Trevor by the collar. Knock it off. He struggles, face slightly flushed. Then she says something that makes River look up. What day is it today? You know, today is the day for the project trial. I like personal experiments too, but we have to focus on our work. Right, the trial itself is not dangerous. It is the first experiment, so the voltage is very low when it happens. Everything seems like it will go very smoothly in a large worksite space. The commentary echoes. The metal degaussing test is active. The coil voltage is normal. The generator is functioning well. All systems operational. River and Elisa look at the control panel. He confirms. All right, let us start. Trevor, holding the remote, feels a bit anxious. Is it because I am restless? Then he suddenly exclaims, turning away. I need to use the restroom. Just wait a sec. Elisa glances over. Complaining. Why go? He explains. I did not have time earlier because I was busy with the experiment. River bluntly dismisses him. Just keep going with the trial. There is nothing exciting anyway. She responds with a twinkling smile. Shall we get started? When we get back, he is going to be mad. River mused. Sometimes I still think about it. His hand rested on the ignition lever. If we had waited for Trevor that day, would things have turned out differently? Outside, the model began to power up, and the current display started to run. River inside the compartment felt a little uncertain, wondering if the detector had picked up any signals yet. Elisa looked up at the control panel. The signal was still broadcasting, but it seemed to be weakening. Suddenly, there was a loud bang outside, and the models started to tumble down due to a massive shockwave at the port. Someone rushed into the lab, panicking. What is going on? What is happening? She turned around and shouted as the server began to smoke. Please wait while we investigate. Dashed outside in a panic, eyes darting around as if reacting to something. Above the port, a dark space rift opened up. River and Elisa stared in awe. Oh my. Just then, Trevor stepped out of the restroom, looking confused. What was that sound? Sorry for being late. Must have been something I ate this morning. He looked up. The surroundings were nothing but a wreck. He stood there, dumbfounded. In another dimension, voices were vibrating. We did it. We really did it. His eyes opened wide with uncertainty. They look a lot like us. He is. Right. This is so different from what I expected. Trevor groggily woke up, hearing the voices around him. He is awake. The group in front stared in amazement. You are awake? Next to Alyssa, who also groggily woke up. Trevor. He looked a bit startled. Alyssa, are you okay? A man shouted excitedly. Everyone. The summoning ritual was a success. Legendary hero. He declared that the one who would protect the Urenchi Empire from Cranid, as prophesied, has arrived. Elisa looked on, puzzled. What? Trevor. I need an explanation. He looked just as confused. Me too. Then they were taken to the castle. The guide explained. There will be 3 meals a day. If you two want anything else, just let me know. Also, we will provide any equipment you need within the Empire's capabilities. Fida led the two through the hall while adding, as for language, it will be translated through magic, so there won't be any language barriers. Next, she pointed to a room with a smile. First, let us rest and shake off the fatigue from the long journey. The two of them were still in shock. Wide-eyed, they were panicking, lost in their thoughts. This is the first time I have heard this language, but I understand what she is saying. A rabbit is speaking human language. Is this really magic? And there are giant monsters too. They finally stepped out into the scene outside the castle. Where the heck are we, back in reality? He slowly started to understand. The Urenchi Empire tried to summon a hero. What kind of nonsense is this? River calmly explained in the white space. They say it is an ancient legend from Tutoring. When the Urenchi Empire fell into chaos, a legendary hero will appear, defeat the enemies, and bring peace. The exact reason why the portal is fuzzy is still unclear. They can only guess that their summoning ritual coincides with the experiment we are conducting, leading to this result. He further explained that the buildings, their way of life, and even the people were things I had never seen before. However, Elisa and I quickly adapted. He also moved towards the keyboard in front of him. Surprisingly, I thought scientists would be the first to eliminate magic. River's face was serious. It is just a bias. When an unexpected situation occurs, we adapt faster than anyone. Anyway, a scientist's job is to explore the processes and rules behind the results. Sanji stammered. Before he could finish, he suggested I show him what I had experienced. Right after that, some electrical lines started to flicker. He looked astonished. Back in the past, the two of them sat quietly at the table. River calmly pieced everything together. All right, let us summarize. First off, this is not Earth. This is a planet called Tiber. But it is still unclear if it is in the Milky Way. It seems they are using something called mana to perform magic, and they have developed it to solve communication and transportation issues in other systems. Elisa gasped and added, there is still one crucial thing. They mistook us for the legendary hero. Hearing that, he fell silent. The folks thought of the monster attacking their tribe. They said they were at war with a tribe called Green Id. That might be their declaration. They must be the only unified empire on the planet. And Green Id are the invaders from another world. We are scientists. River crossed his arms confidently and smiled. But honestly, this might be an extremely unique phenomenon. We can't stay here. Right. She chuckled softly. Exactly. Trevor must be looking for us. That is why we are casually thinking about it, he added. Those invaders and other things. We really have no business being here. Elisa agreed. Since we are not some heroes or anything, River emphasized again. Right. I am curious about the rules behind all this, but it is a method that can be used on Earth, because there is no mana there. Tomorrow, let us explain the situation and ask them to send us back. We could not assess the situation we found ourselves in. Then, the crowd outside went wild, screaming under the castle. Scammers. Duke, come out here. Show us the hero you are too shy to mention. Above, the Duke gazed down at the chaotic crowd below, announcing, we apologize, my lords, for subjecting you to this embarrassing sight. I did my utmost to ensure you had no worries. Fada looked on in confusion as she explained. But as you both have seen, in reality, there are still some objections despite our involvement in the hero summoning ceremony. It costs a significant amount of mana stones and requires various resources, and many doubt its effectiveness, she concluded while eyeing the dark crowd below. Thus, some have expressed extreme opinions. Yelling out, those pushing the plan during wartime must take responsibility. If they can't deliver results, they deserve to hang. She turned to Ziver, who was trembling. She murmured, if you two can't show them the results they want, then the summoner should be executed as an example. Well, they really lack faith. You just need to show them the hero's power. Hearing this, both of them were startled, their bodies stiffening. Later, in her room, Elisa collapsed on the bed, kicking the blankets. We are done for. It is really over. He is just standing there looking out the window. I can't believe this. Even if we say we are not their saviors, it seems they won't kindly send us back on this side. She cried, her tears flowing. Elisa lifted her head, sobbing. What should I do? I do not want to die here. Heroes and all that. I have never fought before. She felt defeated. Instead of dying this way, I need to spill everything. River placed a hand on Anna's shoulder. Elisa, calm down. He leaned in close to her. Reassuringly, if we understand this place, there must be a way back. Our job now is to figure it out. Elisa stopped crying, looking bewildered. A way back. From then on, I began researching through every book. They immersed themselves in the library, the Royal Library of the Urengi Empire. It contained every bit of knowledge about mana and the advancement of magic. River was also reading about fire, earth, water, and wind, the basic magical elements. She was not lagging behind either, staring intently at books related to spatial teleportation and even information about artifacts that could tear apart the universe. Everything was here. And so, our research to find a way home began. She read while imagining the scenes around her. At the top of the Odin Tower, there was an artifact that showed no mercy for failure. I wish I had one. River discovered fragments of souls, with information related to Earth and the 7 deadly sins. There was an ancient, powerful creature in the abyss that could destroy any mana connection. Other artifacts. He then stood within the magical circle, reaching out to practice, conjuring a fireball. However, no matter how much knowledge I absorb or how many rules I understand, he still stares in disbelief at his magic-less hands. I can't even perform basic spells, let alone teleportation. Standing in the magic circle, I try to grasp what the rules of this situation are. I need to tackle this issue first so I can apply it to more complex knowledge. A tale steps forward, Everything's not going smoothly, and the proud dragon stands before him, the legendary hero, the last dragon of Urenja Bramos. Seeing that day, he awkwardly looks up, saying to himself, Bramos, you are not frozen like the first time we met anymore. Then River scratches his head, bit confused. I have never seen a rabbit talk before. That day, he was a bit taken aback. That is a racist comment. Be careful. Then he mumbles. To be honest, the moment I first met you, I knew the plan was going off course. Hearing this, River felt a bit panicked. Bramos' eyes sparkled with a green light as he explained. If I look into someone's eyes, I can uncover details about them. I do not know what went wrong during the summoning, but a scientist from Earth is not the same as a hero. Right. Hearing this, he gasps, clenching his fists. Bramos continues. You might already know, but once they discover you are not a hero, they won't be nice about sending you back. You will be tossed aside to fuel the negative public opinion. They will save resources meant for your guidance to find a new hero. He lowers his head, looking straight into his eyes. Bramos proposes. What if you become a true hero? River starts sweating nervously. Oh man, that night in the forest near Lodi. He suggests, magic uses mana as its resource. River pushes his round glasses up in the woods, realizing that without controlling mana, he can't use magic in a situation like this. Understanding the complex rules of magic structure is useless. He thinks to himself, I can hear his voice in my head. His body moves through the dark. Slightly confused. But is this really how to feel mana? Bramos asks. Are you doubting me? He crawls into the bushes. Slightly blushing. This is the fastest way. Trust me. Your body is trembling from the cold. But River's expression is one of confused resignation. Yeah. I have no choice but to learn magic. Next, he sits cross-legged on the ground, trying to connect with nature as Bramos advised. Closing his eyes and relaxing his entire body, a being, are just a tiny part of the system running this vast world. Suddenly, River catches onto something puzzling. The system. He listens silently to nature. His voice still echoes in his ears. Don't he treat mana as something special? It is like when you raise your hand and the air around you gets sucked in. You should realize that mana immediately touches everything around you. River looks at his hands in disappointment. I still can't do it. Bramos notes. You are too distracted. Focusing on one thing will be better. Suddenly, a noise from the bushes makes him jump and look over. His face shows a mix of confusion and tension as he mutters. Is someone else here? He confirms. Of course. You are not alone. In the dark grass, there is a noise. He shivers. Who is there? A familiar voice rang out. Is that you? River. River was taken aback. On the other side. He complained. Damn it. He said he would teach me how to control mana. But what kind of method is this? Can you not look this way? Her bare body blushing as she hid behind a tree. Peeking out. She yelled. I told you not to look. River stood there, frozen, his glasses shattered into pieces. Then I awakened my mana, his eyes glowing as he released a stream of energy. She was confused. What the heck? How did you do that? Thanks to my secret technique. Elisa found a way to control her mana. And once she mastered the mana control technique, she would have the power to bring all her accumulated knowledge to life. The two of them gracefully executed magical spirals. River waved his hand to open a spell. So this is a basic magic circle. She experimented. If you add in the transformation and activate it. Applying the other magical rules we read in books did not take too long either. Grey Mouse watched them train with pride, just as expected. They were really good. Then we received both good news and bad news that morning at the castle. The bad news was that even after learning magic, they still could not find a way back home. They were studying magic day and night, although space travel was impossible without a massive amount of resources and support from many people. The good news was that the townsfolk looked at them with admiration. Indeed, just as the prophecy said, we are magical geniuses. And they joined forces to create a massive energy sphere the color of the earth. And people began to chatter. How did they awaken such high-level magic? This would make. Suddenly someone approached, leaving them dumbfounded. So what is she planning to do? Raven muttered. Can she let our fallen comrades know that these two have become powerful in just 2 weeks? So if they can hold on for a year, they will be fine. Can she really ask them to charge into certain death, for no reason while guarding the border all this time? Seeing this, someone noticed it seemed like the day had returned from the front lines. Even though they called the day the Imperial Shield, it was too rough. Raven held the sword, his face darkening as he questioned. I am just curious. This is the elemental knight of the Urentia Empire. Cajole Raven, he added with an impatient expression. How long will it take our legendary heroes to drive off Cranid and see how good their magic really is? Alyssa, upon hearing this, looked utterly bewildered. Our magical skills. She trailed off. Let us show you. But Raven had already jumped in first. He told them, do not be in such a hurry. The line from the other side reminded them. Even to taste the fruit of knowledge, it takes 3 years. Is not 2 weeks too short? Raven agreed. That is right. He spoke more clearly. What I mean is, for those who have sacrificed. Raven firmly drew the sword from its sheath. Everything has been decided. I am not changing my mind. He turned away. But you all must show me the results when you choose to abandon us. Within 1 year. That is the maximum we can endure. Sanji stood in a corner, watching closely. Just like the young master back in the day. But you know, that is just how it is. Back in the day, I was just as hot-headed. It is no surprise. Really, Raven has always opposed using summoners, insisting we should save resources to bolster our front lines. What Sanji really needs to focus on is not that. But in the end, the summoning ritual was set. And they had to endure a long time without any support. They must have faced so many hardships. He quietly observed the situation. Of course. While this was really confusing for us, Leber sighed in disbelief. Did we just die? Sanji felt a strange sensation. Like the past was flashing right before his eyes. Was this his memory? He tried to concentrate on the past. Just like that. Only by seeing it for himself could he truly understand. Fate bowed his head. Tears falling. Utterly scared. Everyone. We have disturbed you heroes. Back then, I was such a nice guy. Primus spoke up first. I am the one who should be apologizing. You two are learning so quickly. Elisa quickly chimed in to reassure. This is not your fault. Sir Bramos. Bramos felt uneasy. Thinking. But we need a more practical approach. Destruction magic and healing magic are both solid. But I can't keep going like this. He was thinking ahead. After all, these people would look for other heroes if we did not meet their expectations. I need a backup plan in case we fail. Sanji realized. Oh right. I have always thought about this. And the principles of magic are somewhat similar to electronic circuits. And that became the key to unlocking my awakening skills. By combining the two principles, I managed to freely blend the laws of science with magic. He gradually uncovered the core. The middle ground between these complex diagrams. He focused intently, even sensing the weaknesses of current magic. Once he realized it, it became clearer because it was modularized, making it easier to understand. From outside, Elisa called out, Liber, we have to practice magic. Liber was quite surprised. Is it already that time? She noticed something odd and asked. But what have you been doing in the wardrobe all this time? He quickly explained. A machine equipped with a mana booster and a teleportation circle. Liber elaborated further. To put it simply, this is a device that can take us back to Earth. Elisa was utterly shocked. Wait. Really? He worriedly said vaguely. It is not finished yet. But if we can activate it. Elisa hugged him joyfully. Liber, you are a genius. Honestly, I was so scared. Especially of that guy named Garden Snake. And I still can't even look those fences in the eye. She felt incredibly happy upon hearing the news. I was so worried I would have to live here for the rest of my life. Liber blushed, shyly reminding her. Wait. You are getting a bit too close. She awkwardly stepped back. Sorry about that. He pointed to one side. Can't you see the teleportation circle? It is structured like a microchip. Elisa looked a bit confused. Microchip? Are you saying that is in that machine? I did not know that. At this moment, Liber felt it was quite strange. Doesn't Elisa see the commonality? Is she using magic on my level? Elisa mischievously warned. By the way, this is our little secret. Okay, I really like that. A secret just for us. Over there. The others seemed worried. Wondering, why is not anyone coming? Since then, the two of them kept practicing, and we kept pushing our magical skills. They tirelessly worked on their abilities, mastering not just advanced spells, but also ways to enhance their physical strength with mana, and how to channel mana through weapons to boost their power. Sanji stood back, observing. I never worked out before, but with this agility and relentless training, I have gained a level of fitness I never dreamed of. Feels like I have unlocked a new stat in a game. You are planning something, right? Honestly. Yeah. For them, learning magic has been an incredible journey. A whole year has flown by just like that. Time has passed quickly. And the deadline I promised Javen is drawing near. Remus feels reassured. Everything seems to be on track. He glanced over and said, Alyssa, your ability is to enhance healing powers. It will boost the magical power related to healing from any element. And she was utterly surprised. Is that? No wonder you are studying it. Remus was a bit excited, though it seemed like her mana still had some gaps. Sanji took note of this. Her unique ability, much like an awakening skill, is a one-of-a-kind power. Alyssa has healing powers stronger than mine. He bent down, curious, and added, But Reaver, I still do not know what your unique ability is, but with your strength, maybe it relates to enhancing destructive power. He pondered, and I thought the same. But first things first, Remus looked around. Is this really what they achieved in just a year? He instructed. All right, everyone. That is enough for today. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a big day. Rever was eagerly anticipating it. Finally, it was time to show Craned my power. He opened the cabinet. Realizing that we would be starting the battle tomorrow, Liber felt at ease. Grateful he had perfected it before being sent to the front lines. He showed off his creation. Initially, I thought it was just the size of a wardrobe, but it turned out to be way bigger. Even though I added an amplifier and optimized the formula, there is still a ton of mana left. I guess I will have to fully understand my mana. He turned and asked, Are you ready to head back? Raven reiterated. Of course. He insisted. For those who have fallen, Alyssa shyly replied. You see, it feels a bit weird saying this after putting so much effort into creating it. She hesitated and asked, But just for one day. Do you want to help them? Rever looked terrified. She recalled what had happened. Of course. Some did not like it, but for the most part, they treated us well during our time here. Training is tough, but learning magic is so refreshing. Alyssa seemed reluctant to leave, and we could escape whenever we felt danger. Just a day later, the announcement came in. The Grand Gate has opened in the north. Monsters came rushing in. They were the #1 pests. The leader hurriedly commanded, Lead them into the woods. The #1 pests are brainless. Everyone tried to escape. Boom. A loud explosion echoed. He felt even more excited. Great. Let us take down those pests. We successfully fend. But suddenly, a monster appeared behind us. You said pests, and here we are. It let out a roar that caught everyone's attention. A special monster has appeared. It fell. Face down, covered in blood. Damn. It is invisible. This is the first time I have encountered this kind. If that is the case, then there is a loophole. Everyone is at a disadvantage. They are surrounding us. They are screaming in fear. Help me. Those guys are trying their hardest to fight back. Call for rescue. Hurry. Contact the main office. The battle is turning chaotic. The monster is under attack. Everything is upside down. Using the panic, I turned to face the confusion. He walked over slowly. It is great to see everyone. River introduced himself. We are the legendary heroes. Alyssa is still bewildered. Are we really using that title? Jimo shot up. Panicked. Instinctively, he lifted his shirt to check. Haha. My wound. Mel noticed and immediately asked, Captain, you are awake? Jummo urgently inquired about the situation. The gate. What about casualties? Mel reassured him and updated him. Just calm down. Everything is fine now. Someone has saved us. Right now. Alyssa is treating everyone. If anyone is injured and has not been treated, let me know. Okay. I am still a bit clumsy. Meanwhile, inside the castle, someone's voice rang out. What? The team has secured the gate and returned without any casualties. The cheerful young man asked back. Really? The person next to him confirmed. They said they are on their way back. Everyone was overjoyed by this news. A mother embraced her child emotionally. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. The little girl was tearful. A young couple immediately expressed their feelings to each other. I want to propose to you. After the war. The girl could not hold back her tears. Lauren. Not only that, many others around were also happy to be reunited. You did it, kid. Show me a picture of your son, and I will bet you will make it back safe. That is why I was able to do it. But River was feeling really tense. If we just head back to Earth like this. He observed the atmosphere around him. These people might. Just then, a man shouted, Everyone. We owe our return to them. The heroes have saved us. Hearing this, everyone cheered together. Heroes. Long live the heroes. Alyssa also gently spoke up. Thank you, River, for listening to my suggestion. She felt a bit relieved. Now I can leave without regrets. River immediately suggested, should we help them for one more day? Hearing this, Alyssa brightened up. Right. You think so too? Somewhere. The battle is still ongoing. The young girl noticed the person in front of her. Could it be true that they are the heroes from the rumors? Then she expressed her gratitude. The whole team almost lost their lives. River spoke up to reassure everyone. Don't worry, everyone is fine. And he reminded himself, they are right next to the battle zone. That should be okay. Just help them first. A man treated by Elisa was worried. My wound. She knew what the enemy was thinking and made sure. You will be fine in no time. Elisa added, keeping even the lost parts intact. If it has not been too long, we can reattach them. The man was hopeful again. Really? Elisa shared the same thought as River. Just treat these people and then head back to Earth. Oh wait. Should not we help a few more? A soldier hurriedly reported. The number of casualties and injuries has significantly decreased. The gate-breaking operation is progressing very well. Greymoth was truly caught off guard by this. Have they changed their minds? Who convinced them? Just like that. A day turned into a week into a month, and a month into a year. Eventually, we forgot about staying a little longer and started looking forward to tomorrow even more. Everyone was buzzing in Gelho. Liber. Elisa. The Iranian Empire became more of a home than a place to leave. Liber approached Elisa and spoke up. It has become our home. Elisa replied cheerfully. You have worked hard. Liber. And the two shared a passionate kiss. The place where we welcomed each other. Just as they broke the kiss, Liber noticed his beloved. After that, Elisa started digging up old memories. Do you remember when we learned how to control mana? You told me to focus on just one thing. Elisa's reminder made Liber break into a cold sweat. But I do not understand why the moment you appeared. I awakened. She sighed. Each word laced with meaning. It just suddenly reminded me of that advice. No need to beat around the bush with lies. Elisa did not hesitate to point it out. Back when I was chasing you on Earth, you would not even look at me. Now we are on another planet. And you are still not being honest. But she found it an interesting experience. I left my home planet, my projects, and the system, which should have been my life's purpose. I just want to live happily. Now Liber finally spoke up, did not he? One thing they knew for sure was that the prison door would never open again. Time passed, and war gradually established an organized system, while Elisa focused on maintaining the army and reinforcing the defenses. I took advantage of the gaps in the Crane remnants and pushed through to reclaim territory. The strategy shifted into an aggressive attack, and it felt even more intense. We began to reclaim each lost territory, and the Cranid attacks started to slow down. 5 years had passed since we were brought back here, and Elisa sat alone with a book, wondering when Liber would return. Today was a big day. After all, so she speculated. But honestly, she has been pretty worn out lately. Could it be because the defenses expanded? But she could not leave. Suddenly, Elisa staggered, as a monster had just been obliterated by someone. That person gripped a blood-soaked sword tightly. Kane casually blocked the attack. Nothing special compared to the name of my nice species. Just as she was about to speak, something zipped past her. But she did not see it coming. The monster that had just been slain lay in ruins. And Kane frowned, reminding her, how many times have I told you to fix that careless attitude? In the Iranzi Empire, the swordsman elemental, the top swordsman Kaiser Raven appeared and questioned. When will the successors of the elemental swordsman finally wake up? In the Iranzi Empire, disciple of Kaiser Karen Raven, recognized a familiar face. It was Fanan. Sensei. How could this happen? And she pointed out, we only eliminated a few pests that crossed the defense line. Raven was not satisfied and said, this is an important mission. Do you think we can maintain our offensive position if the defenses crumble? Karen bluntly compared. Those so-called heroes can handle it, while we are struggling on the front lines. They are comfortably feasting back in the capital. And before he could finish, Raven knocked him on the head with his sword. Karen dazedly fell to the ground, a huge bump forming on his head. As usual. Karen whined. Sensei. But Raven, filled with hostility, growled. Those so-called heroes, he has got some nerve. Do you think Liber and Elisa are just his friends or something? How dare you? Karen protested, implying that Sensei had also evaluated them. But before he could finish, Raven cut him off. Shut up. Who did it? When? Just then, a voice spoke up. You are being harsh on her. Raven's face lit up as he recognized the person before him. Liber, you are back, he admitted. Yep. Thanks to you too. We could launch our attacks so easily. Over the past 5 years, Raven has become my closest friend. And Liber got closer to them. Karen definitely mentioned me. She heard Raven's words and scrutinized. Sensei just told me to be polite, so he made it clear. He is not your friend, but he's my friend. Because Elisa and I have helped a lot to reduce casualties in his team. Raven has become one of my biggest supporters, better than anyone. Raven cheerfully chatted. Should not you be heading out? The Grand Sorcerer appointment ceremony is coming up soon. Liber, feeling a bit too honored, hesitated. Grand Sorcerer. That title is just too big. Raven immediately brushed it off. Nonsense. Who else is more fit for that title than you? Because he brought up the past. Liber said. I am truly sorry about our first meeting. For Liber, who easily brushes things off, he asked, how many times have you apologized? It has been years. Just forget it. I am out of here. That was the last time I smiled at Tuburn. After that, he got home and, like usual, called out, Alyssa, are you done yet? Liber continued chatting. We need to participate in the ceremony. The spirit of Sanji has been here for who knows how long. Damn it. Liber panicked as he looked at the person lying on the floor. Alyssa, it is Sync. You know very well what this symptom is. As he grasped the situation, Liber panicked even more. Alyssa, what is going on? It was the day Alyssa got infected with the virus in the altar. Conversations buzzed. Becoming a grand sorcerer in just 5 years. It is really hard to believe. Right. Focusing on the summoning ritual was indeed the right choice. It seems like the moment to wipe out those monsters is just around the corner. Man with messy, long gray hair asked. But when will those heroes arrive? A middle-aged man poked his head in and said, I heard they have already reached the capital. They must be really busy. Let us wait a bit longer. Feta asked. Should I go look for them? Grey Mouse sat silently, deep in thought. The white door swung open, and a platinum-haired fairy shouted. It looks like the heroes have arrived. The man with the golden beard joyfully exclaimed. Awesome. Let us get started. We should kick off the Grand Sorcerer appointment ceremony right away. However, unlike the joy of those inside the hall, Liber's face as he walked in was filled with worry and panic. Feta, confused, said. Alyssa, Liber is scared. Something's happened in the room. Help me. Grey Mouse calmly replied. Everyone needs to leave. The appointment ceremony has just concluded. Liber stood beside the sickbed recounting. As soon as I arrived, the incident had already happened. The mana is not gathering but keeps dispersing. Looking at Alyssa struggling to breathe. Feta said. A curse. I can see Alyssa's blue mana continually leaking out of her body. Turning black, Feta, tense, said. A curse. It is a mana depletion curse. Liber, astonished, exclaimed. A curse. How is that even possible? Liber hurriedly asked. More importantly, when did she get cursed? Alyssa was just close to the defense line. Grey Mouse recalled their first meeting. He had said, Alyssa, your innate ability enhances healing. Any healing magic will become stronger. Alyssa was thrilled back then. Really? No wonder it was so easy to learn. Grey Mouse chimed in. Although sometimes you are a bit low on mana. Realizing the true cause, Grey Mouse thought. Now I understand why her mana is always in a state of depletion. He explained. Liber, Alyssa has not been cursed recently. Actually, it is her innate ability that has kept the curse from spreading until now, Grey Mouse said. The summoning ceremony has led to unforeseen consequences. When you arrived here, you must have passed through countless universes in an instant. And you have been exposed to many types of mana during that time. Liber asked again. What are you saying? I do not understand. Liber was horrified when Grey Mouse said simply. Alyssa has been cursed since she was summoned here. Then he hurriedly asked. That no longer matters. There must be a way to save her. Right. Grey Mouse sighed. Liber. There is no way to cleanse this curse. Upon hearing this, Liber's face went blank. And Feta quickly added. Lord Grey Mouse, we need to gather mana at the tower. We must perform the life-saving treatment for Alyssa immediately. Sanji thought. Not a single word was making sense to me. What a ridiculous situation. Right. The demon virus. The virus your sister is infected with is considered a curse in this world. Sanji looked at Alyssa and thought. Maybe it is a blessing she is not on Earth. If Alyssa contracted the demon virus in a mana-less environment, she would not last a month. Sanji thought. Just plain unlucky. Alyssa's been suffering from a terminal illness since she got here. Raven burst in from outside yelling. Liber. It is just a little setback. Right. Liber was in shock. A curse. And when Raven heard this, he was devastated. No way. Liber fell silent for a moment before making a plea. 3 years. Give me 3 years. Do not inform the front lines about this. Today's appointment ceremony went smoothly. Fado and Bramus were taken aback, and Liber said. Just tell them the heroes are at another front line. Bramos, wide-eyed, asked. Wait. Do you want to leave the battlefield too? Fader advised. Holding the defense line without Alyssa is already tough. Liber, if you go too, then. Raven interrupted. We will do our best to hold on. Fader exclaimed. Raven, he is. I will strive to hold on not just for 3 years, but even for 5 or 10 years if needed. Raven placed a hand on Liber's shoulder. He believed in him. Do what you want. Liber. Hearing this made him emotional as he called out, Raven. Sanji watched the scene and whispered, Master. The current Liber whispered, Yep. He has given me a precious amount of time, and I need to decide how to use it, at that moment. Liber thought, I do not believe in the curse. Elisa can be cured. Liber kept reading and thinking. Even if it is due to exposure to various mana variants, it is still fine. It could be a type of virus that adapts to each person's innate abilities. The current Liber said, I will train the defense line's resources without Elisa, and at the same time, find a way to heal her. Liber tirelessly wrote down countless lines of knowledge in his mind to find solutions while thinking. Even those who know nothing about magic could use it if they can control their bodies and enable everyone to manipulate mana. Liber was conducting research he once mentioned, wanting everyone to be able to achieve what they imagine at that time. Liber said, if it succeeds, even those without powers could realize their dreams. The disabled would be able to stand, run, and do anything they desire, as Liber wrote and contemplated. By studying the body and analyzing each person's innate abilities, he would reinterpret the magical system to fit each individual and apply it, developing it further to alter the mana properties of each person. Thinking about this, Liber suddenly hesitated. He mumbled, I must create a system. The man with the black mustache slammed his hand on the table and shouted, This can't go on. Do you realize the gravity of the situation? The man with the black mustache said, The defense line is suffering losses day by day. Moreover, hiding Elisa's condition has its limits. How much longer do we have to wait for Liber? Someone in the meeting room said, Liber insists we can hold out, so let us just hang in there a bit longer. The man with the dark mustache heard this and was utterly frustrated. That is why I opposed this plan from the start, someone said seriously. That is enough, Grey Mouse said. I trust Elisa. At least let us wait until the time she promised. Liber is saying this now. And 3 years have passed. Fida steps into a strange tower. The food service lady called out, Liber, I have brought your meal just like last time. I will leave it here. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a deafening noise inside that startled Fida, causing her to exclaim, Ribbit. The sound of Liber echoed out. Come in. Fida was a bit scared. Liber. Fida cautiously stepped inside. Amidst the blaring noise, she heard Liber's calm and steady voice. Fida, I have always been really grateful to you. You have been kind enough to help us and teach us about the culture of the Orenchi Empire. Fida felt shy. But besides that, I do not know how to do anything. I have no magic, and I can wield a sword or a bow. Liber said. You do not need to underestimate yourself like that, Liber reassured her. Of course. I am aware of your feelings, standing beside the strange glowing sphere. Liber said, Do not worry, Fida. That time has ended. Liber turned to face Fida, looking a bit crazy as he said, With this system, the cables like snakes lunged at Fida, making her cry out in fear. Liber. Back in the meeting room, the man with the dark mustache continued grumbling. I can't take it anymore. The man with the dark mustache suggested, I think we should stop supporting Liber. He said. Everyone agreed, including the old man with the messy beard said. It is time for that. Others gradually chimed in. Yeah, it was him who set that timeline after all. And Grey Mouse remained silent beside them. The man with the dark mustache said. Then I take it we are all in agreement. Just then, Fida walked in. She called out. Everyone. The man with the dark mustache snapped. Fida, how could you? Then, seeing the blue magical circle in Fida's hands, he gasped. Are you using magic, Fida? Feeling emotional, said. I can feel the mana. The circle projected an image of Liber's face. He looked calm. My lords, please do not worry. Liber stood before the massive device that resembled a spear and said, Gather the recruits and bring them to me. Waiting like this is enough. We will form an army. Raven, covered in wounds, walked in. The blacksmith sharpening a sword said, Have not we been under too much pressure lately? Raven calmly replied. But the blacksmith retorted. Not you. Raven, covered in wounds, walked in, and the blacksmith, sharpening his sword, said, Haven't I been under way too much pressure lately? Raven calmly replied. The blacksmith retorted. Not you. Dubez said. We are talking about basic weapons. Even with the best care, every blade has its limits. And at some point, it is really going to break. Raven picked up the sword and replied. Thanks for your concern. But we need to fill the void left by the heroes. Without me, the defense line would collapse in an instant. Dubez curiously asked. Were those legendary heroes really that great? Raven made a silly face and said, I do not believe in legends. Dubeza scolded. Are you crazy? Before leaving, Raven made a funny gesture. I believe in Liber as a real person. Just wait. It has been 2 years since then. He is definitely coming back. Dubez replied. It is nice that you believe in him. But anyway, that kid is way too attached to him. 3 monsters lunged at the soldiers. One wearing a red scarf shouted, Reinforce the defenses. Kyrene jumped down from above. She swung her weapon at the monster while saying, Master, there are too many bugs. We need to pull back a bit. Raven, nearby, stabbed a monster and quipped, Oh come on. 3 years ago you said it was boring. And now you are complaining it is tough. So what is it gonna be? Kyrene heard this and got furious. Her face turning red, Raven suddenly looked back at Kyrene. Then he quickly stepped in to pull Kyrene back, while blocking an invisible attack with his sword. The soldiers around shouted, Sir Raven. Kyrene worriedly called out, Master, as he held his sword firmly. He ordered, Support the other side, Kyrene, and pointed at the strange monster in front of him. This is the Type 3. A soldier with messy hair fearfully retreated. Fall back from the defense line. Raven swung his sword and said, Stop with the boring talk. Reinforce the defenses. Now. He wiped his brow and declared, We will protect this place. Raven continuously deflected attacks but struggled against the sharp thrusts of the monster's front claws. He narrowly dodged its downward strike. The force of the blow was so strong that it split the ground behind into a long, narrow crevice. Suddenly, an arrow shot from afar, and Raven stared in shock as the sharp tip embedded itself in the monster's ribcage. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity and cleaved the monster's head off. Raven exclaimed, You are not allowed to be here. Right, a golden voice replied. I do not have much of a choice. Do I? Raven. It was a high elf. She held her bow and said, If this place falls, my territory will be the next target. The soldier in golden armor cheered. Look, it is the elf brigade. A beastman soldier beside him exclaimed. Who would have thought Duchess Aria would come here herself? Kyrene also cheered. Duchess. Aria approached and asked, Kyrene, how are you? She replied, Of course I am fine. Now that you are here, those bugs will suddenly. The ground began to tremble as gigantic monsters with turtle-like heads broke through the earth. The 3 of them stared in shock at their emergence. The golden-armored soldier trembled in fear. There are way too many Type 2 monsters. This is the end. They all stood frozen, eyes glued to the monster. Raven tried to command. Spear soldiers. Advance. Expand the defensive line. Aria intervened. Raven. Kyrene called out. Master, she urged. We have to help the troops. There will be many casualties. Raven was resolute. We must hold until Liber returns. Kyrene asked. Why do you have to go this far? Raven replied. Because of what happened 3 years ago. I have doubted him enough. Don't underestimate my determination as if it could change on a whim, Kyrene. Left speechless, Aria said. Everyone. Fall back. Support Raven. Her subordinates quickly responded. Yep. Raven gripped his sword tightly. Thinking, I must hold my ground. I promised I would, so I won't think of anything else. The monster, its head riddled with arrows, powerfully hurled the front defenses up high, taking advantage of the situation. Raven leapt and severed the monster's head. He thought, Even if you do not come, I will reinforce this defense. And my faith too. Raven's face showed astonishment as more monsters surrounded him. Suddenly, a fireball flew in from nowhere, crashing into the monster's head and causing a massive explosion. Aria turned in surprise and asked, Did the mages send reinforcements? Wait. How many people are there? A long line of people approached, led by a long-haired man who shouted. Everyone. Fire. Countless people behind him unleashed magic, shooting fireballs at the monsters. The creature gazed up at the raining fireballs and uttered some strange, incomprehensible language. Countless fireballs slammed into the bodies of the monsters, exploding into tiny bursts. Raven paused, thinking, Am I dreaming? How could this even be happening? And then, interrupting the chaos, came Leber's voice. I won't say I am surprised that you are still hanging in there. That is right. I believe you can do it. Raven smiled. If you had not said that, I would have punched you. Leber. Should I call you Grand Mage Leber now? He replied. If you are that polite, I would honestly be really disappointed. Raven. Now is the time to strike back. The system notification screen confirmed the user. Codex 0812 Bazrasm 52. User Tabernium Bokran. Authentication complete. System access granted. Registration completed. The creature with the green head and bright red eyes showed clear astonishment as its body was enveloped in blue mana. The person looked at their hands wrapped in green mana and said, "I can't see mana. I'm used." The white-haired spirit in charge of registration asked, "What is your awakening skill?" He answered honestly, "It is the ability to grant properties to an intermediary." The official suggested, "Swordsmanship would be the right path for you. What is next?" Raven watched everything unfold in awe. He looked at the massive machine in front of him and asked, "What is all of this?" Liber replied, "It is the system. A system designed to create an elite army to fill the gaps on the front lines." Liber said, "You can awaken and register basic skills here, right now. It is in its initial, unfinished state, only having skills like fireball and basic strikes. But in the future, it will be able to train not just mages but also swordsmen and healers, depending on each person's potential." Karen asked from the side, "Skills? What are those?" Liber replied, "That means techniques in the world I live in. It seems ideal for showcasing things like magic or enhancing physical abilities." On the other side, a young blonde man unleashed magic, igniting a blazing orange-red fire. Raven was stunned. A fireball. Something that usually requires at least 3 years of training to master and awaken one's mana. Karen could not believe it either. How could they do that so easily? Liber explained, "This system is like a guide to control the body. It helps users manage their mana according to a mechanism already inherent within them. When mana is charged, the result will be a fireball." Liber added, "But to be honest, it is still not fully complete. There are still many cases where individual characteristics can cause errors. There have been instances where awakening skills were not detected, only discovered later on." Liber was confident. "But once we gather enough data from these trials, and if using higher level and more complex spells is feasible," Liber said, "with just this system, we can change all the components of a person's mana." Back on the battlefield, on the barren ground lay the bodies of monsters. Skeletal hands with sharp claws resting on a monster's corpse. A strange voice echoed, "Severe damage. A never-before-seen humanoid monster has emerged, demanding an immediate reinforcement of Type 1 and Type 2 units. It is time to redefine soldier training, reorganize threat factors, and request more reinforcements." On the strategic map, a command center appears in the center of the screen. The system is a success, allowing anyone to use magic skills that require mana. Both the quality and quantity of deployed forces have skyrocketed compared to before, and skill registration stations have been set up near the front lines. The pace of reinforcements has significantly accelerated, and the battlefield situation quickly shifts in our favor. A bustling scene of joy unfolds beneath the Grand Castle as the situation continues to improve. The people's feelings towards the heroes are now more positive. They cheer beneath the Grand Castle. "Hooray! Hooray!" The brave man raises his fist in excitement, shouting loudly, "Hooray for the heroes!" Brave Mouse glances down sarcastically, not feeling the slightest bit intimidated by her, while Veta awkwardly lowers her head. Looking flustered, Brave Mouse, she firmly states, "I am going back to River's side." Brave Mouse eyes widen in surprise. Does not she have plenty of things she wants to do while learning magic? She could send someone else. Veta, hands clasped, breaks into a radiant smile. River has not had breakfast, and is not the best way to learn magic right next to a sorcerer. A bizarre rock creature appears amidst the dark scenery. Type 1 monsters are the most common, but they are weak. However, we can't underestimate this war of attrition. The giant monsters with glowing red eyes exude ferocity. Type 2 monsters are huge and extremely dangerous in close combat, but with sorcerer support, they can be subdued more easily since they are large targets. A deformed creature with a long skull and messy hair emerges, the most crucial being Type 3 and special entities. River carefully adjusts the machinery. Type 3 monsters are medium-sized and not numerous, but they are the most dangerous. River gently raises the machine. Finally, special entities refer to those with unique abilities that do not fall into these 3 categories. River inputs that information into the system. All right, I have entered the data into the system. River focuses intently as she presses the button. Thank you for your cooperation, Raven. He looks back at his figure with confusion. Aren't you also at the front lines? Why are you asking me this? River's eyes are glued to the screen. Honestly, I just blew them away. So I can really tell the difference. River wonders why special entities can be classified into those 3 types. Raven sweats slightly as he explains. It is because the characteristics of these entities are not fixed. The appearance and abilities of these special entities constantly change. River rolls her eyes at him. How strange. A mysterious figure cloaked in dark red robes stands tall amidst the fog, the black hood completely obscuring his face. It is as if someone is creating them. He stands up, squinting intently at the figure amidst the haze. Come to think of it, you still have not changed your mind. Have you? You would enjoy a lot of benefits if you registered in the system. He looks at Lieber. No worries. I do not want to change my mind once I have made a decision. Karen giggles, and that is not all. She is excitedly pledging to keep jumping between words. What do people call him again? The Exploder. Raven taps Karen on the head with the hilt of his sword. River. Back to the system. Lieber's got a dilemma. He needs to recite Alyssa's exorcism spell, which still is not fully resolved. He is staring at his research project. About that, it is more complicated than I thought. To prevent mana from breaking down, I have to change the nature of the mana produced in her body, which will take more time than expected. Maybe I should refine the system first. Lieber ponders, remembering Trevor's silhouette. Things would be different if you were here. His face eases into a gentle smile, but I am not in a rush. The closer the system gets to completion, the more the battle against Crane it will tip in our favor. Lieber says firmly, Urenture is now my home. Raven looks at Lieber with warmth. He is right. It has been his home for a long time. Sanji stands to the side, smiling gently as he observes the conversation. Honestly, I am feeling pretty relaxed. Is not it great that I can save Alyssa while helping Urenture at the same time? Lieber spreads his arms, creating a halo of golden light, and I diligently keep expanding and developing the system. Feda needs to bring him a tray of food, boosting skills and organizing awakening techniques. Soldiers wielding weapons aggressively expand their territory once again. Seizing lands. Alyssa lies peacefully on a white bed, connecting the threads of war, growth, and research over and over again, time and time again. A green backdrop with white smoke appears, moving forward swiftly once more. Sanju looks around in confusion. How long has this been going on? Everything is slowly coming back to me. If we are talking about the time since the system was created, he stares wide-eyed. Jaw dropped. 37 years. Sanju strides straight to the door ahead. That is right. I have dedicated 37 years of my life to the system for Alyssa and Urentia, a towering figure surrounded by a cloud of dust. And that day of success is drawing near. Shining gold no matter how many times I look at it. She gently smiles, carrying a tray of pastries as she steps in, still not used to it. Even though the system has evolved and changed so much. Feda looks at the figure ahead. River has not changed at all. Lieber turns his head. Feda. Come in. He finds it strange. I feel strange too, no matter how much time passes. My face. Sanjiu stands to the side, eyes wide. It is no surprise he is not much different from his master. To be precise, that is right. People on Earth have only been exposed to mana for 20 years, so they might not know yet. Feda approached Lieber. I have heard theories that the more connected a person is to mana, the more their physical age is delayed, even at my age. He did not take his eyes off his research. Don't worry too much. Feda, Lieber encouraged her. Alyssa will recognize you soon. And Feda smiled brightly. That makes me really happy. Unbelievable. 37 years have passed since the system was developed. And it has been 45 years since I first came to Urengia. Lieber looked up at the number that jumped to 98% on the screen. We are really almost there, he said. Just a little more. And of course, during that time, the system has supported most of the top-tier physical enhancement magic skills. It is nearly perfect in measuring physical properties and providing precise control. In other words, Lieber's face was full of anticipation. Alyssa. Just wait a little longer. That moment is close. The system's completion is not far off. Grey Mouse complained in the spacious room. It is taking too long. He grumbled. Way too long. About the results of reclaiming vast territories in a long, drawn-out war and implementing extensive recovery. Everyone sat seriously in the large meeting room with the Japanese script. We have finally succeeded in driving Cranit into a corner, the excited white-haired man proclaimed. It is all thanks to the system River created. And a guy sitting nearby raised his fist in excitement. He is right. The powerful reversal of the war is thanks to the new soldier training model created by the system. The white-haired man praised. The hero will forever be recorded in history. Someone cutting in said, I do not get it. The old man's face was drenched in sweat as he raised a finger. He is not a hero. He's a god. We must treat River like a deity. Not a human. The old man praised. The god who saved us from Cranit. As another old man slumped back in his chair. There he goes again. The girl with the messy bun crossed her arms in frustration. You see, the old man is getting up there in age. He keeps shouting rallying cries. Heh. Long live River. Grey Mouse is just gliding past it all. So how about we kick off the final campaign? The snow-covered mountains glowed with the fiery hues of sunset. As the mission to wipe out Cranit in Tybern began, the first invasion zone of Cranit, a frigid area cursed by the elements. Raven looked up at the flag fluttering in the wind, his face etched with exhaustion yet relief. It was finally time to end this grueling war. And there is a name that can't be overlooked, the commander of the mission to eliminate Kazel. Raven Karen faced the soldiers who turned to him. The bloodshed had gone on for far too long. The era of pain had to end now. Also, the deputy commander of the mission to eradicate Karen Raven. He looked at her with a critical eye. Why do you act like you are so grown up? You are just furious. I am already 60 years old. You know, a serious soldier stepped forward to report. The whole team is ready for battle. We have also carefully set up barriers to prevent the mobile gates from infiltrating the advanced area. Raven praised them with a nod. Good job. He led everyone towards the distant gate, closing in on it to wipe out all of Crane Id. A soldier plunged his blade deep into the monster, using a skill. Super Annihilation. Zul shook an object that absorbed mana at hyperspeed, steadily weakening the structure of the target it touched. In the midst of the tense battle, everyone assessed the situation. We're not there, too few of them. It is time to wipe these pests out. They hesitated, staring at the monsters within the white mist. A soldier urgently announced. Those bastards are retreating. Raven stood observing and commanded. Do not chase after them. Maintain formation. Those strange creatures slowly gathered in a snowy area. He frowned, quickly deducing. The pests are concentrating at the center. There is something here. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, the monsters drew closer. Raven looked at the scene ahead with a serious expression. The whole team was ready to engage, united as suddenly a creature emerged, its sharp teeth bared, a long-term cost of time, and an even battle. Completing a design that did not interact with distortion. On the mountain, a cloud of white smoke suddenly erupted, blocking variables and calculating the battle scenario. Raven was taken aback. An earthquake. Karen stood in a defensive posture, her face showing clear confusion. Master. She frowned in hesitation. My memories are a bit hazy. But did not you come here once at the start of the invasion? He looked puzzled. I think so. But why? Karen stared at the unfamiliar mountain ahead. Was there always a mountain there? Raven stood dumbfounded, looking at the mountain as if realizing something. He focused intently on the crevice as it began to ooze. The mountain's two eyes slowly opened, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, the monsters gathered beneath that creature, preparing for their operation. The monster with the large skull announced. Beginning the harvest. This is Crane Id Type 4 Designer. It exclaimed. On the battlefield of Tyburn, the soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons. Bewildered. At that massive mountain, they panicked upon seeing that the mountain had transformed into a monster. A Crane Id beast. Carrie quickly drew her sword. So they have got a hidden card too. Vaven stood still, observing. This was their last desperate attempt to resist. But our mission remained unchanged. He slammed the hilt of his sword into the ground. Has anyone here ever started a war and lived without feeling guilty? Aren't you all constantly living in fear that one day a portal will appear in the sky, and those bugs will come pouring out? Vaven tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, reminding everyone that we always worry about whether our wives, children, villagers, and friends might vanish overnight. The soldiers felt their spirits rise with the motivation he shared. This sky is not a place where portals can just open whenever they want. It is a land where crops grow. And our homeland is not a playground for those pests. It is a home for our children to play in. Vaven's face was filled with determination as he drew his sword from its sheath. The entire army was resolute. No Crane was allowed to exist on this land. Immediately, the soldiers charged towards the gigantic creature for the kingdom of Urentia. One man slammed his spear into the ground, activating the frog skill impact. Another raised his shield to block the monster's attack. Using the petrification skill, the creature unleashed a shockwave underground, sending soldiers flying into the air. Karen turned to Raven with determination. We will handle the second wave. Yep, sir. He replied without hesitation. Lead the way. I will follow you. Raven and Karen moved forward together, attacking the monster in a zigzag pattern. The bizarre creature with a massive skull silently raised its hand. A strange white mist was emanating from the giant monster. Suddenly, a black hole appeared above the terrifying creature. The black-haired man, sweating, quickly ordered. Mage team. Activate the defensive shield. The system announced as each mage raised their hands to summon the shield. You have used the advanced damage-absorbing shield skill. Effects increase with each stack. Meanwhile, the aggressive monster hurled magic at the shield. The dark energy shot rapidly towards the mages. Moments later, a massive explosion erupted, leaving everyone stunned as flames flared up. Before him was the sight of the colossal monster standing before a huge pit. The damage greater than we had imagined. On the other side, A woman with a blindfold raised her hands in horror, reporting the emergence of a massive special entity. She was frantic, saying the enforcement team was struggling while the white-haired man was sweating profusely in panic. Since this is the final wave, it won't be easy. The old man trembled all over, feeling hopeless. Oh God, I hope the heroes will protect us. Grey Mouse did not rush to panic but quietly contemplated. In recent years, special entities had not appeared on the front lines. I thought the crane it had been pushed to the brink. But perhaps they were putting all their strength into this one. He glanced over at the woman with the blindfold. Is there a portal blocking circle close to the combat area? She hesitated. Yep. It has been deployed without any issues over the past few years. Grey Mouse had quietly realized this meant there was no entity in the combat area. The blindfolded woman looked stunned. What the heck? Grey Mouse's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, ready to activate the portal to the battlefield. Over the past few years, Grey Mouse gradually realized that meant that day was wide open, and no entity was present in the combat zone. Grey Mouse's eyes narrowed, filled with intensity. His gaze lit up with a fierce determination, ready to activate the portal to the battlefield. Xaven's face was serious as he descended closer to the monster, where even a gentle breeze could barely cut through a blade of grass. He raised his sword high, conjuring a shimmering circle of magical energy. But if we gather all the winds that can cut through a shell and weave them together, we could change the very flow of the river and carve the mountains. Fragments of that strange creature began to tumble down. A blast of white mist billowed from the monster's head. The creature, with its enormous skull draped in dark robes, assessed the situation, unleashing a piercing attack of high energy that shattered its external armor, causing severe damage. Above the monster's head was a dark sphere surrounded by ominous vines. There were no issues with the core's function. A large-scale harvest operation would take place once again. Raven smirked with disdain. You bugs. Your trump card is about to be wiped out. Grey Mouse burst forth from the pitch-black portal. Did you think this was something only you could possess? It is time to collect all the energy. That day generated a massive surge of blue magic. As it claimed countless lives, Grey Mouse unleashed all his magic toward the monster, converging into a beam that decomposed matter. The colossal being stood still, intently watching the powerful beam race toward it. Moments later, the entire island shook with a violent impact. The monster staggered back, instantly enveloped in a cloud of dust. A red flag fluttered wildly on a pole as the wind howled. Waves of dust rose from the ground, and the mist thickened by the second. A soldier, spear in hand. I knelt down. All right. The cleanup here is done. The warrior on the other side, weapon in hand, reported back on the monster. Over here too. Korean, drenched in sweat, pressed her palm against the sword's hilt. We are almost done with the remaining crane ids. Raven turned with a bright smile, looking at everyone. Yeah. The monster is riddled with wounds, surrounded by countless magical circles. It is finally really over. The patterns of the magical circles began to glow. A large rift appeared in the sky. That water stain gradually shrank. The man with black hair was teary-eyed, overwhelmed with emotion. It is. Everyone excitedly raised their hands in celebration. Finally, it is all over. The war has ended. Raven stood beside Grey Mouse, arms crossed and smiling. Thank you for your assistance, Lord Grey Mouse. He glanced at the joyous crowd. I merely chose to limit the damage as much as possible. Earlier, their eyes had both flicked to the fallen skull-headed monster. We need to investigate who this really is. Karen stood facing Raven. This is also a special entity. It seems it was commanding the cranids just now. He observed that peculiar creature closely. This is the first time I have seen something like this. It has got those sharp teeth out. Mumbling away, the hero is not here. Time to change the strategy. Unbelievable monster. Everything is nothing like I predicted. Raven's eyes widen in shock. This thing understands our language. The creature raises its hand, gesturing. I am the strategist. I am the one who devised the invasion plan and deployed the forces. Each planet only sees one of my kind. But I have been categorized. So according to your system, I am a Type 4. Its booming voice echoed back. You are the first planet that our cranid army has heavily invested in. Grey Mouse looks at the monster with sharp eyes. Only one per planet. You have invaded many other planets. It leans against a rock, and a silhouette of a man and woman appears in its mind, not just a few. This place was supposed to be completed in 10 years. But two creatures with unbalanced power have turned everything upside down. In your terms, they are the rebellious kids, breaking the rules, a bunch of crafty troublemakers. The monster gets excited when one of the two vanishes. Feeling a sense of delight, Raven grits his teeth and pulls out his sword. Enough. I am done with this ridiculous talk. You have lost. Now you will die. And the invasion will end. The strange creature opens its mouth, revealing a sparse array of sharp teeth. It is still happening. Its voice weakens. Very conveniently, as the man nearby looks on in shock. On the day of Grey Mouse, the commander-in-chief, A mysterious tunnel appears right after the gigantic monster is brought down. There is a tunnel beneath the massive creature. This deep tunnel is connected to it. Grey Mouse sweats nervously. Oh no. The two guards perk up. Well, the mission is over. My shift finally ends. He hears a noise behind him and turns around. But what was that sound? Suddenly, a gigantic monster appears right in front of the soldier. His face grows pale as he grips his spear tightly. I should be called in sick today. The guard senses something's off. But what is that sound from earlier? He turns around and sees a massive creature approaching. Shaking the ground, the guard is utterly panicked and anxious. Thinking, I am supposed to be on guard duty today. Turns out, there is not just one, but a whole bunch of identical monsters showing up. The monster is as tall as a mountain and is moving. More and more monsters are closing in. The guard yells, "Do not make me a joke, you damn insects." He uses his Hellblade skill. Raging. Thinking, do you really think I will let you stall my decommissioning? The guard swings his sword and suddenly sees a massive vortex in front of him. He is terrified. What is this space? My skill. Then, the guard gets sucked into that space and disappears. The two men standing there are in a panic. The defensive portal is disabled. The tall, angry blonde man snapped. Quick, recreate that circle. The guy in the black hood replied. The mana flow has been cut off. I do not know why, but all the mana flowing into this area has suddenly been severed. Mana shifted out of place, revealing several black holes around them. The two men stared wide-eyed. Oh my. No way. They did not have time to react. A teleportation gate opened right above the capital, leading to Crane-id. Saven looked utterly bewildered and confused. Stuck in an underground cave, he has already resorted to this move. The enormous monster, Crane-id, was coming. I do not get the whole proverb thing. Does saying it out loud really help the situation? These are not just low-level unclassified creatures. There is a high chance they understand the situation. Too much contact could raise some serious suspicions. A long-haired man reported. General. Commander. All communication with the capital, the Dragon Tower, has been cut off. He exclaimed. Moreover, according to the last communication we received, a teleportation gate has appeared in the capital, and it is reported that Class 3 monsters are spilling out. Aaron was sweating in fear. Class 4 monsters are a threat. I have checked the magical skills here, and there are quite a few spatial teleportation devices around, but they all require a long preparation time to reuse. From the very beginning, my goal was to concentrate all your forces here. He needs the biological data. He pressed a sharp claw against Karen's throat. So answer me. Deputy Commander Karen Javan. The Class 4 monster screamed in front of her. Is there any way for the forces to get back to the capital in time? She replied. Even if they return to the capital, it is already. Grey Mouse suddenly appeared. Of course. He would come back. You bastards. Everyone was shocked. Grey Mouse, he said. No need for alarm. I did not use teleportation to get here. The mages of the capital opened the teleportation gate for me. Karen stammered. Grey Mouse announced. Even though I am not too comfortable forcing them to fight continuously. But we need to find a way for everyone to return. The forces in the capital were struggling, but the monsters were multiplying. A white-haired man asked. So why did you open the teleportation gate to the capital? We need to at least protect the Dragon Tower. He worried. If this place falls, the amount of mana supplied to activate the system will. Meanwhile, a bloody battle was raging. The elemental sword appeared, and I felt frustrated for being taken out of that unit. But now I see it was all a setup for this final battle. A new force kicked the monsters back in a flash. Samir said, I will handle the east, while Durin replied, I will take care of the west. He speculated. Even so, there was still one gate open on one side. Samir's worried eyes narrowed. There is none left. The teleportation gate had really appeared. Raven. Command. The entire force. Protect the Dragon Tower. In an analysis department, a voice echoed. The analysis of the entire main structure will be completed soon. Once that is done, there won't be any disease that the system can't explain or fix. In front of him stood Alyssa. Is not it funny? After I vanished in nearly 40 years past, everyone gave up searching for me. Many people think that from start to finish. You were the only hero, that is Liber. He whispered. Even the one saying this, like you, has long since stepped back from the front lines. Now, the system is closing the gap between you and me. Liber speculated about what the Urenzi Empire truly needed. A hero, or the system. He was not quite sure anymore. He moved closer to Alyssa. But what he needed was you. Alyssa, just wake up, and he would not need anything else. Outside, they were struggling against the monster invasion. They were trying hard. But it seemed the monsters were still a force to be reckoned with. The capital forces were significantly outmatched, even though they had given it their all. Karen collapsed. The Type 3 monsters appeared on such a large scale. Moreover, due to the emergency teleport, we could not form a proper formation. She rallied to fight back against the Type 3 monsters. Raven advised, "Focus on moving." Karen replied, "I can protect you in this situation." Karen responded, "You know it, I am already over 60. Karen assessed, "Master, it seems this is the enemy's last-ditch effort. Can't we get any support?" Raven asked, "Who are you talking about?" She answered, "You know, Master." Karen was sure that Bramos was also doing his best, facing an enormous monster like a mountain and the spatial shifts. Perhaps there was not much mana left. She continued, "But if we had Liber, the damage would be significantly reduced. Basically, if the capital falls into enemy hands, the system will collapse too." Karen asserted, "At least for now, we need support," she concluded firmly. From Liber, the massive monster was approaching. Karen shouted, "Master!" Behind you, out of nowhere, a voice called, "Feta." Feta replied, "Yep." "Lord Liber, did you call me?" He seemed composed. There had not been any contact with the capital until now. "Did you catch anything?" "You mean?" "I tried using magic to check, but no luck," Feta replied. "Communication. Is Capmana down?" Liber confirmed. Thankfully it is still operational. She wondered. The system is fine. But why? During that time, a person in a strange outfit stepped in. That person called out, "Lord Liber. It is Camp. She has reached Liber. We completed the mission. But there was an incident." Liber panicked. "Karen, what is wrong?" Her voice trembled. "Those bastards have a trump card. The capital is under attack, and we are on the brink of collapse." Karen reported the situation. Even on Bramos' Raven Day, everyone is in danger. There are all sorts of issues. Tears and blood mixed on her face. Looking pitiful, she pleaded, "Please, save the capital too." Karen exclaimed, "Liber," causing him to go pale, as if his soul had left his body. Liber requested, "Feta, please heal Karen for me. Everyone is struggling to hold the capital together. Regroup the formation." The soldier was stunned. Type 3. Everything around was turning chaotic. The soldier shouted, "Magic!" Liber appeared. Everyone rejoiced. "It is the Grand Mage. Lord Liber has arrived," he said. "Everyone, tell me where the enemy is concentrated. I will assist immediately." Bramos was surprised. "Liber, what are you doing here?" He replied, "What are you talking about? The capital is on the brink of collapse." Liber said, "Karen just came to me for help." Raven also appeared stunned by his presence. Liber, Karen, looking confused, asked, "Liber, why did you come here?" Feta helped Karen along and said, "Karen, hurry, over this way. I may not be as good as you, but I have picked up some healing magic too." Karen hesitated, saying, "You said I can't go over there." Then, Karen suddenly exclaimed, "Just like that, behind this door, there is a barrier protecting against unauthorized intruders." Her voice began to sound strange. "Just as I suspected. They have set up a teleportation gate trap. I need to disable it." What Karen just said turned Feta pale with fear. She gasped, "What? Karen, you are joking." "Right. But I am not worried. I have spent over 30 years breaking barriers and teleportation traps." The atmosphere grew tense as Karen rolled her eyes. "Clearly, you do not understand what I am saying. Do you? That is possible because I am the designer of Crane id. Turns out, that is not the real Karen. It is a 4th-level monster from the Crane id designers." He revealed that the original plan was to summon a giant special entity to the battlefield to lure Liber into the fight. But the power of Brain Mouse exceeded all my expectations. I did not think that entity would be destroyed before Liber could intervene. The monster confirmed that the smartest decision was to use my remnants on the battlefield to gather biological data from a high-level entity. He also revealed his true form. So thanks to that, the plan was back on track. By the way, it is right, the 4th-level monster said. "I am not collecting information on you. You can leave now." The soldiers in the capital are currently rejoicing that Liber will soon take down the 3rd-level monsters. They bowed their heads and shouted, "Long live the hero." Without saying a word, Liber sensed something was off and left immediately. No one expected this to happen. Liber left again. "Is there some unexpected incident?" Karen was worried and suspicious. "Master, that was Liber." "Right." He looked very confused when he saw me. Then he left again. Raven was at a loss for words. They wondered. "Lord Bramos, Do you know anything? Bramos speculated that it seemed he was about to say Karen had requested assistance. He ordered, target the special entities with bulges on their heads. Restoring the connection is the top priority. After all, no one can keep up with Liber. Raven responded. There. He requested to disperse the mana flow of those controlled. Use body-enhancing magic or use more mana than usual. One soldier activated a raid skill. He smirked. No big deal. I learned this skill through the system, so no hesitation needed. Vanish. And just like that, quite a few third-level monsters were taken down. Bramos thought to himself. Good. At this rate. He commanded a woman wearing a blindfold. Did you hear that? Where Liber is? Get out of there and establish the connection immediately. She promptly replied. Yep. Understood. Lord Bramos. As Raven and Karen turned to look at something, both of them exclaimed. The curtain has risen, and the analysis has reached 99%. Liber rushed back to Alyssa. He remembered using teleportation to support the capital. And before the connection was cut, he confirmed that all the mages here had used their skills to bring Lord Bramos to the battlefield. Liber suddenly recalled the bloody foot of the one who had come to plead with him. He speculated. I do not know what that was, but Karen is definitely a fake. Cutting communication and launching a surprise attack on the capital. Was it all just a trap to lure me out? The level 4 monster had now infiltrated the system. Liber panicked. No way Grandad would stoop to such tactics. I am almost at the main system now. Elisa lay there. And then it was just a fleeting moment. Liber ran over. But it was too late. He shouted. Alyssa. The system has reached 100%. Then the level 4 monster invaded the room and killed Elisa. He taunted. You are late, but here I am at that moment. No one could say a word. Neither the capital mages who witnessed the scene, nor Bramos, Karen, or Raven. Everyone was caught off guard. Including me. No one spoke. The level 4 monster announced that someone was watching this place. However, I do not want to reveal the entire situation right now. The blindfolded girl reported that they had been blocked from the front. Liber stared in horror at the chaos before him and exclaimed. Alyssa. He could see the silhouette of Elisa. Her figure. You see. The level 4 monster stated that, as soon as I disabled the barriers and the gate prevention system, the guards rushed in. The caution of this admirable foe is impressive. You are the enemy. But this multi-layered defense method could be very useful for Grand, its main base. Elisa gently remarked that when awakening mana, you must let go of all distractions to focus on one thing. Right. I used to mock you for awakening after seeing my body. But I have a secret. The level 4 monster said. Even though it took quite a while, everything went according to plan. Elisa had hidden from the front line while you disappeared with her. He remarked that at that moment. I was certain that you all had an excessive emotional dependence on each other. Elisa's face brightened up as she honestly said. I was thinking of you when I awakened. After all, maybe I only ever thought of you. The level 4 monster was certain. It was like walking in someone else's shoes. When one side collapses, the other quickly gives up its will to survive. Liber awakened. What is this? Everything I have done all this time. What was it for? Why am I running like this? Alyssa. He collapsed. Without you, I do not need it. Blood splattered everywhere. Tears streamed down Liber's face. In this world, I do not want it anymore. Those falling tears activated the command of the creator that had been confirmed. The priority target had changed. The system needed an effective medium to enhance mana usage. Searching for a physical entity with minimal damage, the level 4 monster sensed something suspicious. He turned around and yelled. What? Liber had been harmed by the level 4 monster but ultimately turned to attack him back, a type 4 monster. Half believing. Half doubting. No way. Someone is still alive. Leaving him with unrecoverable damage and malfunctioning. The type 4 monster's resistance fails. A calculation error. The system detects an anomalous entity. He is furious. Who are you? He screams in despair. My plan. Everything. A concept of blasphemy. This is exactly what is needed in moments like these. Liber's functions are just coming back online. The system displays. Designer Cranid. A type not in the database. Analysis complete. Extraterrestrial life forms excluded. The system's mana efficiency has peaked. The brain structure has been completed. Liber issues a command. Executing the highest priority target based on his orders. Then, he arrives at a serene place. With many houses closely packed together. 2 people in red and blue suits meet him on the road. Oh my. Who are they? They recognize him. Liber. He responds. Hello everyone. A white-haired man says. Since coming here, I have heard the campaign is in progress. You all are heroes. Someone jumps in. Have not you all heard anything? Lieber announces. The war is over. The two in red and blue rejoice. So finally, the day has been a success. Really? They get all excited. Let us prepare a festival to celebrate. Lieber quietly thinks. A celebration. I can definitely arrange a festival like that. He smirks to himself. Maybe I lack creativity. But I absolutely love this expression. What a harvest. Lieber collapses to the ground, tears streaming down his face in utter agony. I felt like I was screaming Alyssa's name in endless pain. He remembers his lover's face in silhouette. Drowning in sorrow, I even forgot myself. Screaming. And all those times she cried out loud, letting it all out. Or when she was lost in joy and happiness. In the most beautiful moments of their love, Lieber remembers those times vividly, engulfed in sadness, until at one point, the pain in my chest began to fade. But now he feels haggard because she is no longer there, and I have completely left Elisa behind. Lieber's eyes well up with tears. It did not take long for me to recognize myself again. He witnessed the things he had created crumble in despair, in a world I built and nurtured. I opened my eyes within the internal neural network of the system. Lieber quickly realizes this. Since I directly designed it, and understood the structure of the mana diagram, it did not take long before I recognized what kind of space this is. I am inside the system. At that moment, he suddenly realizes something strange is happening. But there are two issues I could never have predicted. What the hell is this? Lieber starts to panic with this sudden change. He frantically adjusts. First, the system is self-evolving, expanding the neural network's nodes. I did not create this structure. It is expanding its own functions. Open. I need to check my body's condition. If I temporarily connect the circuits and create a skill, then I should be able to see outside from here. Before this issue is fixed, a second problem arises, catching him off guard. The second issue. The scene has turned into a chaotic and tragic mess. Lieber erupts in anger. What are you doing? He silently told himself. It is the system. The system that has taken over my body is the one responsible for all this. A person severely injured by Lieber's system cried out in pain for River. But he coldly watched that person continue to suffer.
Wow.
Lieber forced a smile and assured them. You won't feel any more pain. Everyone just relaxed. Sanji's expression was icy as he questioned him. But why? Why is the system doing this? He could only explain. But his words were still shrouded in secrecy. It was just a hypothesis. But in my final desperate confession, I do not need it anymore. In his bloody past, he had firmly established that this world had become the top priority for the system. And all of this, everyone in that world had witnessed it firsthand. Seen by those in the capital, when the designer died and communication was restored, another loud scream erupted at Lieber. You are lying. Are not you? Karen glanced at Raven and caught his gaze growing dark. Karen quickly stopped him, urging, Master, calm down. River is gone now. But Raven could not accept this truth. He insisted on leaving. You let me. I do not believe that screen. I need to see it with my own eyes. Grey Mouse coldly told him. Get a grip, Kegel Raven. That day softly advised him. Despite Raven gritting his teeth in anger, that is not the River we knew anymore. Raven understood very well why Lieber had changed so rapidly. He was emotional. Alyssa. He acts this way because he lost Elisa. He is not someone who would do such things. He was very sure of his true nature. I understand his mindset in developing the system better than anyone. Karen also felt sympathy for his thoughts. Master. Lieber's persona was gradually becoming otherworldly. He seemed like he was turning to stone. Lieber forced a smile. His deep, sorrowful eyes filled with thoughts as he announced to everyone. Folks, the war is over now. Let us joyfully face the harvest day. Before he could finish his sentence, his body began to fade away. This world of suffering will. The system announced. You have used a skill. High-temperature fireball. The villagers kept screaming and blaming Lieber. Shut up. You murderer. That village is my home.
Wait.
We are not sure yet. His image gradually faded and became blurred. He comforted everyone. Please do not resist. This world does not need the system anymore. The chains surrounding the system accompanied by the notification. The system has been disabled. The villagers fell into a heavy confusion as all their screens were locked. My skill. The system is no longer operational. Suddenly it caught fire unexpectedly, causing Frost to panic and scream. Someone put it out. It is too hot. It won't stop burning. His friend quickly pointed out. Frost. Cancel your mana right now. How? Frost immediately asked in a panic. How do I cancel mana without the system? Raven stood frozen in shock, witnessing a scene that shattered every hope we had for solving the crisis. Lieber turned into a lovesick madman, declaring his obsession with Madame. At that moment, I became a wizard driven insane by the loss of Elisa. Let me say it again, the war is over. Raven could no longer hold back. He screamed in response to Labor's incessant ramblings. As everyone braced themselves for harvest day, Labor stepped forward, and from his body, long threads extended, connecting him to others. Just like that, the harvest day began, and the forces hastily gathered from various regions fought back. But it was all in vain. With most soldiers' skills sealed, they could not fight back, and one by one, they were mercilessly slaughtered. The world became incredibly chaotic and crisis-ridden after all of that. In contrast, the system had fully analyzed all skills and was now free to use them. The system announced it had used the laser on Char skill, the meteor rain skill, the breakthrough perception skill, and the rampage skill. With blood oozing from my body, I continued my relentless slaughter. Others rallied and charged at Labor to attack. Several dragon kings and elemental swords fought fiercely. But I had become a monster. Overconfidence had led him to believe no force could challenge him. Mana collected from across the planet was nearly infinite, and no one could stop the system from freely using every skill. Sanji had seen enough. He stepped in to halt this madness. Stop it. He was genuinely furious. His face darkening as the week dragged on. The screams of the Aranzi Empire citizens echoed relentlessly in a hellish nightmare, their bodies ruthlessly torn apart. Stop it. Stop it. Libera's shadow receded, but Sanji remained like a stone wall against him. Can you not show me that scene? Leber's mood became a chaotic mess. He sadly confided in him. Yep. I have felt that kind of pain too, just like you. Dung Sanjiu. Then his face turned completely blank. Inside the system, powerful spiritual currents were swept up to the blue sky, and old, looking terrified, still placed unwavering trust in Labor. No way. River would never do that. Something must be wrong. Looking at the devastation before them only shook their faith further. No way. The divine spirit could turn Aranji into this. Knights in blood-stained armor. Arya's face was filled with confusion. What is this? Bray Mouse asked about the situation. What about the others? The man beside him replied. River will be here soon. Bray Mouse clawed up the wall and told them. It seems we have reached the endgame. That day he solemnly declared. Let us leave this place. To Earth, which is also River and Elisa's homeland. Bray Mouse dug up a strange object from the ground and explained. This is the star travel device River created in the original escape plan. Of course. River does not know we have found it. Someone questioned about it. A device like that, and he added more about its use. It can only be used once and can hold a maximum of 3 people. Of course. I can't go either, as it requires an enormous amount of mana to operate. So do not worry. Raven still had doubts. He wondered. So you have made a decision then? But most people here are registered in the system. Even if we go to another planet, there is still a risk of being tracked. So they made a very important decision. We have to send these 3 away. Carrying D. Hubert. An Era. The one-eyed guy suddenly shouted as he spotted a signal ahead, and the detection system caught the signal. Lebo. With tendrils sprouting from his body like tentacles. River is nearby. Raven quickly reminded his student. Hurry. Carrying. She reached out, looking reluctant to part, and tearfully said to him, Master. Karen hesitated to tell Raven the truth. I am also registered in the system. Raven immediately shouted in shock. Carrying. What do you mean? Well, Karen could only confess everything. When I was little, I foolishly tried to use magic once, and I regret it so much now. Bray Mouse immediately spoke up. So it has been decided then. Raven panicked and could only lower himself to plead. Please do not go, Lord Bray Mouse. I will stay and stop River. You should be the one to go. Era urged. Raven. We have to leave now. A major announcement for everyone to prepare for battle. River is coming. Everyone. Get ready to fight. Karen turned back and flashed a quick smile. Well. Goodbye. Saven. Master. Go find another disciple over there. We must preserve that legacy. Kaziel. If there is ever a chance in the future. His words felt like knives slicing through his heart. Can you tell me what the Earth is like? Raven screamed in despair. Everything was spiraling into chaos alongside the panicked cries. Stop it. Raven then dropped a bombshell on Sanju. So that is the harvest day. He still did not understand what he meant. So he asked again. How do you know this place? Sanju reminded him. Master. But Raven shot back a question. Disciple. That is exactly what I wanted to ask you. Why are you here? His hands trembled. He poured his heart out to the boy. Disciple. Please do not tell me that is true. I trust you. I even brought the relics of the Empire for you. Sanju was stunned, realizing something was off with Raven. He silently thought as Raven kept asking, how do you know this place? The master was thinking about River. He believed that what the system did was River. Raven's face darkened. Sanju calculated carefully whether to speak up about his conversation with River. Sanju came up with a clever idea to make this go as smoothly as possible. Wait. I just thought of something. Can't I show him what I just saw? Then he would know it was not River's doing. Sanju planned on making things better. I can clear up this misunderstanding. River won't be blamed. But then a voice reminded him and jogged his memory. Dung Sanwon. Did you forget why we can communicate before you got the 7 deadly sins? The moment I contacted Kaiser and showed him memories of the past, the system would detect my location. If you do not possess the 7 deadly sins, you won't be able to see it. Sanju and Raven faced each other, and there was something unsaid between them. River's earlier words became more certain about a specific plan. I created a private area in the system to avoid detection. The scenes I showed you are memories stored in the system. And during the system's transfer to Earth, I transferred that data into this workspace. Sanju was getting more confused as the speech sped up and got more concise. If this place gets destroyed, I will. So let us prevent that from happening. This crazy guy talks way too fast. Master, calm down first. He confessed. Someone told me about this place. Raven coldly asked. Who? Sanju could only mention someone to pretend to lie to Raven. He started spinning a tale like a pro. It is Trevor. Trevor John. River's old teammate. Damn. That is a lie. But just roll with it. I met him during the D.B. terrorist attack orchestrated by the Sin He Sung. Raven listened intently to his story. Back then, he shared a ton of useful information, which is how I found this place. He had encountered a similar situation, so he just confirmed it. I told him the same thing. I bet you feel the same way. Sanju let out a light sigh. What a coincidence. He reiterated once more. You have seen the harvest day, right? He agrees. Yeah. I have seen everything that went down in Daban. Raven expressed his desire to see that thing. Can you show it to me? Sanju hesitated and seemed a bit flustered about that, but he turned Raven down because he also could not show it. Sorry, but the master does not have the 7 deadly sins, so I can't show you. Hearing that, Raven became even more certain. The object, the 7 deadly sins, means I am not being manipulated then. Raven also expressed concern about the relationship between the people they were discussing. You said Trevor is River's teammate, but it seems their relationship is pretty terrible. Sanju immediately denied it. No way. Sanju's face turned incredibly comical. He naively said, River is such a jerk, is not. He played the innocent card and told him, I am determined to kill River to stop the harvest day. Raven happily praised him. Well, you are on the right track then. The two of them started gossiping together about Liber. Just like I said. Right. That jerk is a real piece of work. He is such a petty player. Both worked together to flatten the mounds of dirt. Is that okay? Raven hesitantly asked. It will be fine if we do not destroy it. Right. Sanju started exaggerating with cosmic enthusiasm. The devices below are connected to the system, which is how I can check what happened at T-BEM. Technically, River is the one who connected to it. Raven had a few questions about this. So we do not have a chance to install a virus or something to use it for revenge, isn't that right? A virus, exactly. I heard it is something really big. You are right about that. He also seemed to notice the subtle change in his tone, and how he addressed him. Seizing the opportunity, he asked right away, by the way, Master, you have changed your way of speaking to me, have not you? From you to disciple. Is it because you gave me a shock? About that, Raven found himself feeling awkward. He quickly switched it back. If it makes you uncomfortable, I will switch it back. But Sanji liked this way of addressing, so he negotiated. Just keep calling me disciple like that. Raven remembered his old student and her words before she left. Master, find another disciple. We have to preserve that legacy. He felt really reassured when he said something heartwarming. Just see me as caring student. Raven finally agreed to this request. Yeah. The two of them set off together with their shovels. Raven was also excited to share. I bet that kid will be really happy too. You echoed in Sanji's ears. Did you really make it through? He quickly wanted to know the next location. I just did not bring it up anymore. Where's the next big sin? It is worth mentioning with some insinuation. It seems like you are worried too. The next big sin is probably somewhere you know. Sanji was extremely determined. He promised himself that he would not let that happen on Earth. I need to gather all the sins and destroy the system. At a towering, gleaming white skyscraper in New York, the headquarters of Heritage. Berkson seemed quite surprised when Sanjiu suddenly showed up. Hey Sanjiu, Ryan, she asked them. What are you two doing here? He replied to her. We have a few things we want to ask. Sanjiu noticed her state and asked Ham with concern. You look exhausted. You do not seem well. Berkson gave a faint smile. She explained why and casually dropped some news on them. Yeah, I have been pretty busy lately. But anyway, we have good news. Her freshly updated info left Sanjia wide-eyed in astonishment. We finally found Elysia. Berkson cheerfully recounted. We went through a lot of phases, of course. We have not gotten it yet. But Raven agreed to handle it. Raven also shared her good news with her. I was planning to surprise you, but I lost my disciple. As Sanji listened to them talk, he started to piece things together. Right. Get it? She did not know her sister was back to being healthy. Sanji spoke candidly with her. Well, first off, let me be straight with you. Bergson was surprised. About what? He seriously asked her about her thoughts. What are you planning to do to prevent Harvest Day? I saw the disaster unfolding in Elysia. What he mentioned unintentionally sent shivers down her spine. She saw the people running elemental magic like Dehubert and Arya. Bergson hesitated. How do you know? Raven was also aware of its importance. You talked to her. You spoke with this system. Durin is Dehubert's son, and Samir is Arya's nephew. Sanji felt he needed to apologize to her before saying something that would upset her. I am sorry for bringing up the pain. What I mean is, it must be very emotional and humiliating for you. Just because of a guy from Earth like me. He immediately brought this up. You must have seen the signs of Harvest Day and the disaster that hit Earth. Bergson had to acknowledge that. She added more. Now, I intentionally accepted the registration in the system that finally made it here. I did not think River would reach this far. She admitted some crucial information. It caused unexpected trouble for the people of Earth, even if you gave me 10 months. I still could not explain it all. Sanji added a few more lines. River is a psycho. So someday, he will return to his homeland. It is still Earth. Don't worry about that. River is on one side, angrily telling you to shut up. Bergson also weighed in and spilled some upcoming plans to Sanji. Of course. After seeing that vision, we were not just going to sit back. We had already prepared a plan to prevent the Harvest Day. And she even gave him a sneak peek at that plan. This is it. The plan. Sanji was taken aback when he saw it. Isn't that? He exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this object. A skill orb. Bergson explained how it works. That is right. The reason we started Heritage and managed skills through the skill orb market was to prevent Harvest Day. Sanji drifted forward in a daze. He planned to test River's feelings. You have heard their plan. Right. What do you think? River seemed surprised. Are you asking me? River candidly remarked. I think it is decent. It is tough, but there is a chance of success. However, Sanji felt a bit lost. Just hearing it, I cannot visualize it. He recalled Bergson's previous words. The reason we felt powerless against River was not just because he was strong and a hero to everyone, but for a much bigger reason. River then asked Sanji. So what do you plan to do? He replied. Of course, I will support Era. I just came up with a pretty crazy idea. Bergson had come up with a brilliant idea that she shared with him, blocking the system, so soldiers with skills could no longer use magic. They are just people with slightly stronger physiques than normal, which is why we plan to stop this. That is why Sanji laid out a specific goal to accomplish, a way to do all three things at once. Obtain the 7 deadly sins, support her in her plan, and train. He stood on the high balcony, looking down at everyone below. Bergson held up the magic orb. Through rebuilding the system, all the craftsmen would be able to use their skills even after the system was blocked. But there is a financial issue she had to keep in mind. And for that to happen, we need a significant amount of money. Below, the ladies and gentlemen in elegant outfits wore masks. Sango politely greeted all the noble folks. Hello to the esteemed gentleman of you. He presented himself and introduced his name. I am an S-rank craftsman. Jung Sanju, in an opulent mansion hosting a party. He spoke powerfully. First of all, I want to express my deepest gratitude for everyone gathering here on such a late night. He intended to start over from square one. Let me reintroduce myself. A man below voiced his annoyance loudly. Just skip. It seemed they all came here for the same purpose. So they were eager to get to the main information. Straight to the point. I came here because I heard something interesting was about to happen at Heritage. Another woman chimed in. That is right. So hurry up and get to the main issue. The people below began to chatter and get restless. If this was something trivial, you would be in big trouble with us. Sanju calmly continued speaking. He cleverly pointed out the eye-catching headlines that grab attention. Isn't he everyone just trying to enjoy their eternal youth? Sanju skillfully wove intriguing details into the story. Those clueless wizards might not know. But everyone here definitely understands that mana can slow down physical aging. One man tried to piece it together, mentioning how those who gather mana from younger individuals continuously absorb it into their bodies. So another person pondered. Right. I have heard about that. Sanju was savvy enough to give a concrete real-life example. A disaster just struck, and I have only been dealing with mana for 20 years. So maybe everyone does not really get it yet, but over time, more and more people will start to realize it. Just look at Jumper. He is over 40 this year. Right. Sanju began to subtly hint at Lebo while weaving in his ideas. But where do you think we should find pure mana? He planned this from the very beginning. The next deadly sin surely lies there too. Who would be thought he would use what he heard like this? A previous conversation between Lebo and Veden took on deeper significance. I have heard that the more you harmonize with mana, the slower physical aging becomes. But this is the first time I have seen such an extreme case. Even I have stooped to this level, he reassured. Don't he worry too much about it. Veden. Sanju spoke very convincingly and confidently. Mana from the Himalayas or mana from some remote valley? Nope, he revealed to everyone that the least human-interfered place in the world is. Sanju confidently guaranteed it with his reputation. This place, the Tower of Odin, is a grades hunter. I will take you to the purest mana safely and comfortably. But he was also smart to mention the cost. Of course. With a reasonable fee. One person scoffed at that. What nonsense are you talking about? A woman stepped forward and dared to speak the truth. Do you think we are a bunch of naive fools who do not understand the world? Ancient Tower of Odin you are talking about. She bluntly told Sanju that the number of hunters who tried their luck there was so high that the footprints they left could circle the globe. He casually replied, that is just the first floor. Then Sanju clarified once again. We will be going from the second floor of the Tower of Odin and up. Upon hearing this, the woman was instantly taken aback and exclaimed, what? He added some more information, saying that apart from Jumper, no human has ever stepped foot there. Is a pathway leading to the Plaza of Pure Mana. The gentleman beside her also expressed his concerns. From the second floor up, that is a whole different ballgame. The woman voiced her worries too, but it is still very dangerous. Even the elite attack team of the guild perished trying to go up, but Sanju spoke up, bringing his skills into play to assure everyone, don't he worry. With an S-rank hunter and my duplication skills, you know I am all about that machine-like precision and sharp maneuvering. One guy listening to his bragging got really annoyed. I am confident none of you will burn out while you are here. That pretentious tone is really grating. He scoffed and belittled him, questioning what is so proud about being an S-rank hunter anyway. Most people here only hire elite rank hunters as their bodyguards. He casually pointed out their guards, saying there are over 100 just waiting around this mansion. That is why he is so upset about his pride. You are saying that even if all our bodyguards gathered, they could not hold a candle to you. Sanju apologized but also shot back. Sorry for my rudeness. I did not mean to overlook that. But trust has to come first, of course. Sanji was proud to tell them. Simply put, yeah, that is totally true. Then he even raised his voice in a challenge, making the other guys furious, saying to bring everyone in. Get everyone in here. Security chief, with a deafening shout from inside the mansion. The bodyguards rushed in like a storm, ready to teach this kid a lesson. The guards charged in like a whirlwind, while Sanju just laughed it off. Haha. There are so many of you. Fast forward to Breskin's office. Sanju curiously asked her, do you really need the money that badly? So he did not hesitate to offer. I have got some cash. If it can help avoid a harvest day, I want to hold on to it. Breskin appreciated his kindness, but her goals were much bigger. I really appreciate your goodwill, but our aim is to make the skill orbs from heritage accessible to all of humanity. Vaven felt a swell of pride hearing that. Thinking his disciple was worth every penny, Breskin looked deeply concerned, stating, like with the river system, we can control a single skill orb and register it for multiple people. She did not shy away from sharing the staggering price, saying, you know the simplest skill orb costs 8 million coins. Right. Even if we priced it at the base rate, it would take about 40 billion for 10,000 units. Sanji's eyes widened in disbelief. Okay. Looks like I am going to end up wandering the streets. He recalled the address Liber had given him. The next sin weapon is probably somewhere he knows well. The Odin Tower, the weapon of the sins, is controlled by the first person I met. And it is right there. He bowed his head thoughtfully for a moment, then asked her something important. You have been running this company for 20 years. Right. Escon replied. Yep. And Sanju immediately guessed. Then you must have quite a few influential connections. He proposed a reasonable request. Gather those wealthy enough that their money practically overflows. Even those who would not hesitate to do something illegal. And bring them to me. I hear him making bold claims. But Brescon remains silent, not responding. I will turn their money into a skill orb. When she agrees with him, Sanju is surprised by how quick it all happened. I can rally them together. On top of that, Brescon has to spill some secrets about these rich folks. But they are not just wealthy. They truly wield power. In other words, they are beyond the reach of the law. And that makes them pretty dangerous. Now, Sanji can take on their bodyguards, knocking them out cold on the spot. No need to be modest. Guys, he continues to challenge them. Who's next? Those guys also find themselves wondering, what is going on here? Sanju and his clones look incredibly cool sitting among the defeated bodyguards, strutting with pride. Can't you see? I did not even get a scratch. Thanks to his special powers. He can easily attract investments with just a simple command. All of you can enjoy a tour and breathe in the purest manna at Odin Tower. Others start to feel drawn to him. They whisper to each other. That kid is something else. I did not think In's rank could be this skilled. Exactly. This is indeed a rare opportunity. I think we can skip some of the risky stuff. Like kidnapping. For example, one of them steps up to Sanju and says, "You can deny that Jumper looks younger than his age." He also remarks that Sanju's vibe is surprising. A youthful image. A representation of the young. And that kid, that intriguing kid, is also vibing to the rhythm of the music. Ready for the big day. 1 week later. At the tower where Sanju invited them. This place is surrounded by magnificent, towering mountains. The wealthy nobles are starting to arrive. So this is the Valhalla Gate. I have been close before. But this is the first time I am seeing it up close. Sanju is already waiting for them there. And he is not surprised by their age or how many signed up for the course. Is everyone here yet? Just as expected. There are about 15 middle-aged folks over 50 who signed up. I guess the younger ones are not too interested. Even though they are rich. The prices they have to pay make them think twice. We have arrived as you instructed. But is not the price a bit steep? Even if we pool our money together. The orange-haired man responds. 10 billion per person for each tour. Seriously, he is the chairman of a super pharmaceutical company. Varanjan. Varanfaman. There is still another condition. Right. Sanju cheerfully lays out some information and rules for the tour. If anyone gets even the slightest injury in Odin Tower, they will get a full refund. However, any deliberate self-harm to claim the refund will be closely monitored. Of course. I do not expect our esteemed guests to behave that way. So let us get started right away. He approaches a large mountain range. With massive boulders below. The wealthy folks, seeing such unique sights for the first time, start whispering among themselves. The entrance to Odin Tower, which I have only heard rumors about. No media has ever captured what is inside. In the distance, 2 tents catch their attention. What is over there? Wanti has also come to introduce himself. Hello everyone. I am the president of the Carnos Association. Park Wanti. The two of them shook hands warmly, and Sanju replied. It is a pleasure to meet you. President Wanti. Varan, completely taken aback, asked. Wait, is not he the president of a prestigious association in Korea? Sanjung introduced Wanti, saying he is an expert on Odin and will assist us on this trip. Wanti stepped closer to the covered van and pulled down the tarp, speaking with utmost care. Inside, the Odin Tower is vast and frigid, so we have prepared some essentials to ensure everyone has safety. As the large tarp was removed, a sturdy tour vehicle was revealed, and he talked about its features, emphasizing its durability and integrated skills for a more comfortable journey. The tourists were a bit hesitant about the trip. Yeah. Sounds great, but even though we all have flying skills, using them throughout the entire first floor seems a bit much. Right. Sanji's mind was racing with thoughts, and Sanjing asked what was going on, but he still liked Wanti. The president is number one. Flashback to a week ago. Sanji shared his intentions with Wanti, mentioning he planned to enter the Odin Tower. Sanju confirmed this and added, Yep. We received funding from a group of wealthy individuals, and we'll take them inside for a tour. Wanti, feeling uneasy about his plan, reminded him, Sanju, it is not that simple. He outlined the difficulties and inconveniences if Sanju insisted on proceeding, emphasizing the need for government approval and that only those with official certification are allowed inside. That place is not for just anyone. Sanju plugged his ears, pretending not to hear and confidently stated, Don't worry. We will handle that. Sanju expressed his desires and hinted at wanting Wanti to collaborate on this project, saying, That is why I am here asking for your help with the paperwork. I need a route to sell the monsters inside, along with a tour vehicle for the wealthy. I have one more request for Vice President Warrior too, he added, noticing the hesitation in Wanti's demeanor. This is a bit sudden. Sanju softly called out, President, I am planning to climb to the top of the tower. Sanji remained determined, starting to persuade him. The tour is just a way to make money along the way. Didn't he the first group only cover 40 kilometers in a month? His words seemed to stir Wanti's interest a bit. But after some thought, something felt off. The detailed route felt like a guide to uncovering something hidden here. Sanji used all the most reasonable arguments to rally Wanti to join his team, stating, This is a deal. I do not know what you are searching for in the Odin Tower. If you help me fulfill my request, I will help you with yours. Isn't that a fair deal? After the passengers boarded, the vehicle began moving, and the guide pointed out, "All right, everyone, look behind you." A massive swarm of bats is soaring after the car on the road. They are chasing us. Sanji is hanging upside down outside the car window, joking with Veyron. Aren't they adorable? But then he gets startled and suggests, "Let us take them down quick." Sanji jumps onto the roof of the car, scolding Veyron, "You guys have no idea how to enjoy the ride." But to keep the peace, he also takes out a few bats and then asks for some clones. I am still not used to these stone pillars suddenly popping up every time I swing my sword. Number 3. Number 4. Make sure to take care of those corpses. Okay, Sanji is outside, breathing in the fresh air, feeling a bit relaxed. Haha, it has been ages since I was last here. Feels refreshing, but deep down, he is still worried about his plan. I need to grab 3 things from here to stop the Harvest Day money. The 2 classy ladies in the car are chatting away. And honestly, I really want that kid. I can feel a different flow of mana now. Like a wrinkle in my magic just disappeared. Sanji's clones are clearing out the bat bodies and conveniently sucking up the remaining essence stats. Monster devouring. Skill activation. Absorbing the monster's essence. Before agreeing to join Sanji, Wonti sets a condition, saying, "I have one more request. You need to find information for me about someone. The first-generation hunter from Korea. The very first to step into Odin's Tower. Please help me find info on him." Sanji, perched on the car roof, ponders his words. The first contact point of River. His thoughts race along with the passenger bus. Baekwan the hunter, who also wields one of the 7 deadly sins weapons. I am about to face hand. The Bombin passenger bus is rolling, and Sanji is on the roof, surveying the area around them. The dead bat corpses are scattered everywhere, making him exclaim, "This feels oddly familiar." Suddenly, he senses something. Wait. Sanji calls out to clone number 1, "Slow it down." Number 1. Alright. Sanji jumps down from the car, feeling super pumped. So glad to see you guys again. Back then, I was just trying to escape with everything I had. Clone number 1 inside the car looks out and yells, "Everyone, hurry up, run towards it." Sanji has arrived, carefully surveying his surroundings. Monsters are pouring out like a storm, but Sanji remains calm. I have changed so much since then. The monsters with their blood-red eyes are glaring at him. They attack Sanji, catching him a bit off guard. In Sanji's mind, the words echo, "Spawn with clones." I can hear them clearly. As the monsters close in on him, Sanji stands there, feeling the sound of their blades slicing through the air. The reason he feels so confident is the protective barrier around him, keeping the monsters at bay at a level where the barrier is only slightly damaged. Good. Very good. Sanji starts getting pumped for battle. He charges in with fierce energy, thinking, "You guys are going to be the best test for me to get used to this new weapon." The fight erupted right after, sending shockwaves through the ground. A man, utterly astonished, exclaimed, "Wait, did not they say that the SSS class worker in Sangyu became that way thanks to his ridiculously strong clones?" Veron nodded in agreement. "I actually believe that too, since he has never really been in a fight, not even in this mansion. But with the strength and tactics Sanji showed, they have totally changed their minds about him. Looks like we underestimated him." The monsters charged at him like an unstoppable storm, but Sanji did not flinch. He appeared calm, collected, and utterly professional. The small mountain in front of Sanji seized the opportunity, crushing the monsters to bits inside. The creatures were obliterated piece by piece. Sanji then commanded his next clone. Number 2, your turn now. Show them the power of the 7 deadly sins adaptability. He added. Alright, let us do this. Clone number 2 bravely moved forward, its structure impressively designed, with its head focused on analyzing and breaking down the structure. Connecting mana, adapting to all physical and magical states. He leapt above the monsters, and Sanji felt a twinge of worry, wondering what clone number 2 would reveal in the face of so many blades. Yet, as clone number 2 advanced, it was ambushed by the monsters and severely injured, leaving Sanji frozen in place. Clone number 2 collapsed right in front of him, and Sanji asked, "What are you doing?" The helpless clone lay there, replying, "I can't use it." Sanji sighed in frustration. Damn it. Thinking back, even number 1 could not use its head either. Well, no one here can control mana like you guys. Despite being badly hurt, the clone still had a smart remark for Sanju. Curious. Are we, you damn fraud? He did not take the insult lying down. So you are listening too. If I asked nicely, would you actually tell me? The clone slumped but still managed to explain. No reason not to. Since you being stronger benefits me too. Sanji found it strange, thinking to himself, why does this jerk feel so different all of a sudden? What does the 7 deadly sins want? The clone began to recount. From the beginning, I have existed on this earth since ancient times, long before mana was even a thing. Change your mindset. This is not mana control. A strange aura emanated from the clone's body, which continued. Of course. Whether you can recognize it is another issue. Void. I wield the power of the void. Meanwhile, the control room was tense, with one member reporting to Guanti about the situation. President, we are receiving a call, he said. Connected it? Guanti took the chance to ask another teammate. President, have you met him yet? Loi, the vice president, replied. I have met the worker Sangsun Junia. All right, please tell him. She is the vice president Harmony. Hwari. Hwari the Great and Junyang. Do not worry. But he is very suspicious and just confronted her, saying, what is going on? You have no reason to seek me out. She cut straight to the chase and handed Junyang the contract. I came to bring you a contract. The Sangsun Junyang workers asked us to find you. Meanwhile, those monsters over there have regained some strength, howling and screaming like there is no tomorrow. The body of Sangsun Junyang kept bouncing with its owner. I told you. It is not like that. Just because it is empty does not mean you do not need to put some force into it. The body explained in detail and clearly. From the very beginning. Did you think that emptiness could easily exist in a place filled with something? You are not pushing it out. It is the space contracting from all sides to create a whole. Sangsun Junyang did not quite get it, so he judged, this guy really sucks at explanations. He bent down to pick up the shattered pieces. He looked incredibly fascinated by the chaotic aftermath of the battle. Honestly, watching those body parts that fooled the world struggle felt like watching myself learn magic. A part of him appeared behind him and spoke up. Do not laugh. In Sangsun Junyang, you have to use it too. Sangsun Junyang was shocked to hear that. Wait. Me too. That part laid bare his intentions. You are also benefiting from the absorption effect of my shards. Do you think you can use it? After hearing that, Sangsun Junyang found it reasonable, and he pondered. Right. Theoretically, I might be able to do it. He decided to negotiate with his clones. Then all I need to do is teach them properly. If someone does that, I will try to learn through shared feelings. The clones looked at each other, not understanding what this jerk was saying. Just take it? Sangsun Junyang felt lucky with what he just went through. Phew. But aside from that, we just made it through. Looking at the black hole made him think more deeply about the place where the K-Nus attack team went missing in the past. Sangsun Junyang knocked on the ship's door while silently telling himself, I have to get there. He stepped inside and announced to everyone. All right. Everyone. We just passed the final exploration area of the first floor. The passengers below were thrilled to have achieved a new milestone. Finally, we reached a place only jumpers have set foot on. We made it after a long journey. They decided to take a short break. Let us rest and have a meal here. Sangsun Junyang was in charge of grilling the meat, while the clones helped with cooking other dishes. Barone and some other passengers also caught the scent of the food and praised it. It smells amazing. Right. Cooking is not so bad. Sangsun Junyang felt a bit pleased because he achieved his goal. But he was also a bit worried. After all, I have successfully led these rich folks here. Will they pay again next time? He understood the nature of those around him very well. From the start, the slowly aging individuals through mana perception were those whose bodies had been intensively refined with mana. They also had outstanding stats. And there was little correlation between breathing pure mana. In other words, it was like a hallucinogen. This made him more cautious to keep some wealthy clients spending on him. But of course, some would come here like tourists, as $1 billion was not too much money for them. If they did not benefit, they would just see it as tossing a bit of cash away and would not sign another contract. Sanju had already set a goal in mind to dig deeper into those over there. But I had no intention of turning them into one-time use tools. A dark thought flashed through quickly for a moment. Two ladies sat enjoying their meal while chatting cheerfully. The food looked like it was served from a campfire, and I never expected to dine in this chilly wind. One lady suddenly noticed something strange and spoke to her friend, Illinois, about her face. She complimented the change in her friend's face, saying she looked younger. The others were also astonished to discover they were gradually rejuvenating and filled with vitality. What, really? Your wrinkles have disappeared too. Look at you. You look younger. And me? Do I look younger too? Varen seems to be getting gradually rejuvenated, and he is enjoying it. Sanji is watching them from a distance, reminding them not to go overboard. Oh my, it actually works. Great. But do not make them look too young. Just focus on getting rid of the big wrinkles. Zheng Yan tossed something in front of him and called out. Sanji. Zheng Yan confronted Sanji, asking if he brought him here just to do this. The system announced. Chameleon alters the target's appearance while keeping the stats intact, expanding and enhancing the skill range. He was ready to scold Sanji, calling him a damn scammer. Sanji, however, remained calm and made excuses. What are you talking about? I am just giving them hope. If there is a real change, they will pay more next time, and we will get more applicants. Flashing back a bit, Sanji went to find Miho to ask for the secret to rejuvenation. Looking for ways to achieve this, he is really brainstorming hard. I am wondering if there is any skill related to this. Are there 2 types of mana engines involved? Miho looked puzzled and asked him. Why are you asking that? Sanji bluntly expressed his thoughts and the reason for visiting her. What do you mean? Well, from what I know, Miho is quite older. But she looks really young. She is in her prime. Miho quickly covered his mouth, saying, just shut it. She honestly shared her thoughts. To put it plainly, there is no skill like that. Miho shared her longevity secrets and some tips, mentioning that there was once a fake who claimed that, but it turned out to be a scam. They had a skill that slowed down their aging process. That is all. Sleep 16 hours or something. Of course, people with high stats like me also age slower. But that does not mean we are reversing our age. She pondered for a moment. For ordinary folks, after reasoning, she proposed a method that could create a fake appearance for them using illusion-related skills. Sanji realized. I will have to ask someone with that skill then. The passengers also absorbed that illusion but thought it was real. Look, you look younger. The men were delighted to see the desired effects. Look, Veyron, it really works. Right, but some were only slightly affected. Honestly, I only believe half of it. Sanji seemed very confident about his perfect plan. No creature could invade his subspace, except for himself and his clones. However, he understood some drawbacks of this method, so he had to come up with some solutions. Mana can penetrate. If I open a subspace connecting a pathway from one area to another, then the mana can flow through. Sanju calculated everything carefully to ensure customer satisfaction. I can tap into Xin Junyang's support skills even in this isolated Odin Tower. Since he is using fake items to trick customers, he has no choice but to rush them back. Saying of course he can't drag this out too long. Alright then, let us do it. When he unexpectedly announces this, the customers are taken by surprise, ending their first tour of the Odin Tower here. Is it really over? Wait. Come on. Sanji pulls out the contract as evidence while the customers cling to him, begging for just a little more time, saying they will pay extra. But please wait for the next tour. We have reached the time set in the contract. They seem truly regretful as Sanji tears up the contract right in front of them. We will definitely be back here. Right then, a powerful tremor hits. Like an earthquake, Sanji assigns tasks to each of his clones. Clone number 1 will open the subspace to return and restart the tour. Shaking in the frigid weather, it is freezing. After the scene gets wrecked, he sends a farewell message to the customers, hoping everyone had a fun tour. This is the moment Sanju has been waiting for. He declares it is time to wrap things up. He has also fully checked on the customers and their belongings, making sure no one got hurt, and all personal items are back. Sanju happily reassures them about their service. Do not worry. We won't waste any time getting there on the next tour. I have left a target connection teleportation scroll, so we can pick up right where we left off. The shape-shifting skill still has a bit of time left. It won't stop just yet. Varen waves his hand dismissively and assesses the situation, saying he has ordered the guards to bring in a ton of cash-filled suitcases. And it has been a delightful trip. The suitcases pop open, revealing stacks of fresh, fragrant dollar bills. This is the promised payment. Seeing the money, Sanji's eyes light up, forgetting all his troubles. Oh man, 15 billion for a day's work. Isn't this a pretty sweet profit? The passengers board their flight home, leaving glowing reviews for him. Great job, everyone. Sanju happily reminds the customers to wait for the next tour. Back at the Keen's archives, he finds Deng Yan exhausted and worn out. Still alive. Shut up. I am dead tired. He does not forget to praise Wario, saying that Vice President Wario can control mana super useful. She is a bit surprised by his comment. So that is why the president requested me. Right. The mana transfer skill is in use. Sanji can help but exclaim in surprise. I am really shocked. Honestly, I was not sure this guy would accept. Wario answers it, saying there might be limits to the magic. This is the first time I have heard of such a penalty. She pats Deng Jun on the shoulder and asks him. He must be hiding something. Deng Yan recalls the moment he opened the letter Sanju sent him, This contract is something else. When I open the subspace for the elderly, let us make those old folks look younger by my signal. The vice president next to me will support your mana. Deng Yan reads it with a bit of confusion. Of course. If he accepts this contract, she will also know about his penalty. What is left is up to him. At that moment, he felt a mix of helplessness and self-doubt because I decided to stop lying to myself. En grit his teeth in anger. Moreover, he questioned Sanji after reading some threatening words. Do you even have a conscience? Writing these crazy demands. Sanji was surprised. Wait, you actually read that? You are such a perfectionist. Warrior, not understanding their conversation, asked what was going on. He owed her a detailed explanation later for some unavoidable reasons. I will tell you later. Right now we are kind of restricted in what we can do. Sanji had to admit they did an excellent job completing the mission. But everyone really pulled through. I am the type who knows how to reward and punish fairly. Suddenly, Sanji punched a hole in the ceiling, dropping down a bunch of parts he used to collect. My storage space is not that big, so this is what I keep in my personal stash. Sanju explained the value of these items to them. They seemed to be made of a material that refracts light, making them quite expensive, and Aang was astonished by that. Those are the monster parts from the last battle. Sanji was generous, saying they could take as many as they wanted. From above, a mountain of monster parts fell down. I have plenty more, or you can buy them from me later. I am planning to sell them all anyway, at the Magical Orb Laboratory. Dubert, intrigued after hearing the story, gathered them to discuss making money by upgrading the Du Bell Baichon heritage device. Warrior expressed his thoughts. Yeah. I did not catch exactly how he plans to do that. You explained it. Right. With a few loose coins. Our plan won't succeed. While they were deep in conversation, Sanju arrived. His attempt to fool those dangerous people for money was cut short when he interrupted. Maybe. He straight up tossed a few money cases to the ground. Sanju excitedly shared this good news with them. And behind him were many more money cases. Did it? And I did it neatly too. Right. Warrior could not believe her eyes and stammered. Wait, is this all? Sanju brought over a case and confirmed. Of course. He handed all that money to her and asked her to quickly create the magical orbs. Now let us create the skill orbs with this money. Everyone. These skill orbs can counter the system block during harvest time. Then Sanju suggested that after they finish, they could hand them over to my clone as soon as they are done. Warrior replied. Got it. Dubert was still in awe, impressed by his uncanny money-making skills. He asked, what is your secret? Buddy, how did you make all this money? Sanju replied casually. I told you I had a plan. He stressed this point, emphasizing that it is not the end of the road yet. It is getting close, but the effect is about to wear off. After leaving the Odin Tower, a woman exploded in rage, smashing the door to pieces. She fell back into her old state, feeling resentful about not being young anymore. Wow. Why does my skin look so fake again? She panicked and demanded to go back to her old self. I need more mana. I need pure mana from the Tower of Odin. My friend has seen all your outrageous actions and requests you to call the Sanju line for me immediately. Eleanor. She sank into deep thoughts, wondering, is this all the effect lasts? What is the reason? Because we have to return to where the mana originates. She waved to a nearby guard. He replied, Yep. Madam Eleanor. And when he approached her, she gave an order. Give me some skill detection items. Cost does not matter. Just get the highest detection rate. And the guard nodded respectfully. Understood. In the mind of this wealthy lady, a plan was forming. If what he said about pure mana is true, I will give him the money he wants. Her gaze became sharp and filled with darkness. But if he dares to pull a fast one, things won't be fun anymore. The Giant Hunter Association, led by the Enlightenment Group Chief Lorat, moved to Sangyu, and then the plan progressed smoothly. Meanwhile, Wari Aeon and Dubert were also putting all their effort into producing the heritage skill orbs with the money they received. The machines in their factory worked day and night to churn out products, and the skill orb factory operated non-stop, always producing the cheapest skill orbs. They just kept piling up, and when they reached nearly 10,000 skill orbs, Sangyu also split into more entities to boost sales manpower. Those entities appeared all over the streets nationwide. They were directly responsible for selling those orbs to consumers. Carrying boxes, the townspeople were amazed to see so many entities appear, chatting among themselves. That is a clone from Sangyu. Should I ask for an autograph? But what are they standing there for? One clone quietly unloaded the boxes. I did not think he would show up at the Sangyu markets. He opened the boxes filled with skill orbs and started a sale. Skill orbs at an unbeatable price. The loud shout caught everyone's attention. Just 100 coins per orb. Folks, the people walking down the street, hearing that sweet deal, rushed in to buy. And that one shout echoed loudly throughout the streets. Standing before the bustling crowd, Sang Yu's voice rang out with conviction, acknowledging how hard everyone has worked. Those who dream of becoming hunters are those constantly on edge, fearing monsters will unexpectedly leap from the awakening skill portals. Can't rely on them in battle. Leveling up is not easy, and those skill orbs are ridiculously priced. He confidently raised the round red orb, looking every bit the part. I am excited to introduce the skill orb to all of you. It has the fireball skill that can aid everyone in hunting, survival, and self-defense, and you can get it for just 100 coins. As he finished speaking, the crowd was stunned. Wait, did I hear that right? That is a killer deal. The cheap price for this red orb had them skeptical. Only 100 coins for a skill orb. Sanju feigned ignorance and replied, "Yep, that is right." He added a quick note, "But each person can only buy one." As soon as he said that, one person lunged in like a hungry tiger. "I will grab mine first." The crowd effect took over, and everyone rushed forward. "Please, I want one too." "Me too. Let us line up." Everyone. They bought it and used it right away. The orb shone brightly, and those who bought it could instantly create floating flames in their hands. Oh my, this is really happening. That is a fireball. They all felt grateful for his generosity. "Thank you so much." Sanji just smiled back warmly. "What are you talking about? It is just a little goodwill." At that moment, Sanji looked like an angel descending to earth, always putting the safety of the people first. They were all very touched. Oh my. Meanwhile, in another location, between towering rocks, a sinister spatial rift loomed. One person spoke up. "All right, I bet you all are really eager now." Sanjeju was excitedly looking forward to today's trip. Let us continue the tour. But he was a bit worried about the team's morale. Today, everyone seemed a little down. Varence's face was not looking good. Was not it obvious? He carried a magic pouch, his expression serious. Most of them reverted to their old forms just a few hours after leaving the Odin Tower. They lost 1 billion coins. Who would not be upset? Sanji remained calm and replied, "Get it? This takes a lot of time." He squinted his eyes cleverly and added, "Doesn't that mean we need more chances to absorb pure mana into our bodies?" A sneering voice echoed in his head. "Are you a professional con artist?" He did not hold back and shot back. "If you do not have the cash, keep your mouth shut." A gruff voice chimed in. "Cut it out." Not wanting to show his face, Elino pulled his hood down over his eyes. "That is enough of your nonsense. We do not care about that anymore. Let us hurry back to the Odin Tower. Pure mana is waiting for us." Sanji pretended to understand, pulling out a piece of paper to sketch a magic circle and smiled. "All right, let us restart our tour." They were transported inside in an instant, and the blink-eyed stone monster was defeated. The hollow inside the monster felt a presence. Sanju donned a tight cloak, grinning confidently. "Number 1. You nailed it." Approached their heady out, politely requesting, "Let us get going. Please hop in the car." His mood today was even better than usual. "Let us do it just like the last times. We will head out in a few hours." Sanji stepped out of the space, enthusiastically waving Dung En over. "I am counting on you." He gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, "Why is everyone picking on me?" Once ready, he and his 2 clones emerged from the space, standing on top of the vehicle, exhaling, "Let us keep moving. Everyone, I am alive because you guys support me. No one dares to complain." The vehicle sped boldly through monster territory. Any creature that got too close was burned alive by Sanji's flames. Elino was in a panic, making noises while the woman next to Trarn and calmed him down. The vehicle safely navigated through the storm, along a snow-covered road, with nothing to do during the downtime. Someone scrolled through social media and exclaimed, "It is still blowing up online." Sanji's actions were puzzling. He thought, what the heck is he thinking? Junmo had given up trying to understand him. He looked dazed, thinking, I am done trying to figure him out. He must just be too kind. He glanced at the 2 orbs on the table. Since registration was required, each of us would get one. Yuan felt a little touched. "Do you have a fire orb?" Unfortunately, he hesitated to admit, recalling those scary words. She curled her hands nervously. "They said we might come back to visit them." Junmo nodded in agreement, murmuring, "And they also said they hope that day never comes." After that, the trips continued, and the deposits along with monster remains were constantly exchanged for skill orbs. Sanchu handed items to the appraiser, who looked surprised. "This material is even more useful than I expected." Then he made an incredible offer. "If you agree to sign an exclusive contract with us, we will give you an even higher price." Wani adjusted his tie as usual. satisfied with this condition. Thinking. Sounds good. The distribution network expanded beyond South Korea, reaching the international market. People were going wild. A skill orb for just 10 cents. In Japan, everyone was lining up to buy, eagerly anticipating what a crazy price. You are saying this is the fire orb? Right, in many countries, skill orbs were being distributed almost for free. People were already familiar with Sanchi's clones. Wherever he appeared, he was swarmed. Go was one of the clones. Selling more skill orbs again. Dung Sangwa, already famous for reaching S rank, became the center of attention worldwide once more with this event. Wherever he went, he was recognized and praised. Happily responding, haha. Thank you, everyone. I wish for nothing but your safety. The massive effect rippled across the globe, with households striving to buy Sanchi's skill orbs. Seeing such a warm scene, he smiled to himself, thinking, all right, first things first, let us prioritize distributing them in densely populated urban areas. If the worst-case scenario happens on Harvest Day, as long as we have the numbers, we can fight back a little. But up until now, Sanchiu felt something was familiar. Thinking back, this whole skill orb distribution felt like déjà vu. When did I see this before? He was sweating, recalling how back at the academy, Haxo had done something exactly like this. Don't he worry. There are still plenty of skill orbs left. It was only now that he suddenly remembered. It was the academy that first handed out skill orbs in bulk for free. Sanchiu took a moment to collect himself. Wait a minute. The academy established by that master was meant to brainwash those fake awakeners. It was also where he first learned about the so-called Harvest Day. His mind was racing with questions. Why would those wanting to trigger Harvest Day hand out free skill orbs? He asked. Liber, do you know anything about this master? He had no second thoughts. Anyone trying to stop you has almost no information. Even that name is not familiar to me from Teppel. The fog of confusion only thickened. Why did someone suddenly rush? Stopping to catch their breath. It was the academy's principal, Juan Haku. Looking utterly bewildered. What the heck is going on here? News travels fast. So he must have heard by now. You are discussing skill orbs priced at 100 guan each. Sanji cast a dull glance at him. Perfect timing. He grabbed Haku by the collar. If you do not want to die, spit out everything you know. Now. Haku looked taken aback. What are you even saying? He pulled Haku into a narrow alley to interrogate him. Why the distribution of skill orbs? Haku's demeanor was earnest. Of course. It is for the community's benefit. But Sanji was no longer buying into such vague nonsense. He rolled his eyes. You are really bold to come up with such nonsense. Now. He was losing his patience and punched the wall. A scumbag like you would never think about the people around you. 2 hours. I should just kill you already. Haku gasped as the punch whizzed past his ear. Stammering. Violence is bad. The expression on Sanji's face twisted. I do not have time for games. Choose. Is it your head? Or that master's head? Do you even understand what kind of harvest you are trying to create? The dark scene haunted his mind, with Liber's shadow lurking in it. If he witnessed it himself, he would never dare to think about it again. Gritting his teeth, he growled. Spit it out while I am still treating you like a human. Even so, Haku calmly refused. I can say, and reached into his jacket pocket. He hesitantly wrote on a piece of paper. I understand your sincerity, but I truly can He handed the paper to Sanji, his tone unwavering. My loyalty is absolute. I cannot reveal any information about the master, so I am leaving. Despite some lingering doubt, Sanji accepted the paper. It read, at this time, 1 week from now. At the B2 basement of the main building of the academy, Sanji tucked the paper into his pocket, contemplating his personal schedule. A week. That means I have still got a bit of time. I guess I will plan another tour. Once again, as we emerge from the dungeon, you cheer everyone on, saying, all right, great job today. Everyone, with both hands loaded down with a pile of loot, we wrap up today's tour. Until we meet again. Everyone. There is a sense of regret in the air. Damn. After everything we have been through, are we really just gonna scatter back like before? What can I say? I still have to keep going until my body adapts. When are we moving to the second floor? It feels like you are just stalling. At that moment, a serious-looking person approaches Loris. Miss Loris, he says, handing her a box. Inside is a carefully wrapped pair of binoculars. This is the highest level item available now. He emphasizes her request again, reminding her that she had said the previous item could not reveal any traces of skill usage. The higher the transformation skill level, the harder it is to detect. Without hesitation, Loris puts one eye to the binoculars to use them. But if this rejuvenation is not just a trick, and is actually a mana effect, that is a whole different story. Through the lens, she sees a youthful Lino surrounded by a bright red aura. The binoculars are analyzing the situation, showing a Lino in pain, clutching her face. Just a few seconds later, the result comes in. It detects the Chimelian skill changing the target's appearance while keeping their stats intact. Loris's expression turns serious. But it seems like that is not the case after all. Do they really think they can fool us? Seizing this opportunity, Loris checks herself and discovers the same. The Chimelian skill changes the target's appearance while keeping their stats. Her face pales. This is truly hard to believe, just as I thought. He used the skill on everyone here, including Sanji. At that moment, an authoritative voice cuts through her thoughts. Loris, why are not you inside yet? Is something wrong? She shoots a glance at the boy next to her. Oh no. I am going in right now. She is smart and keeps this secret to herself. Only a fool would spill everything right away. Instead, I have found a great opportunity. Glancing at Sanji with a mix of anger and calmness. You thought you could fool us with that rejuvenation trick. Now it is my turn to pull one over on you. With that thought, Loris whispers orders to summon a meeting of the hunters under the Enlightened organization. The other person has no objections. Responding like a robot, Loris slowly begins to execute her revenge plan. They need to realize that even amongst rankers, there is a clear difference in abilities. If you are trying to keep up with the Enlightened organization, I will show you what happens. Sanji is not as weak as before. With a single blow, the rock monster splits in half. The egg fragments fall everywhere, and he chuckles. Everything is unfolding just as planned. My heartbeat slows as I continuously absorb the essence. I can feel that the stats gained from absorbing evil are rising steadily within me. The only problem is that Sanji is always troubled when looking at his status board. The numbers are all distorted and unclear. And perhaps because of the sin of pride, my stats are not displayed clearly. That cunning dry mist is the terrifying target you have to overcome. You wonder, can you really go toe-to-toe with that red guy now? Meanwhile, Number 1 pulls off an unbelievable move. Harnessing the power of the voided is so unbelievable that your other self inside you snaps back. Dude, you are not that special. Shut it. The original Sanji is left gaping at this childish act from his other self. Number 1 returns to his reporting duties. This area has been cleared out. Sanji decides not to put him in an awkward position, saying, "Great job. Let us head back now." At the same time, he remembers that today marks the end of his 1-week promise to the principal. Just then, a notification pops up in front of him. He is not sure what it says, but Sanji looks quite satisfied. Very good. It is time for things to take a turn. Manufacturing armor and hunting weapons involves many major hunting guilds and magical item workshops, all stemming from Enlighten, a colossal corporation formed from the merger of various industries. The immense influence of this corporation stretches beyond national borders. Sidian hunters once said, their tone deep in thought. Enlighten Corporation. That saying has been passed down through generations, and even now, you might not be a member of Enlighten, but once you step onto the hunter path, you have become part of Enlighten, because in the end, no one can escape the Dominator. Loris's serious voice echoed in the silent conference room. So they are exploiting low-level mana from Odin to squeeze money out of everyone. With lies about rejuvenation, she provides confirmed information and accuses Dung Sanju of committing fraud against many influencers. A flip-flop-clad foot is placed on the table, and Dung Sanju growls. I know that name. Circle-level hunter Maximus Grige leans back in his chair. Teasingly, he used to operate in the TUM. Right. The corporation even awarded him once. The sound of papers rustling blends in, and someone speaks up. What is the conclusion here? Loris, as Playboy hunter Jambinjarian, half bloodthirsty and half curious, asks. Should we hold him accountable and cripple Dung Sanju for good? Loris seems too familiar with this game. Aiming for a different target. I want to use this to pull him into the corporation. Her plan is crystal clear. I want you to help me apply pressure so he can refuse. Maximus Grige senses Dung Sanju's intent, so you need both me and Jan for a request like this. His attitude drips with disdain for someone he considers weak. You are sizing up a rookie who just hits rank way too high for you. Loris gazes at the boy flashing a grin on the screen. One of you is enough. I just want to be sure. She continues to take notes on Sanju, especially since the number of his clones matches the reports. Just then, the conference room door crashes open. Sorry for being late, the newcomer mumbles an apology. This was not part of the plan. Jan Benzirian pulls out the Joker card. Feeling ridiculous about how someone like him could even show up. The person who just burst in is S-rank hunter. Enlightened Corporation President Jumper George Lucas. His cold, expressionless face hints at something. I think I just heard something about clones. I am super excited. What is Sangyu up to now? It is nighttime and I just got a message from Haksu at the Hunter Academy, South Korea branch. A shadow quietly walks down the dark, deserted hallway. Sanju opens the door. Wiping his mouth, at least turn on the lights. He speaks up when he notices Haksu inside. Just like he said. I have come after a week. His tone deeper than usual. You are here now. A few people are sitting around the table with a weird vibe. Haksu turns around with an odd expression. Must be full of questions. Come on. Have a seat. But looking closely, everyone's faces are stiff as boards. Sangyu senses something soft. What is up with these folks? He does not mess around and sits in a chair, saying, first off, tell me your purpose. Why are you guys handing out fire skills for free if you are trying to execute the harvest day? There is no reason to distribute attack skills. Haksu's eyes are bloodshot. He rests his chin in a mysterious manner. Scarcity breeds desire. If they can afford the fire skills and do not have fire, they will try to learn on their own. Right. His tone carries an odd resonance. This is not as simple as sitting in meditation. But if everyone can use fire without going through the system, it is going to complicate gathering. Sanji quickly realizes it is about magic. Haksu continues his lecture. However, if we give away just one fireball, they will give up learning skills and start relying on the system. And of course, we are also brainwashing the students. So if they become stronger, that is even better. Sanji cautiously speaks up. Then why are you looking for me? You would not risk diving into the enemy's lair for nothing. My actions are practically giving away fire skill balls already. Isn't that aligning perfectly with your plans? Haksu simply points out. The problem is those balls come from heritage. In this eerie atmosphere. He explains. They have modified strange circuits and the balls to deceive the system. They have been a thorn in our side for a long time. Suddenly, he goes off about Sanju's plan. But wait. Is not the hunter Sanjung Sanju currently conning those in power and mixing their money? Turning that pile of cash into heritage skill balls is not suspicious at all. Right. Haha. You rub your eyes. What the heck are you? Now you can be sure that the person sitting there is someone else in disguise as Haksu. Who are you? Suddenly, everyone at the table raises sharp spikes. Haksu's face filled with worship. Master. Right after that, they stab the long spikes into their own throats. A strange voice seems to come from Haksu's throat. You really think just breaking the brainwashing machine will do the trick? Ah. The one called Master. You think that is all it takes to stop me? Sanju grits his teeth. You can stop me. I have been trapped since I walked in here. Blood pools together, forming a smiling face on the floor. And the clueless just stand there, regarding how far we have spread and how deeply we have embedded ourselves. Sanju suppresses the discomfort within, resolutely shutting his eyes. He can't just trust what he sees with his own eyes. He rubs his hand on his head to summon his clone. Number 2. Who quickly jumps out. Yep. Sanju calmly commands. Tell me what is happening in this room right now. In number 2's eyes, there is a completely different scene. So much so that he squints and exclaims. How interesting. Even with the stench of death lingering in the air, he matter-of-factly recounts. The corpses have been dead for about a week. Sanji furrows his brow, realizing they were eliminated right after he received that paper. Haksu's corpse still whispers in his ear. Open your eyes and look at what you have caused. He mutters about the turtle. Your family. Your sister. Your teammates, everyone is watching you from behind. Frustrated, he waves his hand. Give me a break to think. That is still number 2. While that guy is just an illusion, he whispers ugly words, making Sanju feel embarrassed with his abilities. It is a truth only he knows that he could be chosen by that day. The system has abandoned you. From this moment on, I will personally let you taste the flavor of destruction. The scene of him sitting on his throne subtly smiles maliciously. First, the evil quietly creeps in. I will start with those annoying heritage friends. Bergson stretches and yawns. Man, I am so Duver. I am going to grab a cup of coffee. But there was no response. And the atmosphere grew thick with confusion. She looks out into the darkness beyond the door, a wave of unease swelling in her heart. Duver. Suddenly, Duver's bloodied head appears, weakly calling out, Miss Area. It is as if he is taking his last breath to warn her run. Then he dies without closing his eyes. The figure stepping into the light is a massive bear of a man, the leader of Heritage. Clearly, he targets the leader first. Roaring, for the system. Heretic, the man, clutching his throat, trembles and calls out, Miss Area. Bergson freezes at the sound of his raspy voice. Hurry. Run. Abaddon, still holding the man by the throat, speaks up. You are the leader of Heritage. He slowly approaches Bergson while saying, for the system. Heretic. Bergson, with a worried expression, runs while glancing back, asking, who sent you here? Veron stands there, looking on, and says, call the police, causing the maid beside her to gasp and quickly cover her mouth. The scene before them looks absolutely horrifying. A piercing scream rings out. Chairman Garan. Veron is still moving water, standing there lost in thought. They are all classes. He wonders what kind of monster this is, when a beeping interrupts his thoughts. He looks at his watch, as if someone is calling. Veron replies, I am not in the mood to talk right now. But a sob from the phone cuts him off. Hick. Ick. Veron. The other person continues. Alekno is dead. They found her at her mansion this morning. Veron's eyes widen in shock. He stood there, stunned, wondering why. Their businesses had nothing to do with each other. They did not share a common enemy. The only thing they had in common, in the heavy snowfall. Sanji turned his head back. Veron behind him was frantically calling out, urging the guards away. He stood there, anxiously pushing for action, saying, hurry up and come help me. Open the underground bunker. With that, Veron hesitantly walked in. The man sitting at the table, sipping coffee, suddenly spoke up. Veron, I am only telling you this. I have recently acquired a rare skill. Holding a coffee cup in one hand, he pulled out a small box with the other. Continuing, it is called an emergency black box. It will record the moments before and after my death. With our status, we have plenty of enemies. Veron began to sweat as he heard him say, so if something happens, you know what to do, right? Veron stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. The culprit. Just find out who it is. Sanji stood on the sidewalk and turned back to ask, don't tell me you want a refund. He hesitated. Your name is? Oh right, that is right, he said. Loris. She stroked her chin, replying, I am surprised you even remember my name. I thought you only saw us as golden egg-laying chickens. Sanju confusedly asked, what do you mean? The tour program benefits both you and me. She interrupted his question. You understand why you are here, right? Looking at Sanju, she asked pointedly, it is a scam, is not that chameleon skill of yours. Sanji remained silent as he listened to Laura's ramble on. I do not know when you learned that skill, but it is quite a cute trick, he thought. Realizing that his small business career was coming to an end, Laura stood there with two men. I will be blunt. We will overlook your nonsense if you agree to join the Enlightened Corporation. Sanji looked at her with a hint of sarcasm. Enlightened Corporation is already in trouble, and you are making this offer. That is surprisingly generous, she replied. We like talent. To be clear, Loris hesitated before continuing. You are not allowed to refuse. Jambenzirian and Maximos Creed grinned, staring intently at him. Sanji furrowed his brow, realizing those two were dead serious. He smirked and said, haha, Enlighten is just a place for jumpers. Right. He recalled what that man had said. After all, it was Jumper who initiated the Awakening program and tightly connected humanity to the system. He thought to himself, just wait until we uncover Jumper's true identity. A voice rang out. If it were somewhere normal, I would have joined already. But I have too many people relying on me. Loris spoke. I refuse. She turned away, speaking to the two men. Just do not kill him. Jambenzirian stepped forward and said, on the contrary, Loris, he will be begging to die. Maximus Griff asked nonchalantly, is he Sangyu from a? He sneered. He looks a bit weak for his rank. Sangyu did not care and just said, that means you two must be ranks too. Right. Maximus Griff chuckled. That is an interesting question. I do not know your name, but I am pretty famous myself. You know or you do not know. It has been a while since I have been out. He laughed, showing off his teeth like a proud little kid. Jambenzirian chimed in. Sangyu's inside. We are here to deliver you a message. He continued. A very important message. Sangyu perked up. What is it? You thought? With two ranks involved, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. If it gets dicey, I will just bail. A beeping sound echoed from Loris's watch. From Veyron. Her voice came through the phone. Veyron. What is going on? Veyron shouted into the watch. Loris. You are safe now. Get out of there immediately. She questioned. What are you talking about? Loris heard Veyron's voice through the watch. Is there an assassin trying to kill you? They want to kill everyone on the tour. She replied indifferently. And if it is an assassin, I have nothing to worry about. My voice rang out. Right now. I am with two's ranks, Zan bin Zirian suddenly whispered. That message. Veyron freaked out into the watch. That is the problem, a real assassin. The voice echoed from the watch. It is Zan Balorian and Maximus Grige from your enlightened group. At that moment, Zan Balorian and Maximus Grige grabbed Laura's by the throat and said, message is not to defy the master. Laura's gasped. She was already broken. Sanjia was stunned by the sight. Laura's fell to the ground. Zan bin Zirian spoke up. The master had intended to give you a way out. But you have lost that chance. From now on, we will kill each and every one of you in your precious tour, he continued. Then, we will move on to your colleagues, friends, and finally, your family. Sanjiu interrupted, asking, do you really think I am just going to stand by and watch? He replied, yeah, just like right now. As he spoke, he launched a blade surrounded by a swirling purple aura. You gaped as the blade nearly grazed you. A powerful wave of purple energy slammed down on Sanjiu. You slammed your sword into the ground, thinking, it is too heavy. What kind of power is this? Maximus Creed seized the moment and lunged forward, saying, see you next time. I bet your poor customers have already become corpses. A punch flew out along with a notification. Activating skill. Heroic right hand. A beam of golden light enveloped both of them. Sanju was knocked back far away. You flew through the air, crashing into several buildings. You slammed hard against a wall. Dust and smoke swirling around. You fell to the ground. Sanju cried out. Everyone gasped in shock. Sprawled on the ground. Spoke up. That hurt. The silhouette of someone began to emerge. Laura's lay motionless. A shadow loomed over her. Jumper silently looked down. What a drag. Someone knelt there, their voice wavering. The plan was unfolding as expected. The master knelt, pressing forward, continuing to speak. Just a tiny bug in the way. But the judgment has been set and cannot be avoided. Please stay calm. At that moment, a voice rang out. Great system. The system operator turned to him and spoke. You have done well. You have endured a lot. He continued. I do not know if my requests are too much. The system operator suddenly burst into laughter and asked the master, how can my tone right now resemble the god you speak of? The master remained silent, kneeling there. The system operator laughed and turned back to continue. Of course not. Because... He hesitated. He reached out and said nonchalantly, I am just a tool. At that moment, near the elevator, a voice called out, Garan. Garan. The girl sighed in despair. Please. Forgive me, Lord Veyron. Garan has locked himself away from everyone. He has been off limits since yesterday. Right. Garan was in a panic. I am getting old. What a joke. Veyron looked speechless in response. I will go in myself and drag him out. He then opened the door to Garan's room. Wait. Garan, if you keep exploring, things will get better. Just trust me. Why give up so easily after just a few tries? I am sure your hair will grow back soon. He suddenly halted when he saw Garan's wide-open eyes. His expression was one of shock. At that moment, a figure with silver hair covering their eyes exclaimed, My God, this is King Locutus. A knight Abaddon. A deformed hand began to unleash power. You know enough. The only thing you need to do now is pay the price. Don't resist. Heretic. Orskern looked horrified at his opponent. A cloud of dust erupted in the air. Sangyu gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard. Hey. Hadakasu's eyes were pitch black at that moment. The bloodied figure shouted. How many clones do you have? 6 or 7. I have scattered my host powers across the world. With your small numbers, you need to keep a close eye on those around you. Sangyu immediately grabbed him by the collar and yelled, Doan, why drag innocent people into this? Touch them with just one finger. I will find you. The thing inside Hakasu laughed maniacally. Haha. What a fantastic reaction. A truly amazing reaction. As it spoke, it began to dissolve into blood and flesh in the air. Keep it up. I am really looking forward to this. The moment the words left, smoke lingered in the air. Sangyu is all fired up. Don't run away. Then he gritted his teeth, filled with rage. A moment later, he turned and let out a sigh, asking, Is that enough now? Sangyu immediately replied, Express yourself. By now, the corpses on the floor were swarming with flies. Sangyu quickly covered his nose. The illusions have vanished. Well, at least we should give these people a proper burial. Sangyu answered. Yep. Your face is back to normal. So stupid. We still do not know who the target is. I have seen how they fight during the harvest. Right from the start, they are definitely not ordinary people. Over here, the Abaddon guy got hit with a devastating blow. A huge hole torn in his stomach. The expression on his face was one of disbelief. What the hell? What kind of monster are you? On this side, Arya was firing arrows while gritting her teeth in fury. You do not need to know that. Just then, Dubert appeared from behind, delivering a punch that made the Abaddon guy's body feel like it was going to explode. After that punch, he was a bit tired and breathing heavily. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. Arya was complaining. What are you doing, Dubart? Dubert scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Sorry. I was busy and did not hear you. Who is this guy? She replied. I am not sure either. He mentioned the system. Just then, a voice rang out. Startling area. Interesting. The Abaddon guy stood up with a massive body, looking terrifyingly aggressive. How can that guy use a skill like that? Possessing such power without any blessing from the system. Your sins are unforgivable. Arya yelled out. Dubart. Dubart quickly charged forward. Got it. But when that punch came swinging, the guy's body disintegrated. Instead, flies buzzed around. Looking filthy, that grotesque body spoke up. Now I will temporarily withdraw. But you want to get off easy. You want to escape judgment. Then that body vanished into thin air. Dubert looked on, scratching his head. There is a problem here. I will have to change my identity again. Transitioning to a bathroom scene. After showering, Sangyu was drying his hair, looking quite annoyed. What is that smell that Jay keeps on about? Sangyu stood beside him, spraying disinfectant on himself. Uhain. Mixing something. Asked. How many times have you showered now? Sangyu replied. Because I smell like rotting corpses here. Hearing that, she got goosebumps. What? What are you talking about? I am talking about the corpses of the monsters. Then Uhan pulled out a few small jars. Here it is. Sangyu took it and asked. What are the side effects of this? Uhain. Now I can ease up on the side effects quite a bit. But since you want to prioritize performance this time, its effects will be pretty strong. Your mana usage will be disabled for the next 3 hours. In short, no skills allowed. Sangyu chuckled awkwardly at that. That is a bit too much. Then she wondered. More importantly, what have you been up to lately? A tour guide in Asia. He replied with a downcast expression. How? That will be exposed soon enough, but I really need the money. He reminded her again. You should also avoid loitering around the GM headquarters from now on. Uhain said with a worried look. All right. But don't try to do everything by yourself. He replied confidently with a smile. I am not alone. My skill is splitting the mind. After all, as they walked, the first split mind and Sangyu followed behind him. The scene shifted to Abaddon. At this moment, he returned to report to his master. The master exclaimed. You failed. Not like you at all. Abaddon was quite confused. I truly apologize. Master, I am sure the system in the dungeon has been shut down. But they are still able to use their skills freely. The master was taken aback. What? Abaddon then held a knife to his own throat. I will accept my punishment. He immediately stopped him. Enough. Stop. Why does everyone want to die? Then the master smiled wickedly and reached out his hand. Now let us set aside Harry's scream. I will cut off the source of his money at the root. That cute little business of the commoners will collapse soon. Sangyu thought. The scene shifted to another place. Voices of shouting echoed. Damn it. The young men and women were sitting helplessly on the chairs, blindfolded. They shouted in anger. What the? This is a scam. That clever jerk. I knew from the start he was a damn con artist. A girl cried out, drool and tears flowing. Help. Please. I'm out. Help, please. Stop it. Illinois turned around and yelled. Didn't you all sign contracts? You provide mana from your youthful bodies. And I pay you. Then she sighed heavily. Is there anyone in security who has the skill among these kids? From the door came a noise. Illinois walked in and asked. Why is not Locus answering? Where are you all? Can't you hear me calling her? But she hesitated when inside. There were only countless dismembered corpses lying in pools of full blood. Illinois was shocked, her body trembling. What? It is like this? There is no sound. I can't hear it. Suddenly, she feels like she is sinking into a dark space, and two hands reach out from within, gripping her throat. The shadow lets out a sound. Even a rank hunter can't make a sound. The sin of using the system to trade for youth. Pay with your life. Illinois glances back in horror. What? Why you? Then it shifts back to the academy. The sky is blue. Hezion is walking down the hallway and spots someone. Calling out. Clone number 4. What are you doing here? Clone number 4 points and asks. You have not been attending classes as regularly as before. See anything? Hezion exclaims. It is the professor, right now. Professor Heziok is standing at the lectern. That is Professor Kang Heziok. The one he said was properly punished. Clone number 4 ponders. Suddenly, he switches to audio. Sangwoo asks from outside. What is it? Clone number 4 replies. Just as I suspected, all the students are staring into space, believing the professor is there. Sangwoo's expression is serious. I felt something was off. It has been a week since the professors passed away. Yet the academy has not reacted at all. They must be hiding the professor's deaths with illusions. He speaks up again. But what about Professor Huang Yuanhai? Hazian looks puzzled. What is wrong with you? Professor Huang Yuanhai left the academy after the last incident. Suddenly, her expression turns pale. What is going on? Isn't there nothing there? Have you been brainwashed? Clone number 4 steps closer, grabbing her seriously. Calm down. There is no brainwashing here. Sang-woo outside reassures her. It is, Hazeon. The machine was destroyed. So brainwashing is impossible. He is calculating silently, but that illusion skill must have been used on a wide scale. From now on, do not come to the academy anymore, he warns. Hazeon can only blush and stammer. Yep. Okay. But inside, she is unconsciously thinking, this is just a clone. But since it looks like him, I think I like it. Then she wonders, how long do I have to stop coming to the academy? Sang-woo replies, starting today. Stay at GM headquarters with Woo Hyun. The person being referred to as the master is. Suddenly, a group of people appears behind him. Sang-woo says, can we talk for a moment about your tour program? It is the trio. Loris, Zambinzir, and Maximos Gris. Sang-woo tells Hazeon, I will call you back later. Then he turns back with a smile and asks, don't you tell me you want a refund? Right. Meanwhile, someone is taking off their glasses and laughing. Haha. Of course not, because I am just a tool. Nothing more. This is the system operator. I wonder when Lord River will finally show up. It has been 20 years since that catastrophic disaster. I am sure that day is still haunting the earth. The master of Abaddon is currently kneeling before the operator. Has he even considered what I mentioned before? The operator seems dismissive. Is it about this appearance? Well, that is a bit of a waste. Should I even use this? The thing that can rejuvenate the entire structure of the body. A miracle drug that could heal Miss Alyssa. Elixir. He said as he swallowed something. Instantly, an explosion erupted. After drinking that, the operator's form morphed into that of Miss Alyssa. He cheekily remarked, if only I had been a bit quicker. Miss Alyssa could have woken up by now. If I do this, he will definitely want to meet me. Even if I am just a tool. But I guess appearances matter a lot. The demon below clenched his fists tightly. Then he exclaimed, you are not just a tool. He shouted loudly. You are the Lord, a Lord who will illuminate the foolish mortals. Please, do not belittle yourself like that. The operator smiled darkly. Do you know something, even in Tubbern? A noble called you Lord River. I am cutting off support for River. At first, he completely opposed spending time to create me. But after witnessing Lord River's miracles, he became a follower. That was not a warrior. That was a deity. Depending on each person's expectations, they call him by different names, though his identity was clarified from the start. People like that are always the first to betray when their faith crumbles. Therefore, the operator suddenly appeared behind that kneeling demon. Don't you dare change the identity that Lord River bestowed upon me. Just like the identity I gave you. Aside from seeking Lord River, it is best you do not do anything unnecessary. That guy was sweating bullets as he replied. Yep. Here it is. This is it. This is the majesty that a lord should possess. After feeling the mental torment, he expressed a smug satisfaction. Understood. At that moment, announcements rang out. Another horrific incident had occurred. The chairman of a major arms company, Lomax, was found dead 3 days ago. A figure with significant influence in both politics and business. He had ties to numerous criminal organizations. Following Loris, the manager of the Enlightened Group, he became the 5th victim in a murder spree targeting the upper class. The suspect disabled the entire company as security without leaving a trace of blood, showcasing extreme danger. Sang-woo, upon hearing the news, looked completely shocked. Utterly devastated. I never thought it would sell for long anyway. Then you naively asked. They have come here too. Right, Busker replied. Luckily we managed to chase them off. But they are not the level 5s that attacked you. The surprising part is that Jan and Maximus have been with the system from the start. Sang-woo was shocked and asked back. Are those two really famous? Well, level 5s are always famous. Even those who fought in the Tybern War have to admit they are monsters. Even Legato, who has been missing for ages, still gets mentioned sometimes. That weird bug guy who joined us is pretty strong too, so if Jan and Maximus show up, Sang-woo exclaimed. Just 2 level 5s, and it is already such a hassle. Hearing this, Busker sighed. He does not realize his own position. He wondered aloud. Where does the captain disappear during times like this? Burskern, with a slightly sad expression, replied. I remember he said he found the location of the elixir, so he must have gone to get it. At that moment, Sang-woo exclaimed. Okay, I will leave a clone here then. It really stings to lose 15 billion on this tour program. But honestly, that money was just what we made from the monster materials in Odin's Tower. So whatever. The two were incredibly delighted. The problem is, the bait's all gone. So how are we going to get across now? Sang-woo's expression darkened as he heard the announcement about the serial killings. High-ranking officials from all over the world are ramping up their security forces. He exclaimed again. Thinking back, is not this actually helping us? Over here, someone chimed in, as you requested. We are clearing out those who accepted Sang Woo's invitation. 5 have been dealt with, and the rest will probably withdraw too. At this rate, their funding will run out soon. It is the level 5 hunter hack Queen Maximus Gris and the S-class hunter Playboy Zambalurian. Another guy who was watering the flowers replied. You two did great. You are truly our most powerful weapons. Our master is very pleased. Zambalurian then spoke up. Master, forgive my boldness. But can't we deal with Sang Woo directly? Why do we have to take the long route? The master kept smiling. If we did that, it would be too easy. That brat does not know his place. Thinking he can just do whatever. That is what, step by step, I plan to let him realize this bit by bit. Just as the announcement rang out, the master commands the time manipulating entity to increase the ratio in accordance with the target's mental state, ordering to create illusions and chaos to confuse the target in this world. Choosing a side that is not ours is a profound loneliness. A voice from behind interrupted the master. Is that your plan? So Zaluras is not one of us. Forgive me, but this is the center for purchasing monster materials. We can't buy monster corpses from Odin's Tower anymore, Sang Woo exclaimed. Shocked. What the heck? Wait. But why? He said they were worth a lot. And we even signed an exclusive contract. The man bowed and said, I am really sorry, but this is going to be hard to explain. A man spoke with a confused look on his face. You mean Sang Woo? Sorry, but we have to decline. Another girl chimed in. It is going to be tough for you to find a buyer willing to take that much. So we respectfully decline. Then another man flashed a bright smile. Well then. We are going to take it. Why would you guys refuse such great items? In the end, the man who took the item was brutally murdered. Sang Woo arrived, gritting his teeth in furious frustration. I am about to lose it. Just then, that horrifying presence took over the ugly man's form and flashed a disturbing smile. Everything goes according to the master's wishes. It is all for the system, and it is all for us. Back to the master. He was laughing hysterically. Cough. Ha. You see that? Now Sang Woo can't do anything. He can't find any funds to buy skill points anymore. So that is why you killed manager Larissa. Jumper questioned sharply. The master was still laughing joyfully. I told you I was sorry about that. But I had no other choice. The way she chased after youth was so foolish and reckless that she gave money to Sang Woo. And why do you have to pretend to care so much? You do not treat anyone like a human except yourself, Jumper said coldly, pursing his lips. Then he stepped forward and said, Laura was the manager of the Global Awakening program. This could mess things up for the harvest day. To be honest, your nonsense is the biggest fraud I have ever seen. The master replied smugly. Do not worry. I will explain it all clearly on that day. Jumper scoffed. It is not that. What surprises me is your intent. Your plan is just to stop Sang Woo from selling the heritage skill points. Using grade 5 to take out some powerful figures in the tour program, threatening them to ruin Sang Woo's tour. Is that all there is to it? The master shrugged. But the reality is everything is going quite well. Sang Woo is now isolated and will slowly. He was gloating when Jumper suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha. He laughed loudly in a terrifying manner. Ha ha. This expression left the master puzzled. What the hell are you doing? Why are you laughing? Transition to the Valhalla gate. 1-8 was sweating bullets. Saying, just as I thought, no one is here. It seems like everyone is scared of being taken out. Sang Woo turned around, smiling confidently. It might be the opposite. Inside, Jumper was trying to hold back his laughter. Ha. Phew. Damn. I do not know how long it has been since I laughed like this. You crazy bastard. So you are threatening a grade 5. Acting like that? And can't he guess the response from the powerful people? Outside, Sang Woo saw something strange in the air. And suddenly a massive explosion erupted. Verone was holding a water transfer device. And Garan was rushing over, yelling, Sang Woo. Come on. Hurry up to the Odin Tower. The one place where no one can track us. He is panicking, clutching Sang Woo's shirt, shouting that those grade bodyguards are completely useless, no matter if it is 10 billion, 20 billion, or 50 billion. I will pay it all. Isn't your clone great at protecting others? Please. Save us. Wante is stunned, saying, Don't tell me you saw this coming. Sang Woo calmly replies, Saw it coming. I did not do anything. The so-called master created this mess himself. He reminds everyone. This time, there won't be any refunds. Okay, inside. Jumper can't help but laugh. Keep. Master, you have some serious skills. But your brain. Not so. The master's face twists in anger. Shut your mouth. You mutt. He screams as two guys. Zanbinzirian. Launch an attack from behind him. Master, you have got some powerful skills. But your brain is lacking. The master is furious now. Shut it. You mutt. Zambin Zirian and Maximus Griggs swing their fists at Jumper from behind. Maximus Griggs swings his fist and yells, I do not want it to come to this. Chairman. His massive punch descends from the void, while Zanbin Zirian unleashes a technique that pulls him into another dimension. A massive flower blooms, and its stamen is an eye that speaks. Look at me. The master creates a grotesque, deadly space that is utterly disgusting. You killed them all, Lucas. Even with so many opportunities, you still let us down. Jumper wears a terrifying smile in response to the attacks. At that moment, bolts of power erupt, dispersing the attacks and leaving a tense silence among the four. Maximo Screech and Jean-Pierre Barrion stare wide-eyed in disbelief, drenched in sweat, while the master looks more shocked than anyone. What is going on? Jumper coolly asks. Are we done with this silly game yet? Meanwhile, the two level-headed guys are in a panic, realizing that the cards they threw away have come back, and so has the current situation. They clearly landed a punch. Could it be that Jumper's special ability goes beyond just teleportation? Jumper's expression is a terrifying grin. Haha. You guys actually threw punches at your own chairman. Then he pats the master on the shoulder. This is the second time already. Master. I am really holding back because this time I chose to side with you. But trust me, there won't be a third time. You better scrap those stupid plans your dimwit brain is coming up with and go take out Jumper right now. I am getting fed up with cleaning up the mess you have made. All right. Good luck, everyone. I hope you won't cause any more trouble that would make me come back here again. With that, he turns to leave. Feeling smug. Haha. I am really looking forward to this. Now, Jumper, how are you going to react to this situation? Right. This feeling. I think I might just be a fan of yours now. The scene shifts to another place. At that moment, Sang Yu is lying on some big piles of cash, excitedly rolling around. Whoa. There is so much cash I might just burst from excitement. Vron, on the other hand, is gritting his teeth in regret. We have kept our end of the deal with 10 people, each getting 50 billion. That is 50% in cash. And the rest wired to your account, totaling 500 billion. Sangu keeps teasing. How about we swap your dagger too? Maybe for something more luxurious. Veron is grinding his teeth in frustration. Getting close to losing it, you know. You guys must have realized by now that the whole you can become young again by absorbing pure mana thing is just a bunch of lies. This is just a temporary heady-out, if you understand. Just stay put in the camp until we figure out who is doing this. As for the food, just boil some water and throw in those instant meal packs. Whatever cooks, you handle it. Meanwhile, Goran is still lugging around the water pump, trying his best, asking where the heck you are going. You are just leaving us here. Sang Yu, with rosy cheeks, turns away and responds. I have left some clones behind to keep watch, so do not worry. Meanwhile, I am going fishing. He waves goodbye as he walks away. The scene shifts to a butterfly landing on a flower, only to be crushed underfoot by someone. That someone is none other than the master, seething with anger. Cursing pests. How dare a filthy bug like you challenge me? He screams in fury, thinking you are looking down on me. Then he breaks into a sinister smile. Yeah. It is all from your own mouth. Lucas, just do as you wish. Just wait and see what happens to this world once I set my mind to it. Soon it will be you begging for mercy, no holds barred. Anyone even slightly involved with Chung Sanju, or anyone who helped him buy those skill orbs, even just a little, all of them are sentenced to death by torture. He stands before his subordinates, declaring. The scene shifts to another place, where someone is clinking beer mugs while shouting cheers. 3. Cheers. Chanwu laughs and says, "Hey. Congrats anyway." Zhang Sung chimes in. I have heard you have been doing pretty well as a hunter lately. The guy across from him replies. I just leveled up. He exclaims. That was fast. This is Sanju's friend. Yeah, but I still can compare to Sanju. Zhang Xiong encourages him. But leveling up is awesome too. Why compare yourself to someone who is already at a higher level? Speaking of which, it has been a while since I heard from Sanju. I wonder what he is up to. Chan Wu, cheeks flushed from the beer, grins. I told you. Once you have money, people change instantly. That guy has not contacted me because we are not on the same level anymore. Now, Kayam. Hearing this, slams his beer mug down on the table. He is not that kind of person. You guys are ruining my mood. I am out of here. He says, standing up and putting on his jacket, his serious expression startling the other two. Kayum. I was just kidding, but Kiyum walks away, striding alone down the empty street. As he walks, he thinks and sighs. Your success as a hunter is so impressive it pulled me into this hunting game. The new rising stars in the hunting world. But the more I learn, the more I realize this world is one hell of a harsh place. There are so many people out there with abilities like mine, and even at C rank. Some monsters are already shrugging off bullets. I can't even imagine how strong you have become, Kim exclaimed. But then again, I remember the good old days when we used to have so much fun gaming together. As Kiyum walked along, he sighed. Man, those were the days. Suddenly, he got ambushed from behind by some guy in all black with a mask. Kiyum struggled to call for help, but was hit with a tranquilizer from a cloth. That bastard is too strong. He managed to choke out. Who are you? And just like that, he collapsed onto the street, switching scenes to somewhere else. At that moment, a voice called out, Jiyo. It is time for dinner. Caillou turned around cheerfully and replied, Thanks. Mom was sitting at the dining table, smiling and saying, Hey, even if it is not a clone, it is still a pretty cool skill. Dad chimed in. So you are training your skills again. I take it you do not plan on becoming a hunter. Do you? Meanwhile, down by the big building, someone was on the phone. I have sent you the coordinates. This is where Jung Sang-U's family is located. The 3 members of the Sang-U family were having dinner when a surge of power exploded out. That power was aimed straight at their window. Another figure was peering through binoculars focused on the 3 girls. The voice crackled again. Park Won-Tee's little sister, Park Juna, Kim's, and Hamiho are also nearby. Can we take them all out at once? This is the Abaddon Knights and the Kim Knights. The guy named Kim grinned as he aimed his gun and said, With our ammo, we can definitely do it. Thanks to the system. He squeezed the trigger. And immediately, a massive explosion erupted. The air was filled with swirling smoke and debris. The scene shifted to the interior of GM Corporation's building. Right now, Woo Hyun was chatting with Hazion. How long are you planning to stay here? Hazion replied with a conflicted expression. I am not sure about that yet, Woo Hyun said. You really have no shame. After that attack, I am still in shock, Hazion said with an awkward smile. Wait. It is because I was brainwashed back then. Let us just forget about that incident. Okay, Woo Hyun rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. Like I could forget that. A moment later, the two went to meet Jun Mo. So you gathered everyone together, he replied. Yep. That is still in progress. That is what the hunters decided. But, Woo Hyun said. About that, I think it sounds pretty risky. Suddenly, Hazion noticed something sticking out from a wall. She quickly broke out in a cold sweat, panicking and exclaimed. Excuse me, but right now, the building is completely sealed off. Right, Jumbo replied. Yep. That is correct. She gasped. Then who the hell is that? At that moment, the dark figure that had appeared was a head with long hair. You could clearly see a mouthful of white teeth opening wide as it spoke. It said, Outsiders. Jun Mo and Woo Hyun looked on in horror at the sight. That terrifying thing lunged forward, mouth wide open, screaming. Outsiders. Just then, a clone number 2 appeared just in time, launching an attack that sent it flying back. The 2 girls cheered with joy upon seeing him. Number 2. Clone number 2 brandishes a knife forward and says, Please stand behind me. That damn thing is charging in again. Wow. They are throwing away their chance to grab that. Clone number 2 responds. I am not doing anything wrong, it exclaims. I quite like your stupidity. Hazion, confused, asks. Number 2, and what about him? You reply. He is off somewhere else alone. The plan has already been set in motion. An organized terrorist attack against us has begun with explosions erupting in the buildings. From now on, a horror known as the Oria's Nights is upon us. It stretches its arms and legs, rushing into attack. A clone number 2 continues. Those connected to Sang-Yu will be targeted by an unknown force. Over with Sang-Yu. He is sitting somewhere. Behind him massive explosions are raining down. He smiles. It seems like it is working. At this moment, a surge of power appears before Sang-Yu, revealing a pair of cards. Sang-Yu stands up before that surge of power. Calmly speaking, it seems we have met before. What did you say back then? Something like, next time we meet, all my poor customers will end up as corpses. Most of them are actually fine, and on the contrary, thanks to your threats, they have even paid me extra. I am serious about that. Should I thank you or something? Upon hearing this, Maximo's Griss's face darkened. Confidence is a good thing, but he clenches his fist hard. You should have thought things through. You might have escaped if you had quietly vanished when you had the chance, especially after taking a lethal blow not long ago. You hit your head on the ground, so here we are. As Maximo's Griss speaks, he grits his teeth and prepares to throw a punch. An explosion erupts in the space around them. Sang-Yu confidently slides back and replies, "Ah, so you really do not get it. Back then, I did not have a clone. Remember? Right now." A tear in space appears behind him. Everyone, gather up. Immediately, the space shatters into a large hole, but surprisingly, no one steps out of it. Sang-Yu, looking clueless, calls out again, "Hey everyone, that guy Zanbin is currently holding the cards in triumph. Excuse me, but your clones are quite busy right now. We are not the only ones inheriting the will of our master. You usually use your clones to protect those around you. So what do you think is the reason they have not shown up, in terms of numbers? We were already more from the start." Switch to Sang-Yu's house, where the windows have been shattered. Inside, it is a complete mess. The attacker walks in through the door, smug, making a phone call, confirming that Dung Sang-Yu's house has been completely destroyed. The voice on the other end reminds him, "Make sure to secure the bodies too. We must unleash endless pain on that freak." That guy replied, "Sure. At least I will send some heads rolling." He takes off his hat. He is from the Arobat Knights. Over by Juna. She is being hit by a surge of power. Blinding white smoke erupts. Juna screams. Minho frantically calls out, "Yuna, right now." Two clones of Sang-Yu appear in front of the three of them. Juna exclaims. Minho quickly says, "They are just clones." She asks, "Are you guys okay?" The guy Abaddon exclaims, "An intruder has appeared." The guy with the cream aims his gun and responds, "Yeah." Abaddon looks serious. "Just as we planned. We will keep that clone occupied here. Not just here. Our knights have sealed his clones in multiple locations." Right now, the real Dung Sang is completely isolated. Over by Sang-Yu, he is facing off against two guys, Maximus Creed and Zanbin. Alone, a massive purple surge of power crashes down. Sang-Yu dodges while glancing down at the ground, which has been craters by the force, and shouts, Wait a second. Hold on a minute." He thinks in shock. Each symbol on those cards has its own unique power. Maximus Creed swings a fist, attacking from one side. "We already know your maximum clone count is 7. Buddy. And all of them are dealing with attacks back in Korea. Who is coming to protect you now?" As he speaks, he swings his fist, and Sang-Yu deflects it with a blast of sword energy. Maximus Creed grinds his teeth, pleased with himself. "Just as I thought. You rely heavily on your cloning ability. Compared to a level 5 hunter, your stats are a bit lacking. What a disappointment." Saying that, he raises his hand to continue attacking. A massive fist comes crashing down on Sang-Yu. Right now, he is injured and bleeding, and before he can catch his breath, cards from Zanbin come flying at him. He still tries to slash out a powerful wave of sword energy to block it. He lifts a card with a displeased expression and says, "You managed to read all of my cards accurately. At least your movements are pretty impressive. So even if it is just for show, I guess I should give you ins rank." Instantly, the card's image enlarges and emits a strange power. Then an explosion erupts, and red cards scatter everywhere. Sang-Yu struggles to move. He grits his teeth, realizing that this is a binding ability, but its power is on an entirely different level. A scream echoes as the eerie purple energy surges out. Sang-Yu is hit once more, painfully coughing up a mouthful of blood. All of his abilities are being activated with overwhelming power. The next move from him is Zanbin closing in on him. Then, he chops off one of Sang-Yu's arms, leaving him stunned. Sang-Yu, in agony, kneels down, clutching his severed arm. Maximus Greek slams his fist into the ground, roaring, "Goodbye. Prepare for it." Sang-Yu, that massive punch is coming down again. Injured all over, Sang-Yu looks up, still smiling, saying, "That is just a weak punch." Like hitting a pillow, Maximus Greek clenches his teeth. All the power is being held back. The giant technique Tiny compresses all its strength. When a massive force gathers in a small space, the pressure reaches an entirely different state. Suddenly, that strike comes crashing down hard. The sharp force pierces right through Sang-Yu. His body falls backward, and Maximus Greek exclaims triumphantly, realizing too late that there are still people out there stronger than Sang-Yu. Sang-Yu grits his teeth to hold back the blood and smiles slyly. "Look, the plan is working. Right." The two guys are confused by this. "Wait a minute." Sang-Yu's body suddenly bursts with power. He laughs loudly. "When did I say I was the real deal? It turns out this is just a clone of Sang-Yu." S got fooled too. Everyone. Over here. Orobot holds his phone, his expression shocked. The person on the other end is puzzled. What is going on? The guy is bewildered. What are these corpses? On the floor lie models of people that have been shattered. They are not dead bodies. This is a trap. Sang-Yu's family is not here. The person on the other end is panicking. What the hell? So where are they? Just then, a clone of Sang-Yu appears behind Orobot. He grips a knife tightly in his hand. The scene shifts to the office. Explosions erupt in the space. Aureus, whose looks were already ugly, now appears even more grotesque. His body is covered in countless wounds. Haeseong claps in admiration. Cheering, a clone number 2 is the best. Clone number 2 responds, that was a lethal blow. A wound has appeared. She becomes worried again. Are you hurt, or is it just me? Clone number 2 shakes his head. He turns around. It is a newcomer, number 8, over by the clone posing as Sangyu. You are called clone number 8. You are laughing heartily. Now the real Sangyu crawls through a hole, asking, who did this? Then Sangyu sticks out his tongue, mockingly exclaiming, did you really think my clone limit was just 7? Hee. Remember, Sangyu just received information from the system. Today is the last day of the week I promised the director. He exclaims happily, great. It is time for this to happen. Right, a notification screen appears. Clone skill upgrade, a clone skill level 8. Activation form, using energy to summon identical replicas of the user. Sangyu, along with the clones, steps out while speaking, don't think you can trap my clone. It is my clone who is actually playing you fools. Then Sangyu quickly grabbed his sword and charged in with the clones. Don't think you can trap my clone. The two guys also looked in the mirror. He added more flair. It is my clone who is actually playing you fools. Then he slung his sword over his shoulder. Grinning smugly, the clone stood beside him. Now, let us start a new round. Shall we? Earlier it was 1 against 2. Right. This round, though, Sangyu said, it is 2 against 8. Jiang Benzirian smirked disdainfully. Killing one of them should not be hard at all. Maximus Gris frowned beside him. Right after that, he lost his patience and charged in. I just need to take them out one by one like before, and it is game over. He did not hesitate to thrust his sword at his punch. A smirk of satisfaction crossed his face. Not that easy, buddy. Jiang Benzirian skillfully parried his sword. He looked a bit shocked and contemplative. This guy, the original, is even stronger than my clone. Behind him, the clones 2 and 3 rushed toward him. One clone combined forces, kicking him face first into the ground. On this side, Maximus Gris struggled to catch his breath. He gritted his teeth and warned him. You are getting too angry to think straight. These clones are clearly way weaker than us. Clone number 4 charged at him to attack. The other 3 clones with him also started to leap up. His eyes were filled with fierce determination, ready to join the battle. Meanwhile, Sanji casually carried his sword on his shoulder. If we stay calm and take them down one by one, did I say you could do that? He concluded that if 1 is not enough, then let us send in 2. Right after that, 2 clones charged at the old man. Swinging down, the old man also raised his hand to deflect the blow. Then a 3rd clone swung in. If that is still not enough, let us add 3 more, he proudly told the old man. That is my clone technique. You know, Maximus Gris was struggling as all 3 clones pressed him down with their swords. He yelled out in frustration. Covering his mouth, he saw the ace card and smiled. From number 8's battle experience. I have pinpointed your abilities. The army of slugs must be. Then Sanjo realized and entered a state of alert. Instant transmission. The old man landed right in front of him with malice. He swung his sword too. The rugged ground began to rise. Sharp spikes emerged from beneath to subdue him. Then he urged them. Wake up. Zambazarian was also struggling. Looking up at him wide-eyed, he stood proudly, smiling, pointing his sword at them. You guys should at least try to reach rank. Right. Maximus Gris sat up, looking at him. I admit it is a bit tough to deal with so many hunters at your level. He calmly stared at Han. Behind him was Zambazarian. He stood up, lost in thought. Their movements were so synchronized it felt like they were sharing one brain. Han's eyes darted around. But is it really okay for all 7 identities to be here? Han threatened. Right now. It is your family. And you are just putting on that smug face. Here we go. Here we go. Those chatty villains are back. Next. Sanji jumped up. He flicked his hand, creating sparks while grinning at them. They looked up too. Haha. Of course. You thought I would just sit back and relax knowing you were coming. Meanwhile, on the other side, his family was having dinner while watching TV. His mom glanced at his sister. Juhui replied while eating. Yeah. They live in a secluded house in the woods. She pressed. Do you feel comfortable living in such a hidden place? Are you used to it yet? Jingu calmly picked up some food. Well, we do not really have any other options. Those weirdos are targeting us. Listening to Big Brother is always spot on. She smiled. I am so glad to hear you say that. Then she turned to the other figures in the room. So how about you guys? Is the food to everyone's taste? Du looked up at her, hesitating. Yep. Madam. He replied. The guy next to him fumbled awkwardly. The meal is delicious. He added, looking sheepishly. They exchanged confused glances. Everyone was feeling the pressure of the situation. Yeah. They say a terrorist group is targeting us. 3 of them sat at the dining table. Across from them, Sanji's family realized. So Sangyu has always been looking out for us. I will apologize later for talking behind his back. Yeah. Me too. Night fell, and voices echoed above a building. Sang Yu's clones had already left. Looks like we have to take those guys down ourselves now. Miho squinted one eye, raising her hand like a spyglass to look into the distance. I did not expect them to actually attack. To be honest, I had my doubts. Siano explained from behind. Sang Yu is not the type to lie for no reason. Next to her, Yuna snapped her fingers, full of excitement. Shall we get going? A portal opened on the other side. Yugun's scream rang out among the crowd. The Canis Guild and Yolo Guild gathered. The others were also angrily discussing. How dare they disturb our captain? Captain. What a joke. Up above, Kem and Abaddon stood on the rooftop. Kem eyed his gun with a grin. Damn. Really? With that many? It is going to be tough to deal with. Abaddon next to him was full of rage. So the ones who are really trapped are us. He muttered. Maybe the clones, held back by the other knights, have regrouped with the original. Gather all knights here. Shortly after, a bunch of guys in armor gathered on the rooftop. They have arrived. It has come to this because of the system. Both sides charged at each other like crazy, with no regard for life or death. The only option left is to fight to the bitter end. On the other side, the master slouched back in his chair, wary. So many lives have been lost already. The girl with the golden red hair stood nearby, recalling the two others as she reported. The day of Arabat and the day of Aureus. She looked at him calmly. It is certain those two have been eliminated, and the remaining members of the Knight Order are under attack as well. I need to check on that. Inside the dimly lit room, the girl with the golden red hair hesitantly reported. They are still holding on. The master's gaze was filled with fury. This has never happened before. Gamma, with my power. He thought of those who had knelt before him, begging for mercy amidst the chaos. Over there, Guani was battling Abaddon. He wondered, shouldn't everyone bow their heads? Why are not those guys kneeling before me? Meanwhile, he was still fighting against Zhang Binjirian. The master's expression darkened as he made a silent decision. Maybe it is time to use that skill. He issued a command. Mobilize all normal troops. That guy remembered the pillars symbolizing the sun. Then, he began the final phase of the Harvest Day operation. On the other side, a blonde guy got hit in the face by a fireball. He was still complaining loudly. You weirdo cultist. Yuna watched him fall to the ground and thought to herself, these guys are too strong. They must be around class as... Miho also glanced at him. I wonder how many of them there are. Above, someone was staring intently at the two of them. An attack came straight at Iana. One person rushed in to shield her. Watch out. She felt embarrassed. You asked Han, are you okay? Captain, she quickly replied. Yep. Thank you. You saved my life again. Behind them, Miho created a barrier to block an attack. Feeling powerless. Hey. What about me? Above, a guy was aiming straight at her head. Kem smiled confidently. Ready to pull the trigger. No more clones blocking my view. Right now, the priority is to reduce their numbers. Even if it is just one life. Suddenly, a bullet shot straight into his hand, splattering blood everywhere. He cried out in fear. He screamed in pain. What the hell? Where the hell did that damn thing come from? Below, Miho recognized him and smirked. Haha. Let me tell you something. When it comes to snipers, there are some who are way better than others. From the rooftop of the building across from them, Heian raised her weapon and fired a burst of bullets. Beside her, used binoculars to observe and report. Looks like our Heian is doing a great job. She shot that guy from this spot. You are really good at this. Right after that, a hail of bullets rained down on those guys in the white shirts, causing them to scream in terror. Haha, block it. Abaddon noticed and glanced over. Up ahead, Yoon was slacking off, so his master called out to him. The guy was holding a sword. Surrender. You have already lost. He merely praised them softly. You have got some sharpshooters here. Then he threatened Dion, forcing him to act. But if there are innocent civilians here, can you still shoot freely? He seemed puzzled. What the heck? On the other side, a civilian trapped under rubble cried for help. Meanwhile, a pillar crashed down. Help us. The guy with purple hair holding a gun shouted towards them. Clear the area over here. People are stuck. The blonde girl confirmed while holding a shield. Got it. He rushed over to the person lying on the ground. Worried. Are you okay? I will lift the pillar first. The other guy was holding a knife. System notification. Sword blade enhancement activated. The piercing ability of the sharp weapon has increased. Right after that, the purple-haired guy cried out in pain. The blonde girl looked over, wide-eyed in disbelief. He collapsed to the ground from the stab by that guy. What are you doing? She shouted. I'm asking. What the hell are you doing? On the other side, the black-haired commander in the crowd received the intel. His eyes also glanced at the knives in the civilians' hands. Don't he approach them recklessly. Some of them have been brainwashed. The soldier next to him looked confused. What should we do? Commander, the civilians are controlled with weapons in hand. One of his eyes glinted red. The dark man snorted. These people, are they villagers? He assessed. Let us knock them out. Suddenly, someone jumped down, interrupting the black-haired commander. Step back. A magic circle quickly activated before the controlled crowd. The black-haired commander shouted in shock. Captain Junhai, captain of the Phoenix team. Junhai suggested using mana to melt each one of them down. The controlled people attacked with black spears. Above, Heian looked at Yeon with hesitation. They are civilians. We can attack them. She gritted her teeth in anger. Those bastards. Below, Junhai did not hesitate to leap towards the crowd with magic in hand. I will take care of the brainwashed villagers. Don't worry, just aim for those in flashy clothes and take them out. But those guys are crazy and coming this way, Jun's voice reminded. It is useless? We are in deep trouble. Right after that, they raised their hands, conjuring a fireball while mumbling unconsciously. For the master, for the system. Next to a power sphere emerged. Recognizing it, isn't it that the fireball sang you sold for almost nothing before? Hearing this, Junhai tilted her head, swearing to the heavens. Damn it. She kept reminding the others, everyone. Quickly find the brainwashing device. That guy's mind control needs an intermediary. They also took note. The wind. Black liquid swirled in the air, leaving everyone perplexed. That thing. Abaddon transformed his massive body, soaring high in the sky. You think I would just sit back and watch? He charged straight towards Heian and Ion. First, that pesky sniper girl. Suddenly, a plume of purple smoke shot straight at him from behind. Poison fog. He dodged. You have only killed a few, and you are already looking back. The newcomer remarked. Your assassination skills are still pretty weak. Number 10 held a long sword. Scoffing. You really think you can disrupt Sang Oo's girlfriend with moves like that? Number 12 jumped down as well, and there is Carrion standing on the wall behind. Heian stood still, clutching her arm. Tears kept streaming down. That guy added, let us show you what true killing looks like. On the other side, Maximus Creed charged in with reckless fury. Roaring, his clone raised a hand to block. He swung his fist down at the unguarded clone. Gotcha. You are done for. Suddenly, a clone number 8 stepped back, causing his punch to falter. It did not forget to freeze his arm. Maximus Creed looked stunned. Number 1 looked forward, reminding him. You realize it now. Right. Wishing for mana in his skill. He regained his composure and swung his fist again, sending clone number 8 flying. Get lost, damn bugs. Both Jambin Zirian and Maximus Creed gathered together. Sanji gripped the blade tightly. Don't you realize everything you did to fight number 8? Behind him, a huge rock also rose up. Those two stood in shock. They only succeeded because back then, he was all alone. Next, the rocks hurled quickly toward them. Those two were knocked down to the ground. Surrounding them were craters. Janbin Zirian furiously waved a leaf in his hand. We have been too arrogant. Immediately, their bodies began to heal rapidly. Janbin Zirian mumbled under his breath. Maximus Creed laughed with delight. While dealing with you, we have planned further ahead for the grand mission. So we had to conserve our strength. We apologize for our arrogance. Sanji stood atop the pile of rocks, looking down at them with his blade. Does that mean you guys still have not taken this seriously? What a tired excuse. Come on, I have been watching and taking notes too. Healing powers with a Joker card. He denies it, holding a Joker card in his hand. His eyes widen with determination. That means we are ready to risk our lives for yours. Abaddon screams. He truly has become the most dangerous barrier. The system is activated. Red Joker. Acceleration. All the power of the card doubles for a limited time. Penalty. Receive damage that can't be healed with this Joker card. Their bodies transform, brimming with powerful energy. The system explains. Heroic manifestation. Colossal power is compressed and flows through their bodies. Penalty. Power triples, but the damage taken also triples. A scream pierces the sky. Awa. Sanji's eyes go wide before he realizes it. Maximus Creed charges at him from behind. A punch that sends the ground flying. Sanji leaps to dodge. A golden statue in his shape punches down where he stood. What kind of power is this? Two clones quickly jump in to slash at Maximus Creed's body. He lets out a pained scream. The machine keeps firing, teeth gritted in struggle. Then he turns to punch one of Sanji's clones. A loud thud echoes. On the other side, the fallen sinner inside number 1 mumbles. When will you come to your senses? That first guy over there is starting to realize it. You shot at him too. Shut it. Meanwhile, Zan Benzirian finishes arranging the cards. Its energy is powerful. Looking right at you. This time, let us go all in. The card shards fly continuously. The clones try to dodge. Liber asks. Sang Yu, you good? Sang Yu tries to dodge the cards while glaring. Are you short-sighted or just plain blind? Liber reminds him, making him wide-eyed in surprise. Let me give you some useful info. On the other side, number 3 slashed at Maximus Cress's shoulder. He grabs his shoulder, making the clone gasp in shock. That guy throws a punch back. At least I am taking 5 of you down with me. The golden Buddha behind him punches straight at number 3 on command. On the other side, Zan Benzirian frantically slashes at 2 of Sanji's clones. Those stupid bastards. The wounds on the clones quickly heal. Zambinzirian grinds his teeth, grabbing a card in frustration. Damn. That healing ability is ridiculous. On the other side, Zambinzirian and Clone 3 were charging at each other. His body was frozen mid-air, but he quickly broke free and punched straight at Clone 3, leaving it stunned. No chance at all. He stared at Clone 3, his breath coming in frantic gasps. Ina just kept laughing. Haha, you do not understand the will of my master. Or the will of the system. Meanwhile, Maximus Grige gripped the ace of spades with determination. I will squeeze out this last bit of mana. He tossed the card high into the air. Both clones looked up in awe. Zanbinzirian's eyes bulged as he screamed in madness. This will be your grave. Zhang next to Maximus Grige, glared fiercely. I will bury you all. Both charged at the clones in their awakened forms. Clone 1 muttered. The great sin of the 7 stars. You sure you will be all right? If you are not confident, let me handle it. But he shook his head. No time. Suddenly, something held Zanbinzirian and Maximus Grige in place. Sanji opened a small magic circle. Exclaiming, I actually did it. He grinned widely. The sword on his shoulder was pumped. Learning a skill without needing a skill book. It feels so strange. Liber explained. That was a lightning-type magic circle. It does not last as long as ice. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, but it can still temporarily paralyze even stronger foes. Over here, Zanbinzirian was frantically boosting his power with the Arthbic. It can only exist in a zealot state. The energy waves rolled out, he explained further. Thanks to that brief moment, I have completed the analysis. Clone 1 furrowed his brow, gathering a black orb. Energy radiated around his body. This is the power of the void. Another soul had to chime in for recognition. And is the power of the 7 deadly sins. Immediately, the energy shot through the attack Zanbinzirian unleashed. He looked up, stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief as he muttered. My skill. It was dispelled. From behind, Maximus Creed, with his golden-tinged body awakened, punched straight down at Clone 1. I am still here. His body swelled up, gathering the force of the blow. He stared at him with calm eyes. He grasped his wrist. He was left stunned. The great sin of the 7 stars reminded him. That last attack. I have gotten used to it. He grins with a mischievous smile. What the heck is this? What do you all think? Next, Sanji swooped, slicing through them in one swift motion. Everyone is stunned, unable to fight back. Blood oozes from their bodies. He glides behind them, a confident smile on his face. That is right. This is what you call failure. That night, in Hexel, voices echo. Is it really here? Wait a second. It should be here. Horaiwang crosses his arms in frustration. Hurry up. They said there are still plenty of brainwashing machines left in Horaiwang's car. Sinjin Yang sits beside him, grimacing. Ahead of them is the crime scene barrier. Don't rush me. This is not some all-encompassing skill. He cautiously cuts through the tape. I can easily find my dad since he is nearby. Just like those machines. In front of them is some device that looks like a cone. I need a component just like it. Horaiwang leans down to assess the situation. Is this it? The device they used to brainwash the trainees? He grabs the wires to inspect them. Thank God it is still here. Right after that, Junnyang sweeps a wide area outside. System confirmed. Scanning. Level 100. Scanning a wide area to locate the designated target. The brainwashed individuals are suddenly freed. Junhai gasped, staring at the crowd of unkillable people. Damn it. Those poor brainwashed folks. They just keep showing up. She bites her lip in anger. Guess cutting off each of their ankles would not be so bad. Right. Maiho agrees beside her. That might be a good idea. He looks at the map in his hand, panting with excitement. I have found the location of the brainwashing machine. I will send everyone the coordinates. Seeing this, Junhai gets it too. Looks like the young master can handle it. Maiho behind him quickly stifles a smile and jumps, knowing the spot makes it easy. Even Abaddon stubbornly glares at them while shouting, Foolish. I warned you. He yells. You think I am just standing here? Suddenly, number 10 rushes in, kicking him straight in the chest, and does nothing. Then Maiho follows the map's directions. Her eyes widen. Found it. Underneath the crowd in cloaks surrounding the device, she thinks to herself, so many people. They see her and grab their weapons for defense. Protect the device. We will defend this place with our lives. She raises her hand, conjuring a massive fireball and hurling it down. All right, go ahead and sacrifice yourselves. Your lives are forfeit. The black-clad guy in the cloak looks utterly shocked. A green flame descends directly upon them. A cataclysmic blaze erupts. Maiho announced after the machine was engulfed in flames. We have taken out the brainwashing machine used on the villagers. Now we just need to deal with a few more key players. That angry, curly-haired guy is fuming. How dare you destroy the conversion machine? You outsiders. The guy with the trident is furious too. A spark of electricity flashes behind them. The octopus guy grins menacingly. You are about to see what seriousness looks like. Sanji steps out of the void, holding the heads of Zanbinzirian and Maximus Gris. He smiles at him. How about that, Nina? Those two are like fish out of water. Sanji reminds him. Why do not you keep going? He looks at the crowd. Everyone. You are doing great. Everyone's worked hard. Up above, Heian is also watching intently. Yuan is peeking through the binoculars. Did he finally arrive? The clones quickly emerge from the void. You assess the situation. Let us wrap this up here. Right after, Number 3 and Number 4 charge to attack the guys in the white suits. Guanti smirks, swinging his sword proudly. He is taking them down effortlessly. Yuan stands with his shield, looking at you. Since the last time we met, his power has advanced tremendously. The sound of agonizing cries fills the air. The face of the black-haired guy goes pale. He is left speechless. Forgive me, Master. Please forgive me for leaving before I could help you achieve greatness. Number 1 quickly lunges to attack him. Debris flies everywhere. The battle comes to an end. At that very moment, at the headquarters of the Enlightened Corporation, a massive figure strides through the building. I can tell if this is unexpected or exactly what I thought would happen. It is the vials. He thinks of the orange potion in secret, the miracle drug. Who would have guessed that the so-called miracle potion Wushan was hidden deep underground by the Enlightened Corporation? Of course. He mutters to himself, getting here has certainly been a tough journey. Suddenly, the communication device in his hand beeps, startling him. Beep, beep. He cautiously looks around. He silently closes his eyes and breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, no one heard. Suddenly, a jumper appears beside him. Smiling. It has been a while, has not it? He asks him. What wind blew you to the Enlightened Corporation? He falls silent. Mumbling. Well, actually, these id bracelets. Yeah, Number 1 reports. I have taken Number 6 to the Odin Tower. We can let those big shots starve. Right. In the quiet room, he raises the question. How many are injured? He asks honestly. Number 3 is seriously injured. And Number 5 has been eliminated. You glance over for assessment. Number 3 will recover in a day. Right. Number 1 corrects him. Actually, it will be about 6 hours. He then looks at Jiang Benzirian and Maximus Gris, who are shackled against the wall. Complaining. Not bad. Either way, we have taken down 2 ranks. He smiles as he approaches them. Even with the continuous mana absorption system and a special alloy used for shackling, with such high base stats, keeping them contained is still quite difficult. Jiang Benzirian bows his head stubbornly. Just kill me. But he just steps to the side, laughing. Those who brag usually bite the dust early. He hears that and laughs back. Huh, are you scared? He keeps murmuring, causing your body to tense up. I have done my homework on you. That pathetic soft approach. You even let those assassins who wanted to take you out slide. Someone like you can only go after those who've been turned into monsters. Right. Jiang Benzirian looked up at him, grinning smugly. You are trying to play tough, but forget about the clones. You can even bring yourself to end one life with your own hands. You do not even have a single target. Your will is utterly weak, just a coward who got lucky with a skill. That is who you are, Rongsen. The moment he finished speaking, he spun around and swung his blade. He stared in shock at his severed arm. Next to Maximus looked on in disbelief, and he cried out in pain. The man with dark skin, carrying a sword on his shoulder, spoke to him. First of all, you are right, he sighed, gritting his teeth in acceptance. If I could, I would not want to hurt my own kind. I am not some crazy jerk. Why would I do that? He stood before Maximus Gris, making him tense up. Learning. Then Sangyu scratched his neck, a hint of sadness on his face as he explained. That is right. My will is not exactly strong either. You can see that. I really hate doing stuff like this. I just want to use my clones to live a comfortable life. But because of people like you, I can't even have a moment of peace. He then grabbed his face tightly in shock. The guy stared wide-eyed at him. But you have got one thing wrong. Sang Yu's eyes were filled with a fierce energy with every word. I am keeping you alive not for that reason. You really think I will let you off after you mess with those around me? Right after that, he called out. Number 1. He stepped forward. Yep. He commanded. Left eye. Immediately, he reached for Maximus Christ's left eye. The guy was in a panic. What the hell? What are you planning to do? The sound echoed through the room. He lunged forward to scoop out his eye. Raven, sitting in a white space, was also a bit shocked. Could it be that Sangyu finally has to face the wrath of the 7 deadly sins? Not like that. Outside, Sangyu opened a box. He saw this as a perfectly calculated move. He also explained why he was keeping them alive. Shortly after, he raised the vial and drank it all. It is because I need a guide to that master who is still hiding. Earlier, in Weon's research room, she looked at him with suspicion. The vial you asked for. I think I can manage that. Where did you come up with that idea? He looked around the research room, explaining, while planning this, I thought of it. This trick of recreating Odin's Tower is bound to fall apart sooner or later. She was seated, puzzled by the calculations. It is going to be exposed. Sanji added, those guys are not just random folks. They have seen everything during the money-making process. Maybe they have items that can analyze the skills used on their bodies. He concluded at last. So if those skills are real, then even stronger upgrades are not out of the question. Exactly. Yoon finally gets it. So that is why you want me to make that drug. Hearing this, he turned calmly to look at her. That is right. A drug to track high-level skills. If those brainwashed idiots dare to wash it out again, we will use it to hunt down the mastermind and pinpoint the owner's location. Right after that, she got to work on the concoction. The higher the skill level, the more effective it is. We can trace the ordinary folks who were only lightly brainwashed. Sanju suggested with a slightly awkward smile. We should test it on the academy professors first. Let me know when the drug is ready, Yoon mumbled. And if it weakens their spirits. Even better, brainwashing skills usually leave clearer traces. Suddenly, she remembered something. Manai, you said to prioritize effectiveness. Right. This drug has side effects related to mana. Don't let those clones use it. Okay. Your clone is made from Manhwa, he confirmed. Yeah. Got it. His body then transferred energy. He smiled. Fully satisfied, his hand reached out toward Jiang Bin Zirian, making him panic. Let us see what this does. Sweat trickled down his forehead. His eyes were fixed on his hand, lost in thought. This is getting dangerous. Don't tell me they are trying to track us down. He opened his mouth, ready to bite down on the pill hidden in his teeth. If that happens, then but Sanjiu, quicker on the draw, punched him right in the mouth. What do you think you are doing? The guy flinched. Yeah. He looked skeptical. Poisoning me. Didn't I say I would not kill anyone? His jaw swung, water spilling out. Learn. His hand gripped the guy's head. He screamed in pain, tears streaming down helplessly. Because you still have to tell me the location of the master. The scream rang out piercingly. His energy surged into Jiang Bin Zirian's body. Stop it. Now. A stream of memories led to some path. At a building on that street, the location became clearer. In front of him stood the master with two guys in robes in a room. His expression was full of fear. Finally, Sima, he smiled eagerly. The little rat, another guy, Jumper, reminded him. To get into the headquarters, you need a guest pass. But it seems you did not come in through the main gate. Did you? That is a big issue. Sir Swordsman. He slipped his hands into his pockets and approached the door, leaving the vines puzzled. Moments later, he raised the card and inserted it into the lock. It is because of this. Right. Inside the room on the pedestal stood a bottle of orange potion. He turned around and smiled. A type of magical potion. A miracle. I'm quite surprised too. Jumper remarked. You do not seem like the kind of person who would need this. His face was filled with caution as he explained. I have a promise to keep with someone important. He added with all seriousness. I admit I have snuck in. And that is quite shameful, but given the current situation, I will be straightforward. Can you sell it to me? He looked at him with a smirk. Someone already paid a price equal to the budget of a small nation for it. Do you really think your offer means anything? Jumper understood and felt a bit awkward. I realized that request was pretty unreasonable. He opened the protective case and threw the vial at him. I will give it to you. For free. He reached out to catch it. Startled, he affirmed. Just take it? Raven held it in his hand. Bewildered, Jumper's expression turned fierce as he looked at him and asked suspiciously. He wanted to know why. You do not want it. But he also sounded doubtful. Isn't it a bit strange? You just called it a miracle drug. He had a confused and awkward look. And now you? He sighed and explained. Miracle. Yeah, right. I just do not need it. He then revealed the mark on his chest. Smiling sadly. The curse I bear cannot be erased by mere miracle potions. Hearing that, he looked on in doubt. A curse. He put on a ceremonial attire and turned away. Promoting miracle potions at the academy is just a ruse to lure people in, he explained further, leaving him stunned. Because the master just needs to relax all the time, so I had to go along with it. That miracle potion was actually a reward from the system for me, Jumper calmly added. Either way, the Academy's students will be eliminated on Harvest Day anyway, so after that, everyone was astonished and lost their cool. Hold on a second. What are you talking about? Get to the point, Master. Didn't he just attack the legacy? Now you are saying the system gave you that? As if the system were a sentient being or something. His teacher would not understand. And he frowned as he turned to explain. This miracle potion was made by the system. He spoke in a way that left him wide-eyed and stunned. Have you ever heard of such a potion being in the hands of a loser? If something like this really existed, then Alyssa would not have died. And Lieber would not have gone crazy over the system's development. Right. His hands were trembling. How much do you know? The figure behind the black veil questioned. Who exactly are you? What kind of monster are you? On the other side, he presented a magical scroll. Number 1. This is the last teleportation scroll. Next, Sanju turned and issued an order. Leave the injured number 3 behind. The others immediately set off. I won't be able to use my skills for the next 3 hours. I will assess the situation and use number 3 subspace. He held the confirmation paper. Got it. His face was filled with panic and heavy breaths. Maximus Grinch was consumed by confusion. What should we do with the master? He screamed in panic. Just wait a moment. I will explain everything. Zan Benzirian tried to hold him back. Hold on. His face was drenched in sweat. The master can't die here. Seeing he could not calm down, Zan Benzirian yelled even louder. If you let your reckless emotions take control now. Immediately after, he swung a blade toward them. Brother Yun Jiang ordered number 1 in anger. Kill them all. He confirmed. Understood. Over here. The master, filled with fear, intertwined his fingers. His body was sweating profusely and trembling. He is coming. Zhang Sang-woo is getting ready to arrive. Outside the castle, a dark figure appeared. The girl with the blonde red hair rushed in. Worried. To report, the master detected an intruder at the entrance. Seeing this, he shouted in fear. How did he arrive so quickly? Didn't we have a fake awakener to mess with the teleport coordinates? Hearing this, she trembled as she reported. That apostle killed him last time while he was serving you, sir. The master and Yin Jiang widened their eyes. Breathing heavily in panic, the guys in the cloaks charged forward. Fighting fiercely, yelling out loud, for the master. For the system, get out of here. You outsiders, over here. Clone number 1 landed and looked at them. We have a master too, and our master. Beside him was clone number 2. Looking around, then the clones jumped into the battle under clone number 1's command. The purge order was given, over here. The master slapped the girl with the blonde red hair and shouted angrily. Useless pests, useless pests. Outside, the clones were mercilessly slaughtering the group. The master screamed in desperation. How could you pests be completely worthless? He stood there, gasping for breath. 2 of his close subordinates lay collapsed on the ground. Bring my reserve troops here, and proceed with the final phase, and gave the command. Right now. Clone number 1 drew his sword and shot a glance at Han. Over here. He accessed the space of number 3, who was bedridden. The other side reported in. Everything was going smoothly. It seems like most of their main forces have been wiped out in Korea. He looked at the boy. Realizing. Got it. However, let us delay the infiltration for now to ensure safety. Not being able to use skills is quite inconvenient, but I still want to see what that master looks like. Suddenly, at the door, Jun Wayang rushed. Looking worried and flustered, handing over to you. You are here. Right. He calmly turned to look at him. What is going on? Feeling sick. I really need to thank you this time. Thanks to your scanning ability, we found that mind control device. He also moved toward him, shouting. The reason I came here is precisely for that. His face was filled with worry as he recalled the vague signal in the city. The tide was gradually receding. Back then, I found one on the ground, but I still vaguely sensed a signal from another place. Much larger. He added that there were dozens of structures deep underground sending out signals. Sanji's eyes widened in shock. What? Over there. Underground. People were connecting devices to a throne. System frameworks appeared, and they were doubtful. Master, are we really doing this? The white-haired girl grabbed his hand, hesitatingly advising. I am afraid this will go against the system's will. At the very least, we should wait for some important information before the master loses patience and cuts us off. Damn it. It's just, she shivered in fear. Yeah. The system frames were showing up more and more. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the hypnotic machines floated up from the ground. The people on the street looked at it in confusion. Look over there. They noticed the dozens of pillars rising high like buildings. What is that? Those in the mining area also saw 3 pillars emerging. A tower just sprouted. Quick, go call the others. On the beach, 3 tall hypnotic stakes appeared. And the people there were also confused as something suddenly floated up from the water. Right now, the master was like a madman. Releasing energy. The hypnotic pillars started responding to his energy. While no one knew anything about us, others looked at their system windows in confusion. My system window too. What the heck is going on? They stared at it as their faces gradually darkened. Suddenly, right after, their bodies quickly emitted strange resonating energy. Outside Earth, a hypnotic satellite was also activated. The master sank into doubt. Just how far can someone like me go? Somewhere, a device was pushed into its slot. The psychic system looks relieved. But honestly, everything's pretty straightforward. If everyone just did their job, we would not be in this mess. So why are not they? Her eyes widened, a proud smile on her face. Those fools. Meanwhile, Ijomwe jumps in shock as he glances at the system panel. He shakes his head like an idiot, yelling as his mental defenses kick in. This place, maybe the whole country, is under attack with brainwashing skills. He is frozen, staring at the system panel, and I can see a thing with my eyes wide open. Suddenly, a flash catches their attention, and they both look over in suspicion, not just in the country, but worldwide. He shouts, "Jumper," as he steps in through the door. His face is serious as he announces, "Don't worry about the brainwashing. It won't work on us. High-level beings take a lot of time to be affected. That damn master really messed everything up." He glances warily at Jumper, wondering why he is here, thinking to himself, "Damn it. It is the exact moment I can't use my skills anymore." He walks up to him, calm as ever, saying, "I told you. That reckless guy just caused a catastrophe. Let us go catch him." Hearing this, Sanji stands there dumbfounded. Like, what the heck? The master's voice comes through the intercom. "Stop right now." And all the clones freeze. The robed figures laugh with glee. His voice echoes on. "My power has covered the entire globe. All of humanity is in my palm." Deluding themselves into thinking I have always cared for them. "Master, please do not tell me this is the final stage." Over here. He is sweating with a grin. "From now on, for every time you pests kill one of my apostles, I will randomly slaughter 10,000 people across this planet. If you dare to kill me, then everyone under my control will die too. I won't die alone." He is completely panicking, laughing maniacally, sweat pouring down as he mumbles, "Sorry, but right now, I can't leave, so do not even think about touching me." Suddenly, a space flickers, freezing him in place. "You are someone very different." He lands with Jumper behind him, looking at him with disdain. "Out of everyone I have met, you make me the most nauseous." He looks up in shock and shouts, "Jumper! Jumper! You bastard!" The master stands up from his chair, scolding, "You dare betray us?" Jumper smirks at him. "Betray? Give me a break. I said there would not be a third time." Then he sneers, making Sanchu choke. "Now that I think about it, your damn trident-shaped mustache has always annoyed me." Then he questions, "I guess we are done here." The master grits his teeth in anger, cursing, "You bastard." Now he speaks up, dragging a sword along the ground as he approaches, his body radiating a fierce aura. "Wrap this up quickly. I want to savor the look of despair on your face. But time's not on my side." He stared at the old man, realizing it was a huge mistake. Even Jian and Maxima, top-tier guys, had lost contact. I never imagined he would treat the lives of the brainwashed like weeds. Two minions rushed in to protect him. "Master, fall back." He seriously slashed through them like a pro. I totally misjudged him from the start. Who would have thought he would send his clones to kill without a second thought? Seeing this, the master screamed in terror, tears streaming down his face. "At this rate, that bastard's going to kill me." He kept shouting madly, "Can you hear me? You crazy lunatic. I said I would wipe out all of humanity on this planet. You really think I am talking to you?" Then he sat down, watching as the system interfaces kept popping up above him. "Look for yourself. Witness the slaughter of humanity on a global scale." Outside, the people under control began to move unconsciously, attacking each other with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, the master was grinning like a maniac, orchestrating the chaos, a massacre carried out by hundreds of millions of mindless puppets. He did not notice, but Sanji was sneaking up from behind, ready to strike with his knife in a split second. Almost simultaneously, that very moment for me, the entire space froze. Jumper was laughing, but it was all an illusion created by his powers. Outside the city, sparks of light flickered around the brainwashing master, every last one of them. The brainwashing master and the mine also faced a similar fate. The signal stations had been completely destroyed. They began to shatter into pieces, falling apart, a cloud of dust and debris. The materials for the signal master were eroded. Over here, a flash of light burst on the screens, and he almost shouted, "I told you." His eyes were filled with rage. On the screen, the severed signal feeds were being broadcasted, and there would not be a third time. He stood on the table, causing the master in the chair to panic. "Whoa. You are standing there like a deer in headlights. That awakening skill really is something." He quickly turned and ran, tears streaming from his fearful eyes. Sanji looked back at him in confusion. "Aren't you going to chase him?" Jumper remained calm, hands in his pockets, deciding, "I think we should let someone else take the lead. After all, we are not in a hurry." Meanwhile, the master was dashing down the hallway, gasping for breath. "Wow. Why does everyone betray me?" He recalled the past. "I heard you messed everything up at home. Your wife. Heartbroken by what you have become. Pushed through all the objections to help you find work. The guy in the suit adjusted his jacket, looking at him. He could not accept the truth. The other one pressed. No way. Right. The master's eyes were filled with panic. Everyone saw him as a discarded puppet. Then, in an alley, curses rang out continuously. They paid me a pitiful wage, only for selling a few broken watches. The master kicked a trash can on the side of the road, making it explode. They are all the same. He stormed off in anger, cursing under his breath. Once again left empty-handed, no home or shelter, wondering where to hide this winter. Suddenly, a dark pit appeared beneath him, something he knew all too well since he was a kid. Without a second thought, he fell straight into the hole. Groaning, "Great, just my luck," confused by the unexpected turn of events. When he finally looked up, he was met with a swarm of monsters glaring at him, hatred radiating from their very cores. His face turned pale with panic, sweat pouring down like rain. This can't be real. Right. Monsters. One monster lunged forward, roaring, while he cried out, "Please. Spare me." The system chimed in repeatedly. User. Earth Dweller. Identity unverified. Verification complete. Access granted to the system. Registration complete. The monster froze in its tracks, and he stared back at it, wide-eyed and motionless, as if the Lord had descended from above, coming to this world just for him. A system interface appeared before him. Level 1 Master. Creature control activated. The control time depends on the target's mental stats. And he was still reeling from the bizarre panic. He glanced at the monsters, who were now obediently backing away from him. Somewhat bewildered. Creature control. You guys will actually follow my orders. He envisioned the scene of monsters hunting humans, cities in ruins, and felt a thrill. A world engulfed in flames. What a catastrophic sight. With a mad grin, he realized how utterly beautiful that chaos was to him. Harnessing his own power, he quickly set up a sanctuary in this new world. Right now, the master dashed into a basement and slammed the door shut. The system notified him, activating highest security level. Entire area sealed off. All creatures, from monsters to hunters, must obey your command. Moments later, the door was swiftly cut through, and Sanju grinned as he brandished his sword, stepping into the house. Ready or not, here I come. Meanwhile, the master shot a panicked glance behind him, breathless and urging, "Hurry, hurry. Move it." Inside the storage room lay a dormant clone. He screamed, "Hurry up, bring my backup weapons." He frantically waved his hands, summoning a mind control sigil, his last safety net. The system explained. Dominate. Synchronize superiorly. Maximize the master and override a target's personality, memories, and abilities. Warning, can only be used once in a lifetime. The overwritten target will never be able to use this skill again. All-powerful system. He recalled the one who had chased him, pleading, "Please, just spare my wife. I know I messed up by going after you, but I did not treat you badly before. Did I?" His wife also bent down, begging. The master sat atop a proud serpent, legs crossed, looking at them, and proposed, "I will let the victor live. So now you two just go at it. Because the rules of this world have changed." He wore a mischievous grin, lost in thought. And I kind of like those new rules. After blood splattered on his face, he changed his mind, thinking, forget about the wife. I just came up with a much better idea. Suddenly, someone approached from behind, causing him to turn and look. This method was taking too long. It needed adjustments. That is why I was so happy when that person showed up. Liber appeared, covered in electric threads along with system fragments, suggesting that your abilities would be a huge help to my plan. Will you assist me? The master's eyes widened with hesitation. The moment we met, I instantly realized he was the all-powerful Lord who created those rules. He bowed his head to him, while the Lord effortlessly controlled the electric threads behind his back. "Master, your slave is here. Command me. I will do anything." Boy, we believe that you are witnessing this moment. Right after that, the seal emitted energy towards the lifeless body in the containment chamber. Sensing up, "Now, you will come to punish that filthy insect." And Sanjiu, holding the dagger, looked at him in confusion. "Man, this guy talks too much. Trash." System confirms. Sensing. The frames of text kept appearing. Sensing. 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 Is not that right? In the end, you are our lord. But suddenly the system interface locked up, causing him to panic. Above, The crossed chains indicated that access to the system had been disabled. Tears streamed down from his eyes. The master gasped in panic, cold sweat pouring out like a shower. You looked shocked and wide-eyed. Facing you was the system staring right back at you. Sanji's face was filled with unspoken tension. Sweat kept dripping down. Alyssa. Wait. This can be happening. You got it too. That is the system. Meanwhile, she widened her eyes. Suspiciously questioning. Who are you? Sanji was still trying to force a smile while screaming inside. Hey Liber. It is best if you do not say anything. Inside, Liber was losing patience. Heat radiating as he stomped around angrily. How dare he? That jerk, he grimaced, grinding his teeth in anger. Shouting. How dare he use SSS form? You noted that he was not holding back at all, for some reason. Outside, he quickly scratched his head, feeling awkward with a foolish grin as he turned away. I am just an ordinary hunter. That so-called master caused trouble, so I came to remind him. The system looked at her, arms crossed. Then she looked down at the master's body on the ground, noting that it seemed like you reminded him a bit too enthusiastically. With an unreadable expression, she began to smile. Well, I will take my leave now. Haha. I get it now. Then she got all excited, causing Sanju to halt in his tracks. You are the Sangu line. Right. Haha. My bad. You are collecting the 7 deadly sins. Ah. That is a bit of an eyesore for me. Next. She did not hesitate to swing her arm, a smile still plastered on her face. Sorry, but I can let you collect those. Sang Yu, your earthly life ends here. And he widened his eyes in shock. Seeing this, Liber was also taken aback, her hand brushing against his arm. He shouted to stop her. Sang Yu, if you interact with him, an electric shock will sweep through both of you. The system eagerly clings to the sword. He calls out, oh my, Liber, while you are desperately trying to hold it back in fear. Her face was filled with excitement, gripping the sword, constantly repeating, really, 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 it is truly embarrassing for you, Liber. And Liber is still in shock. They said not to approach, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. So should I just die without a fight? Damn it. He cursed. She was full of excitement, their energies resonating. The system murmured. Finally. 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 She and Sangu reached the vast time space, where Liber sat in silence on a chair. She murmured, finally found the day. He also bent down, alert, which startled him too. Liber, what do we do now? He has already breached this place. His face darkened, his body beginning to emit energy. It is behind the system. Magic activation began. Sir Liber, I will help you get out of here right away. But Liber just stood up, angrily reminding her. This space was created directly by me, using Sangyu's mana as a conduit. Then a binding rope appeared, leaving her dumbfounded. He looked at her, creating countless barriers around, his face full of anger, daring to step foot in here. Right after that, attacks came rushing at her, leaving her stunned. Dark energy wrapped around her. The system lifted its head and spat out fresh blood. Cough. Choke. Then he quickly lunged to attack the system's neck, pushing her down to the ground. His face was filled with anger as he questioned. You have made too many mistakes. He stood to the side, mouth agape in shock. Damn. That is crazy strong. Below, the system lay on the ground, twitching from being choked. Also panicking. Sir Liber. Well, why would you do this? She justified. The system you created. But Liber grew even angrier, gritting his teeth tightly. Do not talk to me in that form anymore. He angrily clenched his fists. I will destroy you, to avenge those who have fallen. The system tried to say something. You know it is true. Right. Suddenly a light burst forth, and the resonance began to fade. She reminded him. Removing a tiny representative is still not enough. Her body separating from Sanji. Yin clenched his teeth, watching cautiously. He's back. Damn it. My mana punishment is not over yet. I need to buy more time. The system's face was filled with anger as it looked at him, leaving him a bit confused. The one who leaked strange information to Sir Liber. Why does Sir Liber hate me? He looked on, wide-eyed in bewilderment. What the hell? He pointed to his head and said, Yep. This is confusing. What is going on? Is the system glitching so badly that you are losing it? He shouted at her, and her face went pale in shock. This person was the one who killed everyone. All those people at the hands of Bun. And now Earth was the next target. Who in their right mind looks at a psycho hell-bent on wiping out humanity with sympathy? The system was stunned, wide-eyed and speechless. She crossed her arms, staring at him in disbelief. Wait, annihilating all of humanity. Why would we do that? Then she mumbled in confusion. What are you babbling about? Zero. Are you serious? Inside. Lieber stared in shock. What? Outside. He pointed at her, his voice sharp. Why are we talking about why? Of course. It is because of that Lieber's last words before he died. She remembered Lieber's words as he lay in a pool of blood. This world should not exist. Seeing this, the system looked at him in horror. Realizing that he wanted to destroy the entire world just because of Alyssa's death and a few desperate whispers. Why would you think that way? She threw her hands up, shrugging in frustration. I honestly do not get it. If something's unnecessary, just get rid of it. Why the violence? Sanji stood frozen. What the hell? Jiao Sangyu was confused, his face a mix of bewilderment as he sank into thought. Was Lieber just talking nonsense? No way. All of that could not have been an act. More importantly, he had no reason to lie. He thought, is the system just as messed up? In his mind, Lieber was just as perplexed, sitting in a chair, sweat pouring down his face in disbelief. What the hell was that massacre about? And why did it cause a catastrophe on Earth? This is a scam. It must have evolved enough to fool humanity. Even the system looked confused, tilting its head in bewilderment. The reason Lieber hated me was all just a misunderstanding. Did he actually believe that? He saw all of his memories through Bun. She could only sigh. We do not have time for this. Then she conjured a black energy orb, her expression serious as she urged them. We need to get this done. Let us take a break afterward. Sang Yu. I will head back to Ben with Lieber and explain everything. Suddenly, Sangju's curse flared up, and he looked down at his hands. He then drove his blade into the ground, energy swirling up as he glared at the system. Rest? You mean rest in heaven? I like being straightforward. The space opened up, and the clones were summoned. He commanded them. The punishment is over. It is time to crush those here and stop the harvest day. Seeing that, she looks at him, her surprise evident. That skill. Lieber is panicking inside. Thinking, no way. I only have 2 fragments of the 7 deadly sins. It is too early. Suddenly, a space flickers between the two of them, and Jumper appears, smiling at them. Okay. That is enough for everyone. He looks at him. Puzzled. Jumper. The system is also turning to that direction. Lucas. She glares at him. Questioning. What is going on here? Everything is so different from what I heard. You told me Lieber wanted to come back to me. Jumper stays calm. That, he casually says, just a little lie, making the system freeze in shock. Why would you do that? Jumper's face is a fake smile. Well, because it makes everything more fun. Then he glances at the corpse on the ground, adding, I mean, watching you two fight is really entertaining, but that is enough for today. You did kill the master. Right. He assesses. That guy is about to be free, and she needs that energy orb in her hand to stay silent. He watches Jumper approach him cautiously. Isn't T-Jumper here to help me? Maybe if we team up, he reminds him, causing him to startle. We are not strong enough to win yet. Over here, her expression darkens, her eyes wide as she mutters. The cloning technique. Right, even until now. I have only been using basic macros on Earth. If such a power exists, I might be able to pull it off. Her hand clenches, erasing the energy away. She closes her eyes in acceptance. All right, Lucas. You are different from the master. Fighting like this is a bit risky. Then she opens a teleportation gate in front of the other two. And one last thing for Mir, Libu and Sangwu. She smiles at the system, her body stepping into the teleportation gate. My top priority is to ensure that Elisa and Mir, Libu live a good and happy life, she affirms, making him pause. And that has never changed. You know that. She began to fade behind the teleportation gate, a smile still gracing her lip. Well, see you all next time. Hopefully, we will all be smiling. Over here, Sangwu also lowered his blade, and Jumper looked on, the atmosphere turning eerily silent. He wore a gentle smile, as if everything had ended on a good note. Then he turned to him, still smiling as if nothing had happened. Doing great. Even though the master was dead, so today, let us throw a party at the villa. Sangwu said, his tone serious and alert as he glanced at Jumper. I still can't let this go. You know what the system's plan is? Right. He looked at him, questioning. Are you saying that Harvest Day does not mean wiping out humanity? He just chuckled, his expression unreadable. Who knows? I am not the type to spill all the secrets. Meanwhile, on the other side, the maid was being repaired, looking around and realizing, wait, is this what it has come to after just a short absence? Jumper was busy piecing together the broken parts. Mumbling incomprehensibly, Lord Lucas has betrayed me. I even promised to lift that curse from the relic, but she smiled. And yet, tears unexpectedly streamed down her face along with her happy smile. Hee hee. Finally, I get to meet Lord Libert. Then she decided, well, I should just talk about it now. In another sky the next day. Everyone. The system is running over the grass to some exciting place. Everyone. Over here. The crowd looked over in confusion. Who is that again? Karen smiled in that direction. Why is she running like that? People in the kingdom also turned to look at her. Fida smiled softly. Careful now. You are going to fall. He still had a stern expression. Do you want to know the true purpose of the system? He was taken aback. Jumper added. All right then, there is nothing I can tell you. I usually hate revealing things up front. But hey, that is just my personal preference. He shouted. So right now. But he only gave a cryptic smile. However, he smiled at Sanji, reminding him. You know, you do not even know which phase we are in. Sanji looked cautious yet hesitant. About that, he turned to him, questioning. I am the one who advised the master to eliminate you, instead of dragging it out. I am also the one who registered most of humanity into the system. So why would you dare to trust anything I say after all that? Sanji widened his eyes in disbelief. So what the hell do you want from me? He was furious at the absurdity. Are you trying to make me your pet or something? He just turned to him, chuckling. Nice expression there. I do not see that very often. His face looked completely fake. So should I reveal which phase I am in? Then he recalled the mind-erasing seal. In this life, the first life, amidst countless regressions, where I gave up on humanity. He remembered the moment he had to kneel before the system. The life where I begged the system to lift my regression curse. Back in reality, he smiled at him. Until recently, I really thought about collaborating with the system to wipe out all of humanity in one fell swoop. Besides Liber reminding him, Zhang Sang, just to be safe. Let us be real, even I have no clue what Jumper is really thinking. Sanji cautiously smiled at him, clearly agreeing, but Jumper just shrugged, leaving him hanging. What is up with that? He is being all nonchalant. And you are just calmly putting your sword away in thin air. I thought you would be swinging that thing in my head right about now. I am not stupid enough to ignore the current situation. You would not be so open if you were really set on this. Would you? Jumper smiled at him expectantly. Haha, you are right. I should have initially sided with the system. Right after that, he walked away casually. But I was confused. Sang Woo. About where we should head next. Suddenly, Jumper stopped. Curious. Do you know about the prophet? Sang Ji Woo frowned. A seer with prophetic abilities. He confirmed. Yeah, that is the prophet. Then he announced, I met them recently. You looked at him wide-eyed, completely puzzled. Recently, there was news that the prophet had died. Don't tell me. He then glared at the corpse of the master, filled with rage. That damn bastard never spoke clearly. Is it like that with every prophet? They tell me to give up, but they never mention what path I should not abandon. Standing with the system. Like my decision this time. Is that what they call not giving up? Suddenly, he yelled out in frustration. Or is it standing with humanity? That is what I have been fighting for all this time. Now that is what really means not giving up. Well, they just want to say it outright. Jumper kept cursing in frustration. So I tried to stir up a rift between Sang Yu and that jerk Liber, even considering taking them both out. Liber looked dumbfounded. The one who tried to split us apart. And the guy next to him looked just as lost, sweating bullets. Are you seriously thinking of killing me? Sanji clenched his fists, beads of sweat on his forehead. He turned to look at you. Jumper. Back in the tome when the Titan skeleton broke free. You rushed to save the people. And you pieced together the events before. When Sin Hai Sawang caused the terrorist attack in Korea, you sent Breast to minimize the damage. And when the master tried to make everyone wipe each other out through brainwashing, you were there to stop it. Sanji punched himself in the chest. Determined. At least I know your true feelings. Even if you have sided with the system. Deep down, you still believe in what is right. Seeing that, a Jumper turned to him. Completely unfazed. Manipulating those feelings won't work on me, so cut it out. Then he turned away. I stopped that for the system's safety. Too many people dying before harvest would mess everything up. You stood there in sympathetic silence, tears streaming down like a typical K-drama. But Jumper passionately declared, from my perspective, that does not mean anything. Even if tens of millions of lives are lost, it does not matter. Seeing this, Liber is left speechless. Lucas, what the hell happened to you? He calmly interrogates. So tell me, what is the purpose of the system that does not want too many people to die beforehand? After all, they are all going to die on Harvest Day anyway. Jumper also steps back to set a condition. Before we talk about that, there is something I want to know, he questioned. What exactly are you doing all this for? Sanji's eyes widen in shock. With a straight face, he mutters. What do you mean? Of course. It is because everyone will die on Harvest Day. Right. Jumper's eyes widen in denial. That is not the goal. That is just the reason. His expression remains blank as he smiles. I want to know what your ultimate goal is after all this struggle. For me, it is eternal death. If your answer intrigues me, I will convince myself to side with humanity one last time. He furrows his brow. Looking utterly confused, he can only helplessly sigh. I will be honest. He confirms. Only then will the answer have meaning. The two stand facing each other seriously. Dust swirling around them. He speaks seriously. So now I will say it. My goal is out there. The gang of cultists lying on the ground in despair. So this is the end for the cultists. Liber's voice echoes in his head. It does not feel right to call them cultists. They resemble brainwashed victims more. Maybe if it had just happened, they could have been saved. But their brain structure has changed. There is no saving them now. He continues walking calmly down the hallway. Thick black smoke surrounds him. What a pity. But I learned at the academy that these skills are irreversible. That is why I told my clone not to go easy on them. He reminds him. More importantly, that serious question of yours earlier. Seeing this, Sanji feels a bit uneasy. What? I was just being honest. Liber expresses his feelings. I regret siding with you. He can only sigh. The smoke grows thicker. Damn it. He leaves right after hearing the answer. In the end, we did not get any useful information from Jumper. He concludes. No one can be satisfied with what he said. This conclusion leaves Liber wide-eyed and silent. I guess I can't rely on Jumper. But the feeling of having to think alone is really uncomfortable, right? Liber. He walks inside calmly, ignoring the falling debris, his eyes full of determination. It is time for everyone to know the truth. I am going to tell everyone the truth about the system and Harvest Day. In some basement, Raven sits on the ground, weeping in agony, tears streaming down his face. Before that, he looks toward Jumper and questions. What are you? What is your true identity? He just opens a memory box and mumbles. My identity is simple. No need for lengthy explanations. Today, the two hold on to each other. Sang's light flickers from that moment. Jumper states. Just be satisfied with this. The system announces. Memory transfer. Transferring a person's memories to a sentient entity. The total amount of memories that can be transferred depends on proficiency. The memories of Harvest Day, where Liber tried to save the people there with his life, causing him to feel alive again. Right after that, he collapsed to the ground. Completely stunned, Jumper explained that what they just witnessed was the data Liber had transmitted to us through contact. It revealed the truth behind Tabon's Harvest Day. Tears streamed down his face, his body racked with grief. Liber is, he revealed further, Liber is currently with Sangyu. Congratulations. You no longer have to hate your friend. Then Jumper smiled and said, you know what, Raven? We used to be teammates. Shortly after, he also smiled and walked away. Let us call this a nod to old bonds. He turned back and shouted, wait, Jumper. Jumper. Now you are collapsed, drowning in sorrow. Mumbling incessantly, tears falling in regret. Liber, my dear friend. So that is what happened. Later, in a room, Jumper sat in a chair. Images of his past flashed through his mind. And he thought, in a world without monsters, I will make this world a safer place. Another guy excitedly chimed in. My power is to protect the weak. A world where everyone can live in peace. The last figure asserted. I will eradicate all monsters. That is why I exist. He sat there, just bowing his head, smiling and sighing. Then he recalled that serious conversation with Sanchu earlier. So now I am saying, my goal is, he pointed his thumb at himself, his face full of determination, to sleep in peace. Seeing this, Jumper was dumbfounded, staring at him. He rolled his eyes in confusion. You can still do that if you want. And he, with a touch of dissatisfaction, explained. You really do not get it. If that is all it takes, then even Ju's nap while recovering counts. Then he imagined the joyful scene of himself lying in bed. If he worked on Monday and rested on Sunday, that would not count as resting. Sanjiu shrugged, closed his eyes, and complained. No worries at all. No need to stress about tomorrow. Next week, or next year. I just want to throw all the burdens onto my clone and enjoy a life of endless sleep until the end of my days. He kept mumbling while Jumper listened in shock. Anyone who says they are bored doing nothing is out of their mind. I am totally fine with resting for a lifetime. So I really hope someone will let me do that. Is that answer good enough? Now he cradled his face, laughing until Jun woke up. He, just as expected. You never disappoint me. Next. He regained his composure and pulled his hands away from his face. Yep. From the moment I handed my memories to Raven, my heart was set. Then Jumper stood up, hands on his hips, looking up with determination. This will definitely be the last time. I will try to trust humanity one more time. He turned to Teen and asked Han. Everyone's here. Right. Jun held a piece of paper, smiling at him. That is right. He smiled awkwardly and reminded Sanju. Still, I did not expect so many people to show up. Guess that proves how much your reputation as a hunter has risen. Most of the high-ranking hunters from Korea are here. Standing thick in the crowd next to them, a girl with purple hair approached. Thinking people might believe that, she mumbled a bit shyly. This story is about aliens from outside Earth. Meet Ariaburso, the lone survivor. Next to her is a dwarf. Arms crossed. Watching them, this is Duvertado, another lone survivor. He looks at them with a calm smile. Ha. I will do my best to explain clearly, reminding myself to include everyone. He thinks about Liber along with another guy, with circuits running down their backs, and wonders, if we tell the truth to everyone, we will have to talk about the system and the harvest day, which will clear up the misunderstandings surrounding Liber. He glances at the two of them, his expression darkening. After all, everyone deserves to know the truth. They exchange glances and discuss. In the worst-case scenario, they can just let them see her hands. He suggested in his mind, wondering if there was any idea. Something unexpected perhaps. While he adjusted his glasses, reminding himself that if there was, he would have tried it first. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention, and he turned. Feeling really anxious, it was Jumper and Javen. They arrived at the same time, surprising him a bit. Jumper, his master, smiled and asked, "Are you ready to turn the world upside down?" Just then, a voice called out from behind, making Sangyu turn around. His nerves were really kicking in. It turned out to be Javen and Jumper, leaving him stunned. Jumper, his master, asked him, "Are you ready to turn the world upside down?" Sangyu curiously asked Javen, "How did the master get here?" He gently called out to him. "My disciple." Raven anxiously asked about Liber with Sangyu. "River, is he here?" He even revealed the secret between the two of them, leaving Liber feeling confused. He was observing everything from inside. Right. Sangyu immediately worried that everything would be exposed, thinking to himself, how does the master know about that? Suddenly, he felt Jumper was acting really shady next to him. Raven shook him hard, making Sangyu even more panicked. Is that jerk causing this? The master is misunderstanding River. Calm down and listen to me. Master. Sangyu rushed. I will explain everything. While Javen started to tear up. River. Sangyu noticed his unusual attitude and strange words. Feeling bewildered, how badly had he been misunderstood all this time? Dubert and Burskoen, hearing only part of the story, were puzzled and whispered to each other. What is he talking about? River is inside Sangyu, and it is all just a misunderstanding. Liber, who was also inside Sangyu, fell silent, lost in deep thoughts. He recalled a terrifying past that had occurred when he helplessly watched the harvest day unfold at T-Bone from within the system. Many of his loved ones had perished, and he witnessed it all, leading to an increasingly heavy heart. The thing that hurt me the most were their eyes, my cherished ones, my close teammate, dying while I remained helpless, a horrifying sight. Liber turned away, his mind filled with unbearable thoughts. So he had no choice but to pretend to ignore the guilt. If I contacted the survivors, the system would detect it. There is no way to clear up the misunderstanding with them. I just had to accept it. Consider it a punishment for giving up on life. I had to accept it. Raven cried in front of him, deepening his self-blame, which was something I had vowed to myself. Yet, Sang Woo and everyone rushed to support Raven, whose emotions were surging. Liber's tears began to fall. He was so moved he could not speak. What a bittersweet misunderstanding. Everyone was filled with joy, laughing and chatting away, saying that Raven was not the one behind it all. I should have trusted my friend to the end. That damn system name. Everyone must have had a hard time trying to stabilize things. Right. Sang Woo pushed the door open, casting a suspicious glance at Jumper. So the reason you are here is, he stood there, as if he anticipated the question. To help me stop the system. Right. Jumper did not answer right away. He bluntly asked about the plan. You said you would explain the system's plan. Right. Jumper extended his hand. A strange light emanating from it that left Sang-woo in awe. You could also explain how the misunderstanding got cleared up. This must be the easiest way to show you. His gaze gradually became vacant and hollow before this light. After Jumper withdrew his hand, Sang-woo felt his head spinning. He thought to himself, Leibi, River. You saw that memory too. Right. He adjusted his glasses and examined it. So this is the real plan of the superior system. Sang-woo seriously warned Jumper. This can get out to anyone. He acknowledged what Sang-woo said. It was indeed true. He spoke to him with a hint of implication, making Sang-woo a bit uneasy. Because I am sure someone will think this is a great idea. Jumper turned away coldly and dropped a harsh remark. Well, anyway, the fact that everyone will die on Harvest Day is true. Just do not say anything else about it. Sang-woo panicked and asked him immediately. Wait, how long until Harvest Day? Jumper answered, explaining in detail. 2 years. Just 2 years until the system stabilizes and the Harvest Day kicks off on Earth. He even specifically placed his expectations on Sang-woo. Whether we can stop it depends on you. Hunter. Outside. There are many people from different guilds. They gather to discuss this and find solutions with the authoritative guild leaders. Are people planning to talk about the attack from the mind-controlled ones? Still, there were some who did not participate. Bati, the guild leader of Kainos. Sung Kweong, the vice leader of Kainos. And Minho, the guild leader of Yalo. Jung-in and Haein were also here. They wondered upon seeing the strange phenomenon. There are a lot of hunters here. What is he scheming this time? It is Sin Junyet. Haein's ally. There are also some association leaders gathered here. They are just as puzzled to see each other show up. Yoon-hee, you made it too. What wind blew you here? Old man. Well, it is because the only rank hunter in the country called us here. Kim-ga, president of the Sun Association. Hong Yoon-hee, president of the Phoenix Association. Sang-woo finally steps up to introduce himself. He steps up and introduces himself to everyone present. Thanks to everyone for gathering here. I am Jung Sang-woo. He quickly gets to the main issue. What I want to discuss today is the system and the Harvest Day. Bursgon and Dubert backstage are eagerly awaiting his presentation. I assure you all that what I am saying today is the absolute truth and not a lie. The people of Earth will finally learn about the Harvest Day. I am curious how you will convince the hunters. He clenches his fists, his tone incredibly determined. The Harvest Day is approaching. Sang-woo can't help but shed tears. He emphasizes this clearly. And when that day comes, everyone on Earth will die. What else can we do? Those around him still do not fully grasp what he just said. Frozen in shock, Sang-woo has no choice but to start explaining from scratch. Alright then, I should explain to everyone what the Harvest Day is first. Okay, I will start explaining from here. A few people, after hearing his story, start whispering in disbelief. Really, is the Harvest Day really like that? And the system was created in an extraterrestrial place. That sounds a bit hard to swallow. They begin to scrutinize Dubert and Burstjan's appearances and backgrounds. But some here say they come from Tyburn. Look at their hands. She is the CEO of a legacy. Right. I heard she is a few hundred years old. Even Jumper has vouched for them. Raven. Slightly disappointed, asks Sang-woo. Is this all you can explain? Duty, yeah. He responds blandly. Am I really the best communicator? Someone calls for him. Today's the Sanjung Sanju. Raven brings up the orb and questions Sang-woo with suspicion. Is it true that everyone's skills will be sealed on Harvest Day? If that is the case, why are you selling these skill orbs to the public at nearly no cost? Sang-woo confidently replies shortly. Do I need to explain that too? Of course. It is because I am a good person. Burstjan has no choice but to step forward. She forced a bright smile. And I will explain that part for you. She started to lead us into the story like a pro, captivating everyone. As I mentioned earlier, we are from the Urensi Empire, and we have been trying to halt the harvest since the great disaster struck this planet. The system crashed hard. Burstjan was completely sincere as she laid out all the reasons. Even in Tyburn, the most devastating issue was the system being locked down. We had to find a way to cope. At the same time, she unveiled the newly released skill orb and its effects. That was our chance to dive into the cloning techniques of the Hunter Sanju. As a result, we managed to create copies of the objects. We brought that research back to produce the skill orbs that had been distributed recently. Burstjan covered all the special functions of the orbs. They released to the market a simplified replica of the system. It still had all the functions, but was not linked to the original T-bone system, which is what the skill orb possessed. Once she enlightened them, everyone started to catch on. The fire skill learned from this skill orb 1T be sealed by the system. That is why everyone gave us the skill orbs. Raven immediately challenged the advantages they proposed. saying that, in other words, skills unrelated to the system would not be affected either. Sang-woo also admitted and expressed his desire magic, which is what I truly want from everyone. In front of everyone, Sang-woo shared his wish for support from experienced individuals like them, those who had fought through the great disaster. Surely everyone knows how to use skills without relying on the system, right? Please teach that to other hunters and help them prepare for the day the system is locked down. Sang-woo stressed again with a serious tone. Everyone, please prepare mentally. Get ready for the slaughter that will happen on Harvest Day. Aun then asked exactly when that shocking event would take place. When will the Harvest Day happen? He thought for a moment before giving an answer. About 2 years from now. Suddenly, the system screen flashed a welcome message. The people there sensed something strange. They all exclaimed in unison. What the heck? Why did the system window just pop up like that? It looks a bit different than usual. So bright. Elisa suddenly appeared right in the middle of the hall. Looking majestic, Brescon was taken aback. Stammering, Elisa. But she quickly denied it. He thought, that is the system. The fake Elisa looked just like the real deal in every detail. Out of nowhere, everyone felt dizzy from hearing the rapid-fire words in their heads. Now, everyone. I heard a voice echoing in my mind. The system announcement has global coverage. Everyone, focus up. The Elisa system appeared in the city square, a bustling area, and proclaimed, hello, humanity. I am the ultimate market for you. This is the system. Those out on the streets also took notice and paused to listen to the entire announcement. Currently, over 90% of humanity is registered in the system. That is a pretty satisfying number. But the fact it has not hit 100% still makes me a bit concerned. The system's shocking announcement left Sang-woo frozen in place. In 3 months, the Harvest Day will unfold on Earth. Elisa feigned a grand declaration, her voice booming. The gates from Grand Id will open on Earth, a wave of chaos, with monsters pouring in. Should not we be doing everything we can to get as many people signed up in the system as possible? She raised her hands, conjuring a magical circle, urging everyone to remember this clearly. Then, she brainwashed them, sending out monsters released from the magic circle. The system is always on humanity's side. The monsters sprang forth, filling the sky, while the people below panicked and fled in all directions. That is a transformation gate. The monsters are here. Jumper looked outside, seeing people crowding around the fox Elisa. What the hell is going on? We have received reports about a transformation gate appearing. Sang-woo still had not come to grips with it. He wondered. Well, you said it would happen 2 years from now. 3 months. How? Earth's Harvest Day deniety. The monsters flying across the sky painted a chaotic scene like a doomsday nightmare. After days of fighting, the gates vanished. This monster attack was unlike any typical transformation gate. Accompanied by the system's declaration, hunters had to muster all their strength to fend off the vicious monsters that wreaked havoc in major cities, while high-level hunters suffered relatively little damage. But since this phenomenon occurred worldwide, unprotected regions faced severe destruction. These events served as a grim prelude to a global massacre, followed by a countdown. It felt like all of this was just the prologue. Leading up to Earth's Harvest Day, humanity was thrown into chaos, and Sang-woo carefully wiped his blade, preparing for the impending large-scale war. He kept asking about the status of the other clones, checking if their gear was ready. Yeah. Then let us get moving immediately. Jumper walked in, joking with him, saying he looked really busy. Sang-woo was also thinking about settling the score with him for the lie. He scolded him. There you are. You jerk. You said it would be 2 years from now. Jumper struggled to contain his laughter. Still keeping up the banter. This expression is not too bad. Being treated like a liar. Sang-woo was still fuming. He pressed him. Enough already. Explain why it suddenly changed to 3 months. Jumper paused, lowering his head with a thoughtful expression, asking, well, you ask. Harvest Day. Something that never changes no matter what we do. This time, however, it has changed, he answered succinctly, targeting Sang, leaving him stunned. Maybe it is because of you. Sang-woo was taken aback. Did not expect Jumper to blame him. Now he is turning the tables on others. He denied it, saying he was not blaming him. For now, Sang-woo had no choice but to set aside his anger to focus on the pressing matters at hand. Fine. Whatever. Our tasks do not change. Right. With that, he immediately set off to carry out the mission, gathering all pieces of the 7 deadly sins and dismantling the system. With my level of patience, 2 years is definitely pushing it. I am heading straight to the Odin Tower. Sang-woo suddenly remembered something important. He asked Jumper. One more thing. You said when the system kills the master, Someone will be set free. They turned their eyes towards the system's Alyssa. He would be released soon. Sangu curiously asked him, "Who is that?" Jumper just sighed softly and replied calmly, "Why are you so eager for me to spill the beans? You will meet him soon enough anyway." In his mind, he had already pictured the face of the person he was referring to. Liagoto Alexander. The man who once stood at the pinnacle of humanity before me. Jumper dropped a few hints about that person's overwhelming power to Sang Yu. His abilities were so formidable that even the master had no choice but to confine him in a secluded space. Jumper also suggested that he should go find out for himself. Just ask River. He will fill you in on this. Liber and Sang Yu heard everything. However, he still could not grasp the situation as a whole. It is strange. That memory transfer skill and everything. Lucas is really a... Jumper patted his shoulder and suggested inviting him along. Then let us go. I will take you right to the gates of Odin Tower, free of charge. Sang Yu did not hold back and agreed immediately. I do not mind at all. Those 10 books are pretty pricey. At the foot of Odin Tower. Many people had already gathered there. The log owner recognized Sang Yu. He called him over. There you are. Wonti turned back when he arrived. The hunter. Sang Yu was surprised to see so many people and asked, "What is going on here? Why is there a crowd?" They simply replied, full of gratitude. "You are going to call the earth. We have to send you off." Right. The log owner approached him, placing his trust in him and promising to help as much as he could. "We believe in you from now on. We will prepare for the harvest day together, and we will also teach others how to live with skills without needing the system." Wai Wang, overhearing him from behind, sarcastically commented, "Old man, after everything that has happened all over the world, is there anyone who does not believe?" The log owner awkwardly shifted the topic. "Quiet down." Sangu felt a bit touched by their kindness. "Thank you. I am counting on all of you." Varun also stepped up, sincerely expressing his intentions. "We will contribute in our own small ways." He also proposed an idea to help with the grand plan. "We have donated to the Heritage to distribute skill orbs worldwide. Fire orbs are the most versatile, so keeping that technique is enough." Right. Varun also admitted to feeling uncomfortable with him before. "Thinking about what he did to me still drives me crazy. But hiding in a hole won't solve anything." Sang Yu was also surprised and felt a bit guilty for how he had acted towards him before. Feeling somewhat remorseful. "I did not expect that." "Thank you." Junmo handed Sang Yu the report he requested earlier. "Hunter Jung Sang Yu. I have investigated what you asked. You can reply to him." Manager. He showed signs of doubt as the numbers he found were steadily rising, just as he feared. The registration rate of humanity and the system was skyrocketing. It is understandable. The more warriors, the better. But that is exactly what the system is aiming for. Junmo was a bit worried about him, so he asked with concern, "In 3 months, will you be okay?" Sang Yu, filled with determination, clenched his fist, showing his resolve, saying, "Either way, we are going to give it a shot." Raven also came to see him off, calling out a bit reluctantly, "My disciple." He carefully reminded Sang Yu, as if he was transferring all his strength and courage to him. "You have received the gift I gave you." Right. Sang Yu smiled brightly, happily responding, "The elixir." Right. I can believe you actually found one. Have you used it well?" Raven felt a tinge of sadness but had to accept it, saying, "We can go with you. We have to teach others how to use mana." Raven placed a hand on Sang Yu's shoulder, giving him a heartfelt look and a few words of advice before leaving. "Come back safe. Both you and River." Liber, inside Sang Yu, felt warmth from his words. Thinking, "Waka." Sangu gripped the sword tightly, confidently assuring, "Of course, Master. Who do you think I am? I am the type to run as soon as danger appears." "Well then." Un was worried about him too, feeling anxious. "It seems really dangerous. Promise me you will come back." "Okay." She thought to herself, "I bet I will be the first to die on harvest day. If he gets hurt, we are done for." Before he left for his noble mission, everyone seemed really concerned. Junmo promised him, "Our contract is still valid." Right. "If you come back, I will give you a kiss." Sangwoo and the girls just stared blankly, thinking, what kind of promise is that? Of course. Only Jumper quietly observed him, not rushing like the others, but always carrying a strong belief in his heart. 3 months. Is that little time really enough? They say that the hunter is humanity's last hope. See you later. Sang-woo. He watched Sang-woo's back as he stepped into danger, wishing him well. Reach for the top. I will be waiting there for you. Sang-woo arrived at the location, But the weather was harsh and freezing. A few hours later, everything seemed to be handled, which is why he planned to arrive early. He felt lucky to have arranged everything beforehand. Thanking the heavens for paving the way during his previous visits, he and his clones followed the path through the snow-covered mountains. And it looked like this was the way to the second floor. Sang-woo, filled with ambition, squinted and determinedly moved forward. Saying, the clones, unfamiliar with the terrain, fumbled a bit while looking for the way. I am saying it wrong. You guys go ahead. Sang-woo pushed the clones to lead the way while he cleverly chose them to scout ahead, planning to follow once it was safe. The clones did not expect such a sudden situation, but had to grit their teeth and move on. Master, I said that, but... After a while navigating the treacherous terrain, Sang-woo chose a rock to sit and rest. Feeling exhausted. And this is just the end of the first floor. When will I ever reach the top? Liber then encouraged him. That is definitely something you should say just a few hours after being cheered up. Liber mustered the courage to ask Sang-woo something. Wait. You are not feeling uncertain. Right. Sang-woo was surprised and asked back. Uncertain about what? He mentioned the most important thing that snapped you back to reality, the true purpose of the system. Liber immediately threw out a hint for you. Is not it the simplest way to achieve your goal? Sang-woo was left speechless, shouting at him. Where the heck are you taking me? You monster. Frustrated, Sang-woo confronted Liber. Do you really think my sense of responsibility is that low? Listening to his response, he could guess what you were thinking. So there was indeed a flicker of doubt. Sang-woo gritted his teeth, looking both alert and confused. Well, everyone would understand. Right, if that really is the system's goal, then staying steadfast is impossible. Meanwhile, Alyssa, the fake, was drawing a magic circle and announcing to everyone across the city. Everyone. Remember this well. From that circle, dark miasma surged forth. The system has always stood by humanity. The ferocious monsters also emerged from there. People on the street had to run for their lives to escape the flying beasts. It was a gateway of transformation. The monsters were here. A little girl, overwhelmed with panic, slipped and fell. Mommy. Her mother desperately shouted. My child. When she finally held her child in her arms, the monsters were already closing in. It raised its sharp claws towards the poor mother and child. Another horrifying massacre was about to unfold against innocent people. The system announced, detecting user code 0x823 if 72. Earth user Lauren Bennett is uploading to the system. Connecting to paradise. The mother slowly regains consciousness on a lush green lawn, her eyes blankly opening. When she woke up, she was astonished to find herself in a different place, greeted by a strange figure saying, Welcome. The fake Elisa cheerfully welcomed her. Hello. Lauren Bennett. Welcome to paradise. Lauren struggled to stand up, feeling incredibly sure of herself. Paradise. But I am certain I was attacked by a monster. Elisa rushed to help her. Just calm down. The fake system Elisa, cunning and sly, softly advised her. I will help you erase all your painful memories. Ahead was a magnificent castle. Beneath were lush green grasses, alongside poetic promises of a bright future. This is a place without death or goodbyes. Illness and lifespan do not matter here. This place is filled with happiness for everyone. In the distance was Lauren's daughter, and Elisa also seemed excited to greet them. Come on. It is time to reunite with the one who has been waiting for you. The two of them embraced each other joyfully and gratefully after the danger. Elisa. There you are. Mommy. The system Elisa immediately checked the user progress. A large number of new users were logging in, managing server loads. Then she flew around to ensure everything ran smoothly. Region C73 was damaged due to errors and overload. Diagnostic enhancements are in progress. The fake Elisa was thrilled by the workflow's smoothness and laughed heartily. The network expansion is going smoothly. This skill is absolutely top-notch. Elisa replicated herself into multiple variants to boost manpower, speeding up the process for a smoother system. The cloning skill is truly the best, no matter how busy the stable job is. How on earth did we not know about this masterpiece until today? If we had it during the Great Disaster, things would have definitely changed. This is truly a crazy awakening skill. It is also the reason why the harvest day is approaching faster than ever. Thanks to this skill, everything has become so much easier, and the system's notification screen pops up. There are 90 days left until Earth's harvest day. The expansion and stabilization process was supposed to take 2 years. This will be done. Elisa firmly clenched her fist, telling herself, River, I truly, since that moment until now, have only followed your orders. River had been beaten to a pulp, covered in injuries. In a world like that, we do not need it. Elisa acted as if she were hypnotized, moving uncontrollably. If this world is unnecessary, then we just need to create a new one. Elisa's system has gone increasingly insane. Now, All that is left in her eyes is a wondrous world created by the system for humanity. I will carry out the harvest day on earth for you. River. I will lead those who remain from this world filled with death and suffering, so that one day, everyone can enjoy happiness in the world I create. Division number 1 will go ahead to check the situation and report back. Level 2 is secure. You can enter now, Sang Yu immediately responded. Having received word from number 1, Libby reminded him to arrange everything properly. Be ready for anything. Sangu looked ahead, speaking a bit too confidently. Come on, I am always ready. He pulled out a whole bunch of stuff he had prepared earlier: warm clothes, food, camping gear, all packed and ready. I have neatly packed everything into the auxiliary space. You and your clones confidently stepped into the level 2 space gate. Even if it is colder than level 1, it is no big deal. But they had not been laughing for long when they reached level 2, and the climate switched to a blazing jungle. Sang Yu and his clones were hit with a heat wave. Drenched in sweat, he angrily cursed. What the heck? Who could have guessed level 2 would be a jungle? Sang Yu could only helplessly strip off some of his outer layers. Still grumbling, keeping warm is completely useless now. Liber was still checking on him, saying he should have just asked me what to bring. Moreover, he pointed out your mistakes and offered his own solutions, which he considered reasonable. More importantly, why did you bring all 8 of them? If we left one person in South Korea, resupplying through the auxiliary space would have been much easier. We could have just brought a few emergency teleportation scrolls. Liber outlined perfect plans to optimize time and results. We are at a point where even one individual is extremely important. My training method is basically about absorbing monsters to capture even one more monster. Sang Yu disagreed with his opinion. He believed, but we only have 3 months left. I need to spread my clones out as much as possible to hunt as many monsters as we can. Moreover, you confidently asserted that if there were a place for someone to rest, I would have taken a break myself by now. Liber acknowledged that too. It is. Suddenly, there was a strange noise behind them, followed by the chilling cries of a monster. It was a gorilla munching on a half-eaten banana. There was some intel on it. The monster resides on the 2nd floor of the Odin Tower, a no-win rank. Windless name. Sang Yu felt a bit lost. A giant monkey. Sang Yu ordered his clones to hold back. He wanted to test his strength against it. All right, do not interfere. I need to see just how strong these monsters on this floor really are. After a brief battle, Sang Yu quickly took down the gorilla. It was not that strong. Liber speculated that it might be rank B. Hearing this, he felt incredibly confident. At this level, my clones can spread out without worrying about getting wiped out. He called his clones over. Listen up, guys. Sang Yu sat triumphantly on the monster, giving orders to his minions. From now on we will split up and start hunting. Each of you has 5 hours to eat and rest. Make the most of your time. If you can handle a monster alone, team up with the nearby clones. The clones responded in unison. Obeying the command, he began issuing commands. Now let us get hunting. Liber had something to say to him. Calling out. Sang Yu, wait a second. And he paused to respond. Yep. Liber cautiously advised Sang Yu to have everyone report immediately if they see any watermarks in the air. He was surprised but agreed. Watermarks. Got it, Sang Yu added to the message. If you see anything that looks like that, report it right away. Just then, fierce gorilla charged at him. And while handling it, he wondered. So what is this watermark about? Liber explained his question. It is a shortcut. A path to bypass the floors. Sang Yu asked. What do you mean by that? While intensely battling, he listened as Liber recounted. I told you the first person I met was the hunter Baek-won from Korea. Right. Yeah. Liber told Sang Yu about one of that guy's special abilities. The hunter Baek-won possessed one of the 7 deadly sins weapons. His power is to tear apart space, which allowed him to quickly ascend the Odin Tower. That is why he always reminded Sang Yu to be cautious. But of course, a long time has passed since then. I am not sure if those watermarks are still around. Just a precaution. Sang Yu smartly picked up on what Liber was hinting at. So now we are aiming for the weapon that hunter Baek-won once used. He concluded. That is right. We need to go gather the 7 deadly sins. You misunderstood. That means Liber delivered some sad news to him. Yeah. Sadly he is gone. He was killed by an S-rank monster sealed within the tower, just before he reached the top of this place. Sang Yu empathized. I had prepared myself when I heard he was missing. Sang Yu also shared another piece of information with Liber, saying that he has ties to Park Won-tai. But the deeper I dug, the more heartbreaking the news became. Liber sat quietly, slowly confiding in him. Yeah. I was planning to tell you everything to avoid any misunderstandings. Plus there are some strange things about Lucas that I have noticed. I will tell you what happened since I arrived on Earth, and how I got separated from the other three, and finally met you. Starting with Hunter Baekwan. The shocking news that Sang Yu just updated left you stunned. He is the father of Park Won-T at this point. Liber also felt a bit profound and sympathetic towards the situation. Park Won-T probably has no idea that Hunter Baekwan is his father. He tried to keep it a secret. Maybe because he knew he would eventually have to go to the Tower of Odin. At the Kano's Guild's training grounds, Miho and Won-T were busy sorting the talents of the participants. Okay. Elemental skills over here. And those who are more physically inclined, please go this way. Won-T stood in front of everyone, clearly instructing them. As you all know, from now on, you will need to learn how to use your skills without the system. Let us start with the basics: run and crush. Everyone replied in unison, right? He approached each person and kindly reminded them that to do this, you still need to have basic mana control. The goal is to enhance the neural signals controlling muscle contraction. But inside he always hoped for some important news. Hunter. The contract is still valid. Right. Please. Bring me news about him. Time rewinds back. 3 years after the Great Disaster. In 2003. Baekwan was training with Won-T. Okay. That is enough for now. Back then, he was taught essential power control skills by his father. Yep. That is how you enhance muscle strength with mana. And Won-T was 14 at the time. He showered Won-T with compliments for his excellent performance. You are a quick learner. Just as I thought. You are very talented. Baekwan. The first generation of hunters in Korea. Won-T was thrilled. He expressed his gratitude to him. Thank you, sir. Baekwan patted his shoulder. No need to thank me. While everyone was still in the moment, he felt a pang of guilt. He felt guilty for leaving him in a world full of dangers and monsters. I am sorry for leaving a world like this for you. And what made Baekwan feel the most regret was witnessing Won-T's mother's death, which he could never forgive himself for. More importantly, if I had arrived a little earlier, maybe I could have saved your mother. At that time, Won-T was just a naive and gentle boy. The two of them were very close and had a truly admirable relationship. I am so glad you saved Yona. Won-T, not recognizing his father in front of him, innocently asked about his mother. Sir, are you my mother as self? Yep. We are selves from when we were little. We lived in the same neighborhood. So I am looking forward to hearing all her childhood stories. Sure. Your mother was super famous in the area. After hearing the whole story recounted, Sang-woo also guessed part of it. The one who taught director Park Won-T the technique was Master San Baekwan. Sang-woo sat resting on a rock, listening to Liber talk. As you know, I landed on this planet during a time of great catastrophe, he replied. Yeah. The notification system activated the monster absorption skill. And my stats are going up. Liber had his own struggles. So he opened up to you to ease the burden. Saying, I was almost losing my mind back then. I have to stop the system's plans. Because if I get registered, my location will be exposed. And regular folks would not be able to do anything even if they found out. He also met the savior of his life during the most desperate times. And that was when he appeared, Master San Baekwan, the master of the 7 deadly sins. Liber was still sharing his heartfelt story. Of course. Back then, the Sandmaster profession did not even exist yet. Sang-Yu suddenly sensed something was off. He immediately questioned. Wait, are you saying he used the 7 deadly sins even before the catastrophe? Liber continued recounting his legendary tale. Baekwan was an explorer specializing in searching for ancient relics. During one of his expeditions, he discovered a deadly sin sealed deep within the ruins. But that deadly sin, during that time, Baekwan struggled immensely to find himself again. That is right. They corrupt the minds of their users. Baekwan recounted that he had to fight for 5 years to regain control of his body from that deadly sin. Sang-Yu was stunned by that duration, 5 years. Liber acknowledged this, saying he had tried it briefly, so he understood. The ability to control it with pure willpower is truly incredible. That is why he was the greatest asset I ever had. He firmly asserted the power and reputation of this man, my first connection. The strongest hunter of the first generation in Korea. Baekwan. Baekwan was an extremely brave and courageous hunter, as evidenced by his battles with monsters. He lived up to that reputation in every way. Won-T held a bloodied knife, waiting wide-eyed to see him in action. Baekwan had just finished a match. He was very humble and even praised Won-T's abilities, saying, with your skills, you could handle a whole pack of monsters easily. Before long, you might surpass me. Hearing that from someone who just blew away a monster the size of a building was pretty funny. He gave him a bright smile, instilling a huge sense of hope, saying, you are doing even better than expected. At this rate, You will be able to protect your little sister. Baekwon placed a hand on Gwoni's shoulder, but he still felt a bit shy, saying, "You are not quite there yet." Little Yuna ran out when she saw the two of them return, all cuddly and sweet. "Daddy, I am hungry." Both of them turned to respond to her. "Oh Yana, there you are. You have come already." Baekwon excitedly held up a large monster. "Today is awesome. We are having monster meat for dinner." Yuna was already tired of that dish and protested. "But we had monster meat just yesterday," Gwonti joked. "And maybe we will have it again tomorrow too." The night was cold and dark, and the two siblings curled up near the fire. He was a bit surprised to see Baekwon returning in such a strange manner, as he was creeping back in quietly. Gwonti called out to him, concern in his voice. I caught him giving a thumbs up, praising him, and then he quickly tried to change the subject. "I thought I was being subtle and quiet, with such a keen sense of presence. I did not have to worry about the darkness anymore." Gwonti noticed something was off with Baekwon. He immediately asked him, "Where are you planning to go?" The man placed a hand on Gwonti's shoulder, not hiding anything anymore as he explained. "I heard there is a chance to fix everything at the Tower of Odin." Gwonti was a bit shocked when he heard that name, the Tower of Odin. He could only bid farewell. But someone has to do that. Before leaving, he even gave him a few parting words. "From now on, keep protecting your sister." Gwonti had not even processed it yet when he was already gone. He could only run after him, calling out, "Sir, wait." Liber had heard him tell that touching story. He felt a bit emotional too. It is as if he is saying this is a final farewell. Once you get the relic at the top, you will come back to visit them. Right. Baekwon seemed very eager, and he had been planning carefully for his return. "Yeah. By then you might even be able to call me Dad. Once I get the achievement, I will come back and tell you all about it." Sangwoo blamed Liber for it. "It is your fault he is dead." He was taken aback. "What are you talking about?" Sangwoo repeated. "I am saying you are the one who killed Baekwon the carpenter." Liber snapped back at him. "Dude, do we really need to say such nasty things?" Sangwoo still had a little doubt. He kept asking Liber and River about that water stain, if it only appeared from the second floor of the Tower of Odin. "Does that mean he broke through the first floor by himself?" he replied. "Yeah." Liber added more about why he could overcome the obstacles. Baekwon was very strong, but it still was not enough to beat the system. So he used it to train and gradually conquered the first floor. It is one of the reasons for his tragic death and failure. But maybe because he was too worried about the kids, he got anxious starting from the second floor. For that reason, he used the cracks to skip levels, quickly climbing the Tower of Odin, and in the end, he collapsed just before reaching the top. Sangwoo started to doubt what was up there that made so many people risk their lives to get it. He was also the one who brought Jumper up there. Right. What is up there that makes you crave it so much you would risk everything to achieve it? Liber revealed that it was a powerful artifact. A treasure that does not use failure to fix all mistakes. I read in a book from the great library of the Urenchi Empire that such a holy relic is scattered atop the Tower of Odin. In front of Sangwoo were two monkeys waiting. But that treasure caught his attention, and he should not use it to embrace failure. Liber assessed its value. I am not sure exactly how that artifact works, but its effects are very well documented. He even told him another piece of information. Baekwon had agreed to hunt for the treasure as soon as he heard about it. He was also surprised when he heard about its value, capable of fixing every mistake. What? Faced with the two monsters, Sangwoo, determined in his gaze, ultimately failed in his quest to conquer the Tower of Odin. Liber felt a twinge of regret, reflecting on how they rushed things back then, causing him to lose a good friend. Looking back, if only we had taken it a bit slower. I regret not climbing the tower slowly, allowing myself to grow with each step. He was someone with unyielding will and a noble spirit for humanity. He kept bringing up the admirable qualities of his late friend, who was diligent, never lazy or irresponsible, truly a person of great character. Sangwoo, stuffing his face with banana, snapped back when he was jabbed. You are talking about me, are not you? I can smell the shade from here. You still insisted on finishing that last piece of banana and asked, who is the successor you chose? That guy, Liber replied. That is right. He even mentioned a successful name in the hunting world to you, many years after the disaster. When the hunting profession was established and the teleportation gate stabilized, some began to rise and gain global attention. And Leonardo was one of them, a promising hunter with the right arm of the 7 deadly sins. But there were a few things that hindered Liber as he searched for information about this guy. I dug into this Leonardo guy. Despite his achievements, he is caught up in quite a bit of controversy, with whispers about his violent nature swirling around. Sangwoo was gorging on bananas until his belly was bulging, while Liber kept talking non-stop. My heart filled with doubt after losing the hunter Beethoven. Conquering the Tower of Odin and seizing its treasures is incredibly risky. So I think we should gather more strength before we climb. Sangu quickly guessed his intentions. He planned to gather more fragments of the 7 deadly sins. That is right, each fragment holds immense power. Just having 2 would make conquering the tower significantly easier. Liber frowned, expressing a bit of regret. Back then, I had no idea about the dangers of the 7 deadly sins. Furthermore, there was a detail that left Sangu stunned. Leonardo had also gathered all 3 fragments, but according to Liber's account, the fate of that hunter was tragic and disgraceful. He was fine until he got the right arm, but after acquiring the left arm, he started to lose his mind. And then with the left leg as well, he completely lost control and became extremely aggressive. They say the more fragments one possesses, the more corrupted the mind becomes. Liber even expressed admiration for Sangu, who managed to use his technique without falling apart. Your case is truly exceptional. The dark influence from your clones seems to have no effect on you. The clones are all eavesdropping. The clone technique is truly top-notch. In the past, Liber could not hold him back before they lost all chances to meet again. And just like that, Leonardo used the power of the 7 deadly sins to sever all ties with me. Then became a monster that hunts the strong. That was the last time I heard about him. Sangu was wandering off looking for the crew while getting caught up in others' chatter. He must have been caught by that master and brainwashed for a long time. Yet it seems he still can be controlled. Liber is not sure either, he replied. I just found out that Leonardo has a connection with this sudden new master. Sangu immediately asked a tough question that left him speechless. So that is why Jumper said to ask me for help. Liber seemed a bit flustered and struggled to talk to Sangu, saying there is something that has been bothering me. You are surprised. What is it? Liber's confession darkened Sangu's expression. I have never told Lucas about Bekon or any past connections. Jumper should not have known that Leonardo had a connection with me. Sangu was astonished and questioned him. What? What are you talking about? That does not make any sense. Liber calmly continued. That is not the only strange thing. They say Lucas used memory transfer skills to show Kajel the truth about what happened on Harvest Day in Tybern, clearing up the misunderstanding. It turns out Jumper and Raven had collaborated before. Let us settle on that. Memory transfer, transferring a person's memories to a sentient being. The total amount of memories that can be transferred is determined by the level of proficiency. I felt a bit disheartened and innocent. I already said, if there were any way to clear things up with Kajel, I would have done it. He also shared some important stuff with Sangu and played around. Lucas did not even have memory transfer skills before, and he had never been to my old lab where you went. So obviously, he could not show the memories of the Harvest Day you witnessed in Tybern. Hearing this, he was stunned and muttered, so that means, I really do not get it. While Sangu was still trying to wrap his head around it, the clones informed him of some news. Master, the clone presented him with a discovery. I found a fissure. Sangu stared at the crack, bit surprised. Really? I did not think we would find one this soon. The clone informed him of the situation. But there is a monster near the fissure. The clone kept focusing ahead, while Sangu was startled by the noise the monster made. It is just one monster. Why is it causing such a ruckus? It is a strange type of monster. One that should not be here. A bit more info about this beast. It is a type of granite monster. In another space, a child in their mother's arms was crying, and the mother was soothing her. Come on. Just wait a little bit. Just a little longer. An announcement echoed for everyone. The Awakening program for kids under 12 is underway. Please do not confuse it with the active teleportation portal. The mother listened with hope. Maybe my child will awaken skills to save the world. Many people were lined up, waiting for their turn, and someone shouted, Damn it. Brest looked at the situation before him, feeling utterly disgusted and sighed. This world is going crazy. Or maybe I am going mad and mistaking things. Srank Hunter Brest Jones coolly. What the hell is happening here? He expressed doubt and asked Jumper. Are you awakening even the children who are still breastfeeding? Is this what you want? Jumper was still engrossed in watching the crowd, not noticing he was calling him Lucas. Seeing him not responding, Brest panicked and thought, Jones, did not you once wish for a drink that would really get you drunk? Don't tell me you actually have that, Jumper coldly replied. Not like that. Brest then posed a hypothetical situation. But how about this? If you could sip on a custom-made drink that would get you totally wasted, in a perfectly set-up scene. What then? Jumper answered vaguely. What do you mean? There won't be real alcohol or real glasses. But you would not even notice in such a detailed world. But Brest gave him hope. You would get to enjoy a dreamy, intoxicating drink, without worrying about your health. and just wake up to do it all over again, day after day. He tried to instill a strong belief in him about the good things do not you want to live in a world free from worries and pressures. Without that nasty hangover feeling after drinking, Brest had another concept of true drunkenness. It is not worth worrying about. You should be so drunk that you can walk straight for 3 steps. Then wake up the next morning with a pounding headache. That is real drinking, he firmly responded, making Jumper grimace. I am not drinking that fake nonsense. No matter what you offer me. Jumper handed Brest a piece of paper and requested, stay here for a while. He was quite surprised to receive this bait. What is this? Another trip to Korea. Jumper had a good place in mind for Brest to heal, a fantastic hotel over there. Go there and rest a bit. He pretended to be wise as he tossed the paper away and scolded him. You tricked me last time. You think I will fall for it again? Meanwhile, Sangwoo's atmosphere was also quite tense. This was unexpected. You were shocked to discover a new monster. And there really was a Type 3 granny here. Sangwoo speculated if it was due to the water level, and Lieber agreed. It could be. He even warned you that the number of monsters might increase. You would see even more as you climbed higher, just like last time. Sangwoo was unfazed as he stepped forward and suggested, more of them. Anyway, let the clones stay back this time. I will handle this one alone. Facing the aggressive monster, you slowly drew your thunder blade with confidence in your current strength. A Type 3. I vaguely remember seeing it before, but it is extremely powerful. But if it is me now, Sangwoo jumped up and bravely faced it head-on. Swinging his sword with all his might, the monster did not hold back either, retaliating with its sharp claws. Just one swipe was enough to split a large tree in half. Sangwoo remained calm, turning his head and signaling. He ordered the clones to move in and assist. Hurry up and help me. The clones jumped in to surround the monster, pushing it into a defensive position. Lieber was still stuck in deep memories. Gradually unraveling, the master insists that he only sealed Leonardo in a certain area. It has been over 10 years since Leonardo went missing. What has he been doing all this time? He considered the worst-case scenario, if both the high-level hunters and the unmatched power faced off. If he managed to escape, he would definitely seek out someone holding the 7 deadly sins. And they would clash the moment that happened. Lieber feels a bit worried about Sangwoo. Will he be okay? He just defeated a monster, and now he is tasting its flesh. He confidently declares, if I really go all out, winning is a sure thing. But leaders usually do not go into battle directly. But right now, there are many other monsters running rampant. On an unknown planet, in an unknown location, a hand is controlling the darkness. And those monsters are pouring out like an army. A powerful force is racing towards someone there at an incredible speed. And Leonardo is standing there all alone. He becomes extremely ferocious and transforms into a monstrous version of himself, running over living creatures. He questions himself in a state of haze. What am I doing here? It feels like I am here for some reason. He has killed many monsters for entertainment. But he is starting to get tired of it. This thing called granite. Playing with these monsters is not fun anymore. He makes a big decision to seek out new excitement. I will return to Earth, the keeper of the 7 deadly sins. Right hand. Left hand. Left leg. Leonardo Alexander. Sangwoo. You monster. You should be proud of exceeding the Kipai Deja. Having dealt with the 3rd type already, he looks toward the water stain with eager anticipation. Shall we step into the stain? The clones hearing this are left dumbfounded. While he looks on expectantly, the clone is immediately frightened and volunteers to take the lead. Please do not throw me. I will go in myself. Sangwoo, pleased, replies. All right then, the clone dares to sacrifice itself first to experience the new space for those behind. Thank goodness Earth is not a forest. As Sangwoo leads the others in, he is stunned by the scene unfolding before him. But what kind of bizarre place is this? Lieber guesses that they must have jumped up about 5 or 6 levels. Sangwoo considers it a lucky break for them. It saves us a bit of time. Looking at a strange skull, you ask him, is it a native creature of this level? Lieber answers curtly, it is already dead. You are a bit disappointed, are not you? Behind where you are standing, another swarm of monsters has appeared. And you think to yourself, Great Han has taken control of this place. Lieber confirms this. I told you would be seeing them often. Dubert is busy with a ton of work. And Berzkan asks him how the expansion of the skill bridge manufacturing plant is going. He calmly replies, we have acquired and are operating all external production facilities at full capacity. Although he has received positive reports from Dubert, Berzkan still feels a bit anxious about their progress. After all, even if we use the simplified system recreated from the enhanced cloning skill, each side of the skill bridge still has to be handcrafted. Can we really meet the deadline? Viren walked in, noticing the worry etched on her and Tranen's faces. We are distributing this for all of humanity. Of course. It won't be easy, we have to make it happen. Don't worry about the money. Just roll with it. She agreed with him, saying yes. We need to do everything we can to keep the flame of hope alive. While they were deep in conversation, she stepped in to inform Khan that someone requested a meeting. Hearing that, she felt strange and asked, "Really? For what purpose?" It was an old man waiting there. The girl spoke about his wish. They said they wanted to help, and that they wanted a chance to repent. Yuan's hand began to change, emitting a strange light. She gasped, saying, "I just felt mana." She immediately turned to Heian, asking, "Is this a talent?" Heian explained to her that it is called meditation. Zhang Yan was frustrated with the training, wondering why it had to be so hard. In front of him was a glowing blue orb, and he impatiently muttered, "Do we really have to learn this? Is controlling mana that important?" Yan sighed in exasperation. "Of course. The kids with Heian will show up soon." Miho agreed, saying, "They are even faster than I thought." Yan, annoyed, walked over to Zhang Yan, saying, "You fool. If you do not want to learn, just go ahead and survive with the fireball from your inheritance." He quickly defended himself, saying, "I already have an amazing awakening skill." She mocked him, asking, "Is that a cloning skill?" While caught up in the heat, she unleashed a barrage of insults, saying he would never be able to rise above the pot. Thinking that skill is something special. The awakening skill is based on your innate traits, so it is easier to use than other advanced skills. However, if you can't control your mana, you won't even be able to activate them from the get-go. Then Eunhei ordered Jungin to shut up and start practicing if he understood. But he stubbornly refused to learn those things, saying if he had to learn anyway, he might as well master some overpowered skill instead. Jungin shot back at Eunhei, leaving her speechless at this stubborn fool. She had said that as long as he knew how, he could do it. So would not it be better to start with the highest level skill right away? Liber and Sangwoo viewed it from a different angle and perspective. It sounds easy, but in reality, it is impossible. Sangwoo agreed with his viewpoint. Of course. It can't be that easy. Just think about trying to reach the maximum level of the cloning skill. To make his point even more convincing and clear, Liber threw in a classic example. It is like expecting an elementary school kid to sprint like a pro athlete just because they were coached by one. Oh my god. Does society really need to crush an elementary school kid, even if he was handed a magic formula? That does not mean he can work it like a master right away. He wrapped it up with a brilliant remark, of course. It would be a different story if the kid was born with special abilities for that. Sangwoo could not even focus, worrying about Jungin. I wonder how she is doing right now. After hearing Liber's example, Sangwoo felt irritated. Wait, did he just compare my magic skills to that of a little kid? Seriously, Sangwoo was restless and uneasy. I still can't think of a reasonable counter-argument. Liber quickly noticed something was off and asked, "But why are we talking about skill levels? Are you feeling anxious?" Sangwoo admitted, "Well, I guess, with my notification system and enhanced clones. I do not know why, but I feel like I have hit a saturation point." Enhanced clone level 59. With a permanent effect that boosts the stats of the clone, based on the original's current reflection rate of 70%. Liber carefully examined it before deciding, noting that it is a permanent skill to enhance clones. Right, at level 1, the basic reflection rate is 50%. And with each level up, it increases by 1%. So naturally, I thought that by level 100, the clones would utilize 100% of my stats. With a bonus of 50% on top of that, Sangwoo felt a bit dissatisfied with the system. But it is not quite right. After reaching level 40, the reflection rate hit 70%. But it has not gone up since then as I leveled up. Now I am at level 59, and it is still stuck at 70%. Liber was stressed with the work and denied it. I am wondering if you know anything about this. I can only read your skill mechanics from the mana flow, but I can predict anything beyond that. Feeling underestimated made him explode with anger. You are the one who is at a grade school level. Liber did not expect Sangwoo to hold a grudge like that. So you are still holding on to what I said earlier. He also shared some important notes with him. But there is one thing to consider. That saturation phase is common for mages. It usually happens to those who have practiced the same spell for a long time. For example, with fireballs, the more skilled you become, the larger and more powerful they grow. Liber mentioned the most urgent and important points to Sangwoo, but after reaching a certain threshold, the mana consumption does not stop, yet the size and power remain the same. However, if you do not stop and keep mastering that spell, eventually a new attribute will emerge. like splitting to track nearby enemies or compressing to generate higher heat and stronger penetration. He tried to guess that your skill might be at an earlier stage. Sangwoo fell silent for a moment after hearing that. He sighed and reflected on himself. Was he being too hasty? Sangwoo felt guilty and placed his hand on the shoulder of his clone. Explaining. Thinking back. I always seem to nag you guys. This time is no different. I just hope to achieve results as quickly as possible. He finally humbled himself and offered the most sincere apology. Please forgive this foolish master of yours. The clone appeared surprised by this sudden change. Master. Sister Butter was also pleased and satisfied with him. That is right. Jung Sangwoo. Give it your all within the limits of your ability. That is all it takes for humanity to grow stronger and reach for the stars. Sangwoo swings the hammer and introduces it. In the name of all the hardworking brothers. I have racked my brain to find a smoother upgrade here. Even the clone has stopped being evil. Master. Sangwoo smashes the hammer onto the clone's head and explains. Usually in most games I have played, people enhance items by hammering them. Just when he was about to say something sweet, Sangwoo crushes the clone's head with the hammer, leaving it stunned and bleeding. Libby panics at his behavior. Like, what the heck? He scolds him to snap out of it. What do you think you are doing, you crazy guy? Sangwoo seems like a different person, looking super anxious. Currently at level 59, and it feels like something will unlock at level 60. Can't wait, Libby keeps reminding Sangwoo. If you keep getting stronger like that, who will bother trying? System notification. Physical resistance increased. Physical resistance increased. Physical resistance increased. Physical resistance increased. After a lot of effort, Sangwoo finally gets the results he expected. Did it? You have reached level 60 for clone enhancement with a permanent effect. He is completely stunned by this. What the heck? Next system notification. Additional effect. The clone now copies the armor on the user's body. He is shocked. Armor. The clone of Sangwoo stands up. Looks like there is a bit of a change. He is a little bewildered. My clone will now copy my armor. Libby takes the chance to check on Jumper. How are you doing, Lucas? Jumper is thrilled and ecstatic. Did it? River. He quickly shares the good news with Libby. I finally got a treasure that fixes all mistakes. I have completely conquered the Odin Tower now. Libby, confirming Jumper's success. Says he wants to share something. I really did it. I guess now I can tell you everything. Are you coming to Philadelphia? My office is over there. Jumper stands above and judges the imposter. Finally, I can forgive you. You jerk messing with everyone's feelings. He desperately pleads with Jumper for mercy. Please. Master. I do not want to go there. Please spare me. If you kill me, you will regret it. Jumper, cold and resolute, decides to deal with this guy immediately. Sorry, but I won't regret it. As long as I have this treasure. Then comes a scene of bloody slaughter. Jumper is truly furious and disappointed. Leonardo appears, speaking to Jumper in a calm tone. It is all right. But it seems a little lacking. Libby realizes something is off and urgently warns Jumper. Lucas, run. Jumper stands there. His emotions and thoughts a jumbled mess. This is a mistake. It is still too early to fight Leonardo. Right. Leonardo glares at Jumper with murderous intent, planning to collect 4 pieces of the 7 deadly sins with this. What he did not expect the most is that the treasure he pursued so hard is just a dud. It is not working. Why is that? Jumper suddenly finds himself in a strange space, where Liber still cares enough to ask him. Hey. You good? He repeats the name. Lucas. Jumper is now feeling lost and scared. Thinking. Don't tell me this is the effect of the precious artifact. He suddenly screams at the top of his lungs. Then goes quiet and starts pondering. Under the house. There are many different bottles of alcohol. Jumper is like a junkie going through withdrawal. Mumbling. If this drink really exists, I will be the first to chug it. The system of the clone pops up. With the supplementary effect. The clone now replicates the armor on the user's body. Sanju is wide-eyed. Superior armor. My clone will now replicate my superior armor at the same time. The clone, which he had named after his hardworking brothers, has risen again. Smoke puffing from its head. Replicated. Sanju is still holding a weapon. Stunned. Weapons can be replicated too, depending on their level. Recalling. Arya once told him, a skill can't be cloned if it exceeds the subject's potential. The copying ability is not just a unique trait of the cloning technique. The fact that he has not done it yet means his skills can still develop. And he is shocked at that moment. Back to the present. Sanji feels cheerful. So Arya was not just joking. He flashes a wicked grin. I need to see if it actually works. Is anyone ready to have a little fun after all this time? The clones back off cautiously from Sanju, who snaps. You bunch of idiots just leaning on me. Sanju continues. Clones are not supposed to be independent. He sighs. Fine. I will just pick one. Liber suggests. Why not test that out right now? He connects his idea to the system screen, leading to the question. What happens if you cancel summon number 1 or number 2? Sanju is taken aback. He seriously contemplates. Right. Come to think of it, number 1 and number 2 have never been eliminated. Right, if it were not for me, you would have been long gone. Sanji puts his hands on his hips, looking smug. In his mind, he is weighing several ideas, wondering, if we stop the summoning, will they revert back to the rocks they were sealed in? They would go crazy and turn into a flying head. Sanji dodges the gaze, thinking it might be worth a shot. It is best to do it now, while he still has the power to handle them if they transform. After all, the cooldown timer is already counting down. After thinking it over, he decisively says, All right. Number 1, are you ready? Number 1 responds immediately. Yep. As Sanju gestures toward him, a plume of green smoke erupts. The voice of the 7 deadly sins mocks. Is this my chance to take over this body? The system announces. Cancel summoning of the clone. Elash. Boom. Number 1 reappears, now in a flying head state without his pants. While the 7 deadly sins remain silent, he clenches his fist, pausing for a moment before coldly saying, What are you looking at me for? Sanju waves his hand, waiting for him to show his face. I think I heard someone wanting to take over that body. Right. And here you are. You have totally failed. He smirks, explaining with a grin. When I cancelled the summoning, you just went back to being the rock you were sealed in before. I have summoned you once more and put the stone back in its place. The Sin of Wrath is looking pretty clueless right now. Sanju is laughing so hard he is almost in tears, wiping them away while saying, But it really is a bit odd just copying the armor on top. Here's your stuff. Your pants and shirt. The Sin of Wrath is hissing like a pressure cooker, furious and fuming. Sanju, let me make this clear. I am an entity that has lived through countless eras. When it comes to battle and conquest, there is no flimsy social standard that can make me feel embarrassed. You are putting your pants on way too fast. But the Sin of Wrath is being tight-lipped. That is just the work of your clones. Then, from the spatial wall, Sanji's voice suddenly cuts in. Hey. You guys. First things first, let us eat. Number 2, if you hear me, stop working. There is a small gas stove on the ground, with a pot of steaming, delicious noodles bubbling away, sending out a mouth-watering aroma. Sanju grabs a handful of noodles and casually says, In the end, you are just a body that has been split into pieces. You have no clue what is going on with the other pieces. Do you? The Sin of Wrath replies bluntly. I am not interested in any of that. The guy with the noodles in his mouth continues. The only thing that matters to me is fighting strong opponents. Whoever holds onto my pieces will inevitably seek out great power. So it is only natural they will come together. The Sin of Wrath finishes. In the end, it is only natural for me to be reassembled. You are just making me roll my eyes. I did not know you could cover up your ignorance with some fancy words. Then Sanju unexpectedly asks a genuinely caring question. Aren't you tired? Fighting non-stop like this? The Sin of Wrath coldly scoffs. Nonsense. Since the dawn of time, fighting has been the essence of survival. Back in those days, it was only natural for the strong to prey on the weak. But what about now? You can't even handle a piece of me. So you label it as the Sin of Wrath and seal it away. Your expression is quite peculiar. The Sin of Wrath casually continues. The earth was not like it is now. Back then, countless powerful beings could fight freely without needing something called mana. You guys are just simply too weak. Sanju falls silent suddenly. He asks, You do not want to have a serious fight? The Sin of Wrath looks slightly taken aback. Sanju's words painted a picture of an opponent so strong that even a clown would shudder. Even if you drained every last bit of energy from your body, fighting until you could not breathe. He laughs and says, If you make me stronger, I will help you with that. Sanji's voice is firm. I will become your strongest rival. The Sin of Wrath hears this and smirks. He faces Sang, delight glimmering in his eyes, mockingly commenting, Out of all the nonsense you have said so far, that is the silliest. And oddly, it is my favorite. Blood-red veins spread like rivers on the rocky wall. The Sin of Wrath's voice steady as various clones search for the trail and deal with monsters. So you will fight me one-on-one, he says, as the two stand facing each other. Sanji casually asks, Isn't he that way better than just blabbing about some ridiculous theories? Sanju boldly declared, I am taking it all for myself. Both your void power and your combat skills. The 7 deadly sins chuckled dismissively. Sure. Give it a shot. Hearing that, he wasted no time issuing orders. Number 1. Release the seal of the 7 deadly sins. Along with it, the sly grin on Number 1's face became more pronounced as the cerulean aura burst forth thicker than ever. Number 1's body revealed 2 demonic horns. And the 7 deadly sins laughed with glee. Release the seal of the 7 deadly sins. Opponent. Sanji briefly recalled the scene from the first time the 7 deadly sins appeared, followed by a fierce battle with the silver bone demon. He thought to himself, even back when I was much weaker than I am now, he fought alone against an S-rank monster, silver bone demon. I did not think I would see you so soon. Sanji frowned and drew his sword from the void. But I have the advantage in physical strength. Shaking off his thoughts, he hefted his great sword and jumped into the river. Roaring, I'm coming, Sanji determined in his heart. So I will confront him head-on and unleash its power. After a few moments of struggle, he found himself pinned down by the 7 deadly sins. The guy was restraining him. With a smirk near Sanji's neck, he slowly said, right now, it is just you and me. And Sanji's face went blank. Beads of sweat forming. The 7 deadly sins did not stop there. He reached out and casually said, I will take this as tuition. Sanji instinctively flinched. Almost immediately, a scream of pain erupted from him. Blood splattering everywhere. The 7 deadly sins released Sanji, who instantly sprang up, face contorted in agony, hands trembling and too scared to touch. His left eye drenched in blood. The guy smirked, casually teasing, do not whine now. You will improve faster this way. Or should I be a little gentler? Sanji clenched his teeth, almost laughing as he refused. This is perfect right now. Instantly, Sanji sprang up, violently swinging his great sword at him, frenzied. You have to at least reach this level for me to feel like tearing you apart. The 7 deadly sins leaned on his arm, laughing. I would be thrilled if you could do that. Cut to a desolate rocky wasteland. White patches like spider webs appeared on the surface, emitting wisps of smoke. In the rubble, a man slumped, coughing hoarsely, identical swords scattered around. His voice faintly murmured, how did this happen? I have definitely heard about the missing persons. He squinted slightly, his face scratched and smeared with blood. None other than the Astradian-level hunter. A foot with purplish skin stepped in, the voice contemplative. Honestly, this is quite surprising. Lagado appeared, his expression icy. So the standards have changed while I was away. How could someone like you be S-rank? He said seriously. I had high hopes for something when I came here. But this is the worst, Lagado remarked. Right, so it is still the 7 deadly sins. He speculated. Right now, the only ones I can pinpoint are the silver bone demon in the tome or the jumper, I guess. And hearing that, his father seemed a bit shocked but did not show it much. The old man just lowered his head and spoke. The white bone spirit has been dealt with. This time it is Lagado's turn to be surprised. You are on the brink of death and still insist on claiming you are S.A. class. Surely you must have some kind of sword. Or maybe a weird magical stone to go with it. Right. The crazy dad frowned, his tone cold and firm. I have no idea what you are talking about. When we got there, a miner was already fighting the white bone spirit. Lagado bluntly asked, who is that? He snapped. Do you really think I would tell you when I know exactly what you are planning? His gaze stiffened, and his face darkened a bit. Done. Lagado immediately turned away to search for his phone, his tone casual. So I will just find out myself, from the start. You should be made it clear you would not share. Right. Dad jumped up, choked up with bitterness. He knows about modern culture more than I thought. Transitioning back to the cave, the 7 deadly sins within the Number 1 body were fiercely clashing with Sanji. However, the fight was quite one-sided. He currently had very little advantage. Sanji's face strained but smeared with blood. He let out a hoarse cry, thinking to himself, this is just absurd. Sanji felt powerless. He could clearly see the trajectory of his opponent's attacks. Yet, every time he tried to block, it felt like a surprise hit would come crashing right after. In contrast to him, the 7 deadly sins were having a blast. Laughing and mocking. Is not it annoying? That feeling like all your thoughts are being read. Sanji chuckled softly, covering his mouth, while keeping a little distance. His hands channeling mana to summon a magic circle. But it was not that easy. The 7 deadly sins immediately lunged in, delivering a forced hit that interrupted his motion. Grinning widely. Are you stalling for time with ice and lightning? I won't let you make it that easy. He gathered his strength, delivering a super powerful blow straight at Sanji. A mix of dark purple and pitch black energy erupted like flames scorching the sky. Sanji was seriously injured, coughing up blood and being thrown backward. his mind in chaos. What the hell is happening? Sanji quickly braced himself, squinting at the 7 deadly sins rushing toward him, his thoughts completely shaken. How did he predict my movements? The guy came close, landing a direct hit to Sanji's core, making his face grimace, while the other guy chuckled softly. Now this is real. The 7 deadly sins smirked. Now it is 2-0. Right. Sanji was furious to the max, a glow slowly brightening. He tilted his head and leaned back, avoiding the powerful thrust from the 7 deadly sins. Sanji glared, grinding his teeth. 2-0 my ass. I get it now. The 7 deadly sins gleefully remarked. You bastard. He begrudgingly complimented. You have an interesting strategy. And Sanji grabbed his wrist with a joyful grin, his eyes flickering like green flames. The system appears. A type of magical beast mage, sharing sensory data with the bound entity. He did not mind accepting this compliment. Yeah. If you connect with the senses for a moment, you can know exactly where to strike. Right. No matter how much of a sinner he is. Sanji violently slams his massive sword straight into his opponent's gut. Roaring. He declares, in the end, you are just my underling, you pathetic loser. The sinner gets knocked into the air, and he suddenly wonders, is not this a bit unfair? The guy grins. What do you think I am? Using all your skills is not a choice. It is a must. However, the sinner quickly flips in mid-air, his feet seemingly stepping on thin air like it is solid ground. Sanji squints in disbelief. Am I seeing things? He is actually using the air to gain momentum. The sinner stabilizes and comes crashing down, delivering a powerful kick to Sanji's stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. The guy laughs. Not painful enough yet, as Sanji struggles to cough out a couple of words, feeling a knot in his heart. Why is my clone's body so strong? Just as the sinner is about to take advantage of the moment, a dimensional rift suddenly opens up, and then there is a voice from the clone reporting a discovery of another spatial crack, causing both of them to halt their actions. Left with no choice, the sinner retracts his leg, prioritizing climbing the tower first, while Sanji also gets up, nodding in agreement with both hands. Moments later, Sanji pops his head out on a different floor. He gazes blankly at the architecture that looks almost identical to the floor below, asking sincerely, does it really look exactly like the previous floor? Liber quickly responds, do not worry. We are climbing up. From now on, only the air will gradually change. Sanji sprays some glue and turns to look at the sinner behind him, then looks back at the architectural layer before him, silently assessing. There is definitely something different. The smell of blood is getting stronger. Just as he is about to speak, saying, he is suddenly halted by the sinner's unexpected action. Sanji blinks in confusion as the guy's hand plunges straight into his stomach, causing him to choke on blood, while the sinner takes delight in the chaos. Remember this. If you let your guard down for even a moment, it could cost you your life. His words carry a deep meaning. This battle is no game. There is no such thing as a signal to start a painful fight. Sanji falls helplessly, shaking with anger. You coward. You ambushed me. So moments later, he and the sinner dive back into a straightforward brawl like two men. Our battle continues even as we ascend to a new floor, while the clones handle the monsters. Thanks to the continuous activation of the absorption skill, Sanji's strength has increased significantly. The two of them keep fighting, with the stats constantly rising. Thanks to moments of heightened awareness, Sanji can read and predict the sinner's attack direction, allowing him to dodge and counterattack effectively. Sanji's eye flashes with green smoke. This is not a method that works on every enemy. It is merely a desperate attempt to bridge the overwhelming power gap. Yet, that choice ultimately leads to a significant change, as Sanji gradually gets used to reading his opponent's movements by observing their stances and reflexes. As his predictions start aligning with the sinner's actions, Sanji becomes increasingly capable of dodging the opponent's attacks, even relying less on summoning skills. Previously, it was about absorbing techniques, but now the sinner attacks relentlessly, and Sanji firmly raises his sword to block as he sensed the different powers hidden behind the fake attacks and the real blows of the 7 deadly sins. Sanji instinctively began to mimic their fighting style. He drew his sword, pushing the 7 deadly sins back. And ultimately, the way he controlled and harnessed the void's power transformed his white energy into a deep, ominous black. His figure took on a strange red hue, and from the corner of his eye, purple energy lines of super strength radiated out. He smirked, realizing, so this is how it is. I am starting to get the hang of this. This battle was clearly enhancing Sanji's combat capabilities, and the 7 deadly sins laughed in excitement. The figure slightly curled his fingers, the purple power like silk threads easily wrapping around his hand. As the 7 deadly sins struck a low pose, he powered up, delivering a straight punch to the big sword, casually responding that the void's power could replace mana. Like that body enhancement skill you guys call muscles. Sanji was sweating buckets. Pulling back with a loud crash, Sanji was sent flying by a punch from the 7 deadly sins, crashing into the wall. Dust and debris flew everywhere as he finished his sentence. Sometimes my effectiveness can't even compare to my skills. Meanwhile, switching scenes. A familiar purple hand held a phone, stopping at a news page. The Reaper has defeated the Bone Demon. In Sanji's world, Lagato sat on the sidewalk, looking dazed. Is that from South Korea? He was focused. Tapping away. Where's the map? Here it is. There is my location. Southeast. Got it, finally. Lagato straightforwardly concluded that since the Earth is round, you just keep going around to get there. Suddenly, he heard laughter from behind him. Check out this guy. He is ripped. Lagato turned around to see a bunch of kids. One girl exclaimed, "You must train really hard." A pale guy was holding a beer bottle. "Why do you have to train so seriously?" The youngest Gato chuckled. "Well, in a few months, we are all going to be dead anyway." Lagato raised an eyebrow, asking, "If that is true, how can you still laugh?" The girl replied casually, "Because we have decided to let go and enjoy the time we have left. No matter what happened before, just let it all go and have a drink with us." Hearing this, he laughed. "So you have decided to give up? Then you better make it worth it," they enthusiastically urged him. "Come on. We are already here. Let us have a few drinks." Lagato did not respond. Instead, he swept his hand back, and a wave of dark energy shot out. With a booming explosion, red flame shot up high into the sky. He grinned. "What is it? Let us have some fun, kids." The young people stood there, sweating and wide-eyed, shocked and bewildered. Lagato remembered. "Oh right, I should smile like I did earlier." "Right." He forced a smile and said, "Come on, let us celebrate. This is a festival, not a funeral." Meanwhile, the 7 deadly sins were wreaking havoc in Odin's Tower, locked in an endless battle with Sanju. D88 until activation day. D85 until activation day. They paused for a moment and switched to the Monster Council. After finishing the task, they returned to fight again. The space wall opened up, and a clone reported back. A water rift has been discovered. D81 until activation day. The clone stomped on the monster beneath them. Reporting, another water rift. The 7 deadly sins locked eyes. And the voice from the space wall announced again, a water rift has been discovered. In the end, the sin of gluttony rubbed his neck, saying, "We have fought through dozens of floors already. It's been ages. And you still do not know how to use it properly. Get with the program. You straight shooter." Sanji stammered defensively. "I have barely grasped the power of the void. You really think a newbie like me can just do it on command?" He frowned. "Wait, where the heck am I?" Sanji stared at the bizarre scene around him. Puzzled, the higher we climb in Odin's Tower, the crazier the space gets. Leber stepped in at just the right moment, explaining, "This is the true face of Odin's Tower. It only gets worse from here. But do not sweat it, humans adapt quickly." Sanji grimaced as he felt something slummy ooze onto his arm. Cursing, "Damn it. I have lost my appetite now," but he remained cool, honestly stating, "Still, you need food to keep going. Let us..." "Guys." A little later, Sanji spoke up again, asking, "How many floors have we climbed?" "Anyway," Liber replied, "about 1%. Sanji thought, "At this pace, we should be fine, but it probably won't be that easy." Ignoring their chatter, the sin of gluttony leisurely slurped his soup, but after one sip, he widened his eyes in shock. Suddenly, Sanju pumped his fist and pulled out a monster's bone, gleefully shouting, "Haha, you see what I got? I have poisoned your food. The monster from the last floor used poison, so I prepared a little surprise for you. This is a counterattack using void poison. Didn't you say a real battle is not child's play? Get caught off guard, and you are toast." The sin of gluttony, annoyed, lunged straight at him. Cutting off Sanji's bragging, he stood up, casually kicking over the pot of water, coolly saying, "Your resistance to poison is pretty weak. You think that would work? You fool." Sanji wailed, and kneeling on the ground in frustration. "Still counts as a success. Right." Meanwhile, in a different training room, a strong young man with green hair sliced through the air with his sword. The wind whipped around him, and he gazed at the glowing circle ahead, wide-eyed. Then, filled with excitement, he exclaimed, "Did it? I really did it. The young man beamed, thrilled with his achievement. Master. Raven praised him generously. Well done. The other students looked on in envy. Oh man. I am so jealous. I want to create something like that soon too. With less than 3 months left to train, they needed to stay focused. Talk about lucky. Who knows when we will get to learn sword techniques from an S-rank hunter again. Over there. Raven was seriously coaching him. Overall, it is. But your wrist is a bit off right before you draw your sword. The young man nodded. Yep. Master. But inside. He thought. Disciple. Disciple. Everywhere I look, it is all about being a disciple. Raven was moved to tears. Kyran, if you saw this, you would be so happy. Suddenly, a voice cut through his emotional moment. Wait. I have got a question. The large figure stood backlit, unsure if he was speaking the local dialect correctly. He seemed a bit awkward. Not quite sure how to fit in. Lagado, with a emotionless expression, asked straight up. Wait. Does anyone know the name Sanju? If you do, bring him here. I need to talk. As he slightly cracked his knuckles, a few purple flashes of superpower flickered in the air. Lagado added. That sounded a bit rude. Did not it? I guess I should introduce myself before asking for something. He thought, as a beam of light began to shine brightly, causing both Raven and his apprentice to freeze in shock. With a loud bang, a massive explosion rocked the area. Flames and smoke billowed up, piercing through the building. The ceiling was blown apart, debris raining down like confetti. After throwing a punch, Lagado chuckled in delight. Oh my. As a jagged scar appeared on the ground before him, Sanji was nearly blown away. Badly injured. Amidst the rubble, Raven stood firm with his sword drawn. Lagado was quite surprised. You blocked that hit. Impressive? The surrounding students were in a panic, wondering who this master was that just saved them. Wait a second. Is not he the missing hunter we have been hearing about? Raven's expression tightened. His gaze was sharp. What on earth is happening here? Leonardo, he said, a bit taken aback upon hearing his name. Wait, do we know each other? Doesn't really matter. Though. Right now. I just want one thing. Bring Sanju here. Raven responded coldly, his hand gliding over the blade of his sword. I do not know why you are looking for him, but I can't accept that request. The students fired up, drew their weapons and shouted. This is bad. He is a high-level hunter. So what? We are hunters too and still have our system skills. Let us do this, someone shouted. Don't underestimate our power. We are also high-level hunters. With that, everyone bravely jumped towards Lagado. He smirked in disdain. You call yourselves high-level at C rank. That translation bracelet of yours must be broken. But hey, I like it this way. Lagado raised his hand, gathering a small spell right in front of him. The nearest crowd suddenly felt a strange disturbance, causing them to flinch. One person activated a skill to enhance his mobility, creating a mana trampoline. He stood on it, shouting, I am being pulled in. However, his voice rang out with a mocking tone. You think you can stop me with that lame skill? The chaotic wave spread out, and in an instant, his trampoline shattered like glass, leaving the young man stunned. Now, they were panicking, screaming, oh no, help, up in the sky. We have all been pulled together into a giant sphere. Lagado laughed wickedly, tightening his fist just as he was about to throw a punch. Suddenly, a figure rushed in and slashed across with a sword. Furious, he shouted directly at Lagado. Don't even think about harming these kids, you bastard. They are my prey. The air around the sword crackled with energy as he unleashed the fifth wind sword technique. He swung, and dust immediately billowed out around him. The powerful wind sliced downwards, tearing through the layers of air, obliterating the floating sphere. With this move, the students all plummeted down, one of them gasping in shock. That strange power has vanished. Are we going to fight him? Instantly, another girl scolded him. You think you can beat that guy? You must be out of your mind. Raven was sweating a bit. He said seriously. Everyone, get out of here and contact Lucas immediately. Just then, through the haze of destruction, the dark silhouette of Lagado stirred slightly. I remember now. Tomorrow, his hair will be speckled with blood, and he will still have that smug grin on his face. Lagado's reputation precedes him. A master swordsman, an S-rank genius hunter. Despite being labeled a genius, he was always surrounded by countless rumors. Like no one really knows where he came from. Raven urged. Hurry up. The two guys immediately took off running. One girl pushed his head down, making him struggle to keep those shorts on. This idiot. He panicked. Master. At that moment, A flurry of figures jumped down together. There was Yuhong, my Hong, Wanta, and even Yuna. My Hong said seriously. We will fight alongside you. Master Swordsman. Raven's face was heavy as he asked. How did you find this place? Yuhan looked uneasy too. Nina said with a serious face. Have not you seen the news? Everyone's in chaos because Lagado is back. Still, I do not get why he would come all the way to Korea. On the other side, Lagado laughed with delight. Waves of purple superpower surged violently. Fine. Bring it on. He said with anticipation. With your levels. I can call you high class for now. Boom. At Odin's Tower, the 7 deadly sins and Sanchu were battling fiercely. Exhausted and bleeding, Sanchu thought to himself. I have grasped a small part of the Void's power. Yet I am still struggling this much. You want me to completely replace mana with Void power? Not happening. Then Sanchu had an idea. What if I combine both and use Void to assist? He tightened his grip on the sword. And at that moment, 2 streams of energy with contrasting colors erupted, exploding like a colorful bomb. Sanchu charged in, swinging his great sword against the 7 deadly sins. Laughing. Finally, our powers are balanced. In this case, am I not an advantage? My gear is way better. Ha! The 7 deadly sins did not respond. But behind him, strange colored orbs began to appear and grow, 2 gold and 2 blue. The 7 deadly sins launched a short blade, and they were immediately swept away like waves. A torrent of fiery rhythm. At that moment, he grinned knowingly. Just try it. Sanchu was furious wanting to take him down. He quickly said, Does that damn ability of yours even have limits? Boom. A thunderous explosion rocked the ground. The scene now a complete wreck, truly a sight no one wanted to see. With countless craters forming spiderwebs on the ground, thick smoke everywhere. Lagado stood there holding a long strand of void energy, contrary to his elegant appearance. Everyone around was injured to varying degrees. Gasping for breath, that attack did not even leave a scratch. Damn it, Miho frowned coldly. Do not even think about capturing him. That crazy old man has already blown up half the city. He is out of control, not holding back his power at all. Raven suddenly spoke up. Everyone. Can you hold me for a moment? Just a moment. One he looked at him. Honestly saying, I am not even sure if we will have a chance against that monster tomorrow. But whatever, let us fight. And with that, everyone charged in with all their might, combining mana with a muscle-constricting barrier. Ulha decisively slammed a massive green sphere down, trapping Lagado within its range. A wet, green smoke billowing out. Miho gritted her teeth. Fired up, and with her sword raised, she unleashed a furious attack, while Wani's eyes gleamed sharply, ready to strike all at once. Green flames, a surge of golden energy, and a powerful sword intent struck down together. But he just laughed mockingly, as Lagado raised his hand, immediately conjuring a small, dense black sphere that began to roll and compress with his left arm right before everyone's eyes. Those 3 distinct forces were sucked into the black sphere, like a small black hole. It forcibly twisted and devoured different sources of energy. Miho felt dizzy watching. Even that sword attack was blocked. Lagado's voice echoed with a cold laugh. And then he adjusted the firing angle with his right hand. Instantly. Boom. A powerful energy column like a black tide shot out, crushing everything in its path. Miho, Wani, and Ulha were all hit hard by this attack, suffering internal injuries and stumbling down. He laughed gleefully, scolding. Did you think bringing that Sanji guy would make things easier for me? Suddenly, Lagado sensed a gust of wind. Raven had appeared right behind him. The sword was raised high. His gazy, mana swirling around his heart, the core of ultra-fine mana. With supreme technique, he unleashed a fierce downward strike from his left shoulder down to his chest. A long gash erupted, spewing blood everywhere. Lagado glared, his mouth filled with blood, but he did not stop there. Vaven continued to twist his blade, intending to slice across his neck. Unleashing a second move, in that moment, Lagado suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot, and in a flash, he appeared behind Vaven. Vaven was stunned. What just happened? Behind him, Lagado wore a wide grin and said, Guess I do not need to use my left foot after all. Vaven had just turned around when he was immediately met with a powerful punch from him. Boom. The shockwave tore through the air, dust and debris swirling around. Vaven lay sprawled on the uneven ground. Lagado casually assessed the situation. That last move was indeed a bit dangerous. I will give him some credit for that. He straightened his face, his cold gaze lifting Vaven up high. Continuing, he remarked, You have been jumping around your disciple this whole time. I wonder if your disciple will show up when you are close to death. Raven coughed heavily, and Lagado raised his hand to gather an energy sphere. Resigning himself. Everyone. Then, Unexpectedly, a burst of blue energy suddenly enveloped Raven, pulling him away from Lao Gato's grasp. The figure hovered in midair, pulling Raven beside him, and softly praised, "I have to admit, you are pretty quick. I was about to chop off your hand too. But I guess I can tee." Lao Gato glanced at the newcomer as he descended, paused for a moment, then snapped irritably, "Kid, who the hell are you?" "I am just a hunter, a regular B-class hunter," Zheng Yan replied, his hand spread wide, his whole being radiating a dazzling golden energy like sunlight. He raised his hand to point. And instantly, a seal appeared above his opponent's head, the sky darkened, and a pillar of radiant light erupted from above, crashing down and engulfing Lao Gato's form in a cloud of dust and debris. Zheng Yan conjured a hexagonal mana barrier in front of him, the tails of his coat fluttering wildly. The pillar of light gradually faded into a solid beam, revealing a deep, bottomless pit. Suddenly, with a loud boom, Lao Gato shot up from the depths of the hole, while Zheng Yan leisurely stretched out his hand, mana swirling in a bright blue whirl. Dungeon. Level 100. From 4 different directions. 4 mounds of earth suddenly rose up around him. Then they twisted together into a sphere, trapping Lao Gato inside. Compression. Level 100. Zheng Yan clenched his fist, and the sphere immediately spun at breakneck speed. And boom. It exploded like fireworks, vibrant red-orange smoke lighting up the sky. His body fell backward, Lao Gato's face darkening to an extreme. He let out an ominous laugh. Haha. Lao Gato excitedly turned to look at him, continuously praising. Impressive? Very impressive. As he slammed down to the ground, causing it to shatter like a spider web. "Come on. What is your origin?" Zheng Yan replied nonchalantly. "I told you. I am just an ordinary hunter." His left eye glowed with a brilliant golden energy, the legendary skill. All skills learned would automatically be upgraded to the highest level. Reflecting for a moment, he said, "I have a small gift for you." Sang Yu turned his head, his expression calm as he reminded, "Make sure to use it well when you get home." Zheng Yan furrowed his brow and asked, "Gift? What gift?" He responded with an air of mystery. "You will find out soon enough." Why did he send a gift to me? Zheng Yan thought to himself as he opened the door at home. Still puzzled. After all, this world is about to end. And suddenly his gaze fell upon something. A transparent vial containing a red liquid was sitting on the floor, with a note attached saying, "Remember to drink it."
Bro.
Zheng Yan was taken aback, kneeling on the ground to pick up the vial, his heart racing with disbelief. A divine potion, from Sang Yu. How did he get this? He told me to drink it. Am I even allowed to drink it? Zheng Yan bit his lower lip, wavering in thought. What if this time it was also his affection? What if it does not work again? What should I do then? His hands trembling slightly as he held the divine potion. Zheng Yan was sweating. Even D and B could not boost his stats. Would using this even mean anything? What if a klutz like me wasted something so good again? If this divine potion does not work on me either, then what am I supposed to do? Just then, the note slipped from his hand, as if reading his chaotic thoughts. The message on the back bluntly stated, "If you hesitate or are too afraid to use it, I will stab you." Zheng Yan fell silent and then chuckled. Right, if even the divine potion fails, then I just need to stand up and keep trying, with clarity in mind. He did not hesitate anymore and tilted his head back to drink it all. If the divine potion does not work, nothing changes. I will just keep pushing myself day in and day out like I always do. Suddenly, the mana inside Zheng Yan erupts violently, surging forth and lighting up his entire house with a blinding blue glow. The system keeps buzzing, detecting the divine potion and initiating physical restructuring. Weak and frail. All my stats are permanently fixed at 0.2, and an overwhelming wave of pain crashes over me. Zheng Yan grits his teeth, fighting to endure. Sparks of light flicker around him as the system hammers away, detecting synchronization errors in his current physical stats. The unactivated stats are now integrated with stamina, agility, resilience, and endurance skyrocketing like a rocket. Then, with a loud explosion, the house shakes, and smoke billows from the corner. Meanwhile, Zheng Yan's voice remains steady. I am just a person who keeps striving to move forward. Nothing more. Holy energy radiates from him, reaching overwhelming levels. Stamina 14,213, agility 12,365, resilience 16,761, endurance 31,256, mana 6,275,245. Zheng Yan continues, and I want to stop here. I will keep pushing and persevering for the future. In the future, Lao Gato raises his head in surprise. The first thing I felt when the limits were lifted was Zheng Yan conjuring a fireball, right in front of Sanju. It is these fireballs. They are limited because my mana stats were not as high as before. A massive golden fireball swirls above his head, and he declares firmly, I won't let myself be trapped anymore. He chuckles mischievously at it, marveling at the breathtaking scene. But then he steps closer, only to realize he has picked the wrong target. Lagado then raises his left hand, causing Zheng Yan's sun like fireball to shake and contort against his will. He wonders if that is a form of absorption skill. But Zheng Yan does not stop there. He points again, and 2 beams of light rush forth like arrows. He captures the light, launching 2 beams with fixed trajectories, concentrating all the energy of light on the locked path. Lagado raises an eyebrow as the black sphere continues to absorb and compress the streams of energy. He straightforwardly declares, that entire attack strategy is a mistake.
Good.
My power is not about absorption. It is the pressure of spatial compression. And now the very space around us is starting to distort. Zheng Yan also feels the strange vibrations, as if he is being pulled into his own body. The black sphere separates the two of them, and he continues, misjudging the stakes in a battle has a hefty price.
Good.
Lagado readies a punch, genuinely feeling sorry for your talent. He throws a powerful punch, and the scene in front of him shatters like broken glass. Lagado is taken aback, thinking about how many skills there are distorting space, twisting it to create a separate world. Zheng Yan's gaze is cold as he extends his hand, forming a small sphere of light in his palm, staring intensely at him. Feeling sorry for my talent. You think a few words can motivate me? I am so over it. The spatial barrier is pierced, and countless powerful beams of golden light burst through to the outside. On the other side, Miho groggily wakes up. She sees not far away. Lagado and Zheng Yan are locked in battle among the ruins. Her mind still foggy and slow to catch up. Am I dreaming? That hunter. Is not he supposed to be Zheng Yan? How on earth can that kid hold his own against Lagado? Miho spits out a mouthful of blood, her face paling. He won't last much longer. I need to help him fast. But reality is tougher than it looks. She can feel her body refusing to move. Suddenly, a voice familiar yet strange breaks the silence. Lazily complaining. Why is it that every time I meet some strangers, they are always lying around like this? Bress is mad now, but he still has to step in to save these poor souls. His voice tinged with frustration. Am I running a free clinic or something? I swear this is the last time I am listening to that damn jumper. Get up, comrades. I am not fighting that monster alone. Meanwhile, at Odin's Tower, his clones all take off to battle against the grotesque monsters lurking around. Number 2 strikes with precision, grabbing the beak of a bird-headed beast and snapping its neck with a swift twist. He then casually tosses the carcass aside. The remains of these creatures have piled up high. The system notification pops up, initiating the monster transformation process. Stats have increased. Stats have increased. Number 2 watches as his hands radiate with magical energy. Suddenly, a thick white smoke billows in from nowhere, catching his attention. With a deafening boom, an explosion erupts, sending dust swirling wildly. The Sin of Sloth crashes hard against a nearby stone pillar, slumping down against the wall. Then, Sanji's voice rings out. What is it? What are you planning to do now? He asks, looking all beaten up yet still defiantly brandishing his giant sword. I need to train to get stronger. Do you need me to call number 2 to lend a hand? System notification. You have leveled up. Skill. Clone upgrade to level 70. Additional effect. Clones will now be equipped with lower gear, just like the user, transitioning to the recreated T-Bone realm of Alyssa, where the lush green fields come alive with laughter. I never thought I would hear such good news. Fida smiles. Finally, Lieber is back. Karen Banqua. How long has it been since she left to travel? It has been many years, has not it? She wonders if there is something about T-Bone that made her unhappy back then. Supplies are plentiful. Everything is peaceful and almost perfect. I wonder if the master will return with her. Fade amuses, relieved that after all these years, she is still getting updates about her. That is right. She Alyssa should be thanked for always keeping us informed. But then again, Samir bluntly interjects. She is not Alyssa. Duran agrees. Exactly. She is just the overseer of this place. Hearing this, Karen stares in confusion. But why does she have to oversee? Didn't Alyssa die over there? A long time ago. Way back. Outside, the system column suddenly erupted in smoke, short-circuiting and sparking flames. Alyssa's clone reported in shock, discovering damage in the B-24 area due to an overload error. Alyssa was stunned. Oh no. Not again. One of her clones immediately began activating the teleport gate. Just a heads up. I will be back in a sec. Alyssa stayed behind, feeling a bit lost in thought. It seemed they remembered something that should have been erased from their memories. Was using Alyssa's image in front of them a mistake? but I really want to tell them about Liber. I have been super careful managing all the data and information related to Alyssa. She observed the massive cocoon platform attached to the wall, her tone lightening. But hey, as long as Lord Liber returns quickly, that is all that matters. Alyssa smiled happily, humming. Just thinking about the reunion between Lord Liber and Alyssa makes my heart race. It is going to be amazing to witness their reunion in person. Then she whispered softly, before that happens, I sincerely apologize. Everyone. Right after that, in the recreated world of T-Bone, a wave of green energy, like manna, suddenly surrounded everyone. It was as if they all got reset to their initial breathing settings. Aaron exclaimed, "Wait, what were we just talking about?" Samir calmly continued, "The picnic the other day. Right. That was such a blast. Oh yeah. We packed food for that." Gray Mouse spread its wings, soaring across the sky. He looked down at them, a deep sorrow in his eyes, maintaining a heavy silence. Lightning spear, a piercing strike accompanied by the thunderstorm effect, surged forward, engulfing everything in dust and chaos. Zheng Yan followed up with a lightning cloud spear. Two beams of blue light pierced through, creating a massive explosive blast. Lagado scowled, dodging the two spears that were firmly anchored to the ground. He wondered, what is going on? Something feels off. Lagado looked at him, skeptical. Your combat experience does not match your skills at all. The number of skills you have is absurd. But when it counts, you can use them right. Hearing this assessment made Zheng Yan freeze momentarily. Facing dozens of ice spikes he had summoned, Lagado smirked and quickly charged in. In the end, even if you have a lot of powerful skills, you won't land a fatal blow on me. Feeling frustrated. Are not you? So frustrated that you fight more recklessly, what a pity. You have never been in a real fight. Have you? I right. With that, he blinked right behind Zheng Yan, preparing to throw a punch. Zheng Yan was caught off guard and startled. Boom. Another explosion erupted, sending red-hot smoke billowing like a giant mushroom. A voice shouted, "If you lack experience, just make up for it." Raven, Miho, and Zhuanti, having been treated by Breast, immediately rushed to assist. Raven grumbled, "Stop talking and fight me." Lagado. Meanwhile, Breast called out from the side, "Hey, take it easy. Just lay back and watch the show for now. As long as you are not missing any limbs, do not come over here. I do not treat anything beyond those two. Move forward and fight with everything you have got." Everyone. The scene shifts to a study, where an angry voice echoes in the space. Damn it. Why is it always South Korea that stirs up trouble when so many other countries are quiet? Why is someone who disappeared ages ago suddenly showing up now? The one fuming with rage in this scene is none other than the defense minister of the South Korean peninsula. At that moment, a soldier barges in with urgent news. "Minister, I need to report the current situation. The high-ranking hunters, including the swordmasters, are still battling Lagado, T's terrifying creature. What the hell? How long has this fight been going on?" The soldier replies, "All support units are in position. Should we deploy now?" He asks, "Where's the battlefield located?" The soldier continues, "It is a cleared area. Minister, if you draw a radius of 500 meters, it will be a dense residential zone. The evacuation order has already been issued." T's face darkens in thought. The policies have been set for Harvest Day. He makes a heavy decision, preparing combat missiles, high-power ballistic rounds. The soldier flinches at the news. Tifi grits his teeth. No matter how strong he is still just a human. Meanwhile, at Odin's Tower, Sanji bites his lip, trying to suppress the urge to cough, but the intense pain makes him sputter, blood spilling from his mouth. Sanji, panting as he leans on his sword, grits his teeth and says, "Did not I tell you? This bastard can defeat me with that little strength." For the 354th time. Over there, the fallen sinner is pinned in a thicket of ice, blood soaking through. The guy still grins wickedly, pondering, could it be the limited stats of the clone? He can only use up to 70% of his base stats, meaning the stronger he is, the bigger the power gap. Not to mention, he is also enhancing his body with void energy. As the fallen sinner slowly rises from the ground, the ice spikes pierce through his body time and again, but he only grins and says, "Not bad. Glad you are not a total loser." With a boom, the ice spikes suddenly explode, cold mist spreading from the spot. Sanji stares in shock at the mangled figure soaring toward him, his mouth wanting to shout, "Oh man. How can this crazy guy still move with all those holes in him?" But the fallen sinner just lightly touches his wrist against Sanji. Chuckling slyly, "Congratulations on your first victory. Time to take a little break." He turns to say, "If you die, I am going down with you, so rest." Upon hearing this, Sanji just drops down, Collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath, he lies back, chuckling weakly. I am so exhausted. All I want to do is lay on the bed and sweat it out. Suddenly, footsteps approach him, softly calling, Master. Number 2 slightly bows his head, looking at Sanji, reporting that they have found a way up to the next floor. He sits up quickly, relaxed. Great. I heard the upper floors are all about beds. You need to rest too. Number 2. I see you have taken down quite a few green ids. Then Sanji adds, let us head to the next floor first. Shower up and grab something to eat. Number 2 has no objections. Sanju slowly gazes at the void, extending his hand cautiously. Just as his hand approaches, a surge of void energy suddenly shoots out and hits him. Instantly, Sanji's vision shifts. He is looking at his own hands. At least for now, if someone wants to go back, that sharp-featured face glistening with water, then they can turn dreams into reality at any moment. That moment quickly fades, and Sanjiu is left dazed, trying to process what just happened, what he just saw, and what that memory means. Back in South Korea, everyone rushes towards Legato, who smirks contemptuously. Too weak, Legato takes a step, and a burst of spatial energy erupts. Suddenly expanding and knocking everyone away, he arrogantly sneers. That is nowhere near enough to take me down. Raven casually steps back to check on Junjin, asking if he is okay. Junjin furrows his brow, the pain making him uncomfortable, but he politely replies, thanks to the fact that I stopped him, I am still in the game. Breast. Looking down from above. Feels a bit anxious, damn it. Should I jump in and lend them a hand? Suddenly, explosions erupt down there. Thick clouds of smoke and fire surrounding Legato. He turns in surprise. Wani looks bewildered. What is going on? It looks like artillery fire. Yogon raises an eyebrow. Seems like the military is sending reinforcements. Are they crazy to do that? There are still many people out there. You interrupted. I do not think just using artillery is enough, because that one T contained Legato. From the other side, a wave of soldiers and tanks charge forward, shouting loudly, hurry up and support the hunters. 2 soldiers in front carry their guns on their shoulders and open fire. Legato glares. The other person becomes just a dot. Boom. The cannon fire explodes, red flames erupting wildly. A soldier yells urgently. Everyone needs to retreat from there. Now. A missile is flying straight towards us, and the crowd is taken aback. Anha frowns in annoyance. Those idiots. Legato is faster than all of us combined. Do they think that guy will just stand still when he sees us leaving? Raven shouts. We need to keep him occupied. Then he tilts his head to look at Deng Yen behind him. When the moment is right. Can you let me out like last time? He quickly replies. That skill is currently on cooldown. But I have a similar one. Just leave it to me, Raven says. I entrust my life to you. And before Deng Yen can respond, he immediately takes off. The military urges on. Keep firing. The muzzles of the guns are continuously flashing. Spells and skills have been activated. Do not stop. We must keep Legato contained. Magic bullets fly toward him, but upon impact, they are deflected. The bullets going wild. Legato clicks his tongue. Pathetic. I was going to let you ants go. But if you keep getting in my way like this. He does not hesitate. A black sphere of compressed space begins to gather. Legato almost finishes his sentence. But do not blame me for being heavy. Before he can even finish his line, Raven suddenly appears and cuts off his skill outside. But the guys with guns were frantically urging each other to keep shooting. The other guy quickly reported that the swordsman was too close to the target. Commander. Back in the battlefield, Legato and Raven were locked in a fierce battle. Neither willing to back down. Both intent on taking each other out. Their emotions running high. After battling that little mage out there, I realized something. Fighting with you is way more satisfying. Swordsman. Then Legato tightly gripped his sword, grinning as he continued. But do you know that your strength is not enough to decide my fate? Tell me, what is your origin? Raven smirked, saying something vague and unclear. There is something I just can't wrap my head around since arriving on Earth. It is the technology of this civilization on Earth. With that, he leaped back a distance, and in the sky above, 5 missiles were precisely falling down. Legato narrowed his eyes. He raised his left hand again, gathering a spatial force to suppress, his gaze dripping with disdain. Using missiles. Useless. Do not waste your effort. But suddenly, the entire space only reflected him from every angle. Legato quickly recognized this was a barrier space. He sniffed indignantly. That is not very sportsmanlike. Outside, Raven emerged from the spatial gate behind Jung Il, asking if that skill could hold him back. Jung Il, serious as ever, controlled his magic and replied bluntly. But not for long, he coldly added. Someone once told me that if there is a gap, you just need to fill that gap. Suddenly, from high above, before each missile appeared a magical circle, transforming massively, enlarging the objects, affecting even living beings. And then the magical circle grew larger. A layer of faint green light appearing like the tip of a missile. Raven looked on, stunned. Oh my. The soldiers shouted in panic. Everyone brace for a massive impact. He murmured. I wonder if this will actually work. 3 gigantic missiles, blazing with fire, descended, targeting the spatial crystal-like sphere hovering above the ground. Lagado, frustrated, broke free from the confinement. This distorted space could not hold him. His face tense in shock. In his eye, the colossal missile was barreling down right in front of him. The shockwave quickly spread, rubble and debris flying everywhere. The soldiers were practically screaming. The ground is shaking. Everyone hit the deck. A Supermana barrier formed, a shield like layers of honeycomb blocking off a section. Soldiers were in a frenzy. Is its destructive power beyond the headquarters' expectations? It seems those missiles grew larger upon landing. Thank goodness for this shield. Otherwise, the residential area would have been affected. A massive column of black smoke rose high amidst the wreckage. Raven just said, that guy was defeated. But before he could finish, a blow from behind crushed his cheek, cutting him off and leaving him stunned. The wide land in front of the shattered courtyard was reduced to a spider web, and the core did not even know how deep it had collapsed. From above, it looked like a gaping black hole. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from the pit, blazing fiercely. Bress was just about to sit back and watch, but suddenly he jumped up in panic. This is bad. We are done for. I have to get out of here. Like, right now. Saying that, he shouted a warning if anyone wants to live. They better haul it out of this place fast. No time for doubts or confusion.
Well.
Bress shouted back. I already warned you guys. If you do not want to face a monster stronger than you, then you better run. But it seemed like it was too late. The overwhelming power surged through, and Lagado's commanding voice echoed out, which had not been heard in ages. I am finally able to unleash my true power. He jumped out of the pit, his strength now almost double what it was before, unleashing explosive elemental skills. When subjected to a strong enough force, the skill activates, converting absorbed energy into fuel to enhance basic abilities. Everyone froze as they witnessed the spectacle unfold before their eyes. They watched in disbelief as a man remained unscathed after taking a full-on missile hill, a completely ridiculous scenario with no explanation. But the real reason they stood frozen was the energy radiating from that man. A powerful purple energy that exploded with intensity, an incredibly powerful and oppressive energy, one that no monster could compare to. Just as everyone was about to attack again, Lagado zeroed in on Jung-in with malicious intent. He extended his fist, compressing the air to its limits, flames igniting around his attack, creating a blinding beam of light. It surged towards everyone, a dazzling strike that seemed to engulf them all. The punch looked like it could shatter the sky. Boom. Dust exploded, and a gigantic shield appeared to protect Jung-in. He stood there, mouth agape, cold sweat dripping down his face just from one punch. His opponent had. We are done for. We can defeat this monster. The scenery around them looked flattened, flames raging on the ground, thick black smoke billowing up. He panicked, thinking that at least he had to get everyone out of here. But ahead, Lagado was still hurtling towards them with a sinister grin. He looked like a demon, with his red eyes gleaming mockingly, saying goodbye to the little ants. If you had just handed over the name Sanji from the start, I would not have. But before he could finish, Lagado was suddenly kicked square in the face. He instantly flew back, moving so fast he vanished from sight. Only a trail of white smoke followed as he was knocked back, leaving a long groove in the ground. Bress stared wide-eyed, stopping for a moment to stutter out. We have a chance, you little punk. You think you can take me on? Suddenly, someone landed smoothly nearby. It was Jumper, hands in his pockets, tilting his head with a smirk. You missed me, did not you? From the other side came a crazed laugh. Lagado shoved a massive rock off himself, irritation evident in his tone. Jumper, I have not settled the score with you yet. But Jumper zipped right up and landed a strike on his head, casually saying, You are making too much noise. I am not here. Suddenly, a multitude of dazzling cross-shaped marks appeared. He flickered in and out of sight, attacking him from all directions. Jumper continued nonchalantly. Let us have a truly epic battle. As waves of sounds began to crash down, multiple beams of light blazed, the heavy thuds booming like they could tear the ears of everyone present. Dust swirling everywhere. Lagado was getting punched and kicked from all sides, gritting his teeth and enduring it, his face looking like a crumpled piece of paper. Finally, he managed to break free, just as Jumper's fist and kick came crashing down at the same time, echoing with a finality that screamed death. Both of them widened their eyes in shock. Jumper did not expect to be stopped, and Legato did not see this coming either. He chuckled brightly, and his figure instantly withdrew. Legato's voice was icy. Lucas, what the hell are you? Jumper slowly descended, casually repeating, what the hell am I? He blinked away, suddenly appearing behind him. Legs bent, cold and assured. I am the strongest human alive. With a whoosh, a Jumper kicked straight into Legato's head. A blinding flash of light, energy twisting and bursting forth. The explosion lit up the ground, a haze making it hard to see anything. Rocks of all sizes rained down like a storm, thudding heavily on the ground. Moments later, the sky was darkening, and the courtyard had a massive crater. Jumper's voice rose slowly. But that still was not enough. Miho and Jungin peeked out from the edge of the ground. People like me do not deserve that title. Legato was slammed face first into the ground, and Jumper stood over him, calmly continuing. The one who can overcome any challenge and answer every question of the future must be someone greater than both you and me. So why do not we team up? Meanwhile, in another scene inside the Odin Tower's dungeon, Sanji Genji thought, man, there is no forest here either. Suddenly, his mind flashed back to a recent image, a tortured face. At least if he turned back, he could turn his dreams into reality. Sanji furrowed his brows. What was that memory about? That miner looked a lot like Lord Baekwan. He quickly turned to ask the sin of lust, a guy who knew nothing about the sins of lust, and asked, do you know the miner Baekwan? The sin of lust scoffed. Is that the name of the guy who is about to die at my hands? Sanjiu twisted his neck. What did I expect from this loser? He turned away, whispering in his mind. Liber, you see this? Right. You are connected to me, so you must see it. Right. Liber sounded puzzled. What are you talking about? What about Miner Baekwan? Sanji was surprised to hear that. He can't see either. Liber was curious. What did you see? You did not answer. After a moment, he suddenly spoke up. Get it? The moment you came into contact with the water rift, I sensed a source of energy. It could be a resonance phenomenon between the sins of lust. Sanji's face went blank. You mean it does not work on other rifts? Just that one. Liber responded smoothly. You just began to harness the power from Huo. Anyway, that is just my guess. But maybe you felt the remnants of Huo's power from the miner Baekwan's teammates in that water rift. Then he asked again. But what was the memory you saw? You frowned and softly replied. Perhaps this memory was from when he first received the sins of lust. But he did not look happy. Suddenly, a beam of light unexpectedly appeared, catching the attention of Sanju and the clones. Then a cheerful voice chimed in. Oh, finally we meet. You jumped back in shock. Legato and Jumper appeared together, but Legato's expression was as cold as ice. Sanju, we promised to meet at the top of the tower. Why are you still here? Legato suddenly spoke up, charging in aggressively, his hand shooting out towards you. And soon, both of you would fall by my hand. But then, all the clones jumped in to shield Sanju. Legato chuckled softly, saying, reject, explode, as a wave of energy surged forth, knocking all the clones away violently. Flashing back a few minutes, Legato was bowing his head at Jumper's feet, his eyes wide, trembling as he asked, well, why do not you just kill me already? He replied calmly, that Sanji's growth is slower than I expected. I plan to use some taunting moves, but they probably would not work. So this is the final decision I had to make. Don't you think he needs a special training session? You are the perfect person to train him. Jumper whispered endlessly. Legato's grip tightened slightly, filled with resentment as he thought. How dare he treat me like a puppet to train someone else? Back to the present. Legato smirked, calculating. I will just go with his flow. As long as I can kill the one in Sanju and absorb those pieces of the 7 deadly sins, it will be perfect. Meanwhile, Sanju sighed. My back. Finally, I found a bed. This bed has always been right next to me. My clone. You are lying on those clones. The 7 deadly sins are making me dizzy. What nonsense are you talking about? Sanju bitterly gritted his teeth. I am just denying my own reality. Then, exhausted, he looked up and asked, that is Legato. Right. The one holding 3 pieces of the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins replied. That is right. This is our chance. Sanji skeptically asked, can we win? The guy looked at him with disdain. You asked the wrong question. Idiot. You should be asking if it is time to die. Sanji's face, trying to play it cool. Calling you a brainless idiot is spot on. He retorted, feeling the pressure of the dust swirling around. Sanji sprang up. One who? So if I do not want to die here, I have to beat that guy. The two immediately charged at each other, Legato grinning with excitement. If I kill you, I will have all 5 pieces of the 7 deadly sins. Sanji was determined not to lose. Thinking, this guy won't be easy to take down. The ground exploded from the clash of their strikes as Sanji gritted his teeth. Looking down through the dust, his hand tightened painfully as he tried to push Legato down. But he blocked Sanji's blade with his own hand. He chuckled smugly, lifting his head. Not bad.
Good.
At least you have met my minimum requirements. Behind him, the clones quickly rushed in, ready to unleash energy orbs at him. A massive energy blast shot down from 3 clones above, crashing down onto Legato's body. He grinned with a hint of excitement, raising his hands to defend. Is that your clone? It must be your unique skill. With that, he swung a sharp strike towards Sanji, who dodged the lethal blow in midair. Sanji's foot kicked back towards him with force, but he calmly grabbed his leg, causing him to falter, while clones 1 and 3 rushed in with knives, charging like a whirlwind. On the sidelines, Sanji watched him fight against the clones, lost in thought. He is slower than I expected. Right after that, he charged in with a sword in hand, energy radiating around him. If I harness my void power and wrap this up quickly, the other clone might notice and turn to look. A blow struck down, shaking the ground, dust swirling everywhere. Sanji's sword swung, memories of his fierce battles with those unknown monsters flashing back. A punch from the clone sent them crashing down. The monsters sprawled awkwardly on the ground after the hit. Meanwhile, Sanji stared at him intently, his face drenched in sweat. Utterly shocked, he hesitated. He had been fighting nonstop for over 10 years, facing the clone, who calmly lowered his sword from his shoulder with a hint of irritation. He asked, "Can you read my memories?" The clone pushed him back and recognized the hit, declaring, "I will give you a decent rating." Right after, he grabbed the knife-wielding hand of Clone 2, glaring at him. "You are only decent, not strong at all. Surely, you have never faced anyone truly strong before." Just then, a flash of light erupted. He yanked Clone 2's arm, a foe capable of shattering you in a single strike. Sanji stood there in shock, as the clone stomped down hard. Moments later, he was right in front of him, his body towering, face calm, and forming an energy sphere, stating, "In my opinion, it is way too early to call you humanity's hope." Suddenly, a surge of energy slammed down onto Sanji, catching him off guard and pinning him to the ground in panic. Next, he blacked out, his body lying in a puddle of sweat, struggling to open his eyes. Wondering what just happened, his body lay on the ground, barely able to move as he looked up. Where did his clones go? On the other side, the clone boasted, "It is because you two held on to the pieces of the sins that you lasted this long. You are completely different from the rest." Then, the clone raised his hand to make a binocular gesture with his thumb and index finger, peering through the gaping wound of Clone 2. Smirking, "But this game ends here," he whispered. "Now come back here, my beloved shattered pieces." As Clone 2's body began to disintegrate, gritting its teeth, "Go die, you bastard." Moments later, 2 pieces of the sins fell to the ground before Sanji Wu. "You are still alive, not bad at all. But all your clones are dead." Then he grabbed the 2 pieces of stone, grinning excitedly. "Finally, I have collected all 5 pieces of the sins." Suddenly, Jumper burst onto the scene and kicked the clone's arm holding the stone, causing it to snap. He yelled, "Sorry for barging in, but this is not over yet." Then he grabbed the 2 stone pieces in his hand, smiling, while helping Sanji Wu up. Looking back at the clone, who was clutching his wounded and bleeding arm, "We are heading back to the ruins," Jumper said, grinding his teeth. Furious, his body erupted with a surge of rage-fueled energy, shaking the very ground beneath him. He cursed, "Damn you, Lucas. Just you wait. I am going to tear you apart, piece by piece." Inside Jumper's pocket dimension, he glanced at Sanji Wu, still kneeling and bewildered, asking, "Are you alright? You got completely wrecked out there. But you holding up okay?" Sanji Wu panted, his face drenched in sweat as he slowly lifted his head, realizing this was Lucas's subspace. He looked at Jumper, confused. "Thanks for saving my life. But why did you bring me here?" Jumper chuckled, explaining with a friendly smile. "Listen up, Sanji. There are only 70 days left until harvest time. Shouldn't we speed up your development?" He flashed a warm smile and added, "And do not sweat that loss. It is no big deal. I really care about you, Sanji. So whenever you are near death or in trouble, I will always save you." He then presented 2 shards in front of Sanji Wu, urging, I've got these 2 pieces of the sin of sloth for you already. Go ahead and summon your clones, and let them absorb these. Sanji looked up. Exhausted. Trying to explain. Jumper. My cloning skill is still on cooldown right now, he added. You can summon 1 clone while it is recharging. But to summon all of them will take about a week. Jumper smiled. Finally understanding. I see. Suddenly, he turned around, clasping his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance in the pocket dimension. By the way, has River told you about my abilities yet? He knelt down. Looking puzzled. Isn't it just teleportation? A fast teleport skill with a super short cooldown. Out of nowhere, Jumper appeared behind Sanji Wu, grinning mischievously, making him widen his eyes in shock. That was just a regular teleport. It may have a short cooldown, but it still takes 3 days, and 3 days is not exactly short, is it? He then stood tall, smiling as he showcased his power. Explaining. My awakening skill is called Infinite Acceleration. I activate my entire nervous system and circulation at max speed to shorten cooldown times. The Jumper placed his energy-infused hand on Sanji Wu's shoulder, adding, and I can use that skill on others too. He continued, but this skill can T-sync with another body, so everyone who has ever used it, well, they have exploded. Hearing that, Sanji Wu's eyes widened in shock. His body tensed up. Eyes narrowed. You wicked bastard. What are you planning, you crazy man? Jumper, still smiling, cheerfully squeezed his shoulder, radiating energy around them. Don't worry, Sanji, you are tough, so you will be just fine. Seeing that fake smile, Sanji Wu became even more anxious. Thinking, I really do not need this. Back off. He suddenly moved closer, whispering, startling Sanji Wu. I am just a little bit crazy. Sanji Wu could not keep his eyes closed, staring wide-eyed at him. Jumper kept holding onto his shoulder, incessantly mumbling, if you can T-handle it and explode, well, it will happen again and again. Jumper's eyes glinted with madness as he stared menacingly at Sanji Wu. So do not worry too much. If you die, I won't really care that much. You know. Suddenly, energy surged within Sanji Wu's body, and he widened his eyes in panic, unable to resist. His heart surged with an overwhelming energy. Then it overloaded and exploded. His eyes and body quickly shattered in fear. He gasped in painful helplessness, his body screaming as it burned to ash. Yet he still glanced over at the remnants of his other self. Standing there in shock, this was the body of his clone. After all, so the clone of Sanji managed to break free. Suddenly, the clones armed themselves, alert and ready, on the ground. Sanji's body was twitching uncontrollably. Clone number 1 looked down in disbelief, mumbling, my face. I can't see anything. My eyes. The other side. Jumper looked at them with a calm smile. Everyone, just chill out. I am not your enemy. Sanji's in pain. Sure. But he is actually fine. He added. He is still your master. Sanji, it is surprising. Really, he is the first to survive my skill. Over here. Clone number 1 furrowed his brow, realizing, so it is you. I do not usually say this. Then the heavy-set figure glared at Jumper, puzzled. But you are a real sicko. You know that. How could you use such a finishing move on a person? He calmly approached Sanji, who was still sprawled on the ground, explaining, the finishing move. That is not what I meant. Don't worry. He will recover quickly. Jumper confirmed. Sanji's recovery rate is high, so he will be fine. While over there, Sanji's body was painfully shattering into blackened fragments. The system announced, recovery rate increasing, as he lay on the blood-soaked ground, crying out, Jumper glanced at clone number 100 and stated confidently, once he is fully recovered, I will let him fight Lagato, and we will keep doing this until he wins. Meanwhile, a plume of black smoke entered, and Lagato, munching on food, glanced over. He reminded Sanji, Sanji, finally here for a rematch. Don't run away this time. Sensing something was off, he turned to look, his body freezing as his eyes widened in shock and fear. What the hell are those stats? What happened to you? Lagato sensed footsteps. Sanji, finally here for a rematch. This time, do not you dare run. He glanced at the stats. What is with those numbers? Sanji, covered in wounds, thought. What on earth happened to you? His body felt like it could collapse. I can't lose. A wave of fear surged within him, tightening his resolve. I absolutely cannot lose. If I lose again, that skill will kill me. Lagato stood up, confused. What did that Lucas guy do to you? He does not seem like the type to torture others. Suddenly, Sanji blurted out a desperate plea. Could you let me win this round? Lagado's expression went blank at this request. He forced a smile, sweat pouring down like rain. I can channel the power from some of those sin fragments in your body. Can I borrow them? I just need them to deal with the system a bit, and I will return them right away. He tried to negotiate, suggesting it would not cost them anything, that both sides could benefit without needing to fight. Right. Legado did not bother to respond. Instead, he charged in and punched him in the gut. His body, already battered and bruised, could not take any more. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sanji choked out a cough, his tone dripping with disdain from Legado. It was utterly disgusting. I can't just stand by and watch this anymore. Why did not you just go die already? Sanji, before you drag more shame upon yourself. The moment he got hurt, it affected all his clones too. This can't happen. It broke his heart to watch his clones falling one by one. Legado clenched his fist, finally realizing, you knew your fate was to be defeated by me, did not you? But before he made a move, he could not help but wonder, at least right now, you still have some fight and belief left in you. What happened? Lucas will come back here again. Just take it. Hearing his smug tone, Sanji was furious. He had no idea what it felt like. The pain that cut to the bone. Even losing a hand or having an eye burned out, that was nothing compared to that excruciating agony. He was practically steaming. Do not act like you know everything when you have not even been through it. Legado just laughed derisively. How ridiculous. Didn't you read my memories? I have fought nonstop for 10 years. I do not even have any recovery abilities or support skills. The flames of confidence blazed fiercely. Do you think that little bit of pain means anything to me? Let us fulfill that promise. All right, let us go experience that tiny bit of pain. Shall we? He stepped into the space, asking Legado, can you use that infinite speed technique on him? Even though he did not understand, he still used it on the two of them. The heartrending screams echoed through the cave. The two knelt before Jumper, bewildered. Oh man, it hurts so much it pierces the sky. It is painful as hell. Seriously? Of course. Jumper did not want to figure out what was going on either. All the frustrations and pressures piled up, especially when someone looked down on him. I did not say anything. Now you have experienced it too. That bastard's been crying and begging non-stop. Bro. Legado was in a battered state now. Your master is not any different. Blood vessels bursting and bleeding everywhere. Sanji was almost crying out. It hurts so bad I want to die and come back to life. So just listen to me and follow my plan. He still hoped for another plan. Just let me borrow some of those pieces of the 7 deadly sins, and I will handle it. But Legado did not care. He took out one of Sanji's clones right away. Of course not. Anyway, right now the odds are still in my favor. After this, I am even more certain of one thing, he smugly concluded. You won't be able to take this much longer. Then you will die. And those 2 pieces will belong to me. He gritted his teeth, pulling out the blade from the space. Damn. This guy is even denser than I am. All the clones, including Sanji, could not inflict any more damage on him. They were all continuously defeated by overwhelming power. No matter how many clones Sanji threw at him at once, the result never changed. They were defeated again, enduring that horrific skill once more. Sanji's body keeps getting torn apart and then healed, blood pooling in his clothes, then soaking through again. It is an endless cycle. After a month of this relentless pain, Sanji's spirit crumbled before he could even defeat Legado. Suddenly, a voice that had been silent for so long spoke up. Wait. Sanji, wait. I can't just stand by and watch anymore. Liber panicked at the sight. What the hell did Jumper do to you? Every time you wake up, you are drenched in blood. Now you have got time to remember, right? As long as you are still in that side space. We are still connected. Right. That is good. You just sit there and observe. Your voice is weak. It will be easier for him that way. Liber called out. Sanji, wait. Sanji, but you just charged straight into the space gate. In a blink, you were teleported into Jumper's space. Without even looking at him, you knew you lost all your clones again. Whatever. I can still use what I have left, Sanji weakly said. Wait. Lucas, can you wait until I get stronger before you fight Legado? I still can't fully control the power of the void. The pace is too fast. I do not even have time to think about strategies. Those weak pleas were just a hope to reach him. All I felt was a continuous wave of pain. Jumper twisted around with a sigh. What am I supposed to do with you? You are making me disappointed. Sanji, he showed no mercy. Didn't you tell me you wanted to rest for the rest of your life? I have already said it. I am a rare find. Do you have any idea how many people I have met? Not just one who gave me the same answer as you. Many have told me they want to rest, to chill out, but he also understood the paradox of life wanting to rest but being unable to. Yet that very contradiction made it thrilling. Even though his face showed no emotion, his tone revealed his anger. If you give up here, I won't want to be your fan anymore. That was clearly a threat to kill Sanji. And the only choice he had was to run. Leaving Jumper standing before the blinding white gate, he could not help but sigh in disappointment. Is this life just a series of failures? Sanji ran like a madman. Does that lunatic really want to kill me? At this moment, he did not want to think about anything else, just give up. I am going home to be with my family and friends. I will just lie down and take a nap. I do not care about autumn or anything anymore. Suddenly, a rift appeared before him. Seeing this, Sanji quickly reached out to touch it. A rift, let us get to another level first. Then figure things out. That way, neither Jumper nor Legato will find me. But as soon as he touched it, a wave of energy spread. A memory surfaced, heavy breathing. A talking sword saying, I have told you, just go back. How many times do I have to say it for you to understand? It is talking to the guy who just took down the monster. Bacon. Take a good look at yourself. Sanji was dazed. Is this Bacon's memories? He quickly realized the truth. This is actually the memory of the weapon he carries. One of the 7 deadly sin artifacts. Bacon said, the guy who always says fighting is everything suddenly acts all nice. What a joke. If you die, at least I can still fight the monsters. Plus, if you die in this Odin Tower, won't I be stuck here forever? You know you can conquer this tower. Right, just making it this far is already impressive compared to the others. But is all thanks to my power, is not? He asked. Is it really worth it to leave your kids behind and fight for humanity like this? Bacon's expression softened as he reminisced about his family, Wanty and Anna, who are such gifted kids. Sanji listened closely. Are they talking about the head of North Wanty? Bacon smiled to himself. Wanty is truly a genius. I've only taught him a few times, and he has already awakened his elemental powers. Eunice mana control is no joke either. She awakened her extraordinary skills at such a young age. He really loves his family. Those 2 kids? They are definitely mine. They are so talented. His lips trembled. But this is the only thing I can do for my family. Sanji seemed shaken. Then Bacon recounted his pain. Being trapped in those ruins for 5 long years until he finally regained his upper hand. Once I got out, a massive flood hit. Monsters flooded in, taking away my beloved wife. The flickering flames lit up his face. From then on, I was just a wanderer. A useless father, too ashamed to admit I was their dad. I once thought the power I was seeking would lead to regret. I thought leaving my family to enter those ruins was a foolish decision. He gripped the sword with determination. But in the end, that power helped me protect Wanty and Iona. Those words struck Sanji's mind. Even if my skin gets scratched, even if monsters tear into this flesh, if you give me one chance to reunite with my family again, I would still choose to climb this Odin Tower. Because it is the only way to stop the harvest day. His voice lingered even as he departed. So the path I am on is not the wrong or foolish one. Sanji stood there for a while, scratching his head, feeling totally embarrassed. He had no choice but to return to that crazy space. Hey Jumper. What are you doing just sitting there? You look just as pathetic as I do. Jumper's face suddenly lit up. He hit the jackpot. He even asked, if I told you I believed you would come back from the start, would you believe me? Sanji returned, radiating the brightness of the sun. No way. How could I possibly believe something so ridiculous? You just crushed that shard in your hand. I have more important things to live for than this. If I lose myself, please handle the aftermath for me. Okay. Jumper was taken aback. What are you planning to do? What the heck are you doing? Swallowing that shard by yourself. Laughter erupted wildly after Sanji swallowed the shard. He laughed out loud. The guy making me laugh can keep his mouth shut. Sanji, what were you thinking to absorb those shards by yourself? Not just one, but 2. Have you completely lost it? He could not stop laughing. Should we thank the guy in advance? Huh. You look up because that is the only way to awaken the power of the void. He scoffed. You were too hasty with your decision. And you have destroyed everything yourself. He teased. Your willpower is weak. Your choice only helps me seize this body. You should have let your clones absorb them as usual. That would have made more sense. You could not handle it and just gave up. I have let them absorb instead of me, and I do not want to keep doing that anymore. I am so over it. You stood up. Is that why you made that decision? I just wanted to share it with the clones. Even if just a little, you confidently stepped closer. And my promise to become your toughest enemy still stands. This will be the first step to fulfilling that promise. A loud explosion erupted where Sanji stood, the rocks flying surprised Legato. He was quite surprised to see you. I thought this would not happen. I figured you could not absorb those sins by yourself. Sanji, with his skin turned purple, stepped out alongside his clone. This will be the last time I challenge you. Lucas, can't come to stop you from killing me anymore. If you win, you can take the sins of the fallen, Legato remarked with a smirk. Truly a returnee from the smoke of death, so cold and unfeeling. Finally, you look a bit more human. He clenched his fists and approached. You have always been the one I have wanted to lock in battle. While you gripped your sword and advanced too. A few words, one to save everything. You bastard. The two charged at each other like raging demons. A purple explosion shot up. Shattering the water above, the purple haze slowly dissipated. Sanji smirked confidently. With two clones behind him, Legato laughed gleefully. The clash of Sanji's sword and his fists created thunderous sounds. He kicked at your sword hand. You disdainfully released your right hand, with your left hand underneath. Skillfully gripping the hilt of the sword, Sanji raises his sword, and Legato tilts his head in surprise. When did this kid's combat skills get so sharp? His head glows with a blue light, and he smirks. I am not even trying to unleash the 7 deadly sins. Their fists collide, the pressure shattering the ground around them. Hit me however you want. Go ahead and use my body as you please. Just make sure to land a hit on Legato's backside. Legato struggles a bit. Through the power of the void, his physical strength has improved significantly. The gap in their powers is just overwhelming now. Sanji's heel lifts slightly, it is just a minor advantage. Barely noticeable. Behind him, 2 of his clones break through the space. And the real threat to him is those clones, they are the real headache. All 3 of them strike at Legato, who can only defend with his hands. But thinking from another angle, the troubles he is facing actually boil down to just one thing, that is right, me, the original body. If he can kill me, those pesky clones will disappear on their own. His eyes are filled with murderous intent. All he needs to do now is target the original body, the life of the Sanji line. Sanji smirks. That is certainly what he is thinking. He calculates. Keep aiming for me. And when that moment comes, you will figure it out. 2 stone spikes shoot up from above and below, piercing right at Legato. He writhes to brace against the boulder, and in a flash, he lunges forward, delivering a punch straight to Sanji's gut. Sanji coughs up a mouthful of blood, pain radiating through his whole body. He wears a crazy grin, and Sanji thinks, just as I suspected. He can harness the power from the void, but can he truly tap into the real abilities of the 7 deadly sins? This bastard is simply absorbing those fragments into himself. His hand glows with a purple light. Lunging forward, he does not have a physical form, but his innate adaptability allows him to land lethal strikes under the attack rules. From above, 4 of Sanji's clones charge in, but Legato halts them. Stop hopping around like some frogs and gather in one spot so I can deal with you all at once. Sanji is taken aback. This is the power of his left hand. It feels so strange, like he is free falling. Thinking running around won't help. This is a warped space. So do not mess it up further. No matter how far you retreat, jump into the air, or dodge to the side, every move you make will bring you back to the center. He raises his fist, and no matter what, you are in my sights. His right eye glows red. Then I just need to use that. Sanji speeds towards him, fists clenched tight. He swings his arm, and a portal opens right in front of him, shifting to Legato's right. Sanji yells, gripping his sword tightly and lunging forward. If you are feeling brave, let us take this head on. He brings the sword down, shattering the ground, but Legato quickly dodges behind him. He clenches his fist. You think you can beat me with that warped space? Mordiku, with a void half-step, he strikes Sanji from behind, taking the full brunt of it. Sanji painfully coughs up another mouthful of blood. The scene shifts to Hone, who swings his sword fiercely. It screams as he does. Are we swinging swords again? Stop it already. You are making me dizzy. He breathes heavily. Feeling exhausted, attacking on instinct is crucial. But my instincts clash too much with your abilities. It is all frustration and conflict. That is just the way of nature. You have no idea how hard I have struggled for 5 years to understand you. Do you? Power from nothingness, it is nothing. Yet it has strength. It responds. The real issue is nothingness. The absence of everything, that is the crux of it all. No mana. Nothing at all. Because it is nothingness. From nothingness, power rises. Space twists. Time distorts. That power is nothingness itself. Only when you truly understand will you realize that everything there is just a bottomless, dark abyss. Sanji's eyes shift from red to a golden hue, spreading like streaks of lightning across his brow. Legato's punch pierces Sanji's stomach, creating an explosion that erupts from his core. Legato is stunned as he realizes it is this. This is the body with innate adaptability. Sanji, without a hint of pain, turns and confidently points out Liagato's mistakes. Your first mistake was not believing I could control the power of the fragments of the 7 deadly sins. Thank you, Liagato. Your last attack allowed my clones to focus their assault on you all at once. And just like that, a flurry of punches rained down on Liagato, like a feast laid out before a hungry beast. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. As the smoke cleared, Liagato stood tall, and knives embedded in his body. After a moment of silence, he broke into a wry smile. You think so? You really think I do not believe you can control the power of those fragments? Is it finally time for Liagato to make his move? He unleashes a surge of elemental power. When hit with a significant force, skills become activated. The absorbed energy transforms into fuel to enhance the basic functions. Power radiates an oppressive force, sending clones flying. Liagato stands there, smug and self-satisfied. Are you awake now? I can take out all your clones in a single blow. I am the enemy who can end you in an instant. From all around, Sanji's clones armed with weapons charge at Liagato, who glares up in frustration. Liagato's eyes spark with excitement as he grins. I have been prepared for this scenario. If my body can grow stronger from your attack, why would not I embrace it? I just need to handle your clones while my skill is active. Once the clones are gone, it is just you and me. One-on-one, who do you think will come out on top? You were wrong from the start. I am not targeting you at all. I never wanted to take shortcuts. Hearing this, Sanji pauses. Bewildered, he faces Liagato directly, innocently saying, "What is up with that? Those clones inherit all my skills." Instantly, a swarm of clones rushes toward him like a horde. Your second mistake was not believing that my clones also inherit powers from the 2 fragments. Liagato looks back, utterly shocked. No way. Really? In an instant, Sanji channels his energy to counter the explosive force of Liagato. The world seems to tremble, and Liagato's eyes widen in disbelief as he exclaims, I never thought I would say this. That cloning skill is ridiculously powerful. This guy, Digong, watches Sanji charging at him with a sword, aiming straight for his head.